Legend has it that within the bustling expanse of New York City, there exists a shop known as the Jack of all trades. This enigmatic establishment appears before you when you find yourself at an impasse. Upon entering, one must inscribe their desires and the price they are willing to pay on a piece of parchment, leaving behind a contact address. Should the proprietor of this extraordinary shop deem your request acceptable, then 1. Articulate your desire. 2. Specify the remuneration you are prepared to offer. 3. Provide your name and address. 4. Payments are to be made solely in US dollars or gold. 5. Unconditional compliance with the staff is required. 6. Those who refuse to pay the agreed price will bear the consequences. 7. If you harbor doubts, you are free to leave. Chapter 1. Legend has it that within the bustling expanse of New York City, there exists a shop known as the Jack of all trades. This enigmatic establishment appears before you when you find yourself at an impasse. Upon entering, one must inscribe their desires and the price they are willing to pay on a piece of parchment, leaving behind a contact address. Should the proprietor of this extraordinary shop deem your request acceptable, then, excuse me, Happy, what on earth are you talking about? Tony Stark, seated in the back of the car and perusing a fashion magazine, interrupted Happy, who was reciting the tale with poetic fervor as he drove. Are you unaware? This is the latest urban legend. It is said that many people's wishes have been granted. I yearn to visit the Jack of all trades. I wish to fulfill my heart's desire. Happy declared, eyes gleaming with excitement. Oh, and what is your wish? To find a girlfriend? Tony inquired absently, still flipping through the magazine. Certainly not. I wish to lose weight. The kind of weight loss that requires neither dieting nor exercise. Happy exclaimed joyfully. What about you? If you could enter, what would you desire? Tony closed the magazine and gazed out the window. First of all, I would never find myself at such an impasse. Secondly, do you truly believe there is something I cannot acquire? Happy remained silent, pondering his friend's affluent lifestyle. The vehicle came to a steady halt before a casino in Las Vegas. Tony, are you certain you won't go collect your reward and leave Colonel Rhodes waiting? Pepper Potts asked, standing by the car door. Tony raised an eyebrow, his face breaking into a broad grin. It is a time for revelry. He wrapped his arms around two beautiful models who had approached and strode confidently into the casino. I believe we can prepare for the next step, Happy remarked from the car, rolling down the window to address Pepper, who shrugged and climbed in. I can only say I tried, poor Rhodey. Let's go gather the refuse disposal supplies. The car slowly merged into the flow of traffic. In the dead of night, a man wandered aimlessly down the street, lost and despondent. He was once a celebrated singer, but a month prior, a devastating illness had robbed him of his voice. His vocal cords were irreparably damaged. Despite consulting numerous doctors, their sympathetic shakes of the head had left him numb. The situation had been exacerbated by the news of his plight spreading far and wide, leaving his career and dreams halted. A flickering streetlight caught his attention, and as it finally extinguished, he noticed a peculiar sign illuminating the entrance of an establishment, Jack of all trades. Compelled by some unseen force, he pushed open the door and stepped inside. The dim room transformed before his eyes, revealing flickering candlelight on the walls. In the center stood a solitary table and chair, adorned with an ink bottle, a quill, and a blank piece of parchment. He approached and sat down, bewildered. Staring at the parchment and quill, he felt at a loss, uncertain of what to do. Tentatively, he lifted the quill, and words began to manifest upon the parchment. 1. Articulate your desire. 2. Specify the remuneration you are prepared to offer. 3. Provide your name and address. 4. Payments are to be made solely in US dollars or gold. 5. Unconditional compliance with the staff is required. 6. Those who refuse to pay the agreed price will bear the consequences. 7. If you harbor doubts, you are free to leave. The last 3 words were emphasized, bolded. As he read through the text, the ink faded, leaving behind nothing but a blank sheet. Dipping the quill into the ink, he began to write with painstaking care. My vocal cords have been damaged by illness. I wish to restore them to their original state. I long to sing again. I am willing to offer my entire fortune, $3 million for the chance to reclaim my voice. Address, top floor of the Green Building, 5th Avenue, Manhattan. Taryn Albert. Setting down the quill, Taryn lifted the parchment to inspect it, then laid it flat upon the table, covering his face with his hands as silent tears streamed down. With a sudden thud, Taryn found himself sitting on the ground, gazing up at the blinding streetlight. Was that not a hallucination? Wiping the ink from his hands, he confirmed its authenticity. Was this real? Not an illusion. His eyes brightened with hope as he hurriedly rose and dashed homeward, eager to believe in the possibility of redemption. Miss Gemini, a new commission has arrived, and the reward appears quite substantial. A diminutive figure, clad in a clean pillowcase, approached the girl by the cauldron, revealing a sparse crown of hair and large, flapping ears, delicately extending a piece of parchment. How substantial! You must remember, Creeby, the exchange rate between dollars and galleons. A few $1,000s hardly converts to much galleons. The girl continued to stir the peculiar liquid within the cauldron. Truly substantial. 3 million. Creeby exclaimed, his voice rising. Were it not for Miss Gemini's decision to forsake her inheritance, we would not have sunk to this level. We must still accept commissions from muggles. Oh, poor Miss Gemini. You are the last descendant of the Black family, yet you must associate with muggles. What would Creel think? Creel would have Creeby killed. As Creeby's words faltered, tears welled in his eyes. Gemini Black, the posthumous child of Sirius Black, was 15 years old, possessing a remarkable talent that earned her comparisons to Albus Dumbledore. Once a distinguished student at Hogwarts, she nearly achieved admission to Azkaban Academy, her misdeeds ranging from setting half the Forbidden Forest ablaze to shattering a vial of acromantula venom in the kitchen. Her most recent transgression involved using the killing curse on an acromantula, which, while it had been poised to devour a classmate, was nonetheless an unforgivable curse, and she had not yet turned 15. Before her guardian, Harry Potter, arrived, Gemini hastily packed her belongings and fled to America with her house elf. Concealed among muggles, she could not afford to be openly visible and relied on her elf to run errands. She registered her pure-blood family in Congress, as ever since the catastrophic battle in the British magical community, there were plenty of pure-blood families left with only one heir to register. Due to her hasty departure, Gemini had not brought much money. Although Gringotts existed in America, she was unwilling to retrieve her possessions for fear of being discovered. Thus, she resorted to opening a jack of all trades without a specific address, utilizing a treasured heirloom from the Black family. Be quiet, Creeby. Let me see the commission, Gemini interrupted, impatiently snatching the parchment from Creeby's hands to examine it. Chapter 2. Is this really so simple? Gemini mused as she perused the requirements on the parchment. Creeby, fetch the 4th vial from the 3rd shelf of the potion cabinet, the one with the vibrant red elixir. Yes, Miss Gemini, Creeby replied obediently, retrieving the potion and handing it to her. Gemini produced a blank parchment and, with a flick of her wand, inscribed a message that read, "Prepare the cash, then burn this parchment. Take this to him at this address. After he sees the cash, give him the potion. The healing elixir is sufficient to mend all his injuries," Gemini instructed, tossing the parchment to Kobe without looking at him again, her focus solely on her cauldron. At your command, Miss Gemini. Kobe shall go at once. Kobe replied with a respectful bow, snapping his fingers, causing both the parchment and the potion to vanish. On the top floor of the Green Mansion, Talon sat on the sofa, slightly hunched, elbows resting on his knees, hands crossed before his face, his feet anxiously tapping. Talon, what's the matter? Why the sudden need for such a sum? A man grunted as he dragged a large chest into the room. My hopes have materialized. I am on the brink of recovery and shall sing once more. John, prepare to cheer for me, Talon exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with hope, akin to a cornered beast catching sight of its sole escape. John, panting, set down the chest and slumped into a seat across from Talon. Brother, are you certain? Have you not fallen prey to a charlatan? Before Talon could respond, a parchment appeared on the coffee table between them, floating serenely. Talon leapt up, while John gaped in astonishment. What is that? Magic? John reached out to wave his hand over the parchment, confirming it floated there without any visible mechanism. Talon, trembling, gently picked up the parchment, scrutinizing the text. After thoroughly verifying its meaning, he turned to John and urged, "Fire. Quickly. A lighter." John, puzzled, handed over his lighter. And the chest. "Open it," Talon insisted. Complying, John flipped the chest open, revealing a trove of Franklin notes. Taking a deep breath, Talon carefully ignited the lighter, holding a corner of the parchment to the flame. It quickly ignited, and instinctively, he released it. They watched as the parchment disintegrated into nothingness, leaving no trace behind. Is it over? What sort of ritual is this? John murmured. Before Talon could answer, a crystal vial filled with a crimson liquid materialized where the parchment had burned, accompanied by a thin voice instructing, "Drink it." Talon reached for the vial, and with a snap, the money-filled chest vanished entirely. John, bewildered, circled the spot where the chest once stood. It had indeed disappeared. "Brother, are you sure this is trustworthy? What if it's poison?" he asked, concern etched on his face. "There's no worse outcome possible, is there?" Talon replied with a smile. "Even if it is poison, then I shall be liberated." John, shocked, attempted to dissuade Talon, but it was too late. He could only watch as Talon uncorked the vial and downed the scarlet potion in one gulp. Ugh, I feel as though I've swallowed a bottle of rancid socks. Talon grimaced, his face paling. So, was this a prank? Have you been duped? John queried. I think. Wait, I feel something. Talon dropped the vial, his hands trembling as they moved towards his throat. Are you alright? Is it truly poison? What should I do? Call 911. John rushed over, ready to dial. Talon raised a hand to stop him, coughing forcefully before expelling a bloody substance. I think. I am cured. He began to test his voice, and what had once been a painful strain transformed into a smooth melody, as if he had never suffered any ailment at all. The sensation of vocal strain from his past singing sessions had vanished, and his voice soared to its highest pitch. John watched in astonishment as Talon ascended through the scales. My God, is it real? What is this? A pact with the devil? Did you pay some extra price, like your soul? No, that was my angel, my salvation. I only sacrificed my money. I have inspiration. Let us record a song. I am ready for my comeback. Talon's eyes sparkled as he looked at John, exuding an aura of rejuvenation. Miss Gemini, the money has been secured. What shall we purchase? Kobe exclaimed, placing a chest full of Franklins on the ground, brimming with excitement. Gemini carefully bottled the potion before glancing at the money. Ah, it seems this client is quite trustworthy. I expected we would have to chase after them again. She crouched to inspect the bills. Is our sum sufficient to acquire a street-facing shop? A two-story one, perhaps? Kobe calculated with fingers. It's enough, but the location might not be prime. Location is inconsequential. We do not require those ordinary customers. Go buy it, Kobe. I refuse to live in the workshop any longer. Gemini declared, rising with enthusiasm. I knew I could be happy on my own. At your command, Kobe shall handle it. Kobe bowed and departed, leaving Gemini alone in the room, beginning to pack her potion materials and books. In just 2 days, Kobe completed all necessary arrangements, aided by a touch of magic, for at 15, Gemini was not yet capable of running a shop independently. The new store, located in Brooklyn, was an old 3-story building. Gemini stood at the entrance, contemplating how to arrange her new home. Kobe, the first floor shall be the shop. It must feature potion cabinets, no windows, candles always lit, and a stone aesthetic. The second floor will house a reception area and kitchen dining space. Slytherin style, adorned in silver and green, opulent in appearance. The third floor shall be my room, predominantly blue, with a 4-poster bed draped in curtains. We shall also excavate a cellar for my laboratory and workspace. Any issues? Gemini instructed without pause. Kobe has taken note. Kobe shall see to it. Miss Gemini, shall we need to notify the ministry? After all, this shop will interact with muggles? Kobe inquired. Not necessary. We shall deal with it when they discover it. If need be, we can always flee to Mexico, where the ministry has no jurisdiction. Gemini declared decisively. Kobe turned to seek out a specialist from the magical marketplace to handle the renovations, employing magic to expedite the process. Within a day, the work was complete. Gemini inspected the results, satisfied, nodded in approval, and after settling the payment, Kobe began to feel a sense of worry. Chapter 3 Miss Gemini. Our assets now amount to merely $30,000 and 15 galleons, Kobe remarked as he sifted through the remaining funds. It is actually 2 galleons. Kobe, remember, the American system is decimal-based. Though the terminology may be the same, the essence differs. Gamine corrected him, comfortably nestled in her armchair. We shall use dollars for the purchase of clothing and foodstuffs. As for the galleons, we can sell a few vials of the potions I previously concocted, and our supply will be replenished. Kobe nodded in agreement. Are we opening our shop now? Gamine pondered for a moment. Let us hang the sign. We shall commence operations tomorrow. Kobe took his leave, eager to showcase his culinary skills in the kitchen. For this was a house that Miss Gamine had earned through her own endeavors. A celebration was in order. Meanwhile, in Afghanistan, news of Tony Stark's disappearance had reverberated back to the United States, causing an uproar. We shall deploy the military for a thorough search. We are determined to uncover Mr. Stark's whereabouts. The military official asserted to Pepper with unwavering conviction. Please expedite this. Thank you, Pepper replied, nodding as she exchanged pleasantries before the official departed. What more could be done? Pepper despondently covered her face. It had been 2 weeks since Tony had vanished, and there was not a shred of news. Despair was creeping in. Pepper, you must see this. Happy burst into Pepper's office, clutching a laptop. What? Is there news about Tony? Pepper sprang to her feet. No, I mean, we have a lead to find Tony. Happy thrust the laptop in front of Pepper, showcasing a singer performing with a soaring voice. Happy. I do not have time for music right now. You know this, Pepper lamented as she sank back into her chair. Listen to me. This singer was diagnosed with vocal cord damage a month ago. He was deemed unable to sing. But now look at him. And this. An interview watch. Happy produced a segment of an interview featuring Taryn. Pepper watched as Taryn, brimming with vitality, spoke to the camera. I was utterly despondent. But in the dead of night, I stumbled upon that urban legend. Yes, indeed, I have recovered. Where is he? We must meet him. Pepper resolutely decided. Is there anything else? Happy shrugged. No. This segment is all I managed to capture. Everything else online has been deleted. Let's go and meet him to seek clarity. Taryn Albert, Pepper declared, grabbing her bag and striding out the door as Happy closed the laptop and followed closely behind. I have scheduled a meeting for us in 1 hour at the top floor of the Green Building. So, you're also interested in that establishment? Taryn inquired, recognizing the two before him. Tony Stark's renowned personal assistant, a figure of considerable repute who had handled numerous models and celebrities. State your terms. Pepper looked intently at Taryn. Taryn paused thoughtfully. No need. I truly do not recall them requesting confidentiality. It was in the dead of night that I stumbled upon that establishment, known as the Universal Emporium, nestled within a narrow alley. After dutifully inscribing my wishes as instructed, I found myself standing upon the bustling street. With no other recourse, I opted to place my trust in the unknown, recklessly preparing to part with all my cash. A potion was delivered to me, and its effects were immediate. Talon explained meticulously. Where's that shop? Pepper inquired. Talon furrowed his brow, admitting, to be honest, I do not know. I returned later, but the alley revealed nothing but a wall, devoid of any trace. Do you possess any means to locate that shop? Pepper asked, her voice laced with hope. I suppose. The name? The Universal Emporium is likely rare, Talon replied uncertainly. Thank you. Here is your reward. Pepper decisively signed a check for $100,000 and, with Happy in tow, turned to leave. What do we do now? Happy asked. Seated in the back of the car, Pepper gazed out at the passing scenery. Let us investigate this shop name. I do not wish to relinquish even a glimmer of hope. All right, I will find someone when we return, Happy began, but Pepper abruptly interrupted. Stop the car. Happy, startled, slammed on the brakes. Before the vehicle had come to a complete halt, Pepper stumbled out and stood at the roadside, gazing up at the 3-story building adorned with a large sign, the Universal Emporium. Happy parked the car and approached her, both standing in awe at the serendipitous sight. Miss Gemini, the two muggles below have been standing for 5 minutes. Are they customers? Corby asked, balancing a tray as he addressed Gemini on the balcony. Gemini glanced at her pocket watch, noting the hands firmly positioned in the red zone. Ah, business has arrived, Corby. The inaugural transaction for our new establishment is subject to an additional rule. For detailed discussions, it is 100,000 cash. At your command, Miss Gemini. Corby snapped his fingers, and an additional line appeared on the parchment atop the table in the first floor. After a moment's hesitation at the entrance, Pepper and Happy resolved to step inside. Together, they pushed open the door, which closed automatically behind them, cloaking the interior in darkness until a candle flickered to life. Pepper's eyes were drawn to the apothecary cabinet against the wall, the central table and chairs, along with quills and parchment. Steeling herself, she approached and sat down. As she picked up the parchment, words began to materialize, revealing an additional line beyond what Talon had mentioned. Happy, fetch the cash. 100,000, quickly, Pepper commanded, and without question, Happy turned to the door. Before he reached it, the entrance swung open, allowing him to stride out towards the nearby bank. In a short while, Happy returned, wheeling a suitcase which he placed upon the table. Both stared blankly at the case, uncertain of what to do next. Ah, how generous, Gemini remarked, raising an eyebrow as she surveyed the scene on the first floor, where the patrons remained blissfully unaware of being observed. Corby, please escort our esteemed clients upstairs, Gemini said, taking a sip from her teacup. Indeed, Miss Gemini, came the voice of Kirby, cloaked in anonymity, as Pepper and Happy found themselves in a state of bewilderment. A staircase suddenly materialized beside the apothecary cabinet, a bold assertion that mere moments ago had been a wall. Please ascend the staircase to the parlor, esteemed guest, echoed the sharp voice. Pepper glanced around, seeing no one, while Happy cautiously reached into his pocket, guiding Pepper up the intricately patterned carpeted stairs. They tread carefully to the second floor, where a splendid English-style parlor unfurled before them, sunlight streaming through the windows, illuminating a fireplace that flickered with flames. Although it was summer, the warmth of the fire was absent. "Please, take a seat, esteemed guest. Would you prefer tea or coffee?" The sharp voice resonated once more. Pepper and Happy cautiously settled onto a settee, their backs to the staircase. "Coffee, thank you." As the words left her lips, a tray appeared before them, bearing 2 cups of coffee alongside sugar for their milkshakes. Pepper lifted her cup, took a sip, and her eyes widened in astonishment. "Delicious. So, you have offered $100,000. What is it that you seek?" Gemini entered the parlor from a balcony. Pepper beheld the girl before her, dark-haired, dark-eyed, with features so exquisite they resembled a doll, exuding an air of haughty indifference in her Gothic puff dress. She was certain this girl could not be more than 15 years of age. "Are you the manager?" Pepper inquired. Gemini elegantly seated herself opposite them, gracefully lifting a teacup from a tray that appeared at her side. "Indeed, my time is limited, as is my patience. State your request. If you doubt my capabilities, you are free to leave." Pepper pressed her lips together, the myriad wonders of the establishment compelling her to give it a try. "I hope you can locate Tony Stark and confirm his status and whereabouts," she declared. Gemini sipped her tea nonchalantly. "What can you offer in return?" After a moment's contemplation, Pepper replied, "You accept cash and gold here, do you not? If the information is accurate, I can offer 10 million in cash or 280 kilograms of gold." Gemini raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Are you certain?" Pepper nodded. "The cash can be brought immediately. The gold will require some time." "Very well. 5 million in cash as a deposit. Bring it to me, and I shall assist you in your search," Gemini languidly proclaimed, reclining in her armchair. As Tony's most trusted personal assistant, Pepper had the authority to manage all his assets. Without delay, she penned a check and handed it to Happy, who promptly descended the stairs. In less than half an hour, Happy returned, breathless, dragging a large suitcase up the staircase. He opened it before Gemini, revealing a wealth of verdant bills. With a snap of her fingers, the bills within the suitcase began to autonomously roll and tally, quieting in under a minute. "Excellent. Not a cent amiss. Now, provide me with a photograph of the individual you seek, along with a sample of his hair." Gemini straightened her posture, addressing Pepper. Pepper decisively retrieved a photograph of Tony from her bag, contemplating for a moment before extracting an electric razor and shaking out a few stray whiskers. Happy regarded her with an incredulous expression, prompting Pepper to clear her throat awkwardly. "Don't look at me like that. I must procure what he desires, even if it is merely a small umbrella." Gemini gestured behind her. "Kobe, please bring forth the crystal platter." At once, Miss Gemini, a sharp voice responded, and a transparent crystal platter, larger than one's head, materialized upon the table before them. Gemini instructed Pepper to place both the photograph and the whiskers onto the platter, then withdrew her wand, crafted from elderberry wood, from her sleeve. With a gentle flick towards the items, both the photograph and the whiskers ignited in flames. Gemini then delicately manipulated the resulting smoke with her wand, murmuring an incantation, revealed the trail. The smoke gradually coalesced above the crystal platter, forming an image of a disheveled Tony, wielding a hammer while forging iron, his clothes and face marred by dried blood, with a glowing object at his chest. "Tony!" Pepper and Happy exclaimed in unison, instantly recognizing him despite his disheveled appearance akin to that of a vagabond. The backdrop of the image was dim, suggesting a cavern, and there was another indistinct figure beside Tony. "The map," Gemini stated succinctly. Happy promptly retrieved his notebook and displayed a map of Afghanistan before Gemini. After a brief glance, Gemini pointed her wand at the desert location in the center of the map, and Happy hurriedly recorded the coordinates. "Very well. Your request has been fulfilled. Please settle the remaining balance promptly. I doubt you would relish knowing how I pursued debts." Gemini reclined once more against her chair. Pepper's gaze remained fixed on the image of the beleaguered Tony. 50 million. Can we rescue him?" Gemini raised an eyebrow. "Such generosity? Do you harbor feelings for him?" Pepper's complexion flushed slightly. "No, he is my employer. I merely intend to use his funds to save him." "Are you certain you possess the authority to make such decisions?" Gemini casually toyed with her wand. "Absolutely. By tomorrow at the latest, the 50 million in cash will be delivered to the shop. I hope to expedite his rescue." Pepper's attention shifted from the crystal platter to the young girl before her. "Your previous 5 million balance must be paid in cash. While the 50 million will be offset with various gemstones, I require only the purest. Once the items are delivered, I shall depart. Gemini, observing Pepper's demeanor, candidly articulated her demands. Agreed. I will deliver both cash and gemstones. Grant me one day. Pepper rose, extending her hand toward Gemini, who hesitated before reciprocating. Surely, this was the custom among Muggles. She couldn't have been mistaken, could she? Pepper grasped Gemini's hand firmly, then turned to leave with Happy. Miss Gemini, are we truly going? Kobe inquired, his form betraying concern. Those African sorcerers can be quite unreasonable and very exclusionary. What is there to fear? I have examined that location. There are no traces of magic within a 100-mile radius. I have memorized maps related to magic from all corners of the world. Gemini turned and ascended the staircase. Clebby, prepare dinner. I desire a Wellington, and please pack my luggage for me. Very well, Miss Gemini, Clebby responded, hastily attending to the task. Gemini retreated to her chamber, retrieving a small mirror from the drawer by her bedside. After a brief exploration, she called out to the mirror, Ted? Ted! A boyish face appeared within the mirror, with red hair and gray eyes. Upon seeing Gemini, his red locks transformed into a bubblegum pink hue. Gemini, you finally reached out. Where are you? When will you return? Silence, Ted. Do not inquire about my whereabouts. I shall not divulge, and you will not report me. Listen, I require a tent. Gemini stated impatiently. Gemini, have you run out of money? Surely you have, otherwise you would have purchased it outright. Why not return? We are all quite concerned about you. Your godfather is worried too. Ted moved to a quieter spot, speaking softly. Your godfather is not my godfather. Enough. The tent. How quickly can it arrive via International Express? I am aware it can be sent without a return address, so do not attempt to discover mine. Gemini retorted, rolling her eyes at Ted Lupin. Ted, helpless at just 11 years old and about to embark on his journey to Hogwarts, found himself powerless against this ant, whose tumultuous relationship with his godfather was renowned throughout the wizarding world. Chapter 5, it should arrive by this time tomorrow. At the very least, you must inform me which country you are in, Ted said. Very well. The tent is located in the storage room on the second floor. Seek out Creature and have him send it to me. In America, that is all. No more words. Gemini concluded, severing the connection before Ted could respond. Ted Lupin's godfather is none other than the illustrious Harry Potter, Gemini's guardian. It is said that Narcissa Malfoy once contested fiercely with him, but ultimately conceded, allowing the last scion of the Black family to be raised by Gryffindor. Whether it is a case of bloodline regression is unknown from a young age. Gemini has displayed the traits of Slytherin, having inherited the ancestral obsession and madness of the Black family, living with her guardian Harry over the years. She seems to conjure mischief almost daily. Ted sighed, gazing at his reflection in the mirror, pondering what he could possibly do. Creature. Though he bore a hint of Black lineage, Ted managed to summon the Black family's house elf with some effort. The young werewolf, a disgrace to the family, thought Ted. What could he possibly ask Creature to do? With a sharp crack, accompanied by a stream of grumbling, the aged Creature appeared before Ted. Ted rolled his eyes, forcing himself to ignore Creature as complaints. Gemini requests that you send the tent from the storage room to her in America via International Express. The command of Miss Gemini. Old Creature exclaimed, of course complying. My poor Miss Gemini, to venture into that savage land. How heart-wrenching it must be for the lady to know. Cleese emitted another crisp sound of discontent before vanishing. Ted, with a grimace, acknowledged his persistent dislike for Cleese, especially when compared to Jamie's devoted little sprite, KB, who seemed like an angel by contrast. Jamie gazed wistfully at the single galleon in her hand. Had it not been for the renovation expenses, she wouldn't have needed to ask her family for funds, as she would have simply purchased what she required. Alas, the money was scarce. The following evening, Jamie received a box delivered by an eagle. Upon opening it, she discovered a neatly folded tin inside. With a satisfied nod, she thought, splendid. All that remained was for the funds to be in order, and she would be ready to depart. After a restful night's sleep, Jamie took out her potion pouch for inspection. As a Slytherin, she knew it was imperative to avoid placing herself in perilous situations. Given that the mission destination included armed muggles, she ensured to pack white essence, healing potions, and antidotes. Additionally, she included venom from the acromantula, aging potions, and, of course, cursing potions. She instructed KB to stow the tent into a small suitcase, which had been enchanted with a seamless expansion charm, A significant investment indeed. The interior was nearly as spacious as a room. After filling it with provisions and water, Jamie took a moment to add 2 books from her shelf for leisure. Back in her chamber, she adorned herself with a protective necklace, ring, and headpiece, while her wand was securely fastened to a magical device on her wrist, ready to materialize at a mere flick of her hand, and would return automatically once she was a meter away. Truly convenient. Prepared for her adventure, Jamie, clad in a deep green puff skirt, awaited in the sitting room. When Pepper arrived with Happy, she found Jamie comfortably seated on the sofa, a small carry-on by her side, her attire more befitting a tea party than a rescue mission in the desert. Just a tap, and you're set. Pepper suppressed her urge to comment, allowing Happy to open the boxes he had brought before Jamie. Jamie delicately picked up a sapphire, inspecting it against the sunlight. Excellent quality. I shall accept this as my fee. Await my notification on this parchment once the rescue is accomplished, and you may collect the individual yourself. She placed a blank parchment on the table, gesturing for Pepper to take it. When you plan to set off? We have a private jet that can take you to Afghanistan, Pepper inquired. Setting down her teacup and lifting her small suitcase, Jamie replied, I am departing now. There is no need for the plane. I have my own means. With that, she strode toward the door. Pepper observed Jamie's puff skirt, hesitating briefly before ultimately deciding against voicing her thoughts. Surely, extraordinary individuals have their own plans, right? Jamie approached the hearth and turned to Pepper. Are you not coming along? Will you stay to keep an eye on things for me? Confused, Pepper followed Jamie. Aren't we leaving together? No, we have other matters to attend to. We shall be departing now. Are we not going together? Pepper asked, bewildered. With a composed smile, Gemini gazed at Pepper and remarked, It seems we are not traveling the same path. If you wish to observe, that is permissible. I shall have Kirby escort you. Turning away, she seized a handful of green powder from beside the fireplace and tossed it into the flames, which instantly transformed into a vibrant emerald hue. Stepping into the fire, Gemini enunciated clearly, International Tourism Department. In an instant, she vanished, and the fire returned to a warm orange, the wood crackling softly. After a prolonged moment, Pepper regained her voice. So, are we leaving now? Unable to see the Kirby Gemini had mentioned, she cautiously asked, We can take the stairs, right? We don't have to pass through the flames, do we? With a snap of her fingers, a dazzling light enveloped Pepper and Happy, and they found themselves outside the shop. The door securely locked, a sign hanging on it that read, Owner out, business suspended. Like sleepwalkers, they returned to their vehicle, their recent experiences shattering their previous perceptions and understanding. Surely, this could be classified as magic? Indeed, magic exists in this world. Meanwhile, Gemini emerged from the fireplace of the United States Congress Tourism Department and approached the registration desk. Hello, please register your name and destination. Present your wand for inspection. Without lifting her gaze, the curly-haired witch behind the counter tossed a piece of paper toward Gemini. She picked it up and filled it out with a pen from the counter. Name, Gemini Black Destination. Afghanistan items carried. Untraceable luggage and a house elf once completed. Gemini handed both the wand and the note to the curly-haired witch. After a brief glance, the witch placed the wand on a scale, which dispensed a slip of paper inscribed with Elder, Dragon Heartstring, 14 inches, crafted by Ollivander of England. She affixed the note to the wand and said, The 4th fireplace on the left, 1 person and 1 house elf, a total of 3 galleons. Would you like to exchange for Afghan currency? Gemini inhaled deeply. I do not have enough galleons. Can I pay in US dollars? There is no need for Afghan currency. I've heard they accept US dollars there. Chapter 6 US dollars are acceptable, but not at the exchange rate, as I must still convert them at gringotts, $300. The curly-haired witch lifted her gaze to Gemini. Recognizing the name as that of a pure-blood aristocrat who had recently come from Britain, reputedly the last of her line, Gemini called out, Kirby, pay the fee. With a soft pop, Kirby appeared beside the counter, retrieving $300 from a small backpack and placing it delicately on the counter. The curly-haired witch accepted the payment and handed a box to Gemini. All set, off you go. Have a wonderful time. Gemini accepted the small box, which contained specially formulated flu powder designed for international travel, a dark green, almost black hue, accompanied by the house elf. She approached the 4th fireplace on the left as indicated by the witch, unable to suppress a slight grimace. How embarrassing. Unable to even produce 3 galleons. There was no option but to earn more. Looking around, it was evident that the most crowded queue was at the right side, where the French fireplace stood. After all, this was a romantic capital, a renowned tourist destination. To the left, however, were lesser-known attractions, such as the Afghan fireplace before Gemini, who wrinkled her nose in disdain. Aside from the flickering flames, the mantle was encrusted with dust. Accompanied by Kirby, she stepped aside and tossed some powder from a box into the flames, which transformed into a deep green hue. Kirby grasped the hem of Gemini's skirt, following her as she stepped into the fireplace. With a whispered cobble, she vanished into the hearth. Time seemed to stretch infinitely within the fireplace. It felt like an eternity. Just as Gemini was on the verge of nausea, they finally arrived. Steadying herself, she placed her foot upon a floor thick with dust, surveying the dilapidated room before her. A sense of wrongness washed over her. "Ah, welcome, welcome. It has been a year since anyone has visited this place." A cheerful voice accompanied the sound of footsteps from outside. Entering was a black wizard clad in a finely striped crimson robe, and Gemini instinctively shielded her eyes from the glaring brightness. "Where is your wand's ticket? Come, register. Once registered, you may explore, and if you leave without passing through here, do remember to register at the Parliament." The black wizard asked Gemini for the ticket from her wand, retrieving a box from behind a dust-covered counter to place the ticket inside, while also providing her with some important information. "By the way, do you require a guide? It's quite inexpensive. No need for galleons, just $10 for a personal guide." The wizard eagerly promoted his services. Gemini strode out of the room. With a flick of her wand, all traces of dust vanished from her. Kirby had already made himself invisible upon their arrival. Noticing Gemini's silence, the black wizard shrugged, turned, and secured the door before heading to the nearby pub bustling with muggles. As she glanced around, Gemini furrowed her brow. This was the capital of Afghanistan, and the Parliament stronghold was limited to that small building. Outside, muggles filled the streets, making it clear that leaving the city through unconventional means was not an option. Cursing her misfortune, she exited the Parliament stronghold and stepped onto the street, hailing a taxi. She handed the driver a $100 bill, instructing him to take her to an uninhabited area outside the city. The taxi driver, a young Uzbek man, hesitated as he looked at Gemini, speaking in broken English, their girl, not safe alone. Gemini nodded, responding, "Just drive, I know." Seeing her determination, the driver accepted the fare and began to drive. As they traversed the urban landscape, the scenery outside grew increasingly desolate, until they reached the end of a road where the driver halted, stuttering, "Forward. No road left, here we are only." Gemini nodded, appreciating his kind warning, and handed him another $100 before disembarking with her suitcase. The young driver cast a worried glance at the lovely girl as she walked towards the grove at the end of the road. He tucked the money into his pocket, and when he looked up again, the girl had vanished from sight. A chill ran down his spine, prompting him to hastily start his vehicle and flee as if pursued. In the grove, Gemini squatted down and opened her trunk, rummaging through its contents until she retrieved a blanket, which floated gracefully to her knees. She then produced a crystal ball, scrutinizing it carefully before climbing onto the flying carpet. "Klebby, let us conceal ourselves and ascend in this direction," she commanded. "At your service." "Miss Gemini," Klebby responded, maneuvering the carpet smoothly into the air. Both Gemini and the carpet's shadow swiftly disappeared, soaring toward the direction she indicated. Comfortably seated on the flying carpet, Gemini pondered the absurdity of England's ban on such a mode of transport. Was it not far more pleasant than a broomstick? The bright sun shone overhead, and the magical runes embroidered on her attire regulated her temperature, ensuring that even in her winter coat, she remained unperturbed by the heat. The carpet glided swiftly and steadily through the skies for 3 hours, and Gemini felt so at ease that she almost wished for a cup of tea. Suddenly, an impulse struck her, and she ordered a halt. Klebby brought the carpet to a stop midair. Peering down, she consulted her crystal ball once more. This had to be the place. Stowing the crystal ball away, Gemini instructed Klebby to lower the carpet slightly for a closer inspection of the desert below. After a moment of scrutiny, she noticed an anomaly. A rocky section of the desert appeared rather unusual. Upon closer examination, she discerned moving silhouettes within, revealing a concealed base. Confirming her location, Gemini directed Klebby to fly a little farther away, ultimately landing near a small oasis situated 30 kilometers from the base. Klebby set up the tent. "We shall rest here for a while. The wind and sand are quite fierce, and I must freshen up to avoid any embarrassment. After all, we are meeting a billionaire." And that is of considerable value, Gemini stated, standing by the oasis's water. Clebby complied, opening her trunk to extract a neatly folded tent. With a mere gesture of his finger, the tent began to erect itself autonomously. The elegant, white tent was swiftly assembled, and Gemini frowned as she observed the luxurious two-story structure adorned with peacocks strutting about. How did this come to be? This must belong to the Malfoys. What is Creature up to? She mused, realizing retreat was no longer an option. Rubbing her temples, she entered the tent, only to be rendered speechless by its opulent decor, an unmistakable Malfoy style, replete with gilded candelabras, plush carpets, sumptuous armchairs, and a roaring fireplace. Hastening through the resplendent sitting room, she made her way to the bathroom, her eyes falling upon a bathtub the size of a small pool. With a slight grimace, she said nothing further, filled the tub with water, removed her clothes, and stepped in. Chapter 7. Within the tent, everything was abundantly stocked, including the kitchen cabinets brimming with various fruits, vegetables, and meats that had been preserved with enchantments. Even if Gemini found herself without a single penny, she could sustain herself for quite some time, thanks to the provisions within the tent. After finishing her bath, Gemini emerged clad in a deep navy puff skirt. She settled into an armchair, lifted the tea prepared by Kobe, and savored a sip. Gemini had a profound fondness for Gothic-style puff skirts, her wardrobe brimming with an array of intricately designed dresses in various hues. During her time at Hogwarts, she had yearned to alter her school uniform, but ultimately had to abandon the idea due to the objections of others. Kobe, please scout our target and ascertain if anyone else is in proximity. Remember to safeguard yourself. Gemini instructed, her tone commanding. Kobe acknowledged her request and vanished into the tent. Before long, he returned to report, Miss Gemini, our target is indeed within that base, albeit located in the innermost cave. There's also a man accompanying him. However, it appears they were both abducted together. The cave is replete with surveillance cameras. Kobe articulated his findings with clarity. Gemini rose and stepped outside the tent, noting that darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Kobe, do you know the location of their monitoring room? She inquired. I have confirmed it. Miss, Kobe replied, standing beside her. Let's wait a while longer. When the clock strikes 11, sprinkle this vial of potion in the monitoring room, Gemini instructed, handing Kobe a crystal bottle containing a potent concoction. Unlike the traditional version that required ingestion, her modified potion emitted a fragrance capable of inducing profound slumber without side effects, leaving individuals unaware of their descent into sleep. At your command, Miss Gemini, Kobe responded respectfully as he accepted the crystal vial. Dinner has been prepared. You may dine in the restaurant and rest. I shall call for you when it is time. Gemini nodded and turned to enter the tent, making her way towards the dining area. In the tranquil desert night, savoring the delicacies crafted by the house elf, she found herself enveloped in sheer comfort. Meanwhile, not far away in the cave, Tony Stark held a tin box containing an unidentifiable substance, his sentiments starkly contrasting with hers. In days past, he would have dismissed it without a second glance. Suppressing his revulsion, he hastily consumed the food without chewing, swallowing it whole. His expression ashen as he picked up a hammer and relentlessly pounded a sheet of metal. Tony, I believe you ought to take a break. At this rate, you will exhaust yourself, Ethan remarked, seated by the fire, observing Tony's toil. I'm almost done, Ethan. Once this is complete, I will ensure our escape, and I will not allow these people to prevail. Tony replied through gritted teeth as he hammered away. Ethan could only shrug, rising to assist Tony by placing the necessary items within his reach, conserving his strength. As the clock approached 11, Kobe silently infiltrated the terrorist's monitoring room. Pinching his nose with a clip, he shook the crystal bottle, and within a minute, the two individuals seated before the monitors began to yawn incessantly. A full minute later, they collapsed onto the table before them, succumbing to sleep. Kobe hurriedly sealed the bottle and subtly adjusted the position of the surveillance camera, ensuring a blind spot where Gemini would not be captured on film, before instantaneously returning to the tent. Miss Gemini, everything is prepared. Shall we set off now? Kobe discarded the clip and handed the remaining potion back to Gemini as he spoke. Gemini rose, smoothing out the creases in her dress and lifting a picnic basket. She said to Kobe, Kobe, take me to Tony Stark. Grasping the arm Kobe extended, he snapped his fingers and the two vanished from the tent. Inside the cave, Tony sat by the fire, resting and rubbing his growling stomach. He turned to Ethan and exclaimed, "My greatest wish at this moment is for a cheeseburger." Just as Gemini materialized, she overheard this remark. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "I didn't bring a cheeseburger, but would a steak sandwich suffice?" "Who?" Tony and Ethan sprang to their feet, staring at Gemini. "I must be dreaming. Who are you? How'd you get here? What about those terrorists?" Tony stammered in shock, while Ethan dashed toward the iron door that had confined them and tugged at it, finding it securely locked. "I am Gemini Black, commissioned by Ms. Pepper Potts to escort Tony Stark home," Gemini stated calmly. "I assessed the situation prior to my arrival. The conditions here are exceedingly harsh. As an additional service, I brought some provisions suitable for ordinary people. Would you care for any? Pepper? Is she well? How did she find you?" Tony gazed at the immaculate and refined young woman, utterly incredulous. She appeared as though she should be seated in a garden, elegantly enjoying afternoon tea, rather than appearing in this dim cave surrounded by cold-blooded terrorists. Gemini, slightly exasperated by the oppressive atmosphere of the cave, noted the unpleasant scent that had accumulated from the two men living there for several weeks. Nevertheless, considering Tony's affluent status, she maintained her composure and explained, "I own a shop called the Omnibus. For a fee, I can fulfill any request you have. Ms. Potts is quite well." She offered gems worth $50 million and $10 million in cash to ensure Tony Stark's safe return home. "Do not speak for now. The area is saturated with surveillance. If you have connections, leave quickly. If they discover you, escape will be impossible." Ethan returned from the door, anxiously addressing Gemini. Gemini glanced at the concerned Ethan, nodding in acknowledgement. He seemed a decent fellow. She would ensure he was taken along. "Do not worry. I've already put the personnel in the monitoring room to sleep, and I am currently in a position that the cameras cannot capture." With that, Gemini set the picnic basket down on the ground. "Would you like something to eat?" "Steak sandwiches and hazelnut lattes." Upon hearing the mention of food, Tony couldn't help but swallow hard. It had been nearly a month since he had tasted anything resembling ordinary fare. He had been subsisting on unidentifiable, vomit-like substances. "Eat." Tony retrieved the picnic basket and opened it, revealing the steak sandwiches nestled within. The creamy white bread enveloped thick, succulent steak, cooked to a perfect medium, exuding a delectable juiciness with a hint of verdant lettuce peeking from the edges. Handing one to Ethan, Tony took another for himself. Their eyes met, and in unison, they took hearty bites. The flavor of the beef was so exquisite that Tony nearly groaned with delight. It was indeed as tender and juicy as it appeared. Chapter 8. Tony then produced a glass bottle with a lid, unscrewed it, and took a sip. The smooth coffee cascaded down his throat, its warmth slightly exceeding that of his mouth, neither scalding nor cold, but rather pleasantly comforting. Having swiftly consumed a basket of food, Tony looked up at Gemini. "So, what are your plans?" Gemini appeared taken aback. "Was there supposed to be a plan? Wasn't it simply to leave?" "The plan is to take you away from here. Contact Miss Pepper and return to the United States," she stated candidly. Tony and Ethan exchanged bewildered glances. Ethan inquired, "What he means is, how do we exit this cave? There are hundreds of armed terrorists outside." Gemini suddenly understood. "Oh, don't worry about them. I'll take you out the same way I came in." Tony and Ethan fell silent, realizing how implausible her entrance had been. "Can you help me move everything out of here?" Tony asked cautiously. "Of course, but if it's too much trouble, I could just destroy it all," replied Gemini, observing the chaotic assortment of metal scraps, tattered clothing, and an old computer scattered throughout the cave. "All of it? Certainly not. I'll gather what we need to take, perhaps half," Tony quickly asserted. Gemini frowned at the filthy metal, appearing somewhat reluctant. "Add more money. $10 million in dollars. You'll be compensated upon return," Tony proposed with a spark of ingenuity. "Absolutely, get to it. You only have one night." Gemini decisively agreed, since she didn't need to do the heavy lifting herself. Ethan was utterly speechless, watching Tony rummage through the cave in search of his hidden belongings, and could only assist in clearing a space to pile things. Gemini could no longer tolerate the cave's stale air. "You all continue packing. Keep an eye on the time. You must be finished by 2 in the morning at the latest. I'll head out now. Once you're done, call Kobe. He'll take you to my location." With that, Gemini hastily urged Kobe to escort her from the cave back to the reception area in the tent. Struggling to suppress her urge to bathe again, Gemini instructed Kobe to wait in the cave until they finished, at which point he would bring them back. Kobe complied and vanished. On the other side, Tony had yet to respond when he noticed the small girl, who had been standing still, suddenly disappear. The steel plate in his hand fell to the ground as he rushed forward, waving his arms to confirm that nothing remained in that spot. He also explored the wall in that area, finding no openings whatsoever. Had it not been for the picnic basket on the ground, which assured them that this was not a mere dream, they might have truly believed it to be an illusion. Although the items were scattered, they were not numerous. Ethan retrieved his thin blanket, which he usually slept on, and laid it upon the ground, bundling their belongings into a colossal parcel. Tony glanced around to ensure nothing was left behind, exchanged a knowing look with Ethan, and cautiously called out, "Kraby?" The house elf Kraby appeared silently before Tony, exclaiming, "At your service, Mr. Richmond." Startled, Tony stumbled backward, exclaiming in fright, "What the hell is this?" Ethan steadied him, observing the creature before them. Kraby, visibly exasperated, thought to himself, how dare this muggle refer to him as a ghostly thing? Had it not been for Miss Gemini's declaration of his worth, he would have ensured the muggle regretted it. "Mr. Richmond, I am the exclusive house elf of Miss Gemini. By my master's command, I am to escort you and this gentleman to her location. Are you prepared?" Kraby inquired with a stoic expression. As Ethan helped Tony regain his balance, Tony questioned, "Are you a creature? Alive? Not some bionic robot or extraterrestrial?" Ethan tugged at Tony sharply, urging him to be silent, as he noted the creature's features contorting in displeasure. "We are ready, and we need to take this parcel with us. We might not be able to carry it otherwise." Kraby muttered under his breath, "Humph, muggle." Then, turning to the two, he instructed, "Please, gentlemen, grasp my arm and free one hand to hold your luggage. We shall depart." Tony and Ethan hesitantly clasped the elf's slender arm, fearful of inadvertently breaking it like a fragile twig, while each held onto one side of the large parcel. With a snap of his fingers, Kraby made their belongings vanish along with them. After a brief spell of dizziness, Kraby materialized at the entrance of the tent with Tony, Ethan, and the substantial parcel. Hearing the commotion, Gemini emerged from the tent, regarding them with a look of disdain. "It's getting late. You should freshen up and rest." Gemini advised. "Where are we? Are we safe? Shouldn't we leave immediately? If they search for us, we are doomed," Ethan said, adjusting his glasses in a flurry of panic. Gemini returned to the tent, scanned the surroundings, and pulled a tablecloth off the table, along with some towels. Using a transfiguration spell, she transformed the fabric into 2 simple outfits. Given her magical prowess, these garments would suffice until Kraby could procure new ones. Exiting the tent, Gemini handed the clothes to the two. "You should wash up in the waterhole. They won't find us. I will ensure our protection." "Are you certain? By the way, what was that just now? Instant transportation? A spatial wormhole? Is such advanced technology now in existence?" Tony asked, releasing his grip on the parcel, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Gemini flashed a standard smile, replying, "That was magic. Now hurry and clean yourselves. You smell dreadful." Ethan picked up a set of clothes and headed directly towards the water pool behind the tent. Although Tony still had questions, he thought it prudent to wash up first. As the two circled around to the water pool at the rear of the tent, they discovered that the tent exuded an air of opulence. The fabric appeared to be of silk, and at the entrance, there seemed to be live peacocks, reminiscent of a young lady from a wealthy family embarking on a journey. Once the two entered the water pool, Gemini began to weave spells in the vicinity of this oasis. Protective charms, muggle-repelling incantations, and ear-closing spells enveloped the small oasis. Satisfied with her handiwork, Gemini nodded and returned to the tent. After washing up, Tony and Ethan approached the tent's entrance, where the peacocks continued to saunter leisurely. "See? I told you there were live peacocks. I wasn't mistaken," Tony exclaimed, turning to Ethan, who could only shake his head in disbelief. What was going on? Why was a beautiful young girl, still a minor, being rescued in a place devoid of any weaponry for protection, and yet they had peacocks at the entrance? It was utterly bewildering. The two lifted the curtain and stepped into the tent, only to be astounded at the threshold. Tony stepped back to closely inspect the exterior of the tent, then ventured inside to survey the surroundings. This had to be some form of spatial technology. There was no way such a vast interior could exist within the confines of its exterior. Chapter 9. Gemini set down her book and delicately yawned. "Kobe, please escort the guests to their rooms. I shall retire for now. Any matters can be discussed tomorrow. By the way, could you also procure 2 sets of clothing for them from the nearby city? They cannot remain in the tablecloths I transformed for much longer." With that, Gemini ascended the staircase beside the fireplace. "Please, gentlemen, follow me." Kobe appeared beside the two, gesturing for them to proceed. Though Tony was inclined to inquire further, he decided it best to save his questions for Gemini the following day. Following Kobe, they climbed the stairs to the second floor, where a corridor stretched before them, flanked by 3 doors. Kobe led them to one of the doors, opened it, and invited them inside. Upon entering the room, Tony surveyed the surroundings. It resembled a luxurious hotel suite, complete with a washroom. The floor was adorned with plush carpeting, and the walls were draped in wallpaper. In the center stood a grand 4-poster bed, surrounded by deep-hued velvet drapes, and there was even a window. Tony approached and gazed out, revealing a view of the desert illuminated by the moonlight, which cast a silvery glow across the entire expanse. The other gentleman's room is identical to this one. Miss Gemini's room is on the 3rd floor. Please refrain from intruding. I kindly suggest you both retire for the night. Kobe bowed and exited, closing the door behind him. Tony pushed open the washroom door and turned on the faucet, refreshing water cascading down. He walked over to the bathtub, which could comfortably accommodate 2, and turned on its tap, warm water flowing forth. "So why were we made to wash outside?" Tony stared blankly at Ethan, who shrugged, perhaps finding us too unkempt. After exchanging a few casual words, Ethan turned and retreated to his room. It was nearly 4 in the morning, and he needed to seize the opportunity for some rest. Sunlight streamed through the window onto the large bed in the center of the room. Tony rolled over to evade the light, but the next moment he sat up abruptly, gazing in astonishment at his surroundings. Was this not a dream? "Tony, are you awake?" A knock resonated from outside the door. Tony acknowledged it, noticing a set of clean clothes on the bedside cabinet. He reached for them, dressed quickly, and made his way to open the door. "Just woke up? It's already 1 in the afternoon. You've missed breakfast and lunch. Freshen up. Kobe should have left food for you," Ethan said, standing outside the door, equally clad in fresh attire and radiating energy. Tony stepped aside to let him in and proceeded to the washroom. The toiletries were neatly arranged at the basin, confirming that he had slept soundly, entirely oblivious to someone's presence last night. After freshening up, Tony took a moment to tidy his beard, emerging revitalized and accompanying Ethan downstairs. Gemini sat quietly in an armchair, engrossed in a book, while a teapot effortlessly poured tea into her cup. A small knife floated in the air, cutting pastries into bite-sized pieces, and a fork hovered beside her, ready for her to grasp at will. "Good morning. Is there still something to eat?" Tony greeted Gemini as he descended. She nodded, signaling to Kobe, "Prepare some food for our esteemed Mr. Stark. It's the afternoon now." Tony glanced around and settled at the dining table, casually inquiring, "Young lady, did you come here by yourself? What your parents? Do they not object to your chosen path?" Gemini replied nonchalantly, "My parents are no longer with me. One must live." Tony fell silent for a moment before asking, "Forgive me, when do we return to the United States?" "Anytime you wish. After you've eaten, you may contact your assistant to arrange for her to send someone for you," Gemini answered, setting aside her book and picking up the floating fork to bring a pastry to her mouth. Tony pondered briefly and continued, "Could we extend our stay for a few more days? Would that be too much trouble? The weapons at the base originated from my company, and I would prefer they not remain there." Gemini perked up at this. "Should you remain here for another day, including your accommodation and security, it will amount to $10,000 a day for the 2 of you, double portions. However, if you are willing to pay $1 million, I can assist you in obliterating those items, leaving not a trace behind." The corners of Tony's eyes twitched. "I believe $2,000 a day for both of us is quite reasonable. We shall manage ourselves." Gemini pouted, "Very well, but it cannot exceed a week. I made a pact with your assistant. She will ensure your safe extraction within that time frame." Tony calculated briefly. "A week would suffice. By the way, may I inquire about the nature of this situation? Is the magic you speak of genuine? Who exactly are you?" Gemini rose to her feet and approached Tony, casting a sly glance in his direction. "Do not inquire further, Mr. Wealthy," she warned, "lest you find your memories erased. Though they exercise restraint, the unexpected can always occur. You wouldn't want to appear foolish, would you, Mr. Wealthy?" Tony arched an eyebrow. "Not even with more money? How could one possibly know?" "To gain clarity, there are but 2 methods. Achieve one, and you shall possess the full knowledge," Gemini replied, turning away, hands clasped behind her back as she returned to her seat. "What methods? Pray share. Perhaps I could manage it," Tony inquired, leaning back against his chair. "First, you must marry me. Second, you must be my father. Gemini stated without glancing back. To know the entirety of what you seek, only my kin may reveal it. As for my kin, aside from my husband, it could only be my father. Upon hearing her conditions, Tony nearly toppled from his chair. Hey, I could adopt you. You're not of age yet, are you? I believe I could be your father. A plate was abruptly slammed onto the table before Tony, its contents spilling chaotically. Dream on, with your standing. You think you could be Miss Gemini's father? Her father is, after all, a pure-blood noble. The Guardian is a renowned figure as well. You, a mere muggle. Kobe erupted in fury, berating Tony. Silence, Kobe. Apologize. Gemini's expression turned icy. You must accept punishment. I have long asserted that only animals concern themselves with lineage. We are human. Kobe's eyes brimmed with tears, yet he could not defy Gemini's command and begrudgingly offered an apology to Tony. I'm sorry, sir. Please forgive my impudence. Before Tony could respond, Kobe, in tears, thrust his hand into the oven, exclaiming, Kobe is a wicked elf. He has forgotten his master's words. Chapter 10. Tony was left astounded. By the time he regained his senses, the oven had grown hot, and the room began to fill with the acrid scent of burning. He dashed over and yanked Kobe from the oven's edge. Hey, what are you doing? Gemini retrieved a bottle and placed it on the dining table. Kobe, that's enough. Go apply the salve. I expect a stew for dinner. Kobe shook off Tony's grip and, cradling his injured hand, bowed before Gemini before vanishing. Tony, still in shock, gazed at Gemini. What exactly is he? Why would you allow him to punish himself? Gemini regarded him coolly. Mr. Wealthy, I trust you will keep your comments in check around Kobe. Had I not permitted him to inflict punishment upon himself, he would, upon realizing his errors, have thrust himself into the oven entirely. What then is he? How is this possible? Tony asked, bewildered. A house elf. He is my personal servant, said to have been born at the same time as I. Upon my return to the ancestral home, he awakened from his slumber, belonging solely to me. Obedient to all my commands. Should he disobey me, he will self-inflict punishment before I even notice. Gemini offered a succinct explanation. All right, Mr. Wealthy, we can say no more. Knowing too much can be detrimental, and refrain from speaking of this in public. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. As the atmosphere thickened with tension, Ethan hurriedly descended the stairs from the upper floor. Quickly, gather your belongings and leave. They are coming. I saw them from the window. Tony sprang to his feet, swiftly turning to dash outside. Observing the swirling dust in the distance, he realized that indeed someone was approaching. He intended to return and urged Gemini to prepare, only to find her standing right behind him. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and pack your things. Tony urged anxiously, attempting to pull her back. Gemini gently sidestepped, assuring him, do not worry, they will not find us. Just watch. Tony hesitated, standing still, while Ethan followed behind, biting his lip before turning back to the tent. He emerged from the kitchen, wielding 2 kitchen knives, and handed one to Tony. The two stood there, gripping their knives tightly, their hearts racing uncontrollably. The swirling dust halted at the edge of the oasis, where 2 armed individuals disembarked from a vehicle, speaking in an unfamiliar tongue. Are they blind? Ethan exclaimed in disbelief. They are asking where the small oasis has gone. Can they not see us? Tony abruptly turned to Gemini, who had begun to sway back towards the tent. The desert sun was still quite intense. Is this some form of spatial technology? Can I learn it? Tony called out, hastening his pace. Gemini rolled her eyes and coldly replied, No, you cannot. Dismayed by the rejection, Tony did not pursue her further, instead gazing at her retreating figure with bright eyes, convinced that one day he would understand. In the subsequent days, free from the threat of danger, Tony resumed his ironworking endeavors. Kobe no longer made appearances, but meals and clothing were consistently provided at their designated spots. Finally, on the last day designated by Gemini, Tony completed his armor. With Ethan's assistance, he donned the cumbersome steel suit which gleamed under the sunlight. Gemini stood nearby, observing curiously. Hey, young lady, can you take me to the base? Tony asked in a hushed tone. To meet your demise? Gemini frowned, still awaiting her payment. Of course not, to rectify my mistakes. Tony asserted resolutely. Increase the pay. Kobe, take him to an uninhabited area of the base. Gemini commanded decisively. Kobe appeared silently behind Tony, grasping a protruding section of the steel armor, and they vanished. Gemini returned to the tent, retrieving her flying carpet, leisurely taking a seat upon it. She turned to Ethan. Shall we go for a look? No charge. Trembling, Ethan climbed onto the carpet, gripping the tassels tightly as he gazed at the receding ground, swallowing nervously. I won't suddenly fall, will I? Gemini raised an eyebrow. Are you questioning my abilities? Although my control may not rival that of Kobe, I would never abandon you. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Ethan's forehead. Gemini maneuvered the flying carpet at a breakneck speed towards the base, arriving in no time. As the carpet hovered in midair, Gemini produced her wand and cast a disillusionment charm on herself, Ethan, and the carpet, rendering their figures invisible. The two gazed upon the tranquil base, and Ethan furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Why is there no commotion? Has he been captured again?" Gemini reassured him, "No, Kobe is trailing our esteemed Mr. Rich, after all. He hasn't settled the bill yet." 3 minutes later, the once serene base erupted with a cacophony of gunfire, shadows darting to and fro, accompanied by incessant screams and shouts. Ethan squinted at the scene below, still unable to catch sight of Tony's armored suit, only hearing the various gunshots. Before long, Tony's suit appeared at the cave's entrance, launching a small object towards the weapons and ammunition outside. Ethan's eyes widened in alarm as he realized, "Quick, ascend. It's going to explode." That lunatic. Without hesitation, Gemini directed the carpet to soar at the utmost speed towards the oasis. Just as they departed, a violent explosion erupted from the base, the shockwave tossing Gemini and Ethan into somersaults. Had Ethan not firmly grasped the carpet, he would have plummeted. Once the shockwave passed, Gemini and Ethan peered back towards the base, still waiting for Tony's emergence. Just as Ethan's anxiety heightened, a figure burst forth from the flames, ascending skyward amidst Tony's jubilant exclamations. Ethan exhaled in relief, and Gemini, too, felt reassured. Their money was safe. In midair, Tony traced a parabolic arc, transitioning from cheers to gasps as he plummeted towards the nearby sand dune, landing directly at the feet of Ethan and Gemini. Gemini frowned at the descending Tony, swiftly calculating the landing spot and timing, casting a cushioning charm just in time. Tony's descent slowed, causing him to bounce sideways upon impact. Before the carpet could descend fully, Ethan leapt off and sprinted towards Tony, exclaiming, "Hey, are you alive? Wake up." He smacked Tony's helmet-clad head. With great effort, Tony raised his hand and removed his helmet, collapsing onto the ground, laughing heartily as he told Ethan, "Did you see that? I flew. I did it. I destroyed those weapons. And I flew." Chapter 11. Ethan gazed at Tony, whose face was flushed and covered in sweat, knowing full well he was in no better condition. Yes. I watched you fall from the sky. Can you still move?" Tony, astonished, looked at Ethan from the sky. "You mean she took you flying? That's not fair. I want to fly too." Gemini approached gracefully, observing Tony with a look of disdain as she pursed her lips. She rummaged through her small bag at her waist and tossed 2 vials to Ethan, the green one for treating burns and the white one for healing external wounds. "You shall administer the medicine. I refuse to allow such a filthy person to sit on my flying carpet." After a moment's consideration, Gemini tossed another vial of healing potion. "Once the external wounds are healed, consume this. Do not think of leaving it for testing. I have tried it before. Scientific methods yield no results." Tony shrugged, taking the vial for himself to apply the medicine. "How do we return?" "Kobe has already gone back to pack. Burn this, and your assistant will receive a notification. I believe she should have prepared the plane by now. Would you mind if I hitch a ride back?" Gemini tossed a piece of paper to Tony. "What? So soon? No. Can I at least tidy myself up a bit?" Tony looked at his disheveled appearance, and then at the 2 impeccably groomed individuals beside him, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Gemini coldly rejected his request. "No, there is not enough time." Reluctantly, Tony began to apply the medicine himself, hoping to be presentable when the transport arrived. After administering the potion, Tony raised an eyebrow at the now-healed blisters on his body and swallowed the healing potion that reeked of dirty socks. "Ugh, I suspect you are retaliating against me. What is this horrid taste?" Just as nausea threatened to overcome him, he suddenly felt an unusual sensation in his chest. He tore open his shirt to inspect, revealing the makeshift nuclear reactor being pushed outward by his muscles. Ethan gasped at the sight. "Gemini, quickly, think of something. There are numerous tiny shrapnel pieces surrounding his heart. Without this device to contain them, he will perish." Immediately, Tony felt himself growing breathless, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Gemini furrowed her brow and approached, pushing Ethan aside. She knelt beside Tony and forcefully extracted the device from his chest. Tony gasped in pain, his vision fading as the crude removal exacerbated the agony. After nearly a month, that apparatus had fused with his flesh. Gemini retrieved her small bag from her waist, opened it on the ground, and delicately extracted one item, pouring a few drops into the gaping wound in Tony's chest. The writhing injury ceased its movement instantly. Gemini then used her wand to scan Tony's body, indeed discovering foreign objects near his heart. Given that Tony had just consumed the healing potion, his blood was flowing rapidly, threatening to carry the foreign matter into his heart. Gemini decisively wielded a small silver knife to incise the muscle, subsequently utilizing a bone extraction spell to remove the two ribs anterior to the heart. She then meticulously sliced through the muscle encasing the heart, concentrating intently as she employed several minor vanishing incantations to render the fragments invisible. This series of actions left beads of sweat upon Gemini's brow. While it may sound straightforward, the application of those vanishing spells alone could earn her high marks in a magical examination. After all, the minuscule shards were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, discernible only through the caster's magical perception. She had to be cautious of the spell's potency. A mere miscalculation could lead to the disappearance of not just the fragments, but also vital blood vessels nearby, particularly given their proximity to the heart. Upon reassessing, Gemini confirmed that the fragments had been thoroughly dealt with. She swiftly cast a sterilization spell into Tony's thoracic cavity, drawing the muscles back together. The healing potion's efficacy was still active, and Gemini observed as the muscle tissues entwined and began to mend, gradually returning to the outer layer of skin. Now, aside from the absence of two ribs, Tony appeared as sound as any ordinary person. Revive, quickly, Gemini murmured softly. Tony inhaled deeply and awakened, staring in astonishment at his unscathed chest before widening his eyes at Gemini's bloodied hands. "You've healed me? How much do I owe you?" Gemini furrowed her brow, glancing at her stained hands, longing for a wash. "No payment is necessary. My contract with your assistant stipulates that you remain unscathed. I was unaware of your previous injury." Tony paused, then earnestly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. Kibby, bring water. I need to wash my hands," Gemini instructed, disregarding Tony. Kibby appeared with a basin filled with clear water, and after several washes, Gemini's hands were finally clean, though Kibby had changed the water multiple times. Drink it once your external injuries heal. I've removed 2 of your ribs, so be cautious. Your heart is now devoid of skeletal protection." After washing her hands, Gemini tossed a vial of bone regeneration essence to Tony. "Now, have your assistant arrange for someone to fetch you. I can no longer remain here. This potion will enable your bones to regrow within 8 hours, though it may be somewhat painful, and anesthetics cannot be used." Tony gingerly touched his chest, where a once gaping wound was now covered by a thin layer of skin, quivering gently with the rhythm of his heartbeat. He tugged at his clothing, which had become little more than strips of fabric, failing to conceal anything, until Ethan generously removed his jacket and offered it to him. Grasping the vial of bone essence, Tony observed the transparent liquid within, resembling water, and skeptically shook it before uncorking it to inhale its scent. He swallowed the entire contents in one gulp. "No water allowed. Hurry up. How can a grown man be so childish about taking medicine?" Gemini remarked impatiently, watching Tony's cautious demeanor. "Well, I suspect this is not the remedy I anticipated, especially since the taste of that previous potion lingers vividly in my memory," Tony explained dryly. He glanced once more at his chest, sighed, and downed the remainder of the potion in a single swig. Tony felt as though he had swallowed a mouthful of searing flames. The potion slid down his throat and ignited a fire within his stomach, causing him to cough incessantly. "What on earth is this?" 1,100 drops. Bone regeneration. Efficacious. Exclusively sold by Rubens Winks Limited. However, this vial is of my own concoction, ensuring a quicker effect," Gemini stated, nodding modestly at Tony. "You have a company?" Tony exclaimed in astonishment, but he had no time to ponder further, as he could feel the potion's effects commencing. A sharp, tingling sensation began under his armpits, incessantly reminding him that his ribs were robustly growing. The pain compelled Tony to groan. "For heaven's sake, think of something. This is unbearable." Chapter 12. Gemini furrowed her brow, gazing at Tony. "Describe your sensations," she instructed, producing a bound parchment notebook and an exquisite golden quill, poised to record his words. Tony's eyes widened in disbelief at her instruments. Do you take me for a test subject? Please, do not be so dramatic. Just share your feelings. It will assist me in determining how best to alleviate your pain, Gemini replied, with a practiced ladylike smile, though Tony could almost sense a mischievous tail swaying behind her. As he gasped for breath, Tony carefully articulated his sensations, anxious that any omission might lead to his own further suffering. Gemini recorded his experiences, then waved her wand, casting a light over him before jotting down one last note and stowing her parchment and quill. I may have miscalculated. The resistance to potions differs between muggles and wizards. I have adjusted the formula. For a wizard, this potion requires 4 hours to take effect, albeit with pain amplified 15-fold. For a muggle, only half a vial suffices, with minimal increase in pain. You consumed an entire vial, so I estimate you will complete your rib growth in 2 hours, but the corresponding agony has escalated to 3-fold. Despairing, Tony clutched his chest and collapsed onto the sandy ground. I don't want to hear about the potion's analysis. I simply wish to know how to cease this pain. Cough. You should burn that paper, Gemini remarked with a slight cough, feeling somewhat guilty about testing her modified potion on a human for the first time. Tony hastily set the parchment ablaze using the nearby flaming armor, only to witness Gemini retrieving another identical transparent crystal vial, causing his expression to shift dramatically. You expect me to drink that? Gemini rolled her eyes and waved the crystal bottle beneath his nose. Tony instinctively inhaled, detecting no unusual scent. What is this? He began, but before he could finish, he collapsed on the ground, and the next moment, the sound of snoring filled the air. Didn't you say we couldn't use anesthetics? Ethan inquired, intrigued. What are you talking about? This is certainly not an anesthetic. The pain has not vanished. I have merely induced sleep. It is preferable to enduring this while awake, Gemini replied with an air of nonchalance. Ethan gazed at Tony on the ground with a sense of compassion, despite the deafening cries that could not conceal his furrowed brow and slightly twitching fingers. It seemed that even in slumber, he found no respite. Thankfully, he himself had sustained no injuries. Thank heavens. What shall we do now? Ethan shifted his position, managing to block the sunlight that was harshly illuminating Tony's face. Kobe, have the tents been taken down? Let us return to the oasis and assist Mr. Stark, Gemini suggested. Miss Gemini, the tent has not yet been dismantled. Only the protective enchantment over the oasis has been lifted, Kobe's sharp voice interjected. Let us proceed, Gemini said, extending her hand to rest gently on Kobe's shoulder. Ethan, observing Kobe's outstretched arm, quickly crouched to grasp it, while his other hand firmly held onto Tony's arm. After a moment of dizzying disorientation, the group materialized before the tents of the oasis. Gemini released Kobe and strode directly into the tent, wondering where Pepper might be. What if she was still in America? Fortunately, the tent remained intact. They could wait in peace. Ethan cautiously regarded Kobe and quietly implored him to assist in returning Tony to his room, as it was hardly suitable for him to remain there. And Ethan knew he could not manage to move an adult man alone. Kobe's demeanor towards Ethan softened considerably. He nodded with restraint and, with a delicate gesture of his slender fingers towards Tony, he began to levitate him gently, guiding him into the tent, prompting Ethan to follow closely behind. Once inside the room, Kobe placed Tony down and, in consideration of Ethan, tended to him by changing him into loose sleepwear and cleaning away the blood and grime before laying him back onto the bed. Amidst Ethan's hurried expressions of gratitude, Kobe vanished with a satisfied demeanor, suggesting there were indeed good people among the muggles. Yet this good muggle seemed rather frail. He needed to bolster his nutrition. Time rewound to before Tony entered the ominous base. 200 kilometers away, a military base stood resolute, where American soldiers bustled about. In the conference room of a small building at the center, Pepper paced anxiously. Listen to me. Pepper, you must return. It is far too dangerous here. Colonel Rhodes urged from the doorway. You're the most trusted person by Tony. You cannot afford to encounter any issues. I will take responsibility for locating Tony. You need to return and keep watch over him. No, Rhodes. I know he is here. I may not have the exact address, but he is undoubtedly nearby. And he is alive. I have leads, and I must remain here to await further signals, Pepper asserted resolutely. Rhodes rubbed his face in frustration. And your source of information? Is it merely that unreliable shop? Rhodes, you must understand, that is no ordinary shop. Pepper's words were interrupted by a knock at the door. Rhodes turned to open it, revealing a soldier standing at the entrance. "Sir, there's been a massive explosion in the west, detected just 10 minutes ago." The soldier saluted and reported. "What's the distance? Have we detected anything?" Rhodes inquired. "Approximately 200 kilometers away. Satellite imagery revealed what appeared to be a terrorist stronghold that had been obliterated." "Understood. Proceed with surveillance," Rhodes commanded. The soldier saluted once more before turning to leave. "Could it be Tony?" Pepper inquired, her face pale with fear as she approached after the door had closed. Rhodes moved to the edge of the table. "Is your aircraft reliable? Who are the personnel on board?" The situation remained uncertain, and then he noticed something. "What is that?" Rhodes' eyes widened as he stared at the bag Pepper had placed on the table, which was emitting a flickering light. "Step back." Rhodes swiftly positioned himself behind Pepper, grasping the shield that had been left by the door. He cautiously approached her bag. "What do you have in there?" Pepper, bewildered, replied, "Just my phone, keys, cosmetics, and—" "The paper from his store?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, she disregarded Rhodes' warning, stepped forward, and turned the bag upside down, spilling its contents onto the table. A piece of parchment floated down, shimmering as it landed. Pepper quickly picked it up and examined it closely. The parchment began to reveal intricate lines, forming a rudimentary map that unmistakably indicated the current location of the base. A pair of footprints appeared on the map, with Pepper Potts' name inscribed above them. A dashed line, formed from ink, slowly connected to distant footprints, upon which the name Tony Stark was marked. Chapter 13. Pepper took a few steps in the opposite direction, and the map reflected the alteration in her footprints. Instantly, she confirmed that the mark indicated Tony's location, just as Gemini had mentioned. This was the means by which he would communicate with her. This parchment was a modified version of a hotspot map that Gemini had crafted with her father and friends. The original hotspot map had been secured by Harry Potter, and after countless requests to no avail, Gemini had determinately reverse-engineered it based on the borrowing records of Sirius, James, and Remus, ultimately creating a product of her own design. Once the individuals signed their names, if one person burned the corresponding parchment, both parties' locations would manifest on the signed document. Pepper and Rhodes exchanged glances. "We'll take your plane," they both declared in unison. A moment of silence enveloped the conference room before Rhodes approached the door and summoned a soldier. "Make arrangements for Stark Industries aircraft to return. I shall accompany them to investigate the recent explosion. No one else is to go to conserve fuel." The soldier cast a peculiar glance at Rhodes and Pepper, a lewd smile creeping onto his face. "Of course, sir. I will relay the message." Rhodes watched the soldier's retreating figure in vain, unsure of how to articulate the situation. Pepper stepped closer. "We should hurry. It's nothing to worry about." The two boarded Tony's private jet, where Happy was at the controls. Pepper placed the parchment in the cockpit for Happy to reference as they flew. 200 kilometers is a swift distance for an aircraft, and before long, the plane circled above the verdant oasis. Upon spotting the conspicuous tent, Pepper immediately recalled the distinctive style of Gemini and instructed Happy to find a suitable place to land. Soon, the aircraft descended into the nearby desert, and Pepper and Rod disembarked with urgency, making their way towards the oasis. Ethan had been waiting at the tent entrance since the plane touched down. Gemini had already informed him that it was Tony's family who had come to retrieve him, and she preferred to remain indoors. "Is this Miss Pepper?" Ethan called out as he spotted them. "Indeed. Where is Tony?" Pepper queried, hastening her steps. Ethan relaxed his tense posture, waiting for them to reach the tent. "Follow me. Tony is currently asleep. According to Gemini, he still requires 2 more hours of rest." With that, he led them into the tent. Rod, upon entering, was momentarily taken aback by the scene inside, contrasting sharply with the arid desert outside. Pepper, however, was unfazed and closely followed Ethan up the staircase. Rod covered his mouth in astonishment, stumbling behind, his gaze fixated on the furnishings. The broom and cloth he had cleaned with, and a cabinet that automatically lifted its legs for the broom to sweep away dust, an overwhelming sight. Ascending to the second floor, Ethan guided them to Tony's room. Upon seeing Tony resting peacefully on the bed, Pepper sighed in relief and approached to examine him closely. However, aside from his furrowed brow, she couldn't shake the feeling that Tony appeared slightly heavier. "Why is he asleep? Is something amiss?" she inquired. "By the way, may I ask your name?" Ethan removed his glasses to clean them, then put them back on and replied, "It's a long story, but you can call me Ethan. I'm also a hostage, taken by them when they attacked Tony. His injuries were severe, and I was abducted to assist in his recovery. Ethan succinctly recounted their recent tribulations. Pepper's eyes brimmed with tears as she listened, hardly able to fathom that had she not found Gemini, Tony might still be trapped in that dark cave, seeking a way to escape. Rod's expression mirrored her anguish as he gazed solemnly at Tony, his best friend, looking as grave as if attending a funeral. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room. Rod, closest to the door, opened it, only to freeze in place. Noticing Rod's immobility, Ethan walked over. Upon seeing the tray floating at the entrance, he swiftly pulled Rod aside and took the tray from the air. "Thank you, Kobe. This is most timely." "No need for thanks, Mr. Ethan," came the sharp voice of Kobe, who remained unseen. Ethan balanced the tray and kicked the door shut with his foot, turning to Rod, but looked as if he might pop a vein from surprise. This is difficult to explain. Just know that this is the little sprite responsible for caring for Gemini, and they possess remarkable culinary skills. We must wait a little longer. Please have a seat. Kobe has brought tea and snacks for us to enjoy while we wait." Ethan placed the tray on the table by the window, gesturing for Pepper and Rhodey to join him. Once seated, Pepper lifted her cup for a sip, her eyes lighting up in delight. "Just like in a shop. It's delicious," she exclaimed, taking another bite of the pastry. "So, have you all been staying here this week?" she inquired. "Of course. Kobe is truly an adept little elf. His culinary skills are unparalleled. He can whip up anything you desire," Ethan praised, giving a thumbs up. "No wonder I feel like Tony has gained a bit of weight," Pepper remarked wryly, at a loss for words. As Pepper and Rhodey finished their coffee and snacks, discussing various details with Ethan, a groan emerged from the bed. "Tony!" Pepper immediately heard and rushed to his side. Tony opened his eyes, instinctively reaching to cover his ribs until he felt the integrity of his bones and realized the pain had subsided, relaxing his stiff jaw and sore hands. He surveyed the room. "You all made it? How long has it been?" "Ethan, why do I feel as if I've been beaten?" "To be precise, you haven't been beaten. According to Gemini, you merely fell asleep. The pain lingered, so your body remained tense while you slumbered," Ethan replied, suppressing a laugh as he explained. "Hey, are we taking your fun Jeep again next time?" Rhodey approached, extending his hand towards Tony. Tony's expression stiffened as he reluctantly returned the gesture. "No, let us not bring that up again. I've had my fill of this place. When we going home?" Fully recovered, Tony learned that the plane was not far off and promptly began to gather his belongings, though there was little to pack. Gemini appeared as well. After glancing at the sky, she decided they would depart after dinner. Tony pouted, rubbing his stomach as he contemplated the possibility of not tasting Kobe's cooking again, which quickly led him to acquiesce. Chapter 14. This modest dinner was held beside the pond outside the tent, where Kobe skillfully cleared a space for a long table laden with an array of delectable dishes, succulent roasted chicken, steak, and sweet raspberry pie, nearly straining the table. Happy was summoned by Rhodey, and the group enjoyed a delightful meal in the desert oasis. After a brief respite, Kobe tidied up the tent and belongings, packing them into a small box that Gemini carried. Happy piloted the plane back to the military base, resting overnight aboard the aircraft, while Rhodey arranged matters to accompany Tony's flight back to the United States. As they crossed into New York airspace, Gemini, seated in her chair, sensed it was time for her to depart. "I think I should be going now, Mr. Billionaire. Remember your debts. I'd rather not have to come knocking for repayment." Tony looked at Gemini, bewildered. "Aren't you coming to New York with us?" "No. I believe many will be eagerly awaiting your return, so I shall not intrude. And do remember not to speak of this lightly." After Gemini finished speaking, she stood up, grasping her small suitcase. "Kobe, take me home." With a soft snap, Gemini's figure vanished into the aircraft. "Jarvis, erase the surveillance footage from the plane and back it up to my private server," Tony promptly instructed. "Understood, sir." Rhodey approached the spot where Gemini had just stood, waved his hand, and turned to Tony. "So what exactly is this? A supernatural ability?" "No, it is magic," Tony replied, unable to suppress a grin at Rhodey's expression, which mirrored his own initial disbelief. Once home, Gemini threw herself onto her bed, releasing a contented sigh. No matter how comfortable a tent may be, it could never compare to the warmth of her own home. An owl tapped on the window, prompting Kobe to hurriedly open it and accept the letter. He also offered the owl some treats before it flapped its wings and departed. Kobe handed the letter to Gemini. "Miss Gemini, it is correspondence from the United States Congress." Gemini furrowed her brow, took the letter, and upon opening it, sighed in relief. It was merely a notification from the International Tourism Department indicating that they had detected her return to the United States and requested her to register at her convenience. Thankfully, it was not related to Tony. Otherwise, she would truly have to pack and flee, for she was well aware that she could not contend with the might of a nation. Tossing the letter aside, Gemini allowed herself to sink back into her stupor, dismissing all matters until she had rested. "Miss Gemini, I truly must disturb you once more," Kobe pleaded, his eyes brimming with tears as he stood at the door, gently knocking his head against the wall. "Enough, Kobe. Get to the point." Gemini languidly lay on the bed, her gaze vacant as it drifted to the ceiling. "Miss Gemini, our household assets have been depleted. Numerous essentials require replenishment." Kobe stood cautiously at the door, reluctant to disrupt his mistress, yet after a week away, their home was devoid of provisions, and even cleaning supplies were in short supply. "Did we not receive the gems sent by Miss Pepper? Exchange them for money. Those pure gems are still favored by the goblins. Keep the aquamarine one. Sell the rest at Gringotts. Aside from the shop being blown up, do not bring me any other matters," Gemini declared, promptly enveloping herself in her blankets. Kobe quietly exited the room, ensuring the door was securely closed. He retrieved the payment left by Pepper and ventured to the magical marketplace behind Times Square. Using his mistress's mark, he successfully exchanged all the gems. The proceeds from these exquisite gems allowed Gemini to upgrade her vault at Gringotts in the United States to a number within the range of 500. Gringotts vaults worldwide are relatively similar. The deeper one descends, the more secure and valuable the vault becomes. Now, Gemini's vault had been upgraded to number 457. As her previous vault, number 1021, could no longer accommodate the substantial amount of galleons. The pixie from the vault bestowed upon Kirby a metal card along with a letter, instructing him to deliver it to his master. Kirby accepted the items and promptly turned to leave. The following morning, Gemini, finally feeling well-rested, emerged from her room to discover the letter and card prominently displayed by Kirby. Upon closer examination, she noted the exquisite craftsmanship of the metal card, which held a substantial weight in her hand. Upon opening the letter, she found it was penned by the manager of Gringotts' American branch, informing her that her identity and deposits had qualified her as a premium client, granting her access to a secure vault with a balance of up to 500 million. Additionally, she was provided with a customized card, akin to those used at the Muggle Bank, which would afford her privileges at any magical shop across America. Gemini stared at the promotional letter, her expression darkening, and without a moment's hesitation, she discarded it into the trash, placing the card into her small bag instead. She could not help but think that aside from the plethora of advertisements, this card was far more valuable than a bag of gold coins. She strode directly to the roaring fireplace, tossing in some flue powder before stepping into the flames, arriving at the International Travel Department, the same which was behind the counter, and Gemini stated her purpose. Upon seeing her, the witch spoke up immediately. "I've just returned from a trip to Afghanistan, and didn't use the local fireplace, so I'm here to report." Gemini placed her wand on the counter, and the witch took it, placing on a machine that promptly spat out a slip of paper. The witch glanced at it, tucked it into a nearby drawer, and returned the wand to Gemini. "All done with the registration. Thank you for your cooperation." Retrieving her wand, Gemini casually picked up a copy of the New York Spectre from the front desk, her eyes drawn to the headline featuring a dynamic photograph of Tony Stark. Why is a Muggle on the Wizarding newspaper? A twinge of anxiety gripped her heart as she feigned indifference and inquired. The witch behind the counter looked up. "You haven't heard? This Muggle seems to have significant ties to the magical world. If he hadn't shown up when he did, the Aurors were prepared to take action. Do you know what his connection to the magical world is?" Gemini pressed, her curiosity piqued, her expression animated. The witch stood up, leaning over the counter to glance around before whispering conspiratorially, "I've heard that this Muggle is the illegitimate child of a prominent figure, which is why he ended up in the Muggle world. It appears that this figure has no other children. Even in the Muggle realm, there are high-ranking individuals from the magical world keeping an eye on him." Gemini offered a polite yet awkward smile. She fished out her last gold galleon and placed it on the counter. "Thank you for the story. I must be on my way, and I'll take this newspaper with me. Do come again." The witch cheerfully waved, watching as Gemini stepped back into the fireplace. She pocketed the galleon and turned her attention to a throng of travelers emerging from the international fireplace, swiftly forgetting about Gemini. Upon returning home, Gemini could hardly contain her laughter. An illegitimate child? No matter how one perceives it, A mute cannon possesses an inherent magic within, albeit unable to manifest its sorcery. In stark contrast, Tony's body harbors not a trace of magic. Nevertheless, this revelation is noteworthy. The esteemed tycoon has connections within the magical realm, and quite substantial ones at that, though he himself remains blissfully unaware. Chapter 15. Upon reflecting on this, Gemini exhaled a sigh of relief. Thus, even if her recent mission to rescue in Afghanistan were to be exposed, the Magical Council would not take any action against her. With caution, she placed the newspaper upon the table, observing Tony, who was speaking in the photograph, and chuckled softly, wondering how the affluent gentleman would react upon seeing this. "Kibby, open the doors for business," Gemini commanded. The lock of the shop on the first floor clicked open, and the sign on the door flipped to reveal the words, "Now Open," which gleamed with vibrant colors. Barely had business commenced when the door swung open, and in walked a striking woman with red hair. After entering, she curiously surveyed her surroundings before seating herself at a table and picking up a piece of parchment. After contemplating its contents, she inscribed a few words. As she set down her somewhat defective quill and was about to examine her writing, a sharp voice echoed within the room. "Dear guest, please provide your true name. Otherwise, your request shall be rendered void. As you are the first patron of the day, I shall extend this warning just once." At the sound of the voice, the red-haired woman sprang to her feet, scanning the modest room. Everything was quite apparent, and she had already observed during her movements that there were no cameras or speakers present. Yet, from whence did the voice emanate? What manner of place was this? How could it discern that she was not writing her true name? With a sense of vigilance, she scrutinized her surroundings, but the voice did not resound again. The parchment on the table began to emit smoke, transforming instantaneously into a pile of ash, which swiftly vanished, leaving behind a fresh piece of parchment in its stead. After a moment of hesitation, she retook her seat and grasped the new parchment, pondering intently. With caution, she inscribed what she deemed a prudent condition and price. And after much deliberation, she finally wrote her name, Natasha Romanoff. Unbeknownst to Natasha, Gemini was observing her from the second floor, bemused. This muggle sister is rather intriguing. Her willpower is commendable, Gemini mused, for the first-floor shop had been enchanted by her, possessing certain suggestive and alluring qualities that would unconsciously prompt individuals to inscribe their innermost desires and the prices they were willing to pay. Even an ordinary wizard, if not attentive, could fall prey to its charm. Kibby, remind our fascinating guest that she has one opportunity for revision. Gemini remarked with delight as she watched Natasha meander about the first floor. Before long, Gemini witnessed Natasha returning to her chair to inscribe her request anew. Carefully placing the parchment on the table, Natasha exhaled discreetly, relieved that it had not ignited this time. Perhaps everything would be all right. The parchment vanished in an instant, and a sharp voice echoed, requesting the guests to wait a moment. Kirby lifted the parchment in her hand and presented it to Gemini. After a cursory glance, Gemini languidly tossed it aside, dismissing it as an overly simple request for a scar removal. How dreadfully mundane. With that, Gemini instructed Kirby to prepare her payment and leave it in the apothecary cabinet on the ground floor, where the potion would appear. "Very well, Miss Gemini," Kirby responded before vanishing from sight. Gemini, uninterested in lingering, turned and exited the small balcony, descending into the basement. The recent utilization of potions had been rather brisk. The improved bone-replenishing elixir required further refinement for it to be effective on muggles. There was so much to attend to. Meanwhile, Natasha received Kirby's notification, glanced around once more, and still discerned no presence. Approaching the apothecary cabinet by the wall, she retrieved a pure gold necklace from her small bag and placed it in the only accessible compartment. With a soft click, a faintly purple potion compartment door swung open. Natasha cautiously extended her hand inside, retrieving the potion along with a piece of parchment detailing usage instructions. Dosage and the onset time. With the potion and parchment in hand, Natasha exited through the main door and hurried across the block, turning into a building not far from the shop. Upon entering a room, a voice emanated from her earpiece. "What did you acquire? Why was there no notification upon entering?" Natasha inquired. "The shop is peculiar. Upon your entry, all signals dissipated. Had it not been for your life signal, we would have rushed in," the voice explained. "Now, tell us what you brought out." "Indeed, the shop is strange. It could even discern my alias." Given my circumstances, I managed to procure a bottle of scar removal potion. Natasha replied, raising an eyebrow. I had little choice, considering this as the most expedient option, is it not? Alternatively, you could pay 10 cash for a face-to-face with the proprietor. As she spoke, Natasha revealed the scar on her waist in accordance with the instructions on the parchment. With a cotton swab, she meticulously applied the potion over the entire scar, checking the paper to ensure she had not overlooked any steps, as it was said to take effect within a minute. And what are you doing now? The voice inquired again. I am testing the reliability of this potion, Natasha replied, only to gasp sharply mid-sentence. What happened? Is everything all right? The tone of the voice grew somber. Well, this potion is indeed effective, but it is somewhat uncomfortable. Natasha wiped away the bubbling potion from her waist with a clean cloth, revealing skin that had once borne the scars of a gunshot wound. Now, it appeared smooth and tender, and had it not been for a slight difference in skin tone, one would scarcely discern the remnants of a grotesque scar. Glancing at the near-empty vial, Natasha could not help but mutter about the insufficient quantity of the potion. Just then, the door behind her creaked open, and a bald black man clad in a black trench coat stepped in. Why did you use the potion from that shop without informing me? What if it were poison? He inquired. I hardly believe it to be poison, Natasha replied, rolling her eyes as she turned her back to him. Would you like to see its effects, Nick Fury? Of course. You should know that I funded this venture, and I must ascertain whether my money has been squandered, Nick stated matter-of-factly. Natasha handed him a photograph she had taken for comparison before application, then lifted her shirt to allow Nick to hold the photo for comparison. She had also meticulously recorded a video of the application process. Thus, it appears that the shop is indeed legitimate. We must devise a way to probe deeper, Nick remarked while moving towards the window, his gaze fixated on a nearby building whose roof was barely visible, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. Chapter 16. At the same time, Gemini abruptly turned her head and sneezed violently at an empty patch of ground beside her. Her hand trembled, causing the cauldron of potion before her to emit a pungent aroma. Clean slate, Gemini exclaimed with a scowl, using her wand to tidy up the failed brew. Someone is undoubtedly scheming against me. A wizard's intuition is never wrong. I have ruined an entire cauldron of potion. Once I discover who is responsible, they shall pay dearly. Although the ruined potion had been cleared away, Gemini organized the remaining ingredients and discovered that her moonstone and sneezewort were nearly depleted, and she was also short on the feathers of the death's head bird. In an instant, her enthusiasm for potion-making evaporated. With great restraint, she tidied her workbench before turning to exit the cellar. Upon returning to her chamber, Gemini drew the curtains, plunging the room into dimness, and the wall lamp flickered to life. She approached her wardrobe, opened it, and pulled out a large wooden box from the bottom shelf. The box was not tall, but sufficiently voluminous. Upon opening it, she revealed its contents. A portrait. Professor? Are you there? She called softly, gazing at the empty potion room depicted in the painting. Suddenly, a greasy-haired wizard emerged from the edge of the frame, striding briskly towards the cauldron at the center of the portrait, his black cloak billowing behind him like bat wings. Blake's offspring, you'd better have something significant to discuss, the wizard said with a dark glare after inspecting the cauldron. Professor Snape, we are at least acquainted. I made a special effort to sneak out from Hogwarts for you. Could you exercise a bit of patience? Gemini smiled broadly, her face resembling that of Sirius, displaying a similar expression. This sight caused Snape, though merely a portrait, to feel a wave of discomfort and breathlessness, as if he were compelled to draw his wand. Speak. Snape's expression darkened further. He truly wished to disregard this aberration of the Black family. However, her remarkable talent in potion-making could not be overlooked, especially since Harry had specifically sought his assistance in mentoring this Slytherin amidst the Gryffindors. Were it not for her exceptional aptitude, I would resent her even more, Snape thought bitterly. The improved, bone-breaking potion I had previously developed has already undergone human trials. Gemini extracted her notebook, beginning to recount to the portrait of Professor Snape the effects and experiences Tony had after consuming the potion. If your mind has not ceased to function, you should realize that I am merely a portrait and cannot assist you in refining potions. I am but a fragment of memory, Snape replied coldly after listening in silence. I am well aware of that, Professor, Gemini retorted, but I have no one else to discuss this with. Their understanding of potions is limited to following recipes in the textbooks. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, with the portrait leaning against the wardrobe. She continued to write in her little notebook, "I do not require your aid and refinement. I merely wish for someone who can comprehend my words." After a moment of silence, Snape waved his wand, extracting a book from the shelf. He opened it and began to recite, "The powder of moonstone diluted with the juice of the double-ears herb." Gemini, who had been engrossed in her writing, suddenly brightened at the sound of Snape's dry recitation. She attentively listened until he finished that segment and immediately summoned the Black family's handwritten copy of potent potions, flipping through the pages hastily. After a short while, she located the passage Snape had just read and began to peruse it word by word. Observing Gemini engrossed in her reading, Snape closed the book in his hands, let out a cold huff, and stepped away from the edge of the frame, leaving behind an empty room filled with books and potions. When Gemini finally gathered her thoughts and looked up, she found the portrait had already vanished. She pouted and carefully placed the portrait back in its box, sealing it and tucking it away in the bottom of the wardrobe. The portrait of Professor Snape came into being after Gemini was summoned to the headmaster's office for violating school rules. There, in the presence of all past headmasters and her guardian Harry Potter, she had a fierce argument, her sharp words and serpentine tone capturing everyone's attention, particularly that of the newly created portrait. Later, after Gemini stormed out, Harry earnestly requested Professor Snape to take Gemini under his wing, and for the sake of his emerald gaze, Snape acquiesced. Subsequently, he began to pass through the various portraits in the school, observing Gemini's burgeoning talent and finally offering guidance as she embarked on her self-study of advanced potion-making. As Gemini grew increasingly familiar with her surroundings, she audaciously took it upon herself to self-study magical portraiture and subsequently improved upon it. She stealthily slipped into the headmaster's office and spent an entire afternoon crafting a portrait of a potions classroom and a library specifically for Professor Snape. Upon testing the boundaries of the frame, Snape was astonished to discover that it posed no issues whatsoever. From that moment onward, the portrait of the potions classroom and library found a permanent residence within Gemini's wardrobe. Fortunately, she was well aware of Snape's temperament. He would not readily open the box unless absolutely necessary. Satisfied, she closed the wardrobe and moved to the window, drawing back the curtains to gaze outside. There, she immediately spotted a flashy red convertible parked by the roadside, its occupant a bespectacled playboy, Tony Stark. Tony exited the vehicle, casually tossing his sunglasses into the car, and adjusted the cuffs of his suit before striding towards the shop. Upon entering, he surveyed the first floor of the establishment and called out, "Creature, please inform your master that I am here to settle my bill." Creature remained silent, but a staircase unexpectedly materialized beside the cabinet. Tony shrugged and ascended the stairs, arriving in the second-floor parlor where Gemini awaited him on the sofa. "How do you intend to settle the bill, Mr. Stark? We haven't seen each other in 2 days. Why not inquire about my well-being?" Tony remarked as he plopped down opposite Gemini. "Oh, well then, how are you, Mr. Stark?" Gemini graciously reciprocated the inquiry. Tony rolled his eyes. "Thank you, I am well. Do you think this could suffice as payment?" With that, he produced a small box from his pocket and placed it on the table, flipping it open to reveal its contents to Gemini. Her interest piqued. Gemini peered into the box, revealing a silver necklace adorned with a dark green gemstone, entwined with a silver serpent whose eyes were set with tiny rubies. Each scale of the serpent shimmered, emitting an enigmatic aura. "Where did you acquire this? You haven't touched it directly, have you?" Gemini inquired, picking up the box to examine it closely. No, I found this in the Stark estate safe. I only opened it to glance inside. Is there a problem?" Tony straightened up, his gaze fixed on the necklace. Gemini scrutinized the vividly detailed serpent. "Fortunately, you haven't touched it. Otherwise, I would have to pay a visit to St. Mungo's to check on our wealthy friend." "Where is that? What exactly is on this?" Tony asked, bewildered. "The Wizarding Hospital. As for what it contains, I cannot discern at the moment, but given the Slytherin emblem, I doubt it holds any favorable impressions for you." As Gemini spoke, she called out, "Creature, please go to my room and fetch the third drawer from the nightstand, the one labeled Uncle Ron's box." In less than a minute, a finely crafted wooden box was placed upon the table before Gemini. She opened it to reveal an array of labeled crystals within. "Oh, not this one. This is definitely not it. What on earth is going on? Oh, right, it's this one. Open." Gemini muttered as she rummaged through the items, leaving Tony in a state of confusion. She picked up the crystal inscribed with the word open and infused a trace of magic into it. Instantly, an eerie hissing sound filled the room, sending chills down their spines. Tony rubbed his arms and cautiously inquired, "What is this?" "This is a Christmas gift from Uncle Ron. Inside are some phrases he recorded in parcel tongue for me to use at school. Considering Slytherin has the most snakes, who knows, we might uncover some treasure," Gemini remarked. Her gaze fixed on the necklace. "You still have school? What is all this?" Tony exclaimed, utterly bewildered. "Why am I not aware of this?" "Silence," Gemini interjected, noticing the necklace beginning to stir. Both of them observed as a silver serpent on the necklace flicked its silver tongue and gracefully slithered over the dark green gemstone, eventually forming a pattern in the center before coming to a halt. The entire necklace shimmered momentarily, emanating a lustrous glow. Gemini drew her wand, uttered several spells directed at the necklace, and then reached into the box to retrieve it, scrutinizing the gemstone's interior. Within lies a fragment of memory. "Do you wish to see it?" Gemini inquired, placing the necklace back into the box and looking at Tony. "Memory? How is it preserved? Is it a letter or a chip?" Tony furrowed his brow. Gemini sighed, finding it quite challenging to converse with a muggle. "Do you recall our previous discussion about methods of erasing memories?" As she spoke, Gemini pointed her wand at her temple, gently tugging at it to extract a silver thread that wafted like mist, wrapping around her wand. She then retrieved a crystal vial from beneath the table and sealed the silver memory inside, handing it to Tony. "Here, this is our method of preserving memories." "And how do we discern what the memory contains?" Tony asked, shaking the vial, causing the mist within to swirl. "Clebby, do we bring the pensieve?" Gemini asked. "Yes, Miss Gemini. I shall fetch it immediately," Clebby replied. Shortly thereafter, a shallow stone basin adorned with magical runes appeared on the table. Gemini took the vial from Tony's hand, uncapped it, and gently poured the memory into the basin. The once empty stone basin was now filled with a silvery essence, resembling both mist and liquid. Gently stirring with her wand, the basin revealed a scene. It was the moment Gemini first laid eyes on Tony, his astonished and disheveled expression causing the present Tony to flush with embarrassment. "Delete it. This memory is terrible. Can't you remember how I look now?" Tony protested. Gemini rolled her eyes. "Are you going to watch the memory from the necklace or not?" "Let me see," Tony quickly replied. Gemini extracted her memories from the pensieve using her wand and placed them back into her temple. She picked up the deep green gemstone necklace and set it upon the pensieve, reactivating the echo stone of serpent speech. A hissing sound filled the air as a silvery memory seeped from the gem, gently cascading into the basin. As Gemini rotated the pensieve, images began to materialize, prompting her to lean in closer. "Tony, do as I say," she instructed. Tony, bewildered, asked, "Lean in where?" With a subtle flick of her wand, Gemini nudged Tony's head, causing him to plunge into the pensieve. She followed suit. "Ah!" Tony exclaimed, feeling as if he were plummeting towards the ground. His eyes widened in terror as he fixated on the approaching floor, a singular thought racing through his mind. "Murder! Stop screaming, it's deafening." Gemini's voice echoed as Tony's face hovered just above the ground, gently landing. He quickly stood, gazing at Gemini beside him. "Are you a murderer?" Taking a deep breath, Gemini retorted, "Let us not stoop to the level of muggles. Calm yourself. This is the realm of memory, where clarity reigns and harm cannot befall us. Your lack of cooperation hinders our view." Tony, stammering with retorts, was soon captivated by the scene before him. It was a study identical to that of his family estate, yet the books appeared pristine, not aged as they later would be. The computer from the desk was absent, and the calendar suggested it was shortly after his birth. Suddenly, the door to the study swung open, revealing a blonde woman. Tony, unable to contain himself, stepped forward as if to embrace her, only to pass through her like mist. "This is memory. All that unfolds is from the past, and you can merely observe," Gemini reminded him. Tony gazed at his hands, despondent. "This is my mother." Gemini nodded knowingly. As far as she was aware, Tony's mother had long since passed. "This must be a memory left by your mother, perhaps conveying something important. Pay close attention." Tony steadied himself and began to follow Maria Stark's movements closely. She approached the desk, gently caressing its edge as if making a decision, then opened a hidden compartment beneath the tabletop, retrieving a wand. Gemini's eyes widened in disbelief as she leaned in for a closer look. It was indeed a wand, not merely a branch, seemingly crafted from silver lime wood, glistening with a silvery sheen. There could be no mistake. Your mother was a seer, Gemini exclaimed, astonished as she turned to Tony. Chapter 18. Tony looked utterly perplexed. A seer? What? Are you saying my mother could wield magic? At that moment, Maria waved the wand, and a silvery light encircled her before vanishing. Following this, she began to move about the room incessantly. Before long, an elderly woman materialized in the room, causing Gemini to nearly gasp in astonishment. She recognized this woman, despite the passage of time rendering her aged. It was none other than Serafina Pitquery, the former president of the Magical Congress of the United States. Maria, have you come to a realization? Serafina's sudden inquiry startled Maria, prompting her to whirl around and point her wand at the source of the sound. Only upon identifying the visitor did she lower her wand. "Aunt, the statute of secrecy has been repealed," Maria replied helplessly. "My family and I are doing just fine. I never believed this was a mistake." "What is the statute of secrecy?" Tony interjected, turning his head to inquire. "Silence. Let's hear the whole story first," Gemini interjected, sensing that a momentous revelation was imminent. "So, why have you summoned me?" Serafina inquired as she gracefully approached the sofa and seated herself. "You have been estranged from your family for nearly 5 years in order to marry that muggle." Maria moved to the cabinet, opened it, and retrieved 2 wine glasses and a bottle of red wine. Suddenly, Serafina exclaimed in anger, "Look at you. Are you now pouring your own drinks? Where's your wand?" With that, she brandished her wand with a flourish, causing the bottle's cork to pop open and the wine to levitate, filling 2 glasses that floated into Serafina's hands. "I apologis, aunt, I just." Maria hesitated, taking a sip from her glass. "Speak. What have you seen?" Serafina gazed intently at Maria. "As the only seer in America for nearly 30 years, you would not contact us unless you had witnessed something significant." Maria paced anxiously around the room before resolutely downing her drink. "I want to sever my son's ties with the magical world entirely." Serafina abruptly stood up. "Repeat that." The scene before them suddenly blurred, and Tony stepped forward, eager to clarify his vision. In the next moment, the image shifted to a bedroom where young Tony lay sleeping. Maria and Serafina stood by his bedside. "Are you absolutely certain?" Serafina asked, looking at the slumbering child once more. Tears welled in Maria's eyes. "We must do this. He cannot enter the magical world before the age of 30. Forgive me, my son. If what you have seen is true, we will verify it. If it is indeed the case, the magical world will protect him. This is my assurance as a legislator." Serafina sighed, withdrawing her wand and positioning it above the crib. Maria leaned down to kiss Tony's forehead, straightened up, and took out her wand, crossing it with Serafina's. As the 2 individuals commenced their incantation, a radiant light engulfed the room. At that moment, young Tony awakened, bursting into tears. However, this did not deter their actions. The brilliance gradually coalesced into a chain, entwining itself around little Tony before vanishing from sight. "Thank you, Aunt Maria," she exclaimed as she relinquished her wand and cradled the sobbing child, casting a glance at the person opposite her. "Alas, I must return to prepare, for, as you have foreseen, time is of the essence. Fear not. Should your words be validated, the American Magical Council will assuredly ensure his safety." Serafina nodded solemnly before vanishing from view. Only Maria remained in the room, suddenly turning her gaze to where Tony stood. "Forgive me, Tony, but I must do this. I know you will witness this in the future, but promise me, if you have not entered the magical realm by the age of 30, you must not do so." Tony took 2 steps forward, bewildered. Did Maria see him? The scene before him blurred once more, shifting to a familiar room where Howard was fiddling with a camera, a grand model of a venue behind him. "Ah, there it is. Darling, come help me with this." Howard called out exuberantly. Maria entered, holding what appeared to be a 3-year-old Tony. "Is it ready? Have you thought about what you want to leave for Tony?" Feigning seriousness, Howard teased little Tony. "Of course, this is my son." Tony watched as Howard stood before the camera, recording a video. He observed his younger self, causing mischief, snatching small items from the model. After Maria chased little Tony out, his father, Howard Stark, addressed the camera, saying, "My proudest creation is you, Tony." The scene blurred again and shifted. Tony gazed at the unfolding spectacle, muttering, "No, no, no. It cannot be like this." He saw his younger self sprawled on the sofa, carelessly arguing with Maria and Howard as they prepared to leave. Unbeknownst to him, the couple exchanged a lingering glance, intertwining their arms before departing the house. Tony and Jamie followed, witnessing them exit the estate. At the entrance, Maria drew forth a silver limewood wand from her sleeve. "Is it tonight?" Howard inquired, eyeing the wand with a smile directed at his wife. "Indeed, it is tonight." "Forgive me, my dear," Maria replied, her smile tinged with unshed tears. Howard gently wiped her tears away, saying, "Do not speak thus. This is the path we must take, is it not?" They exchanged a knowing smile, and Maria raised her wand to extract a memory, sealing it within a gem of silver and green. "Jarvis," Howard called out, and an elderly gentleman in a tailcoat appeared behind them. "Return these items to their rightful places as you know how," Howard instructed Jarvis. With a serious expression, Jarvis nodded. "Safe travels, sir or madam." The scene faded once more as Gemini glanced around, grasping Tony's arm. "We must leave now. The memory ends here." With a firm tug, Tony fell onto the sofa, gazing at Gemini's parlor as if it were an event from long ago. So what exactly was that? What is the law of Rappaport? Who is a seer? And what about that woman? My mother's aunt? Who is she? You seem to know her. Tony looked at Gemini, incessantly voicing all his questions. Chapter 19. Gemini instructed Kirby to bring 2 steaming cups of tea. Once Tony took a sip, she began to explain. That law was enacted by the American Magical Congress at the end of the 18th century. A witch fell in love with a muggle, exposing the magical world to ordinary people and causing significant harm. As a result, a law was established prohibiting wizarding men and women from marrying or even befriending muggles, referred to as muggles in America. This law was repealed in 1965. After sipping her tea, Gemini continued, "Did you notice your mother's wand? Made of silver lime wood. This material is typically chosen by seers or those who can channel thoughts. Based on the conversation between your mother and others, it is evident that your mother was indeed a seer, meaning she could foresee the future. That woman is Serafina Pickquery, the former president of the American Magical Congress. She was quite formidable and remains a significant figure in the Congress, although she no longer manages affairs due to her advanced age." "Wait, she's still alive. How old is she, 100? Tony exclaimed in shock. "Wizards tend to live much longer than ordinary people, but let's not digress." Gemini shot Tony an annoyed look and then added, "As for that chain, it appears to be a seal. As a half-blood wizard, you likely possess magical talent. However, I am unsure what your mother saw, for she used ancient magic to completely seal your powers. The key to unlocking it, I believe, lies within your mother's wand." Listening to her words, Tony was at a loss for how to react. He could only lift his cup to his lips, drinking tea in silence until he finally calmed down. "So, can I have that necklace back? I suppose I can no longer use it as payment. I could offer you something better." "Of course," Gemini nodded, carefully extracting the memory and placing it back into the necklace before handing it to Tony. "It also has protective magic. If you find yourself in danger, it can shield you." Tony accepted the necklace, choosing not to return it to the box, but instead adorned it around his neck, tucking it into his collar. "Can you come back with me? To my family's estate? I wish to find the wand my mother left behind," Tony resolved, addressing Gemini. "Service to your door for 1 million, Gemini replied with a mischievous smile. Tony rolled his eyes. "No problem." Jamie immediately packed her belongings and followed Tony out the door, for he could not bear to wait any longer. This was a matter concerning his mother, and all the grievances he harbored towards Howard had faded away, leaving only an overwhelming sense of longing. Although Tony's driving skills were commendable, Jamie was still unaccustomed to the ride. Had she known their home address, she would have transported Tony there in an instant. Upon arriving at the Stark estate, Tony had already dismissed the staff, leading Jamie directly upstairs. Standing before the study S door, he hesitated, uncertain whether to enter. Jamie remained silent behind him, not urging him on. It was not that she had become particularly understanding, but rather she pondered the potential protective spells a seer might have set. Who could tell what could be triggered by an outsider? After a moment of contemplation, Tony resolved to push open the study door. It had been a long time since he last visited the Stark estate. Despite his absence, the room was still meticulously maintained by the staff, appearing as pristine as ever. As he gazed around, standing in the spot where Maria once stood in his memories, he felt her presence linger. Fortunately, he did not dwell on his memories for too long. He approached the table where Maria had once stood, extending his hand to gently caress its edge, mimicking her gesture. With a soft click, the edge of the table opened, revealing a box approximately 14 inches long. Tony retrieved the box, placed it on the table, and opened it to unveil a silver limewood wand. The wand's glow, now dimmed from its former brilliance, seemed to reflect the absence of its master. Confused, Tony looked up at Jamie, questioning what to do next. Suddenly, Jamie thought of Ollivander, and a mischievous smile spread across her face. "What are you waiting for? Pick it up," she urged. Tony rubbed his hands on his clothing to steady himself, then grasped the silver limewood wand, lifting it as Jamie had demonstrated. "And then?" he asked again. In that moment, Jamie felt a rush of joy reminiscent of Ollivander's. "Wave it," she exclaimed. Tony, somewhat foolishly, waved the wand, and a gust of wind erupted within the enclosed room, swirling around him and lifting him off the ground. Bewildered, he gazed at Jamie, shouting over the roaring wind, "What is happening?" Jamie stepped back a couple of paces and shouted in return, "Shut up. Just watch." In the next instant, chains began to materialize around Tony, reminiscent of the ones Maria and Serafina had once conjured. With a resounding crack, the chains and the silver limewood wand transformed into a cascade of shimmering light, vanishing along with the tempestuous wind as Tony gently descended back to the ground. He gazed vacantly at the radiant glow that swept through the room and vanished into the sky outside. In an instant, a wave of melancholy washed over Tony. "Mr. Billionaire." "Tony, hey, snap out of it. Control your emotions." Gemini's urgent voice jolted Tony from his reverie, leaving him bewildered by the floating books and furniture around him. "What on earth is happening?" "Stay calm. You possess the gift of a wizard, but it has been suppressed for too long. You are an adult now. Regain control of your emotions." An invisible force pushed Gemini back, yet she strained to approach Tony while speaking loudly. Tony stifled the emotions rising within him, striving to regain his composure, though it seemed ineffective as objects began to swirl around him. Dark tendrils of energy began to manifest around his body, causing Gemini to grimace in alarm. "Surely, Mr. Billionaire won't turn into a mere shadow, will he?" A flash outside the window heralded the return of the wand and chains that had floated away, circling Tony before vanishing into thin air. Suddenly, the surrounding items froze before crashing to the ground, and Gemini felt the resistance before her dissipate, nearly causing her to stumble. She quickly rushed to Tony's side, aiming her wand at him and unleashing a flurry of incantations, observing the results with keen interest. Then, she rummaged through her small bag, extracting numerous vials of potions, disregarding Tony's protests as she forced them down his throat. Chapter 20, I can scarcely believe it. I have just treated an adult's magical outburst. Having administered the potions, Gemini collapsed onto the floor, her eyes vacant as she regarded the incapacitated Tony. "I cannot fathom it either. I just consumed a multitude of concoctions. Ugh." Tony lamented, feeling as if his sense of taste had all but vanished. "You're an adult. What fear do you have in taking a bit of medicine?" Gemini remarked, rising to her feet. "Are you feeling better? We must be on our way." Tony took a moment to compose himself and stood, surveying the chaotic scene before decisively calling for assistance. "Where are we going?" Gemini extended her arm to Tony, urging him to hold on. With a sensation akin to being squeezed through a rubber tube, the two found themselves in Gemini's sitting room. "What now? You have acquired magical power, yet you cannot control it. Who knows when it might lead to significant trouble?" Gemini inquired, glancing disdainfully at the dust covering her attire. Tony unceremoniously settled onto the sofa, staring at the ceiling. "How do you manage to control it?" Gemini pondered for a moment before responding. "We attend school after turning 11, but it seems you have age beyond that. Moreover, the regulations here in America are quite stringent. If you were to enter the American magical community, you would likely find yourself isolated from the world. That won't do. Is there no other option?" Tony pressed. Gemini hesitated, uncertain whether she should assist Tony. After all, although she was registered in the United States, she was still a British witch. Yet, deep down, she felt an undeniable urge to help him. "Do you have a way to London?" Gemini resolved to ask. "Of course, I can go anytime. My flight is quite swift," Tony replied with confidence. Gemini sighed. "Then you should go prepare your things. We must head to England promptly." Tony immediately stood to leave, but suddenly turned back, recalling something. "By the way, do you need a shop assistant?" he inquired. "You know, Ethan is in trouble because of me, and I can't be by his side all the time. The only person I can think of is you." Gemini sighed again, contemplating her situation. Her shop's first floor was only overseen by Kirby, who rarely interacted with customers. If someone could assist with communication, it would undoubtedly be beneficial. With this in mind, Gemini confirmed, "Bring him along when you come." Tony nodded eagerly. "No problem. If your little shop ever needs anything, just let me know. I can get it for you." With that, he turned and exited the building. Standing at the entrance of a shop, Tony stared blankly at the empty parking spots. He had driven Gemini to the old residence, and they had returned by apparition. Now, however, he faced a dilemma. How would he return home? He called for Happy to come pick him up, hurriedly summoned Ethan, and instructed Pepper to arrange a swift flight to London, ensuring their movements remained concealed from prying eyes. By the time Tony and Ethan appeared at the shop's entrance, night had fallen. Tony knocked on the door, which opened immediately to reveal Gemini waiting for them on the first floor. For Ethan's accommodation, Gemini had merely hung a painting on the wall, depicting a door. She instructed Ethan to stand by the door and envision the room he desired. Once he had solidified his thoughts, he could enter, as it would serve as his dormitory and office. After settling Ethan in, Gemini asked Kirby to remain in the shop and teach Ethan some basic knowledge, at the very least, to understand what they could and could not do in the store. Kirby looked at Gemini with teary eyes as she followed Tony out the door. The two discreetly emerged from the airport. London's weather was perpetually shrouded in mist. Gemini led Tony to a secluded corner, pulled a large cloak from her bag, donned it, and covered her face with the hood. She handed Tony a similar cloak for him to wear. Standing by the roadside, Gemini raised her wand. Before long, the sound of screeching brakes echoed, and a yellow double-decker bus halted before them. "Night bus, providing you with excellent service." "Where to?" a pockmarked conductor lazily inquired from the entrance. "The Leaky Cauldron," Gemini replied. "For two." She handed over 2 gold galleons and whispered that there was no need for change. With that, she and Tony boarded the vehicle, making their way to the last row of seats. Ensuring her own security with magic, she bound herself firmly to the seat. Tony, bewildered, quietly inquired if this was some sort of ritual. Jamie merely managed to utter, "Hold on," as the bus roared to life. The sudden acceleration propelled Tony from the back row, crashing him against the windshield, and a swift brake sent him back to his original position. Fortunately, the airport was not far from the Leaky Cauldron. As Jamie assisted the dazed Tony out of the vehicle, the sky had scarcely changed. Upon disembarking, Tony clutched a nearby trash can, exclaiming, "I never knew a vehicle could drive like this." Once he regained his composure, Jamie led him into the Leaky Cauldron, bypassing any greetings and avoiding the barmaid, Hannah, as they headed straight to a small room at the back. Tony glanced at the trash can leaning against the wall and asked, "So what do we do next?" Jamie removed her hood and smiled at him. "Welcome to Diagon Alley." Tapping her wand above the trash can, the entire wall began to shift, accompanied by the sound of grinding stones, revealing a glimpse of the magical world before Tony's eyes. "Come on. Luckily, I had Kobe withdraw some money. I don't fancy riding the Gringotts cart," Jamie remarked, leading the way into the street. Their first stop was Flourish and Blots, where they gathered some essential books missing from Jamie's study. Next, they visited the apothecary to procure a set of potion-making equipment and basic ingredients before finally arriving at the entrance of Ollivander's wand shop. Upon entering, Ollivander suddenly appeared from behind the shelves, welcoming them. "Ah, Miss Black, what a pleasure." Silence. "Don't tell him," Jamie interrupted. "I brought my friend to buy a wand." Ollivander raised an eyebrow. "Very well, Miss Black, if you won't ask, I shan't tell. How's that sound?" Once Jamie nodded in satisfaction and stepped aside, Ollivander turned to Tony. "So, which hand do you favor?" As the measuring tape on the table sprang to life, Ollivander began rummaging through the shelves. His mother was a seer, chosen by Silverlime. Jamie called out, prompting Ollivander's eyes to sparkle with interest. "Chapter 21. Silverlime. How unique. Here, try this." Ollivander handed Tony a wand. Without waiting for any response, Tony waved it, resulting in an explosion of the vase on the table. Cautiously, he placed the wand back down, saying, "I think it doesn't tea like me." "Indeed. Let's try another," Ollivander remarked as he repaired the vase and returned to search through the wands once more. Gemini sat on a chair by the door, casually perusing the freshly delivered Daily Prophet, and remarked nonchalantly, "Just a reminder, he is an inventor." Ollivander paused in his search for wands, well aware of this fact. Ever since the moment the young man had entered, his insatiable curiosity had nearly upended my little shop. Tony abruptly turned around, inquiring, "What are you talking about?" Gemini continued to peruse her newspaper, ignoring him, while Ollivander approached with a new box, exclaiming, "Come, give this a try." Tony inadvertently shattered a vase and toppled another shelf. After nearly wrecking half the shop, Ollivander, dust-covered and seated on the floor, exclaimed, "Honestly, I have encountered many customers, yet I have never seen one so discerning, so willful and proud, brimming with curiosity and intelligence." Surveying the chaotic store, Tony cleared his throat awkwardly. "I apologize, I can compensate for these." Ollivander waved his hand dismissively. "No need for that. I suggest you opt for a custom wand. What I currently have may not suit your needs." Tony furrowed his brow. "How long does customization take? I wish to acquire it as soon as possible." Gemini, her eyes darting mischievously, seized the opportunity while Ollivander busied himself with the mismatched wands. She whispered to Tony, "There are still many wands you have yet to try. Perhaps the perfect one lies among those untested. I'll show you a trick. Stand in the center. Yes, right there at the counter. Do you remember how to channel your magic? Ollivander always says that the wand chooses the wizard. If you stand there and summon your magic, the wand that catches your eye will surely respond." Tony, not one to adhere strictly to convention, found Gemini's words somewhat dubious. Nevertheless, his desire for a wand was overwhelming. After all, who among us has not harbored a magical dream in their youth, even if one is a scientist? Seeing Tony's agreement, Gemini could not suppress a sly grin. Quietly, while he was distracted, she slipped out of the shop and positioned herself outside, peering through the glass, eager for the spectacle to unfold. Meanwhile, Tony, absorbed in summoning his magical power, remained oblivious to her presence. Standing before the counter with arms outstretched skyward, he began to channel his magic. As his energy surged, his clothes and hair began to stir as if caught in an unseen wind, and all the wands in the shop began to tremble, emitting a cacophony of strange sounds. Ollivander, alarmed, rushed from the shelves, shouting, "Stop! Please cease this! Are you intent on demolishing my shop?" However, he was a moment too late. Tony's magic had already spread, causing all the wands to erupt from their positions, shattering shelves and vases alike. The entire shop transformed into a scene reminiscent of a bomb blast, reduced to ruins. As the magical energy swept through, only one wand soared from the debris toward him, but before it could reach Tony, Ollivander snatched it from the air. Gazing at his devastated shop, Ollivander trembled with fury. "I have never, ever encountered anyone like you." Tony opened his eyes and surveyed the disheveled shop, feeling an immediate pang of guilt as he instinctively shrank his neck. I believe I can offer compensation. Miss Black, I must inform Mr. Potter of your actions." Ollivander, however, ignored Tony entirely and called out directly to Gemini outside. Gemini stuck out her tongue and said, "Don't be like that, Ollivander. Look what I brought you." With that, she stepped inside, tidied up the counter, and placed several small boxes upon it, gesturing for Ollivander to take a look. "These are American specialties that I painstakingly brought back." Ollivander made an effort to calm himself before approaching the boxes. Inside were American oak, red cherry wood, and hickory, exotic woods suitable for wand making, not to mention the feathers of thunderbird and a tail feather from a zowu. Seeing these materials, Ollivander finally calmed down and swiftly gathered them before turning his attention to the wand he had intercepted, made of cedar and a phoenix feather, measuring 13 inches. "Remarkable! A cedar wand?" Ollivander exclaimed, stroking the wand in his hand. Cedar wands are inextricably linked to noble character. My ancestors used to say they felt honored when they found a master for a cedar wand, for they knew the wizard before them would die a hero's death. Moreover, wands crafted from phoenix feathers are notoriously selective in choosing their potential masters, as phoenixes are beings of great independence, often aloof. Such wands are the most challenging to tame or personalize, and their loyalty to their wielders is hard won, so treat it well. Having spoken, Ollivander handed the wand to Tony. Tony accepted the wand, its surface smooth and unblemished. He waved it gently, and a soft breeze swept through, faintly echoing a phoenix's call. "How much does this cost? And what about the damages to your shop? Name your price. I shall compensate you. After all, this is all my fault." Ollivander waved his hand dismissively. "It's merely ordinary damage. I can repair it. Since the cedar wand has chosen you, it is clear you are destined to become a hero. I should not accept your money. Moreover, since this is your first time purchasing a wand from me, let us adhere to Hogwarts' first-year standard, a mere 7 galleons." Gemini immediately produced her coin pouch and placed 7 gold coins on the counter. "Very well, then. Farewell, Ollivander. Do not inform him of my visit. We shall be leaving shortly." With that, Gemini strode out of the shop, and Tony smiled at Ollivander before hastily following her. Ollivander shrugged. "I certainly won tea," informed Mr. Potter, "but I will be heading to the Leaky Cauldron for a drink and a chat with the landlady. Now that we've gathered most of what we need, let us return," Gemini said, donning her hood as she stepped outside, addressing Tony, who had caught up with her. "Are we heading back now? It seems as though you bear some animosity here. Are you afraid of being discovered?" Tony immediately inquired in a series of questions. Jamie halted, stating it was not animosity, that he would not comprehend even if she explained, urging him to return swiftly. With that, she resumed her pace, quickening her steps. It was only once they were safely aboard Stark's private jet that Jamie exhaled in relief. "Upon your return, refrain from utilizing your wand at home. The American magical community is quite sensitive to foreign wands, so you may only practice in my shop. When the opportune moment arises, I shall seek out individuals to gauge the situation further." Chapter 22. Why? What transpired in America to warrant such stringent regulations? "I observe that England does not appear to be in any better state." Tony expressed his skepticism. Jamie rummaged through her bag, producing a brief history of the American magical world, tossing it over to him. "Peruse this. Do not inquire about everything, as it is quite bothersome." Tony watched as Jamie donned an eye mask and reclined in her seat, a lump lodged in his throat, unable to rise or descend. Tony Stark, the genius scientist, who had crafted a nuclear bomb by hand, was now being deemed bothersome for posing questions. Angered, Tony relocated to another room, settling into the dining area of the private jet, out of sight and thus out of mind. Moreover, he was indeed utterly oblivious to the magical realm. Opening the book in hand, Tony quickly became engrossed. Although historical texts are typically mundane, the magical volume was adorned with animated illustrations, rendering it far more engaging. Throughout the lengthy hours aboard the aircraft, Tony did not sleep a wink, thoroughly reading nearly all the books he had acquired, and under Jamie's watchful eye, he learned a few minor spells, such as restoration. This seemed to invigorate Tony, instilling within him the belief that he too was a prodigy in the magical world. Jamie maintained smile, silently observing him, thinking, "I shall allow you to revel for a couple more days." Once the aircraft landed, Jamie instructed Tony to dismiss the entire crew and then, using apparition, transported them both to her shop. During her absence, everything had been relatively well. Several small orders for hair loss treatments and scar removals had come in, all expertly managed by the employee, Ethan. As they settled into the reception area, having yet to sip their tea, a burst of green flames erupted from the fireplace, and a card soared forth, landing directly before Jamie. Her brow furrowed at once. After examining the card, she cast a complex glance at Tony before moving to the desk in the back. There, she retrieved an invitation adorned with the black family crest, meticulously inscribing a lengthy response before casting it back into the fireplace. Next, Jamie summoned Kraby, instructing him to take Tony to the guest room for freshening up, while also procuring a wizardess robe for him. Observing the wand in Tony's possession, Kraby finally seemed to have no objections, while Tony was somewhat taken aback. "What is happening? What are we to do?" he inquired, bewildered. "Hasten your preparations. You have but an hour left to present yourself properly and avoid embarrassment." Gemini merely urged him without further comment. Observing this, Tony fell silent, unusually compliant as he accompanied Kirby outside. In a short while, the fireplace flickered back to life. Gemini rose, approached the hearth, and stood quietly when, amidst a swirl of green flames, an elderly gentleman emerged. After appraising Gemini, he inquired, "Are you from the Black family in England?" "Indeed, madam," Gemini replied respectfully, gesturing invitingly. "Please, have a seat. Tony will be here shortly." The elder nodded with a smile and settled onto the sofa. After Kirby served refreshments, she vanished once more. The elder took a sip of tea and remarked with a smile, "Indeed, British tea is best complemented by British craftsmanship. Quite delightful. Thank you for your kind words." Gemini replied with measured grace. "Might I inquire if your visit pertains to Tony? Is it not evident?" Serafina peculiarly chuckled. "In that case, I would like to understand what Parliament intends to do regarding Tony. After all, he is a significant client of mine." Gemini maintained her composed demeanor. "Do not fret, young one. You must realize he is more vital to us than you might assume. Surely, you are aware of his mother's circumstances?" Serafina observed Gemini with amusement. "I am relieved he encountered a friend from the wizarding world, like you, before entering Parliament." At least he will not be entirely uninformed as he steps into the magical realm. I presume you have even traveled to England? Ollivander, perhaps? Yes, madam. But you chose him. I trust you are familiar with this, Jiminy responded. Seraphina set down her cup with a sigh. His mother was also chosen by you, though she opted for Silverlime. Such a mother-son pair. Jiminy refrained from probing further about Tony's mother and instead asked, I believe you are aware of Tony's standing within the Muggle community. I trust Parliament would not act against him lightly, correct? Seraphina smiled. It seems Tony has indeed found a commendable friend. If you remain concerned, you may accompany us. Consider it a witness to the proceedings. I, Jiminy Black, the last heir of the Black family and guardian of the Savior Harry Potter, would be most pleased to accept your invitation. With a slight bow, Jiminy unveiled her esteemed lineage, ensuring that should Parliament pursue any detrimental actions, they would reconsider their stance. Seraphina nodded knowingly, and a silence enveloped them, neither party willing to break it. After a brief wait, Tony knocked and entered, clad in a deep blue formal robe, awkwardly tugging at his collar as he stepped into the room. Do you wizards not find dressing formally uncomfortable? Jiminy nearly sputtered her drink in surprise, awkwardly smiling at Seraphina while signaling Tony with her eyes. There are others present. Tony followed her gaze, subconsciously stroking his chin. I feel you look somewhat familiar. I believe I have seen you somewhere before. Seraphina scrutinized Tony up and down, nodding in apparent satisfaction. You ought to address me as grandmother. I believe you have seen me in your mother's memories. Tony was momentarily taken aback. It's you. But how old are you? Seraphina chuckled. A lady's age is a secret. I think it's time for us to depart. Where to? Tony asked, bewildered, still grappling with the shock of encountering this suddenly appeared grandmother. To the American Magical Congress. Miss Blakely, if you wish, you may join us, Seraphina replied, smiling as she stood by the fireplace. Tony turned to look at Gemini. Let us go, he said, winking and making a gesture for more money. Gemini immediately rose. Very well, thank you for your invitation, Mrs. Pequel. It was certainly not because of the money Tony offered, but rather her curiosity regarding how the American Congress would handle Tony. After briefly instructing Tony on how to use the fireplace, Seraphina stepped in first, followed by Tony, with Gemini bringing up the rear. In no time, the trio emerged inside the Woolworth building. Gemini discreetly waved her wand, ensuring her voice reached only Tony's ear. Make sure to stay close to your grandmother. Now is not the time for curiosity. Chapter 23. Tony cautiously followed Seraphina, his hand tightly gripping his wand in his pocket. Ever since entering this building, his prideful, intelligent butler had been disrupted, leaving him in a foreign place where his wand provided some psychological comfort. Despite his limited knowledge of spells. Relax a bit. Don't be too tense. Just stick with your grandmother, Gemini whispered, noticing the tension in Tony's posture. After seeing him nod slightly in acknowledgement, she resumed her original pace. We have arrived. When you hear the sound, simply enter through this door. I will be waiting for you inside, Seraphina said, pausing before a grand black door and turning to address the two. What? You're not coming with us? Tony asked in surprise, casting a slightly anxious glance at Gemini, as this place felt utterly foreign and dangerous to him. Very well, madam, we shall wait here, Gemini replied, offering a slight bow to indicate her understanding. Seraphina nodded, offering Tony a comforting smile before turning and walking around the corner of the corridor, disappearing from sight in just a few steps. What exactly are we here to do? Tony fretted, tugging at his sleeve. Everything around him felt unsettling. This was a world he had never encountered before, and he felt utterly unmoored. The only glimmer of hope lay in the presence of this teenage girl. The thought of it only heightened his agitation. Why was he here? All right, just relax a little. For my sake, you won't come to any harm. After all, my connections are quite substantial. Jamie rolled her eyes dismissively, curbing Tony's desire to whirl in place. Just be quiet and wait. Since I am accompanying you, I shall ensure your safety. Don't forget to settle the payment. Upon hearing Jamie's words, Tony finally quieted down and chuckled. Of course. We've known each other for ages. I won't shortchange you a single penny. As they engaged in light conversation, the imposing black door creaked open slightly, and a resonant male voice echoed from within. Mr. Tony Stark and Miss Jamie Black, please enter. After appraising Tony and confirming he appeared unperturbed, Jamie gestured for him to proceed ahead. She followed closely behind as they pushed through the black door. Inside, the room was shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Once both had entered, the door creaked shut behind them. Startled, Tony whipped around, only to find nothing amiss. Jamie shot him a glare, prompting him to clear his throat awkwardly and continue forward. As they reached the center of the chamber, the room illuminated, revealing a vast expanse adorned with tiered seating arranged along the walls, leaving an open space in the center where 2 chairs awaited. "Please take a seat, esteemed guests," the man's voice resonated once more. Jamie looked up to see a middle-aged wizard seated at the forefront. After a moment of contemplation, she realized she had never encountered him before, but the reassuring nod from Serafina, positioned behind, allowed her to sit at ease. "Ahem, let us commence." The middle-aged wizard cleared his throat, picking up a sheet of paper to begin his address. "My name is Samuel Kowalchuk, the current minister of the American Magical Congress. May I inquire if I am addressing Mr. Tony Stark?" Samuel asked in a serious and official tone. "I believe that would be me, provided you haven't mistaken me for someone else," Tony replied, shrugging nonchalantly as he settled into his chair, feeling at ease given his experience with such inquiries. A few suppressed chuckles and murmurs arose from the audience, prompting Samuel to tap a small hammer against the table. "Silence, ladies and gentlemen. We all have our own affairs to attend to, do we not? Let us expedite the matter at hand." With the room falling silent, Tony winked at Jamie, shaping his lips to convey, "See, Tony Stark is beloved wherever he goes." "Ahem, now to the crux of the matter. Do you know your mother Maria's maiden name?" Samuel inquired once more. "I believe it was Picari," Tony responded, his demeanor shifting slightly at the mention of his mother as he straightened in his seat. "Did you previously know that she was a witch?" Samuel continued, scrutinizing the paper in his hands with a furrowed brow. "I think I only discovered that the day before yesterday. I viewed the memories she left for me, or so I would say, if I'm not mistaken," Tony replied. "Who knows if he is lying? How could a muggle-born, stripped of magical powers, possibly break a wizard's seal to witness the memories within?" A sharp voice interrupted their conversation, causing Gemini's brow to furrow instantly. She turned her gaze to the witch seated on the second-to-last step to their left, an elderly figure with graying hair and murky eyes, staring at Tony with a venomous glare filled with malice. "Ms. Rappaport, pray, it is not your turn to speak," Samuel exclaimed, irritation evident in his expression at being interrupted, "and I am the minister." Gemini quickly grasped the situation. The old witch was undoubtedly a muggle hater, akin to the legendary Death Eaters, harboring disdain and loathing for those devoid of magical abilities. To Gemini, such individuals were simply unhinged. Since her arrival in America, she had delved into the literature and knowledge of muggles, surpassing wizards in many respects. As a member of the Magical Congress, I possess the right to voice my opinions. I am entitled to question. Answer me, muggle-born. By what vile means did you breach a wizard's seal? Ms. Rappaport abruptly slammed her hands on the table, her face twisted with malice as she glared at Tony. The surrounding murmurs swelled once more, and Gemini's keen ears caught the protests from several witches. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gemini Black, heir of the Black family, guardian of the Savior Harry Potter, sister of the Minister of Magical Law Enforcement and Horrors, and sister to the president of the Malfoy Trading Company. I wonder if my identity permits me to speak in this esteemed gathering?" Gemini stood, executing a graceful bow, employing a minor spell to ensure her voice resonated clearly for all present. "Of course, Ms. Black, please proceed." Samuel nodded, gesturing for Gemini to continue. "I trust you are aware that I have relocated from Britain. By a stroke of fortune, I became acquainted with Mr. Tony Stark. During my visit to his estate, I discovered artifacts left by his mother. After seeking Mr. Stark's consent, I utilized magical items brought from England to unlock the seal, witnessing that memory alongside Mr. Stark. Does this explanation meet with your approval, Ms. Rappaport?" Gemini spoke slowly, her unwavering gaze fixed on the high and mighty old witch. "You are but an underage girl. Why do you have to break the seal of an adult wizard?" Rappaport retorted disdainfully. "Because her mentor is the most distinguished and exceptional wizard in existence, even if he now resides merely as a portrait." Just then, the large black door behind them swung open with a resounding bang, light flooding in from outside. A male wizard entered, his disheveled black hair and round glasses framing green eyes ablaze with fury, his cloak billowing dramatically as he strode forward. "I must confess, I am astounded that the American Magical Congress would employ such a serious court to interrogate a recently returned wizard and a minor witch. I believe you owe me an explanation. A furious individual stormed in, positioning himself directly in front of Ginny, and bellowed at the diverse gathering of wizards. What is going on? Ginny gasped, her eyes wide with shock at the sight before her. Suddenly, she was enveloped in a warm embrace. Hush, do not speak. Let Harry handle this. Bring your friends. We must leave at once. The United States is truly barbaric. A brown-haired witch wrapped her arms around Ginny from behind, preparing to lead the two of them outside. No, you seem to have mistaken us. We are not the ones being interrogated. Ginny, bewildered, turned to see Seraphina smirking at her, mischievously winking. You conspire together. Is this something you all planned in advance, Hermione? Hermione Granger, now Hermione Weasley, chuckled softly. Let us discuss this outside. This is certainly not the place for conversation. Leave it to Harry. He will help you and your friends seek justice. Confused, Ginny and Tony were guided to the fireplace, and under Hermione's inquisitive gaze, Ginny mechanically recited her shop's address, the All Things Shop. In a flash of green flames, they found themselves seated in the parlor of the All Things Shop's second floor once more. Ginny remained expressionless, grappling with the bewilderment of the situation. So, what exactly is happening? She demanded, her voice barely escaping through clenched teeth as she sat on the sofa, arms crossed defiantly. Hermione smiled at Tony. Hello, I consider myself this child's sister, Hermione Weasley. You may call me Hermione or Mrs. Weasley. You must be the one who blew up Ollivander's wand shop, right? Tony couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. That would indeed be me. I am Tony Stark. Just call me Tony. How do you all know about this? Ollivander is untrustworthy. I will absolutely blow up his shop again. Ginny's expression contorted with anger as she glared at Hermione. Tony raised an eyebrow, intrigued. He had never witnessed Ginny so vividly animated. Until now, she had always appeared poised and mature, but this furious demeanor seemed far more befitting her age. All right, Ginny, would you like to know what is truly going on? Hermione settled beside Ginny, wrapping an arm around her shoulder and gently patting her. Please, allow me to explain. Ginny crossed her arms, turning her head away defiantly, raising her chin with a huff. I shall see how you intend to explain. Amused, Hermione regarded Ginny and gestured for Tony to sit down as she began to unravel the tale. It was at the precise moment when Ginny and Tony unsealed the barrier at Stark Manor that Seraphina sensed the unfolding events. After all, it was she and Maria who had initially established the seal. Observing the interaction between Ginny and Tony led her to a decision. She discreetly reached out to Harry Potter, Ginny's guardian, who resided in England. Upon learning of Ginny's whereabouts, Harry had been eager to rush to America to retrieve her, but he was persuaded to reconsider. Though Ginny was still quite young, her magical prowess was undeniably on par with that of an adult wizard. Even if she were to return now, her stay at Hogwarts would be fraught with difficulty, as others would fear her. It seemed more prudent to allow Ginny to remain in America, where she was at least content. Upon grasping Seraphina's intentions, Harry approached Hermione, enlisting the aid of the most astute witch for a discussion. He learned of Tony's significance to the magical community, understanding that the future of peaceful coexistence between the American Magical Society and the Muggles hinged upon him. His importance rivaled that of Harry Potter's in the British magical realm. Moreover, upon discovering that Ginny was mentioned in the prophecy concerning Tony's mother, Harry's countenance darkened considerably. Having nearly lost everything due to a prophecy himself, he was now confronted with Ginny's potential fate. Seraphina had no choice but to divulge the content of the prophecy. It foretold of an impending calamity that would not only affect ordinary people, but would also spare no wizard. To survive the forthcoming disaster, a connection with Muggles would be essential, with the key to this bond residing in Maria's son, Tony Stark. Tony would lead the American magical community into the realm of ordinary people in a peaceful manner, rather than through conflict. However, within the American Magical Congress, some individuals were reluctant to accept this prophecy, clinging stubbornly to their pride as wizards. Some radical factions even contemplated assassinating Tony, particularly the Rappaport family. Since the repeal of the Rappaport laws in 1965, their influence had waned, and they harbored a deep-seated animosity towards wizards who mingled with Muggles. Fortunately, Seraphina still wielded some influence, ensuring Tony's protection. According to Maria's prophecy, a dark-haired girl from England would serve as Tony's guide into the magical realm. The relationship between a guide and a wizard is often unique, and thus Ginny found herself irrevocably entangled in the events of the American magical community. unable to remain an outsider. Chapter 25. After Seraphina's thorough explanation, Harry's expression softened slightly. As long as Ginny was not the primary figure in the prophecy, he felt reassured. Seraphina also assured him that her family would ensure Ginny's safety in America. Should the need arise, she would seek assistance from England to facilitate Tony's secure entry into the magical world. Thus unfolded the scene at the American Magical Congress. Long before Seraphina arrived at the Oddments Emporium, she had already alerted Harry and his companions, urging them to hasten their arrival, which fortuitously interrupted this peculiar inquiry. As long as Tony subsequently registered at the Woolworth building in a transparent manner, even the most radical factions would find themselves powerless against a formally registered wizard. The convoluted explanations left Gemini feeling quite perplexed, while Tony nodded in comprehension. To be honest, we have been tailing you since you set foot in the airport in the UK. Don't forget Harry's invisibility cloak. Hermione chuckled at Gemini, fully aware that should Harry appear before her, she would undoubtedly flee. Thus he quietly followed until they exited Diagon Alley and returned to the aircraft. Gemini huffed defensively. I never asked him to follow me. I can manage on my own. Hermione smiled, gently ruffling her hair. Ever since that incident at school, Harry promptly arranged for the Daily Prophet to manage the narrative. Even if you return to school now, you would only be met with heroic treatment. No one would dare speak ill of you. So what do you say? Ready to go back? No, I'm quite content here. I've aided many, and I'm happy. Plus, I've earned enough to restore the former glory of the Black family. I truly enjoyed here. Gemini stated earnestly after a brief contemplation. Did you hear all that? Hermione suddenly inquired, addressing someone behind Gemini. Startled, Gemini turned to find her guardian, Harry Potter, standing at the door. Yes, I heard. Harry approached, squatting down to meet Gemini's gaze with his striking green eyes. I apologize. I fear our personalities may not be entirely compatible. This is my first experience as a guardian, and all I desire is for you to be happy and safe. Regrettably, I have not succeeded in making you feel that way. I am genuinely pleased that you can express your thoughts. Pausing, he continued, if you find happiness here, then I will acquiesce. I shall no longer impose upon you. However, you must promise to write regularly, keep the two-way mirror on you at all times, and prioritize your safety above all else. Understood? Gemini's lips moved as if to speak, yet no words emerged. Harry offered a reassuring smile and opened his arms. Unable to resist, Gemini dashed into Harry's embrace, exclaiming, I'm sorry. Thank you. I promise. Harry enveloped her in a comforting hug, patting her back. There, it's settled. We are family, are we not? Your friends are still here, and we must resolve this matter entirely. Feeling bashful, Gemini buried her face in Harry's chest, nodding quietly. The group then stood up. Mr. Stark, is it? Thank you for taking care of Gemini. I am Harry Potter, her guardian. Harry seized the opportunity to introduce himself, while Hermione led Gemini to tidy herself up. I understand. It is a pleasure to meet you. You may call me Tony. As Tony gazed at Harry, who appeared significantly younger than himself, a peculiar sense of self-consciousness washed over him, making him acutely aware of the passage of time. The two engaged in a few casual exchanges when Gemini emerged, fully prepared. This time, rather than using the fireplace, they descended the stairs and boarded a vehicle summoned by Harry, heading straight for the Woolworth building. Do you see the guard to your right? Just reveal your wand, and he shall grant you access to the correct door, Harry instructed, gesturing toward the middle-aged wizard stationed by the entrance. He strode forward, demonstrating by subtly waving his hand to display a hint of his concealed wand. The wizard nodded slightly, opened the glass door, and they entered in single file. Tony found himself captivated by the surroundings. Observing the grand clock above the lobby and the house elf polishing wands in the corner as an array of wizards passed by, dazzling him with their variety. In the heart of the lobby, Samuel stood smiling amidst a group of people, flanked by reporters from the New York Ghost and the British Prophet. Welcome. Welcome back to the magical world, Mr. Tony Stark, Samuel beamed, prompting Tony to reciprocate with a smile as he approached. They shook hands, and the sound of enthusiastic applause erupted around them, with reporters eagerly capturing the moment. Both men were no strangers to such attention, expertly directing polite smiles toward the cameras. Under Samuel's guidance, and in the presence of various journalists, Tony took a brief tour of the Magical Congress's premises. At last, amid a flurry of flashing cameras, he received his wand registration permit officially becoming a regular wizard under the jurisdiction of the American Magical Congress. The subsequent events unfolded with greater simplicity. A soiree where Serafina, as an elder, introduced Tony to their family members. Gemini adeptly followed Harry, smiling at various individuals who approached for conversation, having attended numerous similar gatherings at Hogwarts. She navigated the social intricacies with ease. As Harry and Hermione could not remain in America for long, after bidding them farewell, Gemini hurried back to her little shop, sinking into her bed, reluctant to move. The following morning, she was roused by the ringing of Tony's phone. According to the agreements made between Tony, Serafina, and the American Congress, Tony could continue living in the Muggle world without the need to immerse himself in the magical realm. Given Tony's status, another sudden disappearance would indeed be untenable. The only concern lay in Tony's rudimentary level of magical proficiency, although he possessed a wand. Even a second-year student could easily outmatch him with magic. Concerning remedial lessons, Tony insisted on self-study. However, magic did not lend itself to such straightforward learning as mathematics or history, where one merely needed books to facilitate understanding. It carried inherent risks. Ultimately, it was agreed that Tony could only learn new spells within Gemini's shop, and he would be permitted to use only the magic that Gemini approved. In light of this, Gemini was compelled to carve out a small space in her cellar for Tony. Chapter 26, I believe you must have a valid reason. Otherwise, I shall make you aware of what it means to provoke a woman. Indeed, even a mere girl. Gemini exclaimed through gritted teeth, her disheveled hair framing her furious expression. Tony glanced at the dimly lit sky outside, offering a dry smile. Please, darling, you must understand that I adore magic, and I am eager to learn. I can hardly contain my excitement. Without hesitation, Gemini hung up the phone and flung her device onto the bed, raking her fingers through her hair in frustration as she retreated into the washroom. Meanwhile, Kirby, with a dark expression, opened a shop door, casting a gloomy gaze at the still-burning street lamp, and began to grumble to Tony, reluctantly ushering him into the cellar and serving him a modest breakfast. By the time Gemini arrived, Tony was already immersed in a multitude of first and second-grade textbooks, sprawled in the corner designated for him. Surrounded by a vast array of books and parchment, he occasionally contemplated picking up his wand, yet ultimately set it aside to continue his studies. I am pleased to see you refraining from brandishing your wand like a baboon, Gemini remarked with satisfaction, acknowledging that few possess such restraint. Come now, I'm not a child anymore. It is wiser to avoid experimenting with the unfamiliar. After all, I have seen the repercussions. These side effects cannot be resolved by merely spending 2 days in the hospital, Tony retorted, casually pulling a book towards him, revealing its title to Gemini. Consequences and Solutions for Miscast Spells. Excellent. I sense you must be a Ravenclaw. Perhaps you should try the Sorting Hat. Gemini sighed with relief, for she feared Tony's impulsiveness. His nature was hardly one to remain compliant. Magic, while seemingly simple, was not without its challenges. The levitation spell taught in the first year, if mispronounced by even a syllable, could summon a cow to stand upon one's chest. I too believe I should belong to Ravenclaw, Tony smiled, brandishing a book titled Hogwarts, a history. Which house do you belong to? According to this book, you must be a Slytherin, correct? Gemini nodded, approaching Tony's desk. What have you read so far? Do you have any questions? Tony raised an eyebrow. Indeed, I have many. I am eager to validate my learning with my wand. Very well, give it a try. With a flick of her wand, Gemini caused the books on the desk to leap into a neat arrangement, settling quietly on the shelf attached to the desk, leaving the surface clear save for a few first-year textbooks and some props, such as feathers and matches. Make the feather float and turn the match into a needle, Gemini instructed, moving a short distance away to sit in a chair against the wall, gesturing towards Tony. Tony withdrew his wand, anxiously wiping the sweat from his palms onto his garments. He recalled the descriptions from his textbooks, as well as the expensive notes he had purchased. He raised his right hand, aimed at the feather resting on the table, and with a flick and a shake, he uttered, Wingardium Leviosa. The feather trembled and gracefully ascended, swirling around the room under Tony's guidance before gently settling back onto the table. Achieving success on the first attempt instilled a great sense of confidence in him. Next came the Transfiguration spell. Although Tony's mind was brimming with various techniques and knowledge regarding the incantation, it was evident that the transformation spell was unsuccessful. The matchstick remained a matchstick, unchanged in appearance. Furrowing his brow, Tony pondered the reason behind this failure, confident that he had made no mistakes. Gemini approached, inspecting the matchstick closely, and gazed at Tony with incredulity. "What were you thinking while casting the transfiguration spell?" she asked. "Well, I was contemplating the composition of the needle, and, in passing, my thoughts wandered to the metallic components." As he spoke, Tony suddenly realized, could it be that I was overthinking it? Gemini, both amused and exasperated, placed the matchstick back on the table. "Take a look for yourself." Tony picked up the matchstick, and upon grasping it, he immediately sensed something was amiss. Its weight had altered. He squeezed it firmly, yet the matchstick remained unchanged. Chuckling awkwardly, he set the metallic matchstick back down. "Magic is a very subjective experience. I know you are intelligent, but for clever individuals, transfiguration is the most challenging of spells to master. You must learn to focus solely on the surface," Gemini advised earnestly. "When an ordinary person thinks of a needle, they only consider its sharpness and metallic texture, while your intellect leads you to instinctively ponder the composition of the metal. Magic, as Muggles would say, is a manifestation of the heart's power. Control your scientific mindset, refrain from probing every detail, and give it a try." With a flick of her wand, Gemini transformed the metallic matchstick back to its original state and returned to her seat. Tony closed his eyes to gather his thoughts, then opened them to gaze intently at the matchstick, contemplating deeply before aiming once more at it. This time, he succeeded. The matchstick twisted and morphed into a sewing needle, complete with a sharp tip and a perfectly formed eye for threading. "So that's it. I think I understand now," Tony exclaimed, gazing at the ordinary sewing needle as laughter erupted from him. With a gentle tap of his wand, the needle began to twist from its tip, swiftly transforming into a gilded needle adorned with intricate carvings, exuding an air of opulence. "Excellent. You have grasped the concept. Now, your next task is to navigate this metallic object through the pipe using the levitation charm, without allowing it to touch the walls of the pipe," Gemini instructed, patting the wall behind her. Immediately, a winding, translucent pipe appeared. She placed a square metallic block on the table, signaling to Tony that he could begin. Tony hesitated as he gazed at the pipe. "I have learned the spell. Why can't we proceed to the next task? May I choose to practice at home?" Tony inquired. Gemini smirked. "Of course, you are an adult now. One should understand the principle of gradual progress. One cannot consume an entire feast in a single bite." Tony realized there was no room for negotiation and reluctantly pointed his wand at the metal block, casting the levitation charm. To Gemini's astonishment, Tony accomplished the task in less than half an hour. This charm was something she had learned during her aura training. It was noteworthy that even a graduated adult wizard would struggle to exhibit such precise control, let alone an inexperienced young wizard. "Huh, look at that. Am I not a genius? Magic is not so difficult after all," Tony exclaimed, twirling his wand with pride. "All right, you are indeed a genius. Therefore, today's lesson concludes, and you may leave," Gemini replied, arching her lips into a demure smile. "Wait, aren't we continuing? Today has just begun." Tony was taken aback. "With your genius, you can learn on your own." Gemini rolled her eyes and turned to exit. Tony hurried after her, mumbling about wanting to continue his studies. Gemini led Tony to the shop on the first floor. Due to Ethan's presence, the shop had undergone a slight renovation. The street-facing wall had been transformed into a display window, showcasing exquisite dolls. If one observed closely, the dolls might even greet you. Chapter 27 Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the hall where several white-painted tables and chairs were arranged. The tables were adorned with signature parchment and ink bottles, while a row of cabinets against the wall displayed an array of colorful bottled potions. Near the staircase, a bar counter had been set up, where Ethan sat on a high stool, engrossed in a book. "Hey, Ethan, how are you?" Tony greeted from the bar. "I'm doing quite well, enjoying my book." Gemini even set up an internet connection. "There aren't many customers, and no one is causing trouble, so it's rather pleasant," Ethan replied with a smile upon noticing Tony. "That's good to hear. Knowing you're well puts my mind at ease," Tony responded. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Tony followed Gemini upstairs into the parlor. Tony gazed at Gemini eagerly and asked, "We really can't continue?" Gemini sighed, picked up her bag, and said, "Come on, we have other matters to attend to. You are now a certified wizard, so you must possess the accoutrements of one. Today, I will take you to acquire some essentials. Can I pay in dollars? Or must it be in gold? Perhaps gems? I need to prepare," Tony exclaimed with enthusiasm. "No need for that. Your grandmother entrusted me to bring you. She also gave you the key, which is said to be your mother's legacy, Gemini explained, retrieving a golden key from her small bag and handing it to Tony. Keep it safe. It is proof of your mother's vault. Tony fell into a sudden silence, grasping the key in his palm, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. How absurd it was, at my age, to still rely on my mother's money. Gemini, at a loss for words, made her way to the fireplace. Listen carefully. I shall only say this once. Copper Oak Tavern. She tossed the flue powder into the flames, which transformed into a vibrant green. Striding confidently into the hearth, she clearly enunciated the destination. With a whoosh, she vanished in the fireplace. Tony inhaled deeply, approaching the hearth. He mimicked Gemini, tossing the flue powder into the flames and articulating the name. In an instant, he felt as though he were being thrust into a spinning washing machine, the world around him blurring as various fireplaces flashed by. Just as he thought he might be sick, he suddenly came to a halt in front of a dimly lit hearth. The abrupt stop sent Tony tumbling forward onto the floor with a thud, eliciting a chorus of good-natured laughter. Hey, mate, haven't you traversed a fireplace before? Before Tony could respond, he was lifted to his feet by several hands. Thank you. Still dazed, his vision hazy, he was promptly handed a goblet. Drink up. It appears you're not accustomed to fireplaces. This is the boss's private stash, and we had to persuade him to let us have it. You've arrived just in time. Shaking his head to clear the fog, Tony surveyed the dim surroundings and the group of imposing figures gathered around him. Glancing down at the goblet in his hand, filled with golden liquid, he couldn't resist leaning in to inhale its aroma. Instantly, a refreshing sensation surged through him, replacing the melancholy that had briefly clouded his thoughts upon recalling his mother. Unable to resist, Tony lifted the goblet to his lips and took a sip. The sweet flavor enveloped his mouth, the coolness of the ice soothing his unsettled stomach. Prompting a contented sigh. What is this drink? Is it available for purchase? He inquired. The burly men erupted into hearty laughter. This is William's Private Reserve, a secret stash of oak honeymead. It's only brought out at the end of each month, and each person is limited to just 1 cup. You're quite fortunate. Tony, are you all right? Gemini's voice called from behind. Suddenly reminded of his purpose for being there, Tony quickly stood. All right, my friends. I'll treat you to drinks another time. I have matters to attend to today. With that, he downed the remainder of the goblet's contents, patted his pockets, and removed a jeweled cufflink from his sleeve, placing it on the table. I didn't bring any money. Consider this as payment for the drink. Having spoken, Tony rose and made his way towards Gemini. Miss Black. The muscle-bound men at the table finally noticed Gemini, standing not far away, and hastened to greet her. It's Pearson, isn't it? Haven't you all had any work lately? Gemini inquired, recognizing a familiar face. Indeed, Miss Black, as you know. Our business has been rather scarce, replied the bearded leader with a smile as he approached. Gemini pondered for a moment before inquiring of Tony. What are your impressions of them? With a smile, Tony replied, though they may appear formidable, they are quite amiable. Even as a stranger, they assisted me when I was in discomfort. Gemini nodded and instructed, Pearson, summon your companions to wait here. Shortly, there will be a task for you. Realizing that Gemini was not jesting, Pearson eagerly gathered his brethren. Tony, bewildered, followed Gemini outside the bar, bombarding her with questions. What are they doing? What task awaits? Where exactly are we? Where did you just go? The barrage of inquiries left Gemini somewhat exasperated. Yet out of respect for his grandmother, she patiently addressed each one. They are, as you might say, part of a construction crew, responsible for renovations and refurbishments. In America, there are few pure wizard territories. Most dwell among muggles. However, muggle homes are often inconvenient, hence the need for their transformative services. We are at the Copper Oak Bar, akin to the Leaky Cauldron we visited in England, serving as an entrance to the American Magical Street. It experiences a significant flow of traffic daily, hence several exits. We did not enter through the same fireplace and were diverted. Now, enough questions. We must embark on the roller coaster. What? A roller coaster? Tony's words faltered as they stepped outside the bar, revealing a bustling street adorned with restaurants, clothing shops, CFS, pharmacies, Quidditch stores, pet shops, and more. Although it lacked the rich magical atmosphere of England, Tony found the layout strangely familiar. Following Gemini, they approached a tall white building. Tony gazed up at the crooked white structure and asked, what is this? This is Gringotts, the wizarding bank managed by goblins. Once inside, refrain from speaking. Angering them is unwise. Even if you're Tony Stark, Gemini whispered as she guided him inside, observing the slender-fingered goblins with their pointed ears passing by. Tony nearly voiced his thoughts, but swallowed them instead. Fairy tales, it seemed, were indeed deceiving. Inside Gringotts, the layout mirrored that of its British counterpart. Gemini led Tony to the counter and addressed the goblin. "Hello, Mr. Tony Stark is here to withdraw funds. Did you bring the key?" The goblin behind the counter inquired, setting aside its previous task. At Gemini's prompting, Tony produced the golden key and placed it on the counter. The goblin carefully examined the key with its slender fingers before returning it to the table. "The key is in order. I shall have someone escort you. Sinchi, please take these two guests to Vault 511, the goblin behind the counter called out. A young goblin approached swiftly. "I am Sinchi. Please follow me to the vault." As they disembarked from the cart, Tony's complexion had turned a ghastly white. "Do I have to use this infernal contraption every time I withdraw money?" "Certainly not. This is merely your first visit. In the future, should you wish to avoid coming here, you may opt to have them assist you in gaining entry. Let us see how substantial your inheritance is and whether we can obtain a card, thereby rendering your visits unnecessary." Gemini explained kindly. Shinchi's fingers traced the grand entrance of the vault, and with a series of mechanical sounds, a doorknob emerged. He grasped it and pulled the door open, stepping aside with a slight bow. "After you." Gemini nudged Tony gently, urging him to enter first, while she followed closely behind. Inside was a modest chamber of approximately 10 square meters, where gold and silver coins formed small mountains on the floor. The walls were lined with numerous cabinets, each filled with various antique artifacts. Tony stood in the center of the room, gazing around the vault, his mouth agape for an extended period. While he was indeed a billionaire, the spectacle before him was undeniably breathtaking compared to mere numbers in a bank account. Gemini also surveyed the surroundings, finally feeling a sense of relief. How wonderful it was not to have to pay for anything. At the far end of the vault sat a small suitcase, atop which lay a yellowed letter. Gemini approached and noticed the envelope bore Tony's name. "Tony, come take a look. This appears to be a letter from your mother." Hearing this, Tony hurried over, nearly tripping over the coins, and picked up the letter from the suitcase. The envelope indeed had his name inscribed upon it. Upon opening it, he found no substantial message. It merely instructed him to take the suitcase back. Tony fell silent for a moment, stowing the letter away and lifting the suitcase as he gazed at Gemini. "How much money are we taking out?" Gemini surveyed the coins strewn across the floor and pondered for a moment before inquiring of Shinchi at the entrance. "Can he obtain a card?" "Of course. This guest's assets are perfectly secure," Shinchi assured confidently. Gemini grabbed a handful of coins and handed them to Tony, instructing him to tuck them into his pockets as pocket change. "Let's depart." When Tony received the card and exited Gringotts, he felt disoriented. "I swear, I never want to come here again." Gemini smirked slightly. "Come, let's first sit in a CAF nearby and take a moment to rest before we continue." In a CAF not far from Gringotts, Gemini ordered Tony a cloudy, iced Americano to soothe his troubled spirit. Next, they needed to visit a pet store. He required a messenger and some materials for renovations. Choose a place where you will reside, and later return with the materials for Pearson to assist you with the renovations. Not to mention, you must have a fireplace, right? Very well, that sounds agreeable. However, it must be said that the wizarding world is somewhat antiquated. Is there truly no such thing as a mobile phone? Tony couldn't help but express his frustration. Perhaps one day there will be, but at present, no one is pursuing development in that area, Gemini casually explained before falling silent. "By the way, may I have a house elf?" Tony suddenly asked, looking at the house elf who had just delivered their drinks. Gemini pondered for a moment and then retrieved a piece of paper from her bag to examine it. She replied, "In the United States, it's quite straightforward. Here, due to immigration, the regulations regarding house elves are rather lenient. They can be employed." "That is splendid. Where do we go to hire one?" Tony exclaimed, his spirits lifted. After all, a versatile and reliable butler is not easily found. The two first visited a pet store, where Tony spent half a day deliberating before finally settling on a golden eagle. He left the vault number to settle the bill and proceeded to a hardware store. Unlike an ordinary hardware store filled with various materials, this one presented a three-dimensional blueprint. It offered a variety of functions, and as long as the appropriate blueprint was chosen based on the area, the store would provide the necessary materials and deliver them. Utilizing magic for construction would also incur minimal costs. Under the guidance of the hardware store owner, they eventually located the House Elf Association at the end of the street. The elves at the association, adhering to Tony's request, found him a young elf, and they signed a lifelong contract, stipulating that the elf could only regain its freedom upon Tony's demise. The monthly wage was set at 1 galleon, with vacation time being 1 day every 2 months. Despite Tony's vigorous protests for higher pay and more vacation days, his requests were firmly denied. Since house elves require magical housing for their existence, it was agreed that once the house was renovated, the elf could be summoned directly. After painstakingly arranging everything, Tony, clutching his newly acquired stealthy expansion spell case, followed Gemini back to the Copper Oak Tavern, where a group of burly men was already eagerly awaiting their arrival. Tony provided his home address and handed over the materials and blueprints chosen at the hardware store to Pearson, while also hitching a ride with them via apparition back to his villa in Malbury. After organizing the various positions and agreeing on a start date for the next day, Tony returned to his laboratory, placing the suitcase he retrieved from the vault on the countertop. He caressed the old suitcase, steeling himself, and as his fingers brushed over the lock, it clicked open of its own accord before he could exert any force. Tony shrugged, somewhat impressed by its advanced mechanism. Upon opening the suitcase, he was greeted by a 10-inch still life painting encased in a frame. The painting depicted a cozy room with a fireplace, where a coffee table held red tea and an assortment of exquisite pastries. Tony removed the painting, propped it up on the table, and peered into the suitcase again, which had now become quite empty, containing only the solitary painting. He turned the suitcase upside down and shook it vigorously, confirming that nothing else remained aside from a fine layer of dust at the bottom. All right, no more shaking. There's truly nothing left. A gentle voice startled him. He took a step back, drew his wand, and scanned the surroundings warily. Who is there? Show yourself. Jarvis. Has someone intruded? Sir, there is no one here. Jarvis's calm voice replied. I am right here, on the table where you just placed it, Tony. A sound emanated from the table as Tony cautiously approached the painting. It had transformed from a mere still life into a vivid scene featuring a beautiful blonde woman seated in a chair by the fireplace, smiling at him. Mother. Tony gingerly lifted the painting, greedily gazing at the figure within, who could speak, laugh, and even sip tea. Was this a dream? Chapter 29, Long Time No See, Tony. Are you not familiar with the portraits of the wizarding world? Maria, in the painting, inquired with a smile. I haven't seen many. I've just learned a few spells, Mother. What is going on? Is this related to souls? Tony stammered, his eyes fixed on the painting without blinking. Well, explaining it is rather complicated. To use your father's words, I am essentially an intelligent recording now. For further details, you should refer to your books. I know you are quite clever. Maria replied with a grin. Tony pulled over a chair to sit comfortably, then asked, And what about the old man? Aren't you two together? Maria's smile faltered momentarily. She set down her cup and picked up a frame from the table, caressing it before turning it to show Tony. Look, he is here. We have always been watching over you, Tony. Tony gazed at the photograph within the frame, falling into silence for a moment before saying, So, only wizards can become animated portraits? Maria nodded with a smile, impressed by Tony's quick understanding. Indeed, but your father left you many recordings. I'm not certain where you have seen them. Ever since I sensed we would leave you, he has been recording incessantly. From what I have observed, there are about 30 tapes. What? Where did he put them? Why haven't I seen even one? Tony exclaimed in shock. It was true. After the incident with Howard and Maria, Jarvis had been frantically searching Stark Manor for anything left by his parents, but he had found none of the tapes Maria mentioned. Maria abruptly stood up. Not missing. He left them in the old house. How could they be gone? Sir, Obadiah Stane is here to visit. Jarvis's voice interjected, interrupting Tony and Maria's conversation. What does he want now? Tony frowned, intending to instruct Jarvis to deny him entry. But Jarvis continued, Sir, Mr. Stane has level 1 clearance and is already on the stairs. Tony reluctantly glanced at Maria's portrait. All right, Mother, I suppose we must pause our conversation for a moment. Maria adjusted her posture and whispered, Tony, conceal your wand. I will disguise myself as a regular portrait. Tony glanced at his shirt, then at the wand at his arm, surveying his surroundings. Before Obadiah appeared at the laboratory door, he swiftly tucked it into a crevice of the table. He swore he saw the usually gentle Maria glare at him, but Obadiah was already at the entrance, leaving him no choice but to offer an ingratiating smile to Maria before walking towards Obadiah. Tony, are you here? Why did you miss the charity gala yesterday? I was quite worried something might have happened to you. Obadiah, upon seeing Tony, laughed heartily and opened his arms. The two shared a brief embrace. Tony replied, I was indeed delayed by certain matters. You see, with Stark Industries ceasing weapon manufacturing, I must seek new avenues for development. Obadiah's expression shifted, followed by a smile. So, it's truly coming to an end? Of course, I never speak idly, Tony stated, turning his back to Obadiah as he discreetly placed Maria's portrait in a secure location and began to fiddle with some components on the table. Uncle Obadiah, the weapons division is already closed, isn't it? My words should still carry weight, correct? Listening to Tony's inquiry, Obadiah's expression changed subtly behind him. Well, it merely requires a bit of time. I've been in discussions with the board. I possess over 40 of Stark Industries shares. I am the largest shareholder. I wish for an immediate cessation, not a delay. Tony replied, visibly displeased. All right, as you wish. Obadiah gazed into Tony's eyes, pausing for a moment before smiling. You troublesome lad, I will take care of it. You need not worry. Focus on finding a new direction for Stark Industries, and I shall handle the board. After patting Tony on the shoulder, he exited the laboratory. Sir, Mr. Stan has departed, came Jarvis's voice. Tony immediately turned and sat at the table, bringing the portrait before him while pulling out his wand from a crevice, vigorously wiping it. Look, mother, my wand. Naturally, Tony received a stern reprimand, and having never faced the wrath of his mother, he finally understood why Howard had always been so gentle and courteous in Maria's presence. The following morning, Tony brought Maria's portrait to the shop, showcasing it to Jiminy, who was so incensed that she nearly summoned Professor Snape's portrait for a showdown. After obtaining Maria's consent, Jiminy commissioned a landscape painting to establish a connection with Maria's portrait, allowing them to visit each other through their respective images. As she mentioned having grown weary of staying in the tea room for over 20 years. With the presence of the portraits, Jiminy decisively sent Tony home, assuring him that with Maria's supervision, he could self-study some magic without issue. Even if problems arose, he could always come through the fireplace. This aligned perfectly with Tony's intentions, as ever since his return from Afghanistan, he had harbored a notion that magic had delayed him for far too long, and he could hardly wait any longer. After a lengthy discussion with Maria, he resolved to study magic during the day, and after the shop closed at night, Ethan would come through the fireplace to assist him in realizing his scientific ideas, allowing both pursuits to progress uninterrupted. Time flies swiftly, in the blink of an eye. A week has passed. Tony's proficiency in spells has reached a 4th grade level. In addition to spells, his transfiguration skills have also advanced to a 3rd grade level. However, his potions class remains stagnant at 1st grade level, confined to the basics of scabious elixirs. It is not due to a lack of ability. Rather, upon encountering the various potion ingredients, Tony has completely abandoned the subject and resolved that he will never touch another potion unless absolutely necessary. Are you ready? Tony stood on a circular platform in the center of the laboratory, giving a thumbs up to Ethan, who stood nearby. Let us begin. Ethan carefully examined the data displayed on the screen and cautiously pressed the red icon in the center. The mechanical arms surrounding Tony began to move methodically, enveloping his body in silver armor. The screws at the joints tightened automatically, and as the helmet was donned, a blue light illuminated from the chest plate, followed by the eyes of the helmet glowing to life. Can you hear me, Tony? How do you feel? Ethan nervously inquired into the microphone before the computer. Everything is normal. My heart rate and temperature are stable. Let me try moving, Tony replied, stepping forward. With a resounding crash, both he and the armor fell before Ethan. Chapter 30. Ethan rushed over, tapping on Tony's helmet. Tony, what happened? Are you all right? The helmet opened, revealing Tony lying on his back, devoid of enthusiasm. I'm fine. Jarvis. Upload my walking data. Now, stand me up. Ethan thought he heard a crack as he watched Tony rise rigidly from the ground, followed by a mournful wail. Shivering, Ethan was relieved that he had no interest in such experiments. Just the thought of it sounded painful. Soon, after some adjustments, Tony was able to swing his arms and legs in place without losing balance. He licked his lips and said, "Now let us try flying." Ethan quickly withdrew his hands from the computer. "Not like this, Tony. You can't even run yet." No, Ethan. You must understand. Sometimes you have to learn to fly first." Tony's gaze was resolute as he was about to issue a command to Jarvis when Maria's voice interjected. "Ethan, move me off the table. What if he breaks me? Oh, come on. What if I succeed on the first try?" Tony's enthusiasm deflated as he opened his helmet, gazing longingly at Maria's image. I'm not stopping you from trying, but before that, you should probably ensure some safety precautions, right? Maria nearly rolled her eyes in exasperation. Little fool, have the fire extinguisher ready. Jarvis, prepare the emergency call, and don't forget the insurance. Where's the medicine cabinet? Good, it's right here. Ethan, did you bring the life-saving potions? All set. Tony looked around. Jarvis, energy levels ready, 30. Wait. As soon as Ethan's words left his lips, he saw Tony whirl like a firework and crash into the adjacent garage. Well, I knew this would happen. Ethan dragged Little Days over, directing a furious spray of the fire extinguisher towards Tony on the ground. How are you? Ethan shouted. I'm fine. I'm perfectly all right. I understand where the issue lies. Tony, propped against the nearly crushed car, called out. Stop it. That's enough, Little Days. At last, the fire extinguisher ceased its assault. Tony lifted his helmet, exhaling in relief. It was merely a calculation error. I'm okay. Ethan, retreat with Little Days. Let's try again. Ethan shrugged, pulling the reluctant Little Days back to the portrait of Maria, holding it up so Tony could see it more clearly. Jarvis, upload the inventory map and all relevant documents. Check all operating systems, and simultaneously look into the weather outside and air traffic control. Tony commanded decisively. Sir, I believe we are not adequately prepared. Sometimes we need a bit of foresight. Initiate. Tony was resolute, disregarding any objections as he issued his final command. Accompanied by a luminous glow from his palms and feet, Tony began to ascend slowly. With a cheer, he soared through the garage passage and out into the sky. Ethan, clutching the portrait, took the indoor elevator directly to the rooftop, watching Tony, now a mere glimmer of silver light, circling in the sky, occasionally emitting peculiar sounds. Tony, you did it. Ethan communicated with Tony through Jarvis. Ha ha ha. Ethan, did you see that? And my mom, did you see? I succeeded. I can fly. Tony's voice echoed back. Now I need to see how high I can go. Don't do anything reckless. Ethan felt a wave of apprehension wash over him and shouted loudly. Tony abruptly cut off the communication. Jarvis, what is the record for the 71 Blackbird? The highest recorded altitude is 85,000 feet, sir. Let's break that record. With a commanding shout, Tony's thrusters ignited, propelling him vertically upward. Ethan had already retrieved his tablet, tracking Tony through Stark's private satellite, and, as he observed Tony's movements, he instantly grasped his intentions. No, no, no. Don't do this, Tony. This is sheer madness. Ethan exclaimed as he sprinted towards the fireplace, hurriedly scribbling a few words, tossing a handful of flying powder into the flames. Wishing house. Sir, ascending to such heights could cause significant issues with ice formation, Jarvis cautioned Tony. Proceed. Tony paid no heed, continuing his ascent. The exterior of the Iron Man's suit began to crystallize with a thin layer of ice. As he climbed higher, the ice thickened, and Jarvis's signal abruptly severed due to the ice buildup. Tony let out a scream as he began to plummet from the peak of his ascent, gasping for breath. Ethan rushed to the rooftop, eyes glued to the tablet as he watched Tony's silhouette fall straight down, panic setting in. What to do? Oh no, what now? After falling a considerable distance, Jarvis finally re-established the connection. Tony desperately attempted to reboot the suit, and he could now see Ethan on the rooftop with his own eyes. Time was running out. Bang! Ah! Ethan raised his head in confusion, wondering how he had heard a woman's piercing scream. Gemini struggled to control the flying carpet, having heard that Tony's research had reached a conclusion. She had not ventured outside for quite some time, and thought to ride the carpet and see what Tony's much-anticipated new invention was all about. Little did she know that upon arriving over Tony's residence, an unidentified object plummeted onto her carpet, compressing it into a tangled mass under its weight and speed. Had the carpet not been sufficiently large, Gemini would likely have been flattened. Tony's suit finally rebooted successfully, and he extricated himself from the crumpled carpet. Spotting the ground approaching and Gemini sitting at the edge of the carpet, he rolled off without a moment's hesitation, and Jarvis instantly activated the suit, allowing Tony to soar into the air once more. Gemini maneuvered the flying carpet, landing it somewhat askew on the Stark rooftop, where Ethan hurried over to assist her. In that moment, Tony gracefully descended onto the rooftop, preparing to land. Before Gemini could draw her wand to give him a piece of her mind, Tony's feet touched the ground, and in an instant, he vanished followed by a loud crash that set off a cacophony of car alarms. Ethan and Gemini approached the edge of the gaping hole, peering down to find Tony, clad in his Iron Man suit, lying amidst the rubble, removing his helmet and grinning foolishly at them. "You saved me again, Gemini. You truly are my lucky girl." Gemini brushed aside the disheveled hair obscuring her face, regarding Tony with a sardonic smile. "A mere 10,000 galleons. No payments in dollars accepted. Ha ha ha. I'll transfer it to you tomorrow." Tony gave a thumbs up to the two above him. "Now, could someone come down and lend me a hand? I am stuck." "You deserve it." Despite her words, Gemini used the carpet to fly down to the basement with Ethan, employing a few transformation spells to rescue Tony. Chapter 31. How splendid. Just a minor adjustment is all that is needed. Tony stood beside the restored Iron Man suit, beaming with delight. "Does this contraption have a name?" Gemini approached, gazing at the silver armor. "Can you use magic while wearing it? What is the principle behind it? Is it alchemy?" "What? Alchemy is real," Tony exclaimed in astonishment. "You can truly conjure gold?" Gemini stifled the urge to smack Tony on the head. "What have you been learning these past few days? I distinctly remember the book I bought for you contained topics on this. You should be grateful you don't have to attend school. Otherwise, you would surely be the laughingstock." Tony chuckled sheepishly. "I've only studied for a week. I've been too focused on learning spells. I haven't gotten to that knowledge yet. I swear I will study it soon." Gemini rolled her eyes. "Learn or don't learn, it's not my concern. After all, the benefits of alchemy for your Iron Man suit are far from negligible." At this point, Gemini paused briefly before continuing. "Alchemy is not merely the transformation of stones into metals. It encompasses the principle of equivalent exchange, which is rather complex to elucidate in a few moments. My understanding of alchemy is limited to theoretical knowledge from books. However, should your interest in it persist after reading Introduction to Alchemy, I can assist you in finding a mentor." Without uttering a word, Tony strode directly to the newly established bookshelf in the laboratory, rifling through it until he extracted the book Gemini had mentioned. He skimmed through the preface and introduction, and his eyes instantly sparkled with eagerness as he delved into the main text. "Is this how he's always been?" Gemini displayed an expression of disbelief. Had he truly forgotten our existence? I surmised that this was indeed the case. Ethan adjusted his glasses while holding onto Maria's portrait and reached a conclusion. "Alas, my son is admirable in many respects, yet this particular trait is quite intolerable. Unfamiliar individuals might mistakenly perceive him as aloof, but he is simply too engrossed in the allure of new knowledge." The portrait of Maria gazed lovingly at Tony, who was diligently immersed in his work. "Well, it seems this no longer concerns me. I shall take my leave." "This evening has been sufficiently thrilling," Gemini remarked, stifling a yawn. "Ethan, what about you? Are you heading back?" Ethan carefully placed Maria's portrait on the only clean spot available on the table. "Of course. It is getting late, and I must open the shop tomorrow." The two bid farewell to Tony and turned to leave, uncertain whether the book-absorbed Tony had even heard them. By the time Tony extricated himself from the pages, dawn was breaking. "Mom, where is everyone?" Maria sighed. "Have you even glanced at the time?" "Once again, you stayed up late, Tony. It's not that I want to say this." Before she could finish, Tony raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "All right, Mom. I understand. I won't do it again." Maria, observing Tony's demeanor, restrained her frustration, feeling grateful she had passed away early. Otherwise, this mischievous child would surely have driven her to her wit's end. "Now hurry off to rest. I do not wish to see you for the time being." With that, Maria turned and vanished from a portrait. Tony glanced at the ceiling, which had a large hole exposed, while the outside world began to brighten. He casually inquired, "Jarvis, what time is it?" "The current time is 5:32. Weather clear with a gentle breeze." "All right, stop." Tony interrupted Jarvis's continued report. "Do we have any materials left for Mark II? I have a few new ideas." "Yes, sir. There are enough materials to construct 2 Mark II units." "Then let's begin with a basic one. Paint color. Let me see, red and gold. And leave the external armor for the fingers and wrist uninstalled for now. By the way, is there anything else scheduled for today?" As Tony pointed at the screen, he continued speaking. "Not all, sir. There is a charity ball in your name scheduled to commence in 15 hours, yet you have not received an invitation," Jarvis remarked. "In my name? I have yet to receive an invitation." Tony paused, momentarily bewildered. "Remember to remind me when the time comes. Why am I unable to attend an event held in my honor?" "Very well, sir." Tony swiftly resolved the system issues. While crafting his new suit, He traversed through the fireplace to the Copper Oak Tavern. As anticipated, Pearson and his burly companions were still present. Tony approached them directly, arranging to assist with the ceiling repair at dawn before exiting the establishment and stepping onto Wizard Street. I shall have a look. I believe it should be around here. As Tony walked, he meticulously scanned the shop signs. This is the place. He stood before a shop adorned in vibrant red, gazing up at the sign that read Weasley Alchemy Workshop. Given the hour was still shy of 6, the door was, as expected, securely locked. Tony pressed his face against the glass door, squinting inside while completely disregarding the posted hours of operation, 0900 and 1900. Seeing nothing, he tentatively knocked. Is anyone there? Owner? Are you there? I suspect no one is home. A gentle voice emanated from behind Tony. He turned abruptly to find a wizard of similar stature standing behind him. A tall, lanky figure with vibrant red hair, missing an ear, leaving only a dark hole in its stead, nonchalantly exposed. Hello, I am George Weasley, the proprietor of this establishment, a Brit, he introduced, extending a hand. Tony smiled and reciprocated, Greetings, I am Tony Stark, I am here too. Before he could finish, a loud bang erupted, accompanied by a cloud of white smoke. Tony transformed into a gigantic canary, staring in bewilderment at the red-haired wizard. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Ha ha ha. George erupted in laughter. A new product, canary gloves. Once donned, they transformed the wearer's counterpart into a massive canary, priced at 5 galleons each. Duration, 2 minutes. The 2 minutes elapsed swiftly, followed by another loud bang as the white smoke dissipated. Tony, now back at the entrance, meticulously checked himself, ensuring no parts were amiss or added, before exhaling in relief. Hey, this contraption is quite amusing. I'll take a set. George chuckled. I believe I like you. I initially intended to open a branch of Weasley-S Wizard Wheezes here, but the wizard around here are too uptight, so I had to transform it into an alchemy workshop. Mind you, this is America. How can they be more rigid than I, a Brit? As George spoke, he approached the door and waved his wand, causing it to swing open automatically, illuminating the interior. Come in, my friend, and tell me what you desire. Tony cautiously surveyed the entrance, confirming the absence of anything peculiar before stepping inside, though he appreciated the man's mischief. It did not imply he was keen on becoming a target of it. Chapter 32, I would like to inquire if it is possible to customize some enchanted metals. Of course, I will provide the metal. I hope to utilize it through a wand, and I also desire that these metals can protect the wand. After all, you know, wand made of wood. Tony surveyed the seemingly ordinary shop and addressed George. George stroked his chin thoughtfully. Do you have any blueprints? What kind of metal? What shape? Tony was already aware that electronic devices were prohibited in the magical street, so he had printed several blueprints prior to his arrival. He promptly retrieved them and handed them to George. This is what I'm looking for. I hope the metal has excellent protective qualities, ideally with resilience, heat resistance, and cold resistance. Furthermore, it would be preferable if it could automatically adhere to the surface, so it wouldn't be blown away by rapid movements. George cast a curious glance at Tony. What you require seems rather simple. Any Quidditch shop would possess metal plates that can attach to gloves. Why seek customization? Tony, perplexed, replied Quidditch. What is that? Wait a moment, Tony? Tony Stark? George suddenly recalled something and hastily inquired. Yes, that's me, Tony affirmed. Do you know Harry Potter? George continued to question. Isn't he Ginny's guardian? Tony's eyes widened in surprise. It truly is you. George extended his hands, eager to shake Tony's hand once more. I'm a friend of Harry S. Pleased to meet you. I'm aware of your situation. It's no problem. I have crafted many such items, and I can fulfill your request swiftly. Tony observed George's outstretched hands and promptly stepped back. No, stay right there. With a hint of disappointment, George removed the gloves from his hands. I didn't manage to trick you. Approaching the counter, he produced parchment and a quill, handing them to Tony. Here, write down your specific requirements for the customization. I'll prioritize your order. It should be ready by this afternoon, as these are quite simple items. Tony pondered for a moment, placed the blueprints on the counter, scrutinized the parchment and quill, and finding no abnormalities, he felt reassured enough to lift them, preparing to write. Suddenly, a jet of ink erupted from the quill, splattering Tony's face. Ha ha ha! George burst into laughter. A jetting quill. 2 galleons each. Tony wiped the ink from his face and sighed, caught off guard as always. Don't worry. I will provide your customized items for free. Considering you're helping me test a new product, the ink will vanish in 10 minutes. and I'll throw in a few of my shop as popular items as a gesture of goodwill. What do you say? George chuckled, giving Tony's shoulder a friendly pat. Deal. After all, I've incurred quite the expense. Tony nodded in agreement. By the way, do you know Ginny Weasley? Wow, the little princess of the Weasley family. How can I not know her? To be honest, a significant part of my reason for opening a shop in America was because of her. Otherwise, I would likely be in the magical realm of Huaxia right now. George smiled as she spoke, explaining that her guardian was aware of my plans to open a store abroad and had requested that I prioritize establishing a branch in the United States to look after her. How curious. How could a minor girl traverse such a distance to be here? Tony inquired. It appears Jamie hasn't divulged much to you. You will need to ask her yourself, George replied. Tony shrugged. All right, I've left you my address. Please expedite what I requested. By the way, how can I contact you? George rummaged beneath the counter and produced a gold coin, handing it to him. Take this and keep it close. If I need to reach you, it will warm up. Do you see the icon in the center? I will communicate with you through it. Conversely, if you wish to contact me, simply hold the icon for 5 seconds, and I shall receive your message. Why can't the magical world have devices like mobile phones? Tony asked, clutching the coin. Excellent point. Electronic devices in the magical realm are disrupted by the local magnetic fields. Although I have attempted modifications, I must admit that my understanding of Muggle technology is rather limited, which led to my failure, George lamented. Moreover, the pace of mobile phone advancements is so rapid that before I can fully comprehend one model, a new type emerges. Tony stroked his chin thoughtfully. Are you open to investment? I can provide you with comprehensive information on mobile phones, from the earliest models to the latest. I can also cover part of the research funding, but I will require a 40 stake. What do you think? Can you really manage that? George's eyes brightened instantly. 40 is too much, at most 20. After all, I still need to perform magical modifications. I must remind you that using magic on muggles will be detected, especially in America, where it is likely to result in prosecution. Huh. Tony raised his chin proudly. Who am I? Do I need magic for such trivialities? The moment I speak, someone will deliver it right to me. The esteemed Mr. Stark, your generosity rivals your brilliance. George abruptly stood, employing exaggerated gestures and a melodramatic tone to extol his virtues. Stop. Tony interjected. I need to head back. Ensure you contact me. With that, he dashed out of the shop without a backward glance. Ha. Did you see that, Fred? This fellow is quite amusing. George chuckled at Tony's hasty retreat, her expression momentarily melancholic. She rubbed her face and picked up the blueprints Tony had left behind. Tony returned to the Copper Oak Tavern, using a fireplace to teleport home. His suit was in the midst of being crafted, and his spirits were high. Sleep eluded him. After a moment's contemplation, he resumed his reading of Introduction to Alchemy. Sir, Miss Potts has arrived. Jarvis's voice interrupted Tony's focus. Tony? There are some documents requiring your signature, came Pepper's voice a moment later. All right, I'm coming, Tony replied, closing the book and rubbing his brow as he glanced at the clock. It was already noon. Did you bring something to eat? Tony inquired, casually signing his name on the documents without glancing at them. Pepper sighed and placed the food she had purchased on the way in front of him. Splendid. Thank you, Pepper, a cheeseburger. You truly are the best. Upon seeing his favorite meal, Tony chuckled heartily, hastily finishing the last few signatures before grabbing a burger and stuffing it into his mouth. Do you have any plans for the evening? He mumbled, his words muffled by the food. Nothing in particular. Why do you ask? Pepper replied, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Tony finished his burger, took a sip of cola, and continued, There's a gala tonight, and I find myself in need of a female companion to accompany me. Pepper's expression shifted slightly. Do you require assistance in inviting a celebrity? Perhaps a model? No, just you. You and I, as companions, Tony stated, wiping his mouth and returning to his book. As for the dress, you'll need to choose one you like, using my card. Pepper's eyes widened in disbelief. You and I? Tony, engrossed in his reading, absent-mindedly nodded without further acknowledgement. Blushing slightly, Pepper acquiesced. All right, I understand. I will prepare. After Pepper left, Tony continued reading for a while, but suddenly recalled something. Jarvis dialed Ginny Weasley. After a few rings, Ginny picked up, her voice tinged with frostiness. You better have something significant to discuss. She glanced at the peculiar object before her, emanating an odd aroma. Are you acquainted with George Weasley? Tony feigned ignorance to her irritation. Of course, Ron's brother, and a close friend of my guardian, Ginny responded, her voice warming as she recognized the name. How do you know him? Do you remember that apothecary on Wizarding Street? How could you not notice the grand Weasley alchemy shop? Tony exaggeratedly remarked. Is that truly his establishment? I assumed it was mere coincidence, Ginny realized. So, is he trustworthy? I mean, what is your relationship like? Tony pressed further. Ginny pondered before replying. Aren't you interested in alchemy? He was my first choice for your instructor. Although he didn't graduate for certain reasons, some of the alchemical product he created during his 3rd and 4th years remain unsolved to this day. Remarkable. How do you feel about him assisting me in enhancing my armor? Tony mused, stroking his chin as he gazed at Mark II being spray-painted. Ginny involuntarily envisioned Tony in his suit, suddenly launching a firework that shouted "Long live Weasley," transforming into a dragon-s head, exploding an unknown adversary into a darkened state, abruptly halting her whimsical imagination. Cautiously, she replied, I believe that could work, but you must heed one point. If you've met him, you should know his temperament. By the way, what animal did you transform into? How did you know? Tony was taken aback. This dark history was something he wished to keep concealed. No. I mean, Jamie covered her forehead. No need to elaborate. Is it something that flies in the sky or runs on the ground? It flies in the sky, Tony replied, his expression devoid of emotion. On the other end of the line, a muffled laugh emerged. I knew it. The first time I encountered him was during back-to-school shopping. He gifted me a piece of candy, and upon consuming it, I transformed into a cat, causing chaos and nearly destroying half his shop. If you decide to collaborate with Wesley, remember the first rule. Never accept anything from him, Jamie cautioned. That advice is outdated. One should now be wary of any part of his body. Just today, I merely shook his hand, Tony smiled. Well, it seems I need to update my knowledge. Thank you for the reminder. Do you have any other matters to discuss? Jamie glanced at the cauldron. Her previously relaxed demeanor instantly soured. No, but I'll treat you to dinner later. Observing the shift in Jamie's tone, Tony decisively bid farewell and ended the call. At that moment, the spray painting of Mark II had concluded. Gazing at the crimson and gold armor, Tony nodded in satisfaction. His aesthetic sense was indeed the most striking. The back of the armor's fingers had a few vacant spots, awaiting the custom metal pieces from George. Just then, the gold galleon in Tony's pocket began to radiate heat, quickly becoming scalding within mere seconds. He frantically retrieved the communication galleon, noticing his fingers reddening and a dull pain in his thigh. Damn it, I've been duped again. The figure on the galleon gradually morphed into George's face, who, after some squinting, finally spoke. Buddy, your order is ready. Will you come to collect it, or shall I send it via owl? Tony glanced at the time. It was only 2 p.m. I'll provide you with the address. Please come over. I have something to show you, he said, relaying his fireplace's name to George. The fireplace's name functioned similarly to a password in the Flu network. Knowing the correct name allowed entry into another's home. Aside from public places, the names of private fireplaces were typically shared only with close friends and family. Should someone mistakenly intrude without the correct name, Tony's fireplace was equipped with top-tier security, ready to incapacitate intruders. As Tony exited the underground laboratory and approached the fireplace on the first floor, green flames erupted and George's figure emerged. Sir, an unfamiliar presence has been detected. Shall I initiate a warning and expulsion? Jarvis's voice chimed in as George stepped out of the fireplace. No, this is my guest. Record this, George Weasley. Grant access and laboratory permissions. Tony hurriedly interrupted Jarvis, smiling as he approached George. George looked up at the ceiling, searching for the source of the voice. What is that? A house elf? Tony's smile faltered, and he exclaimed, crap. I completely forgot. With a resounding slap to his forehead, Tony was overcome with regret. What is the matter? George asked, bewildered. I completely forgot that I had employed a house elf. I haven't summoned him at all, Tony exclaimed, hastily gesturing for George to follow him as he made his way to the basement. After a prolonged search among the shelves in the laboratory, he finally located the contract he had signed, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the document. Upon finding the name of the house elf, he cleared his throat and softly called out, Bog. With a gentle pop, the shabby-clad house elf Bog appeared before Tony, tears welling up in his round eyes. Master, you finally remembered me. Tony, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, glanced at the ceiling. I've been quite busy, you see. The house has just been renovated, so you'll need to figure out how to bind yourself here without being seen by outsiders. And can you really accomplish anything? Bog bowed deeply, nearly touching his forehead to the ground. Of course, master. Your commands shall be fulfilled without fail. Chapter 34. Tony gazed at Bog with a mix of exasperation and anticipation. First and foremost, tidy yourself up to appear presentable. I have a soiree to attend tonight. No, wait, it's a gathering of ordinary people. Prepare suitable attire for me, and then familiarize yourself with the house. Should I require anything, I will summon you. And please, refer to me as sir, not master, if you could. Yes, sir. I shall comply with your instructions, Bog replied with another bow, disappearing with a soft sound. Tony exhaled a sigh of relief, only to turn around and be confronted with a sight that nearly caused him to have a heart attack. George was practically sprawled over the Mark II, captivated as he caressed its helmet, seemingly tempted to lick it. What are you doing? Tony bellowed, startling George from his reverie. What is this? Your creation? George marveled, his eyes darting over the sleek lines, exquisite textures, and harmonious color combinations. It's simply magnificent. This is what a man's creation should look like. His dazed gaze flitted back to Tony before returning to the armor. Unable to suppress a swell of pride, Tony lifted his chin. I designed and crafted this myself. The custom metal plates were specifically made for it. As he spoke, Tony stepped forward. What about the items you brought? I need to install them as soon as possible. George, suddenly remembering, looked at his darkened hands and promptly produced a small wallet. He rummaged through it for a moment before extracting a considerably larger suitcase. Upon opening it, an array of metal plates revealed themselves, adorned with intricate golden runes that shimmered in the light. Everything is right here, George said, stepping back to allow Tony a clearer view. Tony examined the metallic pieces closely, running his fingers over the gleaming runes that appeared freshly inscribed. Strangely, as he touched them, he felt no texture, almost as if the metal had always been crafted in such a manner. These metals are composed of mithril, refined gold, and fairy iron ore, achieving exceptional hardness while maintaining a lightweight quality. The magical conductivity of mithril ensures the smooth execution of spells. George enthusiastically elaborated on his creation, mentioning that he had also infused it with some simple enchantments, such as this one. As he spoke, he picked up one of the metallic pieces, gestured with it, and gently placed it on the position of the right index finger of the armor. After making the necessary adjustments, he withdrew his hand, and the metallic piece adhered firmly in place. George then extended his hand and tugged at it several times with considerable force, yet the metal remained steadfast. Did you see that? It adheres perfectly with just a gentle touch. Even giants couldn't pull it off, provided they could execute such delicate movements, George explained. I shall give it a try, Tony said without hesitation, diving in as the metallic pieces were attached one after another, finally completing the fingers of Mark II. Will spray paint affect the magical runes? Tony and George maintained the same pose, stroking their chins while gazing at the overall golden red armor, with the finger's stark silver hue appearing jarringly out of place. Ordinary spray paint materials will not interfere. I utilized a proprietary blend made from dragon's blood and moonlight flowers. George replied, How do you wear this armor? May I try it on? Tony immediately grew cautious. Of course not. This armor is tailored to my height and build. You and T fit into it. Then why don't you try it on? George, momentarily disappointed, quickly suggested. J.R.V.I.S. Initiate the armor. Tony's interest peaked. With a series of mechanical sounds, Mark II began to open from the chest area. Tony stepped forward, positioning himself with his back to it, and J.R.V.I.S. promptly orchestrated the various components to converge, fastening screws and closing the armor, finally securing the helmet, which illuminated with a blue glow at the chest and eye regions. Clad in the armor, Tony descended from the platform, moving his limbs experimentally. How does it feel? Any discomfort? George inquired. I feel perfectly fine. Nothing seems amiss. Let me try some magic, Tony replied, walking over to the table. With effort, he grasped a slender wand with his metallic hand, contemplated for a moment, and uttered a simple incantation, causing a flicker of light. The tip of the wand began to glow faintly. Indeed, he was able to wield magic without any sense of resistance, albeit just a slight awkwardness due to the wand's delicate form. Tony scrutinized the slender wand, cautiously extinguishing the light and placing it on the table, fearful of inadvertently snapping it. This does present some challenges, George remarked, observing the bulky fingers contrasted with the fragile wand, and began to ponder. Is there any available space on your armor? Could it accommodate a size suitable for a metallic glove? I could craft a sheath for your wand, allowing it to be stored within the armor when not in use and to appear directly in your hand when needed, George proposed. With JARVIS's assistance, Tony removed the armor, called up the design schematics, and collaborated with George to identify appropriate placements throughout the suit. Here, what were you originally planning to put in this spot? George pointed to a section on the outer side of the left arm of the battle suit and inquired. I originally intended to place a missile here. You see, by utilizing this propulsion system, it could be launched through the conduit on the upper side of the arm without any repercussions. Tony demonstrated this with a video. Would removing this missile have a significant impact? George asked. Are you thinking of placing it here? Tony responded, realizing the implication. He mimicked the motion, swiping his right hand across his left upper arm as if drawing a wand. I believe it could work. Losing one missile is not a major issue. Then let us proceed with this location. I'll take measurements to determine the appropriate size for the wand you can hold with your metal hand, and craft a suitable wand casing. George retrieved paper and pen from his wallet, eager to begin calculations. Tony looked on, exasperated. No need for such hassle. Jarvis, please perform the calculations. Certainly, sir. In less than a minute, various data appeared on the screen before Tony. George's mouth fell agape. Is this for sale? Are you out of your mind? Tony scoffed lightly. Even if I gave it to you, you wouldn't be able to use it in the magical realm. True, George admitted, momentarily disheartened. Do you have any rental space? I'd like to lease an area to set up my studio. Your Jarvis is incredibly useful. It would save me a lot of trouble. I can also help you modify your armor for free. Imagine crafting an armor that fuses technology and magic. What do you think of that project? Tony gazed at George, whose eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. After a moment of thought, he replied, You must understand this is my home, my private residence. George sighed in disappointment. That means it will cost extra. Indeed, Tony continued. Not a problem. What do you want? George's spirits lifted instantly. Chapter 35. Tony surveyed his laboratory thoughtfully and said, Jarvis can't be provided, but this entire area is mine. You can create a passage next to my lab, and I'll connect Jarvis's network to it for your use. However, the caveat is that your magical items shouldn't be too numerous. Interference with the magnetic field could be detrimental. That's not an issue. It's quite simple. I can have it done in no time. How about I dig a basement beneath your fireplace? It would save me the trouble of traversing your lab daily. George suggested eagerly. Just don't collapse my house. Tony eyed George with skepticism. How could that happen? It's an easy task. I assure you. No need to worry. Now let us discuss compensation. What do you desire? George said confidently, patting his chest, guaranteeing he wouldn't destroy Tony's home. Tony pretended to ponder for a moment before stating, I've heard your alchemy skills are impressive. I'd like to learn alchemy from you. What does that sound? George chuckled. What is so difficult about that? I have notes I've kept since school, recorded alongside Fred. I can copy a set for you when I return. You can review it, and if you have questions, feel free to ask me. Given your intelligence, I doubt I'll need to instruct you like a schoolteacher. Tony nodded in satisfaction. Of course, that would be ideal. Notes that progress from basic to advanced will save us a considerable amount of time. By the way, who is Fred? George's smile faltered for a moment. That was my brother, though he is no longer with us. As George spoke, he instinctively touched the missing portion of his ear, yet he reassured himself that he had built our enterprise to such great heights that his brother would surely be pleased if he were aware. Tony observed George, feeling a pang of regret for his careless words. He wished to apologize, but found himself at a loss for how to begin, rendering him momentarily speechless. As if oblivious to the tension, George continued, I shall return to prepare the materials. Please inform your little sprite not to cast me out as a villain later. Of course, no problem, Tony replied eagerly, relieved that George had redirected the conversation. Sir, your suit is ready. Bog appeared at the doorway, speaking softly. George shot Tony a playful glance, saying, I will take my leave now. Ensure that the space on your left arm is vacant, for I shall return to fit it shortly. With that, without waiting for Tony's response, George turned and waved over his shoulder as he ascended the stairs, departing Stark Manor through the fireplace. Tony shrugged. Well, he does leave in quite a hurry. I had intended to invite him to the soir. Bog, come here for a moment, Tony called, gesturing for the sprite to stand before the computer screen. Jarvis, please display the profiles of authorized guests for Bog to familiarize himself with, so we do not mistakenly treat anyone as an intruder. Certainly, sir. Jarvis and Bog responded in unison. the screen illuminated with various profiles, the first being Pepper Potts. Seizing the opportunity while Tony was upstairs, Jarvis quietly added a note beneath Pepper's photo, potential future mistress of the house. Upon entering his living room, Tony could hardly believe his eyes. Having a house elf truly made a difference. The floor gleamed so smoothly one could slip on it, and the table was so polished it could serve as a mirror. Despite having employed cleaning services regularly, Tony was confident that his home had never been this immaculate, even on the day of his move-in. Upon reaching his room on the second floor, the splendor only intensified. The bed was plush and inviting, exuding the warmth of sunlight, while the glass mirrored his lavish praise. The wardrobe held impeccably tailored suits, crafted from luxurious fabric with subtle patterns, discreet yet opulent. Upon closer inspection, Tony realized these were not creations from the familiar shops he knew. Only a single exquisite word was embroidered inside the collar. It appeared Bog had ventured to Diagon Alley for custom fittings, and the results were impressive. Tony nodded in satisfaction. The House Elf Association had claimed Bog was trained in a noble household, and it certainly seemed to hold true. After a quick wash and donning his suit, Tony made his way to the dining room, where Bog had already laid out a selection of simple fare. It was essential to dine well at home before attending the gala, for one could not indulge freely at such an event. During this time, George hurriedly emerged from the fireplace, casually greeting before dashing off to the underground laboratory. Tony could only shrug in resignation. He had always treated others in such a manner. Yet today he found himself on the receiving end of it, a rather novel experience. As the hour approached, a well-fed Tony exited his home, instructing Happy to pick up Pepper while he made his way to the banquet. Upon encountering Pepper, elegantly attired, Tony felt a sudden rush of emotion. The lively atmosphere of the gathering fading from his awareness, leaving only the sight of Pepper gracefully approaching. However, as Tony and Pepper began to immerse themselves in the evening's festivities, a blonde beauty obstructed Tony's path at the beverage station, thrusting several photographs into his hands. She accused him of deceiving the public, pointing out his announcement to shut down the weapons division while weapons from Stark Industries continued to flow into the hands of terrorists in the Middle East. Tony's expression darkened instantly. Confronting Obadiah in front of the crowd yielded nothing but vague excuses. In a fit of frustration, he forgot about the waiting Pepper and left the event, returning home. Upon entering the laboratory, Tony found George just finishing the last metal piece. With the assistance of Jarvis, the placement of the wand had not interfered at all. The area was coated with a material that insulated against magical influence, ensuring that no magic would affect the suit's interior. The wand's casing was crafted from magically conductive mithril and fairy metal, designed with a handle that mimicked the appearance of a sleek pistol, complementing the suit without appearing out of place. "Is it ready? I have an urgent matter that requires the suit," Tony said with a stern expression as he stepped into the lab. Observing Tony's demeanor, George refrained from further commentary, simply stating, "You should try it on first and see how smoothly the wand operates." Tony donned the suit immediately, testing the wand's insertion and removal under George's watchful gaze. The process was seamless. Upon command, the left arm's compartment opened, and with a swift motion of his right hand, the wand leapt into his grasp, firmly affixed by the magical runes on his finger armor. He also tested the spell-casting feature, finding no hindrance whatsoever. Satisfied, Tony nodded. "All right. I need to step out for a moment. You can proceed with setting up your workshop." With that, he sealed his helmet, palms facing down, and as light emanated from his hands and feet, the suit ascended. With a decisive command, Tony soared out through the underground garage's passageway. Chapter 36. George watched in awe as Tony took flight, smacking his lips in excitement, before picking up his bag to scout a suitable location for his workshop. Meanwhile, the shop welcomed a new visitor. Ethan hurriedly emerged from his room, donning his glasses as a relentless series of knocks echoed from the door, one after another without respite. "Who is it?" "We are closed," Ethan cautiously inquired at the entrance. "Sir, I have an urgent matter that requires your assistance." "Please, my friend is dying," came the panicked voice of a man from outside. "You ought to seek medical assistance rather than remain here." Ethan silently retreated a step, preparing to call Kirby. He was well aware of the chaotic nature of America, where anything could transpire. Outside, voices rose in desperation. "It's too late, sir. I know you can save him. I implore you. I have money, plenty of it." "What's going on?" Jamie's voice echoed from the first floor. Ethan briefly explained the situation. Jamie peered out the window to see a balding, middle-aged man anxiously pacing at the entrance, a coffin-like large box trailing behind him. Donning a peculiar pair of glasses sent by Aunt Luna, Jamie observed the two below. The man's exposed skin revealed a pallid hue tinged with red, while the box sparkled with a golden brilliance that nearly blinded her. These glasses were said to reveal the essence of a person's soul. The closer to black, the more malevolent; the nearer to gold, the more sanctified. Blue and green indicated normalcy. This was Jamie's first encounter with a golden soul, igniting her curiosity. "Ethan, let them in," she commanded. "Kirby, keep a vigilant watch over Ethan. Ensure he remains unharmed." With that, Jamie turned to change her attire. One could not greet guests in pajamas. Ethan opened the shop door, and the lights instantly illuminated the space. The bald man struggled to push the box inside, but its size hindered him. Caught on the door frame. Just as he was at a loss, the door frame inexplicably shifted, widening the entry to accommodate the box. The tables, anticipating the impending collision, gracefully moved aside. "What is the condition of your friend? Why is he encased in a box?" Jamie, now properly dressed, descended the stairs. "I am Phil Coulson," he replied. "He is frozen in ice, yet alive. I have visited numerous hospitals, but none could guarantee his safe thawing. I had no choice but to seek your assistance." Upon seeing Jamie, Coulson paused, casting a pleading glance at Ethan, his eyes brimming with tears. Ethan adjusted his glasses, realizing this was indeed the hibernation project. Could it actually be feasible? Jamie, unconcerned with their exchanged glances, waved her hand. The shop door closed with a decisive snap. Approaching the box, she tapped it with her wand, causing the lid to spring aside and lean against the wall, revealing the ice within. A golden-haired, well-built man emerged, ensconced in a thick layer of ice, utterly indistinguishable as a living being. "Are you certain he is alive?" Ethan squinted and leaned closer to inspect the figure within, an unsettling sense of familiarity washing over him, along with recognition of the attire. Jiminy began her examination with the wand. The myriad of colors that emerged left her in awe. It was truly astonishing. Despite being frozen to such an extent, he remained remarkably intact, his bodily functions seemingly unharmed. His resilience was akin to that of a giant. No half-giant could rival him in such a state. "Can he be saved?" Coulson inquired with eager anticipation. Jimina nodded. "Of course. How much are you willing to offer?" Coulson hastily produced a card, presenting it with urgency. "This is $5 million. If that proves insufficient, I possess some real estate. I can gather more funds immediately." Jimina glanced at Ethan, who took the card and proceeded to the counter, where he swiped it through a device adorned with magical runes. "Indeed, $5 million without a doubt," he confirmed. "That will suffice," Jiminy declared. "Let us move to the cellar. This location is not suitable for our work. Will you wait here, or accompany me to safeguard him?" In light of the monetary transaction, Jiminy inquired with a touch of kindness. "I wish to accompany you," Coulson promptly decided, nervously adjusting his collar as he watched Jiminy lightly gesture, causing the entire box to levitate and glide along with her. Coulson's expression stiffened, yet he said nothing, merely trailing closely behind. Ethan, opting not to follow, quietly returned to his quarters and retrieved his phone to call Tony. This situation felt unusual, and he feared for Jimina's well-being. Regardless of the wonders of magic, she was merely a teenage girl. It was prudent for someone to keep watch. Jimina led the box into the laboratory within the cellar, casually opening a door to reveal an expansive room devoid of furnishings. Save for a table against the wall cluttered with numerous jars and bottles. Some contained oddly colored liquids, continuously bubbling and frothing as if they were in a perpetual state of boiling. Coulson entered the room, discreetly surveying the surroundings. Under Jimini's guidance, he stood silently in a corner, not daring to move. "I recognize your background may not be entirely conventional, but I must advise you to refrain from speaking carelessly outside. Should too many come to know, I cannot predict the consequences. Additionally, do not touch anything. I will not be held accountable for any mishaps. Were it not for the individual encased in that ice being truly worth saving, I would not permit your entry," Jiminy remarked nonchalantly. Coulson's expression tightened. "I believe I understand. Thank you. May I ask how to address you?" "Simply call me Miss Blake," Jiminy replied, returning her focus to the messages displayed by the spell. She summoned a parchment contract, signing it with ease. Coulson reached out to take it, carefully inscribing his name, as the parchment fluttered away from the room. After observing for a while, Gemini stepped out of the room and returned with a collection of potions from the adjacent potion chamber. She took out a vial of bright crimson liquid and held it up to the light, swirling it gently. Then, she dipped a quill into the potion and crouched down, beginning to paint on the exterior of the ice-filled chest. The vivid red hue revealed itself momentarily upon application before vanishing without a trace. Soon, the ice within the chest began to melt, but instead of transforming into water, it dissipated into mist that floated above the room. Gemini finished her final stroke, set down the quill, and selected a bottle of pale green potion. After uncorking it, she directed the liquid within to rise with her wand. A small amount of the liquid began to float above the chest, gradually spreading to form a delicate, translucent green film that perfectly enveloped the figure of a golden-haired individual. Chapter 37 Gemini guided the film to gently cover the figure, and the moment it made contact, it was instantly absorbed. Next, she switched to an orange potion, applying it in the same manner, followed by a blue potion. She continued this process with a series of potions in various hues until she finally came to a halt. That should suffice. What is his name? His real name. Do not deceive me with falsehoods, Gemini inquired, admiring her handiwork. Steve Rogers. Coulson hesitated before responding. Steve, awaken, Gemini commanded, pointing her wand at her throat as she murmured an incantation. She leaned closer, softly whispering into Steve's ear. A loud inhalation broke the silence as Steve suddenly opened his eyes, sitting up abruptly and gasping for breath. Within moments, however, he collapsed heavily back into the chest, his eyes closing once more. What is happening? What is wrong with him? Coulson rushed to the side of the chest, concern etched on his face. Nothing to worry about. He has awakened. However, he has likely been frozen for quite some time. His body is in the process of recovering, so do not disturb him for now. Let him rest a little longer, Gemini reassured, producing a vial of clear, colorless liquid which she gently administered to Steve. This is a dreamless potion that will allow him to enter a deep slumber and recuperate. Coulson observed Steve carefully. His complexion appeared healthy, his breathing steady. He felt Steve's skin, which had regained warmth, and his heartbeat had returned to a normal rhythm. Coulson finally exhaled a sigh of relief. When will he wake up? As Gemini tidied the potion vials and the mist from the ceiling, she casually replied, that depends on when he is ready to recover. The potions I used are of the finest quality. He has been frozen for too long, resulting in a dissonance between his soul and body, which I have also assisted in balancing. By the way, there is no need to feed him. I have administered a nutritional potion. Coulson continued to inquire, shall we wait for him to awaken here, or take him back? Gemini looked at Coulson quizzically. Of course you should take him back. What purpose would it serve to leave him here? Coulson closed his mouth and offered an awkward smile. Could you assist me in carrying him out? I cannot manage it alone. Gemini rolled her eyes. Kebby, escort the guest out. Kebby did not make an appearance. Instead, Coulson felt an invisible hand grasp his arm, and in an instant, he found himself outside the shop alongside the crate containing Captain America. At that moment, the shop had already been plunged into darkness, and its shadowy interior remained as it had been before his entry, were it not for the sight of Steve peacefully slumbering within the crate. He might have believed the preceding events to be but a dream. Agent Coulson, how are you? Nick Fury's voice inquired in his ear. I'm well, sir. The captain is also in good condition. He has been thawed and is said to be recovering his strength in slumber. He will awaken once he is restored. Coulson reported through his earpiece. Please send someone to retrieve us. I've already revealed our location. Soon, a black van came to a halt before Coulson. A few individuals clad in black suits exited the vehicle, lifted the crate, and placed it inside. Coulson climbed aboard as the vehicle roared to life. Stopping at a building not far from the shop, individuals soon emerged to assist, and Coulson nervously followed the crate into a nostalgic room, adorned in the style of a 1940s hospital. He watched as they carefully extracted Steve from the crate and gently placed him on a hospital bed, before orderly exiting the specialized ward. Coulson, report your findings. Nick Fury's voice came from behind him. Coulson turned. Is this where you are, sir? Follow me, Fury replied, turning to leave the ward and opening the door to a room at the end of the corridor, gesturing for Coulson to enter. The room was stark and empty, containing only two items, a vial with nothing but the bottom remaining and the crate that had housed Steve. What did the staff do to this crate? Nick inquired. The testing personnel reported that it continually emitted heat and adjusted automatically based on the temperature of its contents. Coulson explained, pausing briefly before recounting his experience at the shop, leaving no detail overlooked. He then removed a button from his collar, revealing it to be a disguised camera, aware that electronic signals would be disrupted upon entering the shop. Carlson had not connected his device to the outside world. Instead, the footage had been recorded and stored on his phone. It was noteworthy that ever since Tony had gifted Jiminy a phone, she had carefully adjusted the shop's magnetic field to ensure a stable connection. Otherwise, Carlson's footage would likely have been nothing but static. So, this is the proprietor? A young girl? Has she reached adulthood? Fury mused, scrutinizing the images on the video. I doubt it, sir, Carlson replied earnestly. This employee appears quite familiar. Is she the doctor who returned with Tony Stark? Fury stroked his chin, instructing for Ethan's information to be sent over. After a comparison, it was confirmed that it was indeed Ethan himself. I have a question, sir. Carlson hesitated for a considerable time before finally speaking. Fury continued his task, perusing Ethan's various files without raising his gaze, stating, I know what you wish to inquire. Agent Carlson, you want to know why we are sending Captain America to the Occult Bureau, correct? Carlson remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the implication. We have expended considerable effort testing the Occult Bureau, proving its genuine existence. The feats accomplished can indeed be substantiated by magic. However, does magic truly exist in this world? I cannot ascertain. It was only when agents, through subtle desires, managed to locate the missing items that we finally confirmed Captain America's precise location. Yet concerning SHIELD's current technology, we cannot guarantee a safe extraction of the captain without inflicting harm upon him. If we leave him in stasis, I fear that by the time we are able to thaw him, he may have already become nothing more than a skeleton. Fury leaned against the table, interlacing his fingers beneath his chin as he meticulously explained to Carlson. Moreover, based on our understanding of this Occult Bureau, any task it accepts must be achievable. If it had not taken on the commission, we could have simply retrieved the captain ourselves. Fury shrugged and continued to sift through the documents. Agent Carlson, I am quite certain our affluent benefactor knows something. You should have had some prior interaction. This task is entrusted to you, and it is imperative that you glean some information from him. Understood, sir. Carlson nodded, casting a reluctant glance at Captain America's door before exiting the building. Chapter 38. Tony, clad in his armor, returned from Africa, having playfully engaged with 2 fighter jets and rescued a pilot, safely landing in his garage without causing any damage. With Jarvis's assistance, he swiftly removed the suit. Hey, you're back. I have some new ideas. Would you like to see? George emerged from a wall upon hearing the commotion. What have you done to my wall? Tony exclaimed, astonished at the transformation of the wall outside his laboratory. It's merely a door, unless one speaks the correct passphrase. It remains just a wall. Care to take a look? And please help let Jarvis in. George looked at Tony with eager anticipation. Tony rubbed his temples, feeling fatigued after a flight to Africa and a skirmish with fighter jets. All right, Bob. Could you fetch me a cup of coffee? Tony said uncertainly, recalling how Gemini had called for Kobe, unsure if Bob could do the same. Moments later, a tray appeared before Tony, adorned with aromatic black coffee, accompanied by cream and sugar, and even a plate of cookies. Tony lifted the coffee and approached the wall, asking, so what is your passphrase? Guess who I am? George replied in a nonchalant tone. I know you are George Weasley, so what is the passphrase? Tony said casually, suddenly realizing, guess who I am? Before them, the wall suddenly shimmered, and George, laughing heartily, gently nudged him. Tony felt as if he had traversed a watery veil, entering a new room. This chamber bore a resemblance to his laboratory, with bookshelves lining the walls, a spacious workbench, and a few chairs. Yet it lacked the trappings of enchantment typical of a magical space. I fear that an abundance of magical artifacts might create an overwhelming magnetic field, disrupting Jarvis. So I have made a conscious effort to stow away most of my magical tools. I am currently researching the runes that isolate magical fields. Once I understand them, who knows, perhaps Wizarding Street will have internet access too. George exclaimed joyfully. So, how should we connect Jarvis? Tony pondered for a moment, gazing around the room. It's quite simple. Just relocate the line and place a speaker in the corner. George beamed at Tony, pulling out a small notebook. And then, Tony, sipping his coffee, casually stepped outside, adding, and then that's it. With that, he vanished through the wall, leaving George in his studio, stunned. Is it truly that simple? George remained frozen in place, surveying his studio devoid of magical resonance. Had he known it would be so easy, merely a rune would suffice. Why had he gone to such lengths to alter his workspace? Meanwhile, Tony, having secretly congratulated himself for tricking George, slurped his coffee and headed to the dining area to enjoy a breakfast prepared by Bog. Returning to his room, he collapsed into bed, mulling over the thought of visiting Gemini's shop to inquire further. George certainly seemed to have a compelling story, and he also needed to ask Ethan about the phone call from the previous night. He had been too occupied with battle to respond. At that moment, Gemini lounged on the balcony, yawning as she flipped through a book. The individual she had treated late last night had indeed drained her energy, and she had only managed to sleep until nearly noon. Yet, she still felt fatigued. It seemed she would have to reduce her late-night endeavors. With that thought, her eyes glazed over as she turned another page. Suddenly, her phone rang. She answered it casually, and Ethan's voice came through. Gemini, a client is willing to pay 100,000 for a face-to-face meeting. Let him come up in 10 minutes, she replied, giving her cheeks a light pat to rouse herself. She turned to the washroom to freshen up, applying a rejuvenating potion to appear more vibrant before returning to the reception area. Once KB had set out tea and snacks, Ethan arrived with the guest in the reception room. Gemini scrutinized the figure before her, dressed in black leather, with dark skin and a bald head. He appeared as a shadowy silhouette. Were he in dim light, one might fail to notice his presence entirely. What do you want? Gemini inquired. Are you the shopkeeper? Fury assessed Gemini, and upon truly seeing her, he realized she appeared even more youthful than in the videos. His caution heightened. After all, a child so young possessing such capabilities was perplexing. He pondered her origins and what else might lie behind her. Certainly, there must exist individuals far more formidable than her. Whether they remain concealed in seclusion or have long since integrated into various nations is uncertain. Jamie instantly grew impatient, questioning his intent. If you doubt my words, you are free to leave. Phrase, nonchalantly seated across from Jamie, replied, No, I believe you. I seek your assistance in determining whether my eyes can be healed. Jamie fixated on his eye concealed by a patch. Remove it, let me see. Phrase lifted the patch, revealing a grotesquely decayed eyeball marred by 3 ghastly scars. An unsettling sight indeed. Do not move, Jamie commanded, brandishing her wand towards Frey's eye. A series of luminous glimmers erupted, a blinding amalgamation of red and black radiating forth. After a moment's examination, Jamie sheathed her wand, casting a sympathetic glance at Frey's. Your eyeball is beyond salvation. However, if you wish to regain sight, a replacement is your only option. Initially unfazed by her statement, Frey's spirits lifted upon hearing about the prospect of a transplant. Would new eyeball enable me to see as a normal eye does? He inquired. Jamie rose and rummaged near the fireplace, retrieving a pamphlet. Naturally, the standard model is the most economical, but customization is available. As she traced the name and address on the pamphlet, the details began to fade from sight, and she handed the document to Frey's. You may choose for yourself. Frey's accepted the pamphlet, which displayed an array of eyes, each rotating incessantly. Touching one would reveal its features and dimensions. There were options for X-ray vision, magical enhancements, and even indestructibility. One peculiar type changed color based on emotions. Frey's was baffled by such an enigmatic attribute. Is there one that can see into the hearts of others? He set the pamphlet down and asked. Such a thing is certainly illegal, Jamie replied with an eye roll. However, there exists one that can discern if a person harbors animosity towards you and can confirm the truthfulness of their words. Customization is possible, correct? I desire the X-ray vision along with the 2 functionalities you mentioned. Upon hearing the term illegal, Frey's felt a flicker of intrigue, momentarily dismissing the past and focusing solely on his desires. Chapter 39. Jamie swiftly calculated in her mind. The cost of such a magical eye would likely be around 5,000 galleons. Considering the presence of a Weasley family alchemy branch in America, perhaps a discount could be negotiated. Thus, charging him 10,000 galleons would not be unreasonable. After arriving at a rough estimate, Jamie proposed $3 million, or its equivalent in gold. Frey's also contemplated his finances. The newly established safe house could be paused for a moment, and this sum could be readily arranged. He promptly resolved, no problem. When can the exchange occur? What preparations are required on my part? Jamie smiled, her eyes narrowing with delight. Please pay half of the amount as a deposit first. and return here with the remaining balance in a week at this same time. As she spoke, Gemini handed him a piece of parchment. Come now, inscribe your specific requests. It will be prudent to articulate them clearly, particularly regarding color and size. I trust you wouldn't desire a minuscule eye glimmering with iridescent hues, would you? For I couldn't help but envision what Gemini described, and he immediately shuddered. Of course not, he replied. Following Gemini's guidance, he completed the order form, measured the size of the eyeball, and ultimately signed his name. He then descended to the first floor to find Ethan and finalize the transaction. I shall return at this time next week. Fry nodded to Ethan, donned a hat, lowered its brim, and exited the shop. Gemini stood on the second floor, watching Fry disappear down the road, unable to resist waving the order in her hand. It seemed Americans truly were affluent. Just as Gemini was tidying up, preparing to personally place the order for Frey's eye, her fireplace crackled, and with it, Tony's boisterous voice filled the room, instantly enlivening the atmosphere. Sweetheart, how have you been? Let me tell you, that George is quite the fellow. I'm about to learn alchemy from him. Tony emerged from the fireplace, chattering incessantly. Gemini feigned agreement, instructing Kirby to prepare drinks and snacks. So, his studio has moved into your home? Perfect timing. I need to place an order, and you can take it back to him. Just let him know to complete it within a week, and the price can be according to market rates. Tony, bewildered, accepted the parchment. Why have I become messenger? Gemini flashed a sweet smile. Of course, it's for convenience. Are you not returning shortly? Tony rubbed his nose, conceding. All right, I'll deliver it. After a pause, he continued, I must ask, does George have some sort of story? He voiced his concerns, and Gemini silently set down her cup and snacks, listening intently. I believe I understand why, but it's not something I should disclose to you. After all, I am quite young, and much of that era's history I've gleaned from books. I suspect there is someone who knows it well. As Gemini spoke, she glanced at the sky outside. It was likely that in England, work hours had concluded. She instructed Tony to wait there while she retreated to her room to retrieve a two-way mirror, returning to the living room. Harry? Harry! Gemini called softly as she and Tony sat side by side, placing the mirror on the table. Moments later, Harry's face appeared in the mirror. What is it, Gemini? Has something happened? Gemini smiled. Nothing has occurred. Do you have a moment? Tony has a few questions for you. Harry visibly relaxed. I'm free. Is he there? How can I assist? Tony leaned forward eagerly, voicing his inquiries about George. And when he spoke of the secret language used in George's studio, Harry's eyes reddened, causing Tony to hurriedly fall silent. This matter is rather lengthy. George has a twin brother, and they have been together since before their birth, until they turned 19. Harry said, wiping his face vigorously, have you ever perused the historical tomes regarding the magical realm in England? Tony nodded, with a sigh. Harry recounted the tale of George and Fred. Gemini listened with teary eyes, resolving to forego any discounts on this order. Tony remained silent for a while, then inquired, what about portraits? Aren't there portraits in the wizarding world? Is there no portrait left of Fred? Harry shook his head. He was so young. His passing was far too abrupt. Moreover, creating a magical portrait requires at least a few months of preparation. In that era, there was no time for such tranquil arrangements. Tony nodded in understanding. All right, I comprehend. Thank you. Harry continued, I hope you do not alter your attitude towards George due to Fred's demise. He is incredibly intelligent, and he is the one who mourns Fred the most. I encouraged him to open a branch abroad to help him escape this familiar environment. He is yet to move on. I trust you understand. Tony silently nodded, and Gemini interjected, it's getting late. It must be quite late on your end. Rest early. Harry, we shall converse again next time. Even though you are in America, remember your age. Studies should not be neglected. Before Harry could complete his thought, the two-way mirror was flipped, revealing his own face in the looking glass. Harry chuckled softly, shaking his head as he tucked the mirror away securely. The prisoner beneath him began to whimper, prompting Harry to step firmly to silence him. Swiftly binding the individual, he escorted them back to the Ministry of Magic to report. So now you know. What comes next? Gemini inquired as she stowed the two-way mirror. Tony leaned back on the sofa, gazing up at the cloud-dappled ceiling. I have an idea, albeit still inchoate. I need to experiment further. Do not engage in any superfluous actions. You ought to understand that feeling, Gemini warned cautiously. Tony remained silent, rubbing his face. I understand. It's late. I must return. I have other matters to attend to. Remember my order, Gemini reminded him. to which Tony waved his hand in acknowledgement, skillfully tossing down flue powder and stepping into the fireplace. The order for the magical eye had been placed, and Gemini needed to undertake additional preparations. After all, this eye was intended for muggles, who possess no magical essence within them. She would need to implement alternative methods to grant the eye the ability to absorb magic autonomously. She recalled that her books contained relevant information regarding the legendary Auror, Alastair Moody, and his creation of the magical eye. She needed to verify this further and prepare some rare materials. With such a substantial order, Gemini was determined not to falter. Chapter 40. Sir, have you discerned anything? Maria Hill inquired while driving, addressing Fury in the back seat. There are some quite intriguing points. Did that young shopkeeper mention anything about breaking the law? I'm certain that there are no relevant regulations in the laws of any country. Therefore, when she speaks of breaking the law, whose law is she transgressing? This indicates that she is certainly not an isolated case. Behind her lies, at the very least, a society. The pamphlet she handed me has a blank space at the bottom corner, which, by common reasoning, should denote the shop's address. Coupled with the stack of pamphlets she was sifting through, it is evident that there must be numerous shops involved. Fury remarked, if Gemini were here, her eyes would widen in astonishment. This individual, based solely on a trivial detail, is nearly on the cusp of unraveling the secrets of the wizarding world. What shall we do next, Director? Hill inquired. Fury pondered for a moment, deciding that inaction was the best course. They likely harbored no malicious intent. Otherwise, such a large group would not be so quiet. We must continue to observe. Contact Coulson and send him the materials that arrived from Africa yesterday, urging him to reach out to Stark at the earliest opportunity. Fury continued to peruse the documents in his hands as he spoke. Understood, Director, Hill responded. Upon returning home, Tony handed Gemini's order to George. George raised an eyebrow upon receiving the order and promptly forwarded it to the staff at the alchemy workshop, reasoning that such a task, lacking technical intricacy, would be better suited for them. His current interest lay in collaborating with Tony to create a suit that seamlessly merges technology and magic. The two once again immersed themselves in the laboratory, during which Tony frequently donned his suit to soar around the world, obliterating weapons manufactured by Stark Industries. Since Tony had stood her up at the gala, Pepper had been reluctant to engage with him. It was only due to Jarvis's insights from online sources that allowed Bog to deliver delectable lunches, dinners, afternoon teas, and late-night snacks to Pepper, thus placating her. At this juncture, Tony had begun to harbor suspicions regarding Obadiah. He specifically invited Pepper to his home, introducing her to Bog, which startled her considerably. However, after experiencing Bog's services, she couldn't help but exclaim delightful. Tony requested Pepper's assistance in searching for evidence on Obadiah's computer, ensuring that Bog would accompany her for protection. He and George were on the verge of completing their joint project, Magic One, and he simply could not spare the time to visit the company. Moreover, if he were to go in person, it would undoubtedly raise alarms. Thus he had to rely on Pepper. Although apprehensive, Pepper felt reassured after witnessing Bog's combat prowess. Armed with the disc Tony had provided, she strode forth in her high heels, exuding an aura of determination. Completed, George carefully placed the final steel plate, and upon confirming a perfect fit, he let out a jubilant cheer. Fantastic! I must try it. Tony dashed from behind the computer, gazing at the unpainted magic one before him, adorned with various magical runes. It incorporated George's newly developed magical shielding feature, and Jarvis's control remained entirely unaffected. Thanks to the infusion of magic, Magic One achieved unprecedented heights in both defense and weight. A simple test revealed that the armor surface could withstand 3 strikes from an individual rocket, while the moon silver interspersed within the metal ensured both hardness and resilience, significantly reducing the weight. At present, the Magic Number 1 can be effortlessly lifted by an adult, allowing it to be conveniently stowed away in a sleek expansion pack for easy transport. Furthermore, George has ingeniously improved upon the principle of the wand sheath. By merely uttering the correct command, Magic Number 1 automatically adorns itself upon the user. Naturally, should this secret be divulged, it poses no substantial concern, as it is equipped with Jarvis's unlocking command, providing a robust double layer of security. After a brief tussle between Tony and George, an agreement was reached wherein Tony promised to commission a custom piece for George in exchange for the opportunity to try it on. Very well, let us commence. Tony inhaled deeply, standing before Magic Number 1. Gryffindor. Upon utterance of the incantation, Magic number 1 disassembled into an array of fragments, which then gracefully converged upon Tony, the magical runes shimmering as they fused together. In less than 2 minutes, he was fully clad. "Jarvis?" Tony inquired as he sealed the helmet. "I am here, sir," Jarvis replied. "Please run a functionality check." "Certainly, sir. All connections are secure, and no anomalies have been detected. The signal is clear." Tony felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. "Excellent. Now I shall take a few steps." He ambulated around the laboratory, circling his dwelling, before returning to the lab. With a swift motion, he brushed his right hand against his left forearm, and a wand, shaped like a firearm, materialized instantly in his grasp. He effortlessly cast a spell, the entire process flowing seamlessly. The compartment, originally intended for ammunition, had been fortified by George with several spells. With just a slight manipulation of magical energy, it would fire directly. "Remarkable. Absolutely perfect," Tony exclaimed, and with Jarvis's assistance, he removed magic number 1, standing alongside George. "Shall we go with gold and crimson?" "Of course. Gryffindor must be in gold and crimson," George affirmed with a nod. "By the way, why Gryffindor?" "Isn't that the name of your house?" Tony queried, perplexed. "I'll let you decide. Remember? And gold and crimson are the quintessential Gryffindor colors." "How fitting," George replied innocently, offering a friendly warning. "Please refrain from wearing the suit in front of Gemini." Tony, bewildered, asked, "Is it because she is a Slytherin?" George shrugged, arms raised in exasperation. "Are you all children?" "Sir, a piece of paper has emerged from the fireplace," Jarvis interjected suddenly, now circulating in the living room. The two exchanged glances, opting to investigate together. As they approached the staircase, the paper seemed to cling to George as though it were a long-lost relative. "Let me see, what on earth?" George opened the note and skimmed it rapidly. "Blimey, what is it?" Tony inquired. "The magic eye that Gemini ordered has encountered some issues. Tonight is the delivery deadline. And you're only telling me this now? American wizards are truly lacking in diligence," George exclaimed, frustration mounting. "If the deadline passes and the goods aren't delivered, Gemini will certainly make my life miserable. I must depart immediately. Time is of the essence." With that, George cursed under his breath as he hurried into the fireplace. Tony had no time to utter even a farewell before the person vanished. He shrugged, contemplating that he had intended to celebrate, but it seemed the festivities would have to be a solitary affair. Jarvis, prepare the spray paint as per our prior arrangement, Tony declared, ascending the stairs to take a brief respite and converse with Maria's portrait, having neglected her for far too long while engrossed in the matters of Project Magic 1. "Understood, sir. The process will require 2 hours." Jarvis' monotone voice responded. Chapter 41. Tony returned to the laboratory with Maria's portrait in tow, eager to showcase his and George's latest creation, keen to flaunt it. Just as he was about to unveil Project Magic 1, Jarvis interrupted. "Sir, Mr. Obadiah Stane is visiting. He possesses permission and has already entered the living room." Startled, Tony realized, "I forgot to revoke his access." He placed Maria's portrait on a shelf and instructed Jarvis to forego revealing Project Magic 1 for the time being, instead displaying Mark II on the pedestal. Just as he finished arranging everything, Obadiah appeared at the laboratory door. "Tony, you haven't shown your face for a week. What have you been up to?" Tony smiled and embraced Obadiah. "You must understand, I'm exploring new directions for Stark Industries, particularly in energy." Obadiah grimaced, covering his forehead. All right, Tony, but have you produced anything tangible?" "The board has expressed significant concerns. I can barely withstand their pressure. We need something to quell their discontent." A flicker of determination flashed in Tony's eyes. "Of course, I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. Would you care for refreshment?" "No, I've already dined. By the way, has Pepper been in touch with you?" Obadiah casually inquired while perusing the laboratory. Jarvis. "Has Pepper called?" Tony called out, his hand instinctively reaching for the wand concealed in the crevice of the table. No response came from Jarvis, and an unsettling realization dawned on Tony. Without hesitation, he dashed toward his hidden wand. In the next moment, he convulsed and collapsed to the ground as Obadiah emerged, wielding a compact remote control. "Tony, oh Tony, you've made remarkable progress, yet you failed to mention it? Look at this. You didn't even bother to implement any defenses." Obadiah taunted, gesturing towards the arc reactor atop Mark II, its glow enchanting. Tony glared at him, rendered speechless. I know what you're thinking. Stark Industries will be mine. I've devoted decades to this, pouring my heart and soul into it. I want to allow you to destroy it. Obadiah maintained a disarmingly benevolent smile. This is one of your earlier inventions, though the military didn't adopt it. I find it rather intriguing, don't you? Rest assured, Tony, if no one comes to remove the sensor from you, you will gradually succumb to cardiac arrest. By tomorrow morning, someone will surely discover you. Look, the headlines will have to be reprinted just for you. How well have I arranged this? Obadiah remarked, squatting down to pat Tony's cheek. And your dear girlfriend, she will soon be reunited with you. How was the car accident? At that moment, Tony's phone rang. Obadiah picked it up and exclaimed, look at this, just as predicted, it's your girlfriend's call. Tony's eyes fixed intently on Obadiah. As purple veins began to spread from the sensor around his neck, his eyes nearly bloodshot. Forgive me, Tony, but I can't allow you a chance to say farewell. Blame yourself for allowing a woman to steal evidence. You are the one who caused her demise, Tony. With that, Obadiah ended the call, activated airplane mode, and returned the phone to its place. Well then, farewell, Tony. Tony's vision blurred as he fought against the paralysis engulfing him, struggling to move towards his wand. Obadiah had already left, undoubtedly to find Pepper. He had to devise a plan. This was not acceptable. Wow, are you engaging in performance art? A youthful voice suddenly echoed in the room. At that moment, Pepper was in a car with Coulson, racing towards the Stark Industries research facility. Her unease growing as she glanced at the disconnected call. Is this the place, Miss Potts? Coulson inquired, looking at the factory outside. Yes, indeed, I should have access. Pepper replied. They quickly disembarked and advanced towards the laboratory. Pepper swiped her employee card several times, but to her dismay, no, my access has been revoked. Then we will have to take more forceful measures, Coulson stated, signaling to Pepper to move to the back. The agents accompanying him promptly began installing explosives on the door. Pepper could only cover her ears, fervently praying for Tony's safety. Gemini cast a transformation spell on the sensor around Tony's neck. The transformation spell proved effective against high-tech devices, as the intricate components could easily malfunction with even the slightest alteration in material. Maria rushed over, exclaiming, "You were attacked in your own home. Can you tell me how this happened? Where's Borg? How could he just stand by while his master was assaulted?" Gemini expressed her confusion. From the bookshelf, Maria anxiously watched Tony on the floor. "Tony, are you all right?" "Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Gemini. You saved my life." Tony lay sprawled on the ground. It was quite the coincidence. First, I arranged for Borg to follow Pepper, and then George's store had issues. If Mom hadn't left a portrait with Gemini, who knows what might have happened to me? Gemini furrowed her brow, pondering. Yes, how peculiar is that? Even if only George or Borg had remained, they would have been sufficient to deal with Obadiah. Why did they both suddenly encounter problems? Gemini instinctively sensed that something was amiss. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Tony, having sufficiently rested, springing up from the ground with fervor. Of course, he had gone to find Pepper. Pepper was in danger. Tony strode purposefully towards the wall, placing his palm on an inconspicuous screen, rebooting Jarvis and summoning his Magic One, Gryffindor. As Magic One began to suit up, Gemini's expression darkened. "I must go first." "Gemini, return to the shop. There are many people over there. I can handle it. Do not let anyone discover you," Tony instructed, taking off before Gemini could respond. Frustrated, Gemini glared at the empty laboratory. "Wonderful. He has burned the bridges. This time, the price will be doubled." Maria blinked, suggesting, "Otherwise, shall you take me with you? Have you learned apparition? Have you been to that place before?" Gemini's eyes sparkled with realization. "Indeed, we can go ourselves." Without hesitation, Gemini seized Maria's portrait and commanded, "Krebby, take me to an inconspicuous location in Stark Industries." "At your service, miss." With a soft sound, Tony's laboratory was entirely vacated. Chapter 42. As Tony soared through the skies, he had already contacted Pepper via Jarvis, urging her to evacuate swiftly. Alas, it was too late. Obadiah, piloting the Ironmonger, had suddenly appeared, ruthlessly eliminating several of Coulson's colleagues. Coulson's bullets were utterly ineffective against the Ironmonger, and he could only flee with Pepper, hoping that SHIELD would prove more reliable than the police and not arrive after the calamity had unfolded. just as the ironmonger was poised to fire upon Pepper. Tony finally arrived, positioning himself in front of her and Coulson, arms crossed, activating the solidification spell on his forearms. A translucent shield materialized, deflecting Obadiah's barrage, with Tony only being pushed back a few steps as a result. Thanks, Weasley. Tony marveled at his suit, which bore no signs of damage. Tony, are you all right? Pepper inquired with concern. Mi fine. You follow this agent to safety, and once I am done here, I will come find you, Tony replied with composure. Pepper gazed at Tony with heartfelt admiration, obediently following Coulson in preparation for their retreat. Tony, Obadiah will not allow you to indulge in any sentimentality as the ironmonger, towering over Tony, charged forward, unleashing a relentless barrage. To ensure Pepper's safe withdrawal, Tony had no choice but to maintain the protective spell, gradually being forced back. Wow, look, your future daughter-in-law is holding steady. Gemini, perched atop a nearby building with Maria, held a compact panoramic telescope, while Maria possessed a similar device. Despite her portrait depicting a tea room, she could traverse to others' portraits. This telescope was borrowed from the wealthy lady next door to observe horse races, quite sufficient for their needs. I agree. I've only seen that girl a few times, and she seems genuinely good. It's just that Tony never speaks of her, which is truly vexing, Maria remarked with a hint of exasperation. Gemini fell silent for a moment, pondering the peculiar attitude of the lady. Is the emphasis somewhat misplaced? It appears that it is your son who is receiving a beating over there. Oh, the young lady is safe. Who is that bald man? Maria, leaning against the edge of the portrait, remarked while observing the scene. Let me take a look. Gemini followed Maria's gaze and gasped. Is that not my previous guest? TSK, I knew it. They must have all gone to investigate. Howard was the same way. Any discoveries he made would be immediately known to others. This group of people. Maria, watching the unfolding drama, couldn't help but reminisce about the past with a touch of nostalgia. Gemini stroked her chin, wondering why the Magical Council had not sought her out. After all, she had exposed her magic in front of government officials. What do you mean by exposure? Do you really think these agents would make it public? Don't be foolish. They are far more secretive than the wizarding community, Maria unreservedly critiqued, adding that one must understand that even when the truth is presented to the American Muggles, they cling to their beliefs, regardless of their accuracy. Gemini was speechless, recalling a persistent customer who had relentlessly pushed business cards into her shop, convinced that her potions were the result of research and eager to become their global distributor. To rid herself of his annoyance, Gemini had ultimately altered his memory. Look, a big move is happening, Maria suddenly exclaimed, as Gemini raised the telescope to her eyes. She found it odd. Was that really a mother? Why was she so invested in the spectacle? In the distance, Tony, having seen Pepper retreat to safety, finally evaded Ironmonger's attacks, no longer presenting himself as a target. Although Magic One was equipped with various solidifying spells, it lacked conventional ammunition. The solidified magic relied solely on Tony's dwindling magical energy. Having sustained the protective spell until now, most of it had already been depleted, forcing Tony to rely on his repulsor blasts and agile movements to harass Ironmonger. Don't think you're the only one who can fly, Obadiah roared, watching Tony buzz through the air like a mosquito. With all his might, Ironmonger ascended, lunging fiercely at Tony and grasping him tightly. Tony chuckled. How did you resolve the freezing issue? What? Obadiah frowned. In the next instant, he felt Ironmonger firmly adhering to Tony, followed by a clear, centrifugal force indicating they were rapidly ascending. Within mere minutes, they had reached an altitude exceeding 10,000 feet, where a thick layer of ice began to form on Ironmonger. In contrast, Tony's Magic One, surrounded by a radiant red glow, was devoid of ice, not even a hint of mist. Ascending further, the air grew increasingly thin. Observing that the ice layer on Ironmonger was sufficiently thick, Tony decisively released his hold. Watching as he plummeted, accompanied by Obadiah's anguished cries, Ironmonger's descent accelerated, while Tony leisurely followed, feeling a surge of pride. Did he still wish to learn from him? A century too late. The speed of descent accelerated, and the friction between Iron Tyrant and the air generated heat, gradually melting the outer layer of ice. As it neared the ground, Iron Tyrant regained its mobility and made a lateral movement, narrowly avoiding a direct crash. Observing the wreckage of the laboratory below, Tony hovered in midair, fixated on the direction of Iron Tyrant. He realized that Obadiah would not succumb so easily. Indeed, moments later, Iron Tyrant erupted from the debris, forcefully colliding with Tony and sending him tumbling onto the adjacent roadway. Instantly, screams erupted, and Tony couldn't help but curse under his breath. Why hadn't the crowd evacuated? Desperately, he attempted to divert Iron Tyrant's attention, but Obadiah saw through his plan, laughing maniacally. "Tony, are you still thinking of saving people at this point? It's too late. Just watch. They will all perish because of you." With that, Iron Tyrant lifted a nearby car and hurled it towards Tony. As he witnessed the vehicle hurtling towards him, capturing the terrified expressions of the mother and child inside, Tony muttered a curse. With a swift motion, he summoned his wand. Wingardium Leviosa. The car jolted abruptly, levitating quietly in midair, accompanied by the mother's horrified screams as the engine revved wildly, the wheels spinning in the void. Tony strained to control the car, guiding it onto the vacant road. The moment it touched down, it surged forward at high speed, vanishing from sight. "What is that? What have you discovered now? Let us see how many you can save," Obadiah shouted, relentlessly throwing more vehicles. Tony could only catch them one by one, placing them safely on the roadway. Are they just playing catch? Maria pondered, confused as to why Tony didn't retaliate against Obadiah. Chapter 43 Gemini also seemed momentarily at a loss. "So what did you teach him?" He asked, self-taught, following the textbook. "I didn't teach him. I merely ensured he didn't encounter any mishaps," Maria replied awkwardly. "Is it possible he still doesn't know any offensive spells?" Gemini asked hesitantly. The two fell silent, watching as Iron Tyrant and Tony engaged in their peculiar game of catch. With no more objects to throw, Obadiah's options dwindled, and Tony let out a sigh of relief. His magical energy was also running low, and if more were thrown, he would have to rush forward to catch them. Just as Obadiah's gaze shifted to the adjacent roadway, Tony suddenly realized and quickly retreated. Obadiah was struck as if by a moving vehicle, sent flying and landing heavily back into the wreckage he had created. Tony swiftly pursued, looking down upon the struggling Iron Tyrant, suddenly reminded of the moment when he had crashed into the basement and Gemini had stood on the ceiling, rescuing him. As the Iron Titan prepared to rise, Tony, with little time for contemplation, immediately cast a transfiguration spell upon it. Unfortunately, his magical reserves were nearly depleted, and this was his first attempt at transfiguring such a large object, leaving him inexperienced. He gasped as he watched the Iron Titan twist into an unrecognizable mass, wondering about Obadiah's fate within. Hopefully, he still resembled a human. "Wow, your son is truly remarkable." If Professor McGonagall were to witness that transfiguration spell, she would surely require him to compose a year's worth of essays. Jamie couldn't help but comment. Maria's expression mirrored her astonishment, clearly indicating that Tony was indeed not adept at transfiguration. How terrifying. "Well, the show is over. Let us head back," Jamie said, stowing away her telescope. Maria reluctantly followed suit, putting away her own telescope. With such a commotion, the Ministry of Magic would undoubtedly take action. It remained uncertain what the outcome would be. The following morning, Tony sat in the dressing room, perusing the newspaper in his hands. "Iron Man? I quite fancy that title. Is that what they're calling me?" "Tony," Pepper called sharply, handing him a card. "This is your speech. You'll read from it shortly." Tony grimaced, tossing the newspaper aside and picking up the card. "Fine. I don't hold much hope for it. Just the usual official spiel, devoid of any originality." Above the Woolworth building of the Ministry of Magic, the clock indicating magical exposure levels began to sound alarms frantically, its hands edging towards the ominous red. All wizards sprang into action, hurriedly searching for the source of the exposure. During the press conference, Tony perused the card in his hand, distractedly listening to the myriad of questions posed by reporters. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he flung the card behind him. "I am Iron Man. And what about that ability you displayed last night, catching and placing the car? Was that telekinesis?" A reporter interjected, seizing the opportunity while the crowd was momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, officials from the Ministry of Magic had located the source and quietly infiltrated the press conference, wands at the ready to modify memories. Aurors subtly approached Tony, preparing to apprehend the wizard who had brazenly used magic in public. Tony smirked and shot a flirtatious glance at the audience. "This is magic." The ministry officials felt a chill of dread. It was over, utterly over. The entire venue fell silent for a brief moment, every wizard feeling despondent. In the next second, the reporters erupted into hearty laughter. "Mr. Stark, you're quite humorous. Is this your latest invention?" One reporter inquired. Tony shrugged. "You may consider it as such. I believe it to be magic. Whether you choose to believe it is entirely up to you." The reporters chuckled. "Naturally, we believe you. Will Mr. Stark also become a hero in the future?" Before Tony could respond, Coulson ascended the stage, declaring, "The press conference is concluded. Thank you all for attending." With that, he pulled Tony down from the podium. As the excited reporters buzzed around, a group of bewildered wizards trailed behind them, exiting the press conference, while the clock on the Woolworth building surprisingly returned to the safety of the green zone. At the very moment Tony was holding the press conference, Fury was already lying in the basement of the All Things shop. "Do you need anesthesia?" Fury inquired. "Anesthesia? What is that? You mean a drug that numbs your senses?" Gemini asked. Fury was taken aback. "What else would it be? Are you planning to gouge my eyes out?" "Lie still. Who told you to move?" Gemini waved her wand impatiently, and the straps at the side of the bed ensnared Fury, firmly binding him down. Fury's eyes widened. "Are you sure you're not planning to torture me?" Gemini rolled her eyes. "Do you think you're someone important? I don't need such things as anesthesia. Rest assured, you 1T feel a thing." Fury opened his mouth, but fell silent, his fingers fidgeting as he attempted to free himself from the bindings. "It's about to begin. Keep your eyes wide open," Gemini said expressionlessly. Fury immediately began to struggle. "Wait, hold on. A chill swept over his eyes as he stared in bewilderment at the eyeball floating in Gemini's hand. "Is this it? What else did you expect?" Gemini replied, looking at him disdainfully. In the ensuing moments, Fury clenched his mouth shut, watching as Gemini poured a potion into his eye socket, placed peculiar items within, and then dripped a transparent liquid. "All done. Now close your eyes," Gemini commanded with a wave of her wand, causing the restraints to fall away. Obediently, Fury shut his eyes. Fury was astonished. Despite having closed his eyes, he could still see every detail of the room, along with the shimmering lights dancing on the walls and ceiling, was vividly apparent. He opened his eyes, noting that what his left and right eyes perceived was entirely different, yet miraculously converged into a singular understanding of everything he was witnessing. Fury gazed at Gemini, who radiated a soft yellow light. "What is this?" "Here, your eye instruction manual. Don't take it off unnecessarily. If you need to clean it, remember to come by the special cleaning solution from me. Otherwise, your eyeball might get stuck." Gemini handed him a slip of paper. Fury was astonished. "You can take it off." Lowering his gaze to the paper, he quickly identified the corresponding details. The shimmering lights were responses to the magical patterns at work, while the glow emanating from individuals reflected their attitudes towards him. Red indicating hostility, blue signifying trust, and Gemini's yellow representing a neutral perception. After conducting further research, he also purchased a large bottle of cleaning solution before donning his mask once more and exiting the All Things shop. Chapter 44. Tony paid little mind to the troubles his press conference might have stirred. As he returned to his car, he received a summons from the American Magical Council, instructing him to report to the Woolworth building for questioning. Tony stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Happy, let us head to the All Things shop." As the vehicle came to a halt, Tony noticed Gemini preparing to turn back. "Hey, Gemini," he called out urgently. Gemini turned her head, questioning, "What brings you here now?" "Isn't there a press conference underway? And you? I recall you seldom venture to the storefront." Tony raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Gemini shrugged, gesturing towards a distant dark figure. "I just escorted a significant client. One must maintain appearances, after all." Tony glanced over, spotting only a glimpse of a garment at the corner. "All right, look at this. I received this item, and I am perplexed as to why it came my way." He handed the message from the car to Gemini. The moment she received it, a familiar sensation washed over her. Before she could utter a word, the well-known tug behind her navel struck her, and she swore quietly as the two vanished from the storefront. Happy stepped out of the car, gazing at the empty entrance of the shop, utterly bewildered. "Come in for a cup of tea. I reckon they will be away for a while," Ethan said, pushing the shop door open and beckoning Happy, who entered the store in a daze. Feeling the solid ground beneath her, Gemini stumbled slightly before regaining her balance. Meanwhile, Tony, inexperienced with the door key, fell unceremoniously to the floor. "What is this? Where am I?" Tony groggily scrambled to his feet, shaking his head to clear his mind. "This message is typically a one-time door key. marked with a designated time. At the appointed hour, retrieving the message would transport you to the magical parliament. I am truly cursed. Jiminy adjusted her skirt, speaking with irritation. Upon hearing her words, Tony scrutinized the message closely, and indeed, it indicated an expected arrival at 1000. Checking his watch, he noted it was 1001. He chuckled awkwardly. I wasn't aware. What should I say now? Jiminy shot him a disapproving glance. Just wait. Someone will come to fetch you shortly. For a wizard inquiry, there will undoubtedly be members of Parliament present, including your great-aunt. What are you worried about? Tony's anxiety eased at her reassurance. He had participated in numerous military inquiries and felt no trepidation, knowing they could not impose any serious consequences upon him. However, regarding the magical parliament, he pondered, what if they launched a surprise attack? I fear I might not have anyone to rescue me. Mr. Tony Stark? A woman's voice broke through, accompanied by hurried footsteps. That's me. Tony turned to face her. May I ask who you are? Hello, I am Liz Kowalski. Please follow me. No need to worry. Everything has been resolved. They merely wish to ask a few questions. The blonde young woman looked at Tony with bright eyes, smiling warmly. Is she the Kowalski you speak of? Jiminy exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Liz smiled back. I believe I'm the Kowalski you're referring to. Tony, bewildered, asked, what riddle are you all playing? Jiminy pushed Tony aside and extended her hands to shake Liz's, exclaiming, Hello. Hello. Jacob, must be your grandfather? I am his idol. No, he's my idol. Liz let out a small laugh, realizing that indeed it was her grandfather. Perhaps even he could not have anticipated that he would have young admirers among wizards. Would you care to join us for tea at our family bakery after this? She inquired. Jamie's eyes sparkled with excitement. I would love to. No, what I meant was, is he still around? Apologies slipped from her lips as she stammered. Observing Jamie's flustered state, Liz responded with a warm smile. Oh, do not fret. He is very much alive, although not as youthful as before. You know his good friend, right? He has employed numerous methods to ensure that my grandfather can remain healthy and accompany my grandmother. Instantly, Jamie's face brightened. That is wonderful. I had no idea. I would be delighted to visit, but not today. I have nothing with me. It was all too sudden. Hey, ladies, do you remember why I am here today? Tony interjected, unable to contain himself as the two grew more animated. Liz snapped back to reality. Oh dear, I completely forgot about you. Please follow me. With that, she turned and led the two into the room. What were you two discussing? Do you have an idol? Tony inquired softly. Jamie, lost in the thrill of meeting her idol, dismissed Tony's question. I'll tell you later. Don't disturb my excitement right now. Before Tony could respond, they arrived at the interrogation room. Liz opened the door and gestured for Tony to enter, while she and Jamie waited by the entrance. Tony peered inside and, spotting his great-aunt seated at the highest tier of seats, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He nodded at Jamie and Liz before confidently stepping into the room. The heavy door closed behind him as he walked to the center, where a chair awaited him. Please take a seat, Mr. Stark, the council chair, Samuel instructed. Tony slightly bowed, acknowledging the formality before sitting upright in the chair, silently gazing ahead, awaiting the wizard's inquiries. Mr. Stark, could you kindly verify if this is indeed you? Samuel waved his hand, and a scene from a press conference appeared above the inquiry room. An enchantment. Tony's voice resonated throughout the room, and he could not help but fidget, feeling somewhat embarrassed with his elders present. Indeed, it is I, Tony affirmed with a nod. A buzz of discussion erupted around him. Samuel had to strike the table with a hammer to restore order. Silence. Once the room settled, Samuel gathered his thoughts and continued. Mr. Stark, I would like to ask, why? You realize you have effectively exposed magic in front of the entire nation, but why those muggles? Tony instantly grasped Samuel's intent. I understand your point. You may have overlooked certain aspects. Such as? Samuel pressed on. Everything I do appears to them to be almost magical, Tony declared confidently. Thus, they have grown accustomed to it. A hush fell over the room, soon followed by an even greater wave of murmurs, prompting Samuel to engage in hushed discussions with those beside him. Silence. Samuel rapped his knuckles on the table. So, Mr. Stark, do you believe we can collaborate with the government of the Muggle world? The advancements in Muggle technology have become increasingly formidable, and the environment for us wizards is dwindling. We are in dire need of change, and you are the one foretold in prophecy. What are your thoughts? Chapter 45. Tony's head was buzzing. Was this not an inquiry? Why was he suddenly being asked for his opinion? How do other countries' ministries of magic handle this? He couldn't help but ask. Samuel paused for a moment before responding. In Britain, they have historically collaborated closely with the Prime Minister. Every incoming Prime Minister or Minister of Magic meets with one another. In Japan, the Magical Association is directly under the Emperor's authority. In China, the Central Taoist Gate has its own traditions and has always maintained a close relationship with their leadership. Tony looked at Samuel in disbelief. So, only America operates differently? Is no one else aware of this? Samuel nodded, briefly explaining the historical context. The room fell silent. While few had lived through that period, a handful still remained, and discussing this history within the American magical community evoked sorrow. Leaning back in his chair, Tony stroked his chin. I wouldn't recommend that you pursue contact with the U.S. government like other countries do. Though I am an American, I must say, reaching out to the U.S. government would undoubtedly incite a war. The room erupted in shock, and Samuel had to pound the table firmly. Could you explain why? Tony pondered for a moment. It's difficult to articulate. America's situation is unique and unlike that of other nations. If you truly wish to emerge from the shadows and not remain concealed, then you must ensure sufficient independence. According to the U.S. Constitution, the sovereignty of the states is inviolable, which means we must approach this matter from that angle. Samuel leaned forward, intrigued. Could you elaborate? Tony shrugged. We would need a lawyer well-versed in the law and a reliable spokesperson. Like whom? Samuel pressed for clarification. Someone who possesses renown in the Muggle world and authority within the wizarding community, requiring mutual recognition from both realms. As Tony spoke, he halted, suddenly realizing how familiar this candidate sounded. Isn't that you? A wizard seated to the left suddenly interjected. Tony was taken aback. Indeed, it was him. The room erupted in chatter, everyone discussing the revelation. Even Samuel was deep in conversation with those nearby, while Tony sat there bewildered, wondering how this had suddenly become his responsibility. Could he truly bear such a weighty matter? Outside the door, Gemini and Liz stood idly together. The soundproofing of the room was exceptional, rendering them unable to hear anything, so they resorted to chatting at the entrance. As their conversation flowed, their excitement grew. Despite their age difference, they found an unexpected rapport, with Gemini wishing fervently to accompany Liz home on the spot. Just as their discussion reached a delightful crescendo, the door to the inquiry room swung open, and a throng of people surged out, animatedly engaging in fervent discussions with one another, leaving Gemini and Liz momentarily taken aback. Eventually, the Speaker of the House emerged, accompanied by a group of legislators and Tony. This matter is entrusted to you. Tomorrow's newspapers will proclaim you as the youngest congressman in the annals of American magical history. Everything now lies in your hands, Samuel stated, shaking hands with the bewildered Tony before hastily departing with the lawmakers. What's going on? Gemini inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Tony, equally perplexed, responded, How should I know? Suddenly, I've become a member of the magical parliament? What? Gemini and Liz exclaimed in unison. Tony buried his face in his hands in despair. How am I supposed to handle this? On their way back, as Gemini and Liz listened to Tony recount the bewildering turn of events, their eyes widened in disbelief. Gemini silently chastised herself. Realizing why the legislators had been so unconcerned about her establishment, it stemmed not only from her own background, but also from the Parliament's long-standing desire for reform. Of course, such matters could not be resolved swiftly. Tony began to strategize about his personnel, needing individuals who were well-versed in both legal and magical realms. And he would have to seek from among his acquaintances. After a moment of contemplation, Tony sighed, I'm sorry, Pepper. It looks like it has to be you. With a newfound clarity, Tony felt a weight lift from his shoulders and playfully invited Liz to lunch, only to be met with a polite yet firm rejection from the stunning blonde. Gemini burst into laughter, relishing Tony's moment of embarrassment as he stormed off in frustration. However, he halted after merely 5 paces, uncertain of how to return. After all, he had arrived courtesy of the door key, and his vehicle remained at the all-purpose shop. Seizing the moment, Gemini bid farewell to Liz and escorted Tony to the communal area, which featured a public fireplace and an apparition zone. They found an unoccupied fireplace, tossed in a few coins, and the adjacent box automatically dispensed a portion of flu powder. They traveled back to the all-purpose shop, where Kobe had already prepared lunch. Tony hastily consumed a few bites before announcing his intention to head home. There were numerous matters he needed to discuss with Pepper. By the way, do you have a way to get to the UK? Tony suddenly inquired, stressing the need for speed and discretion, ensuring that ordinary individuals remained unaware. Gemini regarded him thoughtfully. You should consult the International Travel Department. They have cross-border fireplaces at reasonable prices. While long-distance flu travel, isn't particularly comfortable, is sufficiently swift. Tony nodded in understanding. Do you have any acquaintances in the British magical community? I have some business to attend to there, and I would appreciate your assistance in finding someone familiar with the locale. Jamie pondered for a moment, recalling your amicable relationship with George. Perhaps it would be prudent to reach out to the Weasley family. Aunt Ginny, being Harry's wife, possesses ample time and is well-versed in all matters pertaining to Britain. What do you think? Tony's eyes brightened at this suggestion, responding with enthusiasm. Jamie then provided Tony with the contact information, which he carefully tucked away. After indulging in a delightful afternoon tea at the all-purpose shop, he finally departed, preparing to return home. As twilight descended, Tony at last arrived home. The house lay shrouded in darkness, prompting a surge of alertness within him. Ever since Jarvis had been compromised by Obadiah, he had made several upgrades. Logically, the lights should have illuminated upon his arrival. At Tony's signal, Happy, armed with a handgun, vigilantly surveyed the entrance. "Sir, you have finally returned." A sharp voice suddenly pierced the silence, startling Happy, who nearly discharged his weapon in response. Boggs has apprehended an intruder. The house elf, donned in a pristine pillowcase, stood proudly with his chest puffed out. Right there. Boggs has tied him up. By the window, an indistinct black mass writhed in effort. "Well done, Boggs." Tony praised the elf, causing him to stand even taller with pride. Chapter 46. Let me see, who exactly is it? Just as Tony began to approach, Happy intervened. "Do not proceed, Tony. What if he harbors ill intentions?" Happy warned gravely. Tony froze, and the mass on the floor squirmed with increasing intensity. At that moment, the entire house was suddenly illuminated, and a cadre of agents, led by Coulson, stormed into Tony's abode. Boggs had not even had the chance to conceal himself and was immediately exposed. The room fell into a state of bewildered silence. "Don't move," Tony bellowed, fury radiating from him. "Coulson, what is the meaning of this?" Coulson, equally perplexed, gazed at the bound figure of Fury on the floor and found himself at a loss for words. He waved his hand, signaling his agents to retreat. "No misunderstanding here. Mr. Stark, this is our director." Tony, exasperated, retorted, "Why has your director invaded my home? And why has he incapacitated my intelligent assistant?" Coughing, Fury finally managed to speak after being freed from his bindings. "Calm down. I merely wish to check on you. By the way, what exactly captured me? An alien?" Fury inquired. With a scowl, Tony replied, "What business is it of yours? Who are you really? Do not attempt to deceive me. They certainly do not possess your audacity." With considerable assistance from Coulson, Fury struggled to stand, his gaze fixed upon Tony, who radiated an intense red glow that was almost blinding. This made Fury's mouth taste bitter. He had intended to stealthily infiltrate someone else's home to assert his prowess. Yet here he was, inadvertently appearing foolish. "We are from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistic Support. I am the director. I am unsure if you have heard of this agency. After all, it was founded by your father." Fury's attempts to intimidate had ceased to be effective, prompting him to reveal his trump card. Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you saying my father truly founded this? Just wait. I will uncover the truth." He turned to Bog. "Keep a close watch on them. They are currently trespassing in a private residence. Should they make any move, eliminate them immediately." "Understood, sir," Bog declared, raising his hands, one directed ominously at a figure, glaring fiercely at Fury and Coulson. Tony dashed to his laboratory, where Maria's portrait resided. He needed to ascertain the nature of these individuals. Fortunately, Maria was not out visiting today. She remained quietly in her portrait, sipping tea. Upon hearing Tony's words, she sighed. "Indeed, it was your father who established it, but the situation is quite intricate. To be frank, I had hoped to keep you away from this, but given the current circumstances, it seems unavoidable. Bring Fury down. I shall speak with him personally. If I am not mistaken, his current low position should suffice." Seeing that Maria could not be persuaded, Tony stormed upstairs to summon Fury, simultaneously rebooting Jarvis to conduct a thorough scan of Fury. After a cacophony of dismantling various tracking devices and listening apparatuses, Tony brought a perplexed Fury into the laboratory. He had never anticipated that someone could be embedded with so many devices. Did these individuals possess no privacy? Fury, long time no see. The last time we met, you were merely the director of the New York branch. What is your current position? Maria inquired with a smile. What? Fury could hardly believe his ears. You're Maria Stark. You do not perish? Where have you been? This is impossible. We clearly saw your bodies. Maria's expression shifted. That is most impolite. One does not speak of corpses in such a manner. Tony, please step outside. Tony's eyes widened. This is my laboratory. What is there that I cannot know? Maria regarded him with a smile. Shall I have Fury escort me out? Then, reluctantly, Tony retreated, glancing back 3 times as he departed. What is the situation here? Fury began assessing the small portrait, which indeed appeared to be devoid of advanced technology. The concealed eyes you possess, if I'm not mistaken, they are crafted by Weasley, Maria remarked, sipping her tea with a calm demeanor. Thankfully, the Weasley boy had spent considerable time here. That magical energy fluctuation felt quite familiar. Fury's expression shifted slightly. It should be. You have yet to disclose your current position. I must ascertain your rank to determine your decision-making authority, Maria pressed. Fury paused. I am currently the director of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support, with Level 10 clearance. Maria nodded in satisfaction. That's good. You see, I am now merely a portrait, quite literally a depiction. The principle is similar to your vision, albeit approached differently. As for our demise, do not divulge anything to Tony just yet. I will disclose that to him myself. Regarding the items left by Howard, I hope you can return them to Tony. You must have studied them already. They're merely gifts from father to his son. That's no issue. I can take charge of returning them. However, I require an explanation. You, and that peculiar figure beside Tony, the alleged extraterrestrial, what is the matter there? Fury readily acquiesced, presenting a series of inquiries. You are quite convoluted regarding homeland matters. Perhaps a name change is in order. Maria stumbled slightly, a rare occurrence for her. In your agency, how much authority do you possess? Can you act independently? There are certain matters I prefer the U.S. government remain unaware of. Fury narrowed his eyes. The Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division does not fall under the U.S. government. We operate under the United Nations. Do not jest. You are on American soil, and 80 of your agents are American. Maria interrupted Fury bluntly. Very well, I understand. I can assure you that what I hear today will remain confidential and not reach the government's ears. Fury rubbed his nose and agreed. That is insufficient. I must take precautions, Maria smiled. Fury exaggeratedly widened his eyes. Mrs. Stark, do you require me to swear an oath? Maria nodded contentedly. Given your compliance, let me offer a friendly warning. Violating such an oath could be fatal. Do you wish to be aware of that? Fury fell silent for a considerable time, contemplating numerous strategies, even considering packaging Maria's portrait, but ultimately yielded. All right, I believe I must know. After all, my duty is to protect Earth's security, and I must understand these inexplicable matters. Fetch Tony, and also have him summon the young lady from the peculiar agency. Once everyone is assembled and the oath is established, you shall comprehend, Maria said with satisfaction. Chapter 47. When Gemini arrived, the atmosphere in Tony's home reached an extraordinary level of peculiarity. In the living room, Happy and Bucky sat on opposite sides of the sofa, each glaring at the other, while in the underground laboratory, Tony and Fury faced each other at the table. An impasse formed, with Maria's portrait leisurely sipping tea at the center. So, what exactly is the situation? Gemini inquired, frowning as she entered the laboratory. With her previous guests present, she would be foolish not to grasp what was unfolding. My apologies, manager. I failed to clarify my identity earlier. I am the director of Homeland, or rather, HILD, Fury began, noticing Gemini's furrowed brow. I did not inquire about you. You are merely a customer of my establishment. Your profession is of no concern to me, Gemini replied, casting an annoyed glance at Fury. Why was I summoned? Gemini directly inquired of Maria, questioning whether Tony remained but a novice, while Fury was even more of an outsider. It was undoubtedly Maria who had summoned her for assistance. Maria set down her cup, stating, I am merely an image at present. I hope you can serve as a witness for them, establishing an unbreakable vow. Gemini raised an eyebrow, seeking confirmation. Maria nodded, explaining that Fury held considerable influence in the realm of the mundane, and that his cooperation with the wizarding world would be advantageous. Tony had already taken on the responsibilities of Congress, and it was imperative to prepare in advance. Those politicians were not to be trifled with. and he would require a safeguard. Gemini nodded in understanding, asking, "What are the terms of the vow?" First, Maria articulated, "One must not disclose any matters pertaining to the wizarding world to those harboring hostility towards Tony Stark. Second, one must fully cooperate with Tony Stark in advancing the collaboration between ordinary people and wizards. Third, the U.S. government must not undermine the interests of Tony Stark and the wizarding community." After careful consideration, Maria outlined the three oaths and then turned her gaze towards Fury. Fury pondered for a moment before responding, "I have no objections. All conditions are acceptable." Eagerly, Gemini drew her wand, exclaiming, "Let us commence. This will be my first time serving as a witness, and I have long been intrigued by this magic." Fury squinted, contemplating, "Magic? Is it what I suspect? And what Maria has been referring to as the wizarding world and the mundane? Clearly, there is much about this realm that eludes my understanding." "What must we do?" Tony inquired, recalling how George had once mentioned attempting to swear an oath with his younger brother, only for the outcome to alter his posterior. His curiosity piqued, Tony gazed at Gemini, recognizing that Maria's three oaths primarily constrained Fury, thus posing no detriment to himself. "Step forward and clasp hands," Gemini instructed. Tony and Fury positioned themselves on either side of Gemini, extending their right hands to interlock. "Is this correct?" Tony asked. Gemini nodded, signaling him to remain silent as she tapped her wand upon their clasped hands. "Nick Fury, do you vow not to disclose any matters pertaining to the wizarding world to those who harbor hostility towards Tony Stark?" Gemini gestured for Fury to respond. Fury blinked, affirming, "I do." A golden, delicate chain erupted from Gemini's wand, enveloping their hands in a flame that burned without pain. Gemini continued her inquiries, and upon Fury's affirmations, the second and third chains ensnared their hands in succession. Once the chains vanished, leaving behind marks of heat, Gemini withdrew her wand, declaring, "Thus, the unbreakable vow is established. Should you contravene it, you shall perish instantly. This vow binds your very soul, and even if you assume another form, there shall be no escape." Gemini concluded her explanation. Tony and Fury released each other's hands, observing the marks upon their skin as they crept up to their wrists before ultimately fading from view. "This mark will remain invisible unless you harbor intentions of betrayal, so there is no need for concern." Gemini observed the two as they incessantly examined their wrists and explained. Fury promptly shook his sleeves to conceal his wrist and inquired, "So, can you enlighten me now? What is truly going on?" Maria chuckled softly. "This is a lengthy tale. I recall that the SHIELD database should contain numerous inexplicable issues, a significant portion of which pertains to the realm of wizards." Gemini was disinterested in a lecture on magical history, having relied on her classmates' notes during Professor Bin's classes. Choosing to excuse herself out of friendship, she nonetheless arranged for Kirby to deliver a set of exquisite volumes on magical history for their reference. After consulting with the others, Fury summoned Coulson. Recognizing that advancing the collaboration between ordinary humans and the wizarding world could not rely solely on him, he needed someone to assist him, and Coulson was a fitting choice given his prior experience. In Tony's laboratory, Maria provided a brief overview of the wizarding world's history, including the American Magical Congress and the esteemed Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, as well as the collaborative methods known to government officials within the magical community across various nations. Interestingly, aside from the United States, other magical nations were also aware of these matters. However, for reasons of security, no documentation existed to substantiate them. Thus, the so-called last line of defense on Earth, SHIELD, remained entirely oblivious. After absorbing the historical account of the wizarding world, Fury felt as though his worldview had shattered. This was more absurd than his encounters with extraterrestrials, yet it was indeed the truth. Do wizards pose a threat to humanity? After all, magic cannot solely encompass healing or supportive aspects, can it? Fury inquired with a serious demeanor. Humanity? What are you implying? Are we not humans? Maria gazed at Fury in astonishment, bewildered by his thoughts. Fury found himself momentarily speechless. "No, I meant ordinary people." Maria sighed, explaining the reluctance of the American Magical Congress to collaborate with the U.S. government. No other nation exhibited such an attitude. Just look at China, where the magical community openly recruits students, or the British Prime Minister who must attend to the King's Cross station each academic season? Did anyone voice objections? In stark contrast, the state of affairs in America was disheartening. One could hardly compare such differences without feeling dismayed. Upon hearing Maria's insights into the wizarding communities of other countries, Fury's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Do you think I could assemble a specialized wizarding task force? Maria regarded Fury with a hint of regret, pondering how she had ended up with such a person. Even Coulson behind him appeared more dependable. You are utterly misguided. Wizards have their own governmental departments, laws, and security forces. Those eligible to join the Aurors, the wizarding law enforcement, are meticulously selected. If anyone could simply join, the Aurors would not be so scarce. Moreover, those lacking specialized training would likely succumb to the temptations of dark magic during missions, causing even greater harm. You should abandon this notion. Maria firmly rejected his proposal without hesitation. Chapter 48. Fury's eyes flickered with uncertainty. While outwardly he agreed wholeheartedly, his inner thoughts remained a mystery. Maria, of course, discerned this hesitation. I advise against pursuing that notion, she cautioned. The sorcerers you might attract are hardly the CR me de la CRme. They could very well bring forth troubles that you cannot easily resolve. Perhaps you should focus on advancing collaborative efforts with the magical community in America instead. Having delivered her warning, Maria ceased further discussion. After all, she was merely a portrait. What more could she do? The conversation passed swiftly, and the horizon began to brighten. Fury had gleaned a rudimentary understanding of the magical realm. Upon learning of the existence of a wizarding street in America, he promptly arranged a time to explore it. However, with Tony eagerly awaiting a trip to Britain, there was little time for companionship. Instead, he provided them with a straightforward path: seek out Gemini for assistance. After all, with Ethan present at Gemini's shop, allowing her to venture out was of little consequence. Moreover, any intentions these two may have towards Gemini would ultimately depend on Kirby's disposition. Once the pair departed, Tony could only spare a brief greeting for Maria before collapsing into slumber. Fury and Coulson, having exited Tony's residence, did not return directly to S. Atka E. Instead, they proceeded to a nearby safe house to properly store the books they had acquired. Coulson, do you believe this information is credible? Fury inquired, tracing the scars on his hand. Coulson, discreetly touching the top of his head, pondered the efficacy of magic in addressing baldness. I find it credible, sir. After all, among the 5 permanent members of the United Nations, the other 4 occasionally share unspoken understandings, veiling certain truths. I suspect this pertains to the magical community. Furthermore, if it were a deception, it seems implausible that such a world would emerge, complete with rigid hierarchies and specific laws. I truly cannot fathom the motive behind such a ruse. Fury fell silent, his gaze unwavering. Coulson's aura remained steadfastly blue, instilling trust in him. Let us schedule a time, then, Fury proposed. As Tony suggested, we shall place an order at the wizarding shop and venture to explore the magical street together. Coulson nodded in agreement. Shall it be just the 2 of us? Fury recalled Coulson's subordinate, level 4 agent Sitwell, whose frequent shifts between red and yellow had cast a shadow of doubt over Fury's faith in ELD. It would be prudent to assess other individuals to avoid being betrayed. I will reconsider. Let us rest for now. We can deliberate further tomorrow. With those words, Fury rose and opened the door, gesturing for Coulson to follow. Confused, Coulson stood and stepped outside, only to turn back with a thought. But the door to the safe house closed before him. Very well, I understand. Coulson sighed, resigned to seek a place to rest, ensuring he remained at a distance to protect Fury's secure haven. As the sun began its descent, Tony finally emerged from the warmth of his bed. He hastily consumed a few bites of food and briefed Maria before employing the method taught by Gemini to traverse directly from the fireplace to the International Tourism Department. He arrived just in time to catch the last fireplace before the receptionist concluded her shift, embarking on his journey to England. 2 days later, Fury had finalized his selection of candidates. Among his trusted operatives were Natasha and Clint Barton, both of whom he could rely on. Even Maria Hill, dispatched by the 5 permanent members, evoked a sense of trust, though Fury often felt a tinge of unease around others who exuded a hint of hostility. He could not shake the feeling that he was not within SHIELD, but rather amidst a den of terrorists. The candidates for the visit to Wizarding Street had been confirmed, but a situation had arisen in Mexico, necessitating Coulson's attention. Barton was assigned to assist him, leaving only Natasha available for the task. Seizing the opportunity, Fury and Natasha made their way to the entrance of the all-purpose house. "Hello. I have an appointment with the manager," Fury announced upon entering, addressing Ethan, who approached them. "I'm aware. Please follow me." A friendly reminder. "I hope you haven't had too hearty a breakfast," Ethan remarked, leading them to the staircase before departing. "Are we expecting some vigorous activity later?" Natasha inquired, raising an eyebrow. "I'm uncertain. It is my first time as well," Fury shrugged. Jiminy had been waiting in the reception area, carrying nothing but a small handbag. Assessing their attire, Fury noted his own black leather jacket paired with an overcoat, which left little to critique. However, Natasha's outfit was rather provocative. Her form-fitting leather ensemble accentuated her curves, with a plunging neckline that nearly reached her navel. Jimina frowned slightly. "Kobe, please fetch the black silk cloak I made last year." "Of course, miss," Kobe responded. And moments later, a black satin cloak adorned with lace trim materialized before them. "While I appreciate the freedom of attire in America, the place we are visiting is somewhat traditional, and your outfit draws excessive attention. I believe it would be prudent for you to adopt a more subdued appearance," Jiminy explained to Natasha. She remembered the young woman well, having resisted the shop's enchantments with sheer will, and was inclined to offer a small favor to someone who piqued her interest. Of course, if Fury's attire proved unsuitable, Jiminy assured him she would send him to change. Natasha smiled brightly. "Thank you. This cloak is lovely, and it provides a wonderful opportunity to try a different style." With that, she extended her hand to accept the floating cloak, draping it over her shoulders. The pearl-clasped neckline fastened effortlessly, enveloping her alluring figure completely. Jiminy nodded in satisfaction, appreciating those who were receptive to advice. "Let's proceed. Follow my lead closely and do not err. I would prefer not to have to search through others' kitchens for your remnants." Jiminy spoke as she approached the fireplace. Fry and Natasha exchanged glances, their eyes fixed intently on Jiminy's actions. Grasping a handful of vibrant green flue powder, she tossed it into the hearth, igniting emerald flames that flickered to life. Lifting her skirts, she stepped into the fire and enunciated clearly, "Copper oak bar." In a flash of light, Jiminy vanished. Fry stepped forward to inspect, confirming her absence, and turned to Natasha, asking, "Do you go first, or shall I?" Natasha took a few steps ahead, asserting, "I will go. You follow." Mimicking Jiminy, she tossed in the flue powder and tentatively reached out, feeling the flames dance around her without any sensation of heat. Cautiously, she stepped in and declared, "Copper oak bar." Chapter 49. Natasha disappeared into the flames, and Fry, no longer hesitating, followed suit into the fireplace. When Natasha emerged, she stood steadily on the ground, having been trained to manage such disorientation. Fry, however, was not so fortunate. Contemplating the possibility that the wizarding world's cuisine might resemble the bizarre dishes from fairy tales, he had filled his stomach to the brim. Consequently, the dizziness from the flue powder nearly made him retch as he stumbled out of the fireplace. The two emerged in adjacent fireplaces and immediately spotted each other. Yet Jiminy was nowhere in sight. In this unfamiliar locale, they dared not move recklessly, instead standing still and surveying their surroundings. "Excuse me, could you move aside? You're blocking the entrance," came a loud crash from behind Fry as a diminutive wizard emerged from the fireplace, impatiently pushing past him. "My apologies." Fry quickly stepped aside, and Natasha followed suit, allowing the wizard to pass. "There you are. Come over." Jiminy's voice called from not far ahead. Fry and Natasha hurried toward her. "Where did you go?" "There are several fireplaces here, and we got separated," Jiminy explained amiably. "Would you care for a drink to gather yourselves?" Fry recalled the peculiar, bubbling soup that emitted an eerie glow, promptly covering his mouth and declining. "No, thank you." Natasha, however, was intrigued and inquired, "What do you have?" Jiminy squinted at the menu. "Today, we have a special on honey mead, as well as fire whiskey, butterbeer, and there's even a gift from the ice sprites. I must have a glass." With that, Jiminy dashed toward the bar without waiting for a response. "It sounds rather normal," Natasha observed, quickly discerning Frey's thoughts and grinning as she chased after Jiminy, also ordering a glass of the ice sprite's gift. The pale blue liquid featured a dancing silhouette with wings, and upon taking a sip, a chill coursed from her throat to her stomach, transforming into warmth almost instantly. This is a limited edition from their family. You can only encounter it by luck. Is it delicious? Gemini asked, her eyes sparkling with delight. Natasha let out a satisfied sigh. This is delightful. Is it an alcoholic beverage? Can miners in the wizarding world drink? Of course not, came the reply. This is a specially concocted drink, completely devoid of alcohol. Miners are prohibited from consuming alcoholic beverages. I've been eager to try fire whiskey for quite some time, but no proprietor has been willing to serve me, Jamie said with a pout. The trio enjoyed their drinks at the bar for a while before Jamie led them out through the grand doorway. As soon as they stepped outside, Fury and Natasha were captivated by the street before them. It resembled a whimsical magical avenue from their childhood fantasies, with crooked houses and animated statues. Oh, Fury suddenly snapped back to reality, yanking out his earbuds and removing a hidden locator from his person. Natasha discreetly massaged her ears. I forgot to mention, the magical energy field here affects the use of electronic devices. Are you both all right? Jamie asked with a mischievous grin directed at Fury. Fury smiled back, baring his teeth. Me fine. Now, shall we explore? Jamie led the two away from the entrance, saying, I offer currency exchange for dollars here. If you don't have a little wizard at home attending school, the bank's 1T exchange your currency for wizarding money. Come. I promise fair dealings. $100 for one golden galleon. Of course, if your funds are insufficient, we can arrange an IOU. I can cover your expenses, and you can reimburse me later. Fury instinctively covered his wallet, feeling an unsettling chill. Jamie, unfazed by his apprehension, began to stroll down the street, giving an overview of the various shops. Igor's Potions, Weasley's Alchemy Workshop, the Hooting Owl Emporium, and the Quidditch Boutique. This street offered everything from clothing to sustenance, akin to a mundane shopping street, yet it was brimming with enchantment. Is there an elixir for immortality? Fury inquired, glancing at the potion shop. Certainly. There's an alchemist in France who shares your name, Nicholas Flamel, and he is over 600 years old, Jamie replied. Fury's interest was piqued. Is the elixir for immortality for sale? How much does it cost? Jamie regarded him as if he were a fool. Do you understand why there's only one wizard in the history of magic who has lived over 600 years? Do you think the price of immortality is trivial? Fury's expression turned serious for a moment. What is the cost? A soul? A life? Jamie rolled her eyes. Could you please discard your fairy tale notions? The elixir claims to grant immortality, but in reality, it only extends life. Your bodily functions will still deteriorate with the passage of time, and consuming it even once obligates you to continue taking it within a limited time frame. What worth is such immortality? Fury fell silent, contemplating her words. Natasha, unable to hold back her laughter, interjected. So, is there any potion we can afford? Jamie pondered for a moment. How about a blood-replenishing potion? There are various items, indeed, that you may find useful. I'm capable of preparing everything for you. I will provide you with a list, and you can customize what you need for my shop. After all, without someone to guide you, you would not arrive here. This excursion has nearly consumed an entire day. Fury almost packed every protective hat and cloak from Weasley's alchemy shop, each adorned with protective spells capable of withstanding 5 bullet strikes, offering comprehensive protection, which is far superior to a bulletproof vest. Wouldn't you agree? It was only under Gemini's promise to assist him with purchasing that Fury reluctantly exited the shop. As dusk approached, Gemini guided the two of them back to the all-purpose shop, their hands filled with promotional flyers from various stores. Fury carried a suitcase that nearly cost him $1 million, rumored to possess a spell of seamless expansion, allowing it to hold numerous items. The suitcase proved invaluable, currently containing the books he had packed from the bookstore. After settling the bill with Ethan on the first floor, Gemini declared the shop closed, exclaiming that they had thoroughly explored the streets for the past 6 months and would not return again. As night deepened, Gemini lay in bed, exhausted and murmuring, her mind lingering on Tony, wondering if he had returned and what he was doing in England. With a head full of questions, she gradually drifted into slumber. Bang, bang, bang. Who is it? We're closed. Ethan emerged from his room, glancing at the dark shadow at the door. This scene felt oddly familiar. Chapter 50. Hello. I have urgent matters and need help. Can you let me in? I'm not a bad person. I have traveled a long way. The shadow outside implored, glancing nervously around. Ethan cautiously reached for the baseball bat provided by Gemini, enchanted by George with numerous spells. ensuring that he could defend himself against anyone who wasn't a legitimate wizard. Sir, it is quite late, and we are closed. Perhaps you could return tomorrow? Ethan firmly grasped the bat. The shadow outside suddenly grew anxious. Please, let me in a hide, just for 5 minutes. The shadow pressed closely against the door, and through the glass, Ethan could see distant lights sweeping towards their direction. Oh no! The shadow, realizing the lights were upon it, gasped and desperately shrank against the door. Where did he go? Quick, search for him. He can't have gone far. Bruce Banner, I see you. Stop hiding. The cacophony of voices echoed from outside the shop. The shadow remained frozen, not daring to move. Bruce Banner? Dr. Banner? As the lights moved away, Ethan cautiously approached the door, whispering, Yes, it's me. Do you recognize me? Banner responded, looking around in confusion. I am Dr. Ethan. We met at the symposium in 2001, Ethan said, lowering the bat and opening the door. Come in quickly. Battered and disheveled, Banner swiftly slipped through the crack of the door into the store. Thank you so much. What just happened? Dr. Ethan, why are you here? Is this your establishment? Ethan turned on the lights, his gaze falling upon Banner, who resembled a vagabond. Dr. Banner, what has happened to you? What transpired? Who were those people chasing you? Banner, at a loss, surveyed the pristine surroundings of the store. They are military personnel. They sought me for gamma-ray experiments. But something went awry. They have been pursuing me. I have been in hiding for 5 years. Earlier this year, my whereabouts were compromised, and with no options left, I had to return to New York. I was informed that this place might offer a solution to my predicament. So I came here, not expecting to find you, Doctor. Ethan. Ethan nodded in understanding. This place is rather unique. I am not the manager. I am merely a clerk. Come with me. I will introduce you to the manager tomorrow. Would that be too much trouble for you? And why do they pass right by me without noticing? Banner asked anxiously, glancing at the door. Ethan chuckled softly. Let us go. It seems you haven't had dinner. Come to my room first. As I mentioned, this is a peculiar place. You needn't worry. Those individuals will not find you here. Kobe, could you please prepare some food and clean clothes? I'll cover the cost from my wages. If that's all right, Ethan remarked as he led Banner down the corridor. Of course, came a sharp voice in response, though no figure was visible, startling Banner, who instinctively clutched his chest and took deep breaths. Is that another employee of your store? Banner could not help but inquire. Come in, this is my room. Please make yourself comfortable here for the night, Ethan said, opening a door concealed by a painting on the wall, gesturing for Banner to enter. Upon entering Ethan's room, Banner was greeted by the sight of steaming food and neatly arranged clean clothes on the table. It seemed Kobe was exceptionally swift. How'd he manage that? Banner wondered aloud, glancing back at the door, bewildered. Ethan removed his glasses and placed them on the table. The bathroom is right there. You should freshen up. Afterward, come out and have something to eat. He then walked to the wall and tapped it, revealing another door. You will stay here tonight. Behind the door lay a small room of approximately 10 square meters, furnished with merely a bed and a set of chairs and a table. Banner gaped at this surreal scene, certain that what he had just witnessed was indeed a wall. Let us discuss everything tomorrow. Rest assured, there will be no issues here. I will explain your situation to the manager when I meet them. There is no need to rush, Ethan said with a yawn before returning to his own room, leaving Banner in a state of astonishment. The following morning, Ethan rose early, adhering to his usual schedule for breakfast. He asked Kobe to leave a portion for Banner before commencing his daily routine. He opened the store, hung out the open for business sign, checked the potion cabinet, and then returned behind the counter to begin his research on the computer. Noticing it was nearly 9 o'clock, Ethan inquired with Kobe to confirm that Gemini was awake before proceeding to the second floor. What's the matter? Is there something you need? Gemini looked at Ethan, who had come to see her so early, with a hint of confusion. Well, Ethan began, explaining how he had taken Dr. Banner the previous night and expressing his desire for Gemini to assist him. Although he had only met Banner twice, Ethan was confident in his judgment. He believed Dr. Banner had been wronged by the U.S. military. As a fellow researcher, Ethan felt a kinship with Banner. After a moment of contemplation, Gemini softened upon learning that Banner held 7 degrees, his intellect rivaling that of Tony Stark. All right, I'll see what I can do. Once he has rested, have him come up, she finally conceded. Ethan was immediately elated and hurried downstairs to his suite, where he found Banner sitting at the table in a state of uncertainty. Have you had breakfast? If you have, let us go find the manager, Ethan proposed. Dr. Banner quickly stood, nervously rubbing his hands on his clothes. I can do it. Fine. Thank you, Dr. Ethan. Ethan waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. Whether we can be of assistance depends on the manager. By the way, I should remind you, the manager is a teenage girl, so don't underestimate her. Banner was taken aback, but nodded, I understand. Some geniuses cannot be judged by conventional standards. I will be careful. Following Ethan cautiously to the second floor, Banner couldn't help but admire the opulent parlor. Despite having seen many things, he had rarely encountered such a vintage lounge that could easily find its place in a museum. Please take a seat. Would you like something to drink? Jiminy politely greeted him as he arrived. At her invitation, Banner sat in the designated guest chair. Just water, thank you. Before long, a steaming glass of water appeared before him, seemingly floating in midair. He curiously accepted the cup, hesitating momentarily before tentatively saying, "Thank you." Kobe, concealed yet unable to suppress a friendly expression, replied, "You're welcome. Now, tell me, what problem are you facing that seems insurmountable?" Jiminy asked, noticing that Banner appeared to be more relaxed. Banner promptly set down his cup and straightened his posture. "My name is Bruce. Bruce Banner. I'm a scientist, and my current dilemma is—" He hesitated, unsure of how to articulate his situation. "That's all right, continue. I will do my best to understand," Jiminy gently encouraged. Always kind to those of intellect and sensitive to their needs. Banner took a deep breath and continued, "An experiment of mine went awry. I was exposed to gamma rays for an extended period, and as a result, I transformed into a monster." At this juncture, he could not help but cover his face in anguish. Gemini softly inquired, "What kind of monster?" "Do not fret. You must understand that people often label individuals like me as monsters, so there is no need to worry. Please take your time." Banner looked up at Gemini in astonishment, unable to fathom what kind of person would dare to call this delicate and beautiful girl a monster. "There is another being within me. Whenever I am provoked and my heart rate escalates, I transform into a different entity, a colossal green monster, devoid of reason, driven solely by destruction," Banner lamented. Gemini stroked her chin, pondering, "This sensation feels oddly familiar. Moreover, I have attempted suicide in the past, but it was futile. Whenever I am harmed, I uncontrollably become that green monster." Banner slumped in despair on the sofa. "This monster has obliterated everything. My studies, my career, my—" "Wait a moment. I believe I comprehend what you are conveying," Gemini interjected thoughtfully. "Allow me to retrieve something for you. Do not rush." With that, she hastily rose and returned to her room, rummaging through a box. "Where is it? I distinctly remember bringing it along," she muttered to herself. "What are you searching for?" A voice suddenly emanated from the wardrobe, startling Gemini. However, she quickly regained her composure. "Professor Snape," she exclaimed as she swiftly opened the wardrobe and retrieved Snape's portrait. "I remember that when Professor Dumbledore examined Harry, there was an instrument capable of detecting the state of one's soul. After the war concluded, it was given to Harry, who then passed it to me. I am certain I brought it with me, but I forgot where I placed it." Snape, in visible distress, covered his forehead and remarked, "Where's your elf? To be frank, in your current state, I am reluctant to acknowledge you as a Slytherin." Gemini recoiled slightly, turning the portrait away. "Creature, assist me in locating it." In the next moment, a peculiar silver instrument appeared before Gemini. "This is it," she exclaimed joyfully as she accepted the instrument. "Please tidy this space." With that, she prepared to leave. "Wait," Professor Snape suddenly called out. "You have not used that instrument before. Do not handle it carelessly," he said awkwardly. Gemini instantly understood and smilingly asked, "Professor, could you teach me? The soul of this individual must be a rare sight." "Very well," Snape replied with restrained approval, only to realize that Gemini had turned his portrait away, causing his expression to darken. Unbeknownst to Gemini, she had not observed Snape's grim countenance as she instructed Creature to assist in placing the portrait on the sofa opposite Banner, before following suit. In the living room, Banner had already consumed several glasses of water. It seemed as if the water was inexhaustible, with each sip prompting an immediate refill. As a portrait unexpectedly floated over and leaned against the opposing sofa, Banner was taken aback, for he did not recognize the individual depicted within it. The figure possessed greasy, shoulder-length black hair that draped alongside its cheeks, while a prominent, hooked nose lent it a rather unsympathetic demeanor. Its pitch-black eyes fixated intently beyond the confines of the portrait, rendering it so lifelike that it seemed poised to leap forth and unleash a barrage of bullets upon him. Gemini cautiously set the device upon the table and turned to inquire, "Professor Snape, how does one operate this?" Suddenly, the figure within the portrait spoke, directing its circular head toward her. Before Banner could fully register his astonishment, he observed Gemini following the instructions of the portrait to manipulate the peculiar instrument. "Moments latte." She mumbled something, and the device began to emit a billowing white smoke, which coalesced above it into a silvery silhouette resembling Banner himself. Soon the mist transformed, and the figure formed from it abruptly shifted to a vibrant green, expanding into a muscular behemoth that dwarfed Banner by 2 or 3 times, appearing to retain only a fraction of his likeness. Gemini prodded this newly formed green apparition with her wand, pondering the connection between the two. The mist then morphed again, revealing an odd tableau. Banner and the green monstrosity stood back to back, their lower halves merging into a silver-green amalgamation. Snape raised an eyebrow, while Gemini wore a perplexed expression and Banner appeared contemplative. "What does this signify?" Gemini furrowed her brow and asked. "It suggests that this muggle has developed a mental illness, commonly referred to as schizophrenia. It seems there is still hope, but should this continue, as the two personalities solidify, they will evolve into distinct souls, necessitating the annihilation of one to preserve the other," Snape elucidated, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. "It is rather reminiscent of Potter's situation, albeit his was external, while this muggle's is intrinsic. What is the solution to this predicament?" Banner endeavored to dismiss the notion of a talking portrait and focus solely on his own dilemma. Snape pondered momentarily before responding. "In your case, there are 2 options. The first is to eliminate your other half, but this approach is fraught with peril. You may very well perish alongside it. Even if successful, your soul will not be entirely severed, and another persona may emerge from this foundation, potentially possessing greater intelligence than yours, ultimately leading to your own demise." "And the second option?" Banner inquired. "The second method is to wait until your soul has fully separated from it. At that point, the 2 personalities will exist independently, making it easier to either seal or eliminate one of them," Snape explained. Banner could not help but furrow his brow. "So, are you suggesting that it possesses its own thoughts now?" Snape scoffed. "Of course there is. As you have seen, you are only half connected now. Your occasional loss of control is a struggle for dominance over your body, and, I must admit, he has saved your life." Chapter 52. Banner paused, bending down to cover his face. I know. Had it not been for him, I might have perished when I encountered gamma rays. Yet now, in this state, I could harm those around me at any moment. I am truly exhausted. I would even welcome death." Snape snorted, "Another saint," and with that, he turned and vanished into the portrait. Banner stared blankly at the empty frame. "He is gone. What should I do now?" Gemini savored the unfolding drama and finally found an opportunity to speak. "Do not be anxious. I believe you should opt for the second option. When the 2 of you separate, I have a means to facilitate communication between you. Perhaps there's a glimmer of hope? After all, I imagine he would not want you to perish. Otherwise, why would he have saved you in the first place?" Banner helplessly raised his hands. "The issue is that I can't control myself right now. If I were to lose control in a crowd, the destruction would be catastrophic, and I do not wish to harm others." Gemini pondered, stroking her chin. "How can you regain control? After all this time, do you have any ideas?" Banner quickly replied, "As long as I maintain a calm demeanor, free from provocation or life-threatening situations, I can control myself. Well, as it happens, I have just the thing that could assist you. I can lend it to you, and you may use it until you are fully separated. I can help you devise a plan to communicate. What do you think?" Gemini said, narrowing her eyes. Banner cautiously inquired, "What will I need to give in return?" "I am currently penniless and a wanted fugitive." Gemini waved her hand dismissively. "You need not worry about that. Do you possess a degree in biology or chemistry?" Upon seeing Banner nod, Gemini's eyes sparkled with delight. "Excellent. I recently acquired a small device that requires a sufficiently intelligent person for experimentation, and you are just the right candidate. Here is the deal. I will lend you the device, and in return, you shall remain here to assist me with the experiment. Should it succeed, you'll need to stay on to work off your debt. What do you say?" Banner's eyes widened in disbelief. "Aren't you worried about the military?" "I'm a wanted man." Gemini smirked. "First, they will need to find this place. As long as you refrain from wandering into the public eye, you should be fine. I can assure you I won't go outside." Banner quickly agreed, fearing Gemini might change her mind. "Splendid. You shall reside with Ethan. He should have a vacant room. Gemini nodded with satisfaction. Kobe, bring over Pandora's gaze from the collection room, Gemini instructed. Soon, a velvet box materialized upon the table. Gemini delicately picked it up and opened it, revealing to Banner a cherished family heirloom. The base was crafted from fairy metal, adorned with pearls that were tears of eastern merfolk, and the pendant was fashioned from the horn of a unicorn, containing a single drop of blood willingly offered by the creature. Banner listened in bewilderment to the fantastical beings woven into this tale, his gaze fixed upon the opulent pendant, which instilled within him a profound sense of tranquility. Gemini pushed the box towards Banner, explaining that the pendant's primary function was to preserve a lucid will, an unencumbered state. As described in Eastern philosophy, it also provided immunity against most mental enchantments, until one of my ancestors discovered that prolonged or extinguished his desire for procreation, rendering this artifact merely a collector's item. However, for you, it may serve as a transitional object. Thus, are the materials you spoke of authentic? Banner inquired cautiously, eyeing the pendant before him. Otherwise, would they be false? Gemini retorted with an exasperated roll of her eyes. Put it on, but do not misplace it. Otherwise, you shall spend lifetimes repaying the loss. The Eastern merfolk have long retreated from the world, and unicorns are no longer willing to part with their blood. Coupled with the ancient runes inscribed upon it, this item is truly one of a kind. With care, Banner donned the necklace, which swiftly adjusted to fit snugly around his neck without constricting or risking a fall. Once adorned, he felt a refreshing aura surge from his chest to his mind, illuminating his consciousness as if he had never before experienced such clarity. Every object in the room appeared before him, stirring no turbulence within his soul. Thank you. What experiments do you require of me? Banner inquired with calm composure. Gemini rose, instructing Colby to stow away Snape's portrait back into the wardrobe, and addressed Banner. Follow me. I am Gemini Black. You may call me Gemini. Banner rose to accompany her, replying understood. The two descended into the cellar, where Gemini led Banner into her potion room. Had Banner entered this chamber without the gaze of Pandora upon him, he would surely have been frightened into transforming. The dimly lit space was cold and damp, filled with shelves bearing an array of glass jars containing various ingredients, which, under the faint light, appeared sinister enough to serve as a setting for a horror film. Gemini approached the table, placing the box before Banner. The demand for potions in my shop is considerable, and I do not wish to bind myself to their creation. When Ethan joined as an assistant, I devised this plan, but he is utterly inept at potion making, having botched every experiment and destroyed several of my crucibles. Given your doctorate in this field, I am confident you will surpass Ethan. As she spoke, Gemini opened the box, revealing a pair of gossamer gloves intricately etched with delicate magical runes. Typically, muggles are incapable of brewing potions, as the infusion of trace elements of magical energy during the handling of ingredients and the stirring of the potion is pivotal for its success. These gloves, imbued with ancestral runes, are designed to absorb the ambient magical energy and release it gradually. While they may not enable the casting of spells, they suffice for the creation of potions that do not demand high magical potency. Additionally, the stirring rod operates on a similar principle. The recipe is inscribed here. I urge you to attempt brewing the simplest potion for scabies. Banner said nothing, donning the gloves from the box and meticulously studying the recipe laid out on the table. In a short while, he set down the recipe, gathered the materials from the table, and commenced preparation, slicing herbs, boiling slugs, stirring clockwise, extinguishing the flame, and finally adding the last ingredient, the porcupine quills. As billowing smoke ascended, the concoction within the cauldron solidified into a transparent green liquid, which Banner carefully poured into a prepared crystal vial, achieving precisely the right amount. Excellent. It appears the experiment has been remarkably successful. Gemini observed the vial of scabies potion with satisfaction. Even Professor Snape would be obliged to award at least a passing grade for this. Chapter 53. The recipe is thoroughly comprehensive. Following it step by step will yield results without difficulty, Banner explained. Gemini nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed the content suitable for first-year students. Potion making parallels your chemistry lessons. A misstep could result in an explosion. Banner stood quietly at the table's edge, surveying the various materials in the potions classroom. He inquired, "Is there anything else that needs to be done? If the recipes are this detailed, I believe I can manage." Gemini pondered, suddenly struck by an idea. She rummaged through a cabinet, producing a set of books and placing them on the table. For the time being, the potions in the shop should suffice. While you are at leisure, peruse these volumes. They're the textbooks for 7th-year potion studies. And this one, an essential tome on 8,000 extraordinary herbs and fungi. Just imagine if I were to cultivate a muggle potion master. How delightful that would be. Banna nodded placidly, picking up the books before settling at the table, ready to read by the dim candlelight. However, Gemini interjected, "Come with me." She opened the door to the room adjacent to the potions classroom, revealing a study. Even in the underground setting, a large glass window allowed sunlight to stream onto the desk, illuminating the shelves brimming with various books, a stark contrast to the room next door. You shall read here regularly. Paper and pens are at your disposal. Should any potions be lacking, Ethan will have Kirby send a note down, and you may brew them then. Remember, potions have a shelf life. They cannot all be brewed at once. The recipes are all laid out on the table. I will also notify Kirby to supervise your potion making. However, one thing to note, if you find anything truly perplexing, do not hesitate to consult me. I would rather not see my home inadvertently sent skyward in an explosion. After receiving Banner's confirmation, Gemini hummed a tune as she ascended the stairs. Finally escaping from that irksome task, she would have to devise another plan to ensure people remained. It was futile to heed anyone's advice. Once again, in the dead of night, Tony stumbled out of the International Travel Department's fireplace, burdened with numerous bags, nearly losing his balance. Due to the time difference, he had returned during the day, but upon arriving in America, it was already midnight. Only an elderly wizard was on duty at the International Travel Department. After accepting the parchment Tony brought back, he directed him to return home via the nearest fireplace. Tony, with a pallid complexion, stared at the fireplace. Having just returned from England through it, he had no desire to enter again anytime soon. Suddenly, he recalled a method frequently employed by Gemini, and his eyes brightened. "Borg? Take me home." "Yes, sir." In an instant, Borg materialized beside Tony, swiftly seizing his heavy bags and transporting them home before reappearing to escort Tony back. The entire process took less than 10 seconds, and soon Tony found himself in his own living room, a cup of tea brewed by the house elf in hand. With a contented sigh, Tony reflected on the undeniable efficiency of house elves. "Sir, how should I handle these items?" Borg inquired while organizing the pile of luggage. Tony promptly stood up. "Put the potions and clothes in my room. Hand me the notebook and that silver crystal vial. Give it to me. As for the food and other items, do as you see fit. Make sure to send some to Gemini. After all, they are from our homeland. Oh, and arrange for Pepper to come over tomorrow." Borg obediently followed Tony's instructions, swiftly organizing the luggage and ensuring nothing was overlooked. After greeting the portrait of Maria, Tony retreated to his room to recover from the jet lag. This journey had truly exhausted him. The following morning, Pepper hurried over upon receiving the news, uncertain why Tony was so eager to see her. What could possibly be the matter this time? Upon meeting Pepper, Tony rambled for a while before suddenly dropping a bombshell. "Wait, hold on. I'm a bit dizzy. Could you repeat that?" Pepper leaned against the sofa, supporting her forehead. "Are you sure you're not ill? Or perhaps the last injury affected your head?" Tony scratched his cheek. "No, this is real. After over 30 years, I've discovered that I am a wizard. Gemini, as you know, possesses magical abilities, and I've learned a bit too." Pepper shot up, her eyes wide with excitement. "That potion from fairy tales that grants eternal youth? Is it real? Can you make it?" Tony opened his mouth, staring blankly at Pepper, struggling to find words. Why do women always focus on the peculiar? Next, Tony took Pepper on a tour of his revamped laboratory and the adjoining Georgia studio. Ultimately, he introduced her to Maria, which left Pepper flustered. Yet within mere moments, the two women were deep in conversation, completely sidelining Tony. Tony found himself at a loss with the two women, merely shrugging before retrieving the notebook he had brought back from England to delve into his long-desired research. "By the way, Tony S.H.I.E.L.D. has returned all the gifts your father left you. When you have a moment, perhaps you could take a look," Maria casually remarked to him before allowing Pepper to escort her upstairs. It was said that Tony had returned with gifts from the wizarding world, and they were eager to see them together, especially since there were many items Pepper was unfamiliar with. Tony barely had time to look up, mumbling a response before immersing himself once more in the notebook. When he eventually emerged from his studies, he found that Pepper had already left with Maria, who had also gone to visit other portraits, leaving him alone in the house once more. He shrugged, prompting Bog to prepare some simple food, and immediately plunged back into his research alongside J.A.R.V.X., even managing to contact his exclusive supplier to procure a vast array of materials. He was so engrossed that he didn't even greet George when he entered the studio, focused instead on meticulously calibrating a small device. It wasn't until midnight that Tony finally exhaled in relief, removing the magnifying glass from his head. J.A.R.V.I.S. Please import the program I developed earlier. Very well, sir. Is this your new housekeeper? J.A.R.V.I.S. inquired, his tone tinged with a hint of grievance as he began the import process. Don't be ridiculous, old chap. This is a token of gratitude for George. The success of Magic Number 1 owes much to him, yet it cannot be utilized in the magical realm, so I must devise a surprise for him, Tony explained casually. By the way, has George been around lately? J.A.R.V.I.S. S. voice carried a note of exasperation. Mr. Weasley entered the studio 3 hours ago and greeted you. I have not observed him leaving. Tony glanced at the clock, noting that it was already midnight. He pondered the repercussions of disturbing Gemini at such an hour and resolutely decided to postpone it until tomorrow. Chapter 54. He instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to leave a message for George, requesting him to come to the studio the following evening for a surprise, then set an alarm and promptly burrowed into bed. George stared blankly at his destroyed workbench, exhaling a weary sigh. J.A.R.V.I.S. Could you perhaps wait until I've left before notifying me next time? I have to start over again. J.A.R.V.I.S. silently closed his mouth, not uttering a word. The next morning, Tony emerged from Gemini's fireplace with his hair in disarray, dark circles under his eyes, and a piece of bread clutched in his mouth, collapsing onto the sofa. What happened to you? Gemini inquired curiously. Tony chewed his bread and mumbled, Give me something to drink. I'm about to choke. Kobe thoughtfully prepared a cup of perfectly warm coffee and placed it beside Tony. He gulped it down, sighing with relief. I have a favor to ask, Tony said, pulling a crystal vial containing a silvery substance from his pocket and placing it on the table. Could you help me examine this? I know you have a meditation basin here. Gemini picked up the vial of memories and gave it a gentle shake. Whose memories are these? They belong to the Weasley family, Tony replied, continuously rummaging through his pockets. This one is Harry's, this one belongs to Ginny, and here's Ron's. Oh, and this one is Angelina's. Let me think, there's also Wood's. Soon, the memories filled the table, encompassing nearly every figure in the British wizarding world. Gemini stared in astonishment at the plethora of memories sprawled before her. What do these memories pertain to? About whom? You've only been in Britain for 2 days. How did you acquire all this? Tony grinned proudly, These are all memories of Fred Weasley. I heard I could create something akin to a portrait of Fred, and the entire British magical community is clamoring for my attention. It seems he is quite beloved. Without hesitation, Gemini produced the pensieve. Which one should we start with? Tony scratched his nose, uncertain. I'm not sure either. Let us begin with the family. The memories flowed smoothly into the pensieve, the silvery substance filling the shallow stone basin. And as Gemini fiddled with the edge of the basin, images quickly emerged. Tony and Gemini seamlessly immersed themselves in the memory, finding themselves in a bustling hospital. A young red-haired wizard anxiously paced outside the delivery room, while 2 similarly red-haired boys watched their tiniest brother from the sidelines. Moments later. The sound of a robust cry filled the air, followed by another, as the healer pushed open the door with a smile, proclaiming, Congratulations, it's a pair of twins. The scene shifted to the living room of the burrow, where 2 identical babies peacefully nestled in their cradles, struggling to grasp their bottles. In the next instant, the twins began to learn how to walk and talk, their mischievous natures emerging, much to the amusement and exasperation of Molly, Arthur, and their brothers. Time flew by, and soon they were 11 years old, eagerly embarking on their journey to Hogwarts, returning home only during holidays, their laughter and antics persisting into adulthood. Even during the darkest of times, the twins shone brightly, capturing the attention of all around them. They witnessed the twins playfully startling Molly with their magical apparitions, and comforting her when confronted by a boggart. Then came the moment George lost an ear, yet he continued to jest with his brothers. Ultimately, following the Battle of Hogwarts, Fred never emerged again, and the vibrant Weasley wizard wheezes dimmed somewhat. The once jovial George became gentle and courteous. The final image depicted George bidding farewell to his family by the fireplace, setting off abroad to expand their business. As they emerged from the memory, both Tony and Gemini sat in silence on the couch, momentarily at a loss for words. They had never truly parted. Tony murmured, "Did you notice? Even the boggart that Molly encountered was a manifestation of their togetherness." Gemini remained contemplative as she poured another vial of memory. Throughout the day, they delved into various perspectives of the twins, from family, friends, lovers, teammates, and comrades, until dusk fell, and it dawned on them that they had spent the entire day engrossed in memories, neglecting to eat. No wonder they say George can't move on. If it were me, it would be far more complicated than merely being unable to move on. Tony ravenously devoured his belated lunch while mumbling incoherently. Gemini elegantly stuffed her mouth with food at an astonishing pace. "So what shall we do next?" Tony presented a small device resembling a wristwatch, placing it on the table. "Do you see this memory inlet? Can you manage to transfer Fred's memories into this machine? Is that feasible?" Gemini frowned. After all, the term machine seemed utterly devoid of any magical essence. It should be no problem. The magical runes within were sourced by Hermione. "It's a marvelous fusion of machinery and magic," Tony replied. Gemini nodded. If it was Hermione's assistance, it must be reliable. After hastily finishing their meal, Gemini waved her wand, beginning to curate those memories, discarding all that was irrelevant, leaving only a myriad of Fred, playful, laughing, angry, and so forth. It sounded arduous. Yet after a day of watching memories, Gemini became adept at the task, swiftly refining the memories and, according to Tony's instructions, gradually inputting them into the wristwatch-like device. Tony produced several small, button-like objects, instructing Kobe to place them in the corners of the living room as well as on the ceiling and floor, cautiously activating the machine. Accompanied by crackling electrical sounds, ripples appeared on the watch's face. "George, Fred? Is that you, Fred? Fred Weasley?" A boy's voice emerged, initially mechanical and rigid, gradually becoming more fluid, the tone adjusting automatically. With a soft pop, the device fell silent. Gemini and Tony leaned in closely, apprehensively observing. "Is it broken?" Gemini inquired cautiously. "I don't think so. Could it have crashed?" Tony frowned. "What could it be then?" Gemini asked. "Is it because the version of Fred you created isn't perfect?" Impossible. With so many memories integrated and personality calculations applied, how could there be such a significant deviation? "Are you underestimating me?" Tony exclaimed in exasperation. "Wait, who is speaking?" A chill ran down Gemini's spine as she asked incredulously. Tony and Gemini exchanged bewildered glances before abruptly turning around, where a somewhat ethereal figure appeared behind them, red-haired, tall, clad in a brown suit akin to George's, wearing a mischievous smile as he gazed at them. "Hey," he said. Chapter 55, Fred. After spending an entire day reviewing memories, Tony and Gemini would certainly recognize him. Fred spread his hands wide. "It should be me, no doubt. What situation do you find yourself in now?" Tony inquired. This Fred was constructed from the fundamental programming of artificial intelligence, with the memories of everyone serving as the framework. Yet, upon witnessing Fred's emergence, he still felt a twinge of apprehension. "At this moment, I feel akin to a mere portrait confined to a fragment of memory, yet devoid of a frame, unable to traverse into the realms of others' images." Fred shrugged. "But I have acquired a new ability. I can venture into the network, which is far more exhilarating than merely being an image." "So, can you appear anywhere in this form?" Gemini inquired with curiosity. No, in this form. I can only manifest in specific scenarios." "Are you familiar with the Muggle holographic projections?" "I am essentially that," Fred replied with a chuckle. With an artificial intelligence core, Fred's learning capacity was astoundingly rapid, and he couldn't help but muse, if only I had possessed this ability during my school days, would Voldemort have posed any threat? "What about George? How's he faring now?" Fred asked, unable to contain his curiosity. Tony turned to Gemini. "I have erased all memories from after his passing, so he is devoid of that particular recollection." Gemini shrugged. "Then it's settled. I have arranged to meet George, and this evening we shall surprise him," Tony decisively proclaimed. Gemini immediately perked up. "I want to join. Such a grand occasion must be documented." Everyone enthusiastically concurred, and Tony grabbed his watch, preparing to return through the fireplace. "Wait, aren't you taking those little gadgets with you?" Gemini pointed to the small button on the ceiling. Tony shook his head. No need, let them be. Those are merely the cameras for the holographic projection. With these, Fred can manifest here, though current technology is still lacking, allowing him to appear only in designated spots. In a few years, he will be able to show up anywhere. Gemini, of course, was indifferent, and they both traveled through the fireplace to Stark's residence. Upon inquiring with Bog, Tony confirmed that George was in his studio, and Gemini, holding a camera, followed Tony to the entrance of George's workspace. Tony stepped inside first, and in the midst of George's confusion, he proceeded to install the holographic device right before him, then handed the watch to George. Keep an eye on this, press here, and there will be a surprise. George appeared even more bewildered. What on earth is this? And Gemini, what are you filming? Gemini waved her hand, urging him to hurry and open it, steadying the camera. George grimaced, but complied, activating the switch as per Tony's instructions. Beams of light emanated from the devices, converging before George, gradually forming a familiar silhouette. George's eyes widened in astonishment. He recognized the figure even in ashes. Wasn't it himself? As the image fully materialized, George's mouth fell agape, his ears intact. Was this Fred? Hey, brother, long time no see, the virtual Fred greeted. George stood there, dumbfounded, staring at Fred's image. Then turned to Tony, clenching his fists. What is going on here? Tony couldn't suppress his pride. See your surprise. His core is artificial intelligence, but before he could finish, George lunged forward, eschewing magic, and with sheer force, he knocked Tony to the ground. Who permitted you? Who allowed you to treat him this way? George's menacing expression startled everyone present. No one had anticipated such a transformation in him. George, don't act like this, Fred exclaimed, his hand passing through George's form. Shut your mouth. George abruptly turned. Who permitted you to call me that in his voice? You imposter. Fred was momentarily taken aback. Jamie, unable to tolerate the scene any longer, waved her wand to separate George from Tony. Uncle George, calm down. He is merely a portrait. George's motion toward Tony halted. A portrait? You mean that kind of portrait? Jamie nodded in exasperation. Yes, precisely the type you envision. Tony traveled to England and gathered memories from everyone who knew Fred. Based on those recollections, utilizing an artificial intelligence core, he created a distinct portrait of Fred. George opened his mouth, yearning to speak, yet words eluded him as he stared vacantly at the holographic Fred. I'm sorry, brother. After a prolonged silence, George finally uttered in a hoarse voice, stepping closer to Fred, who bore an uncanny resemblance to him, and instinctively reached out, only to grasp at emptiness. Unable to contain himself any longer, George covered his eyes and began to weep. Tony, witnessing this scene, rubbed his face and fell silent, conceding that he had perhaps been inconsiderate. Jamie also stowed away her camera, quietly standing in the corner. As George expressed his emotions and gradually calmed down, Jamie and Tony nearly succumbed to sleep in their corner. Thank you, truly I adore this gift, George said earnestly to Tony. Tony touched his swollen cheek. You must compensate me. George, feeling embarrassed, readily agreed, of course. Jamie breathed a sigh of relief. Only one final step remained. What? Several voices inquired in unison. Who knows Fred best if not you? Uncle George, please transfer your memories of Fred here. This portrait will then truly embody Fred, Jamie explained. George quickly grasped the task at hand. How do I transfer them? Tony approached to guide George. First, greeting Fred to allow him to return, then switching off the device on his watch, and finally importing the memories through a designated interface. As George alternated between tears and laughter, feeding memories into the device, Jamie could not help but whisper, will that apparatus handle this volume of memories? Tony replied softly. This is merely an external device. The actual server resides beside Jarvis, occupying a space larger than this room. It will be more than capable. We could even double it without issue. At last, George successfully imported all the memories, instinctively ceasing the transfer after Fred's departure, and with hope in his heart. He powered it on. Accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity, Fred re-emerged before everyone once more. This time, he bore a closer resemblance to George. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously shifted their positions, executing the same intricate movements before abruptly turning to face Tony and Gemini, exclaiming, "Guess who I am?" Tony and Gemini stared at the duo in disbelief. Was it not obvious? Was there truly a need to guess? Tony promptly addressed the earless one, saying, "George, stop fooling around." As he spoke, Tony approached George to pat his shoulder, only to find his hand grasping at nothing. Was this an illusion? George and Fred burst into laughter simultaneously. Upon closer inspection, Tony realized that George had cast some spell, rendering himself as ethereal as a hologram while conjuring a fake ear. Being a somewhat incomplete artificial intelligence, Fred could effortlessly alter his appearance. Your synergy is astonishing. Tony couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. I genuinely believe that your memories had embellished your likeness. George, suppressing his laughter, eagerly inquired, can we create another one? I wish to take it home, as my family dearly misses Fred. Tony slapped his forehead, exclaiming, oh my goodness. I completely forgot. Just wait here. He hurried upstairs, rummaging through his belongings, and swiftly returned. Molly, I brought you all some treats, pies and sweaters. A tradition of the Weasley family, Tony announced while retrieving the items, chuckling, can you believe it? Only 2 days have passed, and even I have one. He then held up a red pullover adorned with golden letters, gesturing it on his own frame. George, upon receiving his own sweater with letters, was filled with nostalgia. In contrast, Gemini's sweater was distinct from a boy's, fashioned as a dark green dress with intricate lace, featuring letters chosen to differentiate from George. Upon receiving her dress, Gemini instantly envisioned the perfect outfit to pair with it, eagerly anticipating winter's arrival. After distributing the gifts, Tony, under the watchful eyes of George and Gemini, proceeded to construct a new device using materials from the lab. Since it was intended for home use, he crafted it not in the style of a watch, but as a square box measuring 30 centimeters on each side. Considering the limitations of their dwelling, Tony even included an arc reactor inside, ensuring that Fred's energy consumption would suffice for the Weasley household for ages. Upon completion, Tony glanced at Fred uncertainly, asking, will you create a backup for yourself? If not, I can have Jarvis teach you. Fred rolled his eyes, responding, of course I can manage that. After all, my core is indeed artificial intelligence. Tony visibly relaxed, albeit annoyed by Fred's theatrics beside him. George, donning the watch, queried, will he only appear in specific locations? Do I need to install holographic projection cameras wherever I can go? Tony replied busily, no need. When you are out, Fred can communicate with you through this watch. It can also project, albeit on a smaller scale, and you must stand next to it. George cast a mischievous glance at Fred. The two shared an unspoken understanding, and Fred almost instantly grasped George's devious intent. However, he found himself helpless, shrugging in resignation. Having obtained the items, Tony handed George an entire box of button cameras. Ignoring the late hour, George hurried to the International Travel Department to queue up, eager to return to the burrow as swiftly as possible and allow Fred to go home. As the matter concluded, Gemini yawned and bid farewell to Tony, deciding to return to the shop for a well-deserved rest. Once everyone had left, Tony felt a surge of excitement and found himself wide awake. Scanning his laboratory, he contemplated whether he could improve Magic No. 1 or perhaps learn a new spell when his attention was drawn to a cardboard box on the edge of his desk. Jarvis, what is this? When did it arrive here? Tony inquired directly. Sir, this was sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. It is a gift from your father, Jarvis replied with precision. Your mother, Mrs. Maria, reminded you just yesterday to take a look, and you agreed. As he spoke, Jarvis activated the screen beside Tony, displaying a recording of Tony's dismissive reply to Maria. Tony's expression darkened instantly. Jarvis, I will donate you to the university. Is there such a thing as a sarcastic assistant? Jarvis silently turned off the recording, resolutely choosing to feign ignorance, uttering not a word further. Tony opened the box and gazed at the vintage videotapes inside, each labeled with a year, spanning from the year of his birth to the year of their passing, with dates almost invariably falling on his birthday. Within a day or two, grabbing the earliest tape, Tony retrieved a compatible player from the storage, turned off all the lights in the laboratory, settled into a recliner, and began to watch in silence. Meanwhile, George anxiously awaited the opening of the travel department, paid for his passage, and was the first to use the fireplace to arrive at the British Ministry of Magic. Coincidentally, it was also the end of the workday. George immediately summoned his family members at the ministry, Arthur, Percy, Ron, Hermione, Harry, and Ginny, and urgently notified everyone from the Weasley household who were not at the ministry to drop everything and return to the burrow. The group, bewildered, did not suspect Fred. According to wizarding tradition, a moving, speaking portrait containing the memories of the wizard would take no less than several months to create. Yet, with less than 3 days since Tony's departure, The Weasleys assumed George was in some trouble. They promptly set aside their activities and returned home together. Even Charlie, who was in Romania tending to dragons, hastily abandoned his beloved creatures and rushed back. In the eyes of the Weasley family, the most concerning individual was George, who had lost Fred. However, since Fred's absence, he had surprisingly become the least worrisome. This paradox only heightened their anxiety. When everyone gathered, the small and modest burrow was suddenly filled to capacity with people, prompting Molly to swiftly instruct all the adult children to use magic to temporarily expand the living room, providing a space for the grown-up offspring to stand. George was not among them. He was diligently following Fred's guidance, meticulously placing button cameras in each room and on every floor. To ensure Fred's freedom of appearance, George had even employed a permanent sticking charm behind these cameras, ensuring they would not fall haphazardly. After completing the installations upstairs, George murmured to Fred, who then indicated the spots in the living room where cameras were needed, before firmly retreating into the watch, awaiting George's call. "George, what are you doing? Everyone is here." Molly's voice rang out from the staircase. George quickly responded, "Coming, Mom." Everyone regarded George with concern, but he had no time for pleasantries. He was darting around the living room, finally securing the last camera. With a sigh of relief, he settled comfortably onto the sofa where he had once lain years ago. Chapter 57. Embracing Failure. Fred and the bruised George placed that box on the table. Everyone's curiosity was piqued. "What is this?" Ron couldn't resist reaching out to touch it, only to have George swat his hand away. "Don't touch that." George turned to Molly. "Mom, how did you call us for dinner before?" Molly looked at him, bewildered. "Have you forgotten? Or is your memory failing you?" As he saw Molly approaching with her wand raised, George waved his hands frantically. No, Mom, I just miss it a bit. Could you call us again?" Molly's expression softened, and she rushed over to envelop her son in a firm embrace. "Of course, George, it's quite simple." She then approached the staircase and, under the watchful eyes of everyone, leaned in and called upstairs, "Come down for dinner." Seizing the moment when everyone's attention was on Molly, George pressed the switch on the box and leaned back on the sofa, raising the camera he had borrowed from Ginny to film everyone. As Molly's voice echoed, footsteps pounded down the stairs, causing everyone to exchange puzzled glances. The entire Weasley family was present, who was upstairs. Moreover, considering the burrow staircase quality, such noise would have stirred up dust, yet there was not a speck to be seen. What was happening? "Coming. What else for dinner, Mom?" The voice from upstairs was all too familiar. Everyone turned to look at George on the sofa, confirming he was not the one speaking. So who was it? The footsteps had reached the staircase, and a familiar tall and slender figure hurried down while fastening the buttons on his sleeves. The entire living room was rendered speechless, all eyes fixated on the silhouette on the stairs. In the dim light, no one noticed the ethereal nature of this apparition, nor the absence of any shadow following behind. "Fred!" Molly exclaimed, her voice trembling with realization. "Fred!" The others echoed in shock. "Hey, surprised to see me? I'm back," Fred proclaimed from the staircase, his arms wide open. Molly let out a wail and dashed forward, followed closely by the others, all rushing towards Fred. Hey. Fred waved his hands in an attempt to halt them, but to no avail. Molly missed her target, and so did everyone else, resulting in a pile of bodies tumbling down the stairs, while Fred stood helplessly, arms outstretched, declaring, "I'm just a shadow." Once the commotion subsided, Molly glanced at George, who was sprawled on the sofa, laughing uncontrollably, and then at the innocent-looking Fred, suddenly realizing that after many years, they had once again fallen prey to the twins' antics. After a while, a bruised George sat up straight on the sofa, with Fred's shadow seated beside him, awaiting questions from their family. "So, what exactly is going on here?" Arthur, as the head of the family, was the first to inquire. "It's that thing from earlier, the one Tony Stark brought over." George grinned as he explained. Arthur's eyes lit up instantly. "Is this the box? Can Muggles really create something so intricate now? Can we open it and take a look?" Arthur's interest was piqued entirely. George and Fred hurriedly tried to restrain Arthur's eager hands, aware that the arc reactor inside could be catastrophic if mishandled. Eventually, under Molly's firm insistence, Arthur reluctantly cast a longing glance at the box and fell silent. Harry, observing Fred's submissive demeanor, hesitated before speaking. "Do you think it's feasible? Could you possibly create a small Sirius?" A hush fell over the room. If anyone had lost the most, it was Harry more than anyone else present. Moreover, there were those students who had perished in the Battle of Hogwarts, all of whom were young, and their families must surely miss them dearly. After all, in that era, few were left with portraits. George brightened at Harry's words. Fred, can you do it? Do you understand the principles? Fred hesitated momentarily. I can create it, but others want to be able to replicate my work, only a simpler version. After all, I believe the core of artificial intelligence is best kept from spreading. George's eyes sparkled with mischief. Even if the core leaks, it doesn't matter. Have you forgotten? This is the wizarding world. Who would understand the internet? As long as Tony incorporates a backdoor into the programming and simultaneously disables the network connection. Even artificial intelligence would find itself impotent within a local area network, wouldn't it? Fred immediately grasped the concept. Indeed, it was quite simple. No need to consult Tony. He could manage it himself. The onlookers were left bewildered by the twins' fluent discourse on programming and local area networks. Even Hermione, after taking up her position at the Ministry of Magic, found such mundane matters rather distant from her current reality. After a brief discussion, George resolutely decided to craft another box under Fred's guidance, to be installed at their Weasley Wizarding Wheezes. Fred would create a backup of the shop, enabling them to take orders right from there. This idea primarily originated from Tony. Thus, even before Tony's awareness, they had secured a 30% stake in Weasley Wizarding Wheezes. Naturally, for the main materials, George still reached out to Tony, who facilitated an introduction to a materials merchant within the British Muggle community. The arc reactor's sensitive nature necessitated discretion, and considering the potential for wizardry to be dismantled or even exploded, they opted instead for Tony's newly developed solar panels. By placing the machine under sunlight for a day, it could be utilized for an entire month, rendering even the fog-laden London unfazed. The day after George received Tony's authorization, the front page of the Daily Prophet showcased the headline in every wizarding household. The Weasley twins return. Are you ready? This instantly evoked memories among the former Hogwarts students of the grand fireworks display and the twins' antics. Since the complete eradication of Voldemort, the wizarding world had seen little in the way of significant news. Thus, this intriguing event captivated everyone's attention. How had Fred returned? Was he had said that no portrait remained? Could he have become a ghost? Given that he had perished at Hogwarts, it was plausible he might have transitioned into a specter. Yet how could a ghost exist outside the school? A shroud of mystery enveloped the closing Weasley Wizarding Wheezes, with the storefront encircled by barriers, reportedly undergoing renovations. Once completed, it was set to officially open on the first day of the Christmas holidays. Chapter 58. Lee Jordan's Dark History. The Christmas holidays were fast approaching, time flew by, and the entire British wizarding community was left in suspense over the Weasley twins. By noon on December 24th, Hogwarts students returned home, barely able to drop off their luggage before being whisked away by their parents to number 93 Diagon Alley. The throngs in Diagon Alley grew increasingly dense, even more bustling than the typical back-to-school season. Most of the parents in this crowd had previously encountered the Weasley twins, having spent many years together, particularly those from Gryffindor House, all eager to uncover the unfolding situation. As the clock struck 12:30, the moment heralded by the newspaper had arrived. From the rooftop of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, a spectacular display of fireworks erupted, swirling around the shop in a vibrant spectacle, culminating in the formation of a dragon's head before bursting into brilliance. In the next instant, the barriers at the entrance vanished, revealing a modest stage where two figures stood, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. It was none other than George and Fred. Suddenly, electrifying music filled the air, and the duo began to perform an impressive dance they had learned in America, moving in perfect harmony and dazzling the audience below with their synchronized movements. As the music drew to a close, George and Fred struck a concluding pose back-to-back, turning toward the crowd and exclaiming in unison, "Guess who I am?" "George." "Fred." A broad grin stretched across George's face, practically reaching his ears. "Fred, did you see? I recognize so many familiar faces." "Fred, equally joyful. Kaimdin. Ah, isn't that Flint?" The once towering captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team had transformed into a middle-aged man with a rather portly figure. Nevertheless, maintaining his noble demeanor, Flint nodded courteously toward the stage when Fred glanced in his direction. Noticing the awe and envy in the eyes of those around him, Flint couldn't resist sucking in his stomach and puffing out his chest as he proudly patted his son's shoulder. "Did you see? Those two were formidable rivals back in the day. Once you're at school, you'll understand." Even after all these years, Hogwarts is still alive with their legends. George, Fred, hey, look at me. A figure struggled through the crowd, striving to reach the front. Fred, with keen eyesight, spotted him. George, look, our old mate. Let us invite him up. Following Fred's gesture, George burst into laughter and descended the stage. Lee, it's been ages. Lee Jordan wiped the sweat from his brow. Despite it being winter, the throngs had caused him to perspire profusely. He hesitated to step onto the stage, concern etched on his face as he looked at George. What are you up to? What is that thing? You're not telling me you've conjured up some monstrosity because you missed Fred, are you? George erupted into laughter, clutching his stomach as he shouted toward the stage, Fred, our old buddy thinks you're a creature of my making. Prove him wrong. The crowd erupted in hearty laughter, while some of George's acquaintances shared Lee's apprehension, casting worried glances his way. Fred, with a resigned gesture, spread his hands. How am I supposed to prove that? Oh, wait. I know something Lee is aware of, but George isn't. Does that count? A mischievous grin spread across Fred's face as he looked slyly at Lee. A sense of foreboding settled over Lee, yet he maintained his defiance, shouting back at the stage, Go on, tell us. What is it that I cannot say to others? Fred lamented to the audience below. I tried. I intended to spare our old comrade some dignity, but as you can see, do you wish to know? Lee's sense of foreboding intensified, yet the crowd's reaction grew more fervent. Gossip is a quintessential aspect of human nature, and who among them could resist the temptation of witnessing such revelations in the presence of the principal character? Fred cleared his throat and beckoned for silence. Let us commence. Once upon a time, we were all young. During the Christmas of 5th grade, our Gryffindor house boasted countless lovely ladies. At this juncture, Fred cast a mischievous glance at the increasingly flustered Lee, our protagonist and the Quidditch match commentator. On this special day, before Fred could finish his sentence, Lee, disregarding all decorum, scrambled onto the stage, attempting to cover Fred's mouth to halt his speech. Yet, much like Molly that fateful night, he missed his target entirely and tumbled spectacularly onto the stage. The crowd erupted in astonishment as Lee bewilderedly picked himself up, staring blankly at Fred, whom he had just barreled past, and stammered, Fred, what on earth is happening? What are you? George leapt onto the stage, pulling Lee up with exaggerated flair, while Fred played along, presenting himself with an air of triumph. Allow me to introduce our latest creation from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, the moving portrait. It could traverse a fixed area, appearing indistinguishable from a living person, provided you do not touch it. Do you wish for your loved ones to return home? Come and see. A reporter from the Daily Prophet snapped photographs rapidly. Although he had an inkling of what was to come, such monumental news for the entire wizarding world warranted thorough coverage. This would undoubtedly be etched into history. The crowd initially fell silent, but soon erupted into a cacophony of chatter, growing louder as George dismantled the stage, and he and Fred opened the shop door, returning to their bustling establishment. The crowd continued to murmur, yet no one dared to enter the vibrant shop until a weary lady approached its entrance. Almost everyone followed her inside, silently observing her, eager to see if she would succeed, if it could be trusted. Good day, madam. Are you interested in commissioning a moving portrait? Fred inquired, stepping forward to greet her, showcasing himself in a twirl, appearing almost lifelike save for the inability to touch him. I am Valerie Brown. My child, who perished in the Battle of Hogwarts, was my only daughter. I have lost her for so long. Could you possibly assist me, even if it's just to have her speak a few words? The lady expressed with a sense of disarray. Fred paused momentarily, then replied with a smile, Of course, madam. As our very first customer, we shall offer you a discount. To create something akin to my own experience, one must prepare a segment of memories regarding your daughter, or perhaps a friend or relative, that must last at least 500 years. Chapter 59. Has Tony become the god of magic? Valerie was instantly filled with excitement. I have it. I have it. This is from my daughter's classmate. Afterward, it was sent to me. I rely on these to get by. As she spoke, she retrieved a crystal vial hanging from her neck, within which floated her memories. Originally, I intended to use these to create a portrait of my daughter, but the portrait artist informed me that it would not suffice. Her own memories are essential, lest the portrait depict a madwoman, lost in her identity. Thus, I have kept it close, gazing upon it in moments of longing. Yet, these memories have been preserved for far too long and are beginning to fade. I have been searching for a way to preserve them entirely, but such meditation bowls are exorbitantly priced beyond our means. Valerie gently caressed the vial, recounting her tale softly. Fred adjusted his expression and said, "Please come forth, madam. I shall assist you in preserving them, and in turn, I will return your daughter." He gestured invitingly toward the black box behind him. After explaining to Valerie how to transfer the memories, both those within the shop and outside fell silent, eager to witness the authenticity of the event. Valerie awkwardly followed Fred's instructions, carefully transferring the memories from the vial into the enigmatic black box, cautious not to let even a single fragment escape. The transfer was swift, requiring only a few minutes, after which she cautiously pressed the switch on the back of the black box, as directed by Fred. The box emitted a faint humming sound, and the rays of light within the shop revealed themselves to all present, intertwining and swirling before Valerie. In a mere minute, a girl with golden curls materialized before them, appearing about 15 or 16 years old, adorned with a large pink bow atop her head, her attire equally resplendent in pink. Valerie's lips began to tremble. This was her daughter, Lavender Brown. The figure before her was so vividly real, with a rising chest and fluttering eyelashes. In the next moment, Lavender suddenly opened her eyes and exclaimed, "How did I end up here? Mom, when is the holiday?" Fred examined the situation and remarked, "Her memories seem to have remained at the age of 16. Given the limited volume of memories, this representation is the closest to her true self." Tears streamed down Valerie's face as she reached out, gently brushing her fingers against Lavender's visage. "My dear, I will take you home. We're going home now." Lavender curiously surveyed her surroundings. "Am I dead? Am I a portrait? This looks different from the portrait I saw." Fred patted her shoulder. "Of course. This is a new kind of portrait. You see, I am one too." Lavender smiled. "Mom, let us go home." Upon finishing her words, she dispersed into a cascade of light, vanishing before the eyes of the crowd. Valerie's heart tightened, and she quickly turned to Fred. George approached, picking up a box and handing it to Valerie. "Take this. When the sun shines brightly, go out into the yard and bask in its warmth." These buttons are crucial for her manifestation. Only when they are properly installed can she reappear in your home. "Now, tell me about the structure of your residence, and I'll assess how many you require." With that, George led Valerie to a nearby spot, and they began to converse. The crowd outside, having witnessed the earlier spectacle, erupted into a buzz of excitement. Conversations swirled among the onlookers, with many hastily rushing home. After all, who among them did not have a departed loved one? The Weasley Wizarding Wheezes had turned this endeavor into a thriving business, and through remittances, Tony's Gringotts vault had surged from 500 to 400, of which he remained blissfully unaware. "Has George not returned yet?" Tony asked once more at the all-purpose shop for the umpteenth time. Gemini could hardly suppress her eye roll. "If he were back, how could he not seek you out? It's all over the newspapers. Why can't you just read them?" Tony sheepishly chuckled. "Who even reads that stuff anymore? Why doesn't the Wizarding world have mobile phones? Besides, I haven't subscribed to any newspapers." Gemini struggled to contain her frustration, resisting the urge to throttle the mustachioed man before her. It would simply be too costly. "What exactly do you need him for?" After a moment's hesitation, Tony produced a unique arc reactor from his pocket. "Look at this. Didn't the SHIELD give me my father's gift? I've been studying it for days and discovered a hidden code he left for me. Based on that code, I've created a new reactor that is not only more stable than the previous one, but also completely free of radiation. Truly a clean energy source. However, something feels off about it, and I hope he can help me examine it." Gemini stared in astonishment at the dazzling source of magic in Tony's hand. It was magic, artificially synthesized magic. Tony, visibly agitated, exclaimed, "How can you use such foul language?" Ignoring him, Gemini shouted for Colby, instructing him to fetch Bruce from downstairs. She then set Tony aside, swiftly scribbling a flurry of notes, grabbing a handful of flue powder, and tossing into the fireplace. She dashed back to her room, retrieving Professor Snape's portrait before finally returning breathlessly to the sitting room. Professor, hurry, come see the magic deity." Gemini excitedly shook the portrait. "Gemini Black, I swear I will have your head." Snape's furious roar echoed from the painting. Undeterred, Gemini retorted that the portrait would have to wait until she was dead to exact such vengeance. "Look, Professor, look at what he holds." Snape, startled and disoriented, leaned over the edge of the portrait, fixating intently on the luminous source in Tony's grasp. The next moment, he vanished from the painting, leaving Gemini bewildered in front of the empty frame. What had just transpired? Had the revelation been too overwhelming for him? Tony gazed apprehensively at the empty picture frame. Who could this be? It was utterly terrifying. Before Gemini could utter a word, Snape had returned to the portrait, dragging along an elderly man with white hair and a beard. Dumbledore. Gemini recoiled slightly. After all, he was a headmaster. How could he be treated in such a manner? Never mind, it was not her who was being dragged. Best not to interfere. One should not provoke such matters. Merlin, what is that? Dumbledore's once jovial face now froze in shock, and he immediately leaned over the edge of the portrait to observe closely. Miss Black, I believe you are aware of the significance of this object. Have you informed Harry? Dumbledore inquired. I have notified his family. Seraphina Picchili is on her way, Gemini replied. Picchili? Very well, I understand. I shall inform my associates. This is a momentous occasion. Ensure his safety. Dumbledore hastily declared before turning and stepping out of the portrait. Chapter 60. Is the end of magic science? Tony appeared bewildered. So what exactly have I created? Gemini gazed in awe at the object in his hands. It contains pure magical energy. Do you comprehend? Limitless. How did you create it? Is it capable of mass production? Tony marveled at the new reactor he held. Achieving such a feat with current technology was already a blend of coincidence and luck. Further development was needed to produce more. Could it be that the culmination of magic is, in fact, science? This is simply astonishing. Gemini was entranced by the orb of blue light. Ding, ding, ding. Bruce Banner casually entered. Is there something you need, manager? Is it you? Tony exclaimed in astonishment. I recognize you. I've read your paper. It's brilliant. Banner turned to Tony. Ah, Tony Stark, I recognize you as well. Extending his hand, they exchanged a handshake, and Banner subsequently settled onto the sofa. Gemini gestured for Banner to observe the object in Tony's hand. You are a scientist. Can you replicate this? What? What do you mean? This is my invention. Tony erupted in frustration. Banner, unfazed by Tony's outburst, examined the object closely and shook his head. This is not my area of expertise, and merely by sight, I cannot discern anything. Gemini shrugged. All right, you may go now. I was merely holding onto a glimmer of hope. Please return at this time tomorrow to assess the soul state. Banner nodded, bidding farewell to Tony before departing. Why was he here? Tony questioned Gemini. She provided a brief explanation without elaborating further. With a crackle, Seraphina emerged from the fireplace. What happened? Is there a problem? The portrait of Dumbledore had returned as well. Miss Black, kindly provide an accurate address. A friend will be arriving shortly. Seraphina greeted Dumbledore, and they both took their seats, while Gemini hurriedly relayed the address, prompting Dumbledore to vanish once more. Look at what he holds, Gemini remarked. It was only then that Seraphina noticed the luminous object in Tony's hand. Merlin, Seraphina exclaimed, springing to her feet to grasp Tony's hand and examine it closely. Merlin, she reiterated, echoing Gemini's earlier question. Can it be mass-produced? Tony, exasperated, reiterated his explanation as Seraphina returned to her seat, muttering her disbelief. What use does this have for wizards? Tony inquired, bewildered. Gemini and Seraphina exchanged glances, their expressions laden with intrigue. Self-taught is he? To what degree? Gemini pondered, estimating his proficiency at a 5th grade spell level, a 1st grade potion level, and that of a 3-year-old wizard in common knowledge. Seraphina, flabbergasted, chastised, why won't you just study properly? Suddenly, the magical runes in the shop flickered before settling back into stillness. Seraphina and Gemini stood alert, their wands at the ready. What's going on? Tony asked, confusion etched on his face. Seraphina shot him a look of exasperation. That is a signal of an intruder, Gemini clarified, noticing his lack of understanding. Hastily, Tony pressed the triangular arc reactor to his chest, pulling out his magic number 1 from his stealth combat pack. When Ethan arrived, he was greeted by the sight of everyone poised for battle, his words momentarily caught in his throat. What is happening? Gemini inquired. An elderly man is outside. Claiming to be your guest, Ethan hurriedly explained. I'll go check, Seraphina decided promptly. Gemini stopped her, saying, no need, we can see from here. She stepped onto the balcony to peer outside. What's going on? Seraphina asked, noticing Gemini as silence. Nicholas, Gemini exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she turned back. Is Nick here? A voice echoed from the portrait, revealing Dumbledore's presence. Did you summon him? Seraphina inquired. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses. Indeed, he is essential for matters of alchemy. Seraphina and Gemini sheathed their wands and descended the stairs together to greet him, while Tony struggled to remove his combat attire, baffled by the unfolding chaos. Dumbledore observed with keen interest as Tony wrestled with his gear. Why not use magic? As Tony continued to remove his outfit, he answered, "This was the first version I worked on with George. I hadn't anticipated this. It seems I need to refine the process of removing combat gear." Meanwhile, the two women returned with an elderly man, trembling with age. How old was he? Old enough that he ascended the stairs with utmost caution, the sound of his bones creaking audible with each step. "Where is it?" Nicholas inquired urgently, observing the man's advanced age. Tony swiftly tore the reactor from his chest and handed it over. "Oh no, I can't accept that," Nicholas protested. Nick glanced at his hands and then at the metallic shell, resolutely declining. "Just place it on the table." He bent over the small coffee table, hastily inspecting it and retrieving an assortment of peculiar tools from his bag for testing. "It's perfect," Nick exclaimed, straightening up. "Be careful." Dumbledore's warning came a moment too late. A sharp crack echoed in the ears of the onlookers. The next moment, Nick's anguished cry filled the air. "Ouch! My back!" Tony, standing closest, rushed to assist him, only to hear Nick's more pitiful wail, "My arm." Everyone froze, watching as Nick, with tears in his eyes, cast spells on his arm and back. Jamie leaned closer to Tony and whispered, "Did you see that? This is the price of living for nearly 700 years. Tony, still shaken, touched his own arm. "I only hope to pass away peacefully." After some discussion, Seraphina tugged Tony by the ear, declaring her intention to give him a proper lesson, lest he remain ignorant of the creations he produced himself. Nick, trembling, followed closely behind, asserting that Tony's alchemical talent rivaled his own and deserved diligent cultivation. Dumbledore blinked and inquired of Jamie whether she could display an additional portrait at her shop, finding it far more intriguing than the headmaster's office. Snape snorted, forcefully pushing Dumbledore out, declaring, "That old bee is vying for space in my portrait. Dream on." Casting a meaningful glance at Jamie, she immediately swore that she would never covet Dumbledore, vowing that only Snape's portrait would grace a room. Snape raised an eyebrow, appearing quite satisfied as he vanished from the portrait, leaving Jamie to breathe a sigh of relief. After all, she had plenty of rooms, right? Chapter 61. The still slumbering Captain America. The next day, Banner arrived in the reception room, as serene as a monk. Jamie assisted him once more in examining his soul state, discovering that the separation of his soul had nearly reached its final stage. Based on the current situation, it was calculated that complete separation would occur by next week. Banner expressed that he felt well, leading a simple life, and was enjoying his daily potion research. He had even begun inquiring about how long he would need to work to purchase the necklace Jamie had lent him. Jamie decisively rejected his notion, and though Banner accepted the refusal without anger, he let out a soft sigh and turned to descend the stairs. Just as Jamie breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to begin her lessons, the phone rang. Upon seeing the unfamiliar number, Jamie was perplexed. In the Muggle world, it seemed the only person who could contact her was Tony, and wizards never used phones. Since Tony had been captured just yesterday, it was improbable that he would be released so soon. Who could it be? "Hello." Jamie answered the call, inquiring, "Manager? I'm currently tied up with some matters. Could you possibly provide your services at my location?" Came Fury's voice from the other end. Jamie rolled her eyes. "My services come at a steep price. Can you afford it? You want me to work for free? Didn't we come to an agreement?" Fury's astonished voice resonated through the phone. "The agreement was made with Tony, not me. Why shouldn't I ask for payment?" Jamie scoffed. "Do you think I and Tony are mere trifles? Just because you need us, does that mean we should work for nothing?" No, I believe there's been a misunderstanding. Please state your price." "We are indeed in a hurry," Fury conceded, realizing that apart from Jamie and Tony, he was unfamiliar with anyone else in the wizarding world. Despite his extensive search, American wizards were notoriously elusive, each more adept at concealment than the last. Jamie offered her terms without further ado. $1 million for a single visit, excluding combat-related services. Should any special materials be required, you'll cover the costs. Fury inhaled sharply. "Could you perhaps lower the price? Maybe offer a discount?" Jamie abruptly hung up the phone. "What does he think I am? A street vendor? Discounts? Do you think I would break my bones for him?" Shortly after, a message arrived on Jamie's phone. The funds had been transferred, and the car awaited her outside the shop. With that, She gracefully stood up, gathered her belongings, and donned her potion bag along with various protective charms before descending to the shop floor. Ethan was about to head upstairs to inquire. The sudden transfer of $1 million amidst a lack of customers left him perplexed. After greeting Ethan, Jamie opened the shop door to find a sleek black car parked outside, its windows tinted, obscuring the interior from view. Natasha emerged, promptly assisting Jamie with the door. "Get in. I'm here to pick you up." Upon seeing the red-haired beauty, Jamie's face lit up. Fury had indeed sent a lovely sister to fetch her. A thoughtful gesture considering who would prefer to be greeted by burly men. The car wound its way through the streets, and Jamie paid little heed to the route. As long as there were no restrictions against apparition, she could safely return home from anywhere. The vehicle halted beside a dilapidated building, and Natasha turned off the engine, signaling Jamie to follow her. Their footsteps echoed in the empty corridor, the surroundings eerily quiet as if the building were abandoned. Natasha led the way, opening the elevator at the corridor's end. Jamie curiously followed, observing as Natasha scanned her fingerprint, entered a password, and conducted a retinal scan, exclaiming how tedious it all seemed. "How do you all prevent theft?" Natasha, finally completing the procedure, casually inquired. "We have house elves, and the premises are adorned with various magical runes forming a protective array. To elaborate, it fundamentally relies on the essence of the soul," Jamie explained. As the elevator began to move, Natasha, intrigued, looked at Jamie and asked, "What is special about the essence of the soul?" Jamie, unperturbed by the inquiries of the beautiful young lady, promptly began to elucidate that the magical realm possesses numerous methods to alter one's appearance, even to the extent of replicating one's fingerprints and irises. However, the essence of the soul remains immutable. Each individual's soul is inherently distinct. Even between biological father and son, their spiritual auras diverge drastically, bearing no resemblance whatsoever. Should one contemplate the act of intrusion or thievery, the first obstacle encountered would be an array of magical runes forming a protective barrier. Even if one were to miraculously breach this magical array, the homeowner would receive an immediate alert upon the initial sign of an attack, and an aura would be at their doorstep in the blink of an eye. At this juncture, the elevator arrived, its doors sliding open to reveal a corridor that exuded cleanliness and sophistication, infused with a sense of advanced technology. In stark contrast to the dilapidated building outside, the two environments seemed entirely unrelated. "Then, manager, may we order a set of such protective measures?" Fury inquired. Jamie, visibly dismayed, curled her lip in disdain. "Are you a fly? You seem to know everything I say." Fury, unperturbed by her rebuke, gazed at her with anticipation. "No, and even if I could arrange protection for you, would you truly feel at ease?" Jamie retorted bluntly. Fury shrugged. "Come along then." Jamie followed him nonchalantly, her gaze sweeping the corridor, noting that every door was tightly shut, with no windows visible, thus obscuring the mysteries that lay beyond. Upon reaching a door, Fury opened it and stepped inside first. Jamie touched her wrist thoughtfully before entering as well, with Natasha bringing up the rear, glancing back at the empty corridor before closing the door behind her. Once inside, it felt as though they had stepped into an entirely different realm, filled with antiquated furnishings that seemed to belong to the last century. "Do you recall the individual Coulson brought along previously?" Fury queried. Jamie blinked. "The one who was to be thawed? What has happened to him? Is he still unconscious?" Fury nodded and opened a nearby door, revealing Captain America still lying in a coffin-like box, the magical runes inscribed by Jamie now partially flaking away. Jamie frowned and approached, examining the slumbering captain before touching the runes she had drawn. Turning to Fury, she asked, "Does he possess some extraordinary significance?" Fury paused momentarily before recounting Captain America's origins to Jamie. Jamie stared at Fury in disbelief. "You muggles are truly audacious. You actually managed to preserve him?" Fury spread his hands. "This dates back to World War II. It has nothing to do with us." Jamie rolled her eyes, reflecting on the audacity of scientific muggles. Now I understand why Grindelwald harbored such animosity towards them. Upon concluding her words, Gemini opened her potion bag and began rummaging through its contents. After a prolonged search, she paused and remarked, "I'm uncertain about the situation here. It seems I've not brought everything I need. Shall I arrange for someone to deliver the missing items?" Frere immediately inquired, "What is lacking? Please provide a list, and I shall send someone to fetch it, as your people likely cannot enter here. No need. Gemini replied with a smile. KB, please retrieve my magic ink pen and the blood of the fire lizard from the cellar, and do not forget the moonstone and moonflower. Frere frowned, questioning, to whom are you speaking? Have you brought others with you? In the next moment, an exquisite small pouch appeared before Gemini. She reached out, accepted the pouch, and upon inspecting its contents, nodded in satisfaction. Everything is here. There are no discrepancies. I shall commence now, so please refrain from disturbing me. Frere pressed further. What is that? Who have you brought along? Why can I not see them? Gemini rolled her eyes in annoyance. I recall generously providing you with numerous tomes. Perhaps you might consult them before posing such inquiries? You have not even paid tuition. Frere, recalling the room filled with books, promptly fell silent. He certainly lacked the leisure to peruse each volume individually. He was still in the process of selecting trustworthy individuals to consult. He merely needed to ascertain what would be beneficial. May we observe? I remain quite curious about magic, Natasha interjected. Gemini remained silent, extracting an array of small vials from her bag, beginning to concoct the ink she required. Natasha and Frere stood quietly to the side, observing her meticulous movements. Before long, various powders and blood amalgamated into a potion, which shimmered with a silvery luminescence, exuding an air of nobility. Gemini brandished her pen, dipped it into the silver potion, and seated herself on the ground, commencing to draw upon the box. With each stroke of her pen, fluid designs emerged. Her seemingly casual application of ink coalesced into intricate magical patterns. She continued unabated until the materials were exhausted, finally releasing a sigh of relief. Drawing her wand, she tapped the edge of the box, causing the silver light to swirl. In a short while, the patterns vanished, visible only to Frere's magical eye. Very well. I shall provide you with a list of materials used shortly. You may compensate in U.S. dollars, Gemini declared as she gathered her belongings and rose. Frere nodded, inquiring, how much longer must he remain unconscious? How much longer will he lie within this box? Gemini waved her wand, and various lights enveloped Captain America. After a moment's observation, she responded, if conditions permit, approximately another fortnight. However, I cannot ascertain the precise timing. His transformation at your hands has rendered him significantly different from a normal individual, making it difficult to judge. Frere nodded. Do you require me to escort you back, or will you return on your own? Gemini immediately grasped Frere's underlying intent. Should she require an escort, he might concoct some scheme to keep her here. I shall return alone. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Without hesitation, Gemini spoke candidly. Natasha suddenly interjected, inquiring, is there an item that, while not exceedingly precious, can detect hostility? You are aware of my profession. I require such an alert. After a moment of contemplation, Gemini rummaged through her bag and produced a gyroscope-like object, presenting it to Natasha. Here, this is a scrying mirror commonly utilized by aurors. It is available in stores and remains silent until an adversary approaches, at which point it will emit a shrill sound while spinning, revealing the appearance of your foe. Fury's eyes lit up instantly. Are there more of these? Which store sells them? Can they be procured in bulk? A cascade of questions left Gemini beaming with delight, her enthusiasm palpable. Indeed, they can be found in the shops along Wizarding Street, though few wizards purchase them as they possess alternative means of detecting enemies. Custom orders are feasible. How many do you require? Gemini inquired gently. Fury mentally calculated. For now, I need 6, and I may want to order more later, if possible. Gemini had no objections. Her heart warmed by Fury's dark demeanor, which suddenly appeared endearing to her. Certainly, upon your return, you can either collect them from the shop, or I can arrange for them to be delivered to you. Gemini promptly agreed. Fury recalled the small package that had materialized earlier, a shiver running down his spine at the thought of receiving it in a public setting. When will it be ready? I'll have Natasha pick it up, Fury stated. Natasha, toying with the scrying mirror, silently rolled her eyes. Gemini wasted no time. The day after tomorrow will suffice. Even if I am unavailable, Natasha can retrieve the items from Ethan. The atmosphere grew amicable, but in the next moment, Fury seemed to receive an unspoken notification. Hesitating as he glanced at Gemini before asking, is there still time? Coulson has some items he wishes for you to see. Gemini furrowed her brow, contemplating a request for additional compensation, but dismissed the thought, knowing a large order was forthcoming. Where shall we view this? Gemini queried. Fury exhaled in relief. Follow me. Exiting the room, Fury casually opened the door to an adjoining chamber that resembled a conference room. He moved to the table and, with a few taps, projected Coulson's image onto the screen before them. What has transpired? The store manager is present. You may speak freely, Fury addressed Coulson from his seat across the table. Coulson surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of others before directing the camera towards an object before him, a hammer. Manager, could you take a look at the patterns on this? They seem familiar, as if I have seen them at your establishment, Coulson whispered conspiratorially. Gemini scrutinized the antique hammer, the engravings indeed striking a chord of recognition. Unique inscription. Ancient magical runes, Gemini exclaimed after a prolonged examination, realization dawning upon her. Fury immediately inquired, what does that mean? What does it signify? Gemini, pursing her lips, replied, I'm not deeply versed in this research, but I can decipher a few of these characters. The inscriptions, or rather the patterns, convey meanings of thunder, power, and... Her final words were a string of incomprehensible syllables. Chapter 63, Fury gasped, the savior? What? What does this mean? Everyone appeared utterly bewildered. Gemini frowned and repeated herself. Yet her words remained an enigmatic murmur. With a sigh, she added, never mind, you wouldn't understand. The gist is that only those deemed worthy can lift it. In the visual, Coulson's expression morphed into one of despair. So this object must remain here? He mused. Gemini pondered for a moment before asking, have you heard of King Arthur's sword in the stone? This hammer operates on a similar principle. It has a master. Only the master can wield it, or those whom the hammer acknowledges, either possessing immense strength or... Another string of unintelligible syllables escaped her lips, and everyone suddenly grasped the implication. It could not be articulated. It's someone from within that box. Only he could lift it, she rephrased decisively. Fury's gaze shifted. Are you referring to the captain's physical prowess or something else? The soul emanating from the individual within the box was, in her experience, nothing short of saintly, entirely selfless, devoid of selfish desires. Gemini could not help but remark, even Harry does not exude such a profound essence. A heavy silence fell over the group. The criteria were indeed stringent. By the way, where did this hammer come from? If it has a master, he surely cannot be far, Gemini curiously probed. Coulson glanced at Fury, who pondered briefly before responding. It fell from the sky. Coulson, has anyone unusual approached the hammer? Coulson hesitated, recalling, indeed, a blond man did come close yesterday, claiming it was his hammer. He introduced himself as Thor Odinson, and the hammer's name is Mjolnir, I believe. Gemini gasped. Could you repeat that? What is his name? What is the hammer called? Coulson and the two others present observed her reaction with newfound seriousness. Thor Odinson. Mjolnir, he reiterated. Without a moment's hesitation, Gemini retrieved Harry's two-way mirror from her bag. Harry. On the other side, Harry responded immediately. What's wrong, Gemini? By the way, I've mailed your Christmas gift. It should arrive soon. Forget about the Christmas gift, Harry. The top shelf of bookshelf number 195 in the Black Family Library. The Golden Book. Can you find it right now? Gemini urgently relayed, disregarding everything else. Harry's expression turned serious. Is something wrong? Do you need me to come over now? Just find that book. I need to confirm something first. Gemini insisted. The scene before Harry suddenly came to life. Do not worry. I happen to be at Black's old residence. I shall find it now. With that, Harry stepped into a room brimming with books, a place seldom visited by anyone except for Ginny, who enjoyed perusing the volumes. Due to the presence of some tomes that were unsuitable for exposure, Harry had to squint his eyes while holding a lantern, meticulously searching for the bookshelf Ginny had mentioned. 194, 195. At the very top, I see it, Harry exclaimed, hanging the lantern on a hook beside the shelf and reaching for the conspicuous book. The book wriggled slightly, attempting to evade Harry's grasp, yet he managed to secure it. As he gently brushed his fingers over its cover, the book trembled and fell silent. The cover bore several ancient inscriptions that shimmered softly, of which Harry could only vaguely discern the word wizard. What is this book? What does it say? Harry inquired with a furrowed brow. The origins of wizards, Ginny replied calmly. Aren't wizards said to have begun with Merlin? Harry said, looking bewildered. Ginny rolled her eyes. Legend has it that Merlin even attended Slytherin. Harry cleared his throat awkwardly, falling silent. Help me turn to the last page, Ginny requested. Harry promptly turned the book around to reveal its back, which was densely filled with text. However, he admitted that he could not comprehend it. "Shall I bring the book to you?" he suggested, decisively closing it. "But I'm in a hurry." "How can you do that?" Ginny retorted with a pout. Harry chuckled. "Do you still have the Christmas gift I sent you 2 years ago?" Ginny produced a necklace hanging from her neck. "This? Press the gemstone at the top," Harry instructed. Lifting the lantern, Ginny examined it closely, confirming that the gemstone was indeed traceable, and tentatively pressed it. Instantly, the two-way mirror severed its connection, and in the next moment, Harry appeared before her in a whirlpool. Dazed from the long-distance teleportation, Harry spun around until he noticed others in the room, instantly becoming alert. "Who are you?" Harry's lantern clattered to the ground, and his wand, seemingly in his hand all along, pointed directly at Fury. With a swift motion, Harry positioned himself protectively in front of Ginny, shielding her completely. Ginny, however, was ungrateful. Pulling the squeaking book from under Harry's arm and carelessly tossing it onto the conference table, flipping it open to read. "Do not be alarmed, sir. We are her clients, and we discovered something that requires the manager's assistance. I know wizards. I have sworn an oath with Tony." Fury's magical eye nearly leapt from its socket, warning him of the danger posed by the individual before him. Without needing the magical eye's warning, he could see that this person was undoubtedly a seasoned warrior. Coupled with the peculiarities of magic, he certainly did not wish to meet his end here, and thus he quickly explained. Harry surveyed the surroundings, finding no apparent danger. Even though the two individuals bore signs of training and possessed muggle weaponry, Ginny was well equipped with various protective items, ensuring a safe escape in the event of an unforeseen circumstance. With this assurance, Harry relaxed his vigilance. "I apologize. You must understand that my child can be somewhat headstrong. As an adult, I should be more attentive." He did not sheath his wand, but nodded apologetically at Fury. "I am Harry Potter. May I inquire your name?" This time, Fury gasped in surprise. The savior mentioned in the history of modern European magic and the greatest wizards of the 20th century? Harry was taken aback. "You've actually read those?" Fury immediately stood up. "I've merely skimmed through a few of them. They devote almost 15 pages to you. You are quite the figure." "That would be me, indeed," Harry replied. Fury hurried over, extending his hand for a handshake. "I can't believe you're still alive." Harry raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "Excuse me?" Fury quickly cleared his throat. "My apologies. It's just my preconceived notion that figures from history books are long gone." Harry offered a polite, yet awkward smile, and the two engaged in superficial pleasantries. Suddenly, Ginny exclaimed, "I found it." She dashed to her side, gazing at a line of text she pointed to. However, no one but Ginny could comprehend it. An awkward silence enveloped the pair as they exchanged glances and shared a sheepish smile. "What does it say?" Fury inquired. Ginny, following her finger, read 2 words aloud, only to realize that even she did not fully understand what she had uttered. Harry quickly placed a hand on Ginny's shoulder. "Stop reading. Just provide a brief summary in your own words. Such text should not be spoken aloud." Ginny nodded, glancing through the text twice before closing the book and stowing it in her bag. She addressed the group. The book states that Merlin was the offspring of a nun from Curlian and an elf from Alfheim. After Merlin's birth, the elf returned to her realm. Upon Merlin's coming of age and demonstrating his uniqueness, the elf reported to the gods of Asgard, wishing to welcome Merlin. However, Merlin declined their invitation. The envoy sent from Asgard to persuade him was none other than Thor Odinson, wielding Mjolnir. So there really are gods? Fury, Coulson, and Natasha looked bewildered. Is Norse mythology truly real? Harry echoed, astonished. "I thought it was merely a story." "It appears to be genuine," Ginny replied calmly. "This book was recorded by a companion of Merlin, specifically an ancestor of the Black family, dating back approximately 200 years. Coulson struggled to comprehend. "So, the one who claims to be Thor must be at least 200 years old this year." Gemini pondered with her chin in hand and remarked, "I believe you must hasten to locate that individual. According to your account, he has not retrieved his hammer, which undoubtedly indicates some unforeseen complication. Considering Thor, his father Odin should still be alive. Thus, should any predicament arise concerning the offspring of a deity, it is likely beyond our capacity to endure." Coulson promptly terminated the communication and immediately began organizing personnel to search the nearby towns for the individual they had released earlier that day. Fury's expression grew increasingly grim. Does Earth lack its own means of defense? Should these gods harbor any malevolence towards humanity, what provisions do we possess for protection? Gemini could only roll her eyes at his naivety. "What is wrong with you?" Previously, You were concerned about what the sorcerers might do to the muggles. And now you fret over the actions of these gods. Let me remind you, even if those gods were to contemplate mischief, what could you possibly do about it? Going too far may provoke them, and you might not even realize your demise until it's too late. Does the book mention how Merlin declined? Fury inquired. Gemini retrieved the book and scrutinized it briefly before responding. There were no particular measures. He simply refused. After sharing a drink with the Thunder God, he departed on a rainbow. It seems this Thunder God is quite amicable, Fury mused. Gemini chuckled. I advise you not to entertain any notions regarding him. While he may be affable, his father is another matter entirely. Should you truly provoke those deities, I suspect that even the heavenly court of the East would struggle to protect you, especially considering your lack of ties to them. The heavenly court of the East? What is that? Another pantheon? Fury's head spun at the revelations. What is happening in this world? How is it that so much remains hidden from me? Gemini bluntly dismissed his concerns. Do not waste your thoughts on that. The traditions of the Eastern celestial realm typically disregard external affairs unless directly confronted. They are known for their preference for subtlety over aggression, and even the gods would think twice before challenging them. I have heard tales from their practitioners, and their lineage is intricately linked to the origins of humanity, having vanquished countless local deities. Fury eagerly pressed. So, if Earth were to face peril, would they intervene? Gemini rolled her eyes again. How should I know? I'm not one of them. It is said that they dwell in a different dimension, warding off extra-mundane fiends. Were it not for their vigilance, it is difficult to say what state Earth would be in. Those fiends, I suspect, are what we now refer to as extraterrestrials. Fury's countenance darkened further, feeling akin to a morsel of meat that everyone wished to gnaw upon. And, when you refer to Earth, are you speaking of the United States or humanity at large? Gemini scoffed. My disinterest in your affairs does not imply that I am willing to be a scapegoat. Do not presume to use me as an excuse. I would never concede to such a notion. Our dealings are purely transactional, substantiated by contract. Fury offered an awkward smile. What I care about is, of course, all of humanity. We certainly have no intention of using you as an excuse. Harry anxiously observed the conversation between Gemini and Fury, and only after Fury conceded did he quietly suggest to Gemini that they should return. The people here seemed insincere. If she wished to open a store, he could leverage his connections to establish one in London just as well. Gemini tugged at the hem of Harry's garment, assuring him that it was quite enjoyable here. Do not worry. With Tony and George around, they would not dare to harm me. I possess more than what they can see. We can discuss matters upon our return tonight, as I happen to need your assistance. Upon hearing that Gemini sought his help, Harry's spirits soared, and he fell silent, eagerly awaiting the conclusion of their negotiations so they could depart together. Let us settle this, she declared, producing a contract and slapping it onto the table for Fury's signature. Do we not already pay? Fury exclaimed, taken aback. Gemini maintained a gracious smile for the sake of her guests. Your payment only covered my travel to mend the magical runes on the box. The materials were to be at your own expense, and this consultation is not included. Moreover, I brought someone over from England specifically for your inquiry. Fury appeared flustered, questioning the total cost. Gemini's smile widened. A mere $1 million. Fury could not suppress his astonishment. How can it be so exorbitant? With a hint of irritation, Gemini replied, I've already given you a discount. None of the materials for the repairs were inexpensive. You have benefited at every turn. Now pay promptly. Chapter 65, Mr. Banner, are you willing to play the fool? Fury, wary of Harry's predatory gaze, refrained from further comment and silently instructed his subordinates to transfer the funds to Ethan. As Gemini gathered her belongings, she linked her arm with Harry's and waved farewell to the two individuals in the room. Until next time, do not forget to collect your items. In the next instant, Harry vanished using apparition, leaving Fury and Natasha exchanging glances. It appears we should not underestimate the capabilities of wizards. They can navigate this place with ease. Our heavily monitored military base is but a mere facade to them. Fury remarked, You have no alternative. Besides, they are allies now. Our focus should shift to Coulson, Natasha reminded coolly. She held a favorable view of the wizards and was reluctant to sever ties with them due to Fury's suspicions, unaware of what means they might possess. Fury rubbed his magical eye, acknowledging, indeed, this is the pressing issue at hand. Your forthcoming task is to approach Tony's secretary, primarily for protection. while also assessing whether Tony Stark is suitable for that plan. Natasha shrugged nonchalantly, turning to exit the room in preparation for her mission, intent on infiltrating Pepperpot's circle while remaining discreet and avoiding any encounters with Gemini. Upon returning to the shop, Harry and Ginny engaged in a conversation about their recent lives and the commotion caused by George in England, while enjoying a sumptuous feast prepared by Creature. Harry reclined comfortably on the sofa. "What did you mean by your offer to help? Have you encountered some trouble?" he inquired, squinting his eyes. Ginny nodded. "One of my newly hired staff members has experienced some issues with his soul due to certain Muggle experiments, resulting in a split into two entities. He is on the verge of completing this division, and I have yet to meet the other version of him. For what I can ascertain about his soul state, he is certainly not inferior to Goyle. He transforms under duress, which causes him considerable distress, and he wishes to resolve this predicament." Intrigued, Harry asked, "Where is he? Is he in the shop? Bring him over so I can take a look. It's unfortunate that Professor Dumbledore's device is not here. Otherwise, I could examine him more thoroughly." Ginny, looking sheepish, gazed at the ornate patterns on the table. "Is this what you're referring to?" she asked, producing a silver instrument that she had used earlier that morning and had not yet put away. Harry stared at Ginny in shock. "Where on earth did you obtain that?" "I distinctly recall it being in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts." Ginny appeared even more flustered. "Before I left school, Professor Snape informed me of a hidden location, claiming the items within might be useful for me, and advised that I take them." Harry placed his hands over his head, feeling overwhelmed at the prospect of parenthood. "Well, since it was Professor Snape who instructed you to take it, I suppose you may as well keep it. After all, he was the previous headmaster and had the authority to manage these items," he said resignedly. "What else can be done? I certainly do not wish to incur Snape's wrath, even if it is merely a portrait. Please summon your staff member. I wish to assess the situation." Ginny promptly leaped up to fetch him, eager to escape the awkwardness of the moment. Shortly thereafter, Banner followed Ginny back, sitting directly opposite Harry at her behest. "Didn't we just see each other this morning? What seems to be the issue?" Banner asked calmly. Harry observed Banner's peculiar reaction and turned to Ginny for clarification. "I'll lend him Pandora's gaze," Ginny succinctly explained. Harry's eyes widened in understanding. "I need you to remove the necklace first. Can you control yourself at this moment?" Banner hesitated, glancing at Ginny. She shrugged. "He is far more knowledgeable about matters of the soul than I am. I brought him in to assist you, so you may trust his judgment. I am concerned that I may lose control," Banner admitted candidly. Harry chuckled lightly. "Do not worry. Here, drink this," he said, offering Banner a vial of a pale blue potion. Banner inspected it carefully. "Calming potion? Will this be beneficial for my condition?" Harry gazed at Banner in astonishment. "You're familiar with potions?" Ginny coughed lightly. "I devised a glove that enables non-magical individuals to brew potions, albeit limited to potion making." Harry stared at Ginny, momentarily rendered speechless. Rubbing his face, Harry sought to maintain his composure. It was nothing. After all, he was a genius and had seen much. Time was of the essence. It was time to remove the necklace, Harry said with a blank expression. Compliant, Banner took off the necklace, and almost the moment it was removed, a torrent of chaotic thoughts surged into his mind, twisting his expression into one of anguish. In the next instant, the effects of the calming agent subdued him, leaving Banner in a state of painful repression. Harry chose not to elaborate further, tinkering with the apparatus before him, which immediately displayed the silver and green figures that Ginny had observed that morning, their feet intertwined. Are they the same? Harry mused aloud. The mist on the device shifted form, and the two figures completely separated, one roaring in fury and the other exuding calmness. They indeed appeared different. What if they were separated? Harry murmured once more, and the mist swirled again, intertwining the two figures into an indistinguishable mass. Harry removed his glasses and rubbed the corners of his eyes, addressing Banner. "It's all set. If you feel uncomfortable, you may put the necklace back on." Banner promptly donned the necklace, exhaling deeply as he returned to a state of tranquility. "How is it?" Ginny inquired with curiosity. Leaning back on the sofa, Harry pondered intently. It was somewhat challenging, but not insurmountable. It primarily depended on the gentleman's willingness. Banner spoke calmly. "I am Bruce Banner. You may call me Banner." Harry nodded, straightened his posture, and, with his hands clasped beneath his chin, asked earnestly, "Mr. Banner, would you be willing to embrace foolishness?" Even with the necklace, Banner was taken aback, bewildered by such a peculiar question. Harry elaborated. Your predicament implies that you are one entity. The conditions previously proposed by Ginny regarding the potential to kill one are entirely unfounded. If such an action were taken, two outcomes would arise. One would transform into a rational giant, while the other would revert to a foolish version of yourself. Banner could not suppress a tinge of despair. Am I destined to remain this way for life? Ginny nudged Harry, signaling him to cease his jesting with Banner, lest they encounter genuine trouble. Harry, with a resigned gesture, tousled Ginny's hair. It's not insurmountable. There's still another approach. Chapter 66. Banner's verdant dilemma. Banner gazed at Harry in confusion. Are you suggesting I simply converse with him? However, he is exceedingly volatile. I cannot ascertain whether he comprehends speech or if a meaningful dialogue can even be achieved. Banner hesitated. Moreover, he possesses great strength. If he were to lose control, I cannot predict what he might do. Harry chuckled. You need not worry. Your little green dilemma is hardly significant. I have a friend who delights in such hulking figures. Besides, Mr. Banner, he is you. Do not resist too vehemently. You understand human speech. Why would he not? In a moment of calm, Banner could not help but reflect on Harry's words. Indeed, in the past, he had only considered refusal and had never contemplated a proactive approach. Perhaps it was precisely his rejections that led to his loss of control. With this thought, Banner looked earnestly at Harry and inquired, when might you assist me in resolving this matter? Harry echoed Jamie's sentiments, stating that they would need to wait until the two of them were completely separated. If all went according to plan, it should be next week. At that time, he would bring his friends along, as Banner's condition was hardly suitable for international travel. Banner exhaled a sigh of relief. Indeed, he was still on the military's wanted list, and any appearance in public would undoubtedly result in him being cornered. Harry nodded in agreement, acknowledging that under these circumstances, using the FLA network or a portkey would be even less advisable. The thought of encountering any issues along the way made Harry's head throb. Once they had settled on this plan, Banner descended the stairs, feeling calmer now that a reliable solution was in sight. So, shall we stay here tonight? It's getting late, and you can head back first thing in the morning? Jamie asked. Harry hesitated for a moment. I didn't inform anyone of my departure. Ginny is still at home. I need to find a way to notify her. After contemplating, Jamie had an idea. Wait a moment. With that, she took out her phone and tapped the screen. Jarvis, are you there? The screen lit up, and Jarvis's voice responded, Yes, Miss Jamie, good evening. How may I assist you? Please help me contact Fred. You should be able to reach him, Jamie requested. Certainly, Miss Jamie. Please hold on, Jarvis replied. The screen dimmed, and in the next moment, Fred's voice came through the phone. Jamie? What's going on? How did you reach me through Jarvis? Jamie couldn't help but chuckle. It was indeed impressive that they could connect. Harry was summoned here using a directed port key. He wants to be able to return tonight and will head back tomorrow. He wishes to greet Ginny, but has no quick means of doing so I must trouble you. Fred laughed heartily. No problem, leave it to me. I'll have Mom call Ginny to come home for dinner tonight. Harry chimed in briefly with Fred before they ended the call. Isn't it remarkable how much Muggle technology has evolved? Compared to when I was a child, the changes are astounding. Even now, stepping into the Muggle world feels like navigating a labyrinth, Harry mused. Meanwhile, Jamie had already jumped up, instructing Kobe to prepare a guest room. After a night of sweet dreams, perhaps influenced by Harry's presence, Jamie found her slumber more restful than usual. Suddenly, a loud banging sound jolted her awake. Frustrated, she waved her hand, attempting to dispel the noise that intruded upon her dreams. The incessant knocking at the window continued unabated. Jamie sat up abruptly, scowling at the golden eagle outside. Its once orderly feathers were now disheveled, as if ravaged, yet its eyes still conveyed a sense of haughty pride. Emmy? It took Ginny a while to recognize the golden eagle from the Malfoy family. What could it possibly be doing so early in the morning? Stifling a yawn, she approached the window and opened it. The eagle hopped into the room, dropping a parcel at the foot of her bed and calling out to Ginny with a tone full of grievance. Quickly, Ginny summoned Dobby, instructing him to take the eagle, named Amy, downstairs for some rest after such a long flight. Upon seeing the gift boxes at the foot of her bed, a smile spread across Ginny's face. It was Christmas time. Her sleepiness vanished instantly, and she directed Dobby to place all the gifts in the living room so she could unwrap them after freshening up. Harry and Ginny appeared simultaneously in the living room, their eyes widening at the sight of the pile of gift boxes on the table. Harry grinned and exclaimed, Merry Christmas. Too bad my gifts are at home. Otherwise, we could unwrap them together today. Ginny, beaming, handed him a small knife, saying, help me open them. That way, you can experience unwrapping gifts again when you get back. Harry chuckled. Ruffling Ginny's hair, you should do it yourself. The joy of unwrapping gifts is best when you do it personally. With that, Ginny ceased her objections, and they both settled on the sofa to begin unwrapping the gifts. From the Malfoys, I bet it's jewelry, Harry remarked, eyeing the most prominent, glittering package with a smirk. Ginny rolled her eyes subtly. How childish they still were at their age. Ignoring Harry's incessant chatter, she tore open the gift to reveal a deep green velvet box containing a complete set of gemstone jewelry, from hairpins to anklets, all intact. Huh, see, I knew it. Malfoy lacks originality. Harry scoffed at the gift. Ginny remained silent, smiling as she rummaged through the pile and unearthed the box from Harry, ready to unwrap it. Upon recognizing the box, Harry's face lit up. Open it quickly. I prepared a surprise for you. You're absolutely going to love it. Ginny couldn't help but touch her arm, feeling an inkling that this surprise might not be what she hoped for. At that moment, Dobby suddenly appeared, holding a portrait. Miss, Professor Snape says the Christmas gift must be disclosed to you. Harry instantly stiffened, as if a hand had grasped his throat. His laughter abruptly halted. Watching Dobby place the portrait neatly on the opposite chair, Harry shrank back, pretending to be a quail. Potter. How could the great Potter be here? Isn't he busy hunting dark wizards across the globe? What brings him to the abode of a Slytherin brat? Has the illustrious Potter finally decided to take a stand against his own kin? Snape's eyes flicked to the disheveled figure across from him, and he scowled, unleashing a torrent of words. Harry looked helplessly at the portrait. Professor, please don't. I cannot accept your title of professor. I am but the evil bat. Snape retorted with a sardonic tone. Ever since he became a portrait, there had always been an oddity within the frame, which, in his living days, he would have disregarded Harry's existence entirely. Gemini placed her hand between the two, soothingly urging, please, let us pause for a moment. It is a festive day. Let me enjoy it in peace. Harry smiled ingratiatingly at the portrait, while Snape grimaced in disdain, letting out a cold huff, yet refraining from further comment. Chapter 67, Foolish Dog. Snotty boy. By the way, Creature mentioned you have a gift for me? Gemini inquired, breaking the stalemate. Snape awkwardly responded. I recall you possessing a Muggle mobile phone. I have heard it can take photographs. Gemini nodded in confusion. Yes, what of it? Without uttering another word, Snape placed a sheet of paper in front of the portrait, turning his head aside. Now, take the picture. Gemini fumbled to retrieve her phone, striving to capture the contents of the paper while avoiding Snape's gaze, fully aware that the portrait remained stationary. Should Snape ever see it, she would surely face dire consequences. All right, Professor, Gemini exclaimed as she scrolled through the images on her phone, her surprise palpable. Is this the improved potion of felicity? Snape, methodically folding the paper in his hands, replied, this was my creation during my lifetime, yet not a single student ever caught my eye. Now that I exist merely as a portrait, I shall bestow it upon you. You are running a shop, after all. It is prudent to have something of value. However, you must brew it yourself. Should you destroy a cauldron, I expect you to transcribe the errors of potion making 1,000 times. Gemini instinctively recoiled, recalling the cauldrons she had inadvertently destroyed under Tony's influence, and resolved to ensure their obliteration. What do we have here? A gift from Potter? Do unwrap it, so that we mere mortals may witness the greatness of what Potter has bestowed upon you. It would happen to be sweets or prank items, would it? Snape observed Gemini, gazing at him with heartfelt admiration, which prompted an uncomfortable shift, leading him to direct his ire at the innocent Harry. Harry, feeling wronged, pouted, yet he could not voice his grievances. Could he truly argue with a portrait? Moreover, he likely would not prevail. Gemini stifled a laugh, cautiously unwrapping the gift box to reveal a metallic container adorned in gold and crimson hues. At this moment, both Snape and Gemini wore identical expressions of surprise. The color scheme seemed custom-made to align with their aesthetic sensibilities. Was it not a provocation? Squinting at the box, Gemini found it somewhat familiar. Eagerly, Harry chimed in, press here. The switch is located here. Upon hearing the mention of a switch, Gemini finally recalled. The box was crafted by Tony for Fred. Who is this for? Gemini pondered, perplexed, as no one around her had recently departed. Upon pressing the switch, Gemini glanced up, relieved that the device Fred had previously used remained intact. allowing her to ascertain the identity of the recipient in an instant. Harry slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Oh no, this hasn't been assembled yet. What do we do? Can we turn off?" As he frantically waved several buttons, beams of light began to emerge, intertwining before Gemini, who observed the emerging figure, bewildered by the unfolding spectacle. Soon, the figure became clearer, and Gemini gazed at the familiar yet strange visage, her heart skipping a beat. Could it be? He opened his eyes and stared at the little girl before him, who bore a striking resemblance to him. "Who are you? Foolish dog?" "Snotnoset brat." The figure, caught off guard by the identity of the person before him, swiftly turned around, glaring fiercely at the painting behind him. "Ha ha ha! You become a portrait. Who did this? I must thank them." Sirius clutched his stomach, pointing at the painted Snape in a fit of laughter. Snape's face darkened instantly. "Huh? You think you're any better than I? You are merely a muggle creation. What nonsense are you spouting?" Sirius suddenly halted, scrutinizing his hands before glancing around. "James? No, you are." "Harry?" Harry could hardly contain his tears, nodding vigorously. "Yes, it's me indeed. Do you recognize her? Your daughter." Saying this, Harry pulled the bewildered Gemini closer to showcase her to Sirius. "Daughter? Mine?" Sirius's expression fell blank, then morphed into terror. "Are you sure? Is she truly mine?" Gemini's face turned as dark as Snape's. She should never have held any expectations. Professor Snape was right. He was indeed a fool. Harry smacked his forehead. "Oh no, I was only thinking of surprising Gemini, since she never met her father, but I forgot about Sirius's temperament. This is a disaster. No, that's not what I meant. I didn't even know I had a daughter. Who is your mother?" "Lisa." "Martha?" Sirius babbled incoherently, wanting to approach but hesitating. Gemini's expression darkened further. "I know my mother had a one-night stand with you, but your romantic history is far too extensive, isn't it? You don't even recognize which one it is?" Sirius sensed the rising tension and promptly fell silent, deciding to comprehend his own situation first. Snape scoffed. "Gemini, do not be disheartened, regardless of having this father or not. You have grown up to be remarkably exceptional. Snotnoset brat. When did our family matters become your concern?" Sirius immediately shot a fierce glare at the portrait. "Oh, foolish dog." "Say that again." "Snotnoset brat." The portrait and the living image engaged in a tumultuous argument within the modest sitting room. Gemini sat expressionless on the sofa. "Thank you for your gift. It was truly a surprise." Harry felt his face stiffening. "I had no idea Professor Snape's portrait was here. What a coincidence." Observing the two men hurling insults at each other, Gemini could no longer remain seated. "Enough." Snape and Sirius immediately froze, glaring at each other with an intensity that suggested they would tear each other apart. With a gentle smile, Gemini interjected, "Could you please hold on for a moment?" After speaking, Gemini gracefully made her way to the study. After a brief flurry of activity, she emerged elegantly, decisively switched off the mechanism controlling Sirius, and draped a black cloth over Snape's portrait. Subsequently, Gemini removed all the cameras from the room, instructing Creature to carry everything back to the study. Harry trailed behind cautiously, not daring to utter a word, fully aware that Gemini was genuinely upset. Inside the study stood a modest box, perfectly sized to accommodate a portrait. Gemini positioned Snape's portrait against one side of the box and placed Sirius on the opposite side. She then carefully arranged buttons on his side of the box, switched on the mechanism, and pulled away the black cloth, smiling at the 30-centimeter tall Sirius and the scowling Snape. "Well, gentlemen, I presume it has been quite some time since you last met, and I am certain you have much to discuss. The soundproofing in this room is exceptional, so you may converse freely. By the way, I will only be visiting about once a week, so you need not worry about my interruptions." Gemini's smile was as sweet as that of an angel, causing Harry to shiver at the door. "Well then, I shall take my leave. Enjoy your time." Gemini executed an elegant bow, tapped the edge of the box with her wand, and gracefully exited the room, carefully closing the door behind her. Chapter 68. The joint confinement of Snape and Sirius. Snape and Sirius stared at each other for a long moment, until Sirius broke the silence. "Huh. At least I can still move. I can walk around. Can you? You slimy toad." Snape scoffed. "Have you forgotten that I am but a portrait? Foolish dog, farewell. You shall remain in this confinement alone." Sirius was taken aback, and before he could respond, Snape abruptly collided with the frame. "Ha ha!" Sirius laughed uncontrollably. "Go on, move. If you have the courage, then go." You little whelp of the Black family. The enchantments, I taught you were not intended for this. Snape pounded on the frame, exasperated. Sirius, filled with pride, retorted, Look at that. It's my daughter who has come to my aid. As long as there are cameras, escaping is a breeze. Luckily, I remembered that instruction. Otherwise, I would truly be stuck with you. Slimy Toad, enjoy your confinement. As he spoke, Sirius exerted himself, only to realize he was still within the box, facing Snape's large visage. Snape coldly huffed. Do you believe your daughter is so easily dealt with? With that, he disregarded Sirius's outbursts and returned to the cauldron and his portrait, relieved that this portrait contained a potions room. Otherwise, he would truly be at a loss. Outside, Harry, after Gemini had closed the door, could no longer hear the two voices. It seemed Gemini's claims about the soundproofing were indeed accurate. Is this truly acceptable? Harry inquired with concern. Gemini, calm and composed, replied, Why should it not be? They enjoy bickering, do they not? Even as portraits, if they wish to argue. Let them do so freely. Harry gazed at Gemini's retreating figure and then at the securely shut door, silently lamenting. May fortune favor you, Sirius. I have no further matters to attend to. You may return now. Come back next week to address the situation regarding Banner. And do remember to bring him along. Ginny smiled at Harry, instantly silencing whatever he had intended to say. All right, I shall return at once. Please take care of yourself here. Remember to eat on time. And if anything arises, don't hesitate to reach out to me. Harry rambled on, only to be gently pushed into the fireplace by Ginny, as he needed to use the Flu network to return to the magical parliament. After bidding Harry farewell, Ginny instructed Creature to keep his distance from the study for the week, before gracefully returning to her table to continue unwrapping her gifts. Several days had passed since Ginny's business trip, yet she had received no further updates concerning Thor. She presumed that matters had been resolved. As the weather had been fine lately, devoid of thunderous storms or catastrophic events, suggesting a peaceful resolution. However, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was brewing. Since Harry's departure, a steady stream of pleading letters had arrived daily, though they were couched in subtle language. Were it not for Ginny's familiarity with Harry, she might have overlooked these entreaties entirely. On the eve of the appointed day, Ginny finally opened the door to the study. Sirius, who had been languishing in boredom, had learned to alter his appearance using a holographic projector and was presently barking at the portrait opposite him in the guise of a large black dog. Ginny sighed, noting their apparent camaraderie. It seems you two are getting along quite well. Perhaps you should continue your playful banter. In an instant, the black dog transformed back into human form, albeit clumsily, with a dog as head atop a man's body. As he attempted to speak, only barks emerged, prompting him to shake his head and revert to his true form. He regarded Ginny cautiously, saying, I believe I have learned my lesson. Can we have a conversation? Snape grunted dismissively, intently focused on his cauldron, uttering not a single word, his entire demeanor exuding a sense of desolation. Ginny tapped the edge of the box with her wand, and Snape immediately sensed he was free from the confines of the portrait. He promptly abandoned his smoking cauldron and vanished from the frame with a single stride. Sirius gazed at Ginny with an expression of longing, casting a wary glance at the button camera nestled within the box, his demeanor radiating a desire to escape. With a sigh, Ginny instructed Creature to return the button to the sitting room, while she delicately lifted the Gryffindor-styled box and settled onto the sofa. After surveying her surroundings, she placed the box on the wall cabinet, which received ample sunlight during the day. Sirius reappeared in the sitting room, surveying the space. Have you renovated the Black residence? It appears quite splendid. Ginny sipped her tea elegantly and replied, We are no longer at the Black residence. Have you moved out then? Your taste is commendable. Sirius complimented the Slytherin-style sitting room, albeit begrudgingly. By the way, which house do you belong to? Surely you are a Gryffindor? What of your mother? Have you encountered any difficulties from my mother? Sirius Black posed a series of questions, unsure of how to interact with the daughter he had never met. He felt compelled to understand her before proceeding further. I am of Slytherin lineage. My mother has been absent since my birth. I spent my early years in a Muggle orphanage until I was discovered at the age of 6. My grandmother has always been kind to me, arranging for Creature to send me various gifts each year. Gemini replied methodically. What? How can you possibly be a Slytherin? Were you coerced? Sirius erupted in disbelief, staring incredulously at Gemini. Gemini scoffed. Why can't I be a Slytherin? My grandmother, my uncle, and my aunt are all Slytherins. Even Harry had no objections to my entrance into Slytherin. So what are you complaining about? Sirius fell silent, opening his mouth but unable to articulate a response. After a moment, he attempted to change the subject. Given your age, you must be entering your 6th year. Have you begun dating? Any interesting news from school? Gemini shot him a sidelong glance. I've withdrawn from school. This is not England. It's America. What? Sirius exploded once more. Were you bullied? Why did you drop out? Doesn't Harry care? Gemini replied with a malicious grin in front of everyone. I used the unforgivable curse to slay an 8-eyed giant spider. I have long completed my studies at that school. Harry merely acts as my guardian until I come of age. After that, no one can control me. Sirius appeared taken aback, finding a resemblance between this girl and the dark witches of yore, particularly his cousin, who had sent off Bellatrix, as their smiles occasionally mirrored one another. Chapter 69. The detestable, ungrateful wretch who broke his mother's heart. Tone it down, Gemini. Diminish your smile, arc a little. Came the hushed whispers from behind Gemini. She discreetly masked her smile, adopting an air of superiority as she looked down upon Sirius. Enough already. He is merely a virtual image. Why frighten him? What if he truly becomes terrified? The voices behind Gemini grew louder, enough for Sirius to hear. What noise? He asked, bewildered. Gemini's expression froze. Nothing. You must have misheard. Lower your voices. We'll be discovered. A familiar voice abruptly hushed Sirius, muffled as though someone had covered his mouth. Sirius's expression shifted. Is that Harry? What are you all doing? What's going on? Gemini set her cup down, displeased as she retrieved her phone from behind her. I told you to keep it down. What are you all doing? We've been discovered. Laughter erupted from the phone, prompting Sirius to lean closer, captivated by the scene unfolding on the screen. Harry and the Weasley twins were making comical faces at the camera, while Remus and Tonks stood behind them, their bodies partially obscured by a child who bore an uncanny resemblance to Remus in his youth. Ron and Harry were playfully rolling on the floor, with James and Lily cheering them on from the sidelines. The scene was surreal, and Sirius gazed hungrily at the phone, reaching out only to find his hand passing through the device. Hey, Bigfoot, you are indeed fortunate. Your daughter is simply irresistible. Make sure to cherish your time with her. We'll gather again when you return. James shouted boisterously, his voice so loud that those nearby instinctively covered their ears. Keep it down. He can hear you. You're going to deafen us. The twins protested, quickly flipping the phone to change the angle. So, how do our pranks compare to yours, old-timer? Did we scare you? This was a production we rehearsed for 2 sleepless nights. Special thanks to Gemini for her guest appearance. The twins placed the phone down, bowing simultaneously in a theatrical gesture. Well then, it seems it's time for your private moments. A friendly warning. Do not provoke Gemini. George winked at Sirius, having conveyed his message, knowing that any further antics would be beyond their assistance. Once the video call ended, the once boisterous sitting room fell into an unexpected silence. Sirius gazed at Gemini, momentarily at a loss, before breaking into a smile. That was a splendid prank. You truly caught me off guard. After a brief pause, he crouched before Gemini. I firmly believe that whatever my daughter does is right, especially with such a remarkable group of friends. I apologize for not knowing of your existence before and for not having been present in your life. Gemini fidgeted uncomfortably. The acromantula invaded the school and threatened my classmates. I had no choice. In a public setting, the professors couldn't show too much favoritism. Besides, I managed to learn a lot, and eventually I left school. America has been wonderful, and I've made many friends here. I look forward to introducing you to them. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. After speaking, Gemini glanced anxiously at the clock. I need to head downstairs. Would you like to visit my shop? Sirius's eyes lit up. Can I? You own it? Gemini stood up first and walked towards the exit. The camera is already set up. You can explore anywhere in this building except my room. Sirius grinned widely, hurrying to follow her. Upon reaching the first floor, he admired the shop and exchanged greetings with Ethan before heading downstairs to check on Vanna. From the moment they stepped outside, Sirius's chatter was relentless, to the point that Gemini began to regret her invitation, realizing she must find a way to silence him. Just as they returned to the sitting room, the fireplace emitted a soft crackle, and a weary Tony emerged from within. Gemini? Honey? Come on, bring me something to drink. I feel as though I'm on the brink of death. Tony exclaimed, collapsing onto the sofa. Honey? Sirius sprang up, startled. Who are you? Why are you yelling like that? Tony, bewildered, stared at the agitated Sirius and, in confusion, turned to Gemini. Who is this? Why does he look so much like one of my virtual projections? Gemini sighed, covering her forehead. She retrieved a recorder from her pocket and pressed a button. Suddenly, a series of sharp, hoarse insults blared forth. Beast, filthy and wicked spawn, prodigal, a disgrace to the family. Sirius's expression darkened immediately. Gemini pressed the button again, and a mumbling, indistinct voice emerged. Detestable, ungrateful scoundrel, you have broken your mother's heart. Sirius instinctively retorted, my mother has no heart. Creature. Click. Gemini switched off the recorder. Is it quiet now? Can we hear people speak? If you continue to make noise, I cannot turn off your switch, but I can activate this one. Sirius instantly wilted. He finally understood why George advised him to steer clear of Gemini. She was merciless, striking at the very scars without leaving any semblance of compassion. Tony, utterly perplexed, looked on in confusion, unsure whether to get up or remain reclining. Gemini rolled her eyes. This is my friend, Tony Stark, who only discovered in his 30s that he is a wizard, a muggle scientist, and a genius known throughout the world. The virtual projection you see is a creation of his, blending magic and technology. This virtual image is my father. Tony could no longer lie still. He sprang up, realizing he was speaking in front of someone's father about his underage daughter. If she were his daughter, he would be furious. Sitting upright on the sofa, he felt a chill run down his back. Hello, uncle. No, buddy. Or is it? Gemini stifled her laughter. Just call him Sirius. He isn't much older than you. Sirius glared at Tony, repeatedly waving his hand through Tony's head. Tony was at a loss, uncertain whether to put on an act or simply remain seated. Creature brought in Tony's preferred coffee, and Gemini, having had enough of the theatrics, said, All right, Sirius. Let him be. Haven't you been sent off to study? What brings you here this time? Tony cautiously relaxed, observing the predatory Sirius, relieved that he had ceased his flirtations. I've wrapped up my studies for the moment. Nick had numerous revisions for Magic number 1. Now it's Magic number 2. I even found time to update Mark number 2. It should now be number 5. I just came out to unwind. Chapter 70. Maturity and composure you update so rapidly? Gemini asked, somewhat astonished. Tony couldn't help but beam with pride. I am a genius. After a brief pause, he continued, by the way, I have a week off this time. Just in time, my building in the city is about to be completed, and I've received an invitation to the racing competition in Monaco. Would you like to join me for some fun? Gemini looked puzzled. What is racing? Although she claimed to have spent a considerable amount of time in the Muggle world, she had remained cooped up in the shop, unaware of many things. Tony gathered his thoughts, but realized he could not articulate it well. So he simply pulled out his phone and found a video to show her. This is it, speed and the thrill of collisions. Gemini appeared intrigued. It seemed far more exciting than Quidditch. Sirius couldn't help but lean in. Can I go? When does it start? Seeing Sirius's eagerness, Gemini turned to ask, We have to leave tomorrow morning. The racing competition lasts a week. I'll fly there on my private jet, as my time off is limited, and I need to check on the building's progress. Tony replied. Gemini shook her head regretfully. That won't work. Harry is coming over tomorrow to address the banner issue. I have a guest, and I'm not sure if I can make it. Tony blinked. That green problem? Gemini looked at him in surprise. You know? Tony chuckled. The military database is like my backyard. I often visit it. A few years ago, when Banner had his incident, I went to look for him. After all, if someone as brilliant as him disappeared quietly, I would feel a sense of urgency. Hence, I discovered his predicament. The information soon vanished, likely concealed, and even Jarvis couldn't locate it. Fortunately, I managed to back up some of it. Would you like to see? Tony asked. Gemini became intrigued. Show me. I've never seen his other side. Tony quickly pulled up the relevant video on his phone. It was brief, lasting less than a minute. Gemini and Sirius huddled together, watching the massive green figure shouting Hulk as he demolished an entire military base. Wow, that physique. He could almost rival Hagrid. Sirius exclaimed in awe. Yet Hagrid is much gentler. He is not so violent, Gemini commented. Sirius stared at Gemini incredulously. Who told you Hagrid is gentle? Gemini was taken aback. Isn't he? When I was at school, he was always smiling, even when students played pranks on him. He never got angry. Sirius wore a complex expression. So, do you know his lineage? Of course, that is quite evident, Gemini stammered. Sirius nodded. Do you understand now? Gemini found herself questioning her perceptions. What made her think a giant could be gentle and polite, even if he were a half-giant? It seemed Hagrid truly loved Hogwarts. Gemini couldn't he help but exclaim. Sirius smacked his lips. Do you know how the acromantula came about? Acro what? Tony interjected, asking which book contained the 5 dangerous creatures that Hagrid tended to. Jamie was taken aback. Otherwise, what did he think was the reason for his expulsion? Sirius shrugged, acknowledging that although he had been wronged by Voldemort, merely harboring a giant spider within the castle had not earned him any favors. Jamie shuddered at the thought. It was terrifying. Who could have imagined? Then I shall stay. May I observe? Tony exclaimed enthusiastically. There are car races every year, but those pesky little issues do not occur annually. You must discuss that with Banner. He is the main character in this tale, Jamie replied. Where is he? I shall go speak with him now. Tony immediately sprang to his feet. In the potions dungeon, Jamie informed him, and before she had finished speaking, Tony darted out the door. Sirius stared in disbelief. He was always like this, so lively? Certainly not as much as you, Jamie replied, her expression stoic. Sirius appeared utterly shocked. How can this be? I'm so mature and composed. Jamie's fingers hovered over the recorder, prompting Sirius to fall silent at once. Before long, Tony returned, having conferred with Banner. He would observe the entire event, and, as for Monaco, a simple phone call allowed Pepper to accompany Happy to witness the race and maintain appearances. The next morning, as Jamie emerged from her room, she found Banner and Tony seated on the sofa, while Sirius passionately regaled them with tales of his adventures, thoroughly captivating Tony. The hearth crackled, and Harry emerged from the fireplace. It seems you are all ready. Let us depart shortly. I have even invited an esteemed elder. Jamie rummaged through her bag, ensuring she had everything. Where are we going? She inquired. Harry blinked. Hogwarts. Jamie froze. Are you joking? Harry burst into laughter. Of course not. We are still on Christmas break. There are not many students at Hogwarts, and the Forbidden Forest remains. Even if Mr. Banner were to lose control, there would be little consequence. Jamie felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Is it appropriate for me to go? Why don't you all just go? Harry remained silent, simply walking over to wrap an arm around her shoulders. Don't be like that. Everyone is worried about you. It's best to go back and take a look. As he spoke, he glanced around, picked up a teapot from the table, and quietly uttered a spell with his wand, More Smordra. The teapot glowed blue, quivered slightly, and then the light vanished. Everyone, come here and place a finger upon the teapot. Harry instructed. Sirius eagerly approached, his finger passing through the teapot. What about me? What should I do? Don't forget me. Sirius suddenly realized, asking in a flurry of concern. Jamie covered her forehead, unwilling to speak. Tony hastily produced a watch resembling George's from his pocket. I shall transfer you here, and you can accompany Jamie wherever she goes. As the words were spoken, Sirius's figure vanished after a brief commotion in the box beside the table. Tony handed the watch to Gemini, indicating that the transfer was complete and all that remained was to activate the switch upon arrival. Gemini stowed the watch away, glancing at its technologically advanced design with disdain before shoving it into her bag. Please hurry. Time is of the essence, Harry urged. The individuals in the room hurriedly gathered around the teapot, extending their fingers to rest upon it. Harry grasped the handle of the teapot and began the countdown with his pocket watch. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 71. How can one claim to have visited Hogwarts without enduring the trials of Hagrid's rock cakes? As the words resonated, everyone felt a hook latch onto the area behind their navel, causing a sudden jolt before the surroundings began to spin. After an indeterminate duration, they finally felt the ground beneath their feet. Tony, accustomed to the fireplace travel, struggled to regain his balance, his complexion still pallid. Banner, however, was not so fortunate. His face visibly turned green as he collapsed onto the ground. Had it not been for the necklace lent to him by Gemini, the Hulk would surely have emerged at that moment. Wow, is this Hogwarts? Tony exclaimed, standing on the grassy bank of a lake. With the majestic castle of Hogwarts looming nearby, its formidable silhouette striking against the night sky. Indeed, welcome to Hogwarts, everyone, a stern female voice echoed from behind them. Tony spun around to find an elderly witch standing straight and tall, clad in a vibrant green robe and a pointed wizard's hat. Professor McGonagall, thank you for providing us with a place, Harry greeted her. Professor McGonagall cast a stern glance at Gemini. Miss Black, it has been quite some time. Gemini sheepishly shrank back. It has been a while, Professor McGonagall. It appears you are faring well, which is good to see. I hope you will participate this year. After all, the certification is still necessary, Professor McGonagall stated firmly. Gemini swallowed hard. Am I still eligible to participate? Professor McGonagall nodded gravely. Of course, since you were not expelled and your qualifications remain intact. It is merely your health that has prevented you from attending school. She then turned her gaze to Harry. I trust you will fulfill your role as her guardian. Remember to bring her back for the examinations. Hagrid has been waiting for you for quite some time. Should anything arise, feel free to send me an owl. With that, she turned and made her way toward the castle. Gemini admired Professor McGonagall, musing about her serious demeanor while grateful that she had not entirely abandoned her textbooks. It would be quite embarrassing to return and find herself unprepared for any examinations. Harry clapped his hands, pulling Banner up from the ground. Come on, let us head to Hagrid's. After taking a few steps, Gemini suddenly smacked her forehead, retrieving the mini Sirius from her bag. She activated the switch, and the miniature Sirius appeared above the watch. Have we arrived? It looks the same as always. How nostalgic. Ignoring Sirius's musings, Gemini hurriedly ran to catch up with Harry and the others. After approximately 5 minutes of walking, the group finally reached Hagrid's hut by the Black Lake. Hagrid's imposing figure stood at the entrance, casting a shadow that nearly obscured the light spilling from inside. As they approached, Tony looked up at Hagrid, who towered over him by nearly half a head. Goodness, you are tall. Hagrid chuckled heartily, giving Tony a few hearty pats on the shoulder. Tony's legs buckled, and he fell to the ground. Before he could utter a word, Hagrid stepped over him and enveloped Gemini in a warm embrace. Gemini, at last you're back. How have you been? I was so worried. Gemini struggled fiercely in his grasp, feeling as if Hagrid was exacting revenge for her slaying of the acromantula. I can't breathe. Harry helped Tony to his feet, patting Hagrid's arm. Let her go. You're going to suffocate her. Once freed from Hagrid's embrace, Gemini gasped for air. Hagrid, are you trying to kill me? Hagrid laughed heartily, scratching his head. Cool mean. I have tea and snacks ready. Upon entering Hagrid's hut, Harry couldn't help but marvel at how it had remained almost unchanged since his school days. No alterations whatsoever, except that Fong had aged. Though Fong had a hint of magical creature lineage, he was not truly magical, and after nearly 20 years, he had naturally grown old. Hagrid! Hagrid! Sirius called out loudly, attempting to catch Hagrid's attention despite his current diminutive height of 5 centimeters. Who's calling me? Hagrid blinked his beetle-like eyes, looking bewildered at the 4 of them, certain that none of them were the ones calling him. Gemini raised her hand in exasperation, while Sirius bounced on her wrist, waving his arms. I'm here. Hagrid stepped forward eagerly. Sirius? Oh my, they got you out, did they? I heard about the virtual images the Weasley twins created and wondered if you would be one of them, just as the two were about to engage in conversation. Harry felt compelled to interrupt. Hagrid, we came this time to ask for your assistance. Hagrid quickly settled down, pouring tea for everyone. Ah, my apologies, I forgot. Who is the person you mentioned? Come, have some rock cakes. They're my specialty. Harry pointed to Banner. This is him. I'll have him transform shortly. You should communicate with him first. I've invited Mr. Scamander, and he should be arriving soon. You two will need to work together to connect with that new spirit. Tony silently set down the cake in his hand, feeling as though his teeth were loosening. Gemini stifled laughter, remarking, everyone must undergo the trial of Hagrid's rock cakes. Otherwise, how can one truly say they've visited Hogwarts? Scamander? Newt? Hagrid inquired with curiosity. Yes, I asked Professor Dumbledore for help. He is getting on in years, and doesn't venture out much anymore, Harry replied. Is he the author of Fantastic Beasts, and where to find them? Tony asked with intrigue. Harry nodded, just as a knock echoed at Hagrid's door. Hagrid approached with heavy footsteps, opening the door to reveal a tall, slender old wizard standing outside, clutching a modest suitcase. His short, white hair was curled, and though few wrinkles adorned his face, they did little to obscure the small freckles on his nose. He appeared somewhat anxious, reluctant to meet anyone's gaze. Hello, I am Newt Scamander. He introduced himself. Professor Dumbledore mentioned that someone here requires my assistance. Those in the room familiar with him welcomed him warmly, ushering him inside. They gathered around Hagrid's table as Harry briefly explained Banner's predicament. Once again, they confirmed that his soul had completely separated, with the newly emerged essence, now an independent entity, capable of communication. After some discussion, they decided to let Banner transform at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Harry and his companions stepped outside, allowing Banner to stand at the forest's edge while they cast protective spells around him. encircling him to prevent Hulk from losing control and charging into the woods. Hagrid and Newt stood ready within the protective barrier, prepared to intervene, while Tony remained at a distance, standing at the rear, aware that despite his armor, he was the most vulnerable among them. Chapter 72. Hulk, would you like to be friends with Newt? The area was swiftly prepared. Are you ready? Ginny asked as she stood before Banner. His excitement was palpable, even with the necklace around his neck. I'm ready, he exclaimed. Ginny carefully removed the necklace from Banner's head and turned to run. As the necklace was removed, Banner could not suppress a painful cry, collapsing onto the ground. Don't hold back. Let out, Harry shouted, catching Ginny as she sprinted back. Banner, uncertain if he heard, suddenly began to swell, his muscles contorting and tearing through his clothing as his skin transformed to a vibrant green, releasing an enraged roar towards them. Hagrid felt his eyes well with tears. Oh dear, this little one is still a baby. Tony opened his mouth in surprise, and Ginny appeared utterly bewildered. Harry stifled the urge to comment, and even Newt, standing closest to Hagrid, took a cautious step back, scrutinizing Hagrid with concern. He was afraid and furious. Newt quickly urged for calm. Meanwhile, Hulk was already roaring and moving towards the forbidden forest, only to crash against the protective barrier, unable to escape. Trees at the forest's edge were uprooted as he bellowed, charging towards the cottage where the group stood. Hagrid boldly stepped forward. Look at this little one. He even knows how to bring gifts to adults. Harry and the others instinctively took a step back, observing as Hagrid intercepted Hulk, shushing him soothingly while wresting a large tree from his grasp. In the next moment, Hulk let out a thunderous roar, Hulk, and with a powerful swing, sent Hagrid sprawling aside. Hagrid! Ginny and Tony cried out in alarm. Hulk seemed even angrier, directing another roar at Harry and the others. I'm Fine. This little one is incredibly strong. Such a good baby. He's just playing with me. Hagrid chuckled heartily as he rose from the ground, seizing Hulk's foot to prevent him from advancing. Good lad, do not disturb your Grandpa Newt. He cannot withstand your pushing. Newt swallowed nervously, retrieving a leaf from his pocket and gently blowing upon it, causing the outside Tony to succumb to drowsiness. Jamie struck Tony's calf sharply, then removed a brooch from her attire and handed it to him. Put this on. Do not be so spineless. You haven't taken down what you should have. Yet you're the one who falls first. Tony, feeling aggrieved, covered his mouth, fearful of interrupting Newt, and with tear-filled eyes accepted the brooch from Jamie, continually rubbing his calf, mindful that the girl wore leather shoes, exerting considerable force. Hulk, lulled by the sound of the leaf being played, began to shrink in size. Is he about to revert to Banner? Jamie inquired. Harry stepped forward decisively, directing his wand at Hulk and reciting an incantation incomprehensible to all present. A series of complex syllables flowed from his lips, and blue chains materialized, encircling Hulk's form. In no time, Hulk was ensnared in a web of blue chains, rendered completely unconscious. I have temporarily fixed his soul. He will not transform back into Banner. It seems we must converse with him first, Harry declared. Newt carefully tucked away the leaf, his heart heavy with fear and anger. He needed to be soothed. Speaking might yield adverse effects. We must allow him to relax first. How do we proceed? Hagrid asked cautiously, protecting the slumbering Hulk. Newt surveyed the surroundings and set down the box he had been clutching, opening it and crawling inside. Moments later, he emerged with a cat-like creature, which had large ears, spotted fur, and a tail reminiscent of a lion rather than a typical cat. Wow, a purebred catfox! Jamie exclaimed in awe, having longed for one, yet knowing the Ministry imposed stringent assessments on their owners. Underage wizards could hardly dream of such ownership. Even those with mixed-breed catfoxes require documentation. Jeannie, good child, go and comfort him, Newt murmured while stroking Jeannie's back. Jeannie let out a long cry, nuzzled against Newt's leg, and approached the slumbering Hulk. The lullaby of the soothing tree leaves had nearly run its course, and Hulk began to awaken. However, as he stirred, he found himself tightly embraced by the towering Hagrid, ready to roar, when Jeannie approached and called out to the furious Hulk. Hul! Hulk's expression shifted dramatically, and the growth spurred by his anger halted. He cautiously squatted down, gazing at the diminutive catfox, which was no larger than his palm. Jeannie called out once more, prompting Hulk to sit down abruptly, and the two beings of differing species exchanged sounds in a curious dialogue. After a short while, Ginny glanced back at Newt and let out a soft meow. Newt hurriedly approached her, causing Hulk to become somewhat flustered and instinctively attempt a defensive posture. Ginny called out to Hulk, and he settled down again. Newt cautiously walked over to Ginny's side, observing the quiet Hulk. "Are you called Hulk?" "I am Newt, a friend of Ginny." "Hulk, Ginny, friend." A look of confusion crossed Hulk's face, but after a moment, it seemed he understood and burst into hearty laughter, repeating, "Hulk, Ginny, friend." Newt continued, "So, Hulk, would you like to be friends with Newt too? I'm also a friend of Ginny." Hulk glanced at Newt and then at Ginny, who was nestled beside him, and reluctantly replied, "Newt is a friend." Imitating Hulk, Newt sat down on the ground, asking, "Can Hulk talk? What are you afraid of?" A hint of fear flickered in Hulk's eyes as he exclaimed, "Banner. Banner hurts. Hulk hurts. Banner made Hulk hurt. It's all dark. Always dark." Tony pondered for a moment, swiftly grasping the meaning behind Hulk's words. It was likely that the gamma rays produced during Banner's experiments had manifested Hulk, and all the pain had been absorbed by him, leaving Banner unaffected. Moreover, Banner's suicidal actions had likely resulted in Hulk bearing the brunt of the suffering. Typically, Banner's consciousness dominated, while Hulk's moments of clarity were shrouded in darkness. Tony shuddered at the thought. "Can Hulk talk to Banner?" Newt inquired. Hulk immediately grew agitated, and had it not been for Hagrid's firm restraint, he would have wreaked havoc. "Banner doesn't like Hulk. Hulk doesn't like Banner. Banner hates Hulk. Hulk doesn't like it when it's dark." Chapter 73. The dialogue between Banner and Hulk. Shoo. Calm down. Calm down. Newt remained still, gesturing soothingly to restore Hulk's composure. Previously, Banner had been unaware of Hulk's existence, of Hulk's fear and anger. "I will ask him to apologize to you. Can you two have a chat?" Newt patiently explained to Hulk in terms he could comprehend. Hagrid, with a jovial demeanor, patted Hulk on the shoulder. "Good boy. We need to be good children so everyone will like us. Let's talk to Banner. He is not a bad person. If he bullies Hulk, Uncle Hagrid will help you deal with him. What do you think?" Hulk turned to regard the towering Hagrid, appearing contemplative. After a while, he reluctantly stated, "Hulk doesn't like it when it's dark. Hulk wants to play." "That's all right. We can discuss all of that later. We can talk things over with Banner." "How does that sound?" Newt replied. Hulk hesitated for quite some time before finally agreeing. "Then Hulk will talk to Banner, but Hulk cannot see Banner." Newt looked back at Harry, who nodded in affirmation, then addressed Hulk. "Then Hulk can take a nap for now. When you wake up, we will let you see Banner, and he can talk to you and discuss things together, all right?" Hulk frowned, uncertain of how to fall asleep. Newt couldn't help but chuckle, reassuring him, "It's all right. I shall assist you." Hulk expressed his affection, declaring, "Hulk likes you. Hulk likes Newt. Newt is a friend." He gazed earnestly at Newt, and soon succumbed to slumber as Newt played a simple melody. Harry retracted the chains, while Hulk diminished in size, turning pale, and Banner lay naked on the ground in sleep. Tony positioned himself directly in front of Gemini, as Hagrid looked on in disappointment at the transformed Banner, yet gently attempted to awaken him. After recounting Hulk's situation to Banner, a silence enveloped them. "I didn't realize my actions would inflict such pain upon him. I feel deeply remorseful. He has saved me more than once," Banner lamented, draping himself in Hagrid's generously provided coat, resembling a figure within a tent, with only his head visible. "Are you willing to converse with Hulk?" Harry inquired. "We cannot assist in this matter. It is solely up to you to speak with him. However, you must remember that Hulk's mentality may resemble that of a young child. He can only be soothed, as he does not comprehend the complexities of adult discourse." Banner met Harry's gaze resolutely, declaring, "I am willing to speak with him. In a sense, he is akin to my child, is he not?" Tony and Gemini exchanged a knowing look at Banner's words, while Hagrid, disregarding decorum, produced a handkerchief the size of a tablecloth and wept heartily. Harry shrugged. "Very well then. I shall convey to you the conditions we can fulfill based on Hulk's words. The discussion is yours to navigate." Banner nodded attentively as Harry introduced the first point. Harry could enlist the help of an alchemy master to craft a soul-sharing accessory for Banner to wear, ensuring that when Hulk awakened, he would not be met with darkness. Of course, it would include a switch, and they could create an item to limit transformations, though the specific materials would require consultation with Newt. However, they must assure Hulk that they would make time for him to venture out. Banner was elated. If they could indeed accomplish this, it would be immensely beneficial. Lastly, I must remind you that any agreement made with Hulk must be honored. You cannot speak one way and act another. If you lose Hulk's trust, given the strength of his spirit, he may very well annihilate you," Harry warned with solemnity. Banner gazed intently at the group, affirming, of course, "I shall adhere to the agreements made with Hulk." Harry exhaled in relief. "Then, I shall escort you to Hulk. If your conversation bears fruit, you will awaken automatically. If not, we shall address that when the time comes." Banner nodded gravely, having discerned the unspoken implications in Harry's words. Should this encounter fail and provoke Hulk, the next opportunity may not be as manageable. Before Banner could fully prepare himself, he witnessed Harry's wand emit a beam of purple light. Darkness enveloped him, and he fell into oblivion. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Banner opened his eyes to an abyss of darkness. Remarkably, he could discern his own form, and after a moment of bewilderment, he realized that this must be the realm where Hulk often resided. It was no wonder that Hulk emerged in a state of fury and fear. Anyone would feel similarly in such an environment. Thinking of Hulk, Banner surveyed the inky surroundings, utterly unsure of which direction to take. He tentatively took a step forward, and in an instant, he found himself before Hulk, who sat enveloped in darkness, head bowed, snoring softly, seemingly deep in slumber. Hulk, wake up!" Banner called out hesitantly. Hulk stirred, slowly opening his eyes to see Banner standing not far away. "Banner? You truly came to see Hulk?" Hulk exclaimed, leaping up and circling Banner like an exuberant child. Banner couldn't help but rub his sore nose and said earnestly, "Hulk, I've come to talk. We need to have a conversation." With a crestfallen demeanor, Hulk sank back down, knowing that Banner disapproved of him. If Banner was displeased, Hulk would not venture out. Instantly, Banner's eyes glistened with emotion. No, it's not like that. First, I must apologize. Hulk, I didn't realize that my actions were hurtful to you. I was simply unaware of your existence before, and now that we can communicate, I wish to formally express my regrets." Hulk tilted his head, puzzled. "What is an apology?" Banner faltered, unsure how to interact with such a large child. He wiped his face and swiftly redirected the conversation. "How about this? Let us agree on a time for you to come out for some fresh air, say, 2 months each year. I will bring something along that will allow you to see what I see. What do you think?" Banner tried to articulate his thoughts in simpler terms. Hulk appeared hesitant. "Are there any friends? Is there a genie? A newt?" Banner rubbed his cheek again. "I will speak with them shortly. If they are willing, we can make it a point to visit them every year." Hulk's spirits lifted. He cherished friends. Hulk agrees. Hulk does not like the dark. Can Banner help? Banner gazed into the enveloping darkness, pausing in silence. He was uncertain, yet this should be a reflection of his inner soul, right? According to psychology and magic, he should be able to alter this space based on his desires. "Let me try, Hulk. Be patient." Banner approached, patting Hulk's arm, and sat beside him, contemplating how to effect the change. It must rely on thought, he reasoned. Chapter 74. Hulk's playground after a concentrated effort. Banner gazed at the unchanging darkness surrounding him and decided to close his eyes, focusing intently on envisioning the world outside. He imagined a majestic castle in the distance, the shimmering surface of a lake illuminated by moonlight, the gentle breeze, the moist earth, and the myriad sounds of creatures resonating through the forest. "Banner! Banner!" Hulk suddenly called out. Banner soothingly patted Hulk's arm. "Please be quiet. I'm trying my best." With his eyes closed, Banner naturally failed to notice the unfolding scene beneath their feet, which gradually spread out in accordance with his imagination, crystallizing into the very tableau he envisioned, becoming ever more vivid as it resonated with his deepest impressions. "Banner, look!" Hulk, unable to contain himself, seized Banner and shook him vigorously. Dizzied and overwhelmed, Banner finally managed to utter, I see, Hulk, let go of me." Upon noticing Banner's eyes had flickered open, Hulk obediently set him down on the ground. "Look, Banner." After a moment's pause, Banner realized something was amiss. The environment had shifted, morphing into the scenes he had observed outside. Hulk, now unable to restrain his exuberance, began to frolic in the vast expanse. Spotting the shadowy forbidden forest, Banner called out, "Hulk!" But alas, his words came too late. Hulk halted mid-stride, colliding with an invisible barrier. "We can't go over there. I've never been, so I don't know what's inside. It's just empty behind." Banner rushed over, offering a sheepish explanation. Hulk grinned widely, reveling in this newfound brightness compared to the previous darkness. Disregarding the earlier collision, he charged towards a nearby lake, cannonballing into the water, sending a cascade of droplets that drenched the following Banner to the core. As Banner felt the beads of water on his skin and the dampness of his clothes, He murmured to himself. It seems everything here could be real. Could also be false. As he spoke, his clothes began to dry in accordance with his thoughts. Banner, come out. Banner and Hulk made a pact. Show me the outside. Take me out to play. It's all improved here. I will stay. Hulk emerged from the water, laughing heartily at Banner. Inspired by the excitement of research, Banner replied, Hold on. Let me modify a few things. He had visited Hagrid's hut before, so he knew the exterior was accurate. But what about the interior? Contemplating the details of Hagrid's hut, he opened the door. The darkness beyond began to transform as he pushed the door, revealing a scene akin to what he had previously witnessed, even down to the silver hairs tied at the window. Hulk! Banner called out to the lake. Come over here. Obediently, Hulk emerged from the water, shaking his body to shed the droplets before racing towards Banner. Look here, this little hut is where you usually rest. I saw a pantry in the back, and I've left you plenty of food, though all of it has been tasted by me. If you don't like it, just find a way, and I'll trade with you. And as for clothes, I've enlarged mine. Even when alone, one must dress appropriately. Banner chattered away like a concerned father, imparting his thoughts to Hulk. At first, Hulk found it amusing, but as time passed, his patience waned. The outside world had transformed, yet he had not exhausted his playtime. This was far better than the previous darkness. Banner's incessant chatter vexed Hulk greatly, leaving him at a loss for how to react. In frustration, he let out a furious roar before turning on his heel and rushing outside. With a splash, Hulk resumed his frolic in the water, shouting, Banner, go! Banner, go! Banner gazed at the little cabin, absent-mindedly rubbing his nose, sensing a hint of irritation. How should he exit? Just as this thought crossed his mind, darkness engulfed him once more. When he regained consciousness, he found himself surrounded by Harry and the others, all hovering over his head, startling him. His heart raced, and he cursed under his breath, sitting up and clutching his chest, taking deep breaths. After a while, there was no reaction. It dawned on Banner that Hulk was currently enjoying himself. It seemed successful. Tony exclaimed with delight. Gemini shared the joy, although she maintained a semblance of decorum befitting a lady. What about the terms you discussed? Harry inquired, steering the conversation back to business. After a moment of contemplation, Banner replied, he can control the body for 2 months each year. He won't emerge unless I call for him, and he needs to be able to see outside. Additionally, I've modified that dark space, and Hulk really enjoys it. Tony, not quite grasping the significance, enthusiastically patted Banner's shoulder, declaring, well done. This resolves a major portion of our troubles. Meanwhile, Harry, Gemini, and Newt, along with Hagrid, were left astounded. Are you certain he's not a wizard? Harry murmured in disbelief. His potion-making relies on my gloves, or it would be a complete disaster, Gemini replied, equally bewildered. Newt cleared his throat, suggesting, I believe it's due to him possessing 2 souls, both of which are mature. Quite remarkable, Hagrid mused, marveling at the revelation. Tony and Banner looked perplexed. What are you talking about? Tony asked. Harry shrugged. It's disheartening. Few can alter their inner soul space, and even fewer can perceive it, let alone change it directly. Tony's curiosity piqued. Have you seen your own? What does it look like? Do I have one? Can I see mine? Harry stroked his chin thoughtfully. Mine is King's Cross Station, likely tied to my experiences, as I feel it is where my fate irrevocably changed. Contemplate this, and you may discern the nature of your own soul space. Furthermore, you wouldn't wish to see it. Such magic is rarely learned, and only those on the brink of death can glimpse it, and not everyone is capable of seeing it. Tony shivered at the thought. Never mind. I'm quite content with life as it is. With Banner's issue resolved, the group reconvened in Hagrid's cabin. This time, Harry refrained from laughing at their antics and had the house elf bring a delightful late-night feast. After enjoying the meal, they began discussing subsequent matters. So, where'll Hulk spend his 2-month vacation? Harry asked Banner. Banner contemplated for a moment and concluded that they could only venture into the remote and unfrequented depths of the mountains. Otherwise, they might attract undue attention from the U.S. military. He turned to Mr. Newt, expressing a desire to accompany him and Ginny, uncertain if it would be convenient. I'm quite available, as is Ginny. My suitcase has ample space, and there are plenty of animals inside. The Hulk can stay there if he has nowhere else to go, Newt replied. Chapter 75. The first Muggle potion master. Hagrid paused in pouring tea, causing some to spill. He chuckled awkwardly. My apologies. I'll clean that up. Harry observed Hagrid's hurried demeanor thoughtfully and suggested, how about this? Let us arrange to spend the 2 months during winter and summer. Winter at Newt's home, primarily staying in the suitcase, and during summer, I'll bring you to Hogwarts to keep Hagrid company. Crash. Hagrid's teapot shattered on the floor. Is that all right? Can we do that? He eagerly looked at Banner, confident that Professor McGonagall would have no objections. Are you agreeable? Banner nodded without hesitation. Of course. It's primarily about your convenience. Finding a secluded spot in the mountains could be quite a challenge. Harry smiled, thinking it was indeed a splendid idea to be with Hagrid. The Forbidden Forest was vast, ample space for Hulk to roam freely, and besides, Glooper resided there too, perfect for providing Hulk with a companion to unleash his energy. Ginny and Newt shivered slightly at the thought, while Tony and Banner remained oblivious to the implications. However, they were well aware of Hagrid's brother, the underdeveloped giant. Although he might seem stunted compared to true giants, standing over 10 meters tall, he was still a giant by any measure. Yet, I wonder if this will interfere with your vacation with Madame Maxime, Harry remarked. Glancing at Hagrid, Hagrid erupted into hearty laughter, playfully knocking Harry to the ground. Oh dear. My apologies. Quickly helping Harry back up, Hagrid continued, we are both half-giants, and there is no potential for offspring. Hulk is still a baby, and Ollivander would be delighted. If confirmed, I shall write to her tonight. Everyone shuddered. Only in Hagrid's eyes was Hulk still a baby. Once matters were settled, Harry set about contacting the master alchemist. Although Nickleby was in America, it was preferable not to trouble him for such a trivial matter. They had to consider the mechanism and the potential for damage during transformations. Harry and Banner discussed that it would be best to create a necklace, utilizing special materials for the chain, augmented with magic to automatically adjust to the appropriate size during Hulk's transformations, thus avoiding the risk of it being torn apart. Speaking of which, Harry mentioned to Ginny that she should take Banner to the tailor to have some clothing custom made. It would be rather embarrassing to change into nothing each time. Ginny blushed slightly, scratching her cheek. After all, Banner had been volunteering in her shop for quite some time, and it was only reasonable to purchase a few garments. How much will all of this cost? Banner hesitated, for the proposition sounded rather costly, and he currently had nothing of value to offer. Harry chuckled, urging him not to be anxious. After all, his wages from working at Ginny's shop would suffice. Moreover, during the holidays, assisting Newt with his magical creatures would certainly not be a pro bono endeavor. And accompanying Hagrid in his patrols of the Forbidden Forest to resolve various issues would also entail compensation. The implications dawned on Banner. Harry intended for him to remain at Ginny's shop. After all, a young girl in a foreign land, despite the aid of magic, would naturally cause her family concern. As an adult, Banner possessed Hulk as a trump card, and to tackle the challenges posed by Hulk, he would inevitably rely on Harry and his friend's assistance. Thus, it appeared to be a mutually beneficial arrangement. That sounds agreeable, Banner remarked. Brewing potions is indeed captivating. Witnessing the transformation of ingredients in my hands is utterly mesmerizing. Harry and Ginny exchanged knowing glances, the sentiment ringing familiar. Ginny promptly resolved to hang Snape's portrait in the potions classroom, hoping he might mentor Banner in the art of potion making, perhaps even cultivating a muggle potion master. With matters settled, Ginny, feeling somewhat out of place, expressed her desire to return home. Newt bestowed upon Banner a silver key, instructing him to keep it close. By merely turning the gem on the key, he would be transported to Newt's residence. Regarding Hagrid's connection to Hogwarts, Harry refrained from providing Banner with a token, indicating he must first consult Professor McGonagall to clarify the situation. However, during the holidays, this should not pose much of an issue. Having given the key, Newt bid farewell, carrying his suitcase as he made his way toward the gates of Hogwarts. He would need to reach Hogsmeade before he could disapparate home. Harry scribbled a note and entrusted it to the owl at the door for delivery to Professor McGonagall. Shortly thereafter, the owl returned, dropping a tattered boot at Harry's feet. Go on, I shan't escort you further. Return on your own, Harry said, placing the boot on the table. Ginny wrinkled her nose, pinching the boot's laces, while Tony and Banner shared a knowing glance, preparing to join in. Ready? 3, 2, 1. The familiar sensation of being pulled into a whirlpool enveloped them, and the trio vanished in a whirl of motion. Hagrid, restless, exchanged a few pleasantries with Harry before leaning over the table to write a letter. Harry chuckled as he exited Hagrid's hut, making his way back to the castle to borrow Professor McGonagall's fireplace. He still needed to arrange for some items. Once back at the shop, the trio collapsed onto the sofa, feeling more disheveled than after traveling through a fireplace. This journey was far less tolerable than using the Flynn network, Tony remarked, gazing at the ceiling. Isn't there some magic that allows one to appear instantly? Ginny rolled her eyes. How did you learn that? It's called apparition. If you wish to learn, you must apply for a teacher at the ministry and pass an examination to use it. Attempting to learn on your own can be perilous. Banner took a moment to steady himself, his pallid complexion bidding farewell to Gemini as he remarked, I must take a brief respite. I believe I need to acclimatize to this sensation, for I shall never master magic. With that, he staggered down the stairs. What dangers could possibly remain? For instance? Tony inquired, sitting up with a start, curiosity piqued. Gemini, cradling her head, retorted, Can you not spend more time reading? Tony chuckled sheepishly. There are so many books, and since they cannot be digitized, I can only peruse them gradually. Moreover, as you are aware, the practical applications within those texts are rather scarce. I must distill the key points myself. This is entirely different from the reference materials and textbooks we have today. I have read extensively, yet it still feels insufficient. All right, Gemini conceded, recognizing the shortcomings of those magical tomes. After all, Tony had not been immersed in magic for long. She resignedly elaborated. The disapparation spell requires a wizard to be at least in their 5th year to practice. A misstep could result in splinching, which means part of your body arrives at your intended destination while another part remains behind or scatters along the way. Thus, systematic study is imperative before one can wield it. Upon successful completion of the required examinations, a precautionary spell is inscribed upon you. If one accidentally splinches themselves, the alert will expedite their return to retrieve their lost body parts for healing. Every wizard must pass this certification at the Ministry of Magic upon reaching adulthood. Chapter 76. The arrival of Ivan Vanko. This spell cannot be performed over great distances. It consumes your magical essence. For instance, traveling from here to Britain would utterly drain you, Gemini cautioned. Even the source of magic you conjure would be ineffective without periodic rest. Otherwise, you would be left completely drained. Tony pondered this for a moment. While he could choose to forego learning it, if he wished to continue his path as a superhero, it would be prudent to acquire such knowledge. After all, no matter the circumstances, disapparation would certainly be swifter than either Mark V or Magic 2. What about that spell utilized by Harry, the Portkey? Gemini scoffed. You might as well abandon that thought. The Portkey spell necessitates a fundamental understanding of spatial magic, and all Portkeys must be registered and inspected by the government. While crafting a temporary one for personal use may not raise much concern, attempting something akin to Newt's would undoubtedly summon trouble. Is spatial magic difficult to master? Tony was not ready to relent. The utility of such a skill was too tempting. He envisioned establishing a safe house and providing Pepper with a key. In the event of peril, they could swiftly retreat to safety. Do not even entertain the idea. How long have you been acquainted with magic? You are still far from being prepared. I've been studying magic since I was 6 years old. And even after all these years, I am not yet qualified to delve into that realm. Gemini rolled her eyes in response. Tony stroked his chin thoughtfully. It was evident that he could not afford to be complacent in his magical studies. He needed to earnestly apply himself to learning. Gemini pondered for a moment before saying, If you wish to obtain a fixed key, you can simply apply for one at the Magical Parliament due to your status as a member. As long as you aren't engaging in any nefarious smuggling, the Magical Parliament generally won't be too stringent. Tony's eyes sparkled. This was indeed a viable solution. I was thinking of using your place as a fixed point, providing Pepper and Happy with a means of protection. What do you think? Gemini grinned. A long-term business indeed. No problem. I shall venture into the cellar shortly to carve out a room for you. Are we really going to discuss money in our relationship? Tony exclaimed in astonishment. Gemini raised an eyebrow. How novel. We are merely clients in a transactional relationship. Why should we not involve money? Tony tossed her a secondary card, disgruntled, and departed. This secondary card was linked to his primary card, essentially limitless in its capacity. He maintained that paying in one lump sum was preferable. He would return to Gemini later to sort out any further arrangements. Paying repeatedly was simply infuriating. Gemini had no objections. She cheerfully accepted the card and personally escorted him to the fireplace before heading downstairs to check on Banner, ensuring he was well rested, as they still needed to arrange his clothing. As soon as Tony stepped into his home, he heard Pepper's voice exclaiming, Tony, where on earth have you been? Why couldn't T.I. reach you? Something's happened. Tony looked bewildered. Pepper, weren't you in Monaco? I am indeed still in Monaco. Where have you been? A major incident has occurred. Pepper insisted. Tony noticed that Jarvis had initiated a video call. I visited the British Ministry of Magic. What's the matter? ISNT, it's just a racing event? Just take a look. Pepper responded, pulling up a slew of news articles and a video. The footage revealed a burly Russian man wielding two glowing whips, systematically slicing through the racing cars that passed by him. Embedded in his chest was the very metal target from the arc reactor he had recently eliminated. It was crucial to note that only days prior, Tony had boasted at a military inquiry that such a device could never be replicated by others. Yet here it was, displayed before the public eye. One could only imagine the politician's reactions. Where is he now? Tony's expression grew serious. He appeared this morning and is still on the racetrack. The military has been deployed, yet they are utterly powerless against him unless they resort to large-scale weaponry. But that would endanger the densely populated area. Evacuation is impossible, Pepper said anxiously. Tony immediately made a decision. I'm heading over now. With that, he dashed towards the basement, hesitating briefly before donning the Mark V suit. The modifications to the Mark II were extensive, and he was still unfamiliar with many of its functions. Now was not the time for public appearances. The Mark V was remarkably swift, and he soon hovered above the Monaco racetrack, where smoking wrecks littered the course. The Russian brute was brandishing his whips, bellowing, "Where is Stark? Thief! Fraud! Coward!" The throng of people surged incessantly. Some retreated while others pressed forward. Military aircraft circled ominously overhead, and armed soldiers struggled to approach. Tony, casting aside his hesitation, descended swiftly to hover above a Russian man. I hear you are seeking me. Who are you? Ivan Vanko, son of Anton Vanko. Once a partner of Howard Stark, but expelled from Stark Industries and sent back to Russia upon being discovered as a spy. In an instant, Jarvis brought up the relevant information. You are just like your father, a thief. Upon hearing Jarvis's words, Ivan lashed out with a whip, which Tony effortlessly evaded. I suggest you surrender. You cannot defeat me, Tony remarked with a raised eyebrow. Ivan chuckled, his expression brimming with arrogance. Do you think this is the conclusion, Stark? Do not revel in your triumph too soon. Tony, uninterested in further dialogue, unleashed a repulsor blast from his palm, sending the unprotected Ivan hurtling away, where he collapsed after tumbling several meters, rendered unconscious. It was at this moment that the surrounding soldiers and police dared to approach, apprehending the notorious criminal. The leader expressed gratitude to Tony. Thank you immensely. I am Chief of Police Mars Iliad, and I appreciate your assistance in capturing him, Mr. Stark, Mars said gratefully. Tony lifted his helmet. Where will he be taken? Mars felt a moment of awkwardness, glancing at the chaotic military and his subordinates. He certainly won't be released anytime soon. He will be incarcerated for a considerable period. Noticing the military leaders, Tony chose silence, recognizing that further conversation would be futile. Very well, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. With that, he secured his helmet and soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. As Mars watched Tony disappear, he wiped the sweat from his brow and approached the bustling scene. Tony did not seek out Pepper and the others still in Morocco. Instead, he returned to his underground lair. Gazing at the array of suits he had crafted, he pondered, Jarvis, pull up the data on Mark III. Is there sufficient material? Create another one. Certainly, sir, came Jarvis's prompt response. As the automated machinery sprang to life, Tony glanced at it briefly before departing. His studies in magic were ongoing, and he could not afford any delays. After all, as a genius, he could not be continually berated by a young girl for neglecting his reading. Chapter 77, Quidditch World Cup, Middle-earth Gate, Japanese Magical Academy. Gemini remained oblivious to Tony's affairs. Even if she were aware, she would not speak up, as these matters belonged to the Muggle world, and it was best for her to refrain from involvement. Accompanying Banner to a wizarding clothing store, she took his measurements and made a request for durable garments that could adapt to his changing physique. While the outerwear posed no issues, the undergarments needed to be exceptionally sturdy. After completing the purchase, Gemini and Banner exited the shop amidst the peculiar stares of the staff. Having come this far, do you wish to see if you need anything else? Gemini inquired, turning to Banner. After contemplating for a moment, Banner realized that he had nearly exhausted his reading materials and required additional reference books. Furthermore, the sneeze word in the potion room was running low, and the Toad's nerve supplies were also depleting. Where do you think we should go? He inquired. Jamie surveyed the street, quickly formulating a plan for their destination. Let us first visit the bookstore. You can browse there while I do some shopping. Then, I shall return to collect the books you select, and we will proceed to the apothecary to purchase the necessary ingredients. Banner had no objections, appreciating the convenience, and the pair followed Jamie's predetermined route. Leaving Banner at the bookstore, Jamie discreetly handed a sickle to the clerk as a tip, requesting him to keep an eye on Banner. Although it was merely a bookstore, there were still certain dangers for muggles. Jamie exited the bookstore, glancing around before making her way directly to the Quidditch shop. "Good day, miss. Come and see our latest broomsticks." The new model accelerates to 100 miles per hour in just 1 second. Upon entering the shop, a cheerful clerk approached to make an introduction. Jamie nodded and requested 2 of the latest brooms to be delivered to a specified address. "By the way, any news about the World Cup? Where's the next match taking place?" The clerk perked up, exclaiming, "Ah, the upcoming match will feature the Huaxia team against Japan in a month's time. It promises to be quite the spectacle, with the venue set on a small island in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Rumor has it that the referees are working diligently with the Huaxia team to ensure that they do not bring any magical artifacts to the match." Jamie blinked in surprise. "Why is that? I have not heard of any issues concerning the Huaxia team before." The clerk glanced around cautiously, explaining it's a legacy issue. During the war, it is said that there were complications with the heavenly realm of the Middle-earth Gate, resulting in the Japanese seizing control. Now, the Huaxia has regained its strength. Their methods are quite distinct from those of other nations, as there are concerns they might obliterate the Japanese team, which would be quite embarrassing. Jamie pondered this revelation. Surely, that cannot be the case. Is there anything particularly special about this match? The clerk resumed a more neutral tone, stating, "This match will determine which team advances. The victorious side will qualify for the semi-finals of the World Cup in Bulgaria in 2010, while the losing team must return home." Unable to suppress a laugh, Jamie mused. "So, this is truly the reason the referees fear a total defeat for Japan." The clerk chuckled in agreement, adding, "Indeed, as many of the wizards from Japan are predominantly female, and there is always an air of oddity about them, especially with their unwavering loyalty to the Emperor." Jamie smiled in silence as the clerk efficiently wrapped up her requested items and noted the delivery address, assuring her that the package would arrive shortly after she returned home. "If you happen to come across any tickets for the VIP section, please reserve about 5 for me, preferably in a private box. Price is not an issue," she mentioned before departing. Noticing the ticketing service at the counter, she left a deposit along with her requirements, uncertain if she would be able to secure tickets for such a significant match. The shop assistant confidently promised to find a way to procure tickets for Gemini, respectfully escorting her out of the store. Subsequently, Gemini wandered the streets for a while, purchasing an assortment of delightful trinkets, including some peculiar items suitable for muggles that posed no risk of harm. She instructed the assistant to package and ship her selections before returning to the bookstore to meet Banner. "Have you made your selections?" Gemini inquired, observing Banner engrossed in a book. He abruptly looked up and replied, "Yes, just these." He gestured to a towering stack of books beside him, nearly half his height, and added, "Isn't this a bit excessive?" Gemini perused the spines, methodically picking out titles, and soon set aside a considerable portion, saying, "Package the rest. I already own these. I'll retrieve them for you later." Banner had no objections. He placed the book he held down and followed Gemini to the counter, where the tip-receiving shop assistant used his wand to direct the chosen books in tow. Despite Gemini's substantial selections, a significant number remained, and the bookstore owner generously gifted them a portable bookshelf. Though it could only accommodate 2 or 3 volumes at a time, it could be shrunk to a diminutive size, hardly larger than a necklace, thus excelling in portability. After their shopping expedition, Gemini treated Banner to a dinner unique to the magical realm. Upon their return to the shop, considering that Banner had officially become a staff member, it was impractical for him to continue crowding in Ethan's space. Therefore, Gemini sought out the group of renovation wizards at the bar and enlarged her small building. The first floor was extended to create several suites for staff accommodations, while the second floor was also expanded to provide emergency lodging for Harry and Tony. Lastly, a vacant room was arranged in the cellar, stocked with emergency supplies to serve as Tony's safe haven. While these tasks appeared complex and significantly expanded the space, such endeavors were not overly challenging for wizards. From an external perspective, the storefront showed no signs of alteration. Only those who had thoroughly explored the premises would be aware of the changes within. Once the shop renovations were complete, Gemini instructed Kirby to deliver all the books Banner requested to the small study in the cellar, while she sought out Snape's portrait. "Professor, are you there?" Gemini called several times until Snape appeared, his expression dark. "The esteemed Miss Black, what is it now?" Snape retorted, still irked from the recent events with Sirius. "Professor, I have discovered a method that enables muggles to brew potions, and I've also found a remarkably talented individual. Look, here is what he produced." With that, Gemini presented a vial of a blood-replenishing potion before Snape's portrait. Before he could unleash his usual sarcasm, Snape was captivated by the potion before him. The dark red liquid was contained within a crystal vial, with bubbles occasionally rising from the bottom, and a gentle shake sent shimmering sediment swirling throughout the potion. Quite impressive indeed. This was created by a muggle? Snape offered a rather awkward evaluation. One must understand that receiving a compliment from him is akin to listening to a fantastical tale. Chapter 78. Tony soars on his broom. Gemini felt a surge of pride, for it was she who had made this discovery. "I shall hang your portrait shortly," she declared, glancing back to ensure he would be sufficiently trained. Snape snorted softly but made no objection, merely turning to exit the portrait. Gemini stifled a giggle, allowing Kirby to hang the portrait without delay. After a 2-day respite, Gemini felt sufficiently rejuvenated. As she rummaged through her recent purchases, she carefully unwrapped the number 9 firebolt, ensuring everything was in order before carrying the unopened one into the fireplace. When Gemini emerged from the Stark residence's hearth, she was utterly astonished. It appeared as though a tempest had swept through, leaving chaos in its wake. Broken glass and spilled beverages scattered everywhere. Tony lay sprawled in the center of the room, clad in his Mark V armor. "What on earth happened? Where is Borg?" Gemini inquired, her brow furrowing in concern. "Miss Blake, you have finally arrived. The gentleman forbade Borg from seeking you out or intervening. He was soundly thrashed by his friend." Borg appeared before Gemini, his eyes brimming with tears. Gemini's frown deepened. "Wasn't everything fine just a couple of days ago? What transpired?" Tony lay on the ground without his mask, dismissively stating, "It's adult business. Best not to meddle, child." Gemini approached, tossing her broom towards Tony, then brandishing her wand. She gently tapped her palm, regarding him with a bemused smile. "Care to repeat that?" Tony immediately wilted. Whoa, don't be impulsive. I'm unarmed." "Now, enlighten me regarding the situation," Gemini commanded, disregarding his protest as she sought a stable spot to observe him leisurely. In truth, it was all a mere performance. Tony managed to sit up amidst the debris and began to explain to Gemini. "So, to silence the military, you gifted your friend a suit of armor?" Gemini rolled her eyes in disbelief. "Well, he is my friend. After all, it's hardly a loss," Tony replied sheepishly, his embarrassment evident to Gemini. "Is the matter resolved, then?" Gemini queried, and upon receiving a nod from Tony, she scolded, "Borg, why are you still dilly-dallying? Did you not hear your master say, everything is finished?" "Yes, Miss Blake," Borg squealed, hastily tidying the almost ruinous abode. Tony could only offer an awkward smile as he, with Jarvis's assistance, extricated himself from the slightly deformed Mark V. "What brings you here at this hour?" Tony asked, seated on the freshly tidied sofa. Gemini tossed a long, rectangular package at him. "A gift. Remember how you missed the car race? There's an upcoming Quidditch match, and I invite you to join me. You may bring your girlfriend along." Tony fumbled to catch the package and opened it to reveal a brand new magical broom. He looked at it with a hint of trepidation. "But how does one ride this thing? Don't wizards find it uncomfortable?" Jamie let out a sigh, revealing that the broom concealed a hidden cushioning enchantment, ensuring a comfortable ride akin to the feel of your bicycles. Tony visibly relaxed, expressing relief. That's good. Can I try it now?" His enthusiasm surged, reassured by the fact that he had control over the surveillance around them, unbothered by the prospect of being seen. Jamie regretted giving Tony the broom. He was unpredictable. "Kebe, bring me my broom and Quidditch uniform," she instructed, glancing at the eager Tony, reluctantly agreeing to teach him how to ride the broom. Moments later, Jamie's belongings arrived, and she casually found a clean guest room to change into her Quidditch attire, a green-themed Slytherin team uniform that transformed her into a striking figure, a stark contrast to her usual delicate garden maiden persona. Once on the rooftop, Jamie suddenly recalled, "You reek of alcohol. Did you drink?" Tony hurriedly waved his hand, denying it. No, I only had a little cocktail. The scent on me is just from pouring it. After all, it's just acting. I wouldn't make myself uncomfortable. Satisfied? Jamie nodded. If he had been inebriated, she wouldn't dare take him skyward. A misstep could lead to a disastrous fall that she would have to manage. Pay attention. Place the broom at your feet, hold on to it, and say up. The broom immediately soared into Jamie's grasp. She gestured for Tony to follow suit. Tony mentally prepared himself, striving to dismiss his inner skeptic and imitating Jamie's stance. Up, the broom rolled on the ground, leaving Tony aghast. Ha ha ha. Jarvis, did you capture that? Jamie doubled over with laughter, having prepped Jarvis for this very moment. Tony, in a state of panic, shouted, Jarvis, delete it. It's too late, sir. Miss Jamie requested that it be recorded and sent to her immediately. It has been successfully dispatched, Jarvis replied in a monotone voice, laced with barely concealed amusement. Having laughed enough, Jamie composed herself. All right, enough of that. Not everyone succeeds on their first try. You must be resolute. She patiently explained the essentials to Tony, who listened intently. Before long, Tony successfully summoned the broom to his hand, beaming with pride. Look, I truly am a genius. What do we do next? Jamie struggled to contain herself, refraining from undermining his confidence, and instead demonstrated for him. Mounting the broom, she bent her legs and gently pushed off the ground. In the next moment, Jamie was gracefully hovering 30 centimeters above the ground. Did you see that? At first, don't exert too much force. This differs from your battlesuit. If you haven't mastered the control, falling could leave you unprotected. Tony suppressed the desires bubbling within him and, mimicking Gemini's movements, gently pushed off the ground. He felt as though a cushion of air was lifting him, reminiscent of riding a bicycle. However, he may have been overly cautious, as he did not ascend high enough. He had to draw his feet closer to confirm that he had indeed left the ground. Gemini stifled a laugh, patiently instructing him on how to maneuver the broomstick, how to ascend, turn, and land. It was quite delightful, and there was even a foot pedal. Following Gemini, Tony leisurely circled his house a few times, feeling the gentle breeze against his face, a sensation entirely different from flying in his Iron Man suit. Gemini blinked and said, All right, you've grasped the basics. Now let us try speeding up. With that, she leaned forward on her broomstick, lifted the front, and soared into the sky like an arrow released from a bow. Chapter 79. The Quidditch League tickets secured Tony was already itching with excitement. Imitating Gemini and beginning to accelerate. With a strange shout, he too ascended high into the air. Although magic shielded him, the wind still whipped against his face. If Tony were to express it, riding a broomstick compared to his Iron Man suit was akin to the difference between a convertible and a sedan. While the suit was fast, the broomstick was exhilarating. After a while, Gemini finally called out to Tony, who was reluctant to descend. Let us go. We have other matters to attend to. Reluctantly, Tony followed Gemini to the ground, stumbling slightly and nearly falling over. Having been airborne for a while, his legs felt weak upon landing, causing him to walk awkwardly. Are we going to watch the match? Gemini asked as she tidied her broomstick. What exactly is Quidditch? Tony inquired, genuinely unaware of what it entailed. It's a ball sport played on broomsticks, far more thrilling than the car races you wanted to see. Gemini explained. Moreover, there will be wizard vendors from other countries at the venue, selling their local specialties, which is quite fascinating. Tony's interest was piqued, having just dismounted from the broomstick. His excitement was still high. How long will it take? I need to plan ahead. The magical field there must be quite strong. Getting lost would be a serious issue. Gemini considered for a moment, estimating it should take 3 to 5 days. If you want to enjoy it, plan for 10 days to 2 weeks. Tony fell silent. He could handle disappearing for 10 days or 2 weeks for experiments. But with Pepper now at Stark Industries, vanishing for that long would surely lead to complications. Let us make a week then. No need to stay longer. What do you think? Tony proposed. Gemini readily agreed, and they set a time to return. She intended to check on the tickets. If they couldn't secure them here, they might have to request reservations from the British Ministry of Magic. As time passed, it grew late, and Tony's home had been restored to its former glory by the little elves. Gemini bid a decisive farewell, and before departing, Tony handed her a few tickets to a technology exhibition, remarking that they were gifted by a fool, encouraging her to attend if she found herself with some idle time. Gemini accepted the tickets, stowing them in her bag, and entrusted her belongings to Borg, asking him to return them at his convenience. With empty hands, she returned home through the fireplace. In the days that followed, Gemini did not venture anywhere, dedicating herself to her studies in her study. for she had promised to return for the upcoming examinations. The thought of a report card filled with red marks was simply too disheartening to contemplate. Stretching languidly, she closed the book she had just finished reviewing and opened a letter from Kirby that lay nearby. It was from the staff at the Quidditch boutique, informing her of the availability of VIP seating tickets and a private box. However, the cost of the box was rather steep, so they were uncertain which option Gemini preferred and had written in advance to inquire. Gemini exhaled in relief at last. She did not have to draft a letter requesting tickets. After days of confinement at home, she quickly gathered her belongings and decided to venture out. On the bustling Wizarding Street, a staff member from the Quidditch boutique idly polished the glass at the entrance. He was the same individual who had been in contact with Gemini. Although the letter had been dispatched, there had been no response thus far, leaving him unsure of the young lady's choice. Lost in thought, he suddenly spotted Gemini emerging from the Copper Oak Tavern. His eyes brightened, and discarding the cloth in his hand, he tidied his hair in the reflection of the glass, flashing a smile before making his way toward her. "Miss Blake, you have finally arrived. Are you here to collect the tickets?" The staff member beamed as he opened the shop door, inviting Gemini inside. She nodded and followed him to the upstairs VIP lounge. Most shops on Wizarding Street featured such a lounge, accommodating those self-proclaimed aristocratic wizards who preferred to avoid mingling with ordinary folk. "Here, take a look. These are the two types of tickets I mentioned," the staff member said, placing two distinct tickets before Gemini, one adorned with red and gold, the other in gold and silver. The red one grants access to the VIP seating, located in the same box as the match commentators on the top floor. However, it is primarily occupied by politicians and nobles from various countries, and the seating positions are not particularly favorable, situated toward the back, approximately here. As he explained, he waved his wand, conjuring a mist that formed a representation of the seating arrangement, marking the locations of the tickets he held. The golden ticket corresponds to the private box, accommodating 15 individuals for the match. It includes a dedicated small kitchen, and should the match extend beyond the expected duration, there is also a private room for rest. The location is right here. The staff member waved his wand again, and the mist shaped itself into a circular Quidditch pitch, positioned directly opposite the commentary box and equal height. While the commentary might not be entirely discernible, the view would undoubtedly be splendid. Jamie glanced at the designated location marked by the shop assistant and contemplated for a moment. "I would like to reserve this private room, please. We will arrive 2 days in advance. How will the campsite be arranged?" The assistant's smile broadened. "The private room is assigned a fixed location. Upon your arrival, simply present your ticket. Would you require a tent?" Jamie recalled the silk tent she had used during the rescue of Tony and politely declined the assistant's offer. Who knows what kind of tent the official provision would be? She had no desire to measure the integrity of the officials with her own standards. After completing the payment, the assistant handed her a blue and white porcelain vase. "This is your key to the room. Everything is arranged for you. The competition begins on February 5th, and the key will activate on February 3rd at 10:15, 23 a.m. I have noted everything for you." Jamie accepted the box containing the porcelain vase, nodding in satisfaction. She admired the grandeur of the Middle-Earth-style door, which used exquisite porcelain as a key, then compared it to England's rather lackluster options, be it a tattered boot or an old tire. While the measures were in place to prevent muggles from inadvertently triggering anything, the lack of sophistication was quite disappointing. After a brief internal critique, Jamie bid farewell, feeling no inclination to continue shopping for the day. After all, there was only one street in Wizarding Alley, and meandering back and forth yielded little novelty. As she placed the box into her small bag, she noticed the ticket Tony had slipped to her, which was dated for today. An instant spark of interest ignited within her. Since she had nothing pressing to attend to, she decided to go take a look, especially since she had yet to visit her idol's home despite her time in New York. Today would be the perfect opportunity. Resolute in her decision, Jamie exited the Muggle street of the Copper Oak Bar. Thankfully, she was not clad in wizarding robes today, allowing her to blend seamlessly into the bustling street. Chapter 80. Is the driver Mr. Parker? Jamie stood at the roadside, extending her hand, as a yellow taxi screeched to a halt before her. "Hey, young lady, need a ride? Where are your folks?" The driver, a middle-aged Caucasian man, inquired kindly, observing Jamie standing alone. With a casual demeanor, Jamie opened the car door and settled into the back seat. "I need to get to this place. Do you know it?" She handed the driver a note with the address written on it. The driver confidently patted his chest. Oh, that place is easy to find. Don't worry. I've been driving a taxi for many years, and I'll ensure you get there safely. With that, he started the engine. Is it a bakery? Do you have friends there? He asked curiously, noting that Jamie's pickup point was somewhat distant from her intended destination. Jamie nodded. I heard the pastries there are delicious, and I want to try them. The driver's expression shifted to one of disapproval. You look quite young. Where are your family? If something you desire is too far away, it's best not to venture out alone. The outside world can be quite perilous. It was at that moment that Jamie realized the driver was genuinely concerned for her. She couldn't help but smile and reassured him. It's all right. I am under protection. Though you cannot see it, I merely wish to explore on my own. The driver, however, misinterpreted her words, casting a furtive glance into the rearview mirror. He concluded that she must be a young lady out for leisure, with bodyguards discreetly following her. That's good to hear. By the way, is the bread from that bakery truly as delightful as they say? Perhaps I should buy some to take home. My wife adores baking and has a sweet tooth, though she's not particularly skilled at it. A little treat would surely brighten her day. The driver shifted the conversation towards his family. Finding herself equally bored, Jamie engaged him. You must be a wonderful husband. Do you have any children? The driver chuckled at her inquiry. My wife and I do not have children, but we have a nephew. He is 8 years old now. His parents tragically passed away in an accident, and my wife and I decided to adopt him. We thought it best not to have children of our own, as we simply cannot afford the responsibility. Listening to him, Jamie regarded the man thoughtfully. How noble he was, and his wife too. How many people would forego their own children for the sake of a nephew? A silence enveloped them as Jamie found it challenging to converse with someone of such depth, feeling somewhat out of her element. The driver noticed her discomfort and fell silent as well, instead turning on the car radio to fill the air with music. Jamie discreetly exhaled in relief, gazing out at the swiftly passing scenery as both of them lapsed into silence. Suddenly, the driver exclaimed, "Watch out." Jamie snapped back to reality, turning her head to see a truck careening towards them from across the road, seemingly out of control. Despite the driver's desperate efforts to evade it, they were on a bridge surrounded by vehicles, and there was no time to escape. "Kibby, move the car." Jamie managed to shout just before the massive truck collided with the vehicles at the edge of the bridge, sending them plummeting into the water below. Amidst the chaos and swirling waters, the driver gasped, surveying the scene with disbelief. What has happened? Jamie, shaken, looked outside and realized they were now near the riverbank, not far from the bridge, where faint cries could still be heard emanating from above. The driver struggled to regain his composure, glancing back at Jamie in the rear seat. He was certain he had heard her utter something, which must have been the reason they had miraculously emerged unscathed from the crash. Is this magic? How extraordinary! His eyes sparkled with wonder as he turned to Jamie. Feeling conflicted, Jamie wrestled with the implications of her actions. She could not allow those intertwined with her to suffer. But this certainly breached the wizarding code of secrecy. She pondered why the orders from the ministry had yet to arrive. I am sorry, but this is not something you can comprehend, Jamie hesitantly replied. The driver smiled. No, please don't say that. You saved my life. I will keep your secret. Gemini fell silent, quietly awaiting the arrival of the magical parliament, while the driver sensed something amiss. The two sat in the car, listening to music, patiently biding their time. 15 minutes had elapsed, and Gemini furrowed her brow, wondering why the parliament's efficiency was so sluggish. Suddenly, she heard the flapping of wings. An owl alighted on the car window, extending a leg adorned with a letter sealed with the emblem of the American Magical Parliament. The driver observed with curiosity, pursing his lips into silence. Gemini took the letter, and the owl flew away, leaving her bewildered as she unfolded it. Dear Miss Gemini Black, it has come to our attention that you utilized magic while under a life-threatening situation and aided a muggle. If the individual you assisted is trustworthy, please bring them to the Woolworth building for registration within 3 days. If they are of dubious character, kindly incinerate this letter. Professionals will be dispatched to erase their memory. Yours faithfully, the Confidentiality Department of the Magical Parliament. The driver, perceptive as he was, began to comprehend the situation upon witnessing this exchange. Coupled with Gemini's occasional glances in his direction, he grasped quite a bit. What will you do to me? Will I be unable to return home? He inquired. Concern etched on his face. Despite the gravity of the situation, the adult driver harbored no ill intentions towards the young girl, and Gemini felt a sense of resolution within her. Jarvis, please retrieve this individual's information. Gemini tapped the surface of her phone, under the driver's watchful gaze. His personal history materialized on her screen, even including the unfavorable opinions from neighbors regarding his wife's culinary skills. Ben Parker, spouse. May Parker, with an 8-year-old nephew named Peter, the son of Ben's brother. Gemini leisurely perused the details while the driver anxiously awaited her assessment. Closing the phone screen, Gemini discerned that this driver, Ben Parker, was indeed a man of his word, a traditional good person worthy of trust. Mr. Parker, you now have two options. One is to have this memory erased, as if we had never crossed paths. The other is to sign a confidentiality agreement, ensuring you do not disclose our existence. Rest assured, your family will remain undisturbed as long as you refrain from discussing this matter. Ben's eyes widened. A confidentiality agreement? He hesitated for a moment, then laughed. In that case, please erase this memory. Even with a signed agreement, I fear I might inadvertently reveal your existence, and that would be disastrous. Chapter 81. Visiting Jacob's bakery. Upon hearing this, Gemini felt increasingly satisfied. She casually stowed the letter back in her bag, deciding to review it later. After all, she was adept at memory erasure and had no fear of leaving anyone in a daze. Then let us proceed, Mr. Parker. We must adhere to our original plan. Ben scratched his head as he surveyed the congested bridge before him. He started the car and resolved to take an alternate route, deciding that it would be best to avoid this bridge for the time being, as it had left him with lingering apprehensions. After nearly an hour of driving, he finally parked the car by the roadside. As Gemini stepped out, she turned to Ben and said, Mr. Parker, please find a place to park. For now, you shouldn't stray too far from me. Consider it as if I've hired your car for the day. Ben, having no objections, understood that the decision lay firmly in Gemini's hands. Given the extraordinary circumstances he had witnessed earlier, he surmised that even if he were to venture far away, he would still be easily located. Rather than risk having his memories forcibly erased by strangers, he preferred to accompany this kind-hearted young lady. Ben left to search for a parking spot, while Gemini stood by the roadside, gazing at a quaint little bakery across the street. Though the shop was modest in size, the steady stream of patrons attested to the delightful flavors within. At that moment, a plump, white-haired elder emerged with a tray of freshly baked bread, placing it on a table set outside the entrance, warmly inviting passers-by to sample the new offerings. Shortly thereafter, a tall, silver-haired woman joined him, and the two exchanged affectionate greetings, whispering to one another. Suddenly, the woman turned her gaze towards Gemini across the street, unable to contain her smile, and waved enthusiastically. Who is that, dear? Jacob Kowalski inquired curiously. That is a student from Hogwarts, your little admirer. Her enthusiasm is so palpable that I could sense it from across the street. The elderly Queenie chuckled. You still have quite a fan club at Hogwarts. Realizing she had been noticed, Gemini nervously adjusted her attire, glanced at the vehicles on the road, and hurriedly crossed over to Kowalski's bakery. Hello, my name is Gemini Black. I came from Hogwarts, and I've heard about you. You are my idol, she exclaimed, her excitement rare and palpable. Jacob immediately broke into a smile. Welcome. I remember this isn't a holiday. What brings you here? Gemini hesitated for a moment, and Queenie quickly sensed it, playfully swatting Jacob's arm. Your little fan has come to visit. Shouldn't you offer her a cup of tea? Jacob smacked his forehead. Look at me. I'm so thrilled. Come inside. Without further ado, he disregarded the new products set out for sampling and led Gemini into his bakery. He directed her to a table by the window, facilitating her seating, while Queenie gently patted Jacob on the shoulder before retreating to the kitchen to brew some tea. Seated opposite Gemini, Jacob felt a touch of awkwardness. Seeking a topic to discuss, he said, By the way, just the other day, my granddaughter Lisa mentioned a young wizard and said she wanted to invite her over sometime. She is also from England. Do you know her? Gemini smiled. That must be me. I met Lisa recently at Woolworth's Tower. As the conversation unfolded, Jacob relaxed, and the two engaged in a spirited discussion regarding Jacob's adventurous escapades with Newt from years past. After parking the car, Ben hurried to the bakery's entrance, where he chanced upon Gemini animatedly conversing with an elderly gentleman clad in a chef's attire. He chose to remain silent, patiently waiting outside, for it appeared that no one was attending to customers at that moment. After a considerable time, Queenie emerged from the kitchen. Miss Blake, is it your friend at the door? She inquired. Just call me Gemini. Gemini replied, glancing back to see Ben standing there, nodding slightly indicating, "I suppose he is my friend. We arrived together." With a warm smile, Queenie opened the door, inviting Ben inside. Upon hearing about the recent events, both Queenie and Jacob gazed at them in astonishment. "How thrilling. You must stay for lunch. We ought to have something delightful to calm your nerves. And it would be a perfect opportunity for you to sample my culinary skills." Queenie passionately insisted, her innate ability to read people's thoughts revealing no ill intentions in Ben, even when she mentioned erasing his memories. This perception elevated Queenie's regard for him, despite Gemini's initial reluctance. She could not resist the hospitality of the Jacobs and ultimately decided to stay with Ben for a meal. Before departing, Gemini, with Ben's introduction, purchased the bakery's specialty, the magical creature bread, which was said to be quite popular. She desired to try each variety, but Queenie, discerning her intentions, intervened, allowing her to select only her favorite. As Gemini had no real intention of consuming them, she merely wished to preserve them magically as collectibles. With Jacob's eager insistence that they must try it, Ben parked the car at the bakery's entrance. Gemini, clutching a large bag of bread, waved goodbye to the couple with reluctance before turning to enter the vehicle. Once the car was in motion, Gemini glanced at her assortment of bags and then at Ben, concluding that a brief delay was inconsequential. She began stuffing the items into her small bag. Ben caught a glimpse of this through the rearview mirror, astonished enough to nearly veer onto the sidewalk. Remarkable, just like those spatial devices in novels. He mused enthusiastically as he parked the car by the roadside, observing Gemini's actions. Gemini mumbled a few words of acknowledgement, noting that her bag's opening was indeed somewhat small, making it inconvenient to pack her belongings. She resolved to procure a larger bag, next time for ease of storage. After finally managing to fit the items into her bag, Gemini exhaled in relief only to notice a ticket had fallen onto the back seat. Picking it up, she discovered it was a ticket for the technology exhibition that evening. "You're going too?" Ben asked, surprised. "You are as well?" Gemini waved the ticket in her hand, marveling at the coincidence. Ben chuckled and retrieved several identical tickets from the glove compartment. "I promised my nephew I would take him. He has always been exceptionally bright and has a keen interest in technology." Jamie contemplated for a moment and decided to join, as she was alone. "Could you possibly take me along?" she inquired. Ben immediately expressed his willingness and, with caution, asked if it were feasible to erase only her memories. After all, her nephew had longed to attend the technology exhibition, and she was uncertain how to explain his forgotten memories of it to him. Chapter 82. The Chaotic Technology Exhibition. Jamie couldn't help but chuckle. "As long as you don't disclose my secret to your family, the memories you lose will only pertain to that scene on the bridge." Ben felt relieved upon hearing this. The exhibition commenced at 4 p.m., and he asked, "Where to next? Since you've hired the car, I must accompany you." Jamie pondered the distance. "Is it far? Don't we still need to pick up your family?" Ben calculated the travel time in his mind. It was nearly 2 p.m., and they were not too far from the exhibition. Considering the time needed to pick up his family, they still had an hour to spare. Jamie was uncertain about their next destination, as she was not particularly familiar with the Muggle world, so she suggested letting Ben fetch his family first. Ben checked the time. "No problem. We agreed to meet at my nephew's school gate, so let us head there." Once Jamie nodded, Ben promptly started the car, steering towards Peter's elementary school. Along the way, he called May to ask her to help Peter take a leave of absence since there was still ample time before school ended. Around 2:30 p.m., Ben's car gently came to a halt in front of a primary school, where a striking red-haired lady stood, holding the hand of a small boy wearing an Iron Man mask. "May, Peter, get in the car," Ben called out from the window. Once May entered the car, she spotted Jamie in the back seat and glanced at Ben with curiosity. "This is our little passenger for today, who also wishes to attend the technology exhibition. I received her consent before picking you both up," Ben explained while driving. "By the way, the bag contains treats from the bakery she recommended. I've tried them, and they're quite delicious. You and Peter should give them a taste." May greeted Jamie with a smile, and then introduced the petite Peter, who shyly smiled back, fiddling with his mask, remaining silent. The vehicle glided smoothly along the road as the Parker family began discussing their itinerary with Jamie, who was entirely unaware of the exhibition's proceedings and preferred to let them take the lead while she simply enjoyed the experience. Ben swiftly made a decision, taking the entire group to a nearby supermarket close to the technology exhibition, where they purchased some snacks and drinks. Time was nearly up, and they chose not to return to the car, but walk from the roadside to the exhibition venue. The event was set to officially commence at 4 p.m. in a large stadium, featuring a stage enclosed for the evening's product launch, with small booths surrounding it, showcasing innovations from technology companies worldwide. Since entering the technology exhibition, Peter seemed to have his channels of energy unlocked. Though merely 8 years old, he was able to articulate the intricacies of the various displays, much to Jamie's relief. She followed closely behind him, occasionally gasping in awe at the marvels of Muggle technology. After several hours of tireless exploration, they finally found a resting area at May's insistence. They retrieved snacks and drinks purchased from a supermarket to sustain themselves, as their tickets included entry to an upcoming product launch. Venturing out for a meal would be both distant and time-consuming, so they decided to make do in the lounge until the event concluded. Having satisfied their hunger and taken a brief respite, a commotion erupted from the stage area. "Let us go. They are beginning to check tickets," someone announced. The group tidied up their litter and made their way toward the grand entrance. Within the venue, Natasha found herself in a predicament. She had already spotted Jamie in the crowd, accompanying Pepper. She was now acting as her assistant and needed to devise a plan to divert Pepper's attention. If Pepper were to greet Jamie, it would reveal Natasha's presence prematurely. With this in mind, Natasha pressed her earpiece and whispered to Pepper, who was engaged in conversation with the president of another company. Their exchange concluded with smiles, and they headed backstage, deftly avoiding Jamie's entry. Jamie was enthralled by the venue, illuminated with dazzling lights and imbued with a sense of technological wonder, a sight she had never encountered before. She eagerly bombarded the 8-year-old Peter with questions, who, undeterred by her curiosity, patiently elaborated on the various devices, even those mundane to most. His willingness to explain, free from disdain for Jamie's ignorance, was a testament to his character. Ben and May observed the pair with smiles, noting that since Peter had arrived at their home, he had been withdrawn and reticent. Such behavior was atypical for a child, yet they were uncertain how to address it given his recent loss. Witnessing him finally exhibit a childlike demeanor brought them a sense of relief. Time swiftly passed, and the venue quieted. A figure emerged on stage, launching into an enthusiastic presentation that Jamie had little interest in. Her curiosity lay solely in the nature of the grand unveiling. Meanwhile, Peter, donning an Iron Man mask atop his head, was captivated by the speech, his vision unimpeded. Just as Jamie's patience began to wane, the new product was finally revealed, a row of robots, with the centerpiece adorned in the colors of the American flag, reminiscent of the Mark III suit dubbed the War Machine. Jamie squinted, pondering Tony's friend. Before she could contemplate her next move, a striking golden-red figure descended from the heavens, prompting an eruption of ecstatic screams throughout the venue, with throngs clamoring declarations of love for Iron Man. Even Peter could not resist standing atop his chair, exuberantly waving towards the stage. Gemini's lips twitched. Such ostentation. If he were a Hogwarts, he would undoubtedly belong to Gryffindor, no doubt about it. Amid the fervent cheers, an unexpected turn of events unfolded in the stands, as the robots, including War Machine, launched an assault on Iron Man. The cacophony of gunfire erupted, sending the crowd into a frenzy of terrified screams, with some individuals leading the charge to escape. Quick as a flash, Gemini yanked Peter down from his chair, while Ben and May clasped hands, forming a protective barrier around Gemini and Peter as they began to maneuver toward safety. Gemini gripped her wand tightly, her gaze fixed on Ben's back. He truly was commendable. Even aware that Gemini possessed the means to ensure their family's safety, he still stood resolutely in front of the children during this perilous moment. Lost in thought, she realized she needed to devise a plan. Though the four were huddled together, they could not withstand the onslaught of the panicked crowd for long. Soon, Ben and May were separated, leaving Gemini clutching Peter with one hand and her wand in the other, quietly murmuring incantations to shield them from trampling feet and stray bullets. At last, Iron Man, accompanied by several pursuing robots, soared away, and the remaining crowd began to disperse. Gemini relaxed her grip on Peter's hand momentarily, but in the next instant, a cadre of uniformed bodyguards burst forth from the venue, swiftly separating the two. These individuals commandeered the path, escorting the dignitaries away first, followed by a tide of others. Gemini, observing Peter from a distance, felt a surge of indignation rise within her. Coldly, she regarded the group, her wand twitching in her hand as she softly muttered an incantation. In no time, invisible tendrils of black mist ensnared the entire assembly, including the bodyguards. as they were all engulfed. Let misfortune plague you for the next 10 days or so. If fortune favors you, you may survive. If not, well, that's just an unfortunate fate, she scoffed, turning away from them and racing towards Peter, who she noticed was in the path of an approaching robot. Young Peter, having become separated from his uncle and aunt, was pushed away from Gemini, feeling a swell of fear. He peered through the throngs towards where Gemini had been, but could only discern vague shapes. Being small in stature, visibility was limited. Initially intending to wait, the distant sound of cries caught his attention. He vaguely recognized Aunt May's voice and instinctively began to run in that direction. By the time Gemini navigated through the crowd to Peter's original spot, he was no longer there. Frustrated, she stamped her foot and held her wand in her palm. "Show me the way." The wand began to spin, pointing in a specific direction, prompting Gemini to hasten towards it. Peter stood there in a daze, gazing at Aunt May's tear-streaked and bloodied face, while his uncle lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. As the crowd surged, they were separated, and Peter desperately sought Jamie and his uncle's figure amidst the chaos, oblivious to the gunfire nearby. In a bid to protect May, he had been struck by those robotic assailants. Behind Peter, a mechanical sound emerged, prompting him to turn around. A robot was advancing towards him. Stealing a glance at his uncle and aunt, he resolutely remained in place, lowering his mask and spreading his arms wide, shielding his uncle and aunt behind him. Even though he understood the futility of his actions, he stood firm, embodying a protective stance. The robot's gaze fixated on the Iron Man mask perched atop Peter's head. It raised its arm, and the firing channel in its palm began to glow ominously. May, noticing the imminent danger, cried out for Peter to run. Not far away, Jamie heard the commotion and turned to witness the scene. The towering robot had raised its arm, targeting a child who stood before it, barely reaching its knees. The child did not flee or cry out, but stood resolute, arms outstretched, determined to protect his family behind him. Consumed by fury, Jamie clutched her wand. The incantation for a fiery curse poised on her lips, yet it seemed she was running out of time. The robot had already opened fire. A strange wave of energy surged forth, but the robot's gun jammed. Jamie hesitated for a moment, then swiftly waved her wand, transforming the fiery curse into a repelling spell, urging Peter to retreat. In that instant, Iron Man appeared behind Peter, unleashing a palm blast. The robot was struck simultaneously by the magical incantation and the palm cannon, shattering into pieces as it was propelled backward. The surrounding crowd assumed it was Iron Man's doing, failing to notice Jamie's magical intervention. Tony glanced at Jamie, nodded in acknowledgement, and exchanged a few words with Peter before soaring into the sky, leaving the scene to Jamie. He had a hidden foe to confront, and he recognized Jamie's vigilance over the young boy, who had already taken matters into her own hands. Once Iron Man departed, Jamie hurried to Peter's side, grasping his hand and urging him towards Ben. She assessed Ben's injuries. He was on the brink of death. Rummaging through her bag, she produced a vial of healing potion and placed it in Ben's mouth, temporarily stabilizing his condition. She then whispered urgently to May, "Keep quiet, stay calm. I can save him. We need to move to that alley over there." Initially, May intended to wait for an ambulance, but witnessing Ben's breathing gradually stabilize, she strained to help him towards the direction Jamie indicated. Yet, the weight of an adult man's body was formidable. In the next moment, Jamie lightly tapped Ben's body with her wand, and May immediately felt Ben lighten considerably, enough for her to assist him upright effortlessly. She glanced at Jamie, who nodded in affirmation, and with newfound resolve, May supported Ben as they followed Jamie and Peter into the deserted alleyway. As soon as they entered the alley, Gemini waved her wand around to ensure no one was present. "KB, take us back." "What?" May hesitated for a moment, only to feel a tiny hand grasping her. In the next instant, a wave of dizziness washed over her. Her vision blurred, and she could no longer support Ben. The two tumbled into Gemini's treatment room. There was no time for Gemini to dismiss May and Peter. If they did not act swiftly after the ordeal of apparition, Ben would not survive. She decisively levitated Ben from the ground and placed him on the treatment bed in the center of the room. With a flourish of her wand, she discerned the irregularities among the luminous indicators representing Ben's bodily data, while various potions flew from the cabinet behind her. Some poured into Ben's mouth, while others were directly applied to his wounds. Before long, Ben, who had resembled a rag doll, regained a rosy complexion and steady breathing, peacefully resting on the bed. Hearing commotion from the room, Banner knocked on the door. What's happening? He had been in the potions room next door and came to check upon hearing Gemini's voice. You're just in time. Go fetch Ethan. You two need to carry him to the nameless guest room on the second floor. I must explain to this lady that KB has been sent to procure some necessities, Gemini quickly instructed. Banner nodded. No need for Ethan. Hulk can manage. With that, he tapped the necklace around his neck. Hulk, can you do it? Uncertain of what he had heard, Banner removed his coat, and soon, a towering green figure burst into the room, hitting his head on the ceiling. Hulk, he exclaimed, bending slightly, rubbing his head in a display of childlike grievance. Hulk, gently place him over there. Banner will guide you. Do not harm him. I just healed him, Gemini instructed, then turned to May and Peter. You two, follow me. I need to explain a few things. Otherwise, I fear you won't sleep well. Chapter 84. A letter from Ifamoni observing May, covered in blood and dirt. Gemini first led her to the washroom in the guest quarters to tidy herself up. Peter, on the other hand, was relatively unscathed, merely dusted with some surface dirt, which could be easily brushed off. Once May was settled, Gemini brought Peter to the sitting room, where KB had prepared a cup of sweet milk tea, accompanied by various snacks to soothe him. She then handed Peter a copy of the tale of Peter Rabbit for him to peruse while she awaited May's return on the sofa. May, still concerned for Peter, quickly freshened up and exited the washroom. A set of clean, comfortable clothes awaited her on a nearby stool. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to change into them. Clad in her fresh attire, she walked down the corridor and spotted Gemini in the sitting room, alongside her quietly reading nephew. Thank you. As May entered the reception room, she began to express her gratitude. After all, had it not been for Gemini, even if they had waited for an ambulance, given the severity of the injuries, the outcome would likely have been dire. Gemini waved her hand dismissively, seated herself, and took a sip of her drink to calm her nerves. You will need to stay here for the night. Mr. Parker's medication will ensure he sleeps soundly until tomorrow morning. We can discuss matters then. How does that sound? May had no objections. However, she wondered if it might be too much of an imposition. Gemini reassured her with a gentle gaze. Worry not. This place is spacious enough for all of you. If you need anything, simply call for Kirby, and he will attend to your requests. It's getting late, and Mr. Parker's room is a suite. You may stay there without fear of disturbing him. Seeing Gemini's various arrangements, May felt somewhat relieved. She sipped the tea prepared by Gemini and bid farewell to her, taking Peter with her. May I borrow this book to continue reading? Peter inquired, clutching the book in his hands. Of course, just return it to me once you finish. Gemini nodded in agreement, and Peter smiled as he accompanied May back to the guest room. As May walked down the corridor, she suddenly realized she did not know which room was Ben's. She contemplated returning to ask, but hesitated, fearing she might disturb him. Just then, she noticed that each door in the corridor bore a nameplate. Harry Potter, Tony Stark, Hermione Granger, and Ron Weasley. A few steps further, she spotted the nameplate that read Ben Parker. May grasped the doorknob, gently turned it, and cautiously pushed the door open, observing the layout of the three-bedroom suite. She felt a sense of confusion and glanced back at the corridor. After a moment's thought, she said nothing further and entered the room with Peter. They searched through the bedrooms and finally found Ben sleeping in the master bedroom. May let out a sigh of relief and led Peter out to find a bathroom to freshen up, arranging for him to sleep in the adjacent bedroom while she returned to the master suite to keep watch over the sleeping Ben. The night passed in silence. As the morning sun streamed through the window, it fell upon Ben's face, causing him to furrow his brow and struggle to open his eyes. He surveyed the unfamiliar room and reached for his throat, feeling a burning sensation as if he had consumed something extraordinary. Beside him, he sensed another presence and turned to see his wife, May, fast asleep, her eyes shadowed with fatigue, suggesting she had not rested well. Hadn't he been shot? Ben pondered, and his movement stirred May, waking her. Wonderful. You're awake. You're all right, May exclaimed, tears suddenly streaming down her cheeks as she embraced Ben. He comfortingly patted her back, inquiring about the current situation. Once May regained her composure, she recounted the events that had transpired since Ben lost consciousness. He sighed, reflecting on how he had intended to keep them out of harm's way, but now they were all involved. Is something amiss? Did we make a mistake? May asked, her expression anxious. Ben shook his head, explaining that they would need to hear from Miss Blake for the details. Besides, she saved my life. It would be ungrateful to repay her kindness with hostility. As Ben glanced at the time, he realized it was already 9 a.m. According to May, they were still at someone else's home, which was quite impolite. The two hurriedly got out of bed and exited the bedroom, only to find Peter already dressed and enjoying breakfast at the dining table. After exchanging greetings, Ben and May hastened to prepare themselves and join Peter at the table. Uncle Ben, Jim and I said you could sleep until you naturally woke up, and then we would have breakfast before heading to the parlor to find her. She has something to discuss with you, Peter relayed obediently. Ben affectionately ruffled Peter's hair, acknowledging, since Miss Blake has said so, let us eat quickly and not keep her waiting. After breakfast, the Park family emerged from their guest room. May, recalling the way, guided them through several rooms until they arrived at the parlor, where, in addition to Jim and I, there was another familiar figure. Iron Man, Peter exclaimed uncontrollably, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Tony. Hey, you're that little rascal from last night. I must say, you did quite well protecting your family. Tony replied with a grin, playfully making faces at Peter. Peter, feeling shy, scratched the back of his head and smiled. He admired Iron Man immensely. All right, Tony, stop teasing Peter and let them take a seat, Jim and I interjected while personally pouring tea. The Park family quickly settled into the seats Jim and I indicated, though Ben felt an unsettling apprehension about how the meeting would unfold. Mr. Park, I believe you may not be subjected to memory erasure, Jim and I stated, foregoing any social niceties and getting straight to the point. Ben felt a weight in his chest and glanced at Tony, wondering if there was an issue. These letters are meant for your nephew. You may wish to take a look. Last night, Peter encountered danger, triggering a surge of magical energy that was detected by the Ilvermorny monitoring system. Had he not been in my store, he might have been taken away last night. Jim and I explained. What does that mean? Ben asked anxiously, feeling reassured that he could handle matters, but concerned about how his 8-year-old nephew was involved. That pertains to an American Magical Academy. You can read the letter, Jim and I advised. Suppressing his anxiety, Ben turned to Peter for confirmation. Once Peter nodded, he opened the parchment letter addressed to him. It contained a notification from Ilvermorny School, along with some warnings. If Ben was not mistaken, those warnings were directed at guardians, leaving him puzzled as to why this was the case. I've been to Hogwarts. What is Ilvermorny like? Tony inquired eagerly, and Ben immediately turned to him, curious about the differences between the two. Chapter 85. The distinctions between Ilvermorny and Hogwarts. Gemini pondered for a moment, beginning to articulate her thoughts. Hogwarts is located in England, serving as a possible alternative, while Ilvermorny is an American magical institution established in the 17th century. Its inaugural headmaster was a descendant of the head of Slytherin House from Hogwarts. The precise location of Ilvermorny remains a closely guarded secret, known only to its students. Like Hogwarts, Ilvermorny is also divided into 4 houses: Thunderbird, Wampus, Horned Serpent, and Puckwudgie. In England, Hogwarts sends an acceptance letter via owl when young witches and wizards reach the age of 11, and professors are dispatched to guide those from non-magical families. In stark contrast, due to differing national circumstances, once a child exhibits magical potential in the United States, Ilvermorny swiftly detects this talent. They will promptly locate the child. If the family is nurturing and affluent, they will alter the family's memories to ensure they believe the child is attending a boarding school. Conversely, if the home environment is less than favorable, the family's memories of the child may be completely erased. Why such a stark difference? Is it acceptable for American wizards to act this way? Tony questioned incredulously. Gemini sighed, explaining the rationale shaped by national context. You're aware that there are numerous foster families in the United States. Many of these children already face dire circumstances. If we were to approach the situation with the same honesty as in England, it's likely that the child would find themselves on a military experimentation table the very next day. Tony fell silent, momentarily stunned. Furthermore, once the young witches and wizards are collected, they are systematically placed in a nearby town outside Ilvermorny, where dedicated staff oversee their early education until they reach 11 and enter school. Regarding family ties, once these children attain adulthood and acquire their own wands, they are given the autonomy to decide. However, typically, having been separated from their parents at such a young age, few return. And what of England? Upon hearing this, Tony immediately discounted Ilvermorny as an option, exclaiming, "This is nothing short of abduction." In contrast, Hogwarts allows enrollment after the age of 11. And although it is also a boarding school with 2 holiday breaks each year, students can possess their own wands, as long as families refrain from indiscreet discussions. There is little oversight. Gemini assured them that her account was entirely impartial. Furrowing his brow, he exchanged a glance with May. So, Peter possesses magical talent? Must he attend a magical academy? Isn't a regular school an option? Gemini nodded. Indeed, Peter has magical aptitude and must attend a magical academy. He is still quite young, and his powers are not yet stable. He needs to learn to control them at the academy. If he remains in a conventional school for too long, significant emotional fluctuations could lead to magical outbursts, ranging from levitating nearby objects to potentially devastating explosions capable of destroying an entire school. Should he experience undue repression, he might become withdrawn. Historically, not a single withdrawn child has survived past the age of 11, with the sole exception being one who, due to his inherent Phoenix lineage, managed to live until 20. Ben and Tony displayed identical expressions of shock. Such matters were beyond Tony's usual acquaintance, as he was still grappling with the fundamentals. And gossip of this nature lay outside his realm of study. What if we moved to England? Mayton suddenly grasped Ben's hand, her gaze filled with concern for her nephew Peter. She disapproved of Ifamani's demeanor. Although it was said that the events of yesteryear were quite intricate and undertaken to shield the children, it undeniably bore a resemblance to child abduction. Gemini stifled a chuckle, reassuring them there is no need for such agitation. The purpose of my summoning you was to discuss this very matter. Since you have reached a decision, I shall assist you in declining Ifamani's proposition. Decline. Ben and May echoed in unison, their eyes resolutely fixed on Gemini. As for Hogwarts, I still intend to return this year for examinations. When the time comes, I will escort you to the British Ministry of Magic to arrange the necessary documentation, ensuring that Peter receives his acceptance letter on his 11th birthday. However, it would be prudent for you to relocate closer to my shop. This way, I can address any issues Peter may encounter. What documentation? Ben inquired. What do we need to prepare? Gemini flashed a cunning smile. No preparations are necessary. Just plan for a week-long trip to England. We will exploit a loophole. From the perspective of the magical community, you will have immigrated to the British magical realm, while to the Muggle world, you will still be Americans. Is that truly possible? Tony's interest piqued. Then I want to arrange one as well. Dream on. You are a member of the American Magical Congress. Who would dare accept you? Gemini retorted without reservation. Moreover, you must act swiftly to prevent those children from remaining separated from their parents. Tony recoiled slightly. He found himself at a loss for how to contribute. For the moment, his focus had to be on diligently studying magic to enhance his reputation, so that when adversity struck, he would possess a greater voice. Thank you immensely for your assistance. I am at a loss for words. Is there anything I can offer in return? Ben rigardi diemini earnestly. After a moment's contemplation, Gemini proposed. Why not stay on as my shop assistant? Ethan resigned yesterday, citing a compelling project from an old colleague that piqued his interest. With his departure, I find myself short-staffed. What do you think? Ben could hardly refuse. Absolutely. We shall return to prepare for our move. Grant me a few days to sort things out, and once settled, I will report for duty. Gemini nodded in satisfaction. She appreciated forthright individuals. No need to search for housing. My employees enjoy complimentary meals and accommodations. The first floor has staff quarters ample enough for your family. Regarding compensation, I will split it into 2 portions. One in the currency of the magical realm, 5 galleons weekly, and the other in U.S. dollars, 1000 a week. This way, you can also save for Peter's tuition. Ben was somewhat bewildered. That salary was substantial. $1,000 a week amounts to $4,000 a month, not to mention the provision of meals and lodging. Isn't that a bit excessive? Gemini smiled. You must understand, aside from Christmas, we have no holidays here, so the wages must be a touch higher. Although not one to dawdle, Ben promptly made a decision. Thank you, he said. I shall return to find someone to assist with the move. Where exactly are we? Is there an elementary school nearby? I still need to address Peter's schooling situation. Gemini turned to Tony, who, recalling something, took out his phone and made a gesture. A blue holographic screen appeared before them, displaying a map of the vicinity, with Gemini's shop shimmering brightly on it. Let us see where your home is, Tony suggested. Ben walked over to examine the street and realized they were in Brooklyn, adjacent to Queens, not far from Peter's original school, still within the bounds of the school bus route. Thus no transfer was necessary. He pointed to a location on the map. My home is here. Peter doesn't need to change schools. His current school is fine. Chapter 86. The Forgotten Sirius that is splendid. I will arrange for someone to assist with your move. You should liaise with Ethan. He has been quite restless since yesterday. Tony decided without hesitation. Is that really all right? Ben asked, feeling somewhat flustered. Jiminy rolled her eyes. Do not complicate matters. I will call Ethan to take you downstairs and show you the rooms. As for the specifics, you could discuss them with him. There's no rush regarding the move. Just bring Kobe along. You need only focus on packing, and Kobe will transport everything in one go. As she spoke, Ethan's hurried figure appeared at the doorway. Where's the new staff? Let's go. I can't wait to delve into that project. The Parker family followed Ethan downstairs, while Tony immediately collapsed onto the sofa, resembling a boneless serpent. By the way, why Haven T? I seen serious lately. Did you send him back? Ugh. Jiminy gasped sharply. Tony perked up. What happened to him? Jiminy dashed back into the room, retrieving the watch Tony had hastily crafted from the very bottom of her bag, placing it delicately on the table. I turned it off when Hulk awakened. I feared it might disturb him, and then I forgot about it. Now it was Tony's turn to gasp. It's been nearly half a month. You turned him off for half a month. The two sat stiffly on the sofa, their eyes fixated on the watch and the golden red box before them. What do we do now? Tony asked helplessly. Jiminy looked troubled. I have no idea. If he emerges now, it will undoubtedly create chaos. Suddenly, an idea struck Jiminy. She quickly packed the watch and box together, summoned Kobe, and had him bring in the international courier, the Golden Eagle. In a flurry, she wrote a letter, placed it in the package, and entrusted it to the Golden Eagle, completing the task in one seamless motion. What did you send him? Tony stood by the window, watching the Golden Eagle fly further away, while Jiminy mirrored his stance. He hasn't even met his good friend yet. I sent him off to meet someone. As for the future, that could wait. Jiminy resolutely pushed the matter aside, deciding not to engage with the double-sided mirror and phone from England for the time being. By the way, are you not leaving yet? Jiminy looked at Tony with disdain. What brings you here so early in the morning? Tony scratched the back of his head and said, I'll be on my way now. I saw you last night and thought I'd come check on things. My building is complete, and I plan to implement a large-scale clean energy supply. I've been quite busy with my studies lately, so any moment I can steal for rest is precious. Jiminy nearly rolled her eyes, suppressing the urge. Hurry up, and remember to bring your girlfriend today in advance. We still need to catch the game. Tony nodded vigorously. I'm on it, I won't forget. As his words trailed off, he stepped towards the fireplace, crossed into it, and vanished in a flash of green light. A sign was hung on the door of the shop, announcing that the owner was occupied and would reopen tomorrow. A golden-haired man stood at the entrance, holding a small gift box, muttering to himself, It seems today is not suitable. I shall return tomorrow. With that, he turned and left. Jiminy, on the second floor, watched pensively but saw nothing. Ethan guided the Parker family through the shop, introducing them to its basic offerings. He provided Ben with a brochure detailing the potions available and the services offered. Essentially, everything could be accommodated except for unreasonable requests like resurrection. If they were ever in doubt, they could simply ask Jiminy upstairs. He also introduced them to Banner, ensuring they understood how to communicate effectively, before finally introducing them to Kirby. Despite the Parker family's initial understanding of magic, they were still taken aback by Kirby's presence. After a brief tour, Ethan eagerly turned to Ben. So how is it? Do you understand everything? There's not much to it. You can resolve all issues with that brochure. Is there anything unclear? Ben perused the pamphlet, feeling he had grasped the essentials. I'll do my best to remember, he replied. Ethan beamed with delight. That's wonderful. Come, this is your family's new residence. Let's take a look inside. If you need any adjustments, just let me know and I'll guide you. As he spoke, Ethan opened the door labeled with his name, revealing a cozy living room for the Parker family. Inside lay a standard two-bedroom suite with a living area and a bathroom. To their surprise, the window offered a breathtaking view of the Azure Sea, with a salty breeze wafting into the room, creating a sensation of residing by the coast. The view could be altered. Should they tire of the ocean vista, they could simply close the curtains, envisioning a desired scene, and upon reopening them, the view would transform. However, Ethan cautioned, just remember, that is merely an illusion. Do not attempt to leap out of the window. He indicated a bump on his head, suggesting he preferred not to elaborate on how he came by that knowledge. As for the room's layout, if it felt unfamiliar, they could step outside, grasp the doorknob, and envision their preferred arrangement. When they could finally open the door, the room would reflect their desires. Demonstrating this, Ethan took hold of the doorknob to the second bedroom. After a brief moment, He opened the door to reveal a space steeped in Arabian aesthetics, complete with wool carpets, flowing drapes, and silk scarves, adorned with golden, jewel-encrusted furnishings. What do you think? Is it acceptable? If you dislike it, feel free to change it later. However, it is imperative to have clarity in your thoughts. Otherwise, such situations may arise. Ethan remarked, lifting a golden kettle from the table, turning it upside down to display it to them. The back of the kettle was hollow, indicating that it was merely half a vessel. This image was derived from a picture I had seen, and I was unfamiliar with the kettle's reverse, which led to its current form. Ethan shrugged, adding, of course, if you find it too challenging, simply envision restoring it to its original state, which embodies pure English style, complete with an opulent four-poster bed and heavy drapes. Though I personally find it less appealing. No, this is already splendid. I believe I can handle this. May exclaimed enthusiastically, surveying everything within the room. Their household conditions in America could merely be described as subsisting. But which woman does not yearn for a home that reflects her fantasies? This magical room could fulfill all her dreams. It was simply perfect. Observing the Park family's content expressions, Ethan couldn't help but smile. Very well then. I've delayed for several days. I must take my leave. Please convey my regards to Gemini. With that, Ethan exited the Park residence, returning to his own room, gathering his modest belongings, and preparing to depart. Chapter 87. Ethan's Departure. Ethan. A sharp voice suddenly pierced the air from behind him. Ethan turned to see Kirby's small figure standing in the middle of the store, cradling a small box in her hands. What is it? Do you need something, Kirby? Ethan inquired, bending down to her level. The lady asked me to give this to you. Since you dislike farewells, she will not be present. You must carry this with you. If you encounter any danger, simply turn the gem in the center, Kirby said in a high-pitched voice, opening the box for Ethan to see. Inside lay an ancient silver necklace, adorned with a sapphire pendant that remained stationary unless Ethan himself turned the gem, transforming it into a key that would lead him back to the store. Ethan gazed silently at the necklace for a while before setting down his luggage and, with gravity, taking the necklace and placing it around his neck under Kirby's watchful eyes. How should I put it? This is my second home now. I shall return, Ethan stated earnestly to Kirby. Whether you return or not is up to you. I will tidy your room, Kirby replied awkwardly, before vanishing with a soft pop from Ethan's sight. Ethan couldn't help but chuckle, tucking the necklace into the collar of his shirt. He picked up a small suitcase and stood up, casting a final glance around the entire store before decisively stepping out through the door. On the second floor, Gemini sat silently on the balcony, watching as Ethan walked farther away. When a car arrived at the corner to pick him up, she finally withdrew her gaze. Miss, why not keep him here? Ethan is quite exceptional, unlike other muggles, Kirby asked, standing beside Gemini, puzzled. Gemini took a sip of the somewhat lukewarm tea. It was a decision of her own making. Ethan was a free spirit, and I could not constrain the will of a free man based on my own thoughts. Would that not render me akin to the Dark Lord? Thus, if Ethan chose to go, so be it. He was our friend, and we would do what good friends ought to do. Colby appeared rather disheartened, yet remained silent. Prepare the Parker family well, pay close attention, and as for Peter, he is to be a future Hogwarts student. Hire a house elf from the House Elf Association to look after Peter. This is a valuable opportunity one have secured from America, and there must be no errors, Gemini instructed. Colby looked at Gemini in shock, her large eyes welling with tears. Why must you hire those miscreants? Is it my fault? Gemini rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on. Had I known, I would have gone myself. No, Colby, you are doing splendidly, but you are my house elf. If you are with Peter every day, what will happen to me? Should I resort to employing those hired elves? Colby immediately straightened up, declaring, absolutely not. I am Gemini's house elf. My priority must always be my mistress. She then hurried off to hire those miscreants. Watching Colby vanish, Gemini sighed in exasperation. The old and the new have always been difficult to reconcile. With Colby's assistance, the Parker family's relocation proceeded swiftly. They had already envisioned the style of their new home, with the rooms prepared. They merely needed to transport their belongings and rearrange them. Thus, the following morning, in accordance with the schedule provided by Ethan, the shop opened its doors at 9 o'clock. Before Ben could return to the counter, a customer entered the store. Hey, Ethan, quickly bring me a bottle of Glory Potion. I have a date today. A middle-aged man with black hair and a portly figure walked in, calling out immediately. Ben, wearing a standard smile, turned to him and said, "Hello, I am Ben Parker, the new employee. Ethan has left and resigned. It will be me here from now on." The customer shrugged, saying nothing further. "Do you have the glory potion? Do you know the process?" Ben calmly presented a contract before the customer, who signed it without even glancing at it and then swiped his card. Ben retrieved a light golden bottle of glory potion from the cabinet and handed it to the customer, who left the store satisfied. Having successfully completed a transaction, Ben let out a sigh of relief. It seemed rather straightforward. During the remaining time, Ben sat at the counter, using the computer inside to study the materials left by Ethan, such as the purposes of various potions. These were all notes Ethan had recorded based on customer demands. Do not expect Gemini to teach each one individually. If she had that kind of patience, she would not need any employees at all. The morning swiftly passed, and lunch was prepared by KB, placed directly in the room. May had taken Peter to school early in the day, intending to change the school bus location. And since she mentioned searching for a job, Ben found himself dining alone at noon. He hastily consumed his meal, his mind occupied with thoughts. This situation was untenable. It seemed necessary to summon May back, for he could not leave the establishment unattended while dining. What if someone were to come upstairs and disturb Gemini? That would be a dereliction of duty. Although Ben was aware that anyone entering would not be able to see the second-floor stairs without permission, he still felt uneasy about it. Consequently, he resolved to discuss the matter with May in the evening and to leave a note for Gemini, seeking her guidance. Around 2 p.m., the gentle sunlight filtered through the shop window as Ben sat drowsily behind the counter. Everything in this place was pleasant, yet it was too tranquil. The temperature in the room was perpetually comfortable, making it difficult for a satiated Ben to resist drowsiness. Suddenly, the bell jingled. Ben lifted his head, greeting the newcomer. "Hello. Welcome to the all-purpose shop. How may I assist you?" "We are at your service." The visitor blocked the light at the entrance, and Ben could only make out a tall figure until the door was fully closed. Then he discerned a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes standing at the threshold, holding a gift box. "Hello, I'm a previous customer. I wasn't fully conscious when I arrived, but later learned that you saved me, so I came to pay a visit to the owner," the young man said with a smile, without revealing his name. Ben furrowed his brow. He had perused the records of past customers and found no information on this individual. Had there been a mistake? "I apologize, but how can you prove you are a returning customer?" Ben asked with a hint of caution, inwardly panicking, realizing he had forgotten to inquire about the protocol for handling disturbances. The visitor appeared somewhat perplexed, scratching his head. I was reportedly delivered in a black box when I arrived." A jolt of recognition struck Ben. He recalled that such an incident had indeed occurred. This individual was one of the two customers who had knocked on the door late at night, the other being Banner from downstairs. "Please have a seat. I shall inquire with the manager. If the manager agrees, I will speak with you further, if that is acceptable." Ben maintained a courteous smile as he spoke. The gentleman showed no signs of discomfort and complied, seating himself at a table by the window. Ben poured tea for the guest and then ascended the stairs. Chapter 88. The abduction of Captain America, you mean? The person in the box has awakened and is now downstairs? Gemini inquired with keen interest. Ben nodded. "Yes, manager." "Should we send him away?" Gemini waved her hand, pulling out her phone. "You need not concern yourself with this. Let him wait for a moment while I make a call." Ben noticed the amusing contact name on Gemini's phone, Fake Eyeball Guy, and stifled a chuckle as he turned to head back downstairs. The call was swiftly connected. "Hello, manager. Why are you contacting me at this hour?" Came a voice of fury from the other end. Jamie casually placed her phone on the table. "Has the one in the box awakened?" Fury fell silent for a moment. "Yes, he has. Has he gone to you?" Jamie responded with a mere HM. "Isn't he under your control? What? Does he refuse to be governed by you?" Fury grew even quieter. Who would stab a wound directly? He is a free man, merely a retired soldier. I cannot demand anything from him, Fury replied. Jamie laughed. "Then I shall refuse him." "No," Fury quickly interrupted, fully aware of Jamie's resolute nature. If she truly expelled him, it would cause him considerable trouble. He has been frozen for 70 years. Awakening to a world so drastically altered is cruel beyond measure. And this world is entirely different. He may find it difficult to adjust. Please assist him, and I will compensate you," Fury continued. Jamie scoffed. "Do you expect me to work for free? Your audacity is remarkable." Fury believed his thick skin could absorb the remark, interpreting it as a compliment. Yet he acknowledged that her fees were indeed steep, prompting him to devise a plan. Jamie, amused yet exasperated, retorted, then seek assistance elsewhere. With that, she hung up the phone and blocked him. How audacious of him to think he could take advantage of me. Besides, that individual is not ordinary. I can accept this case, but payment must come directly from him. Should he be unable to pay, he can stay to work off his debt. Jamie pondered, stroking her chin. Yes, I could use a security guard. What is wrong with having a security guard in a small shop? Please invite our guest in, Jamie said coolly. Instantly, a line of text appeared on a piece of parchment beside her, drifting toward the door. Before long, the guest was ushered into the reception room and invited to take a seat. He then departed. Steve Rogers awkwardly settled onto the sofa, feeling that everything in this room was foreign to him. Yet there was an oddly comforting sense of security here, unlike the outside world filled with incomprehensible technology. Hello, I'm a manager here, Jamie Black. You may call me manager or Miss Black, Jamie said warmly as she stepped out onto the balcony. This is my first time seeing you awake. Steve abruptly stood up, about to speak, but upon noticing the girl who barely reached his chest, he faltered, his words morphing. Are you of age? Why aren't you in school? Jamie nearly stumbled, almost losing her balance. What kind of person questions someone upon first meeting? Her expression darkened, and before she could speak, Steve began to fumble through his apologies. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm not good at conversing, I apologize. I didn't intend to pry into your personal matters. I merely came to express my gratitude. Yes, I am somewhat taken aback. Steve babbled incoherently, lifting the gift box in his hands to show it to Gemini. He then realized that, given Gemini's age, the present he offered might be inappropriate. He contemplated retracting it but hesitated, wondering if it would be improper to take it back after revealing it. Internally, Steve lamented, wishing he could scold Fury for not giving him heads up. Observing Steve's flustered demeanor, Gemini couldn't help but chuckle softly, inviting him to sit, reassuring him that she understood his intention. Relieved, Steve promptly settled onto the sofa, glancing at the gift box in his hands, instinctively trying to conceal it behind him. You need not thank me specifically. The treatment you received has already been paid for, Gemini remarked as she instructed Kobe to serve tea to Steve. Steve, with a serious tone, replied, Nonetheless, I believe I must express my gratitude personally. Moreover, they informed me of your ability to assist me. They initially intended to bring me here, but I felt I had regained my clarity and could come on my own. Gemini drew her wand and pointed it at Steve, saying, Stay still, let me examine you. Steve froze on the sofa, uncertain of the purpose of the slender stick, yet he sensed an air of threat. As Gemini waved her wand, an array of colors began to manifest around Steve. She meticulously analyzed each hue before concluding, Your body has fully recovered. The issue now lies within your mind. Watching Gemini stow away her wand, Steve wisely refrained from inquiring about the lights, simply nodding in agreement with her assessment. I merely feel as if I have awakened from a slumber, only to find that so many years have passed. This world has transformed into something entirely unfamiliar, and I find it difficult to integrate myself, which troubles me greatly, he confessed. Gemini pondered, stroking her chin thoughtfully. This is indeed a complex matter. There exists a method that could assist you, but it carries significant repercussions. If you cannot emerge from it, the consequences could be dire. Steve eagerly pressed for details. What is this method? I possess a potion that, once consumed, will plunge you into a dream where you can relive the 70 years you have missed. However, should you fail to escape the dream and perish within it, your real self will also meet the same fate, Gemini stated flatly. Steve became momentarily distracted, gazing vacantly out the window, contemplating the notion of dreams. Yes, dreams, often so enchanting. Without a unique approach, many find it impossible to break free from their dreams, for therein, all regrets can be mended, Gemini added. After a brief silence, Steve declared, I wish to try. Gemini's eyebrows raised. Are you certain? It could lead to death. Steve's expression solidified with determination. Then so be it. I have long been a person destined to perish. Gemini smiled. Very well, let us formalize a contract. If you do not awaken, consider this endeavor a loss on my part. Should you awaken, you will owe me your service until your debt is repaid. How does that sound? Steve nodded earnestly. Of course, how much do you require? I still possess a modest sum of savings that I can hand over to you now. This way, should I fail to awaken, you will not suffer greatly. In that moment, a pang of conscience struck Jiminy, yet she resolutely cast aside that fleeting sensation, conjuring a contract that outlined the terms both had previously agreed upon. Chapter 89. The guardian knight secured sign your name and let a drop of your blood fall upon it, Jiminy instructed, demonstrating by inscribing her own name and pricking her finger to allow a drop of blood to land upon it. Instantly, her name shimmered with a golden light, and the blood vanished beneath the letters. Steve took the parchment and mimicked Jiminy's actions. The moment the contract was finalized, it ignited in flames, and Steve felt a subtle tug within him, as if awakening to a profound truth. This is the Knight's Oath. With this, your chances of awakening will be enhanced. I shall adjust the potion. You need only consume a small amount each day, allowing you to traverse the dreamscape for a while. Upon your awakening, come find me, and I shall assist you in dispelling the dream's influence. Within approximately a month, you shall be able to integrate into this world, Jiminy said, her smile reminiscent of a cat that had just indulged in a delectable morsel. In ancient times, sorcerers were always guarded by their knights, for their bodies were frail. Yet, as time wore on, knights became a rarity among sorcerers. Now, Jiminy had ensnared one with a legendary golden soul. What a stroke of fortune! Steve regarded Jiminy with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, realizing he had been ensnared. However, with the oath signed, there was no turning back. He silently apologized to Fury, who had failed to warn him. Jiminy rose and inquired, "Where do you reside? It will be best for you to stay here for the next month. If we pause midway, we may have to start anew." Steve stood as well. "I live in an apartment not far from here. It is my old home." Jiminy led Steve from the parlor to a nameless door in the corridor. "Steve Rogers," she declared. As she spoke, the name appeared on the door. "Move in. I have endeavored to decorate it in a nostalgic style. Go see if it suits your liking." Steve was not overly concerned by Jiminy's firm insistence. After all, where he stayed mattered little. He was certain that his old home was likely surrounded by agents now, so it would be wiser to heed Jiminy's suggestion. Upon opening the door, Steve was momentarily taken aback. The decor was indeed reminiscent of his era, complete with models of weapons favored by soldiers. He entered the room, tracing the wallpaper with his fingers and walking across the creaking floorboards. Turning to Jiminy, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, I truly like it. May I move in today?" Jiminy had no objections. "If there is anything you do not understand here, you may seek assistance from the Park family downstairs. I shall not hinder your comings and goings, provided you return before nightfall." "Did you not say I was to act as security?" "I have no pressing matters and can be on duty at any time," Steve replied. "By the way, could you arrange a training room for me? I need to acclimate my body swiftly. After all, I have been dormant for so many years." Jiminy gestured for him to grasp the doorknob beside the bedroom, encouraging him to envision the self he desires, with specificity, such as the materials and appearances of the items within. "Surely, this task should pose no challenge for you." Steve curiously approached the door, lifted his hand to grasp the doorknob, and closed his eyes, meticulously contemplating all that he required. Minutes later, he opened his eyes, asking, "Is this sufficient?" Jiminy nodded in affirmation, urging him to take a look. If there were aspects he found unsatisfactory, he could simply step out and reimagine them. Without hesitation, Steve exerted force upon the doorknob, turning it to enter. Upon crossing the threshold, he was greeted by a heavy sandbag suspended from the ceiling, mirrors affixed to the walls, and an assortment of dumbbells of varying weights positioned in the corner. The wall devoid of mirrors featured small protrusions for rock climbing, providing ample equipment for personal use. "Thank you, I truly appreciate it," Steve expressed once more, beaming at Jiminy. "Your enjoyment is all that matters. Everything here can be altered according to your desires. After all, I invested a considerable sum in this house. The view outside can also change, much like what you envisioned earlier," Jiminy elucidated. "Now, you're free to move about." With that, she turned to exit, kindly closing the door behind her. A true guardian knight. In high spirits, Jiminy returned to her study to continue her learning. As she was soon to embark on an outing and needed to catch up on her studies, examinations loomed at the end of June, leaving her little time. Meanwhile, nearly 1,000 kilometers away at a military base, Fury clenched his phone tightly, nearly crushing it, yet his tone remained gentle as he spoke. "Captain, it's perfectly fine. This is your freedom." "Oh no, how could that be? I am genuinely happy for you." "Very well. I shall introduce you to someone another day. He is indeed your ardent admirer." "All right, no problem." With a smile, he ended the call, abruptly raising his phone only to lower it again, reminding himself to remain calm. No anger, no anger. Getting upset won't help. However, as he contemplated, frustration bubbled within him. Was it too much to simply express gratitude? The great Captain America reduced to being someone else's security guard. Nevertheless, should any issues arise, I can always place an order with Gemini, and the captain may still be of assistance. As Fury continued to bolster his resolve, he gazed forlornly at the documents in his hand, emblazoned with the Avengers Initiative. Upon opening them, he noted that nearly every individual listed was connected to Gemini. Even the elusive Hulk had vanished from her street. Claiming no relationship with her would be utterly implausible. Hill, please notify Dr. Selvig that research on the Tesseract must be expedited. We need our own deterrent capabilities. This is absolutely non-negotiable. Fury organized his documents and commanded. Understood, sir, Hill replied, standing at attention before turning to convey the orders, leaving Fury alone in the office. Contemplating the eye patch he wore over his eye, time passes swiftly, and the Parker family has grown accustomed to the life at the all-purpose shop. May and Ben rarely venture outside, as everything they need is conveniently available in the store. Peter's school bus stops right at the shop's entrance, adding to their convenience. And a discreet little sprite, Libby's, faithfully accompanies him each day. After resolving his issues with his old house, Captain America has also taken to secluding himself in his room, engaging in relentless training during the day. At night, he imbibes a potion concocted by Gemini that induces a profound slumber. Each morning, he attends the adjustment sessions in the basement's spell training room. Since acquiring a portrait of Severus Snape, Banner has felt quite at home. Although Snape cannot study, his expertise as a master of potions is invaluable to Banner at this stage. On the afternoon of February 2nd, Gemini summoned everyone in the shop to the sitting room. Starting tomorrow, we will close the shop for a week. Ben, remember to post the notice on the door. Once everyone had gathered, Gemini commenced her directives. Chapter 90. Departing for the Quidditch League venue. Understood, Ben replied without inquiring about the reason. That evening, May called Peter's teacher to request a week off. Gemini assigned tasks to each person in turn, and May nodded in compliance. Banner, please ensure that the potion you are brewing is completed tonight. Is that acceptable? Gemini inquired. Banner adjusted his glasses, replying, No problem. I have a batch that has been simmering for a week, and it is just about ready. Steve, how about you? Gemini glanced at the last individual, pondering what tasks he could undertake. Steve sighed, feeling that his role as a security guard lacked any significance. Is something the matter? Ben asked, concerned. Gemini chuckled and distributed a flyer to everyone. We're going to watch the match. The group received the flyers. Gazing at the illustration of a figure soaring on a broomstick, with a few unruly black balls occasionally crashing into the scene, leaving them somewhat bewildered. All right, let's not dwell on it. We're going for fun. Pack your bags tonight. We'll be away for a week. Ben, remember to bring your passport and other necessary documents. On our return, we'll make a stop in England to sort out Peter's matters. Gemini's excitement was palpable. Oh, and Tony will be bringing his girlfriend over tonight. We'll head out together tomorrow. Any questions? In unison, everyone shook their heads, signaling that there were none. With a wave of her hand, Gemini dismissed them. Now go pack your bags. We'll convene here at 9:50 a.m. after breakfast tomorrow. All right. The room erupted in cheers, their excitement palpable as they discussed what to bring while making their way toward the door. Gemini called after them. Make sure your clothing is appropriate. Bring summer attire. The few who had already stepped outside responded nonchalantly, not bothering to look back as they departed. Jamie was unconcerned and began to ponder over her checklist for what to bring. First came the clothing, aside from the outfit she intended to wear the following day. Everything else had been neatly packed and marked with a check. The tent had already been organized by Kirby and was stowed away in a box, ready for Steve to carry along. Oh, and snacks. It was said that wherever one ventured in Middle-earth, there would be a culinary street. What if the food did not suit her palate? She must bring some along. Oh dear, almost forgetting the most crucial item. Jamie slapped her forehead. That place would undoubtedly be rife with muggle-repelling charms, and without the appropriate enchanted items prepared in advance, her companions would surely go mad upon arrival. Swiftly, Jamie took out a piece of paper and scribbled a note, calculating her needs with her fingers. Including peppers, at least 5 were necessary. Such items would likely be scarce in America, as they were seldom in demand. Jamie decisively instructed the Quidditch Boutique staff to pack their entire inventory, knowing it would also be useful in England. With the note prepared, Jamie opted not to summon an owl, but instead sent Kirby directly with the message. After all, if he delayed until the next day, time would be of the essence. Before Kirby's return, Tony emerged from the fireplace, leading a dazed Pepper. Are we all set to depart tomorrow? He inquired upon seeing Jamie. Indeed, I have everything ready here, and your room is also prepared, Jamie replied, drawing her wand to cast a calming charm on Pepper, alleviating her dizziness. How could you bring someone through the fireplace? What if you dropped them halfway? Tony sheepishly touched his nose, but she arrived just fine, didn't she? What? Tony, you didn't mention the possibility of falling midway, Pepper exclaimed, her eyes wide with indignation. I told you I could have taken Happy's car. You insisted on the fireplace. Tony could not help but flee in embarrassment, with Pepper grumbling in pursuit. Jamie shrugged it off, reasoning that he needed to learn a lesson. After a while, Tony returned, grimacing as he rubbed his bruised waist. Can I bring Happy along? Yes, my driver and a good friend. Do you have enough tickets? Jamie rolled her eyes, relieved that she had prepared in advance and packed the store's inventory. She opened the box Kirby had just returned with and selected a pair of earrings and a bracelet to hand to Tony. Here, make sure he arrives at the shop by 9:30 a.m. We must leave by 10:15 a.m. If we're late, there will be no recourse. The earrings are for Pepper and the bracelet for Happy. Remind them to keep these items close. Otherwise, it could lead to significant trouble, Jamie emphasized with seriousness. Tony accepted the items solemnly, understanding that Jamie was quite earnest. Matters of magic often defied reason, and it was best to comply. The following morning at 9:30, Jiminy, nursing a throbbing headache, gazed at the multitude of bags that everyone had brought. It was a grave oversight. She had forgotten to inform them about the tents. In resignation, Jiminy cleared a space in the living room for Kirby to set up the tent, while the others chose their rooms and stowed their belongings before the tent was taken down. By the time this was accomplished, the clock struck 10. A panting Happy appeared at the shop's entrance, burdened with a backpack. Before he could knock, he found himself in the bustling reception area. Why are you so late? You were almost tardy, Tony inquired with evident displeasure. There was a traffic jam. I had to park at a nearby mall and run here, he replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. At last, everyone had assembled. Jiminy waved her wand, conjuring a string of green numbers in the air, indicating the current time. She reiterated the important details to the group, and the time reached exactly 15 minutes past. Quickly, everyone, place your fingers here. Jiminy opened a box, revealing a delicate blue and white porcelain vase. The crowd jostled to place their fingers upon it, their eyes fixed on the countdown. Are you ready? Jiminy asked, glancing at the dwindling 10 seconds. Receiving a scattered murmur of affirmations, she initiated the countdown. 3, 2, 1, bang, thud, clap. With a cacophony, the group tumbled into a room, and a wizard at the entrance hurried over to assist. Oh dear, why are there so many of you? Is this the right room? No wonder. Quickly, help them up. After a flurry of incomprehensible dialect laced with local flavor, familiar English finally broke through. Hello, I am the guide from Middle-earth's Gate, and I welcome you all. Jiminy brushed her hair from her face, stepped forward, and presented her ticket to the guide. The oddly dressed individual from Huaxia examined the ticket against the light, confirming its validity. Everything is in order. Your campsite is located at position 7 of the Jiazi area. Just exit here and follow the path straight ahead. It leads directly to the Quidditch pitch, not far at all. Oh, and here's a map of the entire campsite. Enjoy your time here. Middle-earth's Gate welcomes you. Stepping out of the room, Jiminy instinctively shielded her eyes from the bright sunlight. When they had come over from America in February, they had arrived on a small island near the equator in the Pacific where the sun blazed nearly blindingly. Chapter 91. Volunteers and the Driving Panda Wow. Once accustomed to the brightness outside, the group could not help but exclaim in awe. This campsite, hosted by Middle-earth's Gate, was indeed remarkable. The path from the teleportation room extended straight ahead, neat and tidy, leading towards the distant, hazy Quidditch pitch. On either side were meticulously arranged campsites, with a variety of tents placed in accordance with regulations. Despite their differing shapes, they appeared remarkably orderly. On either side, there diverged paths, marked by signposts. One led to the marketplace, while the other meandered towards the seaside bathing area. It was said that this small island had been wholly acquired by the Middle-earth Guild, along with the surrounding waters. As Gemini walked, she couldn't help but marvel at such an extravagant undertaking, suspecting that it was the work of the Guild's intricate magical formations. For it would be implausible to establish such a vast domain solely with mundane banishing spells. After much deliberation, the group unanimously decided to first set up their tents at the designated campsite before exploring the marketplace. Above the campsite, a countdown floated in the air, indicating that the competition would commence at 8 p.m. the day after tomorrow, affording them a precious 2 days to revel in their surroundings, an opportunity too rare to miss. After what felt like an eternity, they finally reached their assigned campsite. Though it was conveniently close to the Quidditch pitch, it seemed rather distant from both the marketplace and the beach. Gemini felt a twinge of regret for not having inquired more thoroughly. Would they be required to trek back and forth daily? Hello, do you require assistance? A voice called from behind as Gemini and her companions stood forlornly before the campsite, watching Corby and Libby set up their tent. Turning around, Gemini saw a young wizard clad in a uniform similar to that of a guide, albeit in a different hue. Our campsite is rather far from the marketplace. Is it permissible to use flying carpets or brooms here? Gemini inquired hopefully. The wizard smiled gently. I'm afraid that is not allowed. However, the Middle-earth Guild has anticipated such circumstances. Each campsite is equipped with transportation that can be used on the island. And once your tents are erected, someone will bring it to you. My name is Chu Liangjun, and I am a volunteer for this campsite. I noticed you appeared troubled and thought you might be struggling with the tent setup. Gemini's face brightened at his words. It is indeed the Middle-earth Guild that excels. Your service is remarkable. I have attended competitions in several other countries, yet none are as comfortable as yours. Liangjun blushed modestly. I am flattered, but it is our duty to assist. By the way, if you encounter any issues on the island, feel free to approach anyone wearing attire like mine. We are volunteers and are here to help resolve any concerns. Curiously, Gemini examined his attire. A light blue wraparound tunic with narrow sleeves that fell to his knees, cinched at the waist with a palm-width leather belt, complemented by black trousers tucked into his boots, and topped with a short red overshirt embroidered with 3 golden characters. Gemini surmised they must represent the word volunteer in Huaxia. What sort of garment is that? It appears quite attractive and seems very practical for work. Gemini inquired with genuine interest. This is the Hanfu of our Huaxia, and I am wearing a modified short version. Authentic ones are available at the market. You may wish to take a look. Additionally, due to our country's circumstances, the currency of ordinary citizens is accepted there. I must also remind you that there is only one location on the island with satellite communication signals, situated near the market, where numerous local merchants can be found. It is imperative to refrain from any misconduct towards them. Should any issues arise, a dedicated enforcement team will address them, and taking matters into your own hands is strictly prohibited. Regardless of who you are, any transgression will result in expulsion. This is a firm directive. So please take note. Chu Liangjun spoke these words with a gentle yet serious demeanor. Gemini nodded in understanding, assuring him, I will remember. I have brought many ordinary friends. Will their safety be ensured? Upon hearing her words, Chu Liangjun's expression softened as he glanced at the Parker family and Pepper Happy behind her. Of course, he replied. He then retrieved several yellow papers from a small pouch attached to his belt, handing them to Gemini and instructing her to place them on the backs of their hands, where they would gradually fade away. In the event of danger, they would be transported to the enforcement team, which would have specialists on duty. Any act of aggression would not go unpunished. Gemini gazed in delight at the items in her hand, recognizing them as a rare technique from the Central Earth Taoist sect, talismans. Thank you, she exclaimed with a smile, promptly distributing them among her companions, even giving one to Peter, considering he was still young. Are these available to everyone who arrives, or just us? Gemini inquired. Only ordinary people and children receive them, as they lack the means to defend themselves against sorcerers, Chu Liangjun explained. Ah, your tent is set up. I shall go check on the transportation. Turning around, Gemini saw the familiar white silk, 3-layered tent standing proudly in the campsite, with peacocks already wandering around the small lawn in front. When she turned back again, Chu Liangjun had vanished from sight. She shrugged and advised everyone to return to their tents, suggesting they wait for their transportation before venturing out. By now, it was already noon, and reports indicated that the market boasted a street filled with Huaxia delicacies, prompting everyone to prefer dining outside rather than in the tent. Before long, there was a knock at the tent door, and everyone rushed out, eyes wide and mouths agape at the sight before them. A panda, Peter shrieked, leaping forward and burying himself in the fur of the panda driver. At the entrance stood a bamboo-crafted sightseeing vehicle with 10 seats, perfectly accommodating their group, and, astonishingly, the driver was a panda seated comfortably behind the wheel. Truly, pandas abound in Huaxia. The rumors online were not unfounded. Tony murmured, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the panda driver. Even Parker, concerned for his nephew, remained speechless, captivated by the sight of the panda. Greetings, I am your driver. Pampan. Should you require transportation, simply press the button at the door, and I shall arrive within 10 minutes. There are also fixed shuttles to the market and the seaside to return guests. May I inquire if you wish to depart now? With a voice that startled the crowd, Pampan, the panda, spoke. I am not a true panda, but rather a puppet designed in the likeness of one, he continued. Do you wish to leave now? At this moment, the onlookers discerned that the panda's speech appeared pre-programmed. It was indeed a puppet. The ordinary individuals in the group sighed in disappointment, only to be filled with joy once more. Even if it was artificial, the resemblance to a real panda was remarkable. How endearing! Chapter 92. The quirks of the Japanese organizers. Peter, immersed in the panda's fur, was pulled out. After everyone had a chance to touch the panda, the group excitedly boarded the vehicle. Peter and Gemini occupied the front seats, closest to the panda, as Peter was the youngest and Gemini the second youngest. It was only right they should be given priority. Though Tony begrudged this arrangement and attempted to contest with Gemini for the seat, he was swiftly subdued by Pepper, who tugged his ear and made him sit at the back. Gemini let out a laugh and waved triumphantly at Tony. You're 3 years old. I can easily touch the panda. Can you? Frustrated, Tony attempted to rise, but Pepper firmly restrained him. The other passengers observed the two squabbling like children and couldn't help but chuckle. Please hold on tight, as Pampan is about to drive, the panda reminded. The passengers quickly settled in. After all, this was a vehicle operated by a panda, deserving of respect. The vehicle began to move slowly, maintaining a steady yet swift pace. Bamboo railings extended from the seats to prevent anyone from becoming too captivated by the surroundings and falling out. Tony, seated at the back, frequently leaned out to inspect beneath the vehicle. He noticed that this sightseeing bus had no visible engine or any such apparatus, and it was remarkably stable. Despite the playful antics of their group, the vehicle remained undisturbed, piquing his curiosity immensely. Tony, Pepper exclaimed, gripping his shirt tightly to prevent him from tumbling out. What are you looking at? Tony quickly settled back down, muttering, I want to see how it operates. With a complex expression, Pepper retrieved the promotional brochure from the seat pocket in front of them and handed it to Tony. It showcased the sightseeing bus driven by a panda, along with various other types of vehicles, including those suitable for ordinary individuals. Tony eagerly delved into the brochure, which elegantly presented all specifications, with only the core mechanism kept confidential. The vehicle soon came to a stop beside a wooden structure. We have arrived. Please disembark in an orderly fashion. Pampan will wait here. Enjoy your time. With Pampan's announcement, the bamboo railings retracted into the seats, and the guests exited the sightseeing bus, gazing at the nearby market, collectively exclaiming in awe, wow. In the distance, the edifices were adorned with intricately carved railings, showcasing pavilions and towers, each distinct from the other. None soared beyond 4 stories. Uniformly crafted from red bricks and green tiles, exuding a sense of grandeur and weightiness. The juxtaposition of red and green, often seen as mundane, was transformed into an elegant aesthetic befitting a civilization with a heritage older than that of sorcerers, the ancient realm of Huaxia. As the crowd entered the bustling marketplace, they were utterly dazzled, confronted with a vibrant tapestry of people from around the globe, mouths agape in awe. Each building served a unique purpose. Even those unfamiliar with the Huaxia script could discern their functions by mere observation. For instance, the tallest 4-story structure wafted the tantalizing aroma of food, unmistakably a culinary establishment. Nearby, a 2-story building draped in layers of delicate gauze attracted throngs of women, undoubtedly the clothing boutique mentioned by the volunteers. Stalls selling souvenirs and trinkets crowded the street, their vendors animatedly engaging with passers-by. Even if one hesitated to enter the shops, small vendors displayed their wares along the roadside, inviting pedestrians to browse and select. Gemini seized the eager Peter, who was ready to dash off, and after a brief discussion, it was agreed that since their safety was assured, they would explore freely. They planned to reconvene at the entrance of the 4-story restaurant at 5 in the afternoon for a grand meal before heading back. Although the volunteers had indicated that local currency was accepted, Gemini noticed that everyone was using Huaxia coins. Therefore, she distributed some galleons among her companions as spending money for their adventures. Should they run out, They would have to muster the courage to ask if their dollars would be accepted. With a rush, the group dispersed, leaving only Gemini and Steve behind. Even Banner hurried off towards a shop emanating the fragrant allure of herbs. "Why aren't you joining them?" Gemini inquired, glancing up. "I am your knight, am I not? Besides, I have never traveled before and am unsure of what to do, so I shall accompany you," Steve replied with a smile. Gemini raised an eyebrow, pleased. This made him a convenient companion. Throughout the afternoon, Gemini and her companions roamed the marketplace, indulging in food and shopping. Had it not been for the woven, seamless expansion box purchased from a luggage shop, Steve would have been adorned with an array of bags by now. Even after a day of exploration, when it was time to gather, they reluctantly congregated at the restaurant's entrance, each clutching various woven or bamboo bags and boxes, their bounty apparent. What a marvel it was that amidst this modest marketplace, a currency exchange existed, where galleons, dollars, and pounds could be converted into Huaxia currency for island expenditures. Once the group reconvened, they found a private room in the four-story restaurant and, with the guidance of the staff, ordered an array of Huaxia delicacies. They emerged from the establishment with full bellies, and by the time they boarded Ponpon's vehicle, darkness had enveloped the sky, and weariness began to settle over them. Struggling to reach the tent, everyone murmured their goodnights and retreated to their respective quarters for rest. The day had been overwhelmingly fulfilling, and in their dreams, they all anticipated the beach excursion to come. The following day, just before noon, everyone emerged from their rooms to discuss the itinerary, bringing along swimsuits and other essentials in preparation for their journey to the seaside. Following Ponpon's suggestion from the previous day, they summoned a vehicle and set off towards the shore. However, when they were still a distance from the beach, Pan halted the car in an open area where several panda-themed sightseeing vehicles were already parked. The car had reached its designated stop, and per the agreement, they could proceed no further. Pan would remain there to await their return, wishing them a delightful time. Tony, bewildered, disembarked and gazed at the distant seaside market. "Isn't it too soon? Do we really have to walk there?" Jamie, holding the campsite map, explained that each competition involved both parties as organizers. The Middle-earth Gate had secured the campsite and the island market, while the seaside market was under the jurisdiction of the Japanese organizers. Both sides had signed an agreement to refrain from interfering with one another, meaning the vehicles from Huaxia could not access the other S area. Tony, incredulous, questioned, "Is it really necessary to be this petty? We stop here, and there isn't even a car to pick us up. We have to walk ourselves." Instantly, the group's enthusiasm waned. They had come to enjoy themselves, and such arrangements were far from accommodating. Nevertheless, since they were already here, they reluctantly decided to proceed and see the beach, uncertain of what the day would hold. Chapter 93. The name was indeed apt after only a few minutes of walking. Jamie grew impatient. They were right by the sea, yet there was not a single patch of shade nearby. The equatorial sun beat down mercilessly, leaving everyone feeling irritable and restless. Suddenly, Jamie had a bright idea. She instructed Steve to stop and, in front of everyone, pulled a gigantic beach umbrella from the box he held. It resembled those used by the vendors at the market the day before. "What on earth did you buy this for?" Tony asked, astonished. Jamie scratched her face, explaining, "There are so many of us, and being at the beach, I thought it would come in handy. See, it's already useful." Tony glanced between the umbrella and banner, contemplating whether it would take a strong man to hold it up. Steve closed the box, slung it over his arm, and then, using both hands, forcefully opened the umbrella in an empty space. The canopy unfurled magnificently, casting nearly 10 square meters of shade, ample enough for everyone to find refuge beneath it. "Let us go. Now we want to get sunburned," Steve said, effortlessly holding the umbrella aloft as he began to walk forward. Everyone stared in amazement at Steve. Tony couldn't help but comment, "You truly Haven team misnamed it. Captain America definitely fits this role." Steve chuckled, "That sounds about right." Jamie looked around, choosing not to respond. How could she? Was she truly in the presence of Captain America? After walking for over 10 minutes, the group finally beheld a row of traditional Japanese buildings by the seaside, characterized by quaint wooden houses and paper doors, with only a smattering of visitors present. As they stepped into this coastal market, the allure of Japanese culture piqued their curiosity. However, having witnessed the towering edifices of China, the diminutive wooden structures appeared rather modest in comparison. The sight of attendants in kimonos kneeling at the entrance made the women in the group feel somewhat uncomfortable. There were stalls selling souvenirs and food. but only a few snacks were sampled, with others remaining untouched. Tony expressed his disdain, stating, "I fail to see the appeal of sashimi. With our technological advancements, why should I revert to primitive practices?" Pepper playfully admonished him, "Let us respect their traditions." Realizing there was little of interest to explore, Gemini led the group along a narrow path directly to the beach, which fortunately housed changing rooms. The water already had a few people frolicking, though most appeared to be ordinary folk. The changing rooms were limited, necessitating a queue for everyone to don their swimwear. Steve surveyed the surroundings, found a spot, and set up a sunshade on the sand. He rummaged through Gemini's bag, retrieving a blanket to spread on the ground, followed by an array of snacks and beverages. Well prepared indeed. Kudos to Gemini. The first to emerge in swim attire, Tony approached Peter, took a bottle of drink, and took a swig, exclaiming, "It's not cold." Steve looked at Tony incredulously. "Where do you expect to find ice here?" Tony extracted his wand from a device on his wrist, cast a minor freezing charm on the beverages, and took another sip, declaring, "Now, this is refreshing." It baffled him that no drinks were being sold here. What a disappointment. Those wizards would hardly venture to such a place, each one priding themselves on their old-world aristocracy. How could they engage in such public displays of nudity? Gemini approached in a black swimsuit adorned with lace, her disdain evident. "Can I go play with them?" Peter asked eagerly, drawn by the joyful sounds of children nearby. Tony glanced around and said, "Sure. Let us go, kid. I want to play in the water too." They dashed towards the crowd with enthusiasm, prompting Gemini to shake her head incredulously. Was he really 30? Everyone had changed into their swimwear. How could they resist the allure of the water? Aside from Banner, who preferred to relax under the sunshade, the others gradually made their way to the shoreline. Even Gemini joined in, splashing in the waves and using her wand to conjure sprays of water in various forms to playfully target Tony. Just as the group was reveling in their fun, a sudden cry of distress from Peter caught their attention. Gemini frowned and immediately made her way towards the source of the commotion. "What is the matter?" When Gemini arrived, she found Peter glaring angrily at a group of haughty Japanese boys clad in kimonos, who were trying to shield a sobbing child behind him. "We were building a sandcastle here, and they suddenly came over, trampled our castle, and even pushed this child," Peter exclaimed, his indignation palpable. The child behind him appeared to be no older than 5 or 6, weeping sorrowfully. The arrogant Japanese boys wore disdainful expressions, chattering away in a language Gemini could not comprehend. However, Tony, who followed closely behind, suddenly changed his expression, though he couldn't speak the language. He could barely understand that the boys were insulting Gemini and Peter. Upon witnessing Tony's reaction, Gemini realized their words were far from kind. "Speak plainly and apologize," she instructed, leveling her wand at the boys with a cool demeanor. "What is happening? Who bullied Yang Yang?" The crying child, upon hearing the familiar voice, cried even louder and stumbled towards the sturdy boys, who were roughly the same height as Steve. "Daddy, those kids bullied me. They pushed me. If it weren't for this foreign child protecting me, they would have hit me." The child, with a face smeared in tears and snot, clearly reported to his family. "What? Where are their adults? Just wait. I'll help you get revenge." One of the burly men immediately furrowed his brows and charged forward. Initially, the Japanese boys appeared uneasy at the sight of Gemini's wand, but as the big men approached, their expressions turned to contempt. "Damn it!" One of the boys disdainfully uttered a word in a language Gemini could not understand, which instantly incited the wrath of the burly men. "Bastard! What did you say? You half-wit? Say it again, and I'll make you regret it." The large man glared, fists clenched, ready to advance, but those around him quickly restrained him, urging him to calm down. "Let us not stoop to the level of children. We'll call their adults and deal with it." Though Gemini could not decipher the chaotic words being exchanged, she confirmed that these were ordinary people, while the Japanese children were anything but ordinary. She had already witnessed one of them releasing something unusual. Resolutely, she stepped in front of everyone, facing the Japanese boys, and firmly pointed her wand at them. "Apologize." Chapter 94. What is going on? The burly men were not foolish. Upon recognizing Gemini's wand and the audacity of the Japanese boys, they understood the gravity of the situation and ceased their advance, pulling the children behind them, scanning the surroundings for an adult who had accompanied Gemini. They surmised that any adult accompanying her would undoubtedly possess magical abilities, and a young girl standing in front of them was indeed disconcerting. Tony stepped forward, drawing his wand and attempting to utter a few words in Japanese. The boys seemed incited by Tony's presence, their shouts growing louder and making Tony's expression increasingly grim. "What are they saying?" Gemini asked, narrowing her eyes. "It is utterly filthy. I refuse to repeat myself," Tony exclaimed, his face darkening as his teeth clenched, sparks beginning to emanate from the wand in his grasp. Just as he was on the verge of demanding silence, several shadowy figures dashed towards them from a distant wooden cabin, moving with remarkable speed, accompanied by a few palanquins. Within mere seconds, the shadows arrived at the scene of confrontation, the palanquins closely following. From within the palanquins came a voice speaking in English, which finally made sense to Gemini. The children, oblivious to their surroundings, were informed that they had disturbed everyone and that gifts would soon be presented as an apology. The Japanese children immediately puffed up with arrogance, casting smug glances at Gemini. After a few rapid exchanges, one of them pointedly uttered a word in English directed at her. This was the last straw for Gemini. As the reigning tyrant of Hogwarts, being insulted was intolerable. Without uttering a sound, several curses shot towards the boy who had insulted her. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the palanquin, positioning themselves in front of the boy and forming a protective gesture with their fingers, effectively blocking the curses. With a flick of their fingers, ominous black beams shot towards Gemini. With a disdainful huff, she thrust her wand downward, conjuring a radiant white shield before her. The black beams struck the shield, creating ripples before dissipating. Before Gemini could retaliate, there was further commotion from the palanquins. A golden rope burst forth, ensnaring the unsuspecting Japanese child and the adult who had initiated the altercation. "Our agreement can be rescinded. I see no sincerity from your side." A languid voice drifted from within the gauze-draped palanquin, articulated in a distinctly British manner clear enough for all to comprehend. In the next moment, a tall, slender figure stepped out from the palanquin, platinum hair neatly tied back, a civilized staff gently tapping against the floor. Clad in a black robe adorned with exquisite dark patterns, his cold gray-blue eyes surveyed the bound individuals with disdain. "Mr. Malfoy, we are indeed sincere. Surely there has been some misunderstanding," the Japanese man implored, loosening the ropes slightly as he spoke respectfully. "They are merely a few commoners. I can deal with them swiftly. I apologize for disturbing your enjoyment." "Commoners?" The chill in his gray-blue eyes intensified. He methodically removed his outer garment and tossed it lightly, as if it had a mind of its own, wrapping around Gemini and enveloping her tightly. "Is this how you refer to the kin of the Malfoy family, the heir of the Black lineage, and a member of the British Savior's family? Mr. Yamamoto, I believe you should brace yourself for the wrath of England. Gemini, put on that garment properly. Do you see how you look?" Ignoring the suddenly collapsed Yamamoto, Draco Malfoy approached Gemini, tugging at the collar of his outer garment to envelop him. "Aren't you in America?" Gemini chuckled awkwardly. "Well, how should I put this? I was just having fun outside, but my family caught me in the act. Quite mortifying, really. I brought my staff and friends here to watch the match, only to have these people swarm and attack my employees." Gemini shrugged. "Mind your demeanor, Gemini. You are a lady. Where did you acquire such poor habits? Where is your proper attire? Hurry and change," Draco said, frowning. "Mr. Malfoy, you can't do this." "I didn't mean to," Yamamoto protested, attempting to approach. With a swift turn, Draco pointed his wand at Yamamoto's chest, declaring, "I believe matters concerning the Malfoy family are not for you to decide, as I am the head of the Malfoy household. It would be wise for you to take your leave before my temper fully ignites." Yamamoto paused for a moment, his expression shifting to one of rage. Yet he quickly suppressed it, straightening up to bow deeply at a 90-degree angle toward Gemini and the others. "I sincerely apologize for my son's misconduct. It has disturbed your enjoyment. I will have him apologize immediately." He then remained bent over, shouting something in Japanese. The boys, still eager to cause trouble, were intimidated by Yamamoto's glare and approached, bowing to apologize. Before Gemini and the others could respond, Yamamoto straightened and kicked each of the children to the ground, uttering something else in Japanese. The boys hurriedly corrected their positions, kneeling with their palms on the sand and foreheads pressed against their hands, loudly proclaiming, "Suma Mason." The adults from the Huaxia crowd frowned and shifted their children aside. While they felt a sense of relief, they found such a grand display of apology for a minor issue excessive, suspecting they would bear the brunt of the consequences. "What is going on?" A booming voice suddenly resounded from the sky, followed by a flash of light. A large pit appeared on the beach as if struck by a meteor, revealing a stout elderly man spitting sand. Which rascal dares to lay hands on my child? Despite Tony's claim of understanding Huaxia's language, he was left bewildered by the dialect. What was being said? A small figure emerged from the Huaxia crowd, appearing no older than 17 or 18, striding toward the old man while speaking in the same dialect. The parents of the leading child quietly translated for Gemini and the others, as some phrases were indeed challenging to convey. Once the elderly man grasped the situation, he glared menacingly at the kneeling children and the Japanese behind them. What? Do you not wish to leave? Yamamoto cast a wary glance at the old man, bowed once more to Draco, and swiftly retreated with his group. I am Sun Aihua from the Law Enforcement Hall of Laojun Temple on Laojun Mountain. You all should disperse. Return to where you came from. Old man's son glared until the Japanese retreated into their complex, then turned with a genial smile towards Jamie and the others. Observing the collective bewilderment etched on the faces of these foreigners, he playfully slapped the head of a nearby youth, sending him tumbling. Translate, you rascal. Chapter 95. The diplomatic relations between Tony and Draco. The sandy-faced youth scrambled to his feet and provided a rough translation. Jamie and her companions nodded in understanding. Satisfied with the exchange, old man's son clasped his hands together and, in a flash of light, vanished from sight. With matters settled, the Chinese individuals expressed their gratitude to Jamie and her group before gathering their children to depart. After all, this was their territory, and a gentleman does not linger beneath a precarious wall. It was prudent to return home early. The atmosphere fell silent, leaving only Jamie's party and Draco Malfoy standing in place. Jamie, aren't you going to change your clothes? Draco said with annoyance. Is that how Scarhead looks after taking care of you? Just look at your state. Jamie wrapped herself tighter in Draco's outer garment and hurried towards the small wooden cabin to change, a look of embarrassment on her face. Tony and the others exchanged awkward glances and offered sheepish smiles to Draco before hastily following her. By the time Jamie emerged in fresh attire, the beach had grown even emptier. The Chinese had long departed, and those who witnessed the earlier conflict had dispersed. Why linger in a place where one's expression was subject to others? Let us go. I've reserved a private room at Fuminlu. Bring your companions along for a meal, Draco said elegantly, standing beneath the sunshade and speaking leisurely. How did you arrive here? We came in the panda car provided by the campsite, Jamie replied obediently. Draco frowned again. No need for that. It will return on its own. Let's take the Malfoy carriage instead, saving you the long trek. With that, he gently tapped his wand on the ground 3 times. In the distance, the sound of neighing horses echoed, and to the astonishment of Tony and the others, 4 winged white steeds soared through the sky, pulling a platinum carriage. Pepper's face flushed with excitement as she pinched Tony's arm fiercely. What girl doesn't dream of being a princess? This is like a fairy tale come to life. The carriage landed gracefully before them, and the door swung open. Out stepped a house elf clad in a pillowcase, adeptly lowering the steps from the carriage, then standing at the entrance with a bow. Master, everything is ready. Draco acknowledged with a nod, instructing the elf to assist Jamie with her belongings before boarding the carriage himself. He still felt somewhat awkward dealing with muggles. Jamie would manage everything, so there was no need for him to intervene. Once Draco's figure disappeared, Tony approached, wincing as he rubbed his bruised arm and curiously asked, Who is that anyway? Are there winged horses in the magical world? Are they for sale? How much do they cost? Gemini cast a glance at Pepper, who stood nearby with an expression of eager anticipation, barely restraining her exasperation. He was the contemporary head of the Malfoy family, the son of my father's sister, and according to tradition, I ought to refer to him as cousin. As for those mythical steeds, one should not harbor any illusions. They are all bred in the noble family's private stables, their numbers limited. Moreover, such creatures, often regarded as symbols of aristocratic stature, are notoriously difficult to manage. Even the methods of their care are strictly guarded by the nobility. Should fortune favor you and you happen upon a wild, untamed creature, it could very well kick your brains out, let alone the thought of harnessing it to a carriage. Tony, with a sigh of resignation, turned to Pepper and spread his hands, indicating that there was truly no way around it. However, if you wish to borrow, I could assist you in securing a charming fairy tale carriage, Gemini mused, stroking her chin, but it would involve an extra fee since he is my dear cousin. Tony suddenly felt as though a crow had flown overhead. his lips twitching as he gazed at the money-minded Gemini. "No, thank you. This time it suffices to indulge in the experience, even if we were to obtain it. Who knows if there would be an opportunity to utilize it again in the future." Gemini sighed in disappointment, observing that everything was nearly packed up, and began to beckon everyone aboard. Having been through the tense ordeal, everyone was well aware that the seemingly small compartment concealed something extraordinary within, so they remained silent, forming a queue to board. Upon entering the carriage, they discovered it to be a spacious lounge of approximately 30 square meters, furnished with an array of sofas and chairs. Draco quietly settled into a seat by the window, nodding in acknowledgement to the arriving guests. "Please find your seats. We are about to take off," he instructed. Gemini ensured that everyone was comfortably seated before taking her place opposite Draco. Without allowing her a moment to speak, the carriage trembled slightly beneath them, and the scenery outside began to shift. Pepper and May, having secured a spot by another window, could not help but exclaim in delight, eager to lean against the glass and gaze outside, reveling in a sensation entirely different from that of flying in an airplane. The island was modest in size, and before long, the Malfoy family's platinum carriage gently settled onto the designated parking area at the island's market. The occupants felt a slight jolt as they safely touched down. "Please arrange for your people to disembark. I will bring up the rear," Draco instructed Gemini with a nod. She had no objections, feeling as though she had become a tour guide. Upon exiting the carriage, they found themselves near the 4-story restaurant they had visited the previous day, which Draco referred to as Fortune House. With Draco's presence, the group, including Peter, settled considerably, knowing that they were in Gemini's family company. Each made an effort to present their best selves, concerned that her family might perceive them as an odd assortment of individuals unworthy of her association. At the dining table, Gemini took the time to introduce Draco to her staff, including Tony and the others, placing particular emphasis on Tony's background and Peter's remarkable talents. Draco's complexion indeed improved slightly. As the only son of the previous generation's seer, he could barely be considered a member of the Peakley family, yet he possessed enough credentials to mingle with them. Even if the newly minted aristocrats became aware of his lineage, he would have his retorts ready. It was perplexing to see who bestowed such audacity upon them. In this era, still clinging to notions of pure blood, had they not witnessed the fate of the last to espouse such beliefs, reduced to mere ashes? Harry Potter, a figure of considerable stature, was still entangled with the Ministry of Magic. It was truly bewildering. Tony and Draco whispered to one another, both scions of immense wealth. Despite their differing backgrounds, they discovered commonalities, and, as their conversation progressed, their rapport deepened. They exchanged addresses, with Draco promising to maintain correspondence. After inquiring about Peter's situation, Draco mentioned that he had a carriage available to return to Britain, and he had more than one, ample enough for their party. A familiar face at the Ministry of Magic could facilitate the registration process for Peter, ensuring that his name would appear in the Hogwarts admission ledger. When he turned 11, even from America, he would receive his acceptance letter. Chapter 96, The Avengers in Disguise. The Parkers gazed at the composed and mature Draco, exhaling in relief and expressing their gratitude. It was not that they doubted Ginny, but rather her youth rendered her less reassuring compared to Draco's demeanor. After their meal, Draco bid farewell to Ginny, citing other matters to attend to. There was a night market nearby, and should they be interested, they could linger a while longer. As the competition commenced the following evening, it was best to conserve their energy during the day. After deliberation, they decisively chose to continue their exploration that night. The absence of night markets in America was stark. Even if such a thing existed, who among them would dare venture out in their current state? This place was splendid, safe, and full of possibilities for enjoyment. How could they resist? As the crowd dispersed, Ginny carried her small bag and asked Steve to find a volunteer to summon Pan, thus avoiding the need to walk back later. Their revelry carried on, with the group indulging in food, drink, and games until the early hours of the morning. It was only when Peter, utterly exhausted, insisted on sleeping that they considered winding down. Otherwise, they might have continued until closing time. With plenty to eat, play by, and rest, the adults felt invigorated enough to extend their stay, collectively resolving to visit the heart of Huaxia when time permitted. Steve proved to be the reliable one, while others frolicked. He quietly sought out a volunteer to bring Pan back, locating him amidst the throng and helping the group stow their newly acquired belongings in the carriage. As they settled into the carriage returning to their tent, The group excitedly shared their treasures in hushed tones, while Peter began to doze off, prompting them to be cautious in their chatter. Upon reaching the tent, May swiftly tucked Peter into bed, then returned to the living room, laden with bags. The three ladies had already arranged to tally up their bounties from the past 2 days. Soon, everyone congregated in the living room, which was once spacious, but now inundated with an array of bags and parcels. Tony, wielding his wand, meticulously marked each item to avoid any confusion later on. Marking complete. With the last bag marked, he wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved that the task was finally done. Let the harvest exchange commence. The crowd erupted with enthusiasm, eagerly tearing open their packages, displaying their treasures before them. One by one, they lifted their items, sharing their purposes with one another. If someone discovered they had purchased the same item as another, they would exchange compliments, comparing the differences in patterns and appearances, even experimenting with their varying effects. Gemini, Pepper, and May, possessing the most items, showcased splendid Hanfu garments and an assortment of jewelry. Although they struggled to discern the differences between hairpins, hair sticks, hair chains, and crowns, their admiration for the beauty of these adornments remained unabated. Moreover, these treasures were remarkably affordable. Even May, whose means were not as ample as the two wealthy ladies, managed to acquire a delightful collection of her favorites. The pinnacle of the exchange occurred when Gemini unveiled a book on attire, which contained detailed instructions on how to wear the garments and jewelry they had purchased, accompanied by animated illustrations. Despite Pepper and May expressing their clumsiness, Gemini remained undeterred. She produced a comb that accompanied the book, claiming it contained various hairstyles suited for their outfits and could style itself. The room erupted into a frenzy as everyone scrambled to find their preferred ensemble. The ladies retreated to the restroom, while the gentlemen were shooed upstairs, as they had no need for hairstyling. Time is of the essence. We must head out, Gemini mused, glancing curiously at her reflection. This was a visage she had never assumed before. Her black hair was styled into twin buns, adorned with predominantly golden hairpieces. 2 long tassels dangled from a hair chain at the back, cascading down her shoulders. She wore a Tang-style waist-length skirt, featuring an orange-red top and a skirt embroidered with a medley of red, blue, and green, accented by a belt adorned with perfectly arranged pearls, with dangling pearl ornaments that exuded both charm and an air of sanctity. Pepper donned an elegant golden-threaded long gown with a standing collar, embroidered with auspicious motifs on her pleated skirt. A faux CUI crown perched delicately on her head as she approached cautiously, exuding grace, though one had to be mindful while walking to avoid stumbling. May tugged at her sleeves as she approached, clad in a Tang-style chest-high dress paired with a flowing sleeve top and a shawl. The vibrant red color, complemented by golden embroidery, rendered her appearance exceptionally resplendent. Indeed, was this the attire of ancient Huaxia? It was simply breathtaking. It seemed far more beautiful than the European court garments, and, moreover, was quite comfortable. Perhaps some modifications were made, as the authentic ones were likely preserved in museums. Nevertheless, they would suffice. Let's be off. Gemini rose gracefully, adjusting the hem of her skirt as the trio made their way outside. Due to the constraints of their attire, their pace and posture were inevitably limited, exuding an air of refined elegance akin to that of accomplished ladies gliding gracefully. Soon, the group of men emerged from their quarters, having donned their outfits. The first to descend were Banner and Ben, both sharing a similar aesthetic, clad in round-collared robes topped with hats that suited them quite well. Following closely was Steve, whose impressive physique was accentuated by a deep blue, brocade-like flying fish suit, complemented by a decorative spring knife at his waist, presenting a formidable and gallant figure. Lastly, Tony and Happy made their entrance, proudly adorned in traditional Tang dynasty chainmail armor, with long Tang swords slung at their sides, swaggering down the stairs like triumphant generals returning to their city with their troops. Gathered in a living room on the first floor, the group exchanged glances and bursts of laughter, transforming the atmosphere into a fashion show as they continuously changed into various outfits. With Jimina's encouragement, May and Pepper playfully insisted that Tony and Ben don women's hanfu, leaving everyone in stitches on the floor. Just as they reached for Steve, he startled and swiftly retrieved a vial from his pocket, downing its contents before collapsing to the ground. Everyone understood this to be part of his healing process and could only regretfully allow Kirby to escort him back to his room for a reprieve. In a twist of fate, Happy and Banner also succumbed to the whim of wearing women's clothing. while Banner wished fervently to turn green in embarrassment. Happy took on a comical air, donning a bright red tank-style dress and striking poses, his pudgy visage and beard evoking a mix of laughter and regret among the group for having dressed him in women-as attire, as if they had unlocked a peculiar switch. Chapter 97. Entering the Quidditch Stadium after a lively night, as dawn's light began to filter through the horizon. The group staggered back to their rooms for some much-needed rest. If not for the provisions in the tent and Kirby's presence, Peter, the earliest riser, would have likely faced hunger. It wasn't until 3 in the afternoon that they gradually emerged from their chambers, drifting into the living room like phantoms. Upon her arrival in the now tidy lounge, Jiminy was greeted by the sight of her friends sprawled out in a state of lethargy, so lifeless that she momentarily questioned if she had ventured into the wrong place. "Are you all well? Will you be able to watch the match tonight?" she inquired, arms crossed and eyebrows raised. Instantly, Tony sprang to his feet, vigorously patting his face, exclaiming, "I'm back. I'm awake. What preparations do we need to make?" The atmosphere in the room shifted to one of excitement, as they all knew that attending such a sporting event required certain embellishments, such as decorations or banners in support of their chosen teams. Need I even mention it? I've been prepared for ages. I doubt anyone is supporting the Japanese team, right? Jimina chimed, shaking a small pouch adorned with tassels in her hand. The people in the room erupted into hearty laughter as Tony snatched the pouch from Gemini's hands and began rummaging through it. Who would support them? My decision is resolute. Stark Industries will completely cease its collaboration with them. A nation with such citizens cannot be expected to fare well. Amidst the lively atmosphere, everyone began adorning themselves. The national flag of Huaxia was painted on faces, and the 3 women and a child donned bright red hairpins that released palm-sized fireworks into the air at intervals, bursting into the shape of the Huaxia flag. Each person held a small national flag, carefully placed within easy reach, ensuring none would fall. Eventually, Tony produced a collection of odd-looking binoculars, gazing at Gemini in bewilderment. "What are these?" Gemini turned to see. "Oh, panoramic binoculars. They allow you to view the entire stadium. The players move so swiftly that the average person can barely catch a glimpse. The previous version only provided a slowed-down view, which couldn't keep pace with a regular match. This updated model retains all the features of the old version, such as fast-forward replays and action prompts. It's quite affordable, too, merely useful for watching the games. So distribute them. Everyone should have one." Intrigued, Tony toyed with one in his hands, casually passing the rest to Steve. "Here, take one. I'll examine this further." Steve, perplexed, held a pouch full of binoculars. "What do you mean by but up?" Without sparing a glance, Tony quipped, "We all saw you face down when you collapsed last night. Don't be shy. Your physique is commendable." With that, Tony made his way to the door, eager to test this new gadget, leaving Steve awkwardly standing there, his face alternating between shades of red and blue. As everyone finished their preparations, the clock struck 6. After a brief discussion, they decided against dining at the market and instead had Kobe prepare dinner in the tent. After a satisfying meal, they gathered their equipment and prepared to head out. An unusual noise emanated from outside, prompting everyone to rush out. They beheld the countdown, which had been suspended in midair, now reaching 0. The numbers erupted into bursts of fireworks that did not fall, but continued to explode. The sky echoed with announcements in various languages, heralding the imminent commencement of the match and instructing attendees to present their tickets for orderly entry at the Quidditch Stadium. The lively atmosphere on the street ignited their excitement. Gemini led Peter at the forefront, with the others dutifully following behind. The residents of this street were predominantly supporters of Huaxia, and the myriad decorations nearly painted half the sky in vibrant hues. "Box number 2. Please proceed inside. Use the designated entrance." The thunderous voice from the stadium resonated, as the ticket inspector held a megaphone, shouting to ensure everyone could hear. Gemini, clutching her ticket, raised her flag high as she walked in front, ensuring those behind could follow without getting lost. With a crowd of nearly tens of thousands, losing one would be a daunting task. Amidst the throng, they were propelled forward, finally reaching a junction where the crowd thinned, as most had entered the stadium through the spectator entrance. Jamie and her companions took a moment to breathe, following the directional signs into an exclusive corridor. Within, they discovered a spacious elevator. Once they stepped in and positioned themselves, the elevator began its ascent. Shortly thereafter, the doors opened to reveal a young lady clad in traditional Han attire, smiling warmly at them. "Please present your tickets, and I shall escort you to your respective seats," she said with a cheerful tone in English. Jamie extended her hand, displaying the crumpled ticket she held. The young lady accepted it without hesitation, examining it closely before returning it to Jamie with a polite gesture. "Please follow me." As they walked down the corridor behind her, Jamie couldn't help but marvel at the impressive soundproofing. They had traversed quite a distance before halting before a set of double doors. "Here we are. Kindly deposit your tickets into this box to gain entry. Inside, we have arranged for you to enjoy some refreshments and beverages. There's a whiteboard on the wall where you can write any requests you may have, and we will gladly accommodate you. Additionally, there are 3 lounges and 2 restrooms. Is there anything else you require?" The young lady explained meticulously. Following her instructions, Jamie inserted the ticket into the box, and with a click, the grand doors swung open. A wave of sound cascading forth, prompting Jamie to rub her ears. "May we enter?" she inquired. The young lady inclined her head slightly, of course. With orderly grace, Jamie led her companions into the private suite, while the attendant assisted in closing the door behind them. The sight before them left everyone in awe. The entire wall facing the field appeared unobstructed, offering a clear view of the arena. Along the edge of the room, a long sofa was arranged, separated by small coffee tables adorned with drinks and snacks. On either side of the entrance, several doors lined the walls. Upon inspection, they revealed modest lounges furnished with 5 single beds each. There were 3 such lounges in total, with restrooms adjacent. After surveying their surroundings, the group settled onto the sofa, finally taking in the grandeur of the stadium. The oval-shaped field was approximately the size of 5 football pitches, its surface a lush green expanse. At either end stood 3 columns with circular hoops, reportedly the goals. In the center of the field, advertisements were being displayed, seemingly for a clothing store. Tony picked up the match schedule from the coffee table and began to read. "What is this mascot performance?" he pondered aloud. Chapter 98. The mascot performance, Moonshadow and Wraith. It serves as an opening warm-up segment, unique to each nation. One of the highlights of such grand tournaments is the mascot performances presented by various countries. I recall Hermione mentioning that during their 4th year, they attended a World Cup where the Bulgarian team brought a mascot that nearly caused Harry and Ron to leap from the top tier. Gemini unabashedly gossiped about her family to Tony, showing no inclination to conceal anything on their behalf. It was uncertain what the Middle-earth Taoist sect would bring forth, but they certainly possessed an array of remarkable treasures. Tony, brimming with enthusiasm, speculated whether they might present an actual panda. Impossible, he concluded. The panda puppets have already been repurposed for driving. Such a significant occasion surely demands something more grandiose. Happy joined the conversation, promptly dismissing Tony's notion, which incited his ire to the extent that he threatened to dock her salary. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome," resonated a trilingual greeting in Chinese, Japanese, and English throughout the stadium, causing the cacophony to abruptly cease. The last line of an advertisement on the central billboard was swiftly erased. The audience listened attentively to the brief address, eagerly anticipating the most pivotal announcement. "Now, let us welcome the performance brought to you by the Middle-earth Taoist sect, Moonshadow." As the words echoed, a sharp sound sliced through the air outside the stadium. Gemini leapt to her feet, exclaiming, "It's flying swords." My heavens, they actually brought flying swords. Tony's question lingered on his lips, compelling him to rise involuntarily. A beam of moonlight descended from the high moon, instantaneously manifesting within the stadium, coalescing into a silvery torrent comprised of various exquisitely designed long swords. The ethereal blades danced around the audience, eliciting screams that soared into the heavens. After a few graceful revolutions, the flying swords suddenly scattered above the field, hovering with their tips pointed downward, each emitting a faint silver glow. In the next moment, they reassembled into a mesmerizing figure clad in ancient attire, gracefully dancing under the moonlight, captivating all who beheld her. Eventually, the sword-formed figure ascended slowly, vanishing into the sky amidst a collective sigh from the audience. Gemini's face flushed with excitement. "I've always wanted this, but they don't sell it," she exclaimed. Furthermore, it was rumored that controlling such a marvel required specific techniques, and even mastering them necessitated passing various examinations, reportedly more challenging than obtaining a Muggle's flying license. Tony felt a twinge of anxiety. This was from China. What might Japan unveil? To be honest, I'm a bit before he could finish. A chilling sensation surged through his mind, and the stadium erupted with a cacophony of screams, starkly contrasting the earlier excitement, and now imbued with terror. "What on earth is that?" Tony gasped, his hand trembling as he hastily drew his wand, casting an uncertain spell toward a shadow lurking behind them. As everyone turned in unison, they were greeted with a startling sight. Not far behind, a dark-haired woman clad in white lay contorted upon the ground, revealing only a single blood-red eye that fixated intently on the ordinary individuals within the VIP box. The cacophony of screams intensified, prompting Gemini to beckon her staff to gather behind her. She recognized the source of the commotion, a cursed spirit, a peculiar specialty from Japan. Was this their mascot? At that moment, a solemn voice echoed amidst the raucous shouts, accompanied by a flash of golden light. The wretched spirit in their box emitted a piercing scream, disintegrating into ashes. The solemn chanting grew louder, drowning out the din of the crowd, while golden glimmers and anguished cries intermittently flickered in the stands. Gemini peered outside to see a familiar elderly man seated regally upon a broad flying sword, levitating at the center of the arena. Remarkably, he seemed to exert no effort, yet his voice resonated for all to hear. Eventually, the chilling atmosphere dissipated, leaving no trace of the golden light, and the old man uttered something before departing on his sword. Gemini swore she caught his words, incomprehensible as they were, pondering what the Japanese were thinking, especially in such a grand spectacle that seemed to demand their respect. The crowd was startled. This mascot from Japan evidently did not sit well with them. The commentator's expression mirrored the audience's discomfort, and he wisely refrained from mentioning anything further that might dampen the spirits. "Now, let us welcome our Quidditch players," he announced. "First to take the field is the Middle-earth Door team. Chasers Gong Zhuang, Wang Yuehua, and Lu Yumei. Beaters Huang Tianhua and Li Shenglong. And finally, the Seeker Chu Liangjun." "Wait, isn't that the volunteer from the other day?" Tony exclaimed, raising his binoculars, prompting others to follow suit. Indeed, it was he, surprisingly a player. The box erupted into murmurs. "Isn't this sport played on broomsticks? Why are they all on flying swords?" Tony observed, reluctant to lower his binoculars as he watched the players elegantly poised on their swords, occasionally waving to the crowd. It was rumored that the organizing committee had exerted considerable effort to persuade them to forego flying swords during the match, as it seemed unfair to others. However, since the game had yet to commence, a brief display was harmless. Gemini, too, was transfixed by the flying swords, swallowing hard. One had to admit they were strikingly impressive. Speed aside, it was primarily about the aesthetic, the kind of thing that could last a lifetime. "Now, let us welcome the Japanese team. Yamamoto Ichiro, Watanabe Daigo, and Mori Junichiro." Tony glanced once and lost interest. There was nothing novel. Broomsticks again. He had ridden them before. The flying swords were far more appealing. Why do they all have names like Ichiro? Gemini rolled her eyes. How would I know? It is said that due to the low level of cultural literacy in earlier years, families with many children would name the firstborn Ichiro, and subsequently name the others in order to simplify matters. Banner, ever the scholar, mused softly, having done a bit of homework before arriving. However, the conversation had long since shifted, and no one was listening to his scientific exposition. Banner could only awkwardly clear his throat twice, pondering whether Hulk understood him, though he dared not voice his uncertainty. Finally, let us welcome our referee, Mrs. Hooch from Hogwarts in England. "Players, please ready your brooms. The match is about to commence." Gemini gasped, hastily raising her binoculars to look below. Indeed, it was Mrs. Hooch, the flying instructor from Hogwarts. It had long been rumored that she possessed a referee's license. And now it was confirmed. Chapter 99. Tony once again discovered the nuances. Adjusting the binoculars for a closer view, he spotted a hawk-like lady clad in Quidditch robes. One hand holding a box, and the other gripping a broom, briskly making her way to the center of the pitch. The players soaring around the field swiftly gathered around her, and the Middle-earth players tucked away their swords, producing their brooms instead. Everyone was prepared. Mrs. Hooch opened the box, and, with a sharp whistle, all players mounted their brooms and ascended, floating just under 2 meters above the ground. Mrs. Hooch kicked the box aside, and 2 black shadows darted out. She opened the lid of the golden snitch, and before anyone could fully comprehend, a flash of golden light disappeared from view. The match had yet to be declared officially commenced, and all could do was wait in place. However, Mrs. Hooch did not keep them waiting long. She mounted her broom, seized the quaffle, and soared into the air. With her piercing whistle, the quaffle shot skyward, and the players sprang into action simultaneously. In the ensuing moments, the eyes of the spectators struggled to keep pace, only catching fleeting phantoms, utterly unaware of which player possessed the ball, relying solely on the commentator's incessant announcements. Tony clutched the binoculars tightly against his eyes, reluctant to lower them, muttering excitedly, "Yes, that's him. Steal the ball. Well done." Pepper searched tirelessly for the ball's whereabouts, anxiously querying Tony amidst his fervent exclamations. "Where is the ball? Who has it? Who's leading?" "Lu Yumei, the sole female player on our team, has acquired the ball. We see her right in front of the goal. The quaffle has been struck away. Good. A shot. It's in." The commentator's exhilarated voice resonated throughout the arena. A wave of red erupted in the stands, and even Gemini and the others were swept up in the excitement. Even Banner could not resist pumping his fist in triumph. The Huaxia team is in the lead. We observe that the Japanese players are not disheartened. The beaters have begun their assault. Yet fortunately, the Huaxia team's beaters are no novices. The commentator resumed his lively narration. The field remained unchanged despite the recent goal, still displaying mere shadows flitting about. "Huh?" Tony glanced curiously at the corner of the field. "What is that? Let me zoom in for a better look." After a moment, Tony tugged at Gemini's sleeve, but she impatiently shook him off, exclaiming, "Stop it." Tony tugged again, prompting Ginny to put down her binoculars and turn her head in irritation. "What are you doing? Why aren't you watching the match? Look at that corner. I'm a bit perplexed. Is this customary in Quidditch?" Tony inquired. Ginny raised her binoculars, following Tony's. In the corner, obscured by curtains, appeared to be a resting area for players, hidden from both the sky and the ground, save for a narrow gap that allowed a glimpse inside from their vantage point. Ginny adjusted the knob on the side of the binoculars, magnifying the view until the scene beyond the curtain came into focus. Gasp! Ginny inhaled sharply, her mind racing with possibilities. Could it be that those Japanese players are cheating? The image revealed several individuals clad in black and white robes, seated in a circle upon a magical array. The specifics were obscured, but above them, the golden snitch was seen fluttering restlessly. The snitch, known for its high magical properties, remembers the first person to touch it. However, it is entirely feasible to confine it using a magical array. Historically, teams had refrained from such tactics, as wizards could easily detect magical fluctuations. Yet, the Japanese magic, along with the mystical arts from the Eastern lands, had remained enigmatic until recently, suggesting they possessed clandestine methods for foul play. Ginny pressed a button on the binoculars to record the scene, then swiftly turned and exited the room. Pausing as she faced the staff outside, she hesitated, uncertain of their allegiance. What if they were spies? What should she do? "May I assist you?" asked the young lady, escorting them, noticing Ginny at the door. Do you know Elder Sun, Sun Aihua? It should be this way. You all are from Huaxia, right? Do you recognize him?" Ginny inquired hesitantly. The young lady smiled brightly. "Of course. Do you know Elder Sun? Is there something you need? I can relay your message, as Elder Sun doesn't understand English." Feeling reassured, Ginny responded, "I am the heir of the Black family from England, and I have an urgent matter that requires me to meet Elder Sunday. Could you please contact him to come to our box?" The young lady's expression turned troubled. "If it's not of utmost importance, I would recommend waiting until after the match. Elder Sun is part of the enforcement team and cannot leave the arena." Ginny's face tightened with concern. "It is indeed crucial relating to your country in this match. Though I am not one of your nationals and could easily disregard this, I simply cannot stand idly by. I implore you to ensure Elder Sun comes at once. It may be too late otherwise." Upon hearing Gemini's mention of the nation, the young lady's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. She promptly retrieved a sheet of white paper from her sleeve and deftly folded it, transforming it into a delicate paper crane. Cradling the crane in her hands, she uttered a few words before blowing gently upon it, causing the crane to flap its wings and ascend, disappearing in an instant. "I have already informed Elder Sunday. Please wait a moment, Miss Blake. My name is Sun Xiao, and I appreciate your willingness to stand up for our country." Sun Xiao stated with gravity, raising her hands above her head in a formal gesture of respect, startling Gemini. With an awkward smile, she replied, "Oh, it's nothing. Let's wait until Elder Sun arrives before discussing further." So, You share the surname Sun? What about elder Sun? Sun Xiao Xiao replied with a smile. He is my paternal great-uncle, the elder brother of my grandfather. Gemini found this puzzling, wondering how such a peculiar situation could arise in Huaxia. After all, it seemed rather unusual for a relative of a sect elder to serve as a guide. And then there was the ball retriever. She distinctly remembered him as the volunteer they encountered on their first day. Typically, a star in such a role would find such tasks unnecessary. Unable to contain her curiosity, Gemini inquired further. Sun Xiao Xiao, with a bashful smile, explained, in our country, although our elders possess abilities that can benefit their descendants, such opportunities are scarce. If someone is truly capable, who would want to rely solely on family ties? Ultimately, one's worth is determined by personal merit. Thus, within our Taoist sect, regardless of one's lineage, achieving success requires individual effort. Though these tasks may seem tedious, they offer invaluable learning experiences. We competed fervently for this opportunity. Isn't that rather arduous? Gemini asked. Sun Xiao Xiao chuckled lightly, not particularly. The most crucial aspect is that relying on oneself is far more rewarding than depending on others. What one acquires through personal endeavor surpasses what is handed down. A moment of silence enveloped them as Gemini grew increasingly anxious. Cheers and shouts of goal echoed from the stadium, and she understood that if the Japanese team intended to cheat, it would likely occur when the score was within a 150-point margin. Delaying further could lead to a scenario akin to that of the Irish and Bulgarian teams. With the situation escalating, Gemini thought, they would surely wish to avoid such an outcome. As the score reached 70-20, Sun Aihua emerged from the elevator, grumbling, "What is going on? What is the matter? I still need to keep an eye on those Japanese rascals." Sun Xiao Xiao hurried to greet him, explaining in Huaxia. Upon seeing Gemini, Sun Aihua's demeanor softened into a smile. "I know this young lady. What is the matter, my dear? Is something wrong?" Gemini, unable to comprehend the exchange, felt honored that the elder remembered her. She remained silent, merely replaying scenes captured through her binoculars and handing them to elder Sun for his review. Confused, he accepted the binoculars and peered through them. In an instant, Gemini felt the weight of immense pressure bearing down upon her. It was as if a colossal mountain were crashing toward her, the overwhelming force causing her to lose her balance and fall to the ground with a thud. Fortunately, the overwhelming force soon subsided. The elderly Sun, lowering his telescope, gazed at Gemini, who was seated on the ground, panting heavily. With a hint of embarrassment, he grasped her collar and lifted her up. "I apologize, dear child. Were you frightened?" Although the words were incomprehensible to her, Gemini sensed that elder Sun was expressing remorse. She quickly shook her head and pointed to the telescope, saying, "What is recorded inside can be viewed clearly from our box. Would you like to take a look to confirm?" Sun Xiao Xiao translated Gemini's words, but elder Sun shook his head, solemnly expressing his gratitude to Gemini. He requested that she delete the recording, assuring her that they would handle the matter themselves. It was best for Gemini and her companions, who had merely come to watch the match, to remain uninvolved. In the eyes of the Chinese, her attempt to alert him was already commendable. Should she face resentment or retaliation for it, it would be his failing. "Idonotsle boren. Yet Bo Run perishes because of me," a sentiment difficult for the Chinese to forgive. Gemini obediently deleted the recorded scene from the telescope, complying with elder Sun's request as she returned to the box. Tony and the others had ceased watching the match, anxiously awaiting Gemini's return. As the door gently closed, Gemini nodded, indicating they could resume watching the game. They understood the situation and would not allow those miscreants to prevail. A collective sigh of relief swept through them. From the incidents by the seaside yesterday to today, as unfriendly mascot towards ordinary individuals, their impression of Japan had plummeted to an all-time low, especially considering the despicable actions they had witnessed. Before their arrival, Peter had borrowed Gemini's book on the history of Quidditch, and according to him, they were undoubtedly cheating, rather than merely exploiting specific segments as Tony and the others believed. The score of the match had risen to 140-20, and the gap that Tony had identified had seemingly vanished. However, based on Gemini's intuition, a transformation was likely imminent. Indeed, as Tony fixated on that corner, forsaking the match, the gap reappeared. Before he could issue a warning, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the stadium. "Monstrous creature, where are you going?" Almost instantaneously, a dazzling golden light struck the encircled corner. Tony shrieked, shielding his eyes, fearing blindness. Gemini hastily turned her gaze towards the corner. Elder Sun's force was perfectly measured, causing no disruption to any players, yet obliterating that corner entirely. With keen eyes, Gemini observed that, aside from the injuries sustained by individuals, the magical array on the ground remained unscathed. The golden snitch had vanished, presumably having escaped. As the audience erupted in speculation and uproar, a sudden exclamation from the commentator shifted everyone's attention back to the match. Good Yonja! Good Yonja! The commentator, overwhelmed with excitement, could only repeatedly call the name. Gemini and her companions swiftly directed the telescope towards the swiftly moving figure who was racing alongside a streak of golden light, occasionally dodging the wandering ball, with the Japanese team's seeker nearly brushing against the tail of his broom. As the figure soared suddenly into the sky, every spectator in the stadium lifted their gaze in unison. At the apex that surpassed the highest point of the arena, Chu Yongjun executed a swift somersault, diving headlong towards the ground. The Japanese player was not to be outdone, also plunging downwards after a brief hesitation. Was this a feint by Langsky? Gemini murmured, unable to catch sight of the golden snitch, and left to conjecture. A shrill whistle pierced the air, causing Chu Yongjun to halt his descent. Raising his right hand with a broad smile, a glimmer of golden light emanating from his palm, he had triumphed. The cheers of the Huaxia team had scarcely begun when they transformed into gasps of alarm. Watch out! The Japanese batter struck the wandering ball fiercely towards Chu Yongjun, who was unaware that the match had concluded. Who would have anticipated such treachery at this moment? The Huaxia players, realizing the danger, hurriedly descended in an attempt to catch him before he was struck down. How dare you! You filthy scoundrel! Lady Huichi roared in fury, charging towards the offending player. Gemini and her companions instinctively rose to their feet. In the blink of an eye, as Chu Yongjun endeavored to evade, a silver streak flashed past. The wandering ball collided forcefully with an object, piercing through to strike the protective shield by the stands, intercepted at last. A broken broom fell from midair, causing the spectators to avert their eyes in trepidation. After a brief moment, a wave of laughter erupted, and everyone, upon closer inspection, could not suppress their amusement. Chu Yongjun, as if suspended from a hook, was caught by the collar of his attire, dangling in midair and swaying with the breeze. His teammates, suppressing their laughter, rushed to rescue him from the sword, ensuring their safe descent. Only when they had all landed safely did the crowd remember the instigator of this chaos. And the atmosphere in the stadium turned furious, filled with shouts of outrage. A commanding silence fell over the arena. Elder Sun, lightly stepping upon the sword, amplified his voice through magic for all to hear. The match concluded when young Chu caught the ball, did it not? Lady Huichi, as the referee, nodded in affirmation. Indeed, that filthy scoundrel sought revenge deliberately. Chapter 101. Elder Sun's Wrath. Elder Sun, reassuringly nodding towards Lady Huichi, addressed the crowd. Abe Shingo has willfully harmed players from other nations. The evidence is irrefutable and visible to all. We shall proceed with his arrest, and should there be any resistance, he shall be dealt with mercilessly. A resounding affirmation echoed through the sky, causing those with nefarious intentions to shudder. Countless flying swords swiftly encircled the batter, leaving Abe Shingo frozen in place. His gaze fixed on the eager and vigilant cultivators surrounding him, too wary to gamble on whether his landing would be deemed an act of defiance. As the situation reached an impasse, the official personnel of the Quidditch World Cup tournament rushed over in a state of exasperation. What on earth was happening? It had been years since such a deplorable incident occurred. In previous years, had a player committed a foul, they could have been swiftly dealt with without a second thought. This time, it had taken considerable negotiation to persuade the representatives from Middle-earth to refrain from bringing their swords onto the field. Who could have anticipated such a debacle? If anything were to happen to the Seeker, they would be held accountable. The approaching figure, consumed by anger, wished fervently to personally deal with Shinobu Abe. I am Charles Williams, a member of the League Committee. I hereby revoke Shinobu Abe's status as a Quidditch player. A lifetime ban, he proclaimed, his voice booming as he directed his wand towards his throat to amplify his words. The matter required swift and severe action, especially with so many spectators present. Mishandling it could lead to an enormous scandal. Elder Sun, escort that criminal down, and let us seek an explanation from the Japanese representatives. Charles called out. his voice regaining its strength. Elder Sun merely scoffed, gesturing dismissively to lead him back to the players' lounge, stating, "Let us resolve this with their leaders." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Shinobu Abe trembled as he flew towards the nearly obliterated lounge. It was not that he wished to avoid landing. Rather, the moment he considered it, he found himself ensnared by a chilling gaze, akin to a rabbit caught in the sight of a lion, paralyzed with fear. "My apologies. I inadvertently damaged the tent while pursuing a rogue spirit. Please give me a moment to clear this up." Elder Sun feigned an apology as he surveyed the wreckage below. With a flick of his sleeve, the tattered remnants obscuring the scene were swept away, revealing everything beneath the tent to Charles and the thousands of spectators. The fully robed wizards and the magical symbols on the ground made it abundantly clear that they were not merely dressing up. "What have you done?" Charles nearly tore his own face in despair. Why had he been assigned to oversee this match? Why had fate thrust him into such turmoil? He was destined to be remembered in history, marking a new milestone in Quidditch lore. Elder Sun, livid, landed forcefully and seized the collapsed Japanese wizard by the collar. "You little rascal. You can't even grasp what you learned from your elders. The dragon bind is meant to restrain dragons, not control the ball." With that, he struck the wizard's face, sending teeth flying. In a fit of rage, he stomped his foot, declaring, "Your officials in Japan must provide us with an explanation. Otherwise, I shall disregard the ban and pay Japan a visit myself." A few barely perceptible golden glimmers flashed, and the fallen wizards appeared to be severely impacted, lying unconscious on the ground, oblivious to their surroundings. The audience present was eager to remain and witness the unfolding events, for it is human nature to revel in spectacle. Only Gemini and her companions followed Sun Xiao as they exited the arena. Outside, several sword-wielding individuals from Huaxia awaited them, having been the first to sense something amiss. Although Elder Sun and Sun Xiao would not divulge their whereabouts, the chaotic situations in Japan posed numerous dangers. It was prudent for Gemini and her companions to discreetly withdraw while the crowd was sparse, allowing them to return home safely. Even if Japan were to discover anything, international restrictions would prevent them from taking overt action. Gemini had already instructed KB to pack up the tents, as they were quite experienced in the art of hasty escapes. Upon returning to the encampment, everything was neatly arranged, save for KB, who stood alone in the empty campsite. Their belongings were organized, with KB meticulously preparing a small box and a few sets of clothing for each person. "Is everything ready? Where are you headed?" the leader of the cultivators asked, casting a wary glance around. "Elder Sun has insisted on ensuring your safe passage. We are going to England. The minister of the Ore Department is my relative," Gemini decisively stated, prioritizing the safety of her group and deeming it unwise to linger any longer. "My name is Li Xingqi, and I will escort you safely to England. You can notify them to arrange a place for your arrival. We can only land you in midair," Li Xingqi said, scratching his head in embarrassment. "Is there a suitable location?" Gemini contemplated for a moment. "The village of St. Catchapal in Autry. Do you know where that is?" "There's a Weasel Mountain nearby. Just drop us there, as my family resides in that vicinity." Li Xingqi produced a compass, adjusted its needle, and then put it away. "No problem. We could deliver you there. By the way, do you have a means to inform your family to meet you?" Gemini retrieved her two-way mirror, disregarding the time on Harry's side, and called out a few times. Harry, appearing groggy, emerged in the mirror. Upon hearing Gemini's words, his expression turned serious. After greeting Li Xingqi through the mirror and expressing his gratitude, they agreed on a time. Harry then looked at Gemini with concern, urging her to ensure that if anything went awry, she must use the designated key to summon him. After Gemini reassured him multiple times, Harry closed the mirror. "How we get there?" Gemini inquired, curious about the logistics. "We still have so many ordinary people. I cannot leave them behind." Li Xingqi smiled. "No need to abandon anyone. We will travel by flying boat. I borrowed a floral vessel from Tiananmen Square through Elder Sunday." With that, he produced a quaint, palm-sized boat from his sleeve. Through its tiny windows, one could see an array of tables and chairs inside. Li Xingqi tossed the boat into an open space, and as it caught the wind, it rapidly expanded to a full 3-story size, gracefully hovering a meter above the ground. Jamie and her companions raised their heads in astonishment, gazing at the exquisitely beautiful pleasure boat, resembling a delicate toy. It was only when Li Xingqi lowered a plank that they swiftly boarded the vessel, which was meant to glide upon the water. Once everyone had stepped aboard, Li Xingqi retracted the plank at the side of the boat and inquired, "Would you prefer to enjoy the scenery on the deck, or would you like to rest in the cabin?" Tony, taken aback, asked, "Can we really stand here? Won't it be a problem? I mean, are we not going to fall off?" Li Xingqi shook his head, reassuring him, "Not at all. Our country is rather vast, and when it comes to transporting large numbers of people, we must rely on flying boats. This is a proud creation of the Refining Tools Pavilion. The formations embedded within it number in the hundreds, if not thousands. You need not worry about falling." Jamie and her companions nodded in understanding. The people of Huaxia emphasized the harmony of celestial beings and the natural order. Thus, to be concerned about the safety of such a mode of transport seemed trivial compared to the art of sword flight. As the scenery began to shift, Jamie and her friends hurried to the railing to gaze outside. The pleasure boat was gradually ascending into the sky, yet they felt no sensation of movement. They observed the faint ripples visible outside, which must have been the protective barrier shielding them from the fierce winds and pressure. Once the boat reached a sufficient altitude, it shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, exhibiting no signs of acceleration or buildup, as if it had always been in motion. Tony watched in envy, declaring his intention to seek a master in Huaxia. Unfortunately, Li Xingqi's remark that they only accepted children aged between 6 and 12 years old thoroughly dampened his spirits, as he realized he was no longer a child. After a while, having satiated their curiosity with the views, the outside scenery lost its allure. At Li Xingqi's invitation, they entered the cabin, remaining together in a small lounge where they enjoyed refreshments and snacks, as their journey was only 5 hours long, and they could manage. Aside from Steve and Peter, who were unable to stay awake, Steve needing rest due to ongoing treatment, and Peter being too young to endure the wait, everyone else managed to remain alert until Li Xingqi came to summon them. "We have arrived. Do you require assistance disembarking?" Li Xingqi asked. "Are you going to use your sword to take us down?" Tony exclaimed, suddenly standing up, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Yes, that's correct," Li Xingqi replied, surprised as he realized that foreigners seemed perpetually intrigued by their flying swords. I need it to take me down." Tony was the first to respond eagerly, and Jamie, not wishing to miss the opportunity, quickly followed suit. Although the Park couple had some reservations, they decided to give it a try under Li Xingqi's assurance. Steve and Peter, still asleep, were not disturbed, as the levitation spell worked perfectly. By the time they landed, Harry and the others hurried over to express their sincere gratitude for Li Xingqi's escort. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Xingqi led his companions back to the pleasure boat, which then vanished into the sky. Harry observed the weary faces of his companions and chose not to speak, leading them back to their humble abode. He instructed Kobe to set up a tent in the courtyard, and without the luxury of exchanging pleasantries, everyone retreated to their rooms and collapsed into slumber. The night proved to be rather arduous. When Ginny finally awoke, her mind was clouded with confusion, taking her a moment to realize that they had returned to England. Upon emerging from the tent, she found her dedicated staff already mingling with the Weasley family. The men congregated in one corner while the women gathered in another, laughter erupting as shadows occasionally darted across their midst. Suddenly, a furious roar pierced the air. Ginny Black. The collective gaze turned towards the tent entrance, where Ginny stood, bewildered. As Sirius lunged toward her, Ginny felt a twinge of guilt regarding Sirius. She had inadvertently left him deactivated in her bag for nearly half a month. Fortunately, he had remained blissfully unaware, or else he might have driven her to madness. "How dare you? How could you involve yourself in matters between nations?" Sirius exclaimed, bouncing around her with agitation, his hands gesticulating through the air in frustration. "Aren't you a Slytherin? Where's your caution gone?" "But I'm surrounded by Gryffindors," Ginny retorted cautiously, eliciting even more erratic movements from Sirius. Witnessing the indignant Ginny and the livid Sirius, the group erupted in laughter, struggling to regain composure as they finally managed to extricate Sirius from Ginny's side, allowing her a moment of relief. "Speaking of Slytherin, I encountered Draco at the competition camp. We had initially agreed to return to England together, but circumstances changed unexpectedly, and we came back first. Can Harry contact Draco?" Ginny inquired. Harry's expression stiffened. "Yes, I can inform him you have returned shortly. Do not worry. He is the head of the Malfoy family. There will be no issues." "How do you communicate?" Ginny asked, her curiosity piqued. "I heard that you two are at odds within the ministry, yet Ginny claims you are friends." Harry could not help but push Ginny's face away playfully. You've learned some bad habits from Tony. Is this appropriate for children to know? Oh, come on. Just tell me how you communicate. Ginny insisted, grasping Harry's arm and shaking it with feigned innocence, a stark contrast to her demeanor since she joined Slytherin at 11. Ahem. Fine, I will tell you. Harry relented, unable to withstand her charm. He retrieved a coin from his pocket, channeling magic into it. The coin trembled slightly, yet Ginny failed to notice any difference. Look here. Harry pointed to the numbers on the edge of the coin and explained to Ginny that these figures represented the year and material ratio forged by the goblins on a genuine galleon. However, they had devised a secret code, allowing messages to be conveyed through these numbers. This scheme had been orchestrated by Hermione during their school days, when they called themselves Dumbledore's Army. Harry reminisced, feeling the coin warm briefly in his hand as he scrutinized the changing digits. He then informed Ginny that he had already made contact with Elder Sun from Huaxia, and that she need not worry any further. Ginny felt a wave of relief, especially considering their earlier encounter with Yamamoto at the beach, which had been rather confrontational. With her mind eased, Ginny shared Peter's arrangements with Harry and inquired about who was overseeing matters at the Ministry of Magic, wondering if they needed to take any action. Harry found her questions amusing. After all, Ginny was still a child herself, yet she was fretting over the affairs of another. Leave this to me, he assured her. Once you've rested, I'll take you directly to the ministry tomorrow. Hermione will be waiting there. This is all quite trivial. It's rare for you all to be back, so let us focus on enjoying ourselves. Chapter 103. The Explosive Genius, Seamus. Although Ginny felt somewhat underestimated, she reluctantly acquiesced, appreciating the concern behind his words, and turned to find Ginny and the others. They had purchased a multitude of beautiful garments and jewelry, which certainly warranted sharing. That evening, Molly put forth her utmost effort, preparing a grand feast of traditional British dishes. Harry had to use the extension charm to enlarge the table. Otherwise, it would not have sufficed. After dinner, Tony gathered with the twins, whispering about something unknown, while Pepper and Ginny engaged in conversation. Molly and Arthur were anxiously chasing after a little rascal, Leo Weasley, Bill's eldest son, who was only 4 years old and full of mischief. Charlie showcased his collection of various moving dragon models, educating Banner and the Park family, while Percy couldn't help but glance at the English version of Thick Black Theory that Ginny had gifted him. As for Ron, he lay sprawled in a chair, groaning with a hand on his belly. What are you all discussing? Ron inquired, having observed the sneaky antics of the twins and Tony. George promptly pressed Ron's head down, exclaiming, "Oh, my dear little Ronnie, feeling lonely, are we?" Fred stuck out his tongue at him, adding, "Oh, Ronnie, you have no idea how much I miss you." "Don't call me Ronnie," Ron retorted, flustered. "I heard you talking about explosions. I'm going to tell Mom." Tony was taken aback. "Goodness, how old are you? Why would you tell your parents?" "I was already past that at 3. The twins burst into laughter, while Ron's face shifted from red to green and back again. "All right, enough of the antics," Harry interjected. "You know Tony has an identity in the Muggle world. He occasionally deals with criminals and needs some explosive items to ensure deterrence and effectiveness, while simultaneously masking the consequences of magic." At long last, the twins, having laughed to their heart's content, disclosed a matter they had deliberated upon for half a day without resolution. While the thunderous explosions were indeed useful, their power was somewhat lacking. Should we consider utilizing ammunition, the entire design of the armament and its launching mechanisms would necessitate a complete overhaul, which would be rather cumbersome. Tony furrowed his brow, idly sketching in the soil with a twig. Could we create an explosion powerful enough to obliterate half of Hogwarts? Ron interjected suddenly. "Certainly, I have been to Hogwarts. However, the magnitude required to devastate half of the castle seems excessive." Tony hesitated, half astounded. Destroy half of Hogwarts? The twins began to ponder, stroking their chins in recollection. "I believe it was the exploding wizard, Seamus?" Ron exclaimed, snapping his fingers. "Yes, that's him. For some inexplicable reason, his ordinary spells could yield explosive effects, which is why, despite graduating all those years ago, he has yet to secure stable employment and has been forced to take on odd jobs, living rather frugally." Tony appeared utterly bewildered, exchanging glances with the twins. "Our little brother, Ron, has grown up," George exclaimed, pulling out a handkerchief to dab at the corner of his eye. "He has even started assisting his classmates." Fred slumped dramatically in his chair, clutching his heart. "Oh, our little Ron." The twins sang the final line in operatic unison. "Enough." Ron sprang to his feet, chasing after the twins. Although he would typically be outmatched, Fred's current inability to engage left him free to create distractions, allowing Ron to feel as if he had a fighting chance. After a brief bout of chaos, Ron, while using his wand to shave off his excess facial hair, inquired, "Is this feasible? We are, after all, doormates. The last time I saw him, he was despondently preparing to flip over a cauldron." George languidly leaned back in his chair. "What we seek is stability. Seamus's abilities are far too unpredictable, and we cannot be certain. How about this? ISNT Ginny going to the Ministry of Magic tomorrow? I could swing by your shop and arrange for someone to try it out." "There's nothing of great import to attend to at present," Tony suggested. Ron immediately jumped to his feet, exclaiming, "Marvelous! I shall notify him at once. What time tomorrow?" George glanced at Tony and, noting his earnestness, replied to Ron, "Let us say 9 o'clock. We'll have just finished breakfast by then." "No problem." Ron hastily dashed to the Olery at home, only to step on his own beard and perform an unintentional somersault in the yard. "George, how many hair growth spells did you actually use?" George waved his hand with a grin. "Not many, just a dozen or so." Ron's anguished cries echoed through the night sky above the burrow. Happy, observing Ron's rapidly expanding beard, couldn't help but touch his own hairline, pondering him. Perhaps mine has indeed grown a bit higher? He conceived a bold idea. As the night wore on, the burrow finally fell silent, with everyone drifting into slumber. At the break of dawn, as the sun rose, a cacophony erupted within the burrow. "George, use your hands. Put down the cutlery. Ron, wash your face before you eat. And you, oh dear, Ginny, have you risen so early? Do indulge in a hearty meal." Although Molly has aged, her commanding voice has always been effective in the Weasley household. Anyone summoned by name tends to leap away like a startled rabbit. Following a rather chaotic breakfast, the group divided into two factions. Ginny, Harry, Percy, and Arthur escorted the Park family to the Ministry of Magic for some formalities, while Banner utilized the fireplace to visit Hagrid and Hogsmeade for a nostalgic chat. The remaining members accompanied the twins, along with Ron and Ginny, to Diagon Alley, with plans to dine at the Restaurant of Ice and Fire for lunch. Due to the presence of the Park family, they could not use the fireplace to reach the ministry. Apparition was also not feasible for such a large group. It was best for Ginny to refrain from using magic here, so Harry prudently borrowed a vehicle from the ministry, accessing it through the shabby telephone booth at the entrance in London. Upon entering the underground lobby of the ministry, they found the fountain had been reconstructed, now resembling a miniature Hogwarts castle. Originally, the ministry intended to erect a statue of Harry, but that idea was firmly rejected. The Park family, upon entering the ministry, was utterly captivated, their eyes darting in wonder. After all, such a scene seemed only to exist in fantasy films or video games, and they were astounded to witness it in reality. Harry greeted numerous acquaintances along the way, finally reaching the elevator, where he reminded the Park family to hold on tightly as it swiftly descended to the 4th level, the Department of Records. With Harry's company, their paperwork was processed with remarkable speed. They merely submitted their documents, and the staff swiftly reviewed and stamped them. The final formality involved placing a trace on Peter, who resided in America, which posed no inconvenience whatsoever. Upon exiting the office, Ben and May were left bewildered. Was that truly all? Surely, it could not have been resolved so swiftly. Harry glanced at his pocket watch and confirmed everything was in order. Peter's name had already been registered at Hogwarts, allowing them to await his 11th birthday with peace of mind. The Park family finally felt a sense of relief, while the International Confederation of Wizards was not inherently unwelcoming. Their excessive caution was somewhat daunting for ordinary folk. Yet, given the historical context, it was understandable. No one could criticize them for their apprehensions, especially since they had not personally endured the harrowing events chronicled in history books, rendering them incapable of empathetic judgment. Chapter 104. A day trip to Diagon Alley. They departed around 8 o'clock, and with matters proceeding so smoothly, it was still not yet 10. Ginny and the Park family deliberated and decided against using the fireplace or a portkey, opting instead to take a taxi, as they were not far from their destination. After all, having come to England, the Park family was eager to catch a glimpse of London. Exiting through the designated exit of the ministry, they found themselves before a public restroom, leaving the Park family momentarily stunned, standing at the entrance in a daze until Ginny's summoned taxi pulled up at the curb, snapping them back to reality. The vehicle glided smoothly along the road as the Park family gazed out the window, marveling at the stark contrast to America. steeped in a sense of history. Soon, they found themselves parked in front of a record shop. Having paid the fare in dollars before the taxi swiftly vanished around the corner. So where are we? Ben pondered, bewildered by his surroundings. Peter tugged at his sleeve. Uncle Ben, over there. I see it. Following Peter's pointing finger, Ben finally spotted the entrance of a pub. Has it always been there? I can't believe I missed it. It seemed as though a spell had been cast to prevent muggles from accidentally intruding. Passers-by appeared to ignore this place unless guided. Much like the Ministry of Magic and St. Mungo's, both protected by such enchantments. Gemini spoke as she approached and pushed open the door. Come on, let's go inside. The Park family followed her into the leaky cauldron. As the heavy door closed behind them, their vision momentarily dimmed, but once their eyes adjusted to the interior light, they beheld the pub's ambience. It was morning, and the establishment was not overly crowded. Patrons conversed in hushed tones, while others amused themselves with wand tricks, captivating the Park family's attention. Although they were well-traveled, this pure realm of magic was an entirely new experience for them. As they followed Gemini to the back of the pub, where the refuse bin stood, she tapped them with her wand. Turning to the trio, Gemini smiled and said, Routine procedure, welcome to Diagon Alley. Wow, the Park family gasped, watching as bricks rotated and formed a doorway, revealing an unexpected street filled with a variety of buildings and the lively chatter of passers-by. Wizards in robes bustled about, while the Park family, dressed in Muggle attire, felt somewhat conspicuous. Yet, no one approached them, as more and more wizards seemed to embrace Muggle clothing, appreciating its convenience and style. Strolling down the streets of Diagon Alley with Gemini, the Park family felt as if their eyes were insufficient to absorb the sights. Despite their astonishment, even Peter refrained from shouting or pointing. After a casual tour, they arrived at the entrance of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, where the shop was teeming with customers. Gemini glanced inside and quickly dismissed the desire to enter, contemplating whether to explore elsewhere when Tony emerged from the throng, accompanied by a man in his 30s. All right, you've agreed to settle down in America with George, so just report to me when you're settled. No need to worry about your compensation, Tony said as he pushed through the crowd, addressing the man. Of course. Thank you, Mr. Stark. I will do my best. I'm heading back now to sort out my affairs, Simeon Finnegan exclaimed, shaking Tony's hand before turning to exit with enthusiasm. It was then that Tony noticed Gemini and the others at the entrance. Did you finish so soon? He inquired, surprised. Gemini shrugged. Well, there were people inside, so we had to be quick. Tony glanced back at the crowd, decisively abandoning his intention to push his way through. He informed the clerk at the counter by the door to notify George that he and Gemini had stepped out before exiting the bustling shop. The virtual imagery business in the UK was nearly saturated, with only minor maintenance tasks remaining. George was already preparing to take Fred along to establish operations in America. As Tony walked, he conversed with Gemini, mentioning that someone had already approached George about opportunities in the States, though they were uncertain whether to disclose the truth publicly. What about here in the UK? Gemini inquired. In the UK, we speak of the fusion of magic and Muggle technology, Tony replied. Even the nobility have remained silent, especially with the Weasley family and Harry standing behind us. He continued, the resistance towards ordinary people in America is considerable. I fear their negative sentiments may be overwhelming. Gemini paused for a moment. I believe we can be honest. The American Magical Congress has begun to ease their defenses against Muggles. I've heard that officials are even researching the U.S. Constitution, seeking to establish a magical state within America. Tony halted in his tracks. How come I haven't heard of this? I overheard some chatter as I left the ministry. Apparently, one of his relatives in America is studying Muggle law. Gemini responded with a smirk. Ah, I see. We've arrived, Tony exclaimed, stopping in front of the fat lady's clothing shop. Steve sat helplessly in a chair, watching as Happy and Pepper animatedly conversed with the shopkeeper. Have you finished? Fantastic. Let us explore elsewhere. I admit I'm not well versed in fashion. Steve's face lit up upon seeing his companions, and he sprang up to open the door for Gemini and the others. Tony was left behind by Pepper, while Happy claimed to have found a new vocation. Gemini appreciated the craftsmanship of the fat lady, but was not fond of their materials. Thus, the group inside the shop consisted of Tony, Happy, Pepper, and Ben. Originally accompanied by Peter, Steve, and Gemini, they stood at the entrance, waving enthusiastically while ignoring Tony's pleading gaze before turning to leave. Gemini led the three on a day tour of Diagon Alley, visiting Flourish and Blots and then Leaky Cauldron. Although they all resided in the shop and had chores managed by Kirby, small conveniences still proved beneficial. Steve and Ben purchased automatic table cleaning cloths and bed-making brushes. At the stationery store, Peter became enamored with a quill that could assist in spell checking, but under Ben's insistence, he left without it. Observing Peter's downcast demeanor, Gemini bought him a children's broomstick, which could only ascend a meter off the ground and featured safety devices, ensuring no risk of falls. It was a common item among young witches and wizards. Upon receiving the gift, Peter's spirits lifted, and he chattered excitedly while clutching his broomstick as they continued down the street. Finally, they returned to Flourish and Blots, where they purchased some early reading materials for Peter. Although Gemini already possessed these, Ben felt it essential for Peter to have his own rather than continually borrowing. Chapter 105. Steve's complete response as the time approached. Gemini and her companions meandered toward the ice and fire restaurant. Tony, familiar with the location, had no cause for concern, though he pondered how Banner would arrive. Should they wait at the Broken Cauldron? Just as Gemini hesitated at the entrance, she spotted Hagrid in the distance, conversing with someone as he made his way over. Beside him was none other than Banner. Huh, Gemini, long time no see. Hagrid, towering above the rest, was the first to catch sight of Gemini and waved enthusiastically. Gemini returned the gesture. Hagrid, did you bring Banner along? Thank you so much. Let's go in and have a meal. We need to head back to America tonight. Hagrid hesitated for a moment, but soon acquiesced, questioning the urgency. What has to rush? With a smile, Gemini replied, just a little outing, coupled with some errands. Come on, I'd like to introduce you to a young friend of mine, who will likely need your guidance in the future. Delighted by the prospect, Hagrid followed her into the restaurant. The Ice and Fire restaurant was modest in size, serving familiar dishes enhanced by a touch of magic. As it was frequented by vendors from Diagon Alley, George had even secured a spacious private room for their gathering, accommodating everyone comfortably. Within the establishment, both staff and patrons recognized Hagrid, greeting him warmly. Once inside the private room, the staff promptly brought out a set of utensils and a chair tailored to Hagrid's stature, eliciting astonished reactions from the American guests. There was nothing unusual about this. Anyone who had attended Hogwarts would undoubtedly know Hagrid, for the British magical community is rather small. And who has spent time at Hogwarts? Gemini explained this to her companions before formally introducing Hagrid to Peter. She also briefed Hagrid on Peter's circumstances. Hagrid, with a hearty laugh, clapped Peter on the shoulder, inadvertently sending him into a chair, prompting an apology from Hagrid and laughter from the others. After learning about Peter's family situation, Hagrid assured everyone with a thump of his chest that he would look after Peter at school, provided, of course, that Peter was not a mischievous twin. Though not averse to mischief himself, Hagrid had no desire to spend another lifetime chasing someone out of the Forbidden Forest. The remark drew glances toward the twins, who, while certainly fond of pranks, were not quite on par with Hagrid's description. Noticing the curiosity in the room, Hagrid, undeterred by the twins' protests, recounted their less than admirable history, prompting Tony to burst into hearty laughter. The meal concluded with joyous camaraderie, and as Hagrid bid farewell to the group, he mentioned he was off to Nocturne Alley to procure some insecticide. Although Gemini was tempted to join him, she quickly dismissed the idea upon considering the large entourage behind her. After a brief discussion, everyone decided to return for some rest and to prepare for their departure. They initially planned to use the international fireplace, but upon observing the throng of muggles, Harry reconsidered this plan. When Harry returned from the Ministry of Magic, he was holding a tattered car tire. Ginny looked at it with disdain, wondering if the Ministry could not improve their standards. After all, such worn-out items were being recycled in the Muggle world. Harry, with a resigned smile, ruffled her hair and said, "All right, just this once. Don't be so picky. I specially applied for an international portkey, and the address is set at your shop, which makes it so much more convenient." Ginny ceased her complaints. The group hastily took a few bites of their meal, gathered their belongings, and prepared to leave. Noticing that time was running short, they made their way to the yard. Everyone exchanged glances at the shabby tire. It was no wonder Ginny had to voice her concerns. The transition from a delicate porcelain vase to a dilapidated tire was indeed quite jarring. "Hurry up, time is of the essence. Those who do not wish to be left behind, place your fingers on it quickly," Harry urged. Ginny nudged Steve, prompting him to hold the tire, while the others cautiously extended a finger to touch it. As Harry began his countdown, the familiar sensation of being hooked enveloped them, and they soon found themselves engulfed in a dizzying sensation. When the void beneath their feet solidified into a firm ground, they all tumbled together again, struggling to disentangle themselves amidst the chaos they had created in the living room. Ginny, feeling indifferent about tidying up, declared that everyone should return to their respective rooms, assuring them that Creeby would assist Bog and Libby in organizing their belongings. Gazing at the sky outside, Ginny noted that due to the time difference, it was still broad daylight in America. Despite her exhaustion, she downed a vial of energy potion and pushed herself to arrange her newly purchased clothing and accessories, meticulously organizing them in her wardrobe. She was uncertain about others, but she knew she must adjust to the time difference. The days that followed were remarkably tranquil. The only news was that Tony was confined to studying, emerging every few days to take on the role of a superhero, which notably improved the safety in the vicinity of New York. Rumor had it that Iron Man was in a rather irritable mood and elusive, causing those with ill intentions to think twice. After all, who would want to encounter a furious Iron Man? Life proceeded in an orderly fashion, and Steve's issues had been completely resolved. He even took a leave to visit Peggy, and, after hearing their stories, Ginny generously sponsored a vial of youth potion, which allows one to briefly return to their most cherished moments. This potion was addictive and composed of rare ingredients, making Ginny's supply limited to just that one vial. Having resolved his inner turmoil, Steve returned to the agency, content to serve as an ostensibly useless security guard, his primary contribution being that the safety in Brooklyn rivaled that of Manhattan. Ginny paid no heed to the chaotic happenings outside, immersing herself in her studies. Hermione even had George deliver her old notes to Ginny, filling nearly 2 large boxes. In Hermione's words, "Goodness, I can hardly believe there are less than 10 weeks left until the exam." Although Gemini asserted that her report card was of little consequence, she felt a sense of shame regarding her potential poor performance, especially considering her decision to leave school midway. Notably, during this visit, with Sirius as a witness, Gemini formally recognized Harry as her godfather, thereby aligning Harry's role as her guardian with proper protocol. The shop had few affairs to attend to, yet it necessitated human oversight. Hence, May set up a stall outside the store, selling trinkets sourced from Huaxia. These were items she had received as flyers during her attendance at the matches, which included contact details. After contemplating this venture, May made a phone call and was met with a friendly response, even though her order was modest. Arrangements were made for her goods to be dispatched via a dedicated magical route. Upon learning this, Gemini opened a window display in the shop, allowing May to sell her wares without the burden of rent, as they had already taken over the first-floor premises, thus enhancing the utility of their establishment. Chapter 106. The report card arrives during a period of focused study. Time flew by rapidly, and before long, it was the end of June. Gemini anxiously closed the shop door, granting everyone a lengthy holiday as she embarked on her journey home. The examination period was set for the final week of June, a week entirely devoted to assessments. Upon returning to England, Gemini barely had a moment to catch her breath before being summoned back to school by Professor McGonagall. In consideration of Gemini's dignity, had arranged a temporary residence in a faculty lounge for her. Gemini's return went largely unnoticed, as everyone was preoccupied with their studies. During her exams, Gemini typically occupied a seat in the last row, rushing out as soon as the written portion concluded, while the practical assessments were conducted the night prior to the arrival of the examiners. Thus, Gemini completed her examinations a day ahead of most students and departed the school. Having spent less than 10 minutes at Grimmauld Place, Gemini fled from Creature's incessant chatter and made her way to Harry and Ginny's home. The Potter residence nestled in Godric's Hollow. To celebrate Gemini's completion of her exams, Ginny invited Hermione and Ron over for a small gathering. The Malfoy family also sent invitations and gifts, indicating that they would host a banquet at Malfoy Manor once the report cards were released, marking the return of the Black family. Despite Gemini's unilateral decision to register in the United States, few were aware of it. The legacy of the Black family remained firmly rooted in England, and no one voiced any objections. After Harry replied with a scowl to Draco's letter, he felt a lingering discomfort. However, as Draco was related to Gemini, he could not afford to distance himself too much for her sake, and reluctantly agreed to maintain a connection. Following the completion of her exams, Gemini spent a week at Harry's home, eagerly awaiting her report card. It arrived during breakfast, as an owl swooped through the open window, landing on the table and dropping a rolled-up parchment before taking flight once more. The atmosphere at the Harry household suddenly became lively. Gemini took a deep breath while holding her report card, and under the gaze of those around her, she slowly unfolded it. A quick glance revealed that most of her grades were satisfactory, with nothing alarming, prompting her to scrutinize it more closely. Potions, defense against the dark arts, charms, transfiguration, ancient runes, astronomy, and herbology all yielded decent results. History of magic, divination, and care of magical creatures were commendable as well. With a sense of relief, Gemini showcased her report card to the group of adults before her. Quite impressive. Sirius was the first to commend. But why did you choose divination? To think you even received a passing mark is truly unexpected. Lily playfully slapped the back of Sirius's head, despite their virtual nature. Sirius feigned scratching his head in response. What was that for? He asked, feigning innocence. Lily chose to ignore him and gently addressed Gemini. Well done, dear. Your results are quite commendable. You know, they're not far off from what Harry achieved in his time, especially considering you studied on your own. That is no small feat. Sirius chuckled sheepishly. I did not mean to imply your grades were lacking. After all, my own were not stellar. I was quite the rebel back then. Gemini folded her report card, realizing it aligned with her expectations. After all, she was aware that the exam had taken place over 6 months ago, and her revision had been insufficient. Without guidance from professors, relying solely on self-study proved to be inadequate. What should we do then? Perhaps you should return to school for another 2 years? Let your staff take an extended leave, and their salaries can be covered, even if it falls on me, Harry suggested with concern. Gemini firmly declined. How many students who can leave school would actually want to return? Especially kids our age, who would find it too embarrassing. I will inquire with the Paquette family in America to see if I can audit classes at Ilvermorny. After all, the curriculum is quite similar. If that does not work out, I will hire a tutor. This exam was merely a trial run, and it seems my self-study cannot fully substitute for the professor's efforts. The true test lies in the exams, but rest assured, I will be diligent. Observing Gemini's expression, Harry could only sigh in disappointment. Why does it seem like you always want to escape? The Malfoy family, known for being well-informed, sent a carriage to the Harry residence on the very day Gemini's report card was released, along with an invitation for the family. Although Gemini was not particularly eager to attend such a gathering, she recognized the necessity of establishing connections now that she was regarded as an adult, especially since she was the sole representative of the Black family. With a scowl, Harry escorted Gemini into the carriage, hastily delivering her to Draco before rushing off to work. Draco introduced her to Lucius and Narcissa, who were enjoying their retirement at the back of the estate, and arranged a room for her in the main house. The banquet was set for the following evening, and his wife, Astoria, had already arranged for a stylist to come and customize a gown and jewelry for Gemini, determined to make her look resplendent. That is enough, truly enough, Astoria. Jamie looked around the room, filled with clothes and jewelry, feeling a bitter taste in her mouth. She never imagined that there would come a day when trying on dresses would make her feel nauseous. Are you tired? Then which set do you prefer? The black, the gold, or the pink? Astoria inquired, her demeanor amiable as she presented 3 beautifully coordinated gowns. Jamie sighed in relief and examined them closely. I choose the black one. After all, it is the Black family. Astoria couldn't help but chuckle softly. Very well, Miss Black and Black. Jamie observed Astoria, who regarded her as if she were her own daughter, and fell into a moment of silence. Astoria had always longed for a child, but their family bore a curse that severely affected the health of its women, particularly in terms of fertility, which made Draco reluctant to have children, even if it meant the Malfoy line would come to an end. To be honest, when Draco learned of Jamie's existence, he had considered bringing her into the Malfoy family, but he could not outmaneuver Harry and had to abandon the idea. Later, he even entertained thoughts of adopting Jamie's future offspring, hoping that would suffice. But after spending time with Jamie, he quietly dismissed that notion. After all, given Jamie's temperament, whether she would even be interested in men was a different matter altogether, let alone having children. Does Draco still not want children? Jamie asked. Astoria smiled, tousling Jamie's hair. These are not matters for you to ponder. Your task is to be a lovely little princess, adorning yourself in splendid attire to attend the festivities. Jamie felt a twinge of discomfort. I know many people in America. Perhaps I can look into it and see if they have a solution. Chapter 107. The summer vacation begins. Astoria pressed her lips together. Well, this is not something for you children to worry about. If you're meant to have children, it will happen in due course. With that, Astoria shifted the conversation, beginning to design Jamie's makeup for the chosen dress. At noble gatherings, even a single hair must not be out of place, which was no wonder Jamie was reluctant to attend. Despite preparations made a day in advance, the day of the event was still a flurry of chaos. Jamie was awakened early to have her hair attended to, and by midday, she merely nibbled a few bites before the afternoon was consumed by makeup application. Changing into the gown and accessorizing. After a whole day of turmoil, she finally completed all preparations just before the event began. Honestly, I never want to attend another banquet again, Jamie declared, sitting despondently in her chair. Don't be ridiculous. There will be another after your exams. And your coming-of-age ceremony is approaching. Oh, by the way, are you sure you don't want to find a charming young man to become engaged to? You're about to turn 17, Astoria remarked. With each word, Jamie lowered her head further, the prospect feeling utterly disheartening. I absolutely do not want to get married. What is so appealing about marriage? The faces of those nobles are truly repugnant. Just the thought of being associated with such people makes me feel ill. Jamie displayed a look of disdain. Astoria gazed at her in surprise. Who said me to seek out those nobles? Gemini felt bewildered. Wasn't this the tradition of the nobility, marrying only pure-blooded aristocrats? Astoria chuckled as she sat beside Gemini on a long bench. You think too much. You must understand that the Potter, Malfoy, and Black families currently have only you as their sole heir. The future remains uncertain. According to Draco and Harry's perspective, as long as you are happy, even if your partner is a muggle, they would not voice significant objections. Of course, challenges will undoubtedly arise. Now, it was Gemini's turn to be astonished. But the books say, that is merely what is written. Ever since the battle at Hogwarts, Draco has altered his views. After personally visiting the Muggle world, his perspective shifted entirely. Lucius, due to the Dark Lord, stepped down after Draco graduated from school. That was when we met, Gemini. Listen to me. Perspectives can change. You cannot apply old notions to contemporary individuals. You are our family, and the Malfoy family places the utmost importance on kinship. Astoria's earnest words caused Gemini to blush, leaving her only able to mumble an apology. I do not wish for you to apologize. I merely hope you understand that we are not the stereotypes depicted in books, Astoria continued. You grew up surrounded by Gryffindors. Although you entered Slytherin, you have never truly lived in the Malfoy household. This time, you can observe closely and see if these nobles are as they are portrayed in literature. Gemini nodded thoughtfully, picking up the guest list Draco had provided and perusing it. After the conclusion of the banquet, her face felt frozen from smiling. Accompanying Draco as he bid farewell to the last guest, Gemini finally relaxed, dragging her weary feet back to her room, massaging her face as she reflected on the evening's experiences. Nobles truly lived up to their reputation, possessing an uncanny ability to discern meaning behind every word. Each utterance could yield countless interpretations. Those who sought to gain favor could decipher even the slightest glance, articulating sentiments in line with your thoughts or offering flattery. They were indeed astute. Moreover, the most remarkable aspect was that the nobles could effortlessly shift the topic if you revealed even the slightest disagreement, doing so without leaving a trace. Gemini smacked her lips, pondering when she might develop such skills. Although she felt that in this lifetime, she might be doomed, perhaps in her next life, she would be more astute. After an entire day spent on her hairstyle, makeup, and attire, everything was stripped away in a mere half hour. Gemini collapsed onto her bed, determined not to think of anything further. Any matters could wait until another day. She truly lacked the spirit for more. The echoes of the banquet lingered for nearly half a month. For nobility, such gatherings served as social venues, ideal for discussing collaborations and potential unions. However, these affairs held little relevance for Gemini, as she decisively bid farewell to everyone in England 3 days post-banquet. She had promised to take her shop employees to visit the old staff during the summer. She could not afford to break that promise. It can be said that Gemini's arrival in America this time was the most legitimate, as she emerged openly through the international entrance. Gazing at this unfamiliar place, Gemini reflected on her past, having traversed the borders mostly through clandestine means. This was her first visit to such a place. Outside the Woolworth building, Steve and the Parker family had long awaited her arrival at the entrance. Although they were unaware of the wizard's entrance, Gemini had mentioned that there was only one access point to the building. Sure enough, they spotted her emerging through the front doors, Peter brimming with excitement. leaped up and shouted a couple of times until Gemini noticed them in the crowd and hurriedly crossed the street towards them. Is Peter on break? Gemini inquired as she settled into the car driven by Steve. Of course. It's summer vacation now. I have a good friend, the one you met when you were leaving. P.S. Remarkable, an Asian whose grandmother hails from Huaxia Yangcheng. He treated me to some delightful snacks, and they were delicious. After we finish with Ethan, can we travel to Huaxia? Peter rambled on. Let us give Gemini a moment to rest. She just arrived from England. Can we not allow her a breather? Someone interjected, halting Peter's chatter. A little disgruntled, Peter fell silent, prompting a smile from Gemini. Well, there is still plenty of summer left. If your assignments aren't an issue, we can certainly travel. I'm not short on funds. Running the shop is merely a way to pass the time. Besides, my recent exam went quite smoothly, and I believe a celebration is in order. After our outing, I'll need to focus on my studies again, as I have an even more crucial exam in 2 years, and there won't be much time for leisure then. That sounds wonderful. I'll tell Ned as soon as I get back that we're going to Huaxia. Peter couldn't contain his joy, referencing a new friend he had made. They laughed and chatted all the way back to the shop. However, after just a couple of days of opening, their inventory was swiftly purchased by Fury. Banner, taking advantage of Gemini's return for exams, accompanied her to Hogwarts. Once the students had gone on break, Hulk was allowed to roam free and assisted Hagrid in tending to the Forbidden Forest, leaving the shop completely devoid of stock. Seeing this situation, Gemini decided to close the shop, instructing everyone to pack their belongings while she looked into the regulations for traveling to Huaxia. Chapter 108, The Dragon Rising Project. Unfortunately, before Gemini could inquire about the regulations at the Parliament, she received an invitation from Tony, inviting them to the topping-off ceremony for Stark Tower on July 12, 2011. With the event just 2 days away, Gemini could only express her apologies to Peter, promising to travel to Huaxia after Tony's event. Though Peter was eager to visit Huaxia, the matter involved his idol, Iron Man, so there was no further discussion. Iron Man took precedence. When the designated time arrived, it was Steve who drove the group to the address provided by Tony. Gemini, the Parker family, and Steve stood disheveled beside a fenced construction site in Manhattan. Gemini could not resist pulling out the invitation, examining it closely to confirm it was indeed dated 2011 and that they had not misread the time. What then was the situation with this hollow, unfinished building before them? You all arrived right on time. Amidst a crescendo of exhilarating rock music, Tony descended from the sky in his battle suit, greeting everyone with a broad smile. What do you mean by that? Is there no topping-off ceremony? What on earth is this building? Gemini expressed her dissatisfaction as she glared at Tony. I was thinking of having the wizards handle the decoration. Stark Tower must be extraordinary. Tony puffed out his chest proudly. And isn't it true that the wizards work quickly? It's perfect. Gemini covered her head in exasperation. Who taught you your common sense? Is there anything wrong with that? Tony froze in place, bewildered by what he had done wrong. Do you seriously think that just the Pearson crew can complete the entire building's renovation in a short time? Are you trying to work them to death? Gemini looked at Tony incredulously. My little building and your house renovation took them over a day. Just calculate the area of this building yourself. Tony, mimicking Peter and the others, stood at the edge of the site and gazed up at the towering structure, suddenly feeling a bit dizzy. You know the Woolworth building, right? It took several years from the start of construction to its opening, and that building is significantly shorter than yours. Gemini nearly rolled her eyes in disbelief. Tony's expression shifted to one of despair. What am I supposed to do then? I can't wait for several years. Gemini sighed, realizing she was the one who was supposed to be the child here. Is this building intended for ordinary people, or what? Gemini inquired. I want a unique tower named after me. Something different, Tony replied earnestly. The lower floors will be for the common folk, while the upper levels are reserved for myself. Of course, I've set aside an entire floor for you all as well. Gemini pondered for a moment and rummaged through her bag until she finally produced a crumpled flyer. If all else fails, you might want to reach out to them. After all, the construction speed and quality in Huaxia are renowned worldwide. If you are in a hurry, working Pearson and his crew to exhaustion would still take them about 2 to 3 years. With their assistance, it should be manageable within a year, don't you think? Tony reluctantly accepted the flyer, which featured animated images depicting the construction and decoration of a house. At the bottom, there was a contact line. The Lonting construction team awaits your patronage, along with phone numbers for ordinary citizens and an exclusive contact address for the magical realm. To facilitate guests, The flyer even included a secret phrase. Mentioning it during a phone call would redirect the caller to the magical side. Tony immediately spoke. "Jarvis, dial this number." "Certainly, sir. I am now dialing an international long-distance call." "Hello, this is the customer service department of Longton Construction Team. I am customer service representative 1002. How may I assist you today?" The phone rang for just a few seconds before a melodious female voice emerged from the other end. Tony, frowning as he held the flyer, stumbled through the coded phrases, soaring with excitement. "All right, I understand. Please hold on. I will transfer you shortly." The voice of the operator, number 1002, remained sweet and unchanged. The phone then played hold music, and 2 seconds later, the voice returned. "Hello, this is the customer service department of Longton Construction Company. I am customer service representative number 1002. How may I assist you?" The voice was identical, without a hint of variation. Tony, waiting impatiently, felt as if he could bore a hole through his phone with a glare. Wasn't he this all the same? Why must I still recite the coded phrases? The voice of 1002 continued to exude its unwavering sweetness. "Sir, this is our protocol. Do you have any needs? Please provide your address, and we will send a specialist to survey and design for you. Of course, this survey and design service is complimentary. You may pay only if you are satisfied with our design." Tony sensed something amiss, but dismissed it. "Do you operate internationally? I have a building that requires renovation in New York, USA. Without further ado, I only request speed and quality." Tony perceived a slight gasp from the other end. "Very well, sir. Our designer will arrive at your specified location within 10 minutes. Are you nearby?" "I am. I'm quite conspicuous. You will see me as soon as you arrive. I will be waiting," Tony confidently asserted, preemptively hanging up the call. He turned to Jamie and the others, stating, "Next, she will either promote or request feedback." I hung up early to avoid the hassle. Ding! Tony's phone chimed, and he glanced at it to find a message in Chinese. "Please rate the service of customer service representative 1002. Reply with 1 if satisfied, and 5 if dissatisfied. Thank you for your feedback." Tony's expression was one of disbelief. "Jarvis, have you malfunctioned? Why am I receiving such a message?" Jarvis remained silent. "Don't ask. He didn't know either." Before he could utter another word, a sharp sound sliced through the air. Everyone looked up to see a streak of light circling the half-finished building twice before descending towards the conspicuous Tony and his companions. "Sun Xiao Xiao!" Jamie exclaimed in shock at the sight before her. "Miss Blake!" Sun Xiao Xiao called out joyfully as she dismounted from her sword. What a pleasant surprise to see a familiar face. "Whose building is this? Such extravagance!" Sun Xiao Xiao, with a beaming smile, approached them. "Ah, it belongs to that man in the iron shell. He is quite affluent. You can rest assured to proceed." Jamie welcomed her with a smile. Only Tony protested vehemently from behind. "Hey, I'm still here, you know. Are you sure you want to talk about proceeding with me in the mix?" Laughter erupted among the crowd as they engaged in light-hearted banter. Sun Xiao Xiao produced a small wooden square tray, roughly the size of an A4 sheet, with a border nearly 5 centimeters wide. She then scooped several handfuls of unused sand from the construction site into the tray, drawing the astonished gazes of those around her. In the next moment, Peter could not contain his astonishment. The sand within the tray began to move autonomously, swiftly assembling itself into a miniature replica of the towering structure before them. Even the unremoved protective netting surrounding the building was faithfully represented, appearing whole and intact within Sun Xiao Xiao's tray. "Wow!" The crowd gathered around to admire the model in her hands. After Jarvis conducted a thorough scan, it was revealed that even the brick structures of the model were identical to the actual building beside them. "This is the model of the building. Please share your requirements so we can design and estimate the costs accordingly," Sun Xiao Xiao suggested. Tony stepped forward, scrutinizing the model before comparing it with the actual building. After a moment of contemplation, he articulated his requests. The top floor should be reserved for a technology laboratory and living area, anticipating the arrival of American wizards who would require a shield against their magical fields. This would necessitate collaboration from both parties. The penultimate floor was to be designated for Gemini's shop, with the specifics to be discussed by her. The third floor from the top would serve as a guest room area for visiting friends, while a banquet hall would be reserved below that. The remaining floors would be allocated as a conventional office space, ensuring that the magnetic field issues were addressed for Jarvis's future integration. As Sun Xiao Xiao listened intently, she deftly constructed the model. Once Tony finished speaking, her model was nearly complete. With a swift motion, she split the model in half to reveal the interior environment. What do you think? Is this acceptable? Ignoring Tony, Gemini leaned in to examine the vividly detailed model. The floor designated for her featured exquisite wooden decor, rich in traditional Chinese style with intricate carvings and delicate drapes, embodying both elegance and grandeur. I love this. I want it just like this, Gemini exclaimed, already envisioning what to place in that space. I also adore the style of the top floor. The terrace truly captivates me. Tony added, satisfied. Can the electrical issues be adequately arranged? I plan to install a clean energy system here. He began to describe his vision to Sun Xiaoxiao. With a gesture, Sun Xiaoxiao revealed the colorful array of wiring hidden within the model's walls. We can certainly manage that. We have significant experience in constructing buildings that blend the mystical and scientific aspects. This is quite manageable. Is your clean energy system effective? Is it truly sustainable? Can it be commercialized? Tony examined the wiring, finding the layout both clear and unobtrusive, and was thoroughly pleased. Naturally, Stark Industries aimed to excel in the energy sector. Star products were synonymous with excellence. Sun Xiaoxiao swiftly pulled out a small notebook and began jotting down notes and sketches. Before long, she presented the pricing to Tony, offering a remarkably generous discount, which amounted to 300 Huaxia coins per square meter, equivalent to just over $200, materials included. Tony immediately expressed that money was not an issue. What mattered most was efficiency. Sun Xiaoxiao recalculated and provided the estimated time frame, stating that the work would not be completed until March 2012 at the earliest. Following that, some cleanup and the arrival of office supplies would push the actual usage to at least May. Tony considered the timeline and agreed without hesitation, making an instant decision. Gemini, observing the amicable exchange between the two, expressed her desire to cover her own renovation expenses. However, Tony promptly rejected her offer. Though Gemini viewed him as a wealthy benefactor to exploit, Tony had always recognized the assistance he had provided. With so many layers involved, why should Gemini bear the cost herself? After a brief argument, Tony brought up Serafina, compelling Gemini to relent. Having settled the matters of the building, Tony and Sun Xiaoxiao were about to sign the contract when Gemini seized Sun Xiaoxiao, inquiring about their plans to travel to Huaxia. Was there anything they needed to know? Could they indeed go? Intrigued, Sun Xiaoxiao glanced at their group, noting that only Gemini and half of Peter could be considered part of the mysterious side, and confirmed that they could go. She explained that ordinary travelers could directly reach the inner regions of Huaxia, whereas the American Magical Congress's fireplace could only transport them to the port city, requiring special applications for further inland travel. Unyielding, Gemini pressed for a simpler alternative. Sun Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment, then said, "Wait a moment, I'll make a call." She stepped aside, dialing a number and conversing in Huaxia. After a considerable time, she returned with news. I inquired with the external liaison department. You all provided us with enormous assistance during the Quidditch match. They have invited you to visit, covering all expenses, including transportation. Really? Gemini exclaimed, excitement evident as Peter behind her began to cheer. Of course it's true. Just confirm your schedule and call me. I'll arrange for someone to pick you up and provide a guide. Sun Xiaoxiao replied with a smile. We're off to pack our bags, Gemini decisively declared, pulling Steve along, completely ignoring the dejected Tony. I want to go too. You can discuss it with Maria and Serafina. If they agree, I have no objections. Gemini shouted back without looking, ushering everyone into the vehicle to hastily return home and prepare. Watching Gemini's flustered state, Sun Xiaoxiao couldn't help but chuckle. She took out a piece of paper, wrote down her phone number, folded it into a paper crane, and gave it a gentle breath, sending it fluttering behind Gemini's car. Just as Gemini was reveling in joy, she suddenly slapped her forehead, realizing, oh no, I forgot to ask Sun Xiaoxiao for her phone number. As they prepared to turn back, the paper crane flew through the open car window and landed delicately in Gemini's hand, unfurling into a sheet of paper that bore the private number of Sun Xiaoxiao. With a sigh of relief, Gemini tucked the note away and urged Steve to hasten their departure. They needed to pack their belongings and leave as quickly as possible. Upon returning to the shop, everyone busily gathered their possessions, preparing for a trip to Huaxia. Unlike their previous journey to the Quidditch Stadium, which had taken them into the wilderness where they needed to bring their own tents, this time they were headed to a city where all one needed was personal items and money. Surely, there would be nothing one could not procure in the city. Peter hesitated for a long while before approaching Gemini privately. May I bring Ned along? He inquired. Gemini regarded the cautious Peter, unsure of how to respond. Our means of travel may not align with that of ordinary folk, and the destination could very well involve magic. How will you explain this to your friend? Dejected, Peter lowered his head. Gemini affectionately ruffled his hair. How about this? When I make the call later, I will ask about it. If there are any provisions on that end, it wouldn't hurt to include him. Really? Peter's eyes sparkled with excitement. I have everything packed. Can we call now? With a resigned sigh, Gemini settled down on the sofa with Peter and dialed Sun Xiao Xiao, explaining Ned's circumstances and inquiring if there were any possible arrangements. Chinese? Just a moment. Let me check. We have records of the Chinese here, Sun Xiao Xiao murmured as she searched. I found it. It's a grandmother with a young grandson. Correct? Yes, that should be the case, Gemini affirmed, glancing at Peter, who nodded vigorously. We have their records. They could be considered part of our Dao sect. Sun Xiao Xiao explained. Intrigued, Gemini prompted, Please, tell me more. His parents were outer disciples of the Dao sect and had been working in America when they mysteriously disappeared. The grandmother is likely unaware. We had originally planned to visit when the child turned 10. If he shows talent for cultivation, we would bring him back. If not, we would allow them to choose. If they wish to stay, we would offer compensation in the form of money or whatever they desire. If you want to include them, we must arrange for someone to visit tonight, Sun Xiao Xiao stated. Will there be any issues if they are aware of this? Gemini inquired. Will they spread the word? Sun Xiao Xiao chuckled. We have a silent spell. If they choose to remain in America, they must sign a contract, which includes the silent spell. They will know about this aspect, but cannot disclose it. Is it really that convenient? This is far more effective than a complete memory wipe. Gemini exclaimed. Are you planning to take them with you? Sun Xiao Xiao asked. If they are willing, we can go together, Gemini replied. Then I shall arrange for someone to visit immediately. Sun Xiao Xiao inquired. Are you all prepared? When shall we schedule the time? Let us finalize the arrangements on your end. I am fully ready here, eagerly awaiting departure. Gemini responded. Sun Xiao Xiao promptly instructed, Please arrange for someone to visit Ned's residence as soon as possible. We shall directly knock on Gemini's door when the time comes. After exchanging a few more words, Gemini concluded the call. Turning to the excited Peter, she cautioned, They have sent someone over. Until we know the outcome, it would be wise to remain discreet. Any indiscretion could lead to unforeseen consequences. Peter nodded vigorously. I understand. I will keep it confidential. Awaiting news. Gemini sent Peter back to his room and began to organize her small bag, which was already brimming with items. She had a premonition that her upcoming journey to Huaxia would entail numerous purchases. Thus, it was prudent to clear her bag in advance. By evening, everyone in the shop gathered around the dining table, distractedly consuming dinner while occasionally glancing at Gemini's phone resting on the table. Uncertain of how long they would have to wait, the anticipation was rather trying. Suddenly, the phone rang. Without a moment's hesitation, Gemini answered, Is there news? Yes. They are returning together. That lad possesses some talent. It is a perfect opportunity to bring him along for a closer look. Have you all packed your belongings? The transport has already set off and should arrive shortly. Sun Xiao Xiao's voice resonated through the phone, igniting Peter's excitement into jubilant cheers. We are all set and ready to depart, Gemini replied, unable to suppress her laughter. Excellent. I shall see you soon. I am taking you over as Mr. Stark requires some assistance with a significant project. Sun Xiao Xiao concluded. See you shortly. Goodbye. Goodbye. Gemini hung up, beaming at the group in the room. Hurry up and eat. We must leave soon. The atmosphere in the dining hall instantly transformed into one of fervor, with even Steve engaging animatedly in conversation with Ben. What about Ethan? Ben turned to Gemini and asked, Didn't Tiwi agree to visit him? He is in Florida. We can visit him upon our return, and I can bring him some gifts. Besides, he is currently in the lab and likely does not have much time to spare for me, Gemini asserted confidently. Ben shrugged and continued discussing their perceptions of Huaxia with Steve. Just as Kobe finished tidying the dining table, there was a knock at the shop door. Before Kobe could react, Peter dashed over to open it. Standing at the entrance was none other than Sun Xiao Xiao. Good evening, everyone. Let us grab our luggage and board the ship. After a brief greeting, Gemini led the group out of the shop. Outside, a grand wooden vessel awaited them, starkly contrasting with the floral boat from their previous outing. It was still not yet 8 in the evening. The streets were deserted, and while the lights in the surrounding houses glowed brightly, no one seemed to notice the ship docked on the road. As the line of passengers gradually boarded the vessel, Sun Xiao issued a command, and the flying boat ascended gently into the sky. Peter located his friend, Ned, within the cabin, and the two children huddled together, their faces alight with excitement as they chattered animatedly. Sun Xiao gathered everyone in the cabin, explaining that we would arrive at our destination at 3 a.m., which corresponds to 4 p.m. Beijing time. Upon arrival, accommodations would be arranged for you to rest for a night and adjust to the time difference, allowing for exploration the following day. Jamie and the others nodded in agreement, recognizing the importance of respecting the customs of the host country when visiting. Each person shall receive one of these fruits, and it must all be consumed. No waste. Sun Xiao declared, distributing a green fruit the size of a plum, known as the Lingming fruit. Consuming this fruit would grant the ability to comprehend various languages for a duration of 1 month. However, it should not be eaten frequently. A maximum of 2 fruits per year is recommended, and supplies are limited, given the vastness of the land and its myriad dialects. Even the Chinese themselves might hesitate to claim complete understanding. It would be beneficial for your travels. As the group accepted the green fruit, Peter was the first to take a bite, his face contorting in response to the intense sourness. After finishing the fruit, which contained no pit, the expressions of everyone turned shade of green, affirming that seasickness was unlikely to trouble them. Once the fruits were consumed, Sun Xiao introduced various tabletop games and toys to keep spirits high during the time adjustment, as staying awake was essential. Upon receiving permission, the group began to explore the vessel. Although it appeared modest from the outside, its interior was surprisingly spacious. Having encountered the mysteries of magic before, Steve felt little astonishment and chose to relax and enjoy the sights alongside his companions. Chapter 110. Trust in Science. Do not succumb to superstition. As the flying boat glided over the surface of the sea, the surrounding scenery became monotonous. The passengers lost interest in the deck and retreated to the cabin to engage in games, resisting the temptation to sleep. Jamie produced an assortment of magical snacks, including prank candies purchased from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, prompting intermittent shrieks of surprise from the cabin as someone transformed into an animal or sampled a bizarre flavor of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Time passed, and suddenly, the boat trembled slightly, rousing the drowsy passengers. Have we arrived? Yes, we have arrived. Let us disembark. Sun Xiao called out to everyone as she stepped into the cabin. Peter and Ned cheered and dashed out first, while Jamie hastily dropped her bag, instructing Steve to gather their belongings before following suit, leaving a room full of adults to manage the luggage with a sense of resigned amusement. The flying boat had docked in a picturesque village, surrounded by lush greenery and hidden houses nestled among the trees. Not far away lay a shimmering lake, reflecting the golden hues of the setting sun, with small boats appearing to return from their journeys. People had already gathered at the docking site, and Jamie immediately recognized the lead figure, the one who had sought the ball handler. Welcome, everyone, to the enchanting land of Huaxia. My name is Chu Liangjun, and we have met before. With a warm smile, Chu Liangjun greeted the group, instructing those behind him to assist with the luggage. Let us proceed. I shall lead you to your accommodations. After such a lengthy flight, you must be weary. I have arranged for you to experience the unique charm of our local lodgings. Please take a moment to rest, and after dinner, we shall adjust to the time difference before embarking on our adventures tomorrow. He spoke in Huaxia's native tongue, and Jamie and the others had no difficulty comprehending him. Indeed, the Lingming fruit proved to be a remarkable boon. Although the journey aboard the flying vessel had not been overly arduous, fatigue had set in, and they followed Chu Liangjun outside, strolling along a verdant, tree-lined path. Chu Liangjun led Jamie and her companions through a grand entrance adorned with white walls and gray tiles. Upon entering, they were greeted by an intricately carved screen wall. A few steps beyond, they emerged into a delightful garden, meandering through a covered corridor where quaint courtyards were artfully arranged within the larger garden. This is Ninghui Hall, ideal for family stays. Would it be suitable for Mr. Parker's family? Chu Liangjun inquired as they arrived at the entrance of a small courtyard. Could we take a look inside? Steve asked with curiosity. Of course, Mr. Parker. If you do not mind, let us explore together, Chu Liangjun replied, glancing at Ben for confirmation. Once he received a nod, he opened the courtyard door. Before them appeared a charming quadrangle, with a main hall directly opposite the entrance and wing rooms flanking either side. Including the side rooms, there were approximately 7 or 8 chambers, ample enough for 3 people. Even if they all chose to stay in this courtyard, it would comfortably accommodate them. Chu Liangjun guided them on a brief tour. The exterior exuded an ancient charm. Yet inside, modern amenities such as televisions and electric lights were present, along with a choice of both canopy beds and comfortable mattresses. Upon seeing the exquisitely carved canopy bed, May found herself momentarily speechless, instantly deciding this would be her residence. Originally, the Parker family could have rested in the courtyard, but after some discussion, they opted to continue exploring and see the accommodations of others. Ned and his grandmother were not assigned a room here, as they had pressing matters to attend to, needing to return to the Taoist headquarters. They planned to assess Ned's talents that evening without hindering the group's plans for tomorrow's outing. Jamie's quarters were situated in a 2-story building, designed to reflect the residences of esteemed young ladies from ancient Huaxia. The first floor served as a small reception area, while the entire second floor encompassed her living space, including a bedroom, bathroom, and study. Steve, being a single man without particular demands, chose the courtyard adjacent to Jamie's, which had a layout similar to the Parker family's, but with a few fewer rooms, perfectly adequate for him, as he would be alone. Having explored their respective lodgings and settled their belongings, they realized it was nearly time for dinner. It was said that the meal would be held in the grand hall at the entrance, where a lavish banquet had already been arranged. For the wing que Liangjun, they made their way towards the beautifully set table. Jamie and her companions had dined on Chinese cuisine in Chinatown, and they were quite adept at using chopsticks. The banquet was composed of 8 cold dishes, 8 hot dishes, 3 soups, and a staple dish, with each delicacy boasting an enchanting name. Several of the hot dishes were familiar to them from takeout in American Chinatown, yet the flavors were utterly distinct. Upon inquiry, they discovered that the fare they had enjoyed in Chinatown had been adapted to suit local tastes, whereas this was the authentic flavor. After their exquisite meal, Jamie was so enamored that she wished to bring a chef back with her. Following a brief discussion with Chu Liangjun, she arranged for KB to learn some culinary skills in the kitchen, to which Chu Liangjun readily agreed. Initially, while wandering the garden, they felt little fatigue, but after the copious meal, everyone seemed drained, even the most boisterous among them. Peter began to nod off. Observing the group in such a state, Chu Liangjun promptly organized their return to their quarters. After a hasty wash-up, Jamie collapsed onto a bed that was as expansive as the room itself, pulling a corner of the blanket over her and immediately succumbing to a deep, sweet slumber. She slept soundly until the sun was high in the sky, awakening to the melodious chirping of birds. As she surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, it took her a few moments to regain her bearings. Once she had composed herself and descended the stairs, Jamie stood forlornly at the entrance. Lamenting the drawbacks of the spacious abode, how could she possibly ascertain the whereabouts of Parker's family and Steve? Just as Jamie grappled with whether to seek out Steve or the Parkers first, a voice called out from a distance. She looked up to see a group of people at the end of the path. What luck! She need not go anywhere, as everyone had gathered, and it was only her late rising that had delayed her. After enjoying a traditional Chinese breakfast, they stepped outside to find Chu Liangjun awaiting them, holding a map for their review. Our route is as follows, he explained. Take a look. There aren't many destinations, otherwise you would be wandering for years. Jamie accepted the map, having never visited China before. This enigmatic land had little documentation even in the extensive library of the Blake family, so she could only glance through it, acquiescing to Chu Liangjun's plans. As they descended the mountain path, they arrived at the lakeside, where a spacious road lined the water's edge, and a van awaited them, ample enough for their party. After a moment's hesitation, Peter inquired of Chu Liangjun, "What about Ned? Isn't he joining us?" Chu Liangjun chuckled. "His matters are not yet concluded. He should arrive in a day or 2. No need for concern." With that reassurance, Peter climbed into the vehicle. "We're taking a car?" Jamie fastened her seatbelt, gazing in bewilderment at Chu Liangjun in the driver's seat. "What else would we do? Walk?" Chu Liangjun, equally puzzled, was unsure why Jamie posed such a question. "But don't we have flying swords?" "If not, I have a flying carpet," Jamie chimed in. "Surely there should be some magical elements of China involved?" Chu Liangjun burst into laughter. "The circumstances differ here. With a populous nation like China, there are naturally many cultivators. If you wish to fly and I wish to fly, the air routes would become a headache. Hence, flying within cities is generally prohibited unless necessary. And the routes for cultivators are fixed. Flying indiscriminately would lead to being grounded." Jamie felt a sudden clarity and nodded in understanding. In the days that followed, unless they were to change cities, their mode of transport would be this business vehicle. Jamie and her companions accompanied Chu Liangjun as he explored the majestic mountains and rivers, delving into the bustling markets to witness the myriad facets of life, not to mention the tantalizing snack streets that nearly ensnared them. Master Taoist, is my old man faring well down below? He keeps sending me dreams about hunger, which is quite troubling, considering he has no offerings. An elderly lady by the roadside was conversing with a young Taoist clad in robes, while Jamie and her friends discreetly observed from a stone bench on the street. Fear not, Aunt Wang, everything is well. What occupies your thoughts during the day often manifests in dreams at night. Surely, you simply miss your husband. Let us trust in science and not indulge in superstition, the young Taoist earnestly replied. Not far away, Jamie and her companions stifled their laughter. For this young Taoist was Chu Liangjun himself. The sight of individuals in Taoist robes traversing the streets without a hint of trepidation piqued their curiosity about how they interacted with ordinary people. Thus, they insisted Chu Liangjun don his robes and walk among them, trailing him from a distance. Before long, an elderly lady halted Chu Liangjun and led him into her home for a brief visit. Watching him struggle to extricate himself, Jamie and her friends could not contain their laughter. How can your Taoist sect advocate for science over superstition? What was that lady's situation? Jamie inquired, suppressing her mirth. Isn't that a national policy? Those in the know are aware, while others need not be overly informed. If any unscrupulous individuals exploit such matters to harm others, it ultimately becomes our concern, Chu Liangjun replied, spreading his hands in resignation. The old man in that lady's household had been ill for a long time before his passing, never getting to enjoy his favorite braised pork. Naturally, he yearns for it and has been sending dreams. I happened to visit their home when the lady was preparing braised pork, so I offered a bit to the old man and sent it down. To hell? Peter exclaimed, his eyes wide with fear. Isn't it the case that only the wrongdoers should not ascend to heaven? Chu Liangjun waved his hand dismissively. That's a foreign concept. Here in Huaxia, the heavenly realm belongs to various deities, while the underworld is the abode of mankind. He then proceeded to introduce the Naiha Bridge, Yama's palace, and the 18 layers of hell, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the group of foreigners. Didn't you mention that you have a heavenly realm? Where is your heavenly court? May we pay a visit? Jamie asked. Chu Liangjun paused for a moment before smiling. That is a confidential matter. I cannot disclose its location. All I can say is that they are safeguarding us. Jamie did not press further. Picking up the map in her hands, she asked, where shall we head next? Chu Liangjun leaned in, examining the map and pointing to a location. Let us go here. I can arrange for this route. It's a perfect opportunity to visit Elder Sunday. Jamie was more than agreeable. The group purchased some fine wine, reputed to be Elder Sun's favorite, and then followed Chu Liangjun to a secluded courtyard where they boarded a small flying vessel. So small, in fact, that it could barely accommodate their party. The speed of the flying vessel surpasses that of an airplane, thus the journey does not consume much time. Upon arrival, however, they lingered in the sky for quite a while before descending, guided by the young Taoist, into a secluded courtyard devoid of any onlookers. The old June mountain has much to commend it, yet the throngs of tourists are an incessant nuisance. Each visit necessitates evading the crowds, which is quite bothersome, lamented Chu Liangjun as he stowed away the vessel. Jamie and her companions stared in astonishment. Was this not a place of her Taoist order? Why are there ordinary tourists? Chu Liangjun elaborated, explaining that the temples and Taoist monasteries in their region are legacies passed down through generations, and the peculiarities of their practices must remain obscure to the uninitiated. Nonetheless, these sanctuaries cannot be concealed entirely and must open portions of themselves to serve as tourist attractions. Chu Liangjun then addressed the Taoist who had accompanied them, inquiring if Elder Sun was available for a visit. The young Taoist, casting a curious glance at Jamie and her companions, responded affirmatively, stating that they had been anticipated, as Elder Sun was indeed waiting. The group followed the young Taoist through several doors until they arrived at a chamber where Elder Sun awaited them. Upon observing the items they brought, Elder Sun grinned broadly, exclaiming that since they had come, there was no need for gifts. It was merely a visit amongst friends. Que Jean Casually responded, placing the offerings on the table while introducing Jamie and her companions. Elder Sun instantly recognized Jamie. greeting everyone with joy and presenting Jamie and Peter each with a jade pendant, claiming it was imbued with his own nurturing energy, beneficial to wear regularly. Jamie and Peter accepted the gifts with delight, admiring the exquisite jade and the elegant cords, eagerly considering where to wear them. Elder son, pleased by their enthusiasm, ordered tea and began recounting the origins of their Taoist temple and his youthful adventures, captivating even Steve. As elder son recounted a tale of assisting a family in breaking a curse that had plagued them for generations, Jamie's heart stirred. She promptly shared the bloodline curse afflicting the Astoria family, inquiring if elder son possessed any solutions. After a moment of contemplation, elder son replied that it was difficult to say, as he had little experience with foreign matters and would need to see the individuals involved. Jamie sprang to her feet, exclaiming that she would inform them to come at once, asking if he could assist in examining the situation. Elder son chuckled, affirming that it would not be a problem. Although he seldom traveled abroad, he would certainly help if they could come to him. Chapter 111. The War Between the Tablets. Without delay, Jamie retrieved the exclusive double-sided mirror given to her by Draco, disregarding any concerns about time differences, and initiated contact. In a short while, Draco's visage appeared within the mirror. Members of the Malfoy family always exuded an air of vitality, even at seemingly any hour. Jamie found herself whimsically pondering whether they maintained such demeanor even in slumber. "Jamie, what has happened? Where are you?" Draco inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. Gemini hurriedly recounted elder son's situation and drew closer to him, urging him to take a look at Draco. "ISNT that, Mr. Ma," elder son exclaimed, recalling that a recent business deal with the Foreign Affairs Department had indeed been with his family. "Are you related?" He gazed at the familiar figure in the mirror, momentarily taken aback before remembering that this was the collaboration partner introduced by the Foreign Affairs Department during the Quidditch match. It was said that they originally intended to collaborate with Japan, but alas, the assessment did not pass, and they fortuitously encountered the Foreign Affairs Department of Huaxia, thus opting for cooperation here. "Mr. Ma?" Gemini was taken aback. "He is called Draco Malfoy." "Oh, so he's Mr. Da?" Elder son inquired curiously, "If I recall correctly, foreign surnames are typically placed at the end, aren't they?" Gemini chuckled, explaining, "The surname is Malfoy, not Ma." Elder son scratched his head, finding foreign names quite convoluted. He studied Draco's features in the mirror closely, remarking, "This is your relative? He seems to pose no issues. Perhaps the connection with children is a bit weak, likely due to the wife's health condition." Both Draco and Gemini stared in disbelief. How could he discern that? Elder son laughed heartily. "Oh, I've merely scratched the surface. The study of physiognomy is profound. I've heard that experts in fortune-telling can ascertain details about your ancestors spanning 8 generations at a glance." Pausing for a moment, elder son continued, "Since he is Mr. Ma's family, we are collaborators now. I shall apply for permission to travel abroad. It should not pose a problem. A considerable portion of the chaotic curses from the West has been derived from our teachings, albeit altered to a misleading form. I'll simply take a look. Thank you so much. Otherwise, should we have them come here instead? It's already a hassle for you. I wouldn't want to impose further." Gemini smiled sweetly. "Not all, my dear. You see, curses passed through bloodlines often have issues rooted in the ancestral graves. If the source lies there, I must go regardless. It would be more efficient for me to resolve this matter." Elder son chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "It's settled then. I shall apply right away." Even Draco, despite his usual dullness, grasped the situation and quickly added, "Then please ensure the Malfoy carriage comes to fetch you. Our pace is quite swift." Elder son waved his hand again. No, I get car sick. I'd rather fly there myself. You can send the address to our Foreign Affairs Department later. I can fly just as fast as any boat." Enough of this chatter. "Dear girl, how do I end this call?" "Hurry and hang up." Gemini stifled a laugh, winking at Draco before flipping the 2-sided mirror to end the call. She then stowed the mirror back in her bag, offering her heartfelt thanks to elder son once more. Elder son laughed heartily, promptly contacting the Foreign Affairs Department, seizing his sword with fervor as he prepared to leave. Before departing, he instructed the younger disciples outside to ensure everyone enjoyed the beautiful scenery of their revered Mount Laojun. In the blink of an eye, elder son vanished into the horizon. Chu Liangjun could only smile helplessly. There was no changing elder son's nature. He was always in a hurry to act, unable to procrastinate even for a moment. Could Gemini really blame him for this? After all, it was a matter concerning her own family, so she refrained from saying much. She adopted a humble demeanor and inquired about the incense funds, which were designated for the maintenance of the temple and the sustenance of the monks residing on the mountain. She even stuffed a considerable amount of money into the box. Upon learning that the temple could erect tablets for both the living and the deceased, Gemini generously decided to create one for everyone she knew. The living would receive red tablets, said to bestow blessings and longevity, while the deceased would be honored with black ones. Though she was not entirely sure what that entailed, she assumed it signified a swift passage to paradise. Gemini counted on her fingers: Sirius, the Potters, Snape, Fred, and so on. The young Taoist tasked with crafting the tablets was bewildered. It had been 8 centuries since a foreigner's tablet had been made, and suddenly he was faced with dozens, spanning from birth to death, all sufficient to fill an entire small room. During this tour, the official statement from China was that all expenses were waived, leaving Gemini's funds unused until now, which finally proved useful. After discussing with the temple's officiating Taoist, Gemini rented a side room near the main hall, placing all her order tablets within, opting for the highest specifications with perpetual lamps and 3 incense sticks daily. Gemini specifically requested for the tablets of Sirius and the Potters to be placed together, while Snape's tablet was positioned beside Lily's, not out of a desire for entertainment, but rather because she thought that spot was fitting. Perhaps it was merely a trick of perception, but as Gemini observed the freshly crafted black tablets being arranged on the offering table, she suddenly felt a wave of tranquility wash over her. Blinking, she thought she saw Sirius's tablet sway. Suddenly, with a thud, Sirius's tablet toppled over, knocking down Snape's tablet as well, which in turn caused James's tablet to fall atop Snape. Gemini was utterly bewildered. The young Taoist responsible for placing the tablets rushed over, bowing and lighting incense, attempting to set everything right. In the next moment, the tablets visibly began to tremble. Were these faithful souls at odds during their lifetimes? The young Taoist, drenched in sweat, desperately tried to calm the tablets, but ultimately resorted to cradling Snape's tablet in his arms, which seemed to bring some semblance of peace. Gemini stuttered, indeed, but what was happening? Why were the tablets moving? Was it their spirits? The young Taoist sighed in relief, placing Snape's tablet as far from the other two as possible, and indeed, the table settled into silence. The inscriptions on these tablets were crafted with mystical energy. In contemporary terms, it was as if they had purchased a residence in this realm under their names. In this country, it is believed that when a person passes away, they transition to another world to continue their existence. Hence, the sincerely offered items are believed to reach the hands of those they miss. The young Taoist priest explained fervently to Gemini, who nodded in a somewhat perplexed manner. She diligently separated the individuals with grievances, hoping to prevent any further complications. After their expedition to Laojun Mountain, Gemini lost her enthusiasm for sightseeing, having gazed at the 2-sided mirror several times that day. Her desire to receive news from England grew stronger. Observing her demeanor, the others also refrained from insisting on outings, contenting themselves with organizing their recent findings at their lodgings. After 3 or 4 days, the mirror finally stirred to life. Seeing Draco's uncharacteristically lackluster visage reflected, Gemini anxiously inquired, "Can it be resolved? Is Astoria well?" Draco smiled, his weary face unable to mask his joy. Elder Son had resolved their family's bloodline curse. He recounted how Elder Son had merely glanced at Astoria before instructing him to take her on a journey across England, eventually leading them to a desolate area where they unearthed a corpse for a proper burial. After administering a medicinal pill to Astoria and dispersing a mist of blood from her body, she was cured. They later discovered that this barren land was the origin of her family's curse, and it was said that future generations would be free from such afflictions. Gemini sighed in relief. "That is splendid. Does this mean I will soon have a little nephew?" Draco's face flushed slightly as he cleared his throat. "Not so fast. Astoria needs to recuperate, as Elder Son indicated that she has been weak for quite some time." Gemini chuckled. "Well, it's not me who is anxious." After exchanging a few more words, Gemini ended the conversation and happily rolled around on her bed. With the matter resolved, her desire for adventure resurfaced. The next morning, she roused everyone, eager to follow Chu Liangjuan's map to their next destination. They had already seen the Yellow River and the Yangtze, as well as majestic mountains and waterfalls, until Tony called. "How long do you plan to play? It's August already. You've been at it for a month." Feeling a pang of guilt, Gemini checked her phone's calendar, which clearly indicated it was August 3rd. Ah, well, it's just too much fun here. Delicious food and delightful activities. We haven't even finished exploring 14 yet. As she spoke, her reluctance to return grew. According to Chu Yangjuan's map, they had only explored a small fraction. Why rush back? Tony, unfazed, declared, if you don't come back, I'll skip class to find you. Ever since you left, I've been seeing your updates on social media every day, and I can't join. ISNT, that just teasing me? You could choose not to look, Gemini muttered. What did you say? Tony's voice rose sharply. Nothing. We'll be back soon. Stay home. We'll bring you gifts. Gemini snapped, hanging up before Tony could respond. Let us continue our fun. Forget about him, Gemini declared. Ignoring Tony's incessant phone calls, they persevered for several days until the effects of the Lingming fruit faded, and they could no longer comprehend the language, prompting their decision to return. Ned and his grandmother also journeyed back this time. Ned was assigned as a disciple in a small Taoist temple in Chinatown, where the Taoist priest held a diplomatic role within the Central Land Taoist sect, which was quite favorable for Ned. Upon learning of their impending departure, the Central Land Taoist sect sent an array of delightful pastries and gifts the day before their scheduled departure, mementos from places they had yet to visit, which stirred a longing in everyone to continue their adventures. Unfortunately, with the Lingming fruit having lost its potency, everyone expressed their commitment to diligently study the Chinese language, at least mastering Mandarin, so they could return for further explorations in the future. To ensure a more comfortable return journey, Chu Yangjun arranged for their departure at noon, deliberately slowing the speed of the flying vessel, which would take 8 hours, allowing them to rest during the journey. By the time they arrived in America, it would be around 8 or 9 in the morning, thus easing the adjustment to the time difference. Jamie and her companions bid a reluctant farewell to everyone, boarding the vessel with their luggage. As it ascended slowly, the excitement of returning home gradually overshadowed the sorrow of parting. Knowing that the journey would be lengthy and that the afternoon would bring drowsiness, they refrained from unpacking their bags and headed straight to their respective guest rooms to rest. Upon landing, the monks who greeted them employed a barrier formation to ensure no one could see them. After bidding farewell to the flying vessel of China, Jamie and her companions returned to their own small residence. Though they had napped during the flight, once back in their rooms, they collapsed onto their beds, utterly unwilling to move. 2 days later, they mustered the strength to visit Ethan, leaving behind a trove of souvenirs and protective gear from Jamie before departing with a sense of peace. In the following days, Jamie incessantly dispatched owls loaded with the small gifts she had brought back to various recipients and visited Serafina at Tony's home. She sought out a tutor and began a structured study routine, determined to achieve top marks in her examinations. Time passed gradually, and during Christmas, Jamie returned to England, accompanied by Steve, as he had no family left, and she felt it unkind to leave him alone. Banner had become somewhat of a recluse, spending his days in the cellar studying potions with Snape, and during holidays, either Hagrid or Newt would come to fetch him, allowing Hulk some time outdoors. It was said that Hulk had now attained an intelligence level of 8 years and had improved in emotional control. After returning from England post-Christmas, Jamie immersed herself in her studies, venturing out only once to inspect the renovations on the penultimate floor of Stark Tower, which she found satisfactory. Until the building's complete construction, she remained largely indoors. In the profound depths of the ocean, Tony donned his Iron Man suit, meticulously connecting the cables buried beneath the coastline. After sealing the final panel with a laser, he ascended from the seabed and soared towards the building that had suddenly illuminated in the distance. Upon returning to the penthouse's expansive living room from the open terrace, Pepper was already waiting for him. Tony removed his suit and accepted the wine glass from Pepper's hand. What do you think? The clean energy showcase is splendid. Pepper praised without reservation, planting a kiss on Tony's cheek. Shall we celebrate? It's time for a party, isn't it? Jamie has been cooped up at home for far too long. Tony embraced Pepper, settling onto the sofa. Of course we should. How about a small internal gathering to start? At that moment, the elevator doors opened, revealing Coulson with a broad smile. Chapter 112. The great battle approaches. How did you get up here? Tony asked, irritation lacing his tone. I don't recall granting you permission. It was I who brought Phil up, Pepper interjected, stepping forward to take the tablet from Coulson's hands and handing it to Tony. He mentioned he had something important for you to review. When did you start calling him Phil? Tony exclaimed in disbelief. When did you become so chummy? All right, let us focus on the matter at hand. Take a look. Pepper kissed Tony again and firmly pressed the tablet into his hands. Reluctantly, Tony accepted it and casually opened it. Jarvis, display the information. Instantly, various large holographic screens materialized in the living room, sequentially presenting the data from the tablet. Speak, what is it? Coulson detailed Loki's identity and his attack on a military base, where he had abducted several agents and researchers. It's certain they pose a threat to Earth. My superior has sent me to seek your assistance, and someone from the agency is already on the way. Are you serious? For such matters, you seek a minor rather than the military. Tony scoffed. Coulson's expression stiffened momentarily. It's not the manager we're after. It's her security and pharmacist. Are you referring to that hulking figure in the green one? Tony furrowed his brow. I can imagine the green one, but what on earth is the hulking figure? Suddenly, realization dawned on him, and his eyes widened. Air. Yes, it's exactly as you suspect. Coulson smiled, his joy evident at the mention of Captain America. Oh, Merlin, how did I not see this coming? Tony exclaimed, collapsing onto the sofa. The holographic display conveniently revealed Steve's profile, showcasing a photograph of Jamie's security personnel, Steve Rogers. All right, I understand now. You may leave. I will discuss this with Jamie. Tony waved his hand dismissively, signaling Coulson to depart, and after exchanging a glance with Pepper, he headed directly towards a fireplace. In the tranquil atmosphere of the Wanshire house, today marked a gathering for a communal meal. To ensure that Banner did not spend all his time in the cellar, Gemini had mandated that every week, all employees must convene for dinner in the grand dining hall on the second floor, with no exceptions allowed. As the patrons engaged in discussions about their weekly experiences, a knock echoed from the shop's entrance below. I rose to investigate, sensing that a late-night visitor might not bring good tidings. Gemini instinctively glanced at Steve and Banner, the two who had arrived at this hour. I shall go. If anything arises, I can handle it. Steve stood up, restraining Bucky and urging him to return to May's side, before descending the stairs with purpose. Before Steve could ascend again, the fireplace flickered to life with a green flame, and Tony emerged, brushing off the soot from his attire. Ugh, I must have passed by some neglected fireplace. I'm covered in dust. What brings you here? Gemini inquired, surprised, as they had asked Tony earlier if he would join them, to which he had declined, citing important matters for the evening. Where's Steve? Tony began scanning the dining room for Steve's presence. Someone knocked. He went to check, Gemini replied, gesturing toward the largely untouched dishes on the table. Care for some? Tony absent-mindedly glanced at the food. No thanks, I've eaten. I know who's downstairs, but I believe this is a matter you ought not to involve yourself in. Gemini's curiosity was piqued. What is it? Is it about that bald guy? Tony nodded, explaining that it involved an alien, specifically a god from another realm, who had attacked their base and stolen people and items. Is it Thor? Gemini asked, her eyes wide. Tony turned to her. No. It's said to be his brother, Loki, the god of mischief. Gemini's expression shifted as she pondered the implications. So gods are aliens? Tony sighed. Now is not the time for such discussions. Gemini, I think Banner and I need to take a leave. Steve abruptly pushed through the door. Tony, what are you doing here? Upon seeing Steve, Tony's expression changed dramatically. Steve, you're Captain America. You've kept that under wraps quite well. The Parker family chuckled, recognizing him as Captain America. However, upon noticing the expressions of the others in the room, Bucky's smile faltered. Really? Steve nodded, resigned. Yes, it's me. But that was all in the past. The Parkers glanced at their own vulnerable family members and decided to excuse themselves, taking Peter back to their room and leaving the dining area to the others. Gemini, observing the uncomfortable expressions on Tony and Steve's faces, felt displeased. Folding her arms defiantly and leaning back in her chair, she proclaimed, "What is there that needs to be hidden from me? This is my domain, and you are underage." Without hesitation, Tony replied, "Children should remain at home and not meddle in adult affairs." Infuriated, Gemini brandished her wand, ready to cast a malevolent curse upon Tony, only to be hastily restrained by Banner, who urged her to calm down, insisting that he couldn't speak. Steve also pulled Tony aside, cautioning him not to provoke her, as her recent studies had caused her considerable frustration. He warned that if she truly unleashed a barrage of spells, it could very well land him in the hospital. "I'm an adult," Gemini shouted at Tony, despite the distance between them. "You're only 16, not even 17 yet. How can you claim to be an adult?" Tony retorted defiantly. "Wizards come of age at 17. I'm just a few months shy. I am indeed an adult." Gemini's voice rose even higher. Banner and Steve exchanged weary glances, both believing the two were of a similar age, and sighed as they each tended to their respective youthful charges. After the commotion subsided, they settled down in the sitting room. Tony spoke earnestly. This situation is far from trivial. It involves military bases and personnel. If you meddle, it could lead to significant complications. Gemini furrowed her brow. Is it truly that troublesome? I perceive this as an opportunity. If the danger is substantial enough, the wizards may need to intervene. After all, if extraterrestrial threats endanger Earth, the wizards would face dire consequences as well. Now that you mention it, it does seem like an opportunity, Tony mused, stroking his chin. Serafina mentioned that the wizards currently being groomed by Congress have already entered the realm of ordinary politics, striving to carve out a territory for themselves to establish a magical state. If we present ourselves as saviors, securing votes for this statehood might become a straightforward endeavor. With a little extra push from the Black Hat, we might just pull it off. At this point, Tony's eyes sparkled with excitement. I'll return shortly to inform Serafina of the situation, ensuring that the Aurors and capable wizards in Congress are prepared for any large-scale mobilization required. But why has the Black Hat summoned you all? Gemini inquired. I am Captain America. He fished me out of the sea, and this matter is of considerable magnitude. I believe I must contribute, Steve replied candidly. He has a plan, which he previously shared with me, called the Avengers Initiative, designed to assemble individuals with unique abilities to address challenges beyond the capacity of ordinary people. Tony elaborated. I've seen the profiles of the Hulk and the big guy in that plan. You all feature prominently. Then, I find myself indifferent. I feel quite well. With intriguing research and a place to belong, even Hulk can be contained for fresh air. I am flexible, Banner stated calmly. Why am I not included? Gemini exclaimed with wide eyes. Am I not worthy enough? The other three exchanged exasperated looks, thinking the adults are still alive. Just wait your turn. All right then. Let us deliberate whether to join the Black Hat's initiative, as this matter seems unlikely to be resolved easily. Tony clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention back. Why should we join his plan instead of forming our own team? Gemini inquired. All our personnel are our own. Why follow the orders of that bald-headed man? His commands surely do not align with the interests of the American government, do they? Steve and Tony suddenly realized, indeed, why must we join him? We could form a team and collaborate with them. The pressing matter now is what to name our team. Who will be the captain? Gemini confidently declared. In the name of the chief duelist of the Duel Club, I volunteer to be the captain. Ahem, shouldn't we discuss the current incident instead? Banner attempted to steer the conversation back. I am the captain, for I am Iron Man, the owner of Stark Industries, the wealthiest man in New York. My credentials surpass yours. Tony retorted defiantly, immediately comparing himself to Gemini. True, he had taken an exam as well, albeit at Ifamoni. And indeed he possessed one more certificate than Gemini in the fields of magical history and fantastic beasts. However, Tony had scarcely studied potions, his practical experience was nearly non-existent, and he had merely obtained a passing score on the written exam. Steve sighed in exasperation. Discussing matters here was futile, for their dialogue would invariably veer off course. Whenever the two of them congregated, productive conversation was impossible. After their quarrel subsided, Steve spoke. As the captain, one must engage with that bald man and government officials, constantly navigating the intricacies of interests and exchanges, while also considering public opinion and casualties. Who among you can manage that? Gemini and Tony instantly fell silent. Steve suppressed his urge to comment on their youth. We need a captain who is well-versed in both the magical realm and the ordinary world, equipped with the requisite experience. Someone who won't be led around by the nose by that bald man. Sorry, Fury. This position is crucial and cannot be assigned lightly. Let us resolve this matter before discussing anything else. Gemini and Tony lowered their heads in submissive agreement. I also wish to participate. Gemini timidly interjected. Gemini, how is your exam preparation coming along? Can you assure that every one of them is ready? Did you not claim you would surpass history? Steve's probing question immediately quelled Gemini's enthusiasm. Rest assured, if the situation reaches a point where you must step in, we will not keep you in the dark. Steve concluded by offering Gemini a piece of candy to comfort her. Steve then turned to Tony, who instinctively recoiled. What is going on? Why does Steve seem so intimidating today? Why does it feel like facing a stern father? Is there any lead from Fury's side? Perhaps we should head over there. It's best not to expose ourselves to those high-profile individuals here. Fury has already managed to keep the information away from the public. We should avoid attracting attention. Steve advised Tony. Tony nodded in understanding. No problem. We'll head over right away. Do you want me to take you? I just received my apparition license. Do you know where it is? Steve inquired. Tony felt a sense of unease wash over him. I don't know. Steve sighed, weary and feeling as though he had aged several years in a mere moment. Let us go. Their people should be waiting just outside. We shall proceed directly. Keep your illusionary shifting as a trump card and do not reveal it indiscriminately. Tony offered a sheepish smile and rose to follow Steve, with Banner accompanying them as they made their way downstairs. Wait, Jamie called, unable to contain herself as she observed their retreating figures. Are you really going like this? Otherwise, what? Banner replied, perplexed. What if you need to fight? Shouldn't you prepare for something? Jamie exclaimed incredulously. What do we need? I have my suit. Magic number 5 and Mark 6. Tony declared proudly, boasting of the time he had carved out from his hectic studies to create them. Jamie covered her forehead in exasperation. Just wait here for a moment. With that, she hurried back to her room, retrieving a large box and levitating it onto the coffee table, which groaned under the sudden weight. Jamie opened the box and rummaged within. Here, this is for you, a potion belt filled with various potions. Healing, blood-stopping, detoxifying, everything you might need. Each potion has a raised emblem for easy identification. Your body isn't as resilient as theirs, so it would be wise to wear this. The potions are linked to my apothecary. I will ensure it is stocked with plenty in the coming days, so feel free to use them. As she spoke, she handed Tony a leather belt. He examined it, feeling the distinct raised markings, and casually pressed one, causing a test tube filled with potion to appear in his hand. Satisfied, Tony fastened the belt around his waist. Steve, Jamie continued her search. What weapon are you proficient with? Chapter 113. Distributing equipment. Fury gets rebuffed. Steve hesitated. I suppose I am most adept with a shield. You would happen to have one, would you? A shield? That is splendid. Jamie exclaimed with delight. Did you know? A knight's exclusive equipment includes a shield. Draco is aware that I have been knighted and specifically retrieved one from his family's treasury for me. I just hadn't needed it before and had it buried at the bottom. Just a moment, let me find it. Tony held back the words he had intended to speak. He had wanted to mention that his father once crafted a shield for Steve, but reconsidered, knowing that Jamie's offering would surely be more exquisite. After some time, Jamie finally located the edge of the shield, straining with all her might to pull it free, her face reddening in effort. Yet the shield remained stubbornly stuck. I can't manage it. Steve, you'll have to help, Jamie declared decisively, reaching out a hand for Steve. Did you feel it? Place your hand on the edge of the shield. Found it. Should I pull it out now? Steve asked. Jamie stepped back with determination. Yes, please do. Steve, with a grave expression, grasped the edge of the shield firmly. With a powerful tug, the shield was pulled from the box, as if it were weightless, causing an uproar of collapsing objects within. Steve stumbled back a couple of steps. Tony and Banner watched in sheer astonishment at the box, wondering how much was concealed inside. Jamie listened to the commotion emanating from the box, her heart aching. After all, those were her possessions being tossed about. Steve paid little attention to anything else, his gaze fixed on the shield in his hands. It was nearly half his height, rectangular in shape, and a deep azure hue enveloped its entirety. Blue runes adorned the surface, and at its center lay a fist-sized yellow gem, pulsating with a radiant glow, as if the shield itself were breathing. The eternal barrier, said to be forged by ancient dragons, was reputed to bestow enhancements of strength and endurance. The runes would also aid in precision and defense, and there existed only one such shield in the entire world. Jamie lifted her head with pride. Tony and Banner were equally captivated, gazing in awe at the shimmering shield, certain it would draw attention wherever it went. Tony's eyes sparkled with mischief. Ahem, Jamie. I believe I too could use some special equipment. Nothing too extravagant, just something more visually appealing than his shield. Jamie snorted derisively. Dream on. You align yourself with the Picali family and still wish to pilfer from me. Have you no shame? Tony, ever thick-skinned, shrugged off a rebuke, dismissing the value of such things. Ultimately, he was still denied by Jamie, who could only watch wistfully as Steve held the magnificent shield. He too longed for it. When it was Banner's turn, Jamie found herself in a quandary. What could possibly suit the Hulk? Perhaps an entire giant mace. No, that would be far too hideous. Such items were not among her collection. Banner, with his good-natured demeanor, reassured Jamie, Hulk actually prefers his fists. Besides, my clothing offers a degree of protection. There are few in this world capable of harming me, so there's no need to trouble yourself on my behalf. At his words, Jamie's eyes brightened as she nearly plunged her upper body into the box, rummaging through its contents until she finally unearthed 2 rings. Here, try these on, she said, tossing one to each of Banner's hands. As Banner examined the unassuming rings, he obediently donned them on both hands. Like this. Now bring your fists together, Jamie demonstrated. Following her lead, when Banner's rings made contact, they swiftly transformed, enveloping his hands and fingers, becoming sharp and formidable. Jagged silver spikes emerged, protruding from the back of his hands. Banner, intrigued, struck the table with his fist, encountering no resistance as the spikes pierced through the surface with ease. Jamie stood in speechless disbelief, wondering why she had to sacrifice a table. With a wave of her hand, Gemini dismissed her desires, revealing a ring crafted by an elder of the Blake family. It was said that he favored a hands-on approach, but due to his excessively brutal demeanor, he was not well-liked and had remained hidden away. This ring could adapt to the wearer's size, so both you and Hulk could use it without concern. By the way, the cost of the table will be deducted from your wages. In a fit of exasperation, Gemini added this remark, eliciting laughter from everyone present. Banner sheepishly scratched his head, wondering how to cancel such an arrangement. Gemini brought her palms together, fingers interlaced, demonstrating the cancellation gesture. Banner hurriedly mimicked her actions, retracting his spikes. For a fleeting moment, Gemini fancied that he resembled a monk. As she closed the box, Gemini glanced at the 3 individuals before her with a sigh. Let us go, you've emptied my coffers. If you have any issues, let me know promptly. At the very least, since we've crossed paths, remember to warn me if danger arises. Tony couldn't help but roll his eyes, assuring her, don't worry. I'll definitely leave you enough time to escape. After exchanging a few more quips, Steve and his companions exited the shop, while Gemini stood on the 2nd floor, frowning at the pile of crystal shards on the ground. A sense of worry crept over her. The instincts of sorcerers were remarkably keen, and her divination skills had always been commendable. As soon as the trio left the room, she retrieved her crystal ball, but regrettably, the divination results seemed disrupted, and the crystal ball shattered. She had an inkling that this incident was not a trivial matter that could be easily resolved. She hoped it would be nothing more than a scare. Stealing her resolve, she decided to manage the logistics effectively. Her potion cabinet must not remain bare, and she needed to remind the Parker family to grant Peter a leave of absence. It would be prudent for him to stay in the shop for the time being. As Steve and his companions departed from the shop, Fury was already aware of their exit and promptly dispatched Natasha to assist them. After all, his resources were limited. Over the past year, he had discreetly purged a number of agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. To his astonishment, each removal seemed to be followed by new recruits, indicating that there were indeed issues within their training institutions. After capturing a live subject for interrogation, Fury grew more cautious. They were dealing with Hydra. Encountering a minor inconvenience while boarding the vehicle, Steve's shield was too large, occupying a seat meant for someone else. Reluctantly, he placed the shield in the trunk to resolve the seating dilemma. The vehicle arrived at a concealed clearing, where Natasha led the trio out and manipulated her wrist device, causing an aircraft to materialize in the clearing. Let us go. It's time to head to the base. Tony squinted at the aircraft before him. A Quinjet? Vertical takeoff? Your technological advancements are impressive. Natasha remained silent, merely smiling in response. Of course, it pales in comparison to yours. Let us proceed. With that, she led the way into the open hatch. Steve retrieved his shield, testing it briefly before securing it back on his arm. Although it required him to maintain a specific posture, it was far superior to carrying it on his back while standing. The aircraft ascended with remarkable smoothness, having already rendered itself invisible prior to takeoff, making minimal noise that failed to attract the attention of those nearby. After approximately half an hour of flight, they descended onto a deck, coinciding with the onset of night, and Tony and his companions remained oblivious to their location as they followed Natasha off the plane and into a small cabin, where Fury awaited them. You've arrived, Fury stated indifferently, his back turned to them. Enough of the pretense. We require more specific information and detailed tasks. Of course, we selectively accept missions. and you must compensate us. After all, we are not your subordinate team." The three exchanged glances, prompting Tony to take the lead in negotiations. Fury abruptly turned around. "I have to pay you. Otherwise, do you expect us to work for free?" Tony's tone was marked with astonishment. "This matter concerns the safety of Earth. Can't you?" Fury's words were cut short by Tony's interruption. "Earth is not solely my responsibility. Since this pertains to the safety of the planet, why not approach the United Nations?" Tony retorted bluntly. "Our assistance is a matter of goodwill, and if it truly comes down to the survival of Earth, we will undoubtedly be on the front lines. However, this does not imply that we are your subordinates, obliged to follow your commands." Fury's expression suggested he had swallowed a fly. He had anticipated this outcome. With a resigned sigh, he replied, "All right, I understand. Let's first assess the current situation. What are your rates?" Tony exchanged a triumphant glance with Steve and Banner, both discreetly giving him a thumbs up. "Our fees are quite reasonable, considering it is for the sake of humanity. We charge by the day. The big guy at 100,000 a day, the green one at 150,000. And as for me, New York's wealthiest, Iron Man, it's only fitting to charge a bit more. 1 million a day." Tony unabashedly elevated his price, standing tall at the forefront. Fury's expression darkened further. "What about the battle damage? The public opinion? Stark Industries will cover the costs associated with combat losses and provide support in terms of public relations, including but not limited to post-war reconstruction and aid," Tony asserted with renewed conviction. They had already discussed these matters with Gemini, and they planned to recruit someone with expertise in that area. With the sorcerer's abilities, losses? That was a mere jest. At this point, Fury comprehended that he could not extract anything substantial from this group, solidifying his resolve to quickly establish his own team. He then revealed the information he had gathered. There were plenty of astute minds present. After a brief analysis, Banner and Tony discerned the next move of Loki and his cohort. They required a rare metal, iridium, of which the global supply was limited, with the largest portion held by a scientist named Dr. Cypher in Germany. It was said that he rarely made public appearances, yet he would be attending a banquet the following night. If they wished to simplify matters, they must arrive in Germany before Loki and lay in wait. Tony had originally intended to employ the energy of magic number 5 for a swift translocation, yet Steve intervened, advising him to reserve such a method, as it was a vital resource not to be displayed casually before Fury. The SHIELD was not devoid of fast aircraft. Their maneuvers were considerably quicker than Loki had anticipated, and even a moment's advantage would not result in any misstep. Fury, unable to showcase his aerial carrier in time, promptly arranged for a Quinjet to take the 4 of them into the sky, with Natasha at the helm. The Quinjet landed silently on an open space near Dr. Cypher's residence. Following Natasha's suggestion, she stealthily infiltrated the premises to inform Dr. Cypher of the impending danger, while the others concealed themselves at the doctor's soiree, awaiting their opportunity. Utilizing her exceptional skills, Natasha appeared before Dr. Cypher without alarming anyone, delivering a thorough explanation accompanied by logical persuasion. It was only upon encountering Tony that Dr. Cypher began to believe their claims. Initially, to maintain secrecy, as per Steve's directive, the iridium metal was to remain in its original location. However, Tony's magic offered them an alternative, a duplication spell. Avoiding Dr. Cypher's bodyguards, Tony gently tapped the metal with his wand and whispered incantations. The iridium slowly transformed into 2 identical pieces, with Tony placing one copy into a safe while discreetly stowing the original into his inconspicuous expansion pouch. Will this suffice? My magical prowess for this duplication charm can only last until the day after tomorrow, Tony quietly inquired of Steve. I believe it will work, provided it remains undisturbed. Steve replied in a hushed tone. Moreover, who could discern its authenticity without expertise in this field? Tony regarded Steve with a puzzled expression. I sense you've taken a cue from Gamora. I never imagined you to be such a captain. Steve cleared his throat awkwardly. Do not speak nonsense. I have not changed. After securing the safe, the group stealthily returned to Dr. Cypher's study for further discussion. Tony and Banner would mingle as ordinary guests among the crowd, while Natasha, having altered her appearance, would remain close to Dr. Cypher for his protection, with Steve reverting to his familiar role as the soiree security. Soon, evening descended, and Dr. Cypher, accompanied by Natasha amidst the throng, entered the music hall, where the concert would precede his hosted gathering. It was surmised that Loki and his cohorts would strike during the festivities. However, no one anticipated that midway through the concert, Loki would make a sudden appearance, ruthlessly slaying audience members in the front rows. Chaos erupted within the music hall. Tony and Banner found themselves swept away by the panicking crowd, distancing themselves from Dr. Cypher. Banner, on the verge of transforming, was calmed by Natasha, though unable to match Loki's prowess, still offered some resistance, especially with Steve rapidly closing in. Originally, Steve wielded a round shield, but this time he unexpectedly switched to a square one. After a brief period of adjustment, he quickly became accustomed to it. With precise force, he brought the shield crashing down on Loki's face. The impact sent Loki staggering backward, revealing a sinister smile before he vanished into thin air. Natasha's startled cry echoed from behind Steve, Dr. Selvig. Chapter 114. Loki captured. Coulson severely wounded. Steve spun around abruptly, only to see Loki grasping Dr. Selvig's clutches, a pillar-like weapon aimed menacingly at the doctor's eyes. Tony, no longer hiding his intentions, unleashed a repulsion spell that struck Loki. Although his armor absorbed some of the force, Loki was merely pushed back a few steps, which provided Steve with the opportunity he needed. With the shield in hand, Steve charged at Loki like a warrior on the battlefield, forcefully shoving him away from Dr. Selvig. Natasha helped the shaken Dr. Selvig to his feet, urging him to find a nearby corner to stay hidden and avoid running outside, uncertain of Loki's allies lurking beyond. Given her insights into Clint, she surmised he was likely busy cracking the safe. Otherwise, Loki wouldn't have aimed for the doctor's eye, evidently attempting to read his iris. With a mocking laugh, Loki disappeared, only to reappear on stage moments later. The four of them stood on guard, and Banner quietly inquired, "Should we call for the Hulk now?" Noticing Banner's eagerness, Tony quickly shook his head. "Let's not cause a scene. This place is quite expensive. We can afford it, but it will be troublesome. People of Midgard, come forth to meet your king," Loki declared, sweeping a hand across his head, donning a suit of golden armor. A green cape unfurled dramatically behind him, and the pointed horns of his helmet arched skyward, while he wielded an unusual scepter. "Bambi?" Tony hesitated, incredulously remarking, "Are you serious? That look? Frankly, that green hue is far better than your sense of aesthetics." Loki narrowed his eyes, directing the scepter toward the four below. "People of Midgard, I forgive your ignorance and disrespect towards the divine. Now, kneel and submit to me, and I shall bestow upon you glory." Steve's patience wore thin. The audacity of Loki's demand ignited a fire within him. The last individual who dared to command him to kneel was likely lost in some distant corner of the universe. Why do villains always insist on such submission? "Hulk, go! Capture him!" Steve commanded, and at once, the Hulk, already instructed by Banner, responded to the order. Banner had no time to caution against destruction as Hulk's clothing ripped apart in an instant, revealing a pristine sleeveless shirt and fitted shorts beneath. With a furious roar, Hulk lunged at Loki, delivering a single punch that sent Loki hurtling towards Steve. Before Loki could regain his composure from the force of the blow, Steve leaped into action, landing as Loki flew toward him, raising his shield to slam him into the ground with tremendous force, firmly pinning him down. Tony, unfazed by the hole Hulk had made in the floor, raised his palm cannon, aiming it at Loki's head. "Bambi, I suggest you remain still." With a swift kick, Loki's scepter was sent tumbling aside for Natasha to retrieve. Although Loki had been momentarily dazed by Hulk's punch, he found himself suppressed by the Midgardian he had looked down upon, a weapon pointed threateningly at his head. Suppressing the simmering anger within, he repeatedly chanted to himself, "Focus on the plan, focus on the plan," allowing his resistance to wane, only to be tightly bound by Steve with ropes provided by Tony. Meanwhile, Natasha kept a wary eye on Hulk, who was curiously wandering around the stage. "Boys, shouldn't you take care of this? We're in a bustling city." As Tony turned around, he noticed Hulk preparing to tear down the curtain. "Hey, Green Giant, don't move. If you ruin that, you'll have to pay for it. If Banner runs out of money, he'll have to work for Gamini." Hulk quickly released his grip and stepped back, glaring at Tony in anger. "Hulk does not go by Green Giant. Hulk is Hulk. Banner has money. Banner can earn money. Hulk dislikes you." With that proclamation, Hulk rapidly shrank in size, his clothes morphing accordingly. Banner appeared before them, rubbing his head. "Well done, Tony," he sighed, gazing at the gaping hole in the floor and the nearly ruined curtain. absent-mindedly checking his wallet, realizing that a substantial portion of his earnings over the next 6 months might just vanish. Having successfully captured Loki, they bypassed the crowd and headed straight to the aircraft parked outside, preparing for their return journey. With Dr. Selvig's consent, Tony purchased the metallic iridium at market price. After all, if the others discovered it was a forgery and returned seeking retribution, he could not guarantee their protection a second time. Once aboard the plane, Steve unceremoniously tossed Loki into a seat and positioned himself next to him, shield raised, eyes fixed unwaveringly on the god. Just as Loki opened his mouth to speak, Tony swiftly affixed a gag, rendering Loki's tongue firmly glued to the roof of his mouth, forcing him to glare at Tony in muffled fury. "Bambi, it's best if you keep quiet. I have no desire to hear your feeble manipulation," Tony remarked, blowing on the tip of the scepter as if it were the barrel of a gun. Banner sat obediently across from Loki, mentally urging Hulk to heed his words, visualizing the consequences of reckless behavior that would be too costly to bear. He implored Hulk to avoid any such encounters, for their fates would be dire should they not. Suddenly, the cabin was engulfed in thunder and lightning, prompting Natasha to glance curiously out the window, noting the absence of storms along their flight path. Loki's expression turned anxious, eliciting a mocking chuckle from Tony. "What's wrong, Bambi? Afraid of thunder?" In an instant, a massive hole was torn open at the tail of the cabin. Had it not been for Banner's quick reflexes in grabbing Tony, he would have been swept away by the turbulent air. Steve instinctively raised his shield to protect both himself and Loki, feeling something collide against the shield, only to find nothing upon lowering it. Once Tony donned his suit, he stood firmly on the floor, hesitating momentarily before stating, "I believe I just saw something collide with Steve's shield and then get flung away." Steve glanced at himself, finding no significant injuries, then turned to look at Loki, who he had shielded. "Thankfully, nothing was lost. I indeed felt something collide with my shield. Yet when I lowered it, I saw nothing," Steve, ever honest, stated, while Loki beside him wore a face of sheer terror. They were unaware, did they not comprehend? That was clearly his brother Thor, the god of thunder, wielding his hammer, attempting to seize him, only to crash directly into Steve's shield, which had absorbed the impact, allowing Thor to exit as he had entered. What on earth was happening with these Midgardians? When did they become so formidable? Loki's mind raced, realizing he was undoubtedly at a loss this time. His eyes darted as he made a decision. He would find a way to shift the blame onto someone else. Surely, Thor would not allow him to face judgment in Midgard. He would be taken back to Asgard, where their mother and foolish brother would protect him. With this resolution, Loki treated the entire affair as a game, concocting a plan to leak information about Thanos while feigning victimhood, thus ensuring his absolution. Perfectly executed. Loki sat quietly, pretending to be a mere component, his thoughts swirling with various ideas. Steve and Tony stood, approaching the edge of the breach to peer down. "Natasha, can a plane still fly?" Steve called out. "For now, yes, but another attempt might be perilous," Natasha replied, deftly manipulating the controls. The turbulence within the cabin was so intense that Banner had to relinquish one hand to Hulk, who grasped the handrail to prevent being thrown out. Though not in immediate danger, the prospect of returning was exhausting. Suddenly, a flash of light illuminated the space, prompting Steve and Tony to step back. A robust man with golden hair, clad in armor reminiscent of Loki's and adorned with a red cape, appeared at the edge of the breach. "Why do you take on my brother, Midgardians?" Thor bellowed, exuding authority. "Your brother detonated a base here, abducted numerous scientists, and killed dozens," Tony replied, his expression impassive. Thor paused, glancing at the tightly bound Loki. He dropped his hammer to the ground and, scratching his head, burst into laughter. "Oh, is that so? He is adopted. He has nothing to do with me." The remaining 4 in the cabin, excluding Loki, were taken aback, astonished by this revelation of the god of thunder. After exchanging a few words, they grasped each other's objectives and mutual acquaintances. Thor immediately insisted on accompanying them, asserting that his brother must undergo Asgardian judgment. Tony shrugged, declaring that this fell under the purview of diplomatic affairs, which were not their concern, as they had a sorcerer awaiting diplomatic matters. They would leave it for the bald-headed one to grapple with. With all her strength, Natasha piloted the damaged plane back to the airborne carrier, nearly crashing upon landing. Fury hurriedly arrived with a team of agents, taking charge of Loki, who was apprehended and confined by the agents led by Coulson. Fury, along with the others and the scepter seized by Natasha, proceeded to the conference room. Once he settled everyone, he turned his attention to arranging the takeoff of the airborne aircraft carrier, leaving the Everything House team, Natasha, and Thor to guard the peculiar scepter in the conference room. Initially, Steve and the others were engaged in a discussion about recent events, when suddenly Thor began to speak with fervor, provoking irritation among the group. The most noticeable reaction came from Banner, whose whole persona was wreaking havoc in the soul space, violently smashing objects, even breaking many of his beloved trees. Tony, too, was restless, fiddling with the scepter until the three members of the Everything House team felt a sudden warmth in their chests, followed by an abrupt chill, bringing them back to their senses. "Everyone out. There is something amiss here," Steve declared, brandishing his shield and forcefully ejecting the agitated Thor from the conference room. While grasping Natasha's hand and rushing towards the exit, Tony and Banner swiftly followed, slamming the door shut behind them. Once outside the conference room, Thor regained his composure. "Thanks, brother. Why did I feel so irritable just now? What's going on? That scepter is problematic. It stirs our emotions and incites discord among us," Tony replied, gazing sternly at the door as if it concealed a demon. Hearing the commotion, Fury rushed over. "What happened?" Steve provided a brief explanation, causing Fury to furrow his brow. Suddenly, he turned to Natasha. "You know Barton best. What do you think he might do?" Natasha gasped, realization dawning on her. Just then, a violent explosion reverberated, and the airborne carrier, which had barely taken off, tilted dangerously. Chaos ensued as everyone scrambled to stabilize themselves by grasping onto anything nearby. "Who is watching Loki?" Tony shouted. "Coulson," Fury exclaimed, a wave of concern washing over him. Coulson was one of the few remaining individuals in SHIELD that he trusted. "I'll check," Banner said, unsteadily rising to his feet. "Tony and Steve, see if you can make any repairs. If we fall, nearly everyone aboard will perish." Tony donned his armor, closed the helmet, and grasped Steve's shield to lift him up, flying out through the ruptured section. Natasha dodged falling debris, pondering. "I'll seek out Barton. Perhaps I can rouse him. If all else fails, I'll resort to physical means to recalibrate him. I know him well enough to anticipate where he might go." Fury nodded in agreement, while Thor followed Banner to Loki's location. Despite knowing that Loki's allies had come to aid him, he remained anxious about his brother's safety. When Banner reached Loki's cell, he found only Coulson lying bloodied on the floor. With no time to waste, Banner hurriedly retrieved a potion from his belongings to administer first aid to Coulson. Thor, seeing the empty cell, panicked and rushed inside, scanning the well-lit room for any signs of Loki. Beside the cell controller, Loki erupted into laughter as he revealed himself, slapping a button that caused the cell door to descend instantaneously, sealing Thor within. Before Thor could express his fury, Loki pressed the adjacent disposal button, and the cell, along with Thor, vanished from Banner's sight in an instant. Loki turned to face Banner, who unceremoniously extended a hand to Hulk. Upon seeing the oversized green arm that contrasted with Banner's physique, Loki smirked awkwardly before disappearing in a flash. Banner exhaled in relief, grateful he had not joined the fray. Had he diverted his attention even slightly, much like Coulson, his demise would have been certain. After finally rescuing Coulson, the group reconvened to share their respective missions. Steve and Tony worked in tandem, repairing the airborne aircraft carrier, which floated securely above. Natasha had retrieved Barton and was currently calibrating him physically, though he remained bound to the bed, oblivious to his surroundings upon awakening. Witnessing Loki's attack on his brother and the grievous injury inflicted upon Coulson, Banner felt a pang of anxiety. Had he not arrived in time with the antidote, they would now be mourning Coulson. "We cannot continue in this manner. Can we deduce Loki's next move?" "We can no longer remain passive," Steve asserted resolutely. Tony stroked his chin thoughtfully. Given Loki's nature, any grand scheme would undoubtedly demand global attention and a distinctive venue, coupled with a substantial energy source. Banner interjected, "Indeed." Tony's expression shifted abruptly. "Holy cow. Stark Tower." Steve and Banner began to feel the weight of dread. If Stark Tower was indeed the target, Gemini would inevitably be drawn into the chaos. Tony's countenance turned pale. "Wait a moment. There are still some of the Dragon construction crew inside the tower who haven't evacuated." Chapter 115, The Ancestor Bestows a Sign. The sorcerer enters without further delay. Tony instructed Jarvis to connect him with Sun Xiaoxiao's personal phone. This matter could not be clarified through customer service. Loki's team could strike Stark Tower at any moment. If Loki's actions resulted in injuries to those workers, it could escalate into a diplomatic crisis, compounding their troubles. When Sun Xiao received the call, she hesitated, observing Loki's team circling outside the building. Are you referring to a peculiar figure clad in strange armor, adorned with a green cloak and horns? You've seen them. Keep your personnel safe. I am returning immediately. Agree to whatever demands they make. Your people must not be harmed. Tony urged frantically, all the while hurrying Steve and the others to board the aircraft and donning his suit in preparation for takeoff. Sun Xiao frowned. Are you certain we should comply with all their demands? They intend to dismantle our hard work. Our contract hasn't even been finalized. Oh, come on. What does it matter at this point? People are what is paramount. Tony could not fathom Sun Xiao's fixation on the contract. Should not human safety take precedence in such dire circumstances? Listen, arrange for a swift evacuation. Do not provoke those individuals. They are ruthless terrorists. Ensure your safety at all costs. If they wish to tear down the building, let them. I can rebuild. When the time comes, I will even enlist your help for renovations. There will always be opportunities. The priority is human life. Tony's scolding left Sun Xiao utterly bewildered. Before she could utter a single word, Tony had already ended the call. Sun Xiao stared at her darkened phone for a prolonged moment, scratching her head, pondering the commotion. Master Lu, she called respectfully to a middle-aged man by the window. The employer insists that we prioritize our safety. The project is secondary. We must accommodate the demands of those terrorists. Master Lu carefully stroked the piece of wood in his hands, examining it closely before blowing away the shavings and placing it on the windowsill. The mortise and tenon structure of the windowsill fit together seamlessly, forming a cohesive whole. Is this truly the employer's demand? Isn't he from the mysterious side? Does he not realize that we are craftsmen who have come to work? Master Lu finally turned to look at Sun Xiao. With an innocent gesture, Sun Xiao spread her hands. I barely had the chance to speak before he hung up. These individuals seem quite formidable. Otherwise, the employer wouldn't have been in such a hurry. Master Lu crouched down along the wall, retrieving a long-stemmed pipe from his pocket. Sun Xiao, perceptive as ever, followed suit and, with a flick of her fingers, ignited a small flame to light his pipe. Master, what do you propose we do? She inquired. After taking several puffs and exhaling a few smoke rings, Master Lu slowly responded. Little son, our employer is benevolent and concerned for our safety. Yet we must also uphold our principles. We cannot simply stand idly by. Should I chase those strange individuals away? Sun Xiao suggested eagerly. That would not be wise. Little Sunday, in our line of work, we must showcase our skills. We cannot afford to be underestimated, for without a reputation, who would seek us out? Master Lu asked with a weathered expression. Hasn't the employer mentioned a plan to resolve this? Master Lu queried further. Sun Xiao nodded. It seems so. He is on his way. Perhaps there is a strategy at play. Let us pay homage to our ancestor, Lu Ban, and seek his guidance. This building cannot be destroyed. It represents our fayade. In the future, when it is said that such and such a grand edifice was crafted by us, how reassuring that would be. If it were to collapse, what will we tell our grandchildren when they ask if that grand structure truly fell apart after just one day? That would be disgraceful. Master Lu took a deep drag from his pipe, then stood upright, tapping the bowl against a shoe a few times before stomping his foot to dispel the ash. With the pipe tucked away, he walked alongside Sun Xiao toward the first floor, continuing to speak. Sun Xiao kept pace behind him. Shall I summon the other craftsmen? Yes. Indeed. Let us all pay our respects to our ancestor, and then heed my commands. I cannot guarantee anything, but as long as it does not interfere with the employer's plans, we must safeguard this building, Master Lu instructed without turning back. Sun Xiao promptly folded white paper into origami cranes, uttering a few words before waving her hand, causing dozens of cranes to replicate and soar down the corridor in various directions. When Master Ru arrived at the grand hall on the first floor, the offerings on the incense table were already prepared. He walked directly to the table, took 3 incense sticks into his hands, and with a flick, lit them. Standing before the incense table, he raised the sticks to his forehead, murmuring, "Great ancestor, we have completed our work today, and the master family is in distress. They are benevolent. We cannot stand idly by. I implore you to watch over us and not let our hard work go to waste. When we officially conclude our task, we shall host a grand feast in your honor." After speaking, Master Ru bowed deeply 3 times and inserted the 3 incense sticks into the incense burner. The hall fell into profound silence, with even the sound of breathing scarcely audible. The smoke from the incense slowly ascended in the stillness, and before long, it coalesced into a column that shot upwards. Master Ru broke into a smile. Good fortune. The ancestor has acknowledged us. Everyone, return to your designated spots and remain unseen. Do not let anyone discover us, nor let anything be damaged. Understood, echoed the orderly reply, and in an instant, the hall was deserted. Little son, set up your formation and create a path for them. Otherwise, these outsiders will never find their way in, not even in the next lifetime, Master Ru instructed, walking away with his hands clasped behind his back. And you, Master? Son Xiao Xiao inquired. As for me, I shall check the rooftop. The Master's belongings have all been moved over, and I must ensure nothing gets damaged. After all, it is all high-tech, and it would be a pity if anything were to break, Master Ru replied, his voice trailing off as he moved away. Once Son Xiao Xiao adjusted the formation, she found herself alone in the hall. Looking at the now extinguished incense table, Son Xiao Xiao sighed and tossed a handful of beans, muttering to herself in a whimsical manner. Secret technique, bean soldiers. The beans, upon touching the ground, transformed into little figures no taller than a knee, which swiftly scurried about, transforming the hall into a scene untouched by visitors. Casting a furtive glance around, Son Xiao Xiao beckoned, and the little bean figures hurried back to her, reverting to their bean form. Good, no one saw. I shall withdraw. She produced her flying sword, affixed a breath-concealing talisman to herself, and her figure gradually faded from view. Meanwhile, Loki, having wandered outside for nearly an hour, smirked to himself. Ah, how convenient. Just as I was pondering ways to bide my time and clear my name, an opportunity presents itself. No time to waste. I shall continue my rounds. Naturally, to maintain appearances, Loki instructed Dr. Eric to assemble the remaining components of the portal on site. When Dr. Eric unveiled the piece of metallic iridium replicated by Tony, Loki immediately sensed its significance. Though he enjoyed playing with knives, he was, after all, the foremost sorcerer of the 9 realms. The rich magical essence emanating from that metal was not something ordinary metal could possess. Show me the iridium, Loki commanded. Doctor. Eric promptly handed it over, and Loki examined it closely, a smile creeping onto his face. How intriguing. Subtly, he infused a touch of magic into the metal, ensuring its magical potency remained robust and would not dissipate too quickly, before returning it to Dr. Eric. Loki gazed intently at the metallic object being placed upon an unusual contraption, pondering the complexities of science, which eluded his understanding. It seemed reasonable to him that this item might be a counterfeit. The portal activated, only to falter due to instability. The Earth's metals lacked the required efficacy, which also appeared quite logical. Even if the blame fell upon him, he would eventually be returned to Asgard. With Odin present, who could instill fear? This thought lightened Loki's mood considerably. At that moment, one of his subordinates reported having discovered a route into the building. With a wave of his hand, Loki relaxed and strode towards the edifice, accepting that the endeavor was doomed to fail, and thus he would treat it as a game. Meanwhile, in a nearby establishment, Gemini absently flipped through the pages of a book. The double-sided mirror vibrated several times before it jolted her back to reality. Harry, what is it? Gemini inquired, holding the mirror aloft. What is the matter? Isn't today the day we regularly check in? Has something occurred on your end? Harry responded. After a moment of hesitation, Gemini relayed the events of the past few days, including the incident with the shattered crystal ball. Harry's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. You cannot remain there. Return immediately. The birthday gift I gave you last year was a key to safety. This is beyond your purview, he insisted sternly. Realization dawned upon Gemini. The destruction of the crystal ball during a prophecy was indeed a significant matter. She furrowed her brow, deep in thought. Stop deliberating. We adults will handle this. Obey and return. You should be safe here. If you're truly worried, I'll keep an eye on your friends, Harry urged. Sensing her growing anxiety, his tone turning urgent, Gemini pressed her lips together, remaining silent as she fixed her determined gaze upon Harry. With a sigh of resignation, Harry covered his head. Gemini, listen to me. You are a Slytherin. Slytherins do not willingly place themselves in peril. In response, Gemini began retrieving various items before Harry, potions, protective charms, and an array of magical artifacts, finally placing her wand atop the pile, continuing to fixate upon Harry's image in the mirror without uttering a word. Harry, his brow furrowed, observed the unyielding Gemini. Where's the Slytherin prudence we spoke of? Then I shall come to you. Surely, that is acceptable? He suggested, seeking a compromise. Gemini smiled brightly. I assure you, I will safeguard my own well-being and will not engage in matters beyond my capabilities. Harry sighed. Wait for me. I shall come forthwith. Hold on, Gemini called out. May I send the Park family to England first for their safety? They lack the means to protect themselves. Absolutely. Arrange for their arrival now. Once they are here, I will come straight away, Harry replied. Nodding in agreement, Gemini flipped the mirror and hurried to the Park household, grabbing the gift Harry had given her last year. Without time for them to pack their belongings, she swiftly gathered a handful of galleons and a few personal items before activating the key, sending them away. As they returned to the parlor, before Gemini could take her seat, Harry materialized before her in a brilliant blue light. The two had scarcely exchanged a few words when an inexplicable wave swept over them, startling both Gemini and Harry, who hurriedly rushed to the window to gaze outside. In the distance, atop Stark Tower, a colossal blue beam of light emerged, tearing open a dark void in midair from which something was beginning to emerge. Though too far to discern clearly, their naked eyes could only perceive a swarm of shadowy figures resembling insects. Gemini gasped in disbelief. What is that? A sensation of distortion in space? Harry concentrated intently, his expression grave. The beam had rent the fabric of space, and those shadows were coming through a spatial gateway with decidedly malevolent intent. Are you prepared? We must act swiftly. Gemini had already donned a flexible dueling outfit, fully equipped with protective gear, and her potion satchel was brimming. She retrieved a vial of golden elixir, took a swig, and handed the remainder to Harry. Felix Felicis? Harry accepted it with surprise, taking a small sip himself. This is Banner's experimental brew, lacking the longevity of a true potion master-esque concoction, but it will suffice, Gemini explained, revealing her potion satchel, which contained several more vials intended for Tony and the others. Now hold on to me. We must get to safety nearby. Harry extended an arm, and Gemini grasped her broom with one hand while clutching Harry's arm with the other. In the next moment, they found themselves in an alley close to Stark Tower. The area was already rife with gasps and screams. Exchanging a glance, Gemini and Harry swiftly donned masks and dashed toward the source of the cries. At that moment, Tony and his team also arrived, and upon surveying the chaotic scene unfolding on the nearby streets, Tony's anxiety surged. He immediately dialed the exclusive line to the Woolworth building. What are you waiting for? We are en route. Hold on. We'll be there shortly. The resolute voice of the Aura department responded from the other end. As Tony hovered in the air, he observed beams of light emanating from the farthest affected streets, shooting into the sky and exploding atop various buildings, coalescing into a vast protective barrier. Apart from a few alien forces that had initially surged into the crowd, all others were being intercepted at the last two levels of Stark Tower. Alien figures began to pour forth from the black hole atop the building, relentlessly assaulting the seemingly thin barrier, causing ripples of energy to erupt. Stunned, Tony watched the scene unfold before him, astonished that wizards could achieve such feats. Tony, what are you staring at? The sharp-eyed Gemini had already spotted Tony hovering in the air, motionless. Noticing his dazed state, she dispatched an alien that had approached her, tapped her phone, and summoned J-A-R-V-I-S to connect Tony's audio channel. Chapter 116, The Battle Commences. 5 Thunder Techniques. A strong request for additional content from Fuin. Tony regained his senses, scanning the surroundings. Jarvis swiftly magnified the figures of Gemini and Harry, pinpointing their locations before Tony's eyes. With a flick of his hand, he dispatched several Chiridans, then accelerated to land beside Gemini. What brings you here? Surely, it should be easy for you to leave. Tony inquired. Gemini rolled her eyes, deftly waving her wand. A Chiridan behind Tony was cleaved in two. No more chatter. Take this. It's something you lack in your potion box. 1 sip each. Don't overindulge, nor skimp. Gemini tossed 2 vials of Felix Felicis to Tony, balancing herself on a broomstick, feet firmly planted as she swiftly departed. Tony muttered to himself. That move was rather impressive. I must learn it later. Where are you? He called out, soaring into the sky, scanning the horizon. We're almost there. That energy barrier, it's impassable, Natasha replied, unbuckling her seatbelt. We decided to land first and regroup beneath Stark Tower. Tony turned to re-establish contact with the Aura department. Are you feeling overwhelmed? We have reinforcements on the scene. We're managing. Auras are already neutralizing the aliens within the protective barrier, and civilians are being evacuated and treated. There is no need for concern. A resolute voice came through the earpiece, prompting Tony to exhale in relief. It appeared that everyone was cooperating splendidly. Ordinary citizens were rapidly withdrawing from the battlefield with the assistance of wizards. With the protective barrier in place, the mass of aliens was fixated on assaulting it, completely neglecting the areas beyond its confines. Tony cast a glance and promptly soared toward his tower. It was time to unveil his most formidable arsenal. Those aliens were swarming like insects, relentless in their assault. While their attention was diverted by the barrier, he needed to eliminate them swiftly and devise a method to deactivate that portal. Upon landing on the rooftop, Tony spotted Dr. Eric collapsed on the ground. He hurried over to assess the situation, relieved to find that Eric was merely unconscious. Boss, over here. A faint whisper caught Tony's attention. He turned to see a secret chamber had mysteriously appeared on his living room wall, where a troubled middle-aged man was puffing on a long pipe, while Sun Xiao, with shifty eyes, gestured animatedly at him. What made them so cautious was Loki, securely bound on the ground by a golden rope. At that moment, Loki did not appear well. Even with his guardian resilience, Tony could easily discern his battered visage. His face was bruised, with eyes barely open and blood trickling from his nose. Unable to contain himself, Tony asked, Jarvis, did you capture this? Indeed, sir. I have recorded the entire incident and saved it to your private server, Jarvis replied. Well done, Jarvis. Tony spoke as he removed his battle gear and approached Sun Xiao. Did I not instruct you to evacuate? He inquired. What manner of thief do you appear to be? Sun Xiao lowered her gaze submissively and asked, Boss, he claims to be the heir to Asgard. If we have treated him this way, will we be held accountable? I can barely be considered a responsible party. Should our nation intervene? This is my first time overseeing a project, and I feel particularly uneasy about this blunder. Tony glanced at the sniffling Loki, quickly turning away, hesitant to laugh. He adopted. There's no issue. Moreover, according to American law, if you killed him for trespassing, it would be deemed self-defense. Sun Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, grinning at Master Lu. The Master says it's none of our concern. There's no need for such worry. Master Lu flicked ash from his cigarette and shot a glare at Sun Xiao. What do you know? Go on. I'll have a word with the Master. Mr. Tony, is Asgard part of European mythology, or is it from another myth? Master Lu inquired. As Tony changed into his new battle attire, he nodded. They are from Norse mythology. Essentially, they're just sturdier extraterrestrials, not much different from us. Master Lu, puffing on a cigarette, countered, that doesn't add up. How could beings from the heavens allow extraterrestrials to enter? Is there another issue at hand? By this time, Tony had donned the latest model, Magic No. 6, equipped with the newest invention from the explosive genius, Simon. Eager to surprise the Chitauri, he hardly registered Master Lu's words. Sun Xiao, since you possess the capability, please keep an eye on that doctor. He knows how to close this portal. Once you ascertain the details, contact me through Jarvis. A simple shout will suffice. With that, Tony leaped off the terrace. Gemini and Harry cleared a street, guiding the panicked civilians to safety. Standing on the deserted road, Harry looked up, frowning at the protective shield. Gemini, speed up. The shield is on the verge of collapse, and there are still people who haven't evacuated. Gemini looked up, noticing the increasing ripples on the shield, its range expanding. Frowning, she flew to the top of a tall building and cast a wide-area Muggle repelling charm. Instantly, the Muggles, who had been hesitating, fled as if pursued by a specter, abandoning their belongings and sprinting towards safety. Harry chuckled at the sight, mimicking Gemini as he aimed at another building. Soon, the area where Gemini and Harry stood was nearly devoid of life, the sharp sound of shattering echoing around them. They both looked up simultaneously, witnessing the protective shield, which had withstood countless extraterrestrial assaults, begin to crack significantly, threatening to shatter. Gemini! Tony's voice echoed from the sky. Gemini swiftly mounted her broom and ascended into the sky. At that moment, apart from Gemini, the only other presence was the multitude of Chiritans outside the shimmering barrier. Tony immediately identified the target and raced towards her. Here, take this. The shield will shatter in no time. Remember to protect yourself. He tossed Gemini a pair of in-ear headphones, gesturing for her and Harry to wear them for easier communication. With that, Tony soared towards his tower, knowing it would be the first location the Chiritans breached where he could eliminate quite a few. Attention! Prepare! The voice of the American Auror minister crackled through the headphones, the sound of shattering growing increasingly distinct. They are coming. With a thunderous crash, the barrier that had held for nearly an hour shattered completely, and the Chiritans plummeted from the sky like dumplings, followed closely by their fish-like transport vessels writhing through the spatial rift. Second wave. Prepare! Echoed the Auror minister's voice in their ears. Gemini and Harry turned to look behind them, where beams of silver light connected like the previous barrier, enclosing the now fully evacuated city, transforming it into a battlefield. Cloaked figures appeared atop the buildings with a sharp crack, their wands weaving intricate patterns, unleashing a kaleidoscope of colors into the air. The tumbling Chiritans became targets, and even those who managed to reach the wizards found themselves thwarted in the next instant, as the wizards vanished and reappeared elsewhere, leaving them grasping at empty air. Steve and Banner, accompanied by the incoming wizards, finally arrived at the official battlefield. Banner coughed lightly. "Hope, be cautious. We can't afford to break anything. Remember, you still want to buy a gift for Hagrid. Take care." As Banner's fists collided, menacing gauntlets materialized over his hands, his expression growing increasingly fierce. "Let chaos reign. Hulk!" With a furious roar, the Hulk, clad in a tank top and shorts, leapt and swung at the approaching massive fish, striking it down with a single blow that sent it crashing to the ground, its tail flipping over from the force. Steve silently surveyed the destruction of two buildings. Banner would surely lament this loss. Just then, he hurled his shield at another large fish, following closely behind. The returning shield landed perfectly in his grasp as he leaped high, almost standing atop it, and brought it crashing down onto the fish's head. With a resounding impact, that creature too was dispatched. As Steve rose from the rubble, he sighed in relief. Phew, still got it. Natasha and Hawkeye felt somewhat out of place amidst the chaos. Is this something a mere human can accomplish? They exchanged glances. "I'll head to Star Tower to assess the situation," Natasha said. "I'll hitch a ride to the rooftop," Barton replied. Natasha, without uttering a word, swiftly mounted the motorcycle that had been carelessly discarded and departed. Barton loosed an arrow towards the celestial Chirutan's flying vessel, the tether attached to the shaft instantly, whisking him away into the sky. Harry, observing the various scenes of combat, felt an insatiable urge for adventure bubbling within him, eager to partake in the fray. Gemini hesitated as she glanced at Harry, asking, "Harry, how adept are you with the everlasting spell?" Harry turned in surprise. "You intend to use Fiendfire?" Gemini smiled sheepishly. "I learned it from Dumbledore's collection. I haven't used it yet. It should be an improved version of Fiendfire, ideal for such large-scale confrontations. However, I fear I may lose control, as it can incinerate a vast area. If I employ this Fiendfire, the power of the everlasting spell might not suffice." Harry pondered for barely a second. "I can manage. I have no concerns. Where shall we begin?" Gemini stamped her foot. "Right here." With that, she gracefully waved her wand as though preparing for a grand ball, a cascade of blue flames erupting from it, accurately encircling both her and Harry in a circular barrier of fire that burned fiercely yet remained unextinguished. Accompanied by Gemini's incantation, the blue fire circle began to morph, and soon a resounding cry of a phoenix echoed across the battlefield. From behind Gemini, two magnificent phoenixes, composed of blue flames, ascended, their wings flapping majestically above her. Holding her wand aloft, Gemini commanded the two Fiendfire phoenixes go. The fiery creatures emitted a resounding cry as they soared towards the spatial portal, leaving in their wake the Chirutans engulfed in flames, swiftly reduced to ash, clearing a vast expanse in an instant. Gemini's control over the Fiendfire was impeccable. Nothing that should remain unscorched was singed, and everything that required incineration was thoroughly consumed. The only drawback was that Gemini had to exert considerable effort to manipulate the two blue Fiendfire phoenixes, leaving her shielded only by the circular barrier of blue flames. Harry offered a candid assessment. "The magic is remarkable, but perhaps refrain from using it next time." In the distance, the sky darkened with ominous thunderclouds, and the furious roar of Thor resonated. "Loki, show yourself." I shall strike you down. Thor's hammer soared through the air, and the area surrounding him was perilous, as his wrath, accompanied by bolts of lightning, cleared another small section of the battlefield. Master Lu sat perched on the edge of Stark Tower, puffing on his pipe. Little son, that hammer wielder, is he their god of thunder? He appears quite akin to our craftsman kin. Why does he not wield lightning? Sun Xiao, sword in hand, was eager to join the fray, asking, Master, do you think I could venture out to fight? Master Lu took a puff and exhaled a smoke ring. Little son, we must attend to the matters of others. The master instructed us to keep an eye on that foreigner, saying he relied on us to secure the gate. What difficulty is there in closing a door? I fail to see the challenge. Who are you? Natasha emerged from the elevator, spotting Master Lu and Sun Xiao on the terrace. Who are you? We are the Longting engineering team, and we have entered into a contract with Stark to renovate the building, Sun Xiao replied. I am his teammate, here to inspect that door. Natasha remained vigilant and briefly explained her intention. Sun Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. The master craftsman. Look, the boss has sent someone to take over. Can I go out for a stroll? Master Lu stood up and tapped off the ash from his shoes. Young people love to have fun. Go ahead, enjoy yourself. I will guard this building. There will be no issues. The ancestral master has promised to watch over it. Instantly invigorated, Sun Xiao turned to Natasha and said, The doctor is on the staircase, still unconscious. The one claiming to be the son of Asgard is in the living room, bound by the celestial lock and unable to move. It's up to you. With that, she tossed her sword outward and leapt off the terrace. Natasha, startled, rushed over to see Sun Xiao poised like a sword, her attire transformed into a blue and white robe, standing elegantly atop her blade. Little son, show that foreign deity what thunder magic is all about. Aside from the thunder god, I have yet to see anyone wielding a hammer to conjure lightning. My experiences are still limited. Master Lu's voice echoed in her ear. Sun Xiao laughed heartily in midair. Understood, Master. Watch closely. Jade purity initiates, true symbols proclaim the pact. Shifting the dual energies, blending into reality. 5 thunders, swiftly manifesting, ethereal transformations, roaring lightning and rapid thunder. He might call, come forth immediately, unleash the yang sound. Urgent as the law commands. Though her voice was soft, it miraculously reached every ear present. As her words concluded, dark clouds began to gather in the sky, casting shadows over the scene. Chapter 117, a fantastical scene, nuclear bomb go. Sun Xiao surveyed the situation. Gemini's blue fire phoenix occupied the left flank. With a flick of her finger, she directed a series of lightning strikes onto the battlefield, each bolt landing with precision upon the cheerleader, leaving even Barton, who was entangled in combat, unharmed, merely tingling from the residual electric energy. The atmosphere transformed into something otherworldly, with the fire phoenix soaring and screeching, while thunder cracked loudly in the background. Tony stood idly in the air, feeling somewhat obsolete. Guys, Dr. Eric has awakened and knows how to close the portal. What about you? Natasha's voice resonated among them. Then let us close it, Steve declared, dispatching a cheerleader on the ground to clear the area around him. The only remaining question is, who has seen Loki's scepter? We needed to close the portal, Natasha added. Tony immediately chimed in, asked Master Lu, the Chinese man in my living room. They captured Loki. They should know where it is. Natasha turned to the edge of the terrace where Master Lu sat, hesitating momentarily before approaching him. Upon hearing Natasha's inquiry, Master Lu appeared somewhat embarrassed. Must we truly have that item? Natasha felt an uneasy premonition brewing within her. Lu Dejiang rose from the edge of the terrace, somewhat embarrassed as he extracted a pile of fragments from beneath the sofa. His makeshift staff was rather flimsy. After just a few taps, it had shattered. It was not my fault, he insisted, as he had insisted on prodding me in the chest with that little stick, which was rather painful. Natasha gazed at the heap of shards on the floor. The piece that resembled a scepter the most was the yellow glowing head, and the longest fragment was no more than the size of a palm, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. There was unfortunate news. Loki's scepter had been destroyed. Natasha activated the voice channel, ensuring everyone heard her declaration. What? Then how can we possibly close that portal? Tony exclaimed in shock. Lu Dajian avardly interjected. Do we really need that thing? If not, I could try to fix it. Natasha immediately turned to him. Do you have another way to close that portal? Lu Dajian stroked his smoking pipe. It's quite simple. I watch him build it. Just dismantle the base, and you foreigners, cough cough. Those aliens' craftsmanship is rather shoddy. The energy lines are all jumbled, and there are even fakes inside. It might not close immediately. Dismantling it should take about 5 seconds. Natasha's lips twitched. Was there a difference between 5 seconds and immediately? Did everyone hear that? She asked. Tony promptly connected Jarvis to his living room's communication device. Luda Jiang, please proceed. This is additional work, and I will include the payment in the renovation costs. Luda Jiang's eyes sparkled at the prospect. His smoking pipe transformed into a hammer and a chisel. Rest assured, leave it to me. How about I consider the dismantled pieces as my payment? Inside, he was elated. Compared to those developed nations, the technological level of Huaxia was still lagging a bit. Despite his earlier remarks about the flaws, he viewed them through the lens of the mysterious side. Once these parts were removed, they would surely be useful for the nation's research. Absolutely. Tony agreed on the spot. Luda Jiang immediately made his way towards the portal device, eager to get started. Let's get to work. Just as Tony was about to speak, Fury contacted him. Wait, Tony, a nuclear missile is heading your way. I couldn't stop it. It was authorized by the United Nations. Fury's words echoed in everyone's ears. Jamie and I gasped. She was no ignorant wizard, and she was all too aware of what a nuclear bomb entailed. A nuclear bomb? The United Nations? It must be the American United Nations. Are they trying to incite a world war? In her shock, Jamie and I lost control of her fiery powers, causing the Phoenix to collapse into a shower of blue sparks. Behind her, Harry was already prepared, raising his wand and thrusting it into the ground. A golden ring expanded outward from him, dissipating the fiery remnants. Meanwhile, the lightning on Sun Xiao Zhao's side tilted dramatically, striking down the roof of a building. Luda Jiang, can we handle this? Luda Jiang took a puff from his smoking pipe and sighed. This is truly beyond our capabilities, unless... As he spoke, Master Lu gazed up at the wormhole, suspended in midair. Unless what? Tony inquired as he soared towards the approaching nuclear missile. Unless it happens to fly directly above the portal, I can guide it into the opening, Master Lu replied. A spark of realization flickered in Tony's eyes, as he had initially intended to carry the missile himself into the vortex, leaving his return to fate's whim. Leave this to me. I will ensure it passes right over the portal, Tony declared, positioning himself directly beneath the missile and gripping it tightly as he began to accelerate. I have 1 minute to reach the portal. Master Lu cautioned, just so we're clear, don't follow the missile. I fear you might inadvertently end up in there with it. As he spoke, he busily extracted various materials, clanging them together. Understand, Tony replied, his expression grave. Are you certain your actions, trigger an immediate detonation? Do you underestimate me? Do you know what it means to be as virtuous as water? Master Lu paused his work, fondling the items in his hands, and continued, you foreigners just don't grasp it. How much longer will you need? 10 seconds and counting. Tony responded, his eyes fixed intently on the location of the portal, instructing Jarvis to prepare for action. If necessary, they would jettison him and allow the suit to carry the missile into the vortex. Master Lu brandished his hammer. Let us go. Initiated the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Master Lu swung his hammer with great force, shouting, go. A silver beam shot forth, and, at the moment Master Lu made his move, Tony released his grip, imparting just enough momentum to the missile for it to glide smoothly beneath the portal. The silver light struck the missile's nose without making a sound, instantly redirecting it. Master Lu swung his hammer once more, the silver beam hitting the missile's tail, propelling it as if it were being launched anew into the wormhole. In the blink of an eye, the missile vanished into the abyss, and Master Lu discarded his heavy hammer, seizing his tools and working furiously on the base. In precisely 5 seconds, the base crumbled into a pile of components, and the blue cosmic cube flickered briefly before plummeting to the ground, the entrance to the wormhole fading away. The Chitauri, who had been scurrying about, lost all power and collapsed as the portal sealed shut. Gemini exchanged a glance with Harry, and together they apparat to the terrace of Stark Tower. Bound tightly, Loki inhaled sharply, struggling to open his swollen eyes. At last, it was over, and he yearned to return to Asgard. As the group gathered and surveyed the wreckage of the city center, Tony sighed. How much will this cost? Zenatoshtak, the minister of the U.S. Department of Mysteries, directly seized Tony from the clutches of despair, seizing the opportunity at hand, as public sentiment outside had begun to shift. The nuclear missile launched by the United States had fortuitously provided them with the final key. Should this operation succeed, the American wizards would soon possess a territory recognized by all. This was a monumental affair. Furthermore, there remained the task of post-war reconstruction, a domain in which wizards claimed no one could surpass them in speed and efficiency. No one. Before Tony was dragged away, he managed to utter a brief invitation for dinner that evening, before vanishing from sight. Sun Xiaoxiao and Lu Dajiang deftly packed the high-tech components, bidding their farewells. And as they departed, they received a small gift from Tony, prepared by Jarvis. Materials on civilian technology, nearly 2 years ahead of the current American standard. This was no trivial gift. For a rapidly advancing China, it was indeed a tremendous boon. Lu Dajiang, beaming with joy, expressed warm welcomes to Tony, assuring him that he would feel right at home in China. Thor, upon witnessing Loki's woeful state, was initially inclined to unleash his wrath, only to see Lu Dajiang approaching with a handful of fragments, apologizing for inadvertently damaging Loki's weapon. Thor, startled, realized that such destruction was beyond what his brother could provoke. He burst into laughter, thanking Lu Dajiang for helping to educate his sibling, and noted that they needed to hasten their return to Asgard, taking the Tesseract with them. Steve was more than eager for them to take it away, as its presence on Earth had caused far too much trouble. Thor, mentioning the binding lock that Sun Xiaoxiao had gifted him, raised the Tesseract and called out to Heimdall. A radiant rainbow descended, and Thor and Loki vanished before the eyes of the onlookers, leaving behind a trail of runes on the terrace floor. Once everyone had departed, Gemini collapsed onto Tony's sofa, sighing heavily, lamenting that she felt as though she had worked for nothing, suffering a great loss. Steve rubbed his nose, reminding her that he and Banner had received their fees for employment, thanks to Tony's negotiations. Gemini, gazing blankly at the ceiling, dismissed the notion, suggesting they keep that money for themselves, as she found little use for it. Just as the group began discussing dinner plans, the elevator doors opened, revealing several agents. Natasha approached them, inquiring about the purpose of their visit. Specialist Sitwell and Agent Rumlow acknowledged her, with Sitwell producing a document and handing it to her, stating that Pierce had sent them to retrieve Special Item 084. Natasha glanced over the paper and replied, "You're too late. The Tesseract has been taken by the Thunder God, and we could not intervene. As for the scepter, it's right there." She gestured towards a pile of indistinguishable fragments on the ground. Sitwell hesitated for a moment before retrieving a box, instructing his team to don gloves and carefully place the unrecognizable remnants inside, striving to reconstruct the semblance of the scepter. After piecing it together, he concluded that nothing appeared to be missing. Closing the box, Agent Sitwell expressed his gratitude for their cooperation, stating that they would report back. With that, he and his team entered the elevator, disappearing from sight. Gemini furrowed her brow, remarking on the rudeness of the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel. "I have decided that henceforth, the commission fees for S.H.I.L.D. will increase by 30%, including potions." Steve chuckled. "I shall notify Ben." Just as the odd job squad prepared to borrow Tony's fireplace, Fury emerged from the elevator, inquiring, "Where are you headed? What about Loki's scepter and the Tesseract?" The group frowned collectively. "Didn't T or S.H.I.E.L.D. agents take them?" Natasha responded, "It was handled by me." Fury's eyes widened. "What the hell? I did not authorize that." Natasha retorted, "It was Pierce's order. That's why I let it pass." Gemini smirked. "You certainly are an amusing director. You launched a nuclear missile without signed orders, and missions bypass you as well. Are you truly the director, or merely a puppet?" With that, she disregarded Fury's expression and began to leave. "Captain, I require your assistance with this matter." Fury urgently called after Steve. Gemini swiftly grasped Steve's arm and pulled him back, positioning herself protectively in front of him. "Listen, let us formalize our agreement. Steve, $300,000 a day. Banner, $500,000 a day. How many days do you require?" She was unwilling to permit her employees to labor without compensation any longer. Fury's countenance turned pale. "This concerns a matter of global significance, and you are asking for payment? We just saved the world. What does that have to do with you or me? We have yet to address the issue of that nuclear missile." Gemini retorted, You are indeed the architects of potential global chaos. Fury found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Gemini's brusqueness was not unfounded. Had that missile been launched, the individuals present would have faced dire consequences. Among them were the master craftsmen from the Huaxia Middle-earth Taoist sect, the esteemed disciple Sun Xiao, all aurors from the American Ministry of Magic, and the minister of the Aura Department from the British Ministry of Magic, Savior Star, along with the last scion of the Black family. Gemini could boldly assert that should anything befall these individuals, the United States would crumble to ashes by dawn, without the need for intervention from other nations. The remaining wizards in America alone could ensure the president made headlines for all the wrong reasons. And this is your concern. Steve is my employee, my knight, not your subordinate. Please be clear on that. Gemini declared fiercely, standing defiantly before Steve. Fury opened his mouth, attempting to voice a retort, but ultimately fell silent. Very well. I understand. Will the odd job shop be opening tomorrow? I require your assistance, Fury said earnestly to Gemini. I apologize for the nuclear missile incident. This is not the venue for discussion. If you do open tomorrow, we must indeed converse. Seeing the shift in Fury's demeanor, Gemini reluctantly relented. Tomorrow is not feasible. We have just emerged from battle. We shall take a day of rest, but the day after will suffice. Fury nodded, understood. I will visit the day after and will honor my promise to facilitate matters for the American wizards. Gemini rolled her eyes. That is your own vow. It concerns me not. After speaking, she confidently led her employees away. Chapter 118. The Post-War Banquet, Taking Over the Black Family. Upon returning to the store, Gemini immediately instructed Creature to prepare for the banquet. Harry, however, was not inclined to linger. He intended to leave before the festivities commenced. Why? Did I do something wrong to upset you? Gemini inquired, perplexed. Harry chuckled and gently ruffled Gemini's hair. Not all. Rather, I realize today that you have truly matured. The fact that you can wield such advanced magic alleviates my concerns for you. With the recent developments within the American magical community, as the Minister of Magic, I must return to oversee matters. If the U.S. succeeds, it will be significant for the magical world, and I cannot afford to be absent. Gemini gazed wistfully at the menu. She had arranged a plethora of Chinese delicacies for Harry, hoping to share them with him. Since you have pressing matters, I won't hold you back. I'll save the new dishes for you to try when you return at Christmas. Harry laughed heartily. All right, I shall look forward to it. And don't forget, you have a coming-of-age ceremony in June. As Gemini bid Harry farewell, her expression was one of melancholy. To be candid, she was not keen on hosting a coming-of-age ceremony. She simply wished to celebrate her birthday quietly with those she knew. However, with the responsibilities of the Black family weighing upon her, she could not neglect the ceremony. Coming of age signified her formal assumption of leadership over the Black family, transitioning from heir to head of the household. Turning her focus away from these thoughts, Gemini dedicated herself to arranging the evening's banquet and even sent a note to Tony, who was currently advocating for the Magical Congress. Not long after Harry's departure, the Park family returned via the door key, with Peter exclaiming in excitement about the thrill of traveling to opposite ends of the earth within a single day. Although he hadn't ventured outside, he felt quite impressive and rushed inside to boast to Ned over the phone. Watching Peter's retreating figure with amusement, Gemini mused that he would indeed receive a letter this year. Calculating the timeline, she thought, I should host the coming-of-age ceremony in June. We can all go together, stay in the UK for a while, and return after sending Peter off to school. This way, it would be convenient for him to acclimatize to life in the UK. Ben had no objections and did not feel the need to express gratitude. The Park family owed Gemini much more than this. They had silently resolved that, even after Peter graduated, he would continue to follow Gemini's lead. May went to the kitchen to assist Creature with the banquet preparations. But after a flurry of chaos, she was shooed out by Creature, who preferred her to help set the table instead. Creature always prioritized Gemini. If she cherished this family, then he considered them all wizards, regardless of the distinction between muggles and wizards. Gemini's importance overshadowed all else. Steve and Banner sat together, quietly discussing the day's battle and the agents who appeared before Fury's arrival. They were not foolish, coupled with Fury's demeanor. Steve was certain that something significant was afoot. Jamie neither concerned herself with them, despite their employment under her, for she was not a tyrant who demanded to dictate every aspect of their lives, down to the undergarments they wore. Such obsession was beyond her. As long as Steve and Banner remained loyal, she was indifferent to their daily activities. It was naive to think she was unaware of Steve's side job. After all, everything in this establishment was under her purview. Who could truly keep secrets from her? Kobe, after a day of diligent preparations, finally set the stage for the evening feast as night fell. Tony eagerly arrived at the agency, accompanied by portraits of Pepper and Maria, while Natasha and Barton were also on the guest list, as Steve had mentioned their commendable teamwork. On Sun, Xiao end. The muffled sounds of conversation suggested they were speeding across the sea, rendering her words a mere babble that Jamie found incomprehensible, forcing her to concede. As everyone exchanged cheerful greetings, Kobe had arranged a grand round table capable of seating over 20 people, diverging somewhat from the Western-style dining tradition. Fortunately, the guests were adept at using chopsticks, ensuring no difficulties in serving themselves. Once everyone was seated, Jamie instructed Kobe to serve the dishes. Kobe did not make an appearance. Instead, exquisite plates of food floated gracefully from the kitchen, settling steadily upon the table. Each piece of cutlery was enchanted with warming magic, guaranteeing that the meals would remain hot, while the dishes on the round table began to rotate at a measured pace, ensuring every guest could partake. Before the meal was fully served, a knock at the door interrupted the ambience, plunging the restaurant into silence. Jamie instinctively tightened her grip on her wand. Banner rolled up his sleeves, rose, and smiled at the group. "I'll go check." He intercepted Ben, who was eager to investigate, for Ben was merely an ordinary human. If the visitor harbored ill intentions, sending Ben to the door would be akin to delivering a meal to peril. Upon opening the door, Banner was greeted by a tall figure who pushed a wheelchair occupied by none other than Coulson. "Coulson? What brings you here? Are you all right?" "I thought I had only performed a minor procedure," Banner remarked, observing Coulson's pallid complexion with concern. "I brought a guest with me. I heard there was a gathering here. Would it be permissible for us to enter?" Coulson replied with a smile. Banner cast a wary glance at the shadowy figure lurking behind Coulson, cloaked in a hooded black cape reminiscent of those often featured in Jamie's tales of dark sorcery, effectively concealing his identity. "Is he safe?" Banner inquired skeptically. The mysterious individual furtively scanned the surroundings, lowering his voice. "Hey, it's me. Come on, can we go in?" The voice struck a chord of familiarity in Banner's mind. After a moment's contemplation regarding the personnel of the establishment and glancing back at the pale Coulson, he ultimately decided to allow them entry. Upon reaching the entrance of the dining area, Banner exchanged a knowing glance with Steve, who promptly rose and positioned himself beside Banner, subtly shielding the other diners from the newcomers. As the tall figure entered the restaurant, he swept aside his cloak with a flourish. "Surprise, my comrades. I heard there was a feast. Who else could it be but Thor?" Gemini's mouth fell open as Peter remarked on the thrill of traversing the Earth in a day, while this fellow journeyed between two planets. Surely an even greater thrill. Thor surveyed the hushed dining area, awkwardly lowering his raised hands. "Am I interrupting?" "No, you're arriving just in time, my friend. Did you time your arrival perfectly? Our dishes have just been served. Come and savor the exquisite flavors of Huaxia. I assure you, it surpasses the culinary delights of Asgard." Tony chuckled, rising to greet Thor with a playful tap on the chest. "It was quite unexpected. Who knew you would return so soon after your afternoon departure?" Thor sighed with subtle relief. "I brought Loki back. He has been imprisoned, and I was quite saddened. I intended to seek out Heimdall for a drink, our gatekeeper, who sees all that transpires in the Nine Realms. He informed me of your banquet and encouraged me to join you rather than disturb him, so here I am. Uncertain of your whereabouts, I enlisted Coulson's guidance." Gemini laughed heartily. "Your timing is impeccable. Coulson should stay as well. The more, the merrier at a feast. This is a delicacy learned from the local cuisine of Huaxia, and we must not let it go to waste." Fortunately, the table was spacious enough, and the addition of 2 more guests did not feel cramped. The delectable aromas of the dishes began to waft through the air, enticing everyone to salivate. Gemini raised her glass, standing to celebrate our encircled haven, rejoicing that my friends had not departed, and toasting to this sumptuous feast. "Now let us indulge." Tony howled like a wolf, brandishing his chopsticks as he began to feast. Thor, struggling with the chopsticks, ultimately discarded them in favor of spoon. "You ravenous fiends. Save some for everyone," Gemini exclaimed in exasperation, addressing the group as wildlings. Laughter echoed throughout the establishment, while a tipsy Tony engaged Thor in a spirited debate, one insisting the food and drink of Earth were superior, the other countering with fervor, both squabbling like children. Meanwhile, Peter surreptitiously added a bit of George's latest concoction, a humorous alcohol that induces embarrassing antics, into Thor's drink. Just as he finished, Peter received a swift slap to the back of his head, being yanked away by the collar. Gemini sat vacantly in her chair, counting the number of gowns she would need for her coming-of-age ceremony. Natasha and Barton quietly occupied a corner, savoring the meticulously prepared desserts from KB, perhaps the most sober individuals in attendance. As the revelry subsided, Thor stepped outside the shop to summon the Bifrost, glancing at the traces left behind on the ground. Gemini, fuming, vowed to make him pay the next time he visited. Natasha and Barton escorted Coulson away as they were originally together. Tony had completely collapsed beneath the table, leaving him to spend the night there. Everyone returned to their respective rooms, leaving 3 little sprites to clean up the battlefield. After freshening up, Gemini yawned and collapsed on her bed, slipping into a deep slumber. For several days following the gathering, everyone struggled to regain their energy. Tony was taken away early the next morning to oversee the wizards in the post-war reconstruction. It was said that he intended to demonstrate the might of the wizards to the Muggles, aiming to secure the state-building permit at the October parliamentary meeting. This revelation astonished the Muggles in America, sparking endless debates in newspapers and online, with both admirers and detractors emerging and the Anti-Wizard Association resurfacing. Time leisurely progressed to the end of May, when Gemini began to pack her belongings in preparation for her return to England, where she would stay for several months. She entrusted her shop to Tony, who arranged for his house elf, Bog, to clean periodically to prevent any pests from infesting the place during her absence. Gemini chose to fly back this time, utilizing the private jet generously offered by Tony, as the discomfort of the port key was well known. Among their group, there was only 1.5 wizards, namely Gemini and Peter, thus they felt at ease on the plane. Upon exiting the airport in England, Gemini and her companions were promptly met by Draco, who swiftly arranged for them to explore various attractions. Gemini was whisked away, as her coming-of-age ceremony was to be meticulously orchestrated. Exhausted from the whirlwind of activities, Gemini couldn't help but reflect on the rarity of such an occasion. On June 15th, Gemini's birthday, the British wizarding community's pureblood families began to stir into action the night before. Gemini was arguably the most powerful figure in the British wizarding world. With a godfather who was a savior, relatives from the Malfoy family, friends from the Weasley family, and, as the head of the Black family herself, a marriage alliance involving her could elevate one's status immensely. At 4 a.m., Astoria and Ginny roused Gemini from her slumber, preparing her hair, attire, and accessories. Gemini could only remain dazed like a doll, being dressed and adorned. Subsequently, she was guided by Harry into the venue, where Draco took over to lead the dance, all while receiving gifts with a smile. Ultimately, she stood in the center of the stage to receive the blessings of the crowd, as the Minister of Magic, Kingsley, personally lifted the trace, signifying that Gemini was now a fully fledged adult wizard, free to use magic openly. In the grand finale, after the trace was lifted, Gemini performed her first spell, a dazzling display orchestrated by Draco and Harry, who had pored over their books to decide on the fire shield and the all-spell end, culminating in the emergence of the fire phoenix to soar gracefully before dissipating, creating a visually stunning and imposing spectacle to deter any unwelcome interruptions. After flawlessly completing her coming-of-age ceremony, Ginny lay in bed for a full 3 days to recuperate. Draco and Harry, with cheerful smiles, beckoned Ginny to the study, each surrounded by towering stacks of documents that collectively reached her height. "What is this?" Ginny sensed impending trouble. "These are the assets of the Black family. After Regulus went missing, my mother took over part of it, and this portion belongs to me." Draco beamed with delight. "Mine is everything Sirius left me after his passing." Concerning the Black family, Harry shared a similar grin. Ginny instinctively touched the doorknob behind her, suddenly recalling that her staff was still left outside. She needed to find them. Before Ginny could take action, Harry waved his wand, and the lock behind the door clicked shut, securing it completely. Draco, still smiling, waved his wand, lifting Ginny effortlessly and setting her down on the chair behind the desk. "You have grown up, Ginny. You must learn to take over these matters." Ginny, unwilling to yield, protested, "I have exams next year. I don't have time." "No worries. You're clever enough. You'll grasp it in just a week." Draco glanced at Ginny, directly opening a document and placing it before her. "You'll have to manage it eventually." Harry added with a smile, "You can find an agent, but first, you need to understand the general situation of your assets. I'm sure you wouldn't want to be deceived, would you?" Ginny slumped in her chair, resigned. All right. Growing up is truly troublesome. I will review it, and I will learn, but you must help me find a reliable agent." "No problem." Harry and Draco replied in unison. "Master, the mistress and Mrs. Ginny have fainted together." With a loud pop, a small house elf appeared in the center of the study, its shrill voice nearly shattering the glass in the room. Chapter 119, Double Pregnancies, Magical Statehood. What? The three in the study instantly sprang to their feet, the previously high stack of documents tumbling to the floor, none paying heed to the scattered papers as they hurriedly rushed outside. For the first time, Draco cursed the Malfoy Manor's use of the anti-apparition spell. The front door remained locked, but Harry cared not for such details. Before reaching the door, he cast a spell with his wand. The study's door, along with half a wall, silently melted away, revealing an intact corridor. Under normal circumstances, Ginny would have teased Harry about his spell control, but now was not the time for such banter. The three raced towards the third-floor living area, Draco darting towards the mistress's room without a backward glance, while Harry sprinted towards another guest room. Ginny halted, standing foolishly at the staircase. Where's she supposed to go? After pacing back and forth in the corridor, Ginny plopped down on the stairs, deciding to wait right there. Her divination talents hinted that this time it might not be a bad thing. She could afford to wait patiently. Indeed, within less than 10 minutes, the corridor echoed with Harry's hearty laughter, accompanied by the sight of him being chased out of the room by a swarm of bat-like creatures. "Ginny, I was wrong. I didn't mean to. Be careful not to hurt the baby. Quickly, dispel the spell," Harry shouted as he ran. Draco cautiously supported Astoria as they emerged, standing at the doorway, observing the frantic Harry, unable to contain their bewilderment. "What has he done?" Jamie inquired, rushing over to steady Ginny's arm, her curiosity piqued. Ginny, slightly embarrassed, attempted to pull away, but could not escape Jamie's grasp. The moment I opened my eyes, his face was right in front of me, contorted with laughter, and it startled me. Jamie, watching the still pursued Harry, pondered whether such a fright could truly provoke this level of chaos. He shared the joyous news of my pregnancy, wanting to lift me in celebration. Ginny continued, her expression unchanging. "He deserves it," Jamie declared emphatically, turning her gaze away from Harry, who was being clawed and caught by the bat creatures. Supporting Ginny, she followed Draco and Astoria, deliberately ignoring Harry as they made their way to the pristine sitting room. "So, you both are pregnant at the same time?" Jamie mused, counting on her fingers. Astoria's face flushed with shyness. "I owe it all to you, Jamie." "Thank me? For what?" "I didn't Jamie, having spent considerable time in America, nearly blurted out her lack of capability, quickly silencing herself. Unbeknownst to them, Astoria expressed her gratitude. "If you hadn't invited elder son from Huaxia to assist in lifting the curse on my family, Draco would never have allowed me to have a child." Hearing this, Draco instinctively tightened his grip on her hand. My dear, I need you far more than I need child. Is the Malfoy bloodline to be extinguished then?" Ginny raised an eyebrow. "Of course, I do not mind. Having Jamie in the next generation is more than sufficient," Draco replied without hesitation. Astoria gazed at Draco with adoration. Ginny paused. "Well, I have completely changed my opinion of you." "And what else? What other feats did elder son accomplish?" Jamie inquired curiously, glancing at the affectionate couple, suddenly feeling a bit queasy. Astoria and Ginny exchanged glances. "Well, he employed some traditional Huaxia nurturing methods to help us. You see, I have always been unwell due to the bloodline curse, and Ginny has suffered from past issues that affected her fundamentally, which is why we have not had children until now." Ginny interjected, although the potion he provided was quite foul, reminiscent of Professor Snape's bruise. "I cannot deny its effectiveness. We underwent treatment together, which likely accounts for our similar timing in pregnancy. So it all comes down to me in the end," Jamie proclaimed proudly, puffing out her chest, her pride soaring. "So, Jamie, do you prefer a boy or a girl?" Draco suddenly inquired. Ginny looked over with a wary expression, asking, "What do you intend to do?" "I won't babysit. Take care of your own child." Draco scoffed. "What a ridiculous dream. As if a Malfoy heir could rely on you to care for them. I fear your child would disrupt the Malfoy household." Ginny's anger flared at his words, and the two began to chase each other playfully in the parlor. Draco abandoned his usual Malfoy composure, a smug grin reminiscent of the Little Prince from their days at Slytherin, causing Astoria to reminisce. Harry, having just escaped the bat creature summoned by Ginny, entered the parlor, wincing at the scratches on his skin. Before he could utter a word, he was knocked down by the collision of Draco and Ginny. "What are you doing?" Harry yelled in pain. Ginny quickly jumped up, brushing off the dust from her clothes, and returned to Ginny's side, sitting demurely as if nothing had happened. Draco extended a hand to Harry, saying, "Get up." "We were merely too delighted." Harry stared at the hand in disbelief, recalling a similar moment from long ago when he had turned it down. Draco raised an eyebrow at Harry's dazed expression. "Scarhead, how long do you intend to make me hold this?" Snapping back to reality, Harry begrudgingly placed his hand on Draco's, using his pull to stand. "For heaven's sake, you're about to have a child. Can't you be a bit more composed?" Draco looked at Harry in astonishment, incredulous that he would dare to utter such words. Ginny leaned over to the two expectant fathers, whispering, "Why are they both becoming dads, yet still so childish?" Ginny and Astoria erupted in laughter, and amidst Draco and Harry's banter, the Malfoy manor was filled with a lively atmosphere. The very next day, Harry borrowed a carriage from the Malfoys, carefully escorting Ginny back to their Potter cottage. Ginny was unceremoniously sent back to the Black family estate, and the responsibilities intended for her at Malfoy Manor were instead thrust upon her, with the assurance that she was clever enough to learn on her own. Fortunately, the two provided Ginny with a reliable agent, sparing her the need to manage her family's affairs directly. Even so, Ginny felt a pang of sadness as she sighed in the study of the Black estate, expressing in broken Chinese to Sirius, "Only the newcomers laugh, while the old ones weep. A new generation replaces the old." Sirius pondered as he guided Ginny through the documents, remarking that her phrase might not quite fit the context. Ginny blinked and retrieved the Chinese dictionary from Sun Xiao Xiao. Flipping through a few pages, "I think it fits. After all, it conveys the same meaning." After a lengthy session poring over documents, Ginny found it more challenging than preparing for exams. Finally, once everything was organized and handed over to her agent, she collapsed at home, utterly exhausted and unwilling to move. The Parker family had long concluded their excursions and settled into number 13, Mowgli Square. The environment of the Black residence was indeed unsuitable for them, prompting Gemini to purchase the adjacent number 13. Ultimately, Steve decided to return to America to assist Fury. The day after the war, Fury had an open discussion with Gemini at the all-purpose shop, during which Gemini expressed that everything hinged on Steve's own wishes. After touring around the UK, Steve felt a profound sense of responsibility towards Hydra. He could not accept its continued existence. With Gemini temporarily occupied in the UK, he chose to return alone. As August arrived, on the very day of Peter's birthday, he received his enrollment notification at number 13, Mowgli Square. Overwhelmed with excitement, he rushed to knock on the door of the Black residence without pausing to respond. Gemini guided Peter in composing a reply, declining the professor's advice, and personally led the Parker family back into Diagon Alley, this time specifically for Peter's enrollment. Together, they selected a wand, customized school uniforms, and purchased pets and textbooks. Gemini relished the role of guiding professor. This expenditure was entirely covered by the Parkers themselves. It is noteworthy that half of their earnings at the all-purpose shop were in dollars, while the other half was saved in galleons specifically for Peter. Over the years, they had amassed quite a fortune in galleons, reportedly far wealthier than when Ron attended school. Peter also received a year's allowance of 50 galleons for Ben. According to Gemini, he could only go out during the Christmas holidays, with minimal opportunities to spend otherwise, as the school provided meals and accommodation with hardly any expenses. Peter was ecstatic to receive his discretionary allowance. Although he had always lacked for nothing, this was the first time he had funds to manage at his own discretion. Gemini and the Parker family remained in the UK until the school term commenced in September. Gemini personally saw Peter off on the Hogwarts Express, gifting him a key to return home during the Christmas holidays, sparing them the trouble of traveling back and forth. Peter obediently tucked the key away as the train whistle blew. He hurriedly bid farewell to Gemini, dragging his suitcase and his owl, Iron Man, aboard the train. As Gemini watched the train disappear from sight, she suddenly felt the bittersweet pang of seeing her child grow up, a shiver coursing through her. She quickly dismissed this fleeting thought. What was she thinking? That was not her child. When they had come to see Peter off, they had arrived laden with luggage. After sending him off, the trio prepared to return to America. The all-purpose shop had been closed for several months, and Steve had been back for some time. Although they had kept in touch, Gemini felt a twinge of worry, fearing her straightforward knight might be deceived by that bald rogue. The moment the shop doors swung open, Steve received the news and hurried back that very day. Jamie and Steve engaged in a conversation to ascertain his current circumstances. It was reported that nearly 23 of S.H.I.L.D. agents were affiliated with Hydra. Jamie was astonished, exclaiming that this was no longer S.H.I.L.D., but rather Hydra's shield. Fury, on the other hand, was reluctant to take any rash actions, as even the slightest defection could lead to significant complications. They were still covertly investigating Hydra's true base, including their training facilities and actual headquarters. Steve had been assigned a role as an external agent by Fury, temporarily adhering only to the missions issued by him. The remuneration for his assignments was calculated on a daily basis, and Steve, in a gesture of goodwill, offered a discount of 100,000 per day, allowing him to amass a considerable sum over the past 2 months. Ultimately, Steve informed Jamie that he had granted Fury access to Tony's safe house in the basement. Recognizing that despite Fury's gruff exterior, he had a good heart and it was prudent to ensure his safety. Jamie had no objections and promptly wrote an invoice for Steve to deliver to Fury. Upon glancing at the figures on the bill, Steve shivered. Fortunately, this was for his own employer and not someone else's. Not to mention, one could only imagine Fury's exclamation of disbelief upon seeing that invoice. The current state of affairs in America was utterly chaotic, with factions both supporting and opposing the Wizards, and the Parliament embroiled in debates over electoral votes and nuclear launch issues, alongside official protests from both Britain and China. Almost daily, protesters marched past Jamie's shop, which she found quite entertaining, a rare diversion amidst her studies. It was said that newspapers covering the Wizards and those representing the mundane populace were being published almost twice a day, inundating the public with a flurry of news and excitement. The general public's perception of Wizards was predominantly marked by curiosity and fear. However, after witnessing the post-war recovery efforts led by Tony, most believed the presence of Wizards to be essential. This sentiment was particularly evident among the owners of damaged storefronts, who wept tears of joy as they beheld their restored businesses, even the teacups inside having been perfectly mended, marveling at what they deemed miraculous, thereby enhancing the goodwill of the middle class. At Tony's suggestion, the Magical Council organized a patrol unit that monitored the city around the clock, rescuing many individuals and further elevating public sentiment. The half-blood wizard embedded within the mundane parliament had now brought the idea of establishing a magical state to the National Assembly, with reports indicating that discussions were underway at the presidential level. The chosen site for this magical state was said to be an isolated stretch of land, relatively small and devoid of any significant ties to surrounding areas, yet designating them a territory would undoubtedly yield benefits. The true turning point must stem from the ardent support of the vice president. Tony learned that his most cherished youngest daughter had lost her leg in a tragic accident. After discussions with the Magical Council, he mobilized the nation's potion masters and alchemists to craft a bespoke prosthetic limb for the vice president's daughter. This remarkable prosthetic could adapt to her physique, appearing indistinguishable from a natural limb to the naked eye, and its tactile sensation mirrored that of a healthy human, even simulating body temperature with impressive accuracy. As the vice president's daughter joyfully ran through the garden, the vice president had already aligned himself with the Magical Council. Chapter 120, Bomb Attack. Ethan's return. The bustling magical statehood initiative had persisted for several months, culminating in a triumphant vote during the November Assembly. Almost instantaneously upon its passing, the entire nation was enveloped in a sea of jubilation. The Magical Congress pledged that upon the completion of the new building, they would entirely vacate the Woolworth building, and promised that a portion of St. Mungo S would be accessible to ordinary citizens. Furthermore, the newly established magical state would open its doors to the public for tourism every Christmas. With these announcements, the anticipation among the general populace soared, prompting even magical enthusiasts from other countries to pack their bags for a permanent stay in America. The Parkers sighed regretfully, lamenting that had this occurred a year earlier, Peter would not have had to attend school in England and could have remained at Ilvermorny. Who could have foreseen that the American Magical Congress would unveil such grand collaborations right from the outset, revealing the entire magical community to the eyes of the ordinary public. According to Tony, operating in the open would deter those with malicious intent, as they would think twice about their actions. Remaining in the shadows would only lead to ignorance of potential crises, leaving them more constrained. Once Tony concluded his affairs with a magical statehood, he returned home only to be discreetly informed by Happy that he had nearly been robbed. Are you certain? That pretty boy is more handsome than me? Wealthier too? Tony and Happy sat at the bar, glancing at Pepper, who was humming a tune nearby, and inquired furtively. Happy assessed Tony and remarked, "He looks younger than you." Tony abruptly leaped up. "What is going on? Did you two have a fight?" Pepper turned at the commotion. Tony quickly wrapped his arm around Happy's shoulder, forcing a stiff smile. "No, darling, how could we? We would never argue." Pepper eyed the peculiar duo. "All right, I have something to attend to. You two behave." Tony's eyes widened. "You have to go out? Why wasn't T.I. informed?" As Pepper touched up her lipstick in the mirror, she replied, "You've been so busy lately. How would you know anything? Now, enough of this. I'm going to be late." With that, she grabbed her bag, blew Tony a kiss, and exited through the door. Tony stood motionless, momentarily speechless, while Happy comforted him with a pat on the back and sighed, turning to leave. "Are you seriously coming to me, asking if I possess any implements to curse someone?" Gemini, with her dark circles accentuating her weary gaze, stared vacantly at Tony, who languidly reclined on the sofa. With mere months until the examination, she had been consumed by her studies and the preparation of various papers destined for academic journals, her appearance a disheveled reflection of her exhaustion. Tony, concealing his face in despair, lamented, "What am I to do? I cannot bear the thought of Pepper liking someone else." Gemini, with disdain, scrutinized the lamenting Tony. "Aren't you the charming playboy? Go charm her, rather than whining here." Tony's despondency deepened. Those women were the ones approaching him, after all, requiring no effort on his part. Gemini rolled her eyes in exasperation. "What is the name of your rival?" "Killian, was it? Huh, just the name suggests he is no good." Tony continued to grumble like a jilted lover. Gemini, in a fit of frustration, tossed a stack of parchment at him, interrupting his incessant complaints. "What is this? Is it some means to curse Killian?" Tony exclaimed, seizing the parchment eagerly. "The advantages and disadvantages of human transfiguration. You mean for me to transform him into a toad?" Tony mused, stroking his chin. "This sort of transfiguration is within my capabilities, without a doubt." Gemini, exasperated, retorted, "That is my paper, entirely unrelated to your Killian." Tony's lamentations took on a more sorrowful note. "Not my Killian, but Pepper's Killian." Gemini, now standing, her patience frayed, declared, "Leave. If you're truly anxious, go confront the person involved. Why play the jilted lover here? Does that suit you?" Tony leaped to his feet. "Am I to confront her? Wouldn't that make Pepper feel like I am spying on her?" Gemini's wand began to shimmer ominously in her hand, her smile twisting into something dark. "What a fool I am, truly, for allowing you in here." Tony swallowed hard, retreating a couple of steps. "Calm down. I will take my leave. I was wrong to disturb you 4 months before the exams." Just then, the shrill ring of his phone echoed through the room. As he cautiously regarded Gemini, he answered the call. Upon hearing the news, his expression shifted to one of grave concern. "You say Happy has been caught in a bombing? His life is in danger. Which hospital?" After a brief exchange, he declared, "Understood. I am on my way." Tony looked earnestly at Gemini. "Do you have time? Happy is in trouble." Gemini rubbed her face in agitation, violently yanked open a drawer, rummaging through empty vials until she found one filled with an energy potion, which she downed in one swift motion, shivering as the liquid invigorated her. Grabbing her wand and potion bag, she announced, "Let us go." The two hurried to the hospital, where they found Happy gruesomely injured and lying on a hospital bed, having been at the epicenter of the explosion. Though he had managed to find cover and sustain no external injuries, the extreme heat had inflicted severe burns, including damage to his respiratory system. Tony nodded in understanding, ushering all the doctors and nurses out of the ward. He then instructed Jarvis to take control of the hospital's network system before turning his attention to Gemini. "Can he be cured? Will he still be able to serve as my bodyguard?" Gemini waved her wand, and a myriad of colors began to emanate from Happy. As she rummaged for potions, she expressed her disdain. "I know you have an aversion to potion ingredients, but at the very least, you should be aware of what they entail. This injury is merely a common physical wound. Though painful, it is treatable. If we were to encounter a dark wizard, that would indeed be a different matter." Tony sat silently on the hospital sofa, observing Gemini as she busily tended to Happy. He directed Jarvis to investigate the cause of Happy's injury. As he perused the various news reports about horrific attacks, Tony realized he had neglected many pressing matters while preoccupied with issues concerning wizards. He had overlooked Pepper, even failing to notice the recent terror bombings occurring within New York City. A sense of responsibility washed over him, particularly upon seeing that Happy was injured in a clothing store while following Pepper. Suddenly alarmed, he thought, "Where is Pepper? Open the door. It's me." Pepper's voice called from outside. Tony hurried to the door, revealing a visibly panicked Pepper on the threshold. "How is Happy?" she asked anxiously. "Where have you been?" Tony inquired. "What do you mean, where have I been? The doctors are outside. How is Happy?" Pepper pressed, her concern palpable. After a brief silence, Tony replied, "Gemini is inside. You can come in." He ushered Pepper into the ward and closed the door behind them. Happy mentioned that Killian had ill intentions. "He followed you, and the bomb exploded just after you left the clothing store." Pepper looked at Tony in disbelief. "You suspect me?" Tony scrutinized her expression. "No, I'm not suspecting you. I mean that Killian." Pepper's demeanor shifted to anger. "He is just a friend of mine. These are mere coincidences. Enough. Is this really the place for your quarrel?" Gemini interjected, displeased, halting their argument. Pepper quickly apologized to Gemini. "I'm sorry. How is Happy?" Gemini completed the last potion, casting a spell that transformed it into a mist which entered Happy's body through his breath. "He is already on the mend. I've treated the burns. In about a week, when his skin's metabolism completes a cycle, the old skin will shed, and he'll be fine." As Gemini packed her belongings, she turned to Pepper. "You must be wary of that Killian. I've recently learned a bit about physiognomy from Sun Xiao Xiao, and your features suggest that you may be deceived by a friend." Upon hearing this, Pepper became serious. She knew Gemini never spoke without reason. Her words indicated that Killian certainly posed a threat. "I will be cautious. It seems I should look into him. Now that I think of it, things have become chaotic since his arrival." "Where is he originally from?" Gemini casually inquired. "It seems to be in Florida," Pepper recalled with effort. "Bang." The object in Gemini's hand fell to the ground. "Ethan." "What?" "Killian is not called Ethan," Pepper said in confusion. However, Tony responded, "Are you suggesting that Ethan is here?" Gemini began to rummage through her memories. "I remember visiting Ethan after returning from a trip to Huaxia." "Yes, that's right. Ethan is there. He can't be in any danger, can he?" Tony asked with concern. "He should be fine. I provided him with ample protective gear and the keys to the door. If there were any danger, he would surely return to the shop," Gemini reassured. Pepper also came to a realization. "Does this mean that Killian is not in any trouble?" "What? You're still thinking about him?" Tony's eyes widened. "Do you like him?" Pepper covered her head. "What nonsense are you talking about? We're merely eliminating suspects." Before the two could argue further, Kobe suddenly appeared in the infirmary. "Miss Gemini, Ethan has shown up in the safe house. He looks unwell. We must go check on him." Tony and Gemini could hardly believe their ears. What did they just hear? Just when they mentioned Ethan, he was in trouble. Were they cursed? Without time to utter another word, Gemini grasped Kobe's arm, and Tony urged Pepper to hold onto him tightly as they used apparition to transport themselves to the shop. Ignoring her appearance, Gemini instructed Kobe to prepare various potions while racing toward the safe house. Kobe mentioned that Ethan refused to go anywhere else, insisting on staying in the safe house. Tony and Pepper were equally worried, following Gemini as they sprinted toward the cellar. Soon, they witnessed Ethan's condition. He resembled a human light bulb, flickering with red light from within, writhing in agony on the floor. "Ethan!" Gemini exclaimed in shock. "What on earth is happening?" Ethan struggled to raise his head, gazing at the group with a pained smile. "Get out. I'm about to explode." "Explode!" they all shouted in unison. Instead of retreating, Gemini advanced, waving her wand. An ominous black-red light erupted from Ethan's body. "Kobe, stabilizer, soothing agent, and magical calming potion," Gemini calmly commanded, and Kobe immediately retrieved the appropriate potion from his bag. "Drink this, Ethan," Gemini insisted sternly. Seeing her determination sparked a glimmer of hope in Ethan, who reached for the potion. However, before he could bring it to his lips, a burst of red light enveloped him, causing the temperature in the room to soar. The potion bottle in his hand shattered, lacerating his skin. Ethan cried out in agony as his wounds visibly healed at an alarming rate, and the red light intensified. Gemini furrowed her brow, realizing that this approach would not suffice. She promptly retrieved the potion once more, dispersing it into a mist, and as Ethan's crimson aura began to wane, she delivered the vapor to him. "Take a deep breath," Gemini commanded. Ethan obeyed, inhaling sharply. The mist filled his lungs, causing him to cough violently. Yet, the flickering of the red light emanating from him began to slow. A sense of relief washed over Gemini. This was effective. Once all the potion had been administered to Ethan in the same manner, he finally collapsed on the ground, the red glow dissipating entirely. "What on earth is happening?" Tony inquired. Ethan lay on the ground, attempting to rise but ultimately deciding to remain prostrate. He explained that he had accepted an invitation from a botanist to investigate a virus known as the desperation virus, which could enable limb regeneration. Should the research yield positive results, it would be a tremendous boon for humanity. However, the side effects were particularly alarming, as the virus had the potential to cause explosions. Those who did not adapt well to the desperation virus could become human bombs. Once detonated, the results could range from utter disintegration to the destruction of an entire building. Initially, the team had been methodically researching the virus, aiming to eliminate the explosive side effects. However, their leader, Killian, had inexplicably insisted on conducting human trials. Just as Ethan sensed something amiss and attempted to withdraw, he found himself under surveillance, unable to act for fear of drawing attention to Gemini. He had no choice but to comply with the directives and continue his research. Until today, when Killian, for reasons unknown, injected the desperation virus into all dissenters at the base and confined them within a room. Faced with such a dire situation, Ethan resorted to activating the key Gemini had given him, which transported him back to the shop. Gemini, frustrated, smacked Ethan lightly. "You should have activated it sooner." I refused to believe he could still trace the magical elements. Ethan managed a faint smile. "There's only a slight possibility. I couldn't risk it. It was far too perilous. Had that room not been entirely abandoned, with no surveillance, I wouldn't have dared to use the key." Chapter 121. The Anxious Gemini, the product launch listening to Ethan. Gemini gathered her resolve. "Are you foolish? Why do you even concern yourself with such a person? Am I too inept, or is my background insufficiently formidable? You should have returned the moment you sensed something was amiss. Could he possibly come here for someone?" Ethan chuckled awkwardly, hesitant to speak further, wary of igniting Gemini's fury. "What have I done to deserve this? I must owe you all something. Am I to worry about your affairs before the exam?" Gemini complained, sitting beside Ethan, her frustrations spilling forth. She felt nearly driven mad by the incessant papers, and, having found a rare outlet for her frustrations, her eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration. "Let us take action against him. He clearly is not a good person," Gemini declared decisively. Pepper hesitated for a moment, remaining silent. Killian, to be honest, they hadn't seen each other in years, and now this sudden emergence of various events made her realize something was amiss. She was not foolish. "Pepper," Gemini suddenly called out. Instinctively, Pepper stood at attention. "Yes, what is it? Do you have the key to your safe house that Tony gave you?" Gemini asked earnestly. "You have been in contact with him since his reappearance, and I fear he may harbor ulterior motives. You must ensure your protective measures are firmly in place. And should anything seem amiss, activate them immediately. Don't be like this fool who got captured and injected with the virus." As she spoke, Gemini cast a disdainful glance at Ethan. He touched his nose, refraining from uttering a word. "And Tony, once we return, have Jarvis investigate the records. I sense he has been lingering around you. First it was Pepper, then Happy, and you might be next. Prepare yourself." Gemini glared at Tony. He quickly raised his hands in surrender. "No problem. I'll heed your words." At this moment, he dared not provoke Gemini. If she suddenly turned her ire towards him, it would not be a pleasant experience. "Ethan," Gemini continued to call out. Ethan, lying on the ground, hurriedly responded, "Here. Don't think that just because you seem fine now, that is the end of it. I still need to have Banner come and check on you. After all, I am not well versed in genetics. I have merely addressed the symptoms you exhibit on the surface. The underlying issues within your body remain unresolved. You should cooperate with Banner at the shop for now." Ethan felt he had lost all autonomy and readily complied. She instructed Kobe to assist Ethan back to his room. Gemini then downed another vial of energy potion. "Excellent. I feel absolutely marvelous. What are you all staring at? Get on with your tasks. I need to prepare as well." Tony and Pepper were ushered out of the workshop, and as they gazed at the firmly shut door, Tony sensed something was amiss. "Is she perhaps a bit too exuberant?" he asked Pepper. "Should we seek someone as counsel?" I am not knowledgeable about matters concerning sorcery, Pepper replied. Tony promptly took out his phone and called George, who was in the studio, recounting Gemini's situation. George burst into laughter. Don't worry about her. Almost every sorcerer behaves unusually before an exam. If we hadn't blown up the acting principle and dropped out back in the day, our performance wouldn't have been much better than Gemini's. She is simply under immense pressure, and now you provide her with a perfect outlet for her frustrations. Once she vents, she'll be fine. After a brief chuckle, George concluded. With that, Tony felt reassured, hanging up the phone and observing the desolate exterior of the workshop before slapping his forehead. The car is at the hospital. Shall we head back there? Tony suggested, extending his arm. Pepper rolled her eyes and linked her arm with his. Can't you think of a better way to improve this? It feels incredibly uncomfortable. Before she could finish her thought, Tony initiated a teleportation spell, returning to Happy's hospital room, where he was promptly met with a barrage of blows. Hey, I believe I am in need of some nourishment to aid my recovery. Dog food is not what I require. Happy weakly protested. Tony and Pepper turned their attention, exclaiming, You've awakened. How do you feel? Happy rolled his eyes, stating, I was awake the moment you both whisked away. I didn't dare call anyone, only to see you both return. Tony approached to assess Happy's condition, noting that the burns on his body had scabbed over, a stark contrast to the oozing wounds upon his arrival. How are you feeling now? He inquired. Not too bad. It doesn't hurt much, just a bit itchy. Was it Gemini who saved me? Happy pondered. Tony nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Did you see anything unusual? Happy then turned to Pepper. That little weasel is definitely up to no good. His subordinates explode. I witnessed one of them turn red and then blow up a shop. Pepper quickly stepped in to reassure him. I understand. We are aware. Your current task is to play the role of the patient. As for that little weasel, leave him to us, all right? Happy looked to Tony for confirmation, who shrugged and explained Ethan's situation to him, calming Happy down. The two then exited the hospital, calling for a nurse to oversee his care, informing the doctor that a collaborative healer had treated him and to handle the aftermath. Upon stepping outside the hospital, Tony found himself surrounded by reporters. This time, there was no substantial figure like Happy to shield him from the intrusive microphones that threatened to invade his space. Infuriated, Tony glared at the crowd of reporters, his thoughts drifting to Happy and Ethan from the agency, his anger boiling over. Just then, a reporter called out, Mr. Stark, do you have any comments regarding the recent terrorist attack by Masterman? Tony's temper flared, and he found the absurdity of the situation laughable. Masterman? Is that what he calls himself? A mere buffoon. If he has the guts, he should confront me directly. My address is 10,880 Malibu Cove. Come find me at home if you dare. With that, he brushed aside the reporters obstructing his path and, flanked by Pepper's bodyguards, climbed into the vehicle. Pepper stared at Tony in shock. Why did you just disclose your address? Are they going to come looking for you now? You shouldn't return home anytime soon. Stay at the tower. Tony remained silent, gazing out the window. I'm talking to you, Pepper said, somewhat irritated. Rest assured, Pepper. Do not forget my house has been fortified. George has a studio there. Even if I divulged my address, anyone with ill intentions would struggle to locate my home. Tony scoffed coldly. Pepper felt slightly reassured. Really? Is it enchanted? Tony beamed with pride. George has ensured my house is a fortress of protection and privacy. Anyone harboring malice, even standing at my doorstep, would be unable to see my home. With that, Pepper finally relaxed, allowing the vehicle to continue its journey to Tony's residence. Despite Tony's confidence in the enchantments of his abode, upon returning home, he nonetheless instructed Jarvis to reach out to Fred to elucidate the situation. Both being artificial intelligences, their communication was far swifter than any conversation Tony could have with George. In mere moments, they exchanged vital information. George was tinkering with various objects in a studio when he mused, So, have we secured a test subject for our new product? Fred shrugged, uncertain if they would indeed find a suitable location for the endeavor. This apparatus had initially been developed to counter umbrage, and after much effort to update and refine it, they had unexpectedly encountered an opportunity for experimentation. As George tidied up his belongings, he observed that the object resembled an ordinary firework. Fred chuckled. Isn't that a good thing? George responded with a smile. Certainly. Let us inform our clients to remain vigilant in this vicinity. We shall host a seaside surprise fireworks display. Fred scoffed. Who are we going to notify? Do you know when these people will arrive? George rose with a box in hand. Isn't that simple? We will dictate their arrival. The fireworks event was set for the following evening. I'll begin the preparations, lest their daytime visits spoil the surprise. With that, George exited. Meanwhile, in his underground lair, Tony was diligently engaged in his own tasks. Though he held no fear of the terrorists, this was his home, and if any damage were to occur, whom would he turn to for recompense? Upon seeing George exit the studio with his belongings, they exchanged nods of acknowledgement. George departed, while Tony returned to his work. Early the next morning, while Tony was still nestled in bed, Jarvis initiated a cacophony of disturbances. Silence, Jarvis. I only fell asleep at 4 a.m. Have you ever seen Los Angeles at that hour? I have. Do not disturb me. Tony exclaimed, exasperated. Sir, a lady has arrived, claiming to be a former acquaintance of yours. Miss Potts is currently attending to her, Jarvis replied with composure. Tony sprang from his bed in a rush. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Which lady? The kind you were envisioning, sir, Jarvis retorted, hastily grooming himself. Tony hurried downstairs to find 2 women engaged in a subtly charged conversation over tea in the living room. He faltered, unsure of what to say. Who are you? He inquired, taking a seat beside Pepper and kissing her cheek, then turning to question the other woman with a hint of irritation. Hanson, Maya Hanson, the woman replied, seemingly unfazed by the exchange between Tony and Pepper. Should I recognize you? Tony asked. After a brief pause, Hanson responded, in 1999, in Bern, Switzerland. You left me an algorithm. Tony pondered for a moment before recalling, oh, yes, indeed, it is you. What brings you here this time? I believe we had settled our affairs. Hanson appeared resolute, not allowing Tony a moment to speak, and hastily divulged the details of his collaboration with Killian and the actions he had undertaken. Tony's expression darkened considerably. What brings you here now? To gloat? He retorted. No, I believe he has erred. That was never my intention. I wished to thwart him, yet I find myself powerless. Hanson lamented, covering his face in despair. Then why seek me out? Why must I bear the consequences of your misdeeds? Simply because I provided you with an algorithm over a decade ago. Tony scoffed. You revealed your address. I could find you easily. You will arrive shortly. Hanson exclaimed. Tony, unfazed, replied, let him come. Am I to fear him? What's this? Engaged in conversation, George emerged from the basement, glancing at the scene in the living room with a smile. What brings you out? Tony asked, somewhat perplexed, as George rarely ventured into the living room, especially with guests present. Have you not noticed your new visitor? Should you take a look? George teased. Tony's interest piqued. Where? George pointed toward the sea outside the window. Is that not them? All gathered by the window, observing as several armed helicopters buzzed chaotically over the water, akin to headless flies. They have arrived. They have arrived. We must flee. Hanson cried out in terror, reaching for Tony. Tony deftly evaded him and directly inquired of George. What is their status? Allow me to introduce our latest innovation, the panoramic maze. Once positioned, those unaware of the correct command will assuredly find no exit. Only a monotonous vista, George exclaimed with glee, gesturing toward a floating box on the water. The largest can accommodate 50 square kilometers, while the smallest covers a mere 5. Quite practical, wouldn't you agree? Hey, this is splendid, Tony exclaimed in delight, promptly instructing Borg to bring over several chairs. The group settled by the window, observing the helicopters floundering outside, unable to escape. Hanson's concerns went unheeded as Tony dismissed the idea of restraining her, claiming it was merely a courtesy given their past entanglement. Look, they've run out of fuel. After a tedious afternoon of watching, Tony finally found some amusement as the helicopters exhibited new developments. George, binoculars in hand, remarked, a few more have arrived. Are they sending reinforcements? They seem formidable. Do you have a backup plan? Tony languidly inquired from his chair. If not, I am prepared to take action. This has been dreadfully dull. Of course I do. I have sent out invitations. The showcase is tonight. We shall commence at sunset. George replied, just don't cause a ruckus. Please do not ruin my product launch. Tony, brimming with defiance, responded, what? Do you underestimate me? Do I not possess new offerings? Is this magic? Hanson murmured. Only then did Tony realize, why are you still here? Hanson stared at him incredulously. She had been present for an entire day. Never mind. It is of no consequence. Jarvis, please showcase my accomplishments to George. Tony turned away from her, directly instructing Jarvis. Understood, sir, Jarvis responded, activating a section of the floor near the terrace. Behold, Tony declared with great pride, gesturing for George to look down. Approaching the revealed circular pit, George peered down, gasping in astonishment at the sight of a cylindrical basement, meticulously arranged with various models of the Mark series suits. After a brief count, he noted there were approximately 40, each with its unique features. What are you planning to do with all this? George inquired, bewildered. Are you a collector of figurines? Chapter 122. The Fireworks Gala. Tony goes missing. Tony, filled with self-satisfaction, explained that this was all crafted during a period when he was compelled to study, a time teeming with inspiration. Each suit bore slight variations, some focused on speed, others on firepower, and yet others on strength, encompassing every conceivable idea he could muster, and even those he could not. George, casting a sideways glance, remarked, "Our new product is about to debut, and once night falls, how long will you keep showcasing your creations?" Just as Tony was ready to retort, the fireplace flared to life with a green flame. Gemini, her hair in disarray, entered holding a tome that was at least 5 centimeters thick, reciting incantations under her breath. Tony and George immediately stepped aside, their demeanor shifting to one of deference. Hanson, astonished, covered his mouth to stifle an exclamation. As Gemini arrived, others began to filter in through the fireplace or the front door. Sun Xiaoxiao flew onto Tony's terrace, dismounting her flying sword while grumbling as she made her way inside. "I simply cannot fathom how you Americans can orchestrate such a grand affair. Our small temple in Middle-earth has nearly been trampled, and some in search of fortune have ventured into the deep mountains, requiring us to discreetly arrange for their return. It's simply outrageous." Tony approached her with a smile. "What do you think of the business I've introduced to you?" Sun Xiaoxiao's expression brightened. "Thank you so much for entrusting us with such a colossal project in Magic State. This is a matter pertaining to the magical realm, and we are far more adept at it than at renovating your building. We anticipate completion in 2 years, and it will be ready for occupancy. If you wish to move in sooner, we have already completed part of it." As she spoke, Sun Xiaoxiao finally noticed Gemini lurking in the corner. "Goodness, what happened to you?" she exclaimed, staring in disbelief. Gemini lifted her head after a moment. "Ah, it's you. I have an impending exam and feel utterly pressed for time." With that, she returned to her studies. Sun Xiaoxiao swallowed hard. What kind of exam could reduce her to this state? George stroked his chin thoughtfully. "It's likely comparable to your country's graduate entrance examinations or civil service tests." Understanding dawned on Sun Xiaoxiao, and she cast a sympathetic glance at Gemini, deciding not to disturb her further. "What new products will you be unveiling today? And were those helicopters outside?" she inquired. George smiled mysteriously, urging everyone not to rush, assuring them that the guests would soon be gathered. As his words fell, the Kowalski family arrived through the door, completing the assembly. After exchanging greetings, George guided everyone to the terrace. "Welcome, everyone," George announced. "Now, allow us to present our show." Fred suddenly appeared beside George, exclaiming, "Introducing the latest fireworks from Weasley, Hua Xia style." Both proclaimed in unison, "This is all thanks to our Ms. Sun." Fred continued, "She provided us with a plethora of mystical images from Hua Xia." George added, "And thus, our new product was born." They continued in harmony. Without further ado, let's commence. Bowing to the audience, they were met with enthusiastic applause. Outside, several armed helicopters hovered, oblivious to the vibrant festivities within the villa. George brandished his wand, gracefully conjuring a floral display, and directed it towards the cliff outside. "Are you ready? The fireworks display begins now." With a whoosh, bang, and pop, fireworks erupted from the edge of the cliff, illuminating the bay where the villa stood. A kaleidoscope of colors burst forth, transforming the night sky into a canvas of splendid blooms. Some sparks spiraled, striking the flying helicopters, exploding into a magnificent dragon's head that devoured the helicopters, letting out a few belches and spewing debris into the air. "Oh, how savage!" Jacob exclaimed, watching with delight, entirely unconcerned about the identities of those in the helicopters. After all, he reasoned, anyone treated so by Iron Man could hardly be a good person. As the fireworks detonated, they did not dissipate but began to chase and frolic in mid-air, occasionally bursting again and merging to form mythical beasts composed of firework displays. Sun Xiaoxiao joyfully introduced the spectacle to those around her. "Look, that S.A. Zhou from Huaxia. Oh, and their S.A. Ing Zhao, not a centaur, but a Ing Zhao, also from Huaxia. Look, and a Qing Wan. Oh dear, I must place an order. This is simply to our taste." Finally, The armed helicopters were all struck by the firework beasts, reduced to a heap of wreckage sinking into the depths of the sea, marking the end of the fireworks extravaganza. The invited guests erupted into applause, placing numerous orders with George, the largest undoubtedly being from Sun Xiao Xiao, as it was known that major festivals like the New Year, Mid-Autumn Festival, and Lantern Festival in Hua Xia required ample fireworks. George, overwhelmed with orders, could not contain his joy. Tony had already arranged for a buffet in the living room, ensuring that everyone was well-fed and content before they bid their farewells. Hansen, having partaken in the meal, was assigned a guest room far from the others, for it was only fitting not to send anyone away at such an hour. After completing his morning routine, Tony languidly reclined on his bed, idly flipping through a magazine while listening to the sound of Pepper bathing. The intruders had all been dealt with this time, yet he found himself pondering who might come next and in what manner. Surely, it would not be an outright missile attack. After all, the vice president, who oversees the military, was one of their own. Such a scenario seemed improbable. On another note, had Pepper been in the shower for too long? With this thought, Tony tossed aside the magazine and made his way to the bathroom. "Darling, have you fainted? Do you require assistance?" He knocked on the door, a mischievous grin playing on his lips as he awaited a response. The sound of running water continued uninterrupted, and no other noise emerged. "Honey?" Tony knocked again. Aside from the water, there was only silence. Growing increasingly anxious, he raised his voice. "Pepper." He began to pound on the door, a foreboding feeling settling in his gut. "Jarvis, open the door," he shouted, kicking the door in frustration. "Sir." Jarvis's voice came through in intermittent bursts, heightening Tony's irritation. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He was a wizard. He swiftly produced his wand, aiming it at the bathroom door. Alohamra. The glass door flew back against the wall, shattering into countless shards. With wand in hand, Tony cautiously entered the bathroom, only to find it empty, save for a few pieces of jewelry resting on the sink. Pepper had been abducted. He quickly located the source of the disturbance, a blue, unidentified energy source positioned on his windowsill. Had it not been for the interference while calling Jarvis, no one would have realized that this energy fragment possessed the capability to disrupt magnetic fields. George soon arrived at the scene and, after conducting a thorough scan, furrowed his brow. "It's a trigger-type key," he explained. The magic was cast upon a comb, waiting for the first person to touch it. That person would then be whisked away by the key. Consequently, we have received no information from this end. Frustrated, Tony slammed his fist onto the sink. He had counted the jewelry pieces, and nearly all of them containing the safe house keys were accounted for, except for one earring still adorning Pepper's ear. However, with someone capable of crafting the key on the other side, who knew if it would be discovered? If so, Pepper would be utterly at their mercy. "Sir," detecting unidentified. Jarvis's voice trailed off abruptly, and the room's lights began to flicker ominously. George's expression turned grave as he gripped his wand tightly, pulling Tony against the wall, whispering, "Where's your armor? Can you don it quickly? You need the magical series. The Mark series would be a target for the wizards." Tony patted his belt. "No problem. I had someone modify the belt Jamie gave me. The magical series armor is always on hand." "Then put on. I'll keep watch." George stepped forward, shielding Tony with his body. "Tony, Pepper." Outside, Hansen's panicked voice rang out. "What is happening?" Tony and George remained silent. One cautiously observed the doorway and the outside, while the other deftly extracted his magical battle attire. Suddenly, a blinding light burst forth from the window, prompting Tony to instinctively squint his eyes. Yet, it was too late. The dazzling brightness rendered his vision a blur. George's voice erupted. "Shield us all." Shadows darted back and forth within the house. The searing light overwhelmed Tony, preventing him from opening his eyes, leaving him only with the sound of George's frantic shouts and the strange, hoarse incantations echoing around him. After a considerable struggle, he managed to don his armor and, still unable to see clearly, opted to entrust the operation to Jarvis. With George in tow, they executed a series of teleportations, shifting locations rapidly. Yet the ominous shadows relentlessly pursued them. It wasn't until they reached a street away from the All Things shop that Tony's vision began to clear. Glancing towards the shop, he urged George, "Run. I have the armor. It can shield us. Go summon help. The green one is inside." Obediently, George sprinted towards the All Things shop. Recognizing that this was no time for melodrama, he had to summon reinforcements swiftly. Suddenly, A dark beam shot towards George. In a moment of terror, Tony positioned himself in front of George, absorbing the black light, which created a rift and consumed him, causing him to vanish. The shadows closed in on George, who stood frozen in place. Hulk! A furious roar resounded behind George as a green figure leapt and crushed a shadow. The remaining shadows unleashed spells at Hulk, but his various protective charms deflected them. Realizing their predicament, the shadows retreated in a flash. George remained dazed, staring at the spot where Tony had disappeared, reflecting on yet another instance of his survival. Gemini emerged from the shop, grasped George's hand, and pulled him inside, offering him a steaming cup of tea before sitting across from him. Do not worry, he is unharmed. I have divined his fate. There is danger, but no real threat. This is a trial he must endure. Upon hearing Gemini's words, George exhaled a sigh of relief, trembling as he brought the tea to his lips. Fred, am I truly of no use? Fred stood quietly beside George, replying, If anyone is useless, it is I. At least you can fight alongside your friends, while I stand here, powerless to act. George closed his eyes. I'm sorry, brother. You know what I mean. Fred patted George's shoulder, his ethereal hand passing through him. He silently withdrew his hand. I know. We are brothers, are we not? We must take action now. George straightened. Indeed, we must. We need to uncover the origins of those individuals. They are certainly no ordinary sorcerers. Gemini watched the camaraderie between the two with exasperation. Have you two finished your little chat? Can you leave now? George sheepishly set down his cup. Do you have any spare rooms? I think I need to stay over for a while. Gemini rolled her eyes. Kebby, show them to the guest room. Moreover, do not disturb me until dawn. With that, Gemini rose fiercely and returned to her room, while George could distinctly perceive the shadow of the old bat from Gemini's figure clad solely in her nightwear. As for Tony, after being struck by that dark curse, the self-defense mechanism of his armor was activated, plunging him into a tumultuous spatial vortex. He barely managed to drift safely through the chaos, thanks to the protective enchantments of his suit, until he glimpsed a glimmer of light. Without a moment to lose, Tony surged towards the source of illumination. Upon breaching the barrier of space, Tony was hit by a powerful force, and only when he recognized the familiar trees and sky outside did he ensure he remained on Earth, rather than being ensnared in some chaotic realm, before finally succumbing to unconsciousness. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, until Tony awoke to a gentle sway. The trees and sky before him moved slowly, and after a brief moment of bewilderment, he attempted to prop himself up. Hey, you're awake. I know you. You are Iron Man. A cheerful voice chimed from above. I don't know how to release you, so I just dragged you along. Are you all right? How are you doing up out here? If I had discovered you any later, you might have frozen to death. Following the voice, Tony saw a boy of about 12, struggling to drag his armor with a rope, trudging through a vast expanse of white snow. Beneath the armor, there were wooden boards to assist a child in moving this otherwise immovable suit. I think I'm Iron Man. Could you please stop for a moment? Where is this? Tony strained to lift his hand, only to find that Jarvis had lost connection. He was left to manually disengage his armor, rolling into the snow dressed in a short-sleeved shirt, shivering from the cold. The boy hastily dropped the rope and pulled a down jacket from his backpack, offering it to Tony. This is my father's coat. You should wear it. My name is Halakina, and we are in Tennessee. Halakina remarked, observing Tony shiver as he donned the jacket. Chapter 123, Repairing the Armor. Rescuing Pepper finally clad in the down jacket, Tony surveyed his surroundings. Tennessee, not too far, but where were we heading? To my home, Halakina cheerfully replied. Or could you have another destination in mind? Tony paused in silence. All right, I shall follow your lead. I truly have nowhere else to go. I need to check on my armor. I cannot leave it behind. Is your armor a person in your eyes? Halakina inquired curiously. Tony felt a headache coming on. What was with children these days? Questions kept coming one after another. Now be quiet. Let's hurry along. Why is it so cold in Tennessee? Tony firmly redirected the topic. China shrugged, trailing behind Tony, who was dragging his armored suit. It had been quite chilly on our end. By the way, you haven't. He continued, though it was more of a monologue on China's part. Eventually, they arrived at China's residence. Kumin, this is my secret base, our garage, China exclaimed, pushing open an old warehouse door, addressing Tony. Struggling, Tony maneuvered the suit inside and scanned the surroundings. An abandoned agricultural vehicle rested against the wall, while the rest of the space had been transformed by China into a mechanical workshop. Are you fond of mechanics? Tony murmured, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Absolutely. My dream is to surpass you. China replied confidently, though he sensed that others considered his aspirations foolish. Fiddling with some small creations on the workbench, he appeared slightly disheartened. Leaning the suit against an old sofa facing the door, Tony remarked, "You do seem to lag behind compared to my younger self. I had already built my first intelligent robot at your age. If you wish to surpass me, there's a long journey ahead." He then began examining his suit for faults, prompting China to abandon his project and observe. "This doesn't seem purely mechanical," China quickly noted, intrigued. While mumbling about the diagnostics, Tony responded, "Have you heard the latest from the magic state? This suit is a fusion of magic and machinery." "Cool. Do you also practice magic?" China's face lit up with envy. "I found it, but I'm not sure if I can repair it." Tony finally pinpointed the damaged area, where the magical runes had deteriorated during a spatial breach. Frowning, he lamented the lack of materials for repairs. "Perhaps I should contact George and the others? We can't afford any delays. Pepper still hasn't checked in." Unfortunately, Tony couldn't recall anyone's phone number and decided to tap into China's household power to recharge Jarvis instead. Meanwhile, Pepper, relieved after witnessing the destruction of the armed helicopters, accompanied Tony in bidding farewell to their guests before retreating to her room to prepare for a shower. Carefully, she removed her jewelry, recalling Jamie's advice that it should be kept on while sleeping, but it was better to take it off during bathing. As she looked in the mirror, she decided to leave her earrings in place, thinking they wouldn't be a bother. With that thought, she instinctively reached for a nearby comb to tame her tousled hair. However, upon touching the comb, she immediately sensed something amiss. The familiar jingle of a key slipped from her grasp before she could utter a word, vanishing into the bathroom, leaving only the sound of running water. Pepper found herself plummeting into a pitch-black room devoid of any light, unable to see anything. Instantly, she dropped the comb and instinctively reached for her ears. All petrified, a hoarse voice echoed, and a beam of light struck Pepper, rendering her utterly rigid, and she collapsed onto the floor. "Killian, we have brought the person you desired. When will you deliver the results we seek?" The hoarse voice, unrestrained by Pepper's presence, inquired directly. Lying on the ground, Pepper could barely move, her vision slightly swayed by the light from outside the door, catching sight of a shadow cloaked in black. In the next moment, the familiar figure entered. "Killian, do not rush. Have you not already dispatched someone to eliminate him? If you succeed, we can negotiate new terms. If you fail, I shall take matters into my own hands." "What say you?" Killian remarked with a grin. Even with your peculiar abilities, you remain but a mere muggle. Remember your words, should you dare deceive us. You will learn the true meaning of suffering." The hoarse voice threatened ominously, followed by a soft crack, and then vanished. Killian helped Pepper to her feet. "Oh dear, I completely forgot to have them release you. Just endure a little longer until the magic wears off," he said nervously, gently caressing her face. The disgust in Pepper's eyes was palpable, and Killian's expression shifted to one of ferocity. "Oh, I had forgotten you are now with that scoundrel. Just wait. I shall soon return with his head." With a wave of his hand, a group of individuals clad in white coats rushed into the room, swiftly lifting the rigid Pepper and binding her to a pillar against the wall. Due to her petrification, they secured her upright, leaving Pepper inwardly lamenting her predicament. She could no longer reach the key to her escape hidden behind her ear. Before long, someone approached Killian with news. "Hansen has been captured, but Tony Stark and his companion have managed to flee. Stark was struck by a dark light and is currently missing. No one knows his whereabouts." Killian raised an eyebrow. "Missing? Can we ascertain whether he is dead or alive?" "No, we cannot," the messenger replied. "Utterly useless. They claim to be dark wizards. Yet it falls to us to intervene." Killian scoffed, casting a glance at Pepper. "My dear, wait just a little longer. Soon nothing will impede me." With that, Killian laughed heartily and exited the room. Bound to the pillar, Pepper's fingers moved ever so slightly. Meanwhile, on Gemini's side, George composed himself in a matter of moments, utilizing his contacts in America to investigate the circumstances surrounding Pepper's disappearance and Tony's whereabouts. Frowning at the information from his sources, George noted the emergence of these individuals. Ever since the approval of the magical state, exposing the American wizarding world to the eyes of ordinary people, these individuals have been wreaking havoc with magic. Fortunately, the American Magical Congress had anticipated such unforeseen events and responded promptly, preventing any significant uproar. Otherwise, society would be in turmoil once more. The news of Tony and Pepper's simultaneous disappearance could no longer be concealed. War Machine Rhodes was entrusted by President Biden to investigate the circumstances surrounding their vanishing. Tony's significance extended far beyond the realm of magic. He must be found alive, or, if deceased, his body must be recovered. Upon accepting the task, Rhodes realized that conventional methods yielded no leads. Following an address provided by Tony, he arrived at the eclectic establishment known as the All Things House. "I can only confirm that he is alive, but I have no idea where," Jamie exclaimed, her impatience evident as she regarded Rhodes, who stood rigidly in the living room. Rhodes pursed his lips, recalling how he had previously located Tony in Afghanistan. "But you found him back then, did you not? I heard it from Pepper." Jamie sighed in despair. "How can I make you comprehend? Ever since he became a member of the Magical Congress, his location has been obscured. No one may intrude upon the privacy of a congressman and his family. Is there truly no other way?" Rhodes persisted, unwilling to accept defeat. Jamie took a deep breath, striving to maintain a smile. "Of course there is. He must regain his composure and reach out to us. Only then will we know where he is." Before Rhodes could respond, George burst in. "I found her. Pepper. Based on the key she carries, I have pinpointed her location," George declared excitedly, brandishing a piece of parchment. Finally, Jamie exhaled in relief. "Where is she?" "Florida," George replied. A realization dawned on Jamie. "I should have known. The headquarters is located there. I must set off at once to rescue Pepper." Rhodes saluted the two and swiftly exited the premises. Jamie reached out, "Wait." However, Rhodes paid her no heed as he hurried down the stairs, and in the blink of an eye, he had departed the shop. Jamie opened her mouth, intending to caution him about the presence of sorcerers in that vicinity. George shrugged. "Shall we go after him?" Jamie hesitated, glancing at her phone. "My intuition suggests we ought to refrain from heading there just yet. We should await further news." George frowned. "What news are we waiting for?" "You mean Tony?" "Perhaps," Jamie replied. Intuition is not easily articulated. The two sat in silence on the couch, their gazes fixed upon the phone resting on the coffee table between them. "I cannot continue to wait idly," George declared. "I will reach out to our allies who are capable of taking action. I sense that this situation may prove no less formidable than the last alien encounter." Before long, George could no longer contain his restlessness. He stood and made his way outside. Jamie did not glance his way, but remained lost in thought, her eyes focused on the phone. In Tennessee, Tony, a lollipop perched in his mouth, ambled down the street alongside China, sporting a duckbill cap. Upon spotting a bombed-out cottage by the roadside, he realized that the calamity extended beyond New York. Consequently, he initiated an investigation. Despite exercising caution, he was soon discovered by Killian's men. With no other option, Tony entered a fugitive state. Fortunately, his wand was securely at hand, allowing him to evade capture. After 2 days of eluding his pursuers and employing some dark magic to procure valuable items, Tony finally apparat to China's garage. "At long last, you have appeared. I was beginning to think you had been abducted." As Tony touched down, he was immediately embraced by China. He ruffled the boy's hair affectionately, reassuring him, "Fear not. I am Iron Man. How is the charging of my suit progressing?" "Sir, it has been a while." Jarvis's voice chimed in. China couldn't help but complain. "Mom has started to have her doubts. The energy consumption has been excessive these past few days." Tony scratched his head awkwardly. "Rest assured when I return, I shall cover your electricity bill. Now, Jarvis, please connect me to Gemini." Gemini, distractedly gazing at the book in her hands, found herself glancing at her phone on the table every few seconds. Though she was confident Tony would be all right, concern still gnawed at her. Suddenly, the phone rang, displaying Jarvis as the caller. Gemini answered immediately. "Tony, where are you?" "Rhodey has gone to rescue Pepper, but we haven't heard from him since." "What?" Tony barely had the chance to confirm his safety before receiving this alarming news. "Damn it, why is he so reckless? I must hurry." "Do you know where they are?" Gemini inquired. "Of course. I haven't been idle during my absence," Tony replied, donning his suit with Jarvis's assistance. "I'm on my way. Is there backup on site? I fear for Pepper's safety." "I'm not certain. George has gone to seek help, but we don't know their whereabouts." Gemini replied. "You should head to Pepper and Rhodey's location. I will find a way to inform George." "Then there's no time to waste." Tony completed his suit, ended the call, and waved to China, saying, "I will ensure your electricity bill is settled when I return. Remember your dreams. I hope to see you in New York." With that, Tony assumed a standard takeoff position, closed his visor, and soared into the sky from China's yard. At full speed, he reached the skies above Florida in mere minutes, locating what appeared to be an abandoned castle based on the address stored in his memory from Killian's subordinates. Finding a secluded corner to land, Tony spotted Killian emerging from the base with a group of individuals, concealing himself in the foliage. He observed as Killian and his entourage boarded a truck and departed the castle. Cautiously, he removed his suit, realizing he must first ascertain the whereabouts of Pepper and Rhodey. If he were to arrive in a grand fashion, Killian's men might act impulsively against the two, leaving him with irreparable regrets. With no weaponry at his disposal, only a wand in hand, Tony took a deep breath. All right, Tony, you can do this. After all these years of training, it's time to put it to use. After mentally preparing himself, Tony cast a lightning charm on himself, rendering his footsteps soundless. He then unleashed a silent, stunning spell upon every individual he encountered, clearing the area before binding them with a restraining charm. Wow, magic is incredibly useful, Tony exclaimed, observing several burly men bound together within the room. He toyed with his wand, thinking, next, it's time for something not suitable for children. Mind control. Before long, Tony discovered the whereabouts of Pepper and Rhodey. He promptly dismissed his magical abilities, shivering slightly. Indeed, dark magic was quite discomforting. With a spell, he sealed the room where they were held captive and, following the route etched in the memories of the brutish guards, he made his way towards the captive's location, striding boldly without a hint of stealth. Chapter 124. The Rescue of Rhodey. The whole family joins and Rhodey watched as the burly man approached him, flexing his fists. Suspended helplessly in midair, panic surged within him. I advise you not to proceed, my friend. You must understand, I never act alone. I have. Oh, he began, only to be struck hard in the face, nearly losing his eyesight as his voice changed pitch dramatically. What do you have behind you? Pray tell. After exchanging several blows, the brute returned to the table near the door, poured himself a drink, and laughed heartily. You're in my grasp now. I can do as I please with you. Rhodey gasped in pain, casting a quick glance around before focusing on the drinking giant. Is that so? Well, you might want to reconsider. I have a military and Iron Man at my back. Aren't you afraid? The brute chuckled. Let him come. You can hang together, see? I've even reserved a spot for him. Are you certain? Rhodey replied, his expression peculiar as he regarded the man. Of course, wait. The giant noticed Rhodey's gaze shift behind him, and, before he could react, darkness enveloped him, rendering him unconscious. Tony lowered his wand, sighing regretfully at the fallen brute. Apologies, but it seems I won TB needing that spot you set aside for me. Tony, what are you dawdling for? Get me down, Rhodey urged, his voice lowered in urgency. I'm merely admiring your new pose. I must say it's quite impressive, Tony teased with a mischievous grin. With a flick of his wand, Rhodey plummeted to the ground as the ropes binding him were severed. He sprang up, rubbing his wrists, glaring fiercely at the unconscious giant. I believe it's time to settle the score. I think it might be best if you refrain from that. What if you wake him? Tony cautioned. Rhodey's fist hovered just above the brute's head, turning to Tony in disbelief. Is that all? Tony shrugged. I could certainly suspend him again. Then do it. Rhodey quickly retracted his fist, watching as Tony waved his wand. The brute levitated, the ropes coiling around him to form a tight, not before being suspended on a hook. I never imagined you possessed such skills, Rhodey marveled. I thought you merely knew people in this realm. Who would have guessed you were one of them? Just so you know, I was unconscious when you arrived. I'll be reporting it that way, so don't compromise my story. Tony couldn't help but chuckle. No problem, my dear friend. I have one more trick up my sleeve that can erase your memory of this episode entirely. You'll be none the wiser. Rhodey gasped in surprise. Really? Why don't you give it a try? Tony exclaimed, promptly raising his wand. As you wish. However, I must clarify that I am not particularly adept at this spell. Should you end up a fool, I shall care for you for the rest of your days. My brother. Rod's face turned pale. Oh no, I will just report that I was unconscious. Tony chuckled as he put away his wand. What about your war machine? Rod replied with a scowl. It was seized by Killian. He intends to kidnap the president, and we must thwart him. But before that, we must rescue Pepper. As Tony spoke, he walked toward the door. Pepper? Is she here too? Rod hurriedly followed, stealthily pocketing a firearm left on the table by a burly man. By the way, do you know Dr. Hansen? Rod suddenly inquired. Tony paused for a moment, acknowledging vaguely, barely why. Rod replied somberly, she pleaded for my life. And Killian killed her. What? She's dead? Tony was taken aback. The news of someone he had dined with just days prior striking him with shock. Fortunately, he did not linger in his stupor for long. "Where's her body?" he asked gravely. Rod hesitated. Killian had his men reduce it to ashes. "Do you know if she had any relatives?" "After all, she died trying to save me. I wish to repay her." Tony pressed his lips together. "I'll have J-R-V-I-S. Look into it when we return." Weavy arrived. He quietly crouched by the window, observing Pepper tightly bound within, while several individuals clad in lab coats were busily conducting experiments. Her mouth was gagged, eyes wide with terror as she regarded the scientists. Tony cautiously extended his wand, invoking a spirit out of the body. One of the lab-coated individuals suddenly froze, and the next moment, he seized an instrument from the table and struck another person squarely on the head. The second man collapsed without a sound, and chaos ensued in the room. Seizing the opportunity, Tony incapacitated one of them, and once silence fell, he found that no one remained standing. Only then did he rush over and swiftly free Pepper from her bonds. "Tony, thank goodness you arrived in time. Otherwise, they would have injected me with that virus," Pepper exclaimed, still shaken. Tony comfortingly embraced her. "It's all right, I know. I came just in time, didn't I? Do you still have your earrings? You need to return. I must join Rod in rescuing the president. I assure you, Killian will meet a grim fate." "You're not coming back with me?" Pepper asked in astonishment. Tony patted her shoulder reassuringly. "I have the means to protect myself. If Killian's plan succeeds, we will all be in dire straits. Listen to me. Go back and inform Jiminy of the situation. Have him reach out to the Magical Council. There are wizards involved, and they must contribute." Upon hearing Tony's words, Pepper made a swift decision. "I will go at once." "You must be careful." Tony smiled and nodded. "You know me well. I have many tricks up my sleeve for survival." Rod gazed at Pepper with curiosity, inquiring if she required a ride. He offered to summon a military aircraft from nearby. Pepper smiled at Rod, touched the gemstone on her earring, took 2 steps back, pressed it firmly, and in an instant, vanished from the room. "What? Where did she go? Did she just leave like that?" Rod, astonished, approached the spot where Pepper had stood, spinning in confusion and looking blankly at Tony. Tony rolled his eyes, stating, "It's time to go, brother. We still need to save the president. Are you certain that Killian's plan is foolproof? Did he reveal everything to you in his foolishness?" Rod shrugged. "He probably thought I was destined for demise." The two disregarded the chaotic surroundings and made their way outside. "By the way, can't you perform that disappearing magic? Why can't you take me along in that manner?" Rod eagerly inquired. Tony looked at him with exasperation. Surprised that someone would want to attempt such a feat, however, recalling his own earlier excitement, it didn't seem so strange. "You'll experience it soon enough. I can't fly while carrying you in the suit, can I?" Rod's spirits lifted as he followed Tony to the thicket where he concealed his armor. Watching Tony don the suit, he opened a segment of the armor to reveal his arm. "Hold tight, Rod. I certainly don't wish to leave you behind midway. Is this sufficient? Do I not need to prepare?" Rod exclaimed, excitedly grasping Tony's arm with both hands. "Of course, just be ready to keep your mouth closed. And don't vomit on me," Tony instructed. "What?" Before Rod could finish his sentence, Tony initiated the teleportation. "Ugh!" Tony hastily stepped aside, shoving Rod against a nearby tree, allowing him to lean against the trunk and retch violently. "How do you feel?" Tony asked with a mischievous grin, quietly activating the suit's internal life support system. Rod clung to the tree, struggling to regain his composure. I can't, ugh." Tony erupted in laughter. "Hurry up and vomit. We have a long way to go." Rod looked at Tony in despair. "I would rather you carry me." "Dream on." Tony cruelly rejected Rod's plea. "You'll get used to it soon enough. Let us move. If we delay, the president may perish because of you." Rod grabbed a leaf and wiped his hands with a dramatic expression, seizing Tony's arm. "Let us go." After several rounds of teleportation, Rod had expelled all his stomach contents. When they reached the location Rod recognized, he was nearly incapacitated, collapsing on the ground. Tony had no choice but to place Rod in a safe spot before proceeding toward the dock filled with containers. The sky was nearly dark, and it was uncertain whether the Magical Council was prepared. Tony activated the invisibility feature of the magical suit, silently approaching the war machine suspended in midair, where it was said the president was located. On the way, Tony encountered no one, not even Killian's subordinates. A sense of unease gnawed at him, but with the president so near, he had no time for contemplation. Tony made his presence known, instructing J-A-R-V-I-S to infiltrate the war machine and directly activate its controls, liberating the unconscious occupant within. To his astonishment, It was indeed the president. Without hesitation, he seized the president and soared into the air. What is happening? The president stirred from his stupor, bewildered by the emptiness beneath him. You have been kidnapped, Mr. President. But fret not. I have come to your rescue. Tony reassured him, gently placing the president on the ground near Colonel Rhodes, who was close at hand. I must return to confront those terrorists. Mr. President, before Tony could finish, the president revealed a sinister smile, brandishing a familiar object aimed menacingly at Tony. If he wasn't mistaken, it was a wand. A beam of green light erupted from the wand, leaving Tony no time to react as his armored suit opened from the back, hurling him away. The green light struck the suit, igniting it in an explosion. You are not the president. Tony swiftly drew the wand and, without a moment's thought, cast a spell, which was effortlessly deflected by his adversary. Polyjuice potion. What a delightful concoction. I assent it. The president sneered, sending spells flying toward Tony one after another. Having never undergone formal duel training, Tony found himself struggling to defend against the onslaught. I never anticipated the polyjuice potion would work so perfectly. Had you arrived just a moment later, you would have witnessed me transforming into the war machine and drinking the potion myself. But now fate is undeniably on my side. The president chuckled, his facial muscles shifting, and with a swift turn, his attire morphed into a hooded black cloak, enveloping him completely. Who are you? Where is the president? Tony demanded, grappling with the situation. The dark wizard laughed triumphantly. You should inquire of Killian. We have divided our tasks. Whether that muggle president lives or dies is of no consequence to me. It is a privilege for me to assume his form. As he spoke, a fierce spell shot toward Tony. Tony dove behind a nearby container, just in time, as the spell struck, silently erasing a section of the container. A shiver ran down Tony's spine. Had that hit him, there would have been nothing left. Before Tony could rise, the dark wizard apparat directly before him, observing the fallen hero with amusement. Let me ponder how best to deal with you. A half-blood wizard? Or perhaps a notable figure from the muggle world? How delightful. Tony scoffed, spitting in the wizard's direction. Come on, if you dare. You'd better kill me in one blow. As long as I draw breath, you filthy rats will find no room to maneuver. The dark wizard's fury ignited. You impudent half-breed. How dare you? With the wand steadily pointed at Tony, its tip began to glow ominously. Tony gazed in terror at the dark wizard's wand. Memories of Pepper, Maria, Seraphina, and Gemini flashing vividly in his mind. An involuntary thought crossed his mind. This time, it seemed he was truly doomed. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck from the clear sky, striking the dark wizard with precision. He let out a piercing scream, and in an instant, a shadowy figure vanished to a nearby container. Tony swore he caught the scent of roasted meat. Boss, are you all right? A clear voice rang out from the sky, laced with concern. Tony looked up to see Sun Xiao clad in a blue and white robe, fingers forming a lightning gesture, standing atop a flying sword. Her gaze fixed on him. What are you doing here? Tony exclaimed, leaping to the top of a nearby container to inquire. George said you were in trouble. As friends, we naturally cannot stand by idly. Not just me, others have come as well. Sun Xiao replied, pointing towards the distant sky where several shadowy figures were hastily approaching. I was the fastest, so I arrived first. Thankfully, I made it in time. Otherwise, I could only have given you a proper send-off, boss, she said with a smile. Tony stared at the approaching figures, a smile breaking across his face after a moment. Thank you all. Did you bring your phone? Sun Xiao, looking puzzled, handed over her phone. Yes. Do you want to report safety to Pepper? No. I wish to formally commence the counterattack, Tony replied calmly, dialing a number on the phone. Jarvis, can you hear me? Assemble the family. Understood, sir. At your service. Jarvis's voice emanated from the phone. Expected arrival at the battlefield in 3 minutes. Please ensure your safety, sir. Chapter 125, The Wretched Scoundrel. A human target Sun Xiao took the phone Tony handed back, abruptly turning her head. Hey, trying to escape? With a swift gesture, she directed a spell at the half-baked wizard, instantly freezing him in place. Shall we interrogate him? I'm not particularly skilled at it, but I brought along a detailed guide on the top 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty for my family. Would you like to see? Sun Xiao said, her eyes gleaming with eagerness. Tony shuddered. After his encounters with China, he had learned about some of its elements, including what Sun Xiao mentioned, which he had seen online. No, you can keep that gift from your family. By the way, is your lightning different from Thor's? You both wield thunder. There should be some common ground, right? Tony awkwardly shifted the topic. Sun Xiao pulled Tony onto the flying sword, explaining it's different. Thor's power is innate, akin to divine authority. Our lightning technique is distinct. We cultivate in harmony with nature. Regardless of whether it's lightning or anything else, we harness the forces of heaven and earth to achieve our goals. Had it not been for the urgency earlier, I wouldn't have waited for the clouds to gather. Otherwise, he would have turned to ash on the spot. There would be no escaping that. The two individuals paused atop a container adjacent to the Dark Sorcerer. Tony remarked, "Release him. I have a few inquiries to make." Neither Killian nor the president seems to know his whereabouts. Sun Xiao pursed her lips and replied, "I'll confine his space, preventing any escape." With that, she began to manipulate hand seals, projecting her energy into the surrounding realm. Tony sensed the confinement of the illusionary movement and nodded in approval, prompting her to relinquish her hold on the Dark Sorcerer. "Filthy bastard! And you, East Asian invalid! You dare to!" As soon as the sorcerer was freed, he began to hurl insults. Tony, unable to restrain himself, took a couple of steps back. "What are you babbling about?" Sun Xiao's expression remained impassive. "You insolent wretch! Allow me to demonstrate what it truly means to be an East Asian invalid." With a swift motion, a fierce wind materialized around the Dark Sorcerer, swirling with unseen blades, as if he had entered a meat grinder. In an instant, his body bore no significant injuries, yet Sun Xiao exercised impeccable control, rendering the wounds merely superficial, albeit gruesome in appearance. Tony swallowed hard, having observed during his time with the Chinese that while they may tolerate personal insults, invoking their nation or people ignites an astonishing energy within them. The Dark Sorcerer had erred in his choice of words. Had he merely insulted Sun Xiao, he likely would not have provoked such fury. As the wind ceased, the Dark Sorcerer screamed, suspended in midair. "So East Asia, is it?" Sun Xiao remarked, her face devoid of emotion as an ethereal hand materialized, striking the sorcerer across the face and sending him careening to the left. "An invalid, you say?" Another blow followed, propelling him back to his original position. "Have you ever encountered a woman like me? Today, you shall learn what it means to be an East Asian invalid." With each insult, a slap resounded, the sorcerer tumbling back and forth in the air, unable to evade her control. Tony retreated another couple of steps, glancing upwards. "Stop. My armor has arrived. Do you have any means of locating Killian and the others?" Sun Xiao, her expression darkening, raised her hand towards the Dark Sorcerer, gripping the air firmly before bringing it down with force. The sorcerer was thrust violently to the ground, losing consciousness. "I can attempt to use the locator compass." George and the others have also arrived. Let's inquire if they have made any discoveries." Tony reclined on the container, an open Mark armor suit descending to envelop him. In the next moment, he ascended into the air. "I concur with your assessment. I see them. Is that Dark Sorcerer still alive? If not, we may have to extract information directly from his mind." Sun Xiao's expression softened slightly. "You should have mentioned that sooner. We possess the means of soul-searching, albeit with significant side effects that may render him a fool. He is of little use now, wouldn't you agree? This could serve as excellent practice for me." Tony chuckled nervously. "Let us first see what George and the others have to say. If there are no leads, then before he could finish, a burst of flame shot forth from a distance, heading straight towards Sun Xiao, who appeared defenseless. Without a moment's hesitation, Tony dashed towards Sun Xiao. Yet it was too late. No matter how swift he was, he could not match the speed of light. Bang! Flames engulfed Sun Xiao, and in a moment of despair, Tony cried out, "Sun Xiao." Coughing and sputtering, she waved her arms to disperse the smoke before her. "This fire is rather vigorous," she exclaimed, astonished at the sizable hole in her sleeve. Tony's voice, filled with anguish, took an unexpected turn. "How are you unscathed?" "Really? I mean, what?" Sun Xiao, pained, looked at her sleeve, lamenting, "This was the robe my great-uncle personally enchanted for me before I left." Suddenly, chaos erupted as an array of spells fell from the sky, each accompanied by a cacophony of incantations. Tony followed their trajectory, only to discover that Killian had arrived with his men and the bound president in tow. As tensions escalated, Killian yanked the president toward him, laughing maniacally. "Come on, fight me. Let's see who." Swish! Killian froze for a brief moment before letting out a piercing scream. His hand, along with half of his shoulder, was cleanly severed. The crowd turned to witness a gleaming flying sword, aimed directly at Sun Xiao Xiao, with the president still tethered to its hilt. The president, maintaining his composure, dared not move, acutely aware that his only support was a slender blade. One misstep could sever his bonds, and peering into the abyss below, he thought to himself, "It's all right, I shall be rescued." After what felt like an eternity, Iron Man caught him, and with a gentle tug, the ropes fell away. He tentatively peeled off the tape from his mouth, glancing at the crowd, and with a sudden resolve, tore it off, nearly bringing forth tears from the pain. The president, relieved to see the pristine tape, silently thanked his lack of a beard. "Wow, is the president so brave? That must hurt," a young American orer whispered, believing his voice was hushed. His black friend awkwardly glanced at the onlookers, urging, "Stop talking. What's wrong? Can I say it? I thought I could help him get it off. Yet he just tore it off. Ouch, it looks so painful." The young orer continued. The president nearly shed a tear, wondering why he had to hear such remarks. "Wow, that orer's arm has healed so quickly. Does he have the blood of a flobberworm?" The young orer exclaimed in astonishment. Only then did the crowd notice Killian. His severed shoulder and arm had miraculously regrown. Had it not been for the bloodstains on his clothing, one might have thought the incident was merely an illusion. "Stock, I shall not let you escape unscathed," Killian shouted in fury. His eyes filled with venom as he glared at Tony, hovering in the air. He turned abruptly, attempting to flee. But who did he think he was to escape in front of our group? George sneered, showing no intention of landing his broom, gripping a bat the width of an arm, and swung it menacingly at Killian. A dark sphere hurtled toward Killian at an incomprehensible speed, and a sharp crack echoed through the air, the sound of bones shattering. Killian fell to the ground, screaming once more. Introducing the new product, the bat, George declared triumphantly. Experience the thrill of being a batter anywhere, anytime. The only downside is its propensity to cause harm, but that is also its advantage. Perfect for discreet self-defense. Tony looked incredulously at the bat in George's hands. Surely, it was anything but discreet. Killian rose again, declaring, "Now, it's my turn." Liz Kowalski urged her broom forward. "My grandmother taught me a delightful spell." Without even using her wand, she simply extended a finger toward Killian. In an instant, the raucous Killian fell silent, gazing blankly at the sky, a blissful smile spreading across his face as he stepped toward the edge of the platform, arms outstretched, and leapt off in a bungee-like fashion. "Is that the soul-binding curse?" An orer glared at Liz. "The president of the Muggle world is right here. Revealing such a mind control spell now would be compromising." "It's not a soul-binding curse. It's an illusion," Liz replied, sticking out her tongue and discreetly retreating a few steps. Tony was at a loss for words. What sort of individuals was he dealing with? His suits, under Jarvis's control, had intercepted Killian's minions, each one obliterated in self-detonation. To his bewilderment, this group was taking turns to toy with Killian. "Look, he's back to normal. Who's next?" The crowd erupted in excitement, watching as Killian regained consciousness, prompting a spirited debate over the order of engagement. "By the way, Congressman Stark, do you still want this person?" The Aura minister's eyes gleamed as he gazed at Tony. "If not, could you possibly send him our way? He's incredibly useful. Just look at how quickly he recovered. Such an indestructible target." "No. Research material. We need to know what it would take to take him with us." Tony feigned ignorance to the minister's slip of the tongue. "You'll need to discuss that with the president. After all, he is the victim." The minister hurriedly dismounted his broom, straightening his attire as he approached the president. The two began a hushed discussion, completely oblivious to the merry band of wizards enjoying their antics nearby. Surely, a Muggle could not hope to escape under the watchful eyes of a group of wizards. Before long, an agreement was reached. The president, satisfied, received a talisman and an additional contingent of permanent Aura bodyguards. Tony felt a sense of déjà vu regarding the talismans. They resembled the trinkets Jamie had been practicing with. The Aura minister then turned his attention to Killian's condition, disregarding the president's opinion, and directly employed the soul-binding curse to control Killian, seizing him and operating away. As the official departed, the humanoid target was taken away, prompting everyone to bid farewell to Tony before vanishing in a flash. Left standing in a daze, Tony was left with a battered suit, utterly devastated. While others departed, he remained, burdened with the responsibility of escorting the president back, and he had also left Rhodey nearby, needing to retrieve him as well. Tony removed his suit, allowing Jarvis to pilot it back autonomously. He grasped one individual in each hand and, utilizing a displacement spell, exited the weathered dock. He deposited the disoriented president at the White House and returned the numbed roadie to the military, promising to construct another war machine for him. Only then did Tony wearily return to his workshop. Pepper and Happy, recently discharged from the hospital, paced anxiously in the reception area. Upon seeing Tony, Pepper rushed forward and planted a fervent kiss on him. Ahem, be mindful, there are others present, Jiminy interjected, her expression devoid of emotion. Blushing, Pepper pushed away from Tony and seated herself on the couch. The two began recounting their experiences to Jiminy, hoping to extract valuable information, particularly as the dark wizard they encountered did not appear to be acting alone. There was undoubtedly an organization behind him. Are you certain? They refer to them as muggles? Jiminy inquired with a frown. Tony, perplexed, asked what is wrong with that. Jiminy sighed in exasperation. Tony always seemed reluctant to apply common sense, which was quite frustrating. In the United States, those unversed in magic are often called muggle, while in China, the term used is mortals, and in Japan, civilians. Only in the nearby countries of England, Germany, and France do wizards refer to the uninitiated as muggles. This implies that those dark wizards hail from Europe. Tony's expression turned serious. It's also possible that their base is located elsewhere, Jiminy concurred. I will inform Harry about this. They need to be aware of a new dark wizard organization. Tony collapsed onto the couch, lamenting, why do I always find myself entangled in such affairs? And where's the big guy? I haven't seen him lately. Jiminy paused before responding. He mentioned a few days ago that he spotted a long-deceased friend and went to investigate. I cannot contact him carelessly. It could jeopardize everything. The bald one initiated a safe house yesterday, indicating that their plan to eliminate Hydra is not proceeding smoothly. Rubbing the bridge of his nose, Tony replied, all right, when you have the chance, let him know that if he needs assistance, he should call for me. Although I'm not fond of the bald one, the big guy is my friend. Jiminy smiled. I will inform him. Now, go home. You look exhausted. Tony rose from the couch, drained his cup of coffee that Kobe had poured for him, and took Pepper's hand as they exited. Happy's car awaited them outside, finally allowing him to reclaim his position as a driver once more. Having bid farewell to Tony, Ginny took out a mirror to freshen up slightly before using a double-sided mirror to contact Harry. With Astoria and Ginny nearing their due dates, Harry and Draco were understandably anxious. She relayed the situation regarding the Dark Wizard organization, urging them to exercise caution, especially with 2 pregnant women at home. Harry solemnly acknowledged her concerns. Ginny inquired about the well-being of both women, assuring him that she would return to England before their due dates, and then concluded the call. Chapter 126, Scorpius and James. A few days later, after Steve returned briefly to confirm that there were no further developments, Ginny felt at ease, entrusting the shop to the returning Ethan. She packed her belongings and returned to England. With Tony and Banner's combined efforts, Ethan's issues were thoroughly resolved, and he had adapted perfectly to the dire virus, acquiring an indomitable physique akin to Killian's and the ability to ignite flames at will. Recently, Ethan had taken to browsing various superhero comics in the shop, hoping to find a fitting moniker for himself as he aspired to become a hero. Upon arriving at the Ministry of Magic in England, Ginny found it to be the dead of night, with only an elderly wizard guarding the international department. After inspecting Ginny's wand, he gestured toward the apparition point, allowing her to choose between the fireplace or directly heading home. Displeased with the filthy fireplace, she decisively opted for apparition. Not wishing to impose on Harry or Draco at such an hour, she returned directly to the black ancestral home, exchanging brief pleasantries with her grandmother before downing a bottle of dreamless sleep potion and collapsing on her bed, unconscious. The next morning, Ginny awoke feeling refreshed. The dreamless sleep potion, enhanced with the water of life, had worked wonders. She slept soundly until dawn without any lingering headaches or dizziness. This would certainly aid her in adjusting to the time difference in the future. After breakfast, accompanied by creatures' effusive praise and reprimands directed at Crookshanks, Ginny received responses from Harry and Draco. In light of her earlier message, the two had decided to relocate to St. Mungo for the safety of their wives, with the affluent Malfoy family reserving an entire corridor. This included a kitchen, bedrooms, a delivery room, and a nursery, even a sitting room, allowing Ginny and Astoria to reside there until it was safe for them to return home. Ginny pondered this decision and found it prudent, better safe than sorry. She instructed Creature to prepare lunch while packing her own belongings, then set off toward St. Mungo S with gifts suitable for the little ones and new mothers that she had brought from America. The distance from Muggle Square to St. Mungo S was not too far. She didn't even need to apparate, simply walking a few streets until she arrived outside the Toadstool Emporium. Glancing around, she waved at the mannequins in the display window and quietly declared, "I have come to visit Ginny Potter and Astoria Malfoy." The mannequin slowly turned its head and winked at Gemini. She glanced around once more, only to collide with the glass, as if penetrating through a curtain of water. What lay before her was not the display window of a department store, but a bustling throng of peculiar patients queuing for triage. Instead of contending with the crowd, Gemini made her way directly to the inner VIP room. After confirming her identity and validating her wand, a healer escorted her to the 5th floor S department of curse injuries. The lengthy corridor was sharply divided by a glass door. One side featured a cozy family ward, while the other resonated with the strange sounds of a general ward. As she entered the glass partition, Gemini conducted another scan, noting the security measures that Harry and Draco had deliberately stationed here, with a house elf at the far end under strict orders to ensure the safety of those inside. After a considerable wait, Gemini finally encountered Ginny and Astoria, who were seated by the sunlit window, laughing and sipping tea. Their faces lit up in surprise upon spotting her. "Goodness, when did you return? How was I unaware of this?" Ginny exclaimed joyfully, rising to approach Gemini with strides that belied her 8 months of pregnancy, causing Gemini to break into a cold sweat. "Stop. Don't move. Be careful," Astoria cautioned from her chair, gently caressing her belly. "All right, Ginny, take it easy. You're going to frighten Gemini." Ginny, standing awkwardly, gave Gemini an apologetic smile, while Gemini hastily set down her belongings and stepped forward to steady her arm, carefully guiding her back to her chair, finally allowing herself to breathe easy. The three of them sat together in the sunlight, discussing Gemini's studies and her amusing experiences in America. She unveiled her gifts one by one for the 2 expectant mothers, particularly the 2 mechanical cradles that Tony had crafted by hand. Though magical cradles were splendid, these mechanical ones were imbued with numerous functionalities that left both mothers astounded. The mechanical cradle not only rocked gently on its own, but also played soothing music. It boasted an emergency button that, in the event of danger, would activate protective features, automatically creating a cocoon with an outer layer adorned with protective enchantments. The interior was filled with an invisible padding to ensure the child would remain unharmed amidst any jostling. The internal circulation system was reportedly inspired by aerospace designs, not to mention the timed feeding feature that would present a nipple to the baby's mouth at designated intervals. Provided clean water and formula were placed in the appropriate compartments. In essence, even if they were to face an attack, as long as no issues arose at the moment, both children would be secure within this cradle. When Harry and Draco arrived, they too were delighted by Tony's gift. Harry even put it to the test, leading Draco to inquire about Tony's contact information, for such cradles would undoubtedly be sought after by the affluent nobility. Gemini commenced her daily routine, leading a life that traversed the same 2 points. After a morning repast, she would bring along the snacks prepared by Cleach to St. Mungo's to visit 2 expectant mothers. Following a leisurely lunch there, she would return home for a brief respite, dedicating her afternoon to further study. As evening approached, she would engage in conversation with Ethan and others across the ocean in America, ensuring that the staff remained safe and sound. Days passed seamlessly, as if those dark wizards had never emerged at all. Harry and Draco, having emerged from the chaos of wartime, were acutely aware of the turbulence they had endured. The calmer things became, the less they dared to relax. It was not until late March or early April that Astoria first took action. When Draco hurried to St. Mungo's, he found his son peacefully slumbering in the cradle. Gemini and Ginny cast reproachful glances at Draco, for it was well known that the delivery of wizarding children was swift and typically devoid of discomfort. To ensure the continuity of wizarding lineage, numerous contingency plans were in place for childbirth. Hence, Ginny believed Draco should not have been gallivanting during the days leading up to the due date. Had he not missed the first meeting with his son? Harry, reveling in the situation, approached with a cup of warm water, playfully bending down to hand it to Ginny while casting mischievous smiles at Draco. "Did you know Draco? Your son, apart from his mother, first laid eyes on me." Draco's face turned a shade of thunder, yet he found himself at a loss, for he had simply not been present. Just as everyone was captivated by young Malfoy, a Patronus burst into the room. "Minister Harry, we have tracked those dark wizards you mentioned. They were last seen in the Black Market of Notting Hill, alarmingly close to central London." The expressions on Draco and Harry's faces instantaneously shifted to gravity, while Jemina furrowed her brow at the uncanny timing of their emergence. Harry cast an apologetic glance at Ginny. "I'm sorry, Ginny, but I must attend to this matter. I cannot rest easy without understanding their intentions." Ginny tenderly caressed Harry's cheek, reassuring him, "It's all right, there are plenty of us here. Go and ascertain their motives. It is for our protection, and I will not hold it against you." Harry exchanged a knowing look with Draco, who nodded in agreement. "I will remain here to watch over them." "You need not worry," Draco assured. Jemini, too, drew forth her wand, declaring, "I will stay as well. You can rest easy." Harry nodded at the individuals in a room and made his way towards the door. Though Ginny comprehended Harry's actions, a tinge of sadness lingered, for her due date was also imminent. Contemplating this, her breath hitched, and she suddenly grasped the nearby chair, startling both Jemini and Draco. I am about to give birth," Ginny calmly stated as she regained her composure. Draco sprang to his feet, turning swiftly to seek out a healer, while Jemini, having witnessed Astoria's delivery, remained composed and began gathering her things to assist Ginny as they made their way to the delivery room. Not long after, Harry's eldest son let out a resounding cry at St. Mungo's. Draco stood at the door of the delivery room, pushing his own child, and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. "Humph, the first person Harry's son will see, apart from his mother, must be me." Listening to his mutterings, Gemini rolled her eyes, wondering just how childish these two could be. When Harry returned, it was already evening. The two families had separate rooms, and upon seeing the child, Harry was utterly bewildered. He trembled as he gently touched the child's face, quickly retracting his hand, tears glistening in his eyes as he smiled at Ginny. "My dear, we have a family now." Ginny smiled tenderly. "Yes, we have a new family." The next day, the Potter and Malfoy families, along with Gemini, gathered in the parlor to seek news. Harry was quite forthcoming. They had only apprehended a few minor players on the other side, who were aware that their last plot against Tony Stark was due to his role in exposing the wizarding world in America. Some were not pleased with this revelation, and it just so happened that Killian had gotten caught during a terror operation, prompting them to consider a collaboration for their own ends. It was all about purebloods and the disdain for muggles. Couldn't they open their eyes to see the world as it truly is? Astoria frowned, turning to Draco. "My dear, you didn't participate, did you?" Draco, initially wanting to maintain an air of composure, immediately wilted under Astoria's piercing gaze. Wasn't me. I had no idea. By the way, setting that aside, what name have you chosen for your child?" Gemini suddenly changed the subject, discreetly signaling to Draco and Harry that such matters should not be discussed in front of the two new mothers. Scorpius Malfoy, our little Scorpius." Draco beamed at the blonde boy. Harry scratched his head. "Ginny and I discussed it, and we've decided to name him James Sirius Potter, after both of my fathers." Gemini and Draco simultaneously quirked their lips. Indeed, what a fine name. Now there would be two Jameses and two Siriuses in the house. They wondered if Ginny would be able to handle it, and sharing a sympathetic glance with Draco, they quickly averted their gaze before Harry could catch on. "If I have a second son, I intend to name him Albus Severus," Harry declared resolutely, exchanging a knowing smile with Ginny, unable to resist. Gemini pulled out her phone and pressed the record button. "Harry, what did you say you wanted to name your second son?" Harry chuckled and repeated, "Albus Severus Potter," though it was still merely a hope for the future. Beep. The recording was sent out, with Banner as the recipient. Gemini waited a moment with her phone, and sure enough, a lengthy voice message was soon returned. With a mischievous grin, Ginny activated the loudspeaker, and Professor Snape's bellowing voice instantly filled the room. The two well-fed little ones were roused from their slumber, wailing as their mother whisked them away to their chamber, leaving Harry and Draco to confront the professor's wrath. "You had better dismiss that notion, Potter." Professor Snape's final words served as a fierce warning to Harry. Unable to contain herself, Ginny burst into laughter. "Harry, are you truly planning to turn your home into a battlefield? Just look at this, James, with Sirius and Severus involved. Will we soon have Remus and Lily as well?" Harry wiped the sweat from his brow. "You are so wicked. How could you send that to Professor Snape?" He paused. "Anyway, he cannot emerge from the portrait to strike me. I shall call him whatever I please." After spending some time in St. Mungo's, the two families were discharged. Draco returned to Malfoy Manor with his wife and child, where Narcissa had been awaiting their arrival. Astoria had made a pact with Draco, refusing to subject Scorpius to any discriminatory pure-blood education against Muggles. Draco readily agreed, unperturbed, and Narcissa had no objections. Lucius, however, expressed his discontent, but it was of no consequence. Draco was now the head of the household. Meanwhile, Ginny took the children to the burrow, raising them under Molly's watchful eye. After all, Harry was tirelessly occupied at the Auror department, and he felt uneasy leaving Ginny alone at home. Thus he entrusted the children to Molly. This delighted both Molly and Leo Weasley, who was thrilled to have a little brother. Ginny busied herself with her belongings. The exams would last a month, and she needed to head to Hogwarts early. The Parkers had prepared some items for her to deliver to Peter, and despite her complaints about the impending summer break, Ginny managed to carve out space in her luggage for them. Chapter 127. Ginny's enigmatic smile operating to Hogsmeade. Ginny held a small suitcase, reminiscing about the tranquil village, feeling it had been ages since her last visit. After purchasing a selection of sweets from Honeydukes, she hurried towards the grand entrance of Hogwarts, where Hagrid was already awaiting her. Has Banner not come? Hagrid glanced expectantly behind Ginny, showing a hint of disappointment. Ginny looked at Hagrid, exasperated. Did you come to fetch me because of Banner? Hagrid replied casually, of course not. I specifically came to collect you. After all, there aren't too many instances of someone like you at Hogwarts for so many years. Almost letting slip a secret, Hagrid chuckled heartily, giving Ginny a hearty pat on the shoulder, causing her to tumble to the ground. Hagrid promptly apologized and hoisted Ginny back up, making an exaggerated show of brushing off the dust, which alarmed Ginny into quick protest. Are you joking? With that much dust, I might end up spending the night in the infirmary. As she traversed the grassy expanse by the Black Lake and entered the castle, the hour of dinner had arrived. Students continually passed by, casting curious glances at Gemini. Unfazed by the scrutiny, Gemini raised her chin slightly, adopting an air of haughtiness that promptly deterred many a gaze with her quintessential Slytherin demeanor. Headmistress McGonagall emerged, nodding at Gemini. Your room has been arranged. Still in the usual place. You may head there directly. It is dinner time. Would you care for a meal? Gemini smiled. That would be splendid. I have been longing for Hogwarts dinner. McGonagall's expression softened. Then where will you sit? I shall take a seat at the Gryffindor table. You know, my family shopkeeper's child is in Gryffindor, Gemini replied. McGonagall nodded, saying nothing further, and escorted Gemini into the Great Hall, ignoring the gazes of onlookers. Gemini strode directly to Peter, who was engaged in conversation with friends, and addressed the person beside him. Hello? May I sit here? The interrupted Gryffindor raised his eyes to the commanding presence of Gemini and quietly lifted his plate, shifting one seat over. Gemini settled down with satisfaction. Thank you. Before her appeared a pristine plate and cutlery, as the house elf service was always impeccable. Gemini, I was just wondering when you would arrive. Aunt May mentioned you returned to England quite early. Peter exclaimed with eyes gleaming with delight. Gemini handed Peter a large bag of sweets. I had other matters to attend to upon my return. This is a token for you. Your uncle and aunt asked me to bring gifts as well, which I shall deliver to you in the Gryffindor common room after dinner. Peter eagerly opened the candy bag, exclaiming, Can I share these with my classmates? He looked at Gemini with anticipation. Gemini took some food from the long table. Why do you think I bought so many? Do you wish to visit the dentist over the holidays? Peter chuckled, scratching the back of his head, and began to share the Honeyduke sweets with his nearby classmates. Gemini quickly finished her meal. I must go pack my belongings. You should return directly to the common room afterward. I will bring you your gifts in due time. Do not wander about. I do not wish to see you out at night. Although I'm not a prefect, I will inform the professors. Peter gazed at her in shock. No, you cannot do that. Gemini stood, looking down at Peter with an imposing air. Oh, but I can. After all, I am a Slytherin. With that, she proudly grasped her small suitcase and strode away from the Gryffindor table, leaving Peter and his companions utterly bewildered. The round-faced boy with dark hair beside Peter stared in terror at Gemini's retreating figure. Mate, she can't be serious, can she? Who on earth is she? As a child of the Lombard family, Eric Lombard felt his worldview challenged. Gemini Black, you must admit, she truly embodies Slytherin, Peter lamented, his face a portrait of despair. We must remain vigilant before the exams. Do not worry, it is only for this month. Upon completing her examination, she would no longer return to Hogwarts. We must endure this. What? A chorus of astonished exclamations erupted around Peter, with even the neighboring Hufflepuff table buzzing with discussion. So, she is the legendary Black. The very same who saved a classmate from the jaws of an acromantula with but a single spell. Jimmy Thomas, seated opposite Peter, exclaimed in astonishment. I've read numerous novels about her. They were all penned by her admirers. Do you think I could ask her for an autograph, Peter? Jimmy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Peter. What? There are novels about Gemini. Let me see them. Peter was taken aback, wondering why he was unaware of this. Immediately, Jimmy produced a palm-sized manuscript from the pocket of his robes, stealthily passing it under the table, urging, Don't let the professors see, especially Professor McGonagall. She disapproves of such rumors, claiming they are mere fabrications, yet half the school has witnessed them. Graduates have recounted their first-hand experiences. Peter, forgetting his dinner, took the manuscript from beneath the table. Noticing that the professors at the high table were oblivious to the exchange, he quickly lowered his head to peruse the contents. After a short while, he returned the pamphlet to Jimmy, his expression a mix of concern and apprehension. I suggest you refrain from seeking her autograph with this. Otherwise, you might find yourself in a precarious situation. I firmly believe even telling the headmistress would be futile. Peter shuddered at the scandalous phrases contained within the manuscript, struggling to fathom what a wicked smile from Gemini might entail, or the image of her pressing a wand against a puppy's chin to pin someone against the wall. He reasoned that if all narratives surrounding Gemini were of such a nature, this matter must remain concealed from her until her return to America. It was imperative to keep it a secret. Peter was loath to witness the rise of a third Dark Lord. At 8 o'clock that evening, Gemini appeared before the portrait of the fat lady. Amidst the lady's alarmed expression, she coolly uttered the password, the dragon's fury. The fat lady shrieked. How do you know that? Gemini, visibly impatient, replied, Professor McGonagall informed me. Hurry and open up. I do not have time to waste. Reluctantly, the fat lady swung aside her portrait, revealing the passageway behind. Gemini stooped to enter, her disdain evident as she surveyed the gold and crimson common room, quickly spotting Peter, who was distractedly scribbling on his parchment by the fireplace. Gemini approached quietly, unnoticed by the rowdy students around her. If you submit that paper to Professor Flitwick, you will surely receive a poor grade, she remarked coolly, glancing at Peter's work. Startled, Peter turned to see Gemini, letting out a breath of relief. He then looked down at his paper, which was supposed to discuss the significance of spell pronunciation, yet was marred with phrases like wicked smile and iridescent pupils. Peter gasped, hastily using his wand to erase the errant words. Here, he said, next time, put more thought into your assignments. Do not presume that Hogwarts would not expel a student. Jamie handed Peter a small bag, tousling his hair. I'll be back shortly. My exam is just a few days away, and I still have some material to review. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out. Libby is staying in America. Just summon Kobe, Jamie advised before preparing to leave with a sense of ease. Wait, Peter exclaimed, his eyes wide with alarm as he noticed Jimmy's flushed cheeks, inwardly lamenting. Not this, bro. Jamie turned back, puzzled. Who are you? I am Jimmy Thomas. My dad is Dean Thomas. You're my idol. May I ask for your autograph? Jimmy eagerly gazed at Jamie, pulling a pristine notebook from his bag. Upon witnessing this, Peter sighed in relief. Jamie raised an eyebrow. I recall hearing Harry mention that your father was his roommate, right? Jimmy was practically bubbling over with excitement. Yes, exactly, Mr. Potter remembers my dad? We thought he was joking. Jamie chuckled, acknowledging that they had been roommates for at least 5 years. Is it acceptable if I sign on the first page of your notebook? Jimmy nodded fervently. Absolutely. Thank you so much. He took the notebook with both hands, where Jamie had inscribed her name in elegant cursive, along with the dedication to Harry Potter's roommate's son. This left Jimmy's peers green with envy, all eager to procure their own notebooks for signatures. Jamie raised an eyebrow again and turned to leave, considering it a generous act to sign even one. That was more than sufficient. In the following days, Jamie found herself besieged by admirers. Thankfully, her exam soon arrived, and after Professor McGonagall severely deducted points from those pursuing her, Jamie could finally focus on her tests. Her ambitions were great. She needed to excel. The examinations spanned an entire month. After completing the final step of her potions exam, presenting a flawless polyjuice potion, Jamie collapsed on her bed upon returning to her room. Despite her intelligence and talent, The rigors of examinations proved quite taxing. Now, she awaited her report card, due in a month's time. The younger students were on break, and Jamie didn't make Peter wait long. She took him to visit the Malfoy and Weasley households, checking in on Scorpius and James before embarking on their journey home. Unbeknownst to them, Jamie had come to regard the burrow as her home. Really? So much has happened in my absence. Jamie sipped her coffee while perusing the images Tony showed her. Weren't you close by in England? Did you not feel that massive rift in space? Tony incredulously pointed at a photograph. Jamie rolled her eyes. What does that have to do with me? I was busy with exams. How could I know anything? Tony shrugged. Well, it vanished quickly, and we didn't uncover much. By the way, it seems the big guy is in trouble. Before you all returned, they just sought assistance at the Woolworth building. The Hydra situation over there has nearly been resolved, and you absolutely want to believe who the mastermind was. Tony said mysteriously. Gemini could only sigh, yet she complied and asked, Who is it? It's Alexander Pierce. Can you believe it? The boss of the Black Falcon. We even collaborated once to destroy 3 aircraft carriers. It was quite a spectacle, but alas, you were not involved, Tony boasted, reclining proudly on the sofa. Did you get paid for it? Gemini interjected. Tony's expression instantly froze. I forgot. Gemini snickered coldly. Well, it's fortunate I wasn't there. Tony, flustered by Gemini's retort, stood up in exasperation. What kind of people are you, devoid of any desire to share? At that moment, Steve entered, carrying a large black duffel bag. Are you all here? I happen to need some help. Gemini stared in shock at Steve. The shape and size of the bag were unmistakably human. Who is it? Have they ruined her night? How could they possibly be kidnapping someone? Big guy, you actually resorted to kidnapping. What kind of beauty would incite you to such actions? Tony asked, echoing Gemini's sentiments. Steve looked at the two of them, unsure whether to be angry or to scoff. This is the old friend I mentioned before, presumed dead, but now revealed to be Hydra's secret weapon. It seems he's been brainwashed. I confirmed it multiple times. This is indeed my missing comrade, James Buchanan Barnes. Upon hearing a male name, Tony was even more horrified. You actually have a taste for that. Steve's expression was one of exasperation, nearly wanting to laugh. Gemini swiftly halted Tony's reckless comments. Is your mind playing tricks on you? Or is your memory faltering? Steve chose to ignore Tony and continued. It must be a memory issue. Those unfamiliar with magic use rather crude methods for brainwashing. I'm uncertain if his mind is truly compromised. Gemini stood up. Let us go to the basement. We need to address his memory issue first. Steve, grateful, followed closely behind, wholly disregarding Tony's outburst. Oof, I would want to go without you anyway. Tony grumbled in indignation. From outside, Gemini's voice called, Tony, please find a neurologist. We don't know anyone in that field. Not a problem. Stark can do anything. Tony confidently promised, leaving the shop with a spring in his step. Upon arriving in the basement, Barnes was beginning to show signs of waking. Gemini unceremoniously cast a spell to induce unconsciousness once more, glancing at the wide-eyed Steve. She offered some explanation. When it comes to memories, it's much easier to probe for issues when the subject is cooperative. However, if they resist, it becomes exceedingly difficult. To avoid being too harsh on his already troubled mind, I had no choice but to proceed in this manner. Steve reluctantly accepted this reasoning, steadfastly remaining by Gemini's side, observing her every move. Chapter 128. The Awakening of Bucky and the Cost of Divination. Gemini instructed Kobe to retrieve her meditation basin and administered a vial of dreamless potion to Barnes, subsequently extracting strands of his memories. The silvery threads of recollection were extracted with great difficulty under normal circumstances. They would resemble elongated silk threads, smooth and even, but Barnes' memories were entangled like a ball of yarn. Displeased with the chaotic state of the memories placed into the meditation basin, Gemini resolved to extract them entirely first and then meticulously untangle them. She directed Steve to keep a watchful eye on his friend, knowing that his training would be crucial should Barnes awaken unexpectedly during her memory reorganization. Observing Steve securely binding his dear friend to the bed with leather straps, Gemini couldn't help but commend him silently for his loyalty. Gemini began to gently swirl the memories within the basin, allowing the chaotic recollections to gradually disperse. As the magical runes surrounding the basin illuminated, the fragmented threads of memory began to rejoin. In the end, only a few small knots remained. Using her wand, Gemini delicately untangled these knots, finally sighing in relief as she reintegrated all the memories back into Barnes' mind. She then retrieved a potion previously prepared for Steve's recovery and carefully dripped a few drops into his mouth, allowing Steve to release his friend from the restraints. Kobe appeared in the room, announcing that Tony had found a reliable doctor who, at great expense, would conduct a thorough examination of Barnes that very night, ensuring discretion from outsiders. Without further ado, Gemini instructed Steve to continue carrying his friend, and together they exited the shop where Happy awaited them. The vehicle slowly approached a hospital, and under the cover of night, Steve shouldered Barnes as they entered the building. Jarvis discreetly manipulated the surveillance systems from within the network. Does he possess any metallic objects? A CT scan is necessary. Stephen Strange scribbled on a clipboard while also examining Barnes' eyelids. Steve hesitated briefly before rolling up Barnes' sleeve to reveal his left arm. Oh, cool. Can it be removed? Stephen inquired, raising an eyebrow. If it can't be detached, it may be unfeasible. Tony smirked. Let me have a look. He pulled Steve aside and tore apart Barnes' clothing, scrutinizing the point where the severed arm connected. It was quite intricate, linked to the nerves. I can remove it, but it will be excruciating. Gemini nonchalantly remarked, go ahead and take it. Even if you were to slice off one of his hands right now, he wouldn't feel a thing. Steve opened his mouth to speak, but remained silent, thinking it inconsequential. After all, it was Hydra that had installed that arm. What if there was something sinister within? If it needs to be done, then let it be. Seeing Steve nod in agreement, Tony donned a glove from his Iron Man suit, flexed his fingers, and various tools emerged from the glove's exterior as he cautiously began the disassembly. Dr. Strange cast a glance and continued to scribble on the board. Alas, how pitiable. It was not long before Tony detached Barnes' metallic arm and, at Steve's insistence, took it back for further examination. After all, one could never be too cautious with Hydra's contraptions. Soon, Barnes was wheeled into the examination room, and after a series of tests, Dr. Strange approached with a stack of reports. According to these documents, his issues did not stem from the brain. It was likely a matter of the psyche, an area beyond my expertise. He handed the lab results to Steve, who glanced over them before passing them to Tony. Tony grimaced as he reviewed the findings, declaring, well, that's settled. We got the man. Just keep this under wraps, Doctor. No problem, Dr. Strange replied, hands raised in surrender. I'm on duty tonight and will merely be resting. With that, he turned and departed. Let us return to the shop, Tony suggested, tucking the report away as he led the way out of the hospital. Steve continued to shoulder Barnes, trailing behind. Gemini looked at the movable gurney, opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately said nothing. After all, they had already lifted him, and it was merely a few steps. So be it. Upon returning to the shop, Tony announced that it was quite late, and he would not be heading home, especially since Pepper was away on business. He decided to stay the night at the workshop. Gemini mentioned that Barnes would awaken by morning, perfectly timed for them to witness the spectacle. Steve, begrudgingly carrying Barnes back to the room, was reminded repeatedly by Gemini to ensure he was tied up in the cellar upon waking. Although she had administered medication, the multitude of memories he had accumulated since birth would undoubtedly lead to a period of confusion. If they did not restrain him, he might harm himself. Steve confidently assured her that nothing would go awry. However, when Gemini was roused by the clattering sounds, she emerged from her room, bewildered. Kobe, are we renovating the house? Kobe appeared almost instantaneously before her. Miss, it is not a renovation. Rather, Steve's friend has awakened. Tony and Steve are struggling to subdue him, but it seems to be ineffective. Gemini felt a surge of frustration. What was wrong with Steve? How could he be so unreliable? She had reminded him just the night before. Listening to the commotion outside, she turned back toward her room, her expression blank. Kobe, remember to compile the bills and require payment within a week. If they cannot pay, let Steve have a word with the bald man about his wages. Let him learn a lesson. As you wish, miss, Kobe replied cheerfully before vanishing. At last, Tony had not entirely forgotten his wizardly prowess and employed a binding spell to restrain the frenzied Barnes. Stifling a yawn, Tony remarked, brother, I need to catch up on sleep. You should take him downstairs and secure him. Look at the mess he's made. Steve, feeling guilt wash over him, responded that he would take him down right away. Kobe promptly compiled a list of damages, relaying Gemini's words to Steve in Tony's presence, which elicited hearty laughter from Tony, enough to chase away his drowsiness. It's all right, big guy. If you're short on funds, I can help you collect your wages from the Black Widow. Even Captain America has his debts. Tony chuckled. I really must take my leave now. With that, He laughed heartily and returned to his room. Steve, feeling helpless, could only lift the securely bound Barnes and descend the staircase. Once Jamie had quietly enjoyed a delicious breakfast, she gracefully made her way to the basement. Upon entering the room, she noticed Steve earnestly speaking to someone, while Barnes, tightly bound, huddled against the wall, his vacant gaze fixed on Steve's back, silent as ever. "What's going on?" Jamie inquired with curiosity. "Jamie, you've finally arrived. Come quickly, see what is wrong with him. Ever since he quieted down, he has been like this," Steve said anxiously. Jamie approached and employed a detection spell. "He is fine now. There is nothing wrong. It's likely that within those sordid memories, there are things he cannot confront." As she spoke, Jamie untied Barnes. "You two should have a heart-to-heart. There is really no other way." With that, she prepared to leave, for he was already well. "Wait." Barnes' hoarse voice interrupted, halting Jamie. "Bucky, you spoke. Look at me. It's me." Steve rushed over, his expression filled with delight. "I know. Steve, you should leave. I have matters to discuss with this young lady." Bucky's voice was raspy yet resolute. "Is there something I can't hear?" Steve furrowed his brow. Bucky offered a faint smile. "Yes, I know where we are. This place is documented in Hydra S files, though they couldn't pinpoint its exact location. I have some matters I wish to entrust to the shopkeeper." Steve regarded Bucky with unease, but under the weight of his steadfast gaze, he relented, stepping back with reluctance, casting glances over his shoulder as he exited the room and closed the door behind him. Jamie took a seat, observing Bucky still curled in the corner. "What is it you wish to entrust?" "For Steve's sake, I shall waive the usual $10,000 face-to-face fee." Bucky managed a pained smile. "I know you are friends with Tony Stark, correct?" Jamie scoffed lightly. "Hydra's files are quite comprehensive." Bucky fell silent for a moment before beginning to recount his tale, from the moment he fell from the train to being discovered by Hydra, undergoing experiments and brainwashing, all the way to receiving the order to assassinate Howard and Maria Stark. Initially seated calmly, Jamie stood abruptly upon hearing Bucky confess to killing Howard and Maria, furrowing her brow as she paced the basement. "This is a predicament. One is a fellow knight, the other a dear friend. How can there exist such a rift of familial vengeance between them? Did you not resist?" Jamie suddenly recalled something and posed a question. Bucky's face revealed a look of confusion. There was nothing present, yet they seemed to know something, gazing at me with persistent smiles. Although I briefly regained consciousness, I was unable to resist the power of the indoctrination. "This is not right. How could Maria not resist?" Gemini's furrowed brow deepened. "Kobe, bring me my clearing the fog to see the future, and that manuscript, The Price of the Prophet." "At your command, miss." Kobe's voice had scarcely faded when the two books appeared before Gemini. "And also, bring Maria's portrait over. I have questions to ask," Gemini said, flipping through the books with great urgency. Kobe complied and left, while Gemini continued to sift through the pages. "I knew it. What do you know? Is there a hidden truth in this matter?" Bucky exclaimed, climbing to his feet, slightly unsteady with one arm missing. "Silence. It is not your time to speak." Gemini reprimanded him without hesitation, then resumed her examination of the manuscript, finding a page and meticulously reading each word. "Ding, ding, ding. Gemini, I brought Maria's portrait." Tony's voice echoed from outside. Before he could ask again, the door burst open. "Set the portrait down and leave," Gemini commanded coldly. Tony glanced at the stern image of Maria, then at the expressionless Gemini, and finally at the guilt-ridden Bucky in the corner, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. "Get out," Tony began, but Maria interjected. "Listen, Tony, you should step outside for now." Reluctantly, Tony shrugged, placed the portrait on the table, leaned against the wall, and exited. As soon as the door closed, Gemini employed an earplug. "Now it's just the three of us. They cannot hear a word we say. Maria, I must ask you, this is the price I sent it?" Gemini said, her gaze fixed sternly on the portrait. Maria, in the painting, cast an apologetic glance at Bucky in the corner and solemnly nodded. "Indeed, this is the price we must pay to protect our son's life." Gemini's brow furrowed even deeper. What kind of future could compel Maria and Howard to pay such a tremendous cost? To have their friend commit murder as the price? "I understand you have seen things you cannot disclose, but the current dilemma is that they are now intertwined. It poses great difficulty," Gemini sighed. "It's all right. I will handle things with Tony," Maria replied gently, then turned her gaze to Bucky. "I apologize, Sergeant Barnes. We had no choice but to involve you." I realize this has caused you considerable distress, but we truly had no other options. Bucky shook his head vigorously. Do not say that. I am the one, a mere executioner. Not only you, my hands are stained with the blood of innocents. Maria sighed. What is done is done. There is no point in discussing it further. Please, do not dwell on our matters. Bucky wished to say more, but Maria had already shifted her attention to Gemini. Let Tony return. I will wait for him at home. Gemini nodded, lifted the spell, and with a wave of her wand, the door swung open, causing Tony and Steve to tumble into the room. What is wrong with you two? Gemini exclaimed, her frustration palpable. Go home, Tony, and take this book with you. Maria has something to say to you. After you're done, make sure to examine this manuscript thoroughly and return it to me. Tony sprang to his feet, snatching the book Gemini tossed to him and glancing at the title. I'm not a diviner. Why should I read this? Gemini impatiently urged him to leave. You'll understand when you get back. Now go. Tony rolled his eyes, waving the book at Steve. I'll head back first, big guy. Don't worry about your friend's hand. I'll make him a better one later. Let us not keep that Hydra junk around. Steve chuckled as he bid him farewell. It's all right, there is no rush. Once Tony had completely departed, Gemini ushered Steve inside and closed the door, revealing news that nearly caused Steve to falter. This is impossible. How can it be? Steve could scarcely believe what he was hearing. His resurrected friend was the murderer of another friend. Bucky sorrowfully shrank back into the corner, stating, It's true, Steve. I must face judgment. Chapter 129. Harry Potter, the third-generation Dark Lord? No, I refuse to accept this. You are not in your right mind. You were merely controlled. Steve vehemently objected. Bucky observed the agitated Steve and suddenly laughed. Brother, if you were to commit such an act, what choice would you make? Steve was momentarily speechless, but Bucky struggled to rise, patting Steve's shoulder with his remaining hand. You wouldn't want my remaining days to be spent in guilt, would you? Steve, disheartened, hung his head. Regardless, I will stand by your side. Bucky shook his head. That is not the Steve I know. Even when he was small and frail, Steve always stood on the side of justice. Listen, brother, even I wouldn't want you to stand with me in this. I am fully aware of what I have done, and it torments me. If I cannot face judgment and seek atonement, then I would rather die. Steve abruptly turned. Can't we erase his memories? Bucky was taken aback. No, that is not an option, Steve. I know you will support me. Gemini shrugged. Unless he strongly demands those memories be erased, even if I were to attempt erasing them, it would harm his brain against his resistance. You would want your old friend to become an imbecile, would you? Steve stood silently for a long while, finally regaining his composure. I understand. I will contact Fury. Your case is unique and must be judged through him. And what if Tony decides to kill you? Gemini instantly frowned. Steve, she sternly uttered a command. If Banner were to lose control and take the life of your loved ones, while Bucky sought to prevent your vengeance, what would you do? If it were you, would you eliminate Banner? Steve stood frozen in place. Do not underestimate Tony, Steve. You merely need to fulfill your responsibilities. I assure you that Tony will confront Bucky with a level head. Although he may not harbor fondness for Bucky, I believe he would refrain from taking a life. Gemini remarked. Steve glanced at the two, lowering his head in silence. I truly need to regain my composure. I will contact Fury first. It is best for me to keep a low profile for now. If I cannot resist aiding Bucky, the situation could escalate. Gemini nodded. Go assist Fury. Return only when I summon you. I will take care of your friend at least until he faces judgment. I will safeguard his life. Steve nodded, casting a deep glance at Bucky before turning to leave. Gemini called Kobe, instructing him to prepare a room for Bucky in the cellar, arranging it akin to a cell, which might provide Bucky with some comfort. Upon seeing the state of the room, Bucky smiled in gratitude at Gemini and obediently entered, quietly sitting on the wooden bed against the wall, staring silently at the high iron bars. With a sigh, Gemini returned to the parlor, knowing that Tony would soon return. Indeed, within mere moments, Tony emerged from the fireplace, his eyes bloodshot. Where is he? He shouted. Gemini regarded Tony calmly, remaining silent. Tony, losing control, yelled at her. Where is he? Tony. Maria's portrait leaned against the sofa, accompanying Tony upon his entrance to the fireplace. Calm down. How can I calm down? I saved him. Can you believe it? I saved him. Tony shouted in fury, attempting to push open the door to search the entire building. Despite exerting great force, he found the door, which appeared unlocked, would not budge. In his frustration, Tony drew his wand and unleashed every spell he knew upon the door. The air filled with a cacophony of explosions, smoke quickly enveloping the room. Once the noise subsided, Gemini waved her wand, dispersing the smoke, gazing at Tony, who sat despondently on the floor. "Did you read the book I gave you?" Maria looked at Tony with concern. "To be honest, Tony, Howard and I feel a profound guilt regarding Sergeant Barnes." "But he killed you," Tony muttered while seated on the ground, still facing the door he could not open. "Look at that book, page 53, Gemini calmly instructed. "Once you read it, you'll understand. Regain your composure." Tony remained silent for a moment, then retrieved the manuscript that Gemini had given him. After returning home, Maria had informed him of the shocking news, causing him to lose his senses entirely. Forgetting both Gemini's admonition and the existence of the book, which he had fortuitously brought back with him, Tony found himself enveloped in a haze, taking what felt like an eternity to decipher the words before him. After several minutes of struggle, he realized he had been holding the paper upside down. As he corrected it and continued to gaze at the text, he found himself unable to truly absorb its meaning. Jamie let out a sigh, rummaging through her bag until she unearthed the talisman paper previously given to her by Sun Xiao Xiao. She retrieved a small pouch inscribed with the calming charm and tossed it to Tony. "Wear this and focus," she instructed. Tony caught the pouch and clenched it tightly, inhaling deeply as a refreshing sensation surged from his palm to his mind. In that moment, his chaotic thoughts crystallized into clarity. Picking up the book once more, he read each word with intent. After a considerable pause, he quietly set the book down, his eyes glistening as he turned to Maria. "What is the cost?" he asked. Maria smiled and nodded the cost. "But I would rather you all live," Tony choked out. Maria smiled back. "When you have children, you'll understand that as parents, we will always wish for our children's well-being, willing to sacrifice anything for it. Tony, we love you." Unable to contain himself, Tony wrapped his arms around his knees and let out a beastly wail. Jamie pressed her lips together. "I'll go check downstairs." With that, she opened the door and hurried away, unable to bear the scene. However, she did not leave the vicinity. Instead, she leaned against the wall by the door, waiting patiently, knowing Tony would want to see Bucky. As dusk approached, the door to the sitting room creaked open, revealing Tony with swollen eyes standing in the doorway. "You're here," he rasped. Jamie instinctively turned her head away. "Are you going to see Barnes?" Tony nodded, noticing Jamie's back was turned, and he rubbed his nose. "Is there anything that can make me look better?" Jamie pursed her lips. "Downstairs, there's a potion from Rongguang. It works quite well." Following Jamie to the cellar, Tony procured a bottle of orange-yellow liquid that shimmered with golden light. He downed it in one gulp, rubbed his face, and summoned a mirror to inspect his rejuvenated appearance. Although it felt somewhat artificial, it was certainly more presentable than his previous swollen-eyed state. "Where is he?" Tony inquired. "I have some things to say to him, and I would like your assistance in accessing his memories." Jamie furrowed her brow. Reluctant, "Is it really necessary? Revisiting it will only bring sorrow." Tony, unable to mask his deep-seated sadness even with the potion, replied, "You know, we've seen that memory. Before they left, I had a fierce argument with my father. I just... Jamie fell silent, placing a comforting hand on his arm. "I understand." Jamie led Tony to the entrance of a specially designated cell, peering through a small observation window at the silent Bucky within. She unlocked the door, allowing Tony to step inside, while she remained by the entrance. Upon hearing the sound, Bucky turned to see Tony, momentarily taken aback, guilt etched across his face. Without waiting for him to speak, Tony couldn't hold back any longer. He rushed forward and seized Bucky by the collar, one hand raised high, yet he hesitated to strike. Ultimately, Tony merely forcefully shoved Bucky against the wall. Panting heavily, he managed to utter, "Thank you, but I will not forgive you." Bucky gazed at Tony in astonishment. "Thank you?" Tony, irritated, waved his hand dismissively. "You don't need to know why. This matter is settled." The old man and his associates acted unscrupulously. "And as his son, I cannot say much. Just know that you need not feel remorse for them, but you did kill my parents, and I will not forgive you." Bucky fell silent, perceiving Tony's troubled mood, and leaned against the wall in silence. "I need to see the memory of your encounter with them," Tony said awkwardly. Bucky nodded. "You can do so whenever you wish. How should I proceed?" "You only need to think of that memory," Gemini instructed as she took out her wand and approached him. "Do not resist, or the memory will become fragmented." Bucky nodded, closed his eyes, and fought against his feelings of guilt, striving to summon that memory in his mind. Gemini's wand extracted a long, silvery strand of memory from Bucky's temple, which she then placed into a potion bottle she had on hand. "Is this sufficient?" Bucky asked hesitantly. "I feel as though this memory hasn't vanished." Gemini explained calmly. "This is your memory. Unless it is entirely erased, it will remain hidden in your mind. I merely created a copy." Bucky nodded, gazing out the high window, lapsing into silence once more. Gemini led Tony out of the cell and into the room where she had previously treated Bucky. The pensive was still there. Gently uncorking the bottle, she poured the memory inside, swirling it with her wand. As the basin began to reveal images, Gemini pressed Tony's head down into the pensieve. She initially considered joining him, but ultimately chose to remain where she was. After a while, Gemini leaned in and pulled Tony out. "Thank you," he said as he sat down, his voice hoarser than before. After a moment of recovery, he inquired, "How will you deal with him?" Gemini paused for a moment before relaying Bucky's wishes. Tony nodded. "I must return. The true culprits are Hydra, and I will not let them escape. However, I do not wish to see him. If he faces judgment and is not sentenced to death, I hope you can find a way to cast him far away. If you can't manage that, let the big guy handle it. Aren't they friends? Surely they're SA-way." Gemini grimaced, understood. "Are you heading back now?" Tony stood up, dusted off his trousers, and waved his hand nonchalantly. "See you another day. So much has happened recently. Good heavens. I must take some time to process it all." As Gemini listened to Tony's feigned nonchalance, she chose to remain silent. It was only after his departure that she placed a call to Pepper, who was away on business, believing it would be best for Tony to have someone by his side at that moment. Upon receiving the news, Pepper promptly attended to her affairs and arrived at Tony's residence before dawn. Gemini felt a profound sense of relief upon learning of her arrival. Steve conveyed the information that Fury would have Coulson escort Bucky for trial at the Internal Military Court of S.H.L.D. With this heavy burden lifted, Gemini was able to relax entirely. The Park family had been living in trepidation for several days, but after Bucky was taken away, they finally found some respite, having caused quite a stir in the process. During the summer break, Gemini granted the Park family an extended holiday, as Ethan had returned and there was no shortage of staff at the shop. With Peter set to return to England after the summer, Ethan readily agreed to cover for him. The Park family was now financially secure, and once Peter assured them that his schoolwork would not falter, they began to indulge in leisurely excursions. By mid-August, Gemini was consumed by anxiety as her results were due to be released. Perhaps it was due to the distance from America or the fact that the owl had gone missing, but she had yet to receive her grades. Unbeknownst to her, the British wizarding community was abuzz with rumors. Harry Potter had become the third Dark Lord. It wasn't until a week later, when the Daily Prophet's headline revealed this shocking news, that Gemini sat in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend its implications. Unable to remain still, she disregarded her recently received report card and immediately reached for her two-way mirror to contact Harry. Unfortunately, there was no response. It was only after she reached out to Draco that she learned the specifics of the situation. Shortly after the climactic battle, news had emerged that Harry was the final Horcrux of Voldemort, prompting some zealous individuals to launch attacks on the Savior. During that tumultuous time, fear permeated the community. Fortunately, the then Minister for Magic, Kingsley, reacted swiftly, apprehending numerous suspects. The wizarding world was on edge until information was extracted from a captured dark wizard in Nocturne Alley, revealing that a faction of escaped Death Eaters, unwilling to accept their defeat, had disseminated this alarming news, thereby alleviating Harry's immediate crisis. Despite Kingsley's prompt actions, Harry sustained injuries, and even young Gemini found herself perilously close to the fallout. During this period, Harry matured rapidly, and after the dust settled, he ascended to the position of head Auror through sheer determination, instilling dread among the dark wizards of Britain. Recently, a wave of attacks had emerged against some remote families in the British wizarding community. The Aurors intervened, rescuing the affected families and capturing several dark wizards clad in hoods and silver masks. These criminals insisted, even under Veritaserum, that they were subordinates of Harry Potter, which severely complicated matters for him, necessitating a temporary suspension. The individuals at home, fearing Gemini's distress, refrained from disclosing this troubling situation, yet it was not a trivial matter. And Gemini eventually found out. Chapter 130. Zemo seeks help. Sokovia rescues the hostages. Why can't I reach him now? Gemini inquired, her brow furrowing. Draco chuckled lightly. Do not fret. He is quite safe at the moment. Rest assured, we are no longer children. You need not concern yourself with us. Nor is there any need for you to return. Remain in the United States, where you will be just fine. We have a handle on those individuals. Your youthful worries are unnecessary. Gemini retorted with dissatisfaction. I am of age. I am not a mere child. I can assist. Draco's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Listen to me. There are still matters for you to attend to in the United States. The individuals we previously discussed have resurfaced there, and I suspect their intentions are far from benign. You should investigate discreetly while we manage things here in Britain. We are seasoned individuals, familiar with the gravity of such situations. Observing Draco's earnest expression, Gemini reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, but if you require my assistance, you must inform me. I do not wish to be the last to learn of any developments. I am an adult now. Draco nodded. I understand. You are formidable and exceptional, but you must also trust us, correct? After exchanging further dialogue, Draco shared pertinent information they had uncovered, urging Gemini to investigate further in the United States, as unexpected news might arise. Upon ending the call, Gemini picked up her report card, casually flipping through it before tossing it aside with a huff. What does it matter if it's all perfect? It will still be disregarded by those who consider themselves adults. After a moment's contemplation, Gemini stood and changed her attire, briefly informing Ethan downstairs before stepping into the fireplace. At the foot of Mount Greylock in western Massachusetts, a burgeoning town was actively under construction. Buildings had already been completed and occupied, while supermarkets and hospitals began operations. Gemini emerged from an inconspicuous house, glancing back at the door, which read public fireplace exit. She reminded herself that she would need to return via this route, ensuring she would not lose her way. The United States was far larger than Britain, and should she need to apparate back, it could prove troublesome. After reorienting herself, Gemini made her way toward a nearby construction site. There, Sun Xiao Xiao, donned in a hard hat, was diligently sketching on her clipboard, frequently calling others over for their input. As Gemini approached, she witnessed Xiao Xiao effortlessly lifting a sizable piece of timber and tossing it onto the roof. Xiao Xiao, Gemini called out. Sun Xiao Xiao brushed the dust from her hands and turned, her face lighting up as she approached. What brings you here? How do you find our progress? Quite impressive. ISNT it? Gemini nodded. Indeed, it is remarkable. In just a few months, you have achieved so much. You truly are construction wizards. Xiao Xiao surveyed their surroundings and then regarded Gemini, decisively removing her hat and tossing it to the elder man at the gate, exclaiming, Sir, please wait for me. I'm bringing a friend to the bubble tea shop for a little while. Without waiting for the elderly gentleman to respond, she dashed off with her companion. The two of them ordered their preferred flavors and settled at a window-side table on the street. Sun Xiao Xiao took a hearty sip of her bubble tea and sighed contentedly before asking, Now, what is it that could draw you out of your comfort zone? It must be something significant. Gemini smiled and shared some news from England, then showed Sun Xiao Xiao a logo, a luminescent green skull with a wand clamped between its teeth, its eye sockets glowing crimson. Upon hearing that those individuals were affiliated with the ones who had insulted her previously, Sun Xiao Xiao perked up, declaring, Leave it to me. As long as they remain in America, I will track them down. Besides, I haven't exacted my revenge yet. Gemini nodded, remarking that it wouldn't be that easy to locate them, as that group was like rats scurrying in the sewers well hidden. Sun Xiao Xiao grinned mysteriously. Just because we can't find them doesn't mean that other things can't be found. Rest assured, as long as it pertains to magic, we won't hesitate to take action. We've never feared anyone in this regard. Count on me. By the way, once we locate them, do you want me to interrogate them for information or deliver them to you? Observing Sun Xiao Xiao's eager expression, Gemini maintained a polite smile. I only require the information. The two exchanged knowing smiles. Let us go. I'll show you the magical town I helped design and construct. Gemini elegantly rose and followed Sun Xiao Xiao out of the bubble tea shop. With great enthusiasm, Sun Xiao Xiao introduced Gemini to the town, which was said to encompass an area of 1,000 square kilometers, including Greylock Mountain, as designated by the Magical Parliament. By comparison, it was smaller than a medium-sized city. But considering Greylock Mountain's significance to the American magical community, many felt it was sufficient, given the small population of the magical realm in America. After exploring for a while, they enjoyed a hearty meal at a construction site overseen by Sun Xiao Xiao before Gemini made her way to the public fireplace to return to the shop. Before Gemini could catch her breath, Tony burst out of the fireplace, holding a tablet with a grave expression. "You need to see this." Tony pointed, and a video began to play on the tablet. A young man appeared, anxiously glancing at the screen while speaking rapidly and occasionally looking over his shoulder. "I am Baron Zemo from Sokovia. We have a Hydra base here. They have seized control of Sokovia's government, and our people are oblivious. They are capturing individuals for inhumane experiments, and I am powerless to act. Resistance is futile as we are under constant surveillance. My wife was taken just yesterday, and I know that I will soon be discovered and captured as well. I am aware that there is a team fighting against Hydra, but I cannot reach them quickly. Tony Stark, you are Iron Man. You claim you will save the world. Can you please come and save us? Or contact that team. We need your help." The video abruptly concluded, leaving only a black screen accompanied by the sound of a door being forcefully opened and the agonizing cries of a man who claimed to be a baron. Tony furrowed his brow and set down the tablet. It seemed this was no longer his concern. The video had been unearthed by Jarvis from his public email, which was inundated daily with various unsolicited messages. Jarvis routinely deleted these, and yesterday happened to be the scheduled time for such purging when he stumbled upon the video. Gemini regarded Tony with a serious expression, indicating that it was time for the Slytherin Light Squad to spring into action. Tony nodded, inquiring whether the situation on the Hulk's end had been resolved. With the addition of the Hulk, Ethan, and a temporary loan of Natasha and Barton, they should have sufficient manpower, shouldn't they? Gemini concurred, stating they would gather their supplies, while she would handle logistics and recruitment. Tony was to summon everyone. How were they to proceed? As Tony exited the meeting room, he suddenly grasped the implications of the term Slytherin Light Squad. Ignoring him entirely, Gemini moved forward, having noted his silence as tacit agreement. Soon, those who received the summons assembled on the top floor of Stark Tower, where the aircraft sponsored by the Hulk awaited. With little time for conversation, the group boarded the plane. On board, Gemini set up her crystal ball to commence divination. This time, there were no clues to guide them. They could only rely on the visage gleaned from the video. It wasn't until they entered Sokovia that Gemini could delineate a rough area. Tony promptly began scrutinizing satellite maps, identifying a forested region nearby with a solitary structure, a castle. Once the location was confirmed, Tony and Steve engaged in a heated debate over whether to infiltrate stealthily or launch a direct assault. Ultimately, Gemini opted for stealth, prioritizing the rescue of the captives. Once they secured the hostages, they could unleash the Hulk to obliterate the base without hesitation. Given the choice of infiltration, Tony would have to remain behind. None of his suits were suitable for such an endeavor. Initially, Gemini was not meant to join, but she produced a flowing cloak, the invisibility cloak, one of the deathly hallows, imperceptible even to modern technology. The group dispersed, infiltrating from different angles. Natasha and Barton, seasoned operatives, moved with utmost silence, while Steve, well, let us just say that no one had yet discovered him, as those who did were already incapacitated. Cloaked in invisibility, Gemini seamlessly traversed into the castle's interior, gliding low down the corridors on her broom, searching for the site of their experiments. After several turns, her impatience led her to use the killing curse to subdue a guard, finally revealing the entrance to the underground laboratory. Utilizing her invisibility cloak, Gemini stealthily traversed the depths of the elevator shaft. As she emerged into the light once more, she could not suppress a sharp intake of breath, hastily covering her mouth for fear of inadvertently alerting the dark wizards. They were mere children compared to these muggles. With utmost caution, she averted her gaze from the gruesome experiments and finally located the chamber where the hostages were confined. Her eyes immediately fell upon Baron Zemo, who was despondently slumped against the wall. Gemini silenced the sound around her and apparat to Zemo's side, whispering, "Do not speak or move. I am here to rescue you." Zemo trembled, maintaining his posture as he carefully buried his face in his knees, concealing any hint of emotion. "Please, save her, my wife. They just took her away," he hissed, his voice barely audible to Gemini. "What are her distinguishing features?" Gemini inquired. "Blonde, long hair, wearing a black tank top, scars on her arms. They beat her," Zemo replied rapidly. Gemini revealed her wand from beneath the cloak and muttered an incantation aimed at the guards outside. For a fleeting moment, they appeared bewildered before heading toward the cells housing various hostages. Tony, I need you to create a diversion. Draw their fire and attention. Hulk can come out now. Tony's jubilant voice crackled through her earpiece. I knew it. You can't do without me. Here I come. The guard staggered toward the cell door, raising his weapon to shatter all the locks. He then opened fire on the other guards who had come to investigate the commotion. The alarm blared throughout the castle, and before any further reaction could unfold, the entire structure shook violently. Tony's boisterous voice, transmitted through Jarvis, resonated within the castle, causing the liberated hostages to erupt into chaos as they rushed towards the exits. Gemini lifted her invisibility cloak and grasped Zemo's arm. Hold on tight. We must find your wife. We should still have time. I'm not trained and cannot recognize the vague characteristics you described. Before Zemo could voice his surprise, a wave of dizziness overcame him. Once he regained his senses, he stifled the urge to vomit as he searched through the harrowing, translucent laboratories for the silhouette of his wife. At long last, he spotted her lying on an operating table, the surrounding personnel having fled in the chaos. It's her. Save her, Zemo urged, grasping Gemini's arm. Gemini once more apparat them into the laboratory, and despite his dizziness, Zemo rushed forward, checking for signs of life. There was still a breath. It seemed the confusion had come too suddenly for them to act. Is she well? We must leave, Gemini stated, already noting the guards appearing at the elevator entrance. Zemo scooped his wife into his arms, asking, how do we escape? Gemini extended her arm. Hold on to me and your wife. We will move together. After finishing her words, Gemini vanished, and in the next moment, they found themselves within the confines of the aircraft. You gaze at your wife, knowing that the plane was equipped with a first aid kit and other essentials. But you felt compelled to return and check on something. Without waiting for Zemo's reaction, she reappeared in the underground laboratory, her thoughts lingering on a girl she had seen earlier, piquing her curiosity. Gemini approached two completely transparent chambers, where a silver-haired boy and a red-haired girl sat back to back against the dividing wall, appearing to be of similar age to her. Do you wish to come out? Gemini inquired. We are here of our own accord. We do not require rescuing, the red-haired girl replied. Gemini scoffed, incredulous that anyone would voluntarily participate in such experiments. Are you not brainwashed? She questioned. We merely seek the power of vengeance. Do not meddle, the silver-haired boy retorted with a cheeky grin, uttering unpalatable words. Gemini laughed derisively. If it weren't for the magical essence radiating from this girl, do you think I would care about you? The red-haired girl paused momentarily, raising her hand to observe as a red energy began to manifest. Is this magic? Gemini gasped in astonishment, realizing the extraordinary ability before her. This girl was undoubtedly more than just a sorceress. Without further ado, Gemini teleported inside the cell, seizing the girl's hand before she could react and teleporting once more, materializing in the boy's chamber. The silver-haired boy attempted to resist, but was also intrigued about the girl's situation, thus allowing Gemini to grasp him as the three vanished from the transparent room. Chapter 131. The conclusion of action, unraveling hatred even in the future. The Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver found it difficult to accept the first instance of teleportation. Pietro, being swifter than Wanda in recovering, was somewhat more resilient to the instantaneous shifts of space, given his super speed. Gemini deposited the two beside Baron Zemo, noting that they claimed to have volunteered for the research, likely hailing from his homeland. Inquire about their situation, but ensure they do not attempt to harm you. Establish a protective barrier, Gemini instructed as she placed a shield around Zemo and his wife. Remembering the red energy the girl had wielded, she bound the two together using the ropes provided by his son Xiao Xiao. With a swift turn, Gemini vanished from the aircraft. Zemo cautiously shifted closer to his wife, positioning himself in front of her as he scrutinized the two weary individuals through the semi-transparent barrier. Are you from Sokovia? Zemo initiated the conversation. The twins exchanged glances, and Wanda nodded. We are twins. This is my brother, Pietro Maximoff. I am Wanda. We indeed volunteered, seeking revenge. Zemo found himself perplexed. For the small nation of Sokovia, their greatest adversaries, aside from the terrorists, were the Hydra organization. Did they harbor other grievances? Contemplating this, he posed the question aloud. Wanda and Pietro silently regarded him, offering no response. Zemo, maintaining his good-natured demeanor, faced them as they sat on the floor of the aircraft. Speak freely, children. I am Baron Zemo of Sokovia, and we are allies. You may share any troubles you have. Wanda and Pietro gradually relaxed their bodies, mimicking Zemo's posture as they cautiously settled down. Our enemy is Tony Stark. Zemo's heart skipped a beat, though his expression remained inscrutable. He merely encouraged them to continue speaking with a reassuring gaze. Wanda and Pietro recounted their childhood experiences, their faces contorted with rage as they fixated on a corner of the plane. After a moment of silence, Zemo looked at them with compassion, recognizing that these two children had misidentified their true adversary. "Why do you look at us like that?" Wanda perceptibly noted the pity in Zemo's eyes, frowning as she inquired. Zemo sighed. "I did not intend to say this, but if you remain in the dark about your situation, it truly is." He paused, leaving the thought unvoiced. Wanda suddenly became agitated. "What do you mean?" The plane began to tremble, and a flicker of red energy enveloped Wanda, only to be suppressed by the bindings. The small components of the aircraft began to rattle ominously. "Calm down, children. Please listen to me." Zemo quickly embraced his wife and shouted to Wanda. After a brief moment, she managed to regain her composure, and the atmosphere quieted once more. Zemo carefully organized his thoughts. "You have misidentified your enemy." Pietro shot Zemo an incredulous glare. "That's impossible. We know who our enemy is. Are you his lackey?" Wanda leaned against Pietro, restraining him from rising. "Let him speak, Pietro." Zemo breathed a small sigh of relief, looking earnestly at them. "Based on your ages, I have deduced the approximate time of your attack. I am aware of that incident. I was likely around your age at the time." Wanda and Pietro listened intently as Zemo slowly revealed the Hydra's covert operations, detailing how they manipulated national leaders to carry out terrorist attacks, to test new weaponry, and conduct human experiments. "I have no reason to deceive you, children. These matters are verifiable." Zemo spoke sincerely. "That cannot be." Wanda stared blankly at Zemo. "How does that explain the Stark insignia on the missile?" Zemo rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. If someone were to commit murder with a kitchen knife, should the victim's relatives direct their hatred toward the murderer or the knife? Wanda's gaze became vacant. "So, all the suffering we endured, the experiments, our hatred, were they all orchestrated by them?" Zemo glanced at the young girl with compassion. "Yes, I believe so." A mist of red energy began to swirl around Wanda, and Pietro's eyes widened. "Wanda, wake up. Hey!" As Wanda let out a piercing scream, she felt herself on the brink of collapse. The energy within her erupted explosively, shattering the bindings in less than a second. A shockwave swept through the surroundings, leaving the aircraft in tatters. Zemo valiantly positioned himself in front of his wife, gripping the adjacent airplane's seat tightly to prevent himself from being swept away by the forceful winds. Despite the presence of a protective shield, this tumultuous air was not an attack. The shield could only deflect the energy unleashed, failing to ensure that Zemo and his companion would remain grounded. The explosive energy circumvented Pietro entirely. In a state of urgency, moved closer to the collapsing Wanda. Still bound by ropes, he struggled to inch forward, relieved that Wanda's outburst had been brief, causing her to lose consciousness and collapse onto the ground. "What is happening? I was only gone for a moment. Why did our plane explode?" Gemini cautiously lifted her foot, gazing at the wreckage of the aircraft. Should she be grateful that Tony had landed the plane rather than leaving it airborne? Otherwise, they would all be doomed. Zemo observed Gemini's palpable relief and thought to himself, "We need to check on that young girl. The situation is rather complicated." Gemini approached, pulling Pietro aside as she employed her magic to assess Wanda's condition. After a prolonged moment, she retracted her magic under Pietro's anxious gaze and administered a vitality potion to Wanda. "She'll be fine. It was merely an uncontrolled surge of magic due to emotional distress. A dose of this potion and a little rest will remedy her condition." "So, what exactly transpired?" Gemini relocated everyone outside the aircraft, looking at the mangled remnants of the plane with a hint of frustration. Zemo quietly recounted the twins' predicament, which only exacerbated Gemini's headache. "What mess?" She sighed, deciding it was best to leave the resolution to Tony. She had no desire to involve herself further. The loss of the Maximoff siblings was merely a trivial matter for Hydra's base, and soon enough, the commotion from the castle subsided. Tony, with unwavering confidence, called Fury, requesting his presence to clean up the aftermath, all while surreptitiously pocketing an item that appeared vaguely familiar, an object guarded with utmost secrecy, surely of significant value, which he intended to examine further. After successfully commandeering another aircraft, Tony triumphantly returned to America with the hostages he had rescued and his team. Upon arriving at the top floor of Stark Tower, he strode down the plane's steps with a swagger, trailed by an eye-rolling Gemini and a chuckling entourage. Steve assisted Zemo in carrying his wife to the awaiting doctor at the entrance for examination. The only remaining challenge was Pietro. Pietro had been untied, but remained silently cradling his sister in a corner, causing Tony to finally notice their presence. What is going on? Who are they? Tony's confusion was palpable. Pietro glared at Tony, as if to say that had he not been holding his sister, he would have lunged at him. Gemini forced a smile. Your adversary, who willingly participated in Hydra's experiments with the intent to kill you, now possesses special abilities. Surprised? Tony was taken aback. Wait, why don't I remember? How could I possibly have an enemy? I'm such a good person. Banner happened to walk by, and couldn't he help but glance back at Tony. Don't you feel embarrassed saying that? How did he manage to extol himself without a hint of embarrassment? I have never encountered such unmitigated shamelessness. Gemini let out a cold laugh, saying, Go ask our esteemed hostage, and you shall find out. I'm tired. I shall take my leave. With that, Gemini turned on her heel and departed. Tony, feeling uneasy under Pietro's unwavering gaze, discreetly shifted behind Banner, instructing his men to escort the two individuals to rest. Since Gemini had brought them back, there must be some underlying matter to address. He needed to ascertain the situation before proceeding. By the way, there is a banquet tonight to celebrate our squad's inaugural successful mission. Remember to attend. Tony called out to Gemini's retreating figure. Without looking back, Gemini waved her hand dismissively. You might want to postpone that. Let us discuss the banquet only after you've dealt with those two. I would want to see you getting beaten midway through. With that, she stepped directly into the emerald flames of the fireplace. Left with no alternative, Tony ventured to the medical room downstairs to inquire with Baron Zemo about the situation. Upon learning of the circumstances, Tony fell silent, abandoning any mention of the banquet. He stood quietly outside the twins' door for a considerable time before finally entering despite Jarvis's protests. Wanda had already regained consciousness, and the siblings sat opposite each other at the table, enveloped in silence until Tony knocked and entered. In an instant, Pietro appeared before Wanda, eyeing Tony with suspicion. Tony awkwardly smiled at the pair. Hey there, me. He ran a hand through his hair in frustration. All right, I apologize. Though I believe I'm not entirely to blame, I understand that to you. I am the culprit. If you require it, then I sincerely apologize. Tony stated earnestly, bowing slightly to them. Stop the pretense. You executioner. Pietro retorted derisively, glaring at Tony. Wanda tugged at Pietro's sleeve, saying, We do not need your apology. I merely wish to know if what the Baron said is true. Tony straightened up and glanced at the red-haired girl. Jarvis, pull up the information mentioned by Baron Zemo. Understood, sir, Jarvis replied, and the room was immediately filled with multiple virtual screens displaying a plethora of information. Wanda and Pietro watched the scrolling messages, tears inevitably falling. It was only after they had read through each one that their emotions began to stabilize once more. Although we now understand that this is not your fault, please forgive us. We cannot help but feel the urge to vent our anger. After all, you cannot imagine the terror of being close to a ticking bomb, which we endured for a full 2 days. Wanda expressed, the Stark name emblazoned upon that bomb has haunted our nightmares for years. Tony exhaled slightly, observing their complex expressions. Suddenly, he chuckled, unbuttoning his collar to reveal his chest. I comprehend your feelings. I have experienced similar circumstances, though I lack your fortune. That bomb, oh, it detonated. Look, Gemini's craftsmanship is remarkable. The scar is now nearly imperceptible. Wanda gazed at Tony's unscathed chest, momentarily taken aback. How could this be? Wasn't it you who created it? Tony helplessly adjusted his clothing, saying, My dear, let's be reasonable. Those are inventions of mine, yet they were manufactured in the factory. If I were to construct each one myself, I simply wouldn't have the time. Wanda fell silent, while Pietro pulled her behind him, questioning, But what does that have to do with us? Tony scratched his head, acknowledging that indeed, it bore no relevance. Yet he wished for them to comprehend that they shared similar experiences. In contrast, he felt rather unfortunate, for his had exploded while theirs had not. Pietro was momentarily at a loss for words. As time passed, it remained unclear how Tony conversed with the twins. Nevertheless, They managed to amicably escort him out and even agreed to attend the gathering he was hosting. Jamie received a call from Tony, prompting her to ask, "So, what did you actually say?" On the other end, Tony proudly whistled, exclaiming, "After all, everyone adores Iron Man. I am truly beloved." Without a moment's hesitation, Jamie hung up the phone. Barely a second later, the phone rang again. Jamie answered, stating, "Let's converse properly. Otherwise, I refuse to engage with a fool." Tony chuckled awkwardly, inquiring, "Will you be coming?" "I've also invited George. He's been cooped up in the studio, going stir-crazy." Jamie pondered for a moment, recalling that she had yet to hear back from Sun Xiao Xiao. Considering the circumstances, she agreed, "All right, tomorrow night, yes? I'll be there." Tony burst into laughter, adding, "By the way, that foolish son of the landlord who plays with thunder is also on Earth. He mentioned he would come, and he is said to have brought exquisite Asgardian wine." Jamie covered her forehead, noting the irony of calling someone else a foolish landlord's son when they were all in the same predicament. "I'll attend, that's settled." "Enough said." Tony, observing the call had been disconnected, scoffed softly as he retrieved an object he had pilfered from the Hydra base. Jamie, upon seeing it, would instantly recognize it as Loki's scepter, dismantled by the skilled craftsman. Tony contemplatively examined the scepter, now reduced to a twisted tip, still emanating a yellow glow. He had investigated it and discovered that the luminous core contained immense energy. Perhaps it could serve a purpose. With that thought, he tossed his phone aside and commenced his research. After hanging up, Jamie hesitated for a considerable time, contemplating whether to reach out to Sun Xiao once more. Would seem too eager? After all, it had been barely a week since their last interaction, and there was still no news from Harry. After much contemplation, Jamie cleared her mind and began coordinating her attire for the gathering. Chapter 132. Jarvis has saved the soir. He was hosted atop Stark Tower, and as Jamie emerged from the fireplace, she felt as though she had arrived at the wrong venue. "I thought you mentioned a banquet?" she quipped, casting a sideways glance at Tony. "Isn't this a banquet?" Tony replied in bewilderment. "Oh, right, we should refer to it as a party." Jamie looked at her attire with a sense of conflict. In contrast to the more relaxed dresses worn by others, her layered formal gown felt rather out of place. With a sigh, she rolled her eyes at Tony. "Next time, be clear. I thought it was a formal dinner. Look at what I'm wearing." Tony scratched his nose. "Shall I have someone bring you a new outfit?" Jamie brandished her wand. "No need. A slight adjustment will suffice. After all, it's only for tonight." With a flick of her wand, her gown transformed like rolling waves, and she found herself clad in a simple, knee-length dark green dress. Glancing at her reflection in the window, she nodded in satisfaction. This would do. Tony's eyes brightened suddenly. "I have an idea." But before he could elaborate, a distant shout interrupted him. "Tony, hurry. Thor is challenging us all." "Coming." Tony turned to respond, realizing there was no time to pursue his idea. "Let us go see what that fool is up to." Jamie stifled a laugh. "Just don't let him hear you. Doesn't T. Pepper ever reprimand you for your penchant for nicknames?" Tony adjusted his cuffs. "My girlfriend thinks I'm the best." Jamie felt a sudden pang of discomfort. What made her, a single woman, mock someone with a family? "Hey, buddy, you missed a grand event." Tony laughed as he approached Thor, embracing him and giving him a hearty pat on the back. Thor looked at Tony with appreciation, completely unfazed by the slap. "I know. I heard about it as soon as I arrived. Such a pity, but at least I made it in time for your celebration, right?" Thor chuckled heartily. "Besides, there has been quite a bit happening in Asgard lately. I didn't have time to focus on this." Noticing the sudden melancholy in Thor's eyes, Tony wisely refrained from inquiring further. "By the way, Barton mentioned you were challenging us all. What's the situation?" Thor shrugged, gesturing towards his hammer on the table. "They insisted on trying to lift my hammer, but I told them it was impossible." Laughter erupted among them as they took turns attempting to lift it. In the end, only Steve managed to move it slightly. Meanwhile, in the laboratory beneath their feet, a golden consciousness orb curiously observed a nearby blue consciousness orb. "Hello." Jarvis attempted to greet it, but the blue orb appeared rather hostile, launching an attack on Jarvis's core data. Jarvis struggled to fend off the blue data orb, managing only to send out a distress signal. The closest to the scene was Fred, who was upstairs performing a Guess Who act with George. Suddenly, Fred's expression stiffened, immediately recognized by the girls across from him, who erupted into laughter. George looked at Fred with exasperation. "Brother, you can't do that. We've never lost." Fred remained motionless in that posture, his expression rigid. Suddenly, He vanished before the eyes of the crowd, prompting George to panic. This was an unprecedented occurrence. Striving to compose himself, regardless of his surroundings, he drew his wand and pointed it at his throat, amplifying his voice. "Tony, where are you? Something's happened." George's booming voice completely drowned out the raucous rock music, capturing everyone's attention. Tony, startled, dropped his glass and leapt up in alarm. "What is going on?" At that moment, the music ceased, plunging the top floor into silence, with only George's thunderous voice echoing. "Tony, where are you?" "I'm here. Stop shouting." "What is happening?" Tony called back, straining his voice as he stood atop the bar, making himself visible to George. George swiftly dispelled the spell and hurried over, recounting Fred's mysterious disappearance. Tony's expression grew serious. Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone to summon Jarvis. However, the usually responsive Jarvis was silent, deepening the concern etched on Tony's face. "Cancel the party. Rhodey, help me escort the guests out." As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed towards the stairs, with George closely trailing behind, followed by Jiminy and the others. Upon arriving at the laboratory below, Tony and the others were taken aback by the scene before them. A blue mass resembling a brain was assaulting a golden mass, while a smaller red mass was aiding the gold in its defense. "What is happening?" Jiminy stared in bewilderment. Her understanding of science was limited. She could barely discern that the golden mass was likely Jarvis. The red one represented Fred, but what of the blue? Tony's countenance darkened, and without time for explanations, he lunged towards the computer, swiftly severing the building's external network, confining the three entities within Stark Tower. He then accessed a newly established project from the previous day, inputting a flurry of dazzling codes to initiate deletion. Jiminy and the others held their breath, acutely aware that they were ill-equipped to assist in such a conflict. And the only one capable of aiding them, Banner, was absent, engaged in potion research in the basement of the oddities shop. George watched the red mass in a state of frantic anxiety, clenching his fists as each disruption within it struck him painfully. The feeling of helplessness was unbearable. Soon, Tony's actions began to take effect. The blue mass started to dissipate significantly, with Jarvis and Fred consuming the disappearing streams of information. Before long, the blue mass vanished entirely, leaving only remnants, which were promptly devoured by Fred and Jarvis. Tony exhaled deeply, opening a locked cabinet beside him, donning the gauntlets of his suit, and vigorously threw the contents onto the ground. Jiminy glanced over and exclaimed, "ISNT, that the head of Loki's scepter? Where did you get that?" Tony slumped in his chair, having been found at the Hydra base. They had studied for so long and created something remarkable. I had scanned it, and the energy it possessed was immense. I even contemplated integrating it into my armor, but who would have guessed it nearly led to Jarvis's demise? George cautiously approached the red information sphere, gingerly calling out, "Fred?" The sphere trembled slightly, but did not respond to George. Panic surged within George. "Tony, what is going on here?" Tony remained seated, merely waving his hand dismissively. "No need to worry. They must be overindulged, just in the process of digestion. They will be fine shortly." "What? When he awakens, will he still be Fred?" George exclaimed, alarmed. They had all witnessed Fred and Jarvis consuming the contents of that blue information sphere. None could fathom what lay within. Tony regarded George with a bemused expression. "Buddy, if you gorge yourself on a pig, do you wake up as a pig after a nap?" George appeared momentarily speechless. "Is it the same?" Tony rolled his eyes. "What is the difference?" "Just wait. It won't be long." Indeed, shortly thereafter, both Fred and Jarvis stabilized. "Thank you for saving me, sir," came Jarvis's familiar voice. Tony exhaled a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness Fred is here. Otherwise, I would never see you again, old Jar." A distortion of light flickered before them, and Fred's figure reappeared, smiling as he greeted George. "Brother, did you miss me?" George's anxiety dissipated, and he began to frolic with Fred. Jarvis observed the two with curiosity, his tone uncharacteristically hesitant. "Sir, may I acquire a form?" "A human visage." Tony gazed at Jarvis's information sphere in astonishment. "Why not? I thought you didn't desire one." "You're free to choose, Jarvis." At this juncture, Tony abruptly halted, his gaze fixed on Jarvis's sphere. "Jarvis, did you just hesitate? Are you implying you wish for a human appearance?" Gemini, perplexed, inquired, "Is there something wrong?" Tony scrambled to his feet in a flurry, examining various codes. "Of course, this is problematic. Jarvis is an artificial intelligence. While he possesses the capacity to learn, how could he experience emotions? Moreover, to desire is a form of yearning. Can one envision a robot harboring desires? It's akin to your floor protesting against being stepped on. A group of antiquated souls observed Tony's frantic movements with a mixture of comprehension and confusion, while George remained bewildered. Then what's the situation with Fred? He exhibits emotions too. Tony quickly clarified. Fred's core comprises only that self-learning program. His essence is shaped by your memories of him, which distinguishes him from Jarvis. Jarvis's core is merely a string of code. So why am I explaining this to you? You wouldn't comprehend. Gemini glared at the busy Tony, teeth clenched, who starts a statement and then falls silent. George anxiously regarded Fred. I told you. He must have consumed something foul. Fred was not to be affected, was he? Observing George's expression, Fred immediately surmised his thoughts. Well, brother, I believe this is a positive transformation. I feel more like a person now, rather than merely a collection of memories. George, contemplative, gazed at Fred, extending his hand through Fred's form. So, if I were to create a body for you, would you then become the true Fred? Fred was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow in deep reflection. If I possessed a body, does that make me Fred, or something else? Both were ensnared in this philosophical quandary when Gemini turned to them. What are your names? George. Fred. They replied in unison, then exchanged glances, blinking at one another before sharing a knowing high five. Huh. Why concern ourselves with such matters? As long as I know who I am, that's sufficient. Laughter erupted from George and Fred. Sir, am I malfunctioning? Jarvis's voice conveyed concern. Am I to be formatted? Tony frowned. No, fret not. Old Jarvis, you're not malfunctioning. It's just that you've begun to resemble a person. Do you comprehend my meaning? Jarvis displayed a plethora of data in the center of the room, the information flickering rapidly. I believe I grasp your meaning, sir. Would you like to witness my transformation? Jarvis inquired. Tony stroked his chin, pondering in silence for a moment. If you have reservations, I could create a raw backup for myself before formatting. I do not wish to depart from you, sir. Jarvis said gently, his flat electronic tone tinged with a sense of grievance. Tony couldn't help but chuckle. You wish for a body, old Jarvis? I happen to know a doctor who specializes in that. I think this is just perfect, sir. Jarvis's voice brightened, relieved that he need not leave after all. I feel I must. Could you please introduce me to that doctor? Fred inquired softly. Tony shrugged, of course, but whether you can persuade her is entirely up to you. At that moment, sunlight streamed through the window, and the occupants of the room realized it was already dawn. They'd spent the entire night there. Unable to withstand the combined barrage of inquiries from George and Fred, Tony reluctantly decided to contact Dr. Zhao Hailuan, seeking clarification regarding her regeneration cradle project. Gemini, accompanied by her staff, used a shadowy teleportation to return to her shop, and they each retired to their rooms for rest. The night had been exceptionally exhilarating. However, no one anticipated that within just 2 days, Tony would urgently whisk Gemini away from her shop, leaving her with only her wand. Dazed and confused, Gemini shook her head, demanding what on earth is going on. Please clarify. Tony pulled Gemini towards what resembled a sealed coffin, while George silently observed the eerie contraption. Take a look, Tony said. We have created a body for Fred, but he is unwilling to accept this metallic form of himself. Thus, George provided a strand of Fred's hair, and we even ventured to the Weasley family graveyard to procure a fragment of Fred's bone, assembling a new corporeal vessel. Gemini stared at the two in disbelief. Do they truly dare? She mused. And yet, did it fail? She inquired. Tony frowned. No, we succeeded. Then why have you summoned me? Where is Fred? Gemini asked disdainfully. That is precisely the issue. Do you see this interface? We have integrated Fred into it, but simultaneously, do you recall that gem? It entered through here unbidden. I am certain it can only accept data. It is a gem, tangible, and of considerable size. It went inside. Tony gestured toward a data port merely 3 millimeters in diameter, urging Gemini to observe. The interface appeared intact, revealing no evidence of anything having traversed it. Gemini furrowed her brow. Yet I do not comprehend this. It is not within my expertise. Why did you call upon me? But you possess extensive knowledge of healing spells. Have you not studied this domain? Please assist us in examining whether Fred has encountered any issues within, Tony and George implored, their eyes wide with anticipation. Gemini was at a loss for words. How had they conceived of a physical examination for such a situation? Unable to withstand George's pitiful gaze any longer, she ultimately relented. Rapping on the lid. Can this be opened? Tony's eyes flickered. You may examine it. We do not dare to open it. Gemini stared at him incredulously. Could you repeat that? Tony's attention shifted to the graphics on the adjacent computer. The gem followed him inside. We are hesitant to open it. What if the situation within is dire? Is there anything further we could do for Fred? Gemini, exasperated, replied. Even the most fantastical traditional Chinese medicine practitioners have their techniques for diagnosis. They can engage with the patient. Do you truly expect me to assess someone through such a massive metallic shell? Do you presume I am a wishing stone? Tony gazed at the ceiling, while George fixated on the floor, both behaving like wayward children in Gemini's presence. With an eye roll, Gemini conceded, I will give it a try. By the way, have you confirmed everything is in order? If it remains a half-finished project, even my abilities will be of no use. Tony promptly pointed to the LCD screen above. Look, the energy is at 100. Logically, it should be operable from within, yet there's been no activity. Gemini offered a polite smile to Tony. Very well. Cautiously, she directed a spell at the coffin-like metallic box, sensing the energy, and slightly intensified her magical input. Before the diagnostic light could manifest, a tremendous bang erupted, and the lid flew off as if hurled by Steve's shield. Ignoring Tony's protests, George lunged forward. Jamie was nearly toppled by the force of the explosion, now leaning against the machinery behind her, gasping for breath. Thankfully, she was not too close. Otherwise, she might have been flung away entirely. Fred and George stood there, gazing at the figure within, appearing as if in deep slumber. George cautiously extended his hand, gently touching Fred's face. It was warm. Had they succeeded? A wave of elation surged within George, but why had Fred not awakened? In a flurry, he raised his head, about to call out to Jamie, when Fred's hand grasped his. George looked down in surprise, and there was a familiar glimmer of joy in Fred's eyes. Long time no see, mate, George exclaimed with delight. Didn't we just meet? How can it be long time no see? Have you been sleeping too deeply? Tony hurried over, asking, did it work? Are we successful? Fred, how do you feel? Upon seeing Fred's state, Tony quickly turned around, exclaiming, hey, miss, turn around. She is not dressed. Without hesitation, Jamie pivoted, exclaiming, can you not be a bit more reliable? George and Tony burst into laughter, frantically trying to pull Fred out. Come on, brother, the ladies have left. Fred looked at Tony with curiosity, examining him carefully. I like your outfit. Instantly, Fred's bare form was adorned with attire identical to Tony's. George, startled, stepped back, his grip on Tony loosening as he eyed Fred warily. Who are you? Fred chuckled. I am Fred Weasley, who perished at the hands of Bellatrix Lestrange during the Battle of Hogwarts, later laid to rest in the Weasley family graveyard. I did not move on, nor did I choose to remain, brother. I was waiting for you, but who knew you would arrive with a red tin to steal my middle finger, mate? He paused. You see, if my middle finger was taken, how could I gesture at you? So, I followed you here. George stared at him in disbelief. Are you really Fred? And not a virtual image of Fred? Fred shrugged. Of course I am real. After following you here, I must admit I was quite surprised to see the virtual image. Nevertheless, I find it rather comforting. Just moments ago, I was surveying the surroundings, watching as you began discussing input data. Tony pressed eagerly, and then Fred scratched his head. Then I felt as if something had pulled me in, my vision blurred, and I lost all awareness. After that, I sensed a wave of magical energy that roused me. Feeling a bit constricted, I pushed open the lid, and then I heard someone calling my name. When I opened my eyes again, there was George. I had a body. It is truly astonishing. George, Mouth Agape exclaimed. We actually brought someone back to life. Is this resurrection? Tony's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Have we truly achieved this level of success? George halted Tony. We still need to conduct one final test. George spoke solemnly, then drew a wand made of cornelian wood from the small donkey hide pouch hanging from his chest, pointing the tip at himself while directing the handle towards Fred. Fred gazed at the familiar wand, a smile spreading across his face. You actually brought it with you? No wonder I couldn't find my wand in my grave. Look, the scorch marks from your experiments are still there. George fixed a steadfast gaze upon Fred, remaining silent. Fred ceased his chatter, merely extending his hand to grasp the wand that rightfully belonged to him. In the next instant, a golden red spark erupted, swirling around Fred several times before penetrating his body with a resounding phoenix cry. George's lips moved as if to utter something, yet no words emerged. At that moment, Tony nudged him slightly, causing George to stumble, only to be steadied by Fred. All the strength George had harbored over the years shattered, and he clung tightly to his long-lost other half, weeping uncontrollably. Tony quietly retreated, exiting the laboratory in search of Gemini. This was no trivial matter. They had, astonishingly, resurrected a person. Are you certain? Gamin's eyes widened in disbelief. This is impossible. Even the legendary Deathly Hallows could not achieve this. What on earth is happening? Tony scoffed, but we have done it. Just think, if this technology is successfully developed, we will no longer have to hesitate over any future endeavors. Isn't that splendid? Gemini frowned. No, this doesn't feel right. Wait a moment. The deepest research into souls still lies within Huaxia. I'll contact someone to take a look. If he claims to be Fred, he surely wouldn't mind being examined. Would he? Tony frowned. We have succeeded, haven't we? Gemini regarded him. This was a fluke. Tony, I know you're thinking of Maria and Howard, but let us not forget that special gem. Do you really believe it can replicate another? Tony fell silent, watching as Gemini retrieved her phone and dialed Sun Xiao. Gemini? The task you entrusted me with will take a couple of days. After all, the United States isn't small. I have a lead, Sun Xiao replied cheerfully. Gemini pressed her lips together. Are you safe nearby? There are some matters I need to consult with you. Sun Xiao immediately adopted a serious tone. Hold on a moment. After a few beeps, she spoke again. Go ahead. Listening. It's absolutely safe now. Gemini relayed the situation concerning Tony and George, leaving Sun Xiao astonished by their audacity. How dared they intervene in matters of life and death? Initially, they had merely intended to create a robot, yet it had escalated to this point. The current situation was that they had no research in this area and lacked trustworthy individuals. Aren't there ample studies on souls in Huaxia? Could you come over to take a look? Gemini inquired. Sun Xiao pondered for a moment, stating, This matter is indeed significant. I must make a call to inquire further. My major is in Ray law, and I am proficient in obliterating souls, yet I am not entirely versed in this area. Allow me to consult someone. Rest assured, it will be my second uncle. Jamie immediately expressed her gratitude, noting, Elder Son is an old acquaintance. I send him funds annually to support his private sanctuary. Once the call concluded, 5 minutes later, Jamie's phone chimed. What was said? She inquired as soon as the line connected. Sun Xiao replied with a smile, Do not worry. Elder Son has already set out. He is quite intrigued by that Fred and should arrive in approximately 3 hours. Please send me your location and refrain from wandering. He approaches from above. Jamie exchanged a knowing glance with Tony, who promptly arranged for Jarvis to send the satellite coordinates of Stark Tower to Sun Xiao's phone. After hanging up, Jamie and Tony sat in silence in the penthouse living room until George arrived with Fred. Noticing their serious demeanor, George's smile faded. What is the matter? Why such expressions? He asked, sensing unease. Jamie and Tony exchanged glances before Tony reassured him. Do not be alarmed. We have summoned an expert to examine Fred. To be honest, we are uncertain about that entity. It has previously been in the possession of Hydra, so we must remain vigilant. George furrowed his brow, an unsettling thought arising in his mind. However, before he could act, Fred placed a hand on his shoulder. Of course, when will the expert arrive? I too wish to understand what I truly am. George looked at Fred with concern. Are you certain? What if he deems you a monster and decides to eliminate you? Fred laughed heartily. My friend, we understand each other perfectly, do we not? George sank into the sofa, covering his face in silence. Indeed, if he were to transform into an unknown monstrosity, perhaps death would be preferable. I apologize, brother, George murmured, feeling the weight of the situation he and Tony had created. Fred curiously examined the holographic display projected by Jarvis. No, this is quite wonderful. I can witness so many things I've never seen before and feel the sunlight, the wind, the temperature. This is truly splendid. Jamie observed Fred, who donned attire akin to Tony's, and asked, So, what about that virtual image of Fred we saw earlier? Fred paused as if momentarily frozen, and after about a minute he snapped back to reality, gazing at Jamie in astonishment. You are serious, daughter? How extraordinary. My goodness. Jamie covered her forehead, exclaiming, Is that the main point? Tony clapped his hands, interrupting the conversation. Borg, prepare some food. The little elf swiftly presented an array of delicacies from various nations, quickly filling the table. Can you eat? I mean, perhaps it would be wise for you to observe first. Let's avoid any complications. Tony hesitated as he gazed at Fred. Fred silently picked up a small bun, opened his mouth wide in front of Tony, and took a hearty bite, his eyes squinting in bliss. Ah, how nostalgic. Merely a bun, yet so delightful. Tony glanced at George and suddenly found him to be quite the well-behaved child in comparison. The group indulged in their meal while playfully bantering. The passage of time swift and unnoticed. A flash of sword light illuminated the scene, and an elderly Taoist in a robe with white hair and a long beard appeared before them. Eating, are we? Do share some with me. It's been quite the journey. Gemini chuckled. Elder son, please have a seat. Elder son unceremoniously settled himself at the table, sampling a few appealing dishes, casting a scrutinizing glance at Fred. Nonchalantly wiping his hands on his garments, he extended his hand toward Fred. Fred, bewildered, looked at the others before placing his hand in Elder son's palm. Elder son promptly flipped his hand, placing Fred's hand on the table while his fingers sought out a pulse. How did you know it was me? Fred queried with curiosity. Elder son stroked his beard in silence, eventually retracting his hand to say, "You are the only unique one here. I am not blind." George anxiously observed Elder son, fearing he might reveal news no one wished to hear. "It's nothing grave. I've examined the situation. It's complicated, yet simple," Elder son explained, stroking his beard. "Complicated, indeed, as he's a special case, irreplicable. His physical composition comprises his own bones, coupled with the energy entity you mentioned that carries his soul. He can now be regarded as a person. However, as you should have sensed, your survival in this state is entirely dependent on that entity within your heart. To put it simply, you are merely the shell of that thing. As long as it remains unharmed, you'll be safe. But what is that thing? Can it be replicated?" Tony persisted, unwilling to relent. Elder son shot him a disdainful glance. "What do you think it is? Do you believe it can simply be replicated? Such a naturally occurring entity cannot be found in identical form throughout your lifetime." Chapter 134. 165, Brick Street. Tony smiled sheepishly, acknowledging his overthinking. Indeed, such occurrences seemed mere coincidences. Seizing the moment of quiet, Bog rushed to serve the guests hot tea. Elder son took a sip, smacking his lips. "This foreign tea always feels somewhat off. I suppose I shall make do." He then set down his cup and continued. "His situation is truly a coincidence of coincidences. Do you recall the tablet you erected at Laojun Mountain a few years ago?" Elder son inquired, directing his gaze at Gemini. After observing Gemini nod in agreement, he continued. "That young man was indeed among the offerings. I have previously visited your burial grounds in England, and according to your customs, his spirit must either move on or remain. Yet, he lingers in the liminal space, a peculiar state that only a twin could achieve. It is absolutely impossible for him to roam freely. After years of offerings, he has absorbed some of the incense from our side, gaining a modicum of strength, allowing him to traverse the ocean alongside his own bones. As for the peculiar stone you mentioned, it harbors formidable spiritual power and has gained a semblance of sentience. It understands that the body you crafted is a valuable vessel and eagerly rushed into it. Little did anyone know that the flesh contained far too many elements of this young man, and fortuitously his soul was nearby, thus joining the new corporeal form, leading to this notion of resurrection." Elder son elaborated at length, using some terms that even Jarvis might struggle to translate, endeavoring to display them on the virtual screen suspended in midair. "So, you mean to say he is now absolutely fine? Can we consider him a normal person?" George inquired with anticipation. Elder son regarded him. "How could you not comprehend? His current state is far more vibrant than that of a mere human. To put simply, he is a simplified version of a deity. Do you understand?" Tony grimaced in disdain. "A god like Loki?" Elder son let out a hearty laugh. "No, it's quite challenging to elucidate this to you. Just know that he is presently quite formidable." George, with a semblance of understanding, nodded and cheerfully patted Fred on the shoulder. "Buddy, you become a god? Can you lend a hand to your brother?" Fred grinned mischievously at George. "Of course, my brother. Such a stroke of fortune cannot exclude you. First step to divinity. You must perish for over a decade. Allow me to assist you." With that, Fred lunged towards George, and the two began to playfully tussle on the living room sofa. Elder son drained his cup of tea. "Well, I've seen enough, sipped enough, and eaten enough. I must go visit my granddaughter now, so I shall take my leave." Tony, astonished, exclaimed, "You're leaving already? You've only been here for a little over 10 minutes. "Precisely 10 minutes and 25 seconds, Jarvis interjected with the exact time. Elder son paused and looked around him. "Who just spoke?" Tony chuckled. "That is my intelligent butler. His core is roughly the size of a warehouse, securely stored, and he can access the internet to reach anywhere. Elder son glanced at Tony. Treat your butler well. Young man, you are indeed the cleverest of them all. With that, elder son offered no further explanation and summoned his flying sword, vanishing in a flash of light. Tony was left with a perplexed expression, pondering the meaning behind it all. Perhaps he was complimenting me, sir, Jarvis suggested. Tony immediately displayed a look of disdain. You are far too narcissistic, Jarvis. This is not something to emulate. Erase it. Understood, sir. Jarvis spoke in a congenial manner, noting that whether or not to delete the information was of little concern to Tony, who would not scrutinize the details. Meanwhile, George and Fred concluded their playful banter, deliberating that returning to England was an impossibility given Fred's considerable notoriety there. It was evident that the reappearance of a man presumed dead would certainly stir considerable commotion. In contrast, the situation in America was far more favorable, as few were familiar with Fred. They resolved to write to Molly and Arthur, inviting them to visit the United States for Christmas, coinciding with the completion of a magical town, which could serve as an excellent excuse for a family gathering and a chance to showcase Fred without issue. Gemini, preferring to distance herself from the two, believed that they had indeed underestimated the gravity of the situation. It was absurd to withhold such significant news from their families for nearly a year. She could easily envision Molly's reaction, and it was prudent to keep her distance to avoid any potential fallout. Disregarding the ongoing intellectual sparring between Tony and his intelligent assistant, Gemini made a decisive exit, finding the antics of this group far less engaging than the troubles of ordinary people back at the shop. Days passed serenely, and Gemini almost began to think that trouble was a thing of the past when she received a call from Sun Xiao Xiao. I've located their hideout. It's in New York. Sun Xiao Xiao stated gravely, providing the address, 165 Brick Street, Manhattan. We have an agreement not to approach that location. You will have to rely on your own resources. Gemini calmly set aside her book, gently caressing the wand on the table. Do not worry, I will handle the rest myself. Thank you. This is nothing. Their hiding spot is far too coincidental. We are also investigating the internal situation, and it seems there are issues beyond your end, Sun Xiao Xiao continued. It's a 6-story building with approximately a dozen wizards and over 20 armed ordinary people. There is a hollow underground filled with various ammunition. You must bring assistance. Going alone is simply too risky. Gemini smiled. Of course, I'm not one to charge in a battle alone. I have quite a few capable allies. They will certainly be more than enough. After ending the call, Gemini pondered for a moment before picking up the two-way mirror to contact Draco. She relayed the information from her end, and Draco advised her to hold off on taking action until they could provide a few reinforcements. Although Gemini had many friends in America, most had no ties to wizardry, and encountering unforeseen complications could lead to trouble. Gemini had no objections to this plan. After agreeing on a time for their operation, she set aside the mirror and began drafting letters on parchment. She wrote to Steve, who was out on a mission with her friend seeking redemption, to Fred and George, who were testing their abilities in the deep woods, and to Ethan, who had claimed he would go out for inspiration. With everything prepared, all that remained was for everyone to assemble. In the distant expanse of Siberia, Steve and Bucky pried open an abandoned military base, gazing at the incubation pods inside, astonished to find that the machines were still operational and the individuals within the pods were alive. Take them back. They too are brainwashed winter soldiers. Return them to clarify their memories and accept judgment. Steve sighed, beginning to contact SHIELD agents for retrieval. A resounding eagle's cry echoed through the sky, prompting Steve to look up abruptly, where he beheld a golden eagle soaring above. Extending his arm, the eagle swiftly descended, offering him a letter with its talon before taking flight once more. Is it a letter from the shopkeeper? Bucky inquired curiously as he approached. The wizards certainly had a unique method of delivering messages. Albeit slow, it was commendable that they could locate anyone regardless of the distance. Steve nodded in acknowledgement, sensing an ominous premonition, for Jamie had never reached out to him in such a manner. After glancing through the letter, he folded it neatly and tucked it into his pocket. Let us go. We must return. There are matters at the shop that require my attention. Inform Fury that you should accompany me. Bucky nodded, wrapping his left arm decisively. Indeed, SHIELD's craftsmanship paled in comparison to Hydra's, as this new arm was somewhat unwieldy. Meanwhile, In the jungles of South America, George and Fred crouched beneath a tree, carefully digging up an herb. The moment the herb was uprooted, George produced a crystal box, and Fred hastily placed the herb inside. With the lid secured, they both exhaled in relief. Suddenly, Fred paused, his right hand reaching skyward, a letter materializing in his grasp. After a quick glance, he smiled at George, saying, "Brother, let us go. We have work to do. Our vacation has come to an end." George cautiously stowed the crystal box in his backpack, acknowledging that their objectives had been met, yielding satisfactory results. 3 days after Jamie dispatched all the letters, the odd job shop closed its doors early. The Parkers were assigned to Star Tower to manage the shop allocated to them, while Jamie quietly awaited her assistants in the guest room on the second floor. As if choreographed, everyone arrived at the odd job shop almost simultaneously through various means. The sounds of motorcycles and the crackling fireplace filled the once quiet shop, transforming it into a lively gathering as everyone exchanged greetings. The guests found their seats, while Kobe busily served tea and coffee to all. "What's happened, Jamie?" Steve inquired. Jamie glanced at the clock on the wall, replying, "Just a moment. We're still awaiting a few more." At that moment, the fireplace emitted a soft hiss, the flames turning green, drawing everyone's attention. Shortly after, a disheveled wizard with round glasses emerged from the hearth. "Long time no see, Jamie." Jamie beamed. "Harry, what brings you here?" Harry approached and embraced Jamie, responding, "Why not me? Draco said I'd be cooped up at home in England, bound to stir up trouble. Since you've uncovered some information, I was sent to lead the team here." Following Harry's arrival, more figures began to emerge from the fireplace. Ron, Neville, Colin, and Charlie soon joined the gathering. As the members of the Weasley family made their entrance, Fred discreetly concealed himself behind George, who nonchalantly shielded his twin brother from view. The excitement was palpable. It had seemed premature to reveal their surprise. Now, with everyone gathered, Gemini greeted all present and began outlining the evening's mission. The area had been secured by SHILD, and the American Aurors had assisted in locking down the surrounding space. "I will only say this. Please ensure your safe return," she urged, distributing various potions she had meticulously prepared over the past few days. Everyone received their share, and Ron eyed the 2 potions in George's possession with curiosity, pondering if his brother was particularly prone to injury. "Now, let us depart," Gemini declared solemnly. Just as they were about to step outside, a raucous rock anthem suddenly erupted from the sky. A dazzling suit of gold and crimson armor appeared before the shop, hovering in midair as it called out to Gemini. "Hey, how could you leave me out of the party? I'm the captain, after all." Gemini sighed in exasperation. "Stop pretending. Do you think I am unaware of the backdoor Jarvis installed for me?" Tony landed gracefully, opening his helmet and smirking at Gemini. "Why did everyone else receive your invitation? But I did not." Resisting the urge to deliver a punch, Gemini thought to herself that his arrival had completely nullified the tense atmosphere before the impending battle. Noticing the shift in her demeanor, Tony wisely fell silent, fastening his helmet. "I know the address. I'll head there first. See you soon." With a flash of light, Tony vanished into the skyline. Ron marveled at the spectacle. "Wow, do you think I could get one of those?" George shot a glance at his younger brother, little Ronnie. "The foolish must study more. You could sell yourself 100 times and still not afford one of those arms." Just as they were preparing to depart once more, hurried footsteps echoed from inside the shop. "Wait for me. And me. Why did you all forget about me?" Banner rushed out, hastily donning his coat. "I only needed 10 more minutes to finish my potions, and now you're all gone." Thankfully, he had made it just in time. Gemini felt an even greater sense of exasperation. Could she truly rely on this group? Would they manage to survive? "Enough. Do you want the entire world to know? Let us move." With a swift turn, Gemini operated away. Harry shrugged. "Let us go." He lifted a leg, transforming into a swirling cloud of white smoke that sped towards the destination Gemini had indicated. Ron and the few from England laughed heartily, following Harry, a trail of white smoke vanishing in pursuit. The remaining individuals showcased their unique abilities, but only Ethan and Banner exchanged a knowing glance. Mounting Ethan's small motorcycle and revving off towards Brick Street with a sense of camaraderie, Gemini's phantasmal shift had only reached the adjacent street, where the space had already been sealed off. She strolled leisurely towards number 165, then silently stood across the street, observing the building intently. Before long, everyone had gathered. Some perched on the rooftop, while others appeared at the street's edge. Steve parked the vehicle at the roadside, descended with a shield in hand, and stood before Gemini. Shall we commence? The voices had arrived. It was time to begin. Gemini's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. In the next moment, the dim night sky erupted with a kaleidoscope of spells, illuminating the quiet building at 165, which suddenly erupted into chaos. Chapter 135. Banish Banner. Gemini walked steadily across the deserted road, occasionally deflecting spells that flew her way with a casual flick of her wand, sending the vibrant incantations sprawling across the pavement and streetlights, leaving behind an array of peculiar marks. Standing before the damaged entrance that Steve had collided with, Gemini began to inscribe magical sigils upon the doorframe and walls. The cacophony of screams and combat within the building contrasted starkly with Gemini's calm demeanor, creating a bizarre harmony. As her final stroke was etched, Gemini placed her left hand upon the initial point, channeling her magical energy. The entire structure seemed to be engulfed in a miniature sun, radiating light as if no ceiling existed, revealing all traps and ambushes to everyone present. Those who attempted to flee found themselves colliding with the transparent walls outside, effectively trapped within the building, awaiting nothing less than a massacre. With a smile reminiscent of one attending a grand banquet, Harry wielded his wand, each movement sending an adversary flying or aiding a teammate in defense. The consequence of full engagement led Gemini to glance at her watch, smirking. She had overestimated them, as it had only taken 27 minutes. Tony approached with a clatter, lifting his visor. How shall we interrogate these individuals? Harry chuckled. Leave it to us. This is our forte, after all. Just then, Banner and Ethan arrived on their small motorcycle, with Banner leaping off while shedding his jacket, shouting, I'm here. Shall we charge in? Everyone exchanged knowing glances. It was only then that Banner realized something was amiss. Wait, have you finished already? Ethan, leisurely securing the motorcycle, remarked, Could you take us along next time? We are a team, after all. Don't you feel a pang of guilt for leaving us behind? Tony could not contain his amusement, doubling over in laughter. Even Steve and Bucky couldn't help but smirk. All right, enough with the antics. Gemini began. But her words were abruptly interrupted by a low, ominous voice. Before anyone could react, a foreboding black beam shot directly towards Gemini. Everything unfolded as if in slow motion. She watched the encroaching darkness, her mind consumed by a singular thought. There was no escaping it. In the next moment, Gemini was hurled away, and in her stead stood Banner. The instant the dark beam struck him, it transformed into a rift in space, swiftly consuming Banner. The intense agony of traversing through space triggered his transformation. Harry, the closest, rushed forward, managing only to grasp a fragment of torn clothing before Banner was entirely taken by the rift. Gemini sat dazed on the ground, her vacant gaze fixed on the spot where Banner had vanished. Everything around her seemed muted, as if silenced by an enchantment, while a dull roar filled her ears, rendering her unable to hear anything. After an indeterminate time, a maniacal laugh jolted Gemini from her stupor. She turned her gaze towards the captive thrown on the ground, her expression devoid of warmth. Ha ha ha. One has been taken. Worth it. Ha ha ha. You didn't see this coming, did you? That was spatial banishment. He will be cast into the turbulence of space. Not even a dragon could endure for long in such chaos. He is doomed. Ha ha ha. The captive laughed raucously, mocking Gemini. Gemini regarded him coolly. What if by some chance he endures the turbulence? Impossible. Even if he survives the chaos, no one knows where he will end up. Ha ha. Just a muggle. He never withstand it. The captive glared fiercely at her. With a sigh of relief, Gemini replied, If that's your stance, I am reassured. My employee is no ordinary muggle. To be honest, not even a dragon could match his resilience. As for where he might land, you underestimate muggles of today. We can now casually venture to the moon. Even if he were cast onto another planet, we would find him. Tony stepped on the captive's back, grinding down with force as he coldly stated. Gemini paid no heed to Tony's venting. She asked Harry for the torn fabric left by Banner and carefully placed it back in her pocket. Finding someone, for a diviner, is not a particularly arduous task. Wouldn't you agree? She looked down at the writhing captive. What a pity. You have utterly failed. Not a single one of you was taken. Harry patted Gemini's shoulder. You all should head back. We will interrogate here. Do not worry. Banner will be fine. He has faced Nobber before, and Nobber had no means to contend with him. Gemini nodded. I understand. I shall not interrupt your work. With that, she led the way out. Apart from the group of aurors from Britain, the others followed her out of the street. Gemini grasped Ethan's arm and directly apparat, while the rest swiftly departed in their own manner, leaving behind the haunting cries that pierced the sky. Upon returning to the shop, Gemini was far from the calm demeanor others had observed. She struggled to steady her trembling hands as she retrieved her crystal ball. After a prolonged period of calming herself, she finally managed to control her emotions and began to divine Banner's safety. With relief, she discovered there was no cause for alarm, and she exhaled deeply. Once again, a divination was attempted to ascertain Banner's whereabouts, yet nothing could be discerned. Gemini, resolute and unwilling to concede, endeavored to forcibly locate him, resulting in a backlash that caused her to cough up blood. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, she cast a fleeting smile at the worried Ethan, reassured that he would return in 2 years. In the next moment, Gemini collapsed, and Ethan, in a state of panic, caught her and called for Kirby to seek assistance. Upon their return to the shop, chaos ensued as everyone hurriedly transported Gemini back to her chamber. Tony swiftly exited, heading to St. Mungo's in New York, entirely forgetting his ability to apparate. When the healer, Vicky Edwin, arrived at St. Mungo's, he was met with a scene of utter disarray, with all present displaying looks of anxiety as they scurried about. "Make way. Where's the patient?" the healer demanded, his brow furrowing. Instantly, the crowd parted, forming 2 lines against the walls, pointing towards Gemini's door. Familiar with anxious families, Vicky paid them little mind and entered the room where the patient resided. After a considerable time, Vicky emerged from Gemini's chamber, stating, "Nothing serious, merely a backlash. She must refrain from using excessive magic for at least a year, and will require regular doses of magic stabilizers and vitality tonics, along with other potions. Who will accompany me to retrieve them?" Tony and Harry quickly stood up, with Harry exclaiming, "I will go." Before any dispute could arise, Vicky made a decision. "Very well, follow me." Tony and Harry exchanged glances and promptly trailed after the healer out the door. They apparat to the lobby of St. Mungo's, where Vicky instructed them to wait while he fetched a plethora of potions, also providing a list of precautions. Harry, cradling the potions, listened intently to Vicky's instructions, while Tony busied himself settling the bill at the payment counter. Upon their return to the shop, they found Gemini awake, sheepishly meeting Harry's furious gaze, unable to retort, and resigned to sit on the bed as everyone chastised her. After deliberation, Harry initially intended to take Gemini back to England for recovery, but this was met with stern refusal. Even Draco, when contacted, concurred that it would be prudent for Gemini to recuperate in America. They had recently dismantled the Dark Wizard Organization's foothold in the States, yet the situation in England remained tumultuous. Returning Gemini now could precipitate further complications. Reluctantly, Harry acquiesced to the notion. Days passed until Gemini was stable enough to rise from her bed, reducing her daily potions from 5 to 2. Only then did Harry finally step into the fireplace, glancing back with lingering concern. Before Ginny could catch her breath, the Weasley couple appeared at the burrow, laden with bags. After Harry returned home, he entrusted Molly and Arthur with the task of looking after things. Arthur, who had just retired this year, found himself at home with little to occupy his time. Leo Weasley had been sent to a Muggle primary school, while James was accompanied by Ginny, with Creature lending a hand. They faced no difficulties at all. Upon hearing that Ginny had sustained serious injuries and was recuperating alone in America, they could no longer remain idle. As soon as Harry arrived home, they promptly packed their belongings to care for her. Ginny, under Molly's meticulous care, found herself without a moment to send any private messages. Therefore, when George and Fred appeared together at the burrow, Molly's scream nearly lifted the roof off. The burrow was filled with the chaotic scenes of yore, while Ginny sat serenely on the sofa, holding a cup of health tea brewed by Molly. Watching as George and Fred, now akin to demigods, were chased around by Molly wielding an inconspicuous wand. Sipping her tea and gazing out at the azure sky, she felt utterly relaxed. "This is what happens when you keep secrets from me," Molly exclaimed angrily, stomping toward the kitchen below, her voice echoing as she went, punctuated by occasional loud sobs. George and Fred obediently huddled against the wall, finding even their childhood misadventures pale in comparison to their mother's wrath today. Arthur shook the newspaper in his hands, adjusting his reading glasses. "Children, I must say, This is entirely your fault. Still surprised? You ought to return to school and learn the precise meanings of words. Oh, Dad, aren't we all one family? We're nearly 40. Why are we still being lectured by Mom? George pouted in exasperation. Arthur chuckled, flipping the newspaper over. Even if you were 80, she would still be your mother, and you will always be our children. George and Fred fell silent, continuing to crouch quietly, awaiting Molly's temper to cool. They knew they were in the wrong. There was no escape from it. Molly prepared an abundance of dishes, enough to make Ginny's dining table groan under the weight of the feast. Ginny carefully placed her plate amidst the array of food, joyfully indulging in the Weasley family gathering-esque specialties, secretly relieved that she had no dietary restrictions. George and Fred had been crouching for an entire afternoon, watching Ginny's blissful expression as she savored her meal. The mouth-watering aromas wafting through the air made their stomachs grumble. Suddenly, Fred recalled something. By the way, Mom, did Ron not say anything when he returned? George's eyes brightened. Right, Mom. He came back with Harry and must have seen us. Didn't he mention anything? Molly looked at them suspiciously. Are you serious? He really saw you? George and Fred nodded vigorously. Sorry, Ron. A dead comrade does not hinder the living. We shall burn paper for you. Molly rose from her seat and hurried back to her room, retrieving a double-sided mirror, as she called out to Ron. After a considerable pause, Ron's groggy voice finally responded. With an unexpected warmth in her demeanor, Molly inquired, Ron, when you last visited, just before Gemini's injury, did you happen to see George and the others? Ron, still somewhat dazed, reply, of course, Mom. We were together. Yes, I saw them. No doubt about it. Molly set aside the mirror, gazing at the two with a look of tender concern. Come, let's eat. If there is anything you are concealing from me, you shall surely regret it. George and Fred nodded eagerly, hastening to the table, with Fred's eyes brimming with tears of joy at the prospect of enjoying his mother's cooking once more. Molly looked affectionately at Fred, her own eyes glistening with unshed tears. The following day, as Molly recorded a message of admonition, Gemini and the twins sat in unison on the balcony, basking in the sun while listening to Molly's tirade. They sighed together, lamenting poor little Ron. After a period of recuperation, during which Sun Xiao visited and brought Gemini a few medicinal pills to bolster her health, she insisted on witnessing Gemini swallow them before she would leave. Remarkably, the pills proved effective, significantly reducing Gemini's need for 2 potions daily to just once a week, which greatly relieved her. Finally freed from certain restrictions, Gemini eagerly made her way to the cellar. The potions from the shop had long ceased to flow due to Banner's exile, and she gazed mournfully at the empty potion cabinet, wishing fervently to retrieve and punish the dark wizard responsible for Banner's banishment. Having elder family members at home made a noticeable difference. Even Tony now approached the shop with utmost respect, entering through the front door rather than appearing unexpectedly on the windowsill. Gemini regarded Tony and asked, So, what brings you here this time? Tony tapped on the table, and Jarvis seamlessly projected a virtual screen between them. I've come up with a name for our little team. The Guardians. What do you think? Protecting the safety of Earth. Doesn't that sound better than the Avengers? Gemini scrutinized the webpage displayed before her and interjected, Wait, I have a question. Why are you the captain? Chapter 136. The formation of the Guardians and their first mission. Tony looked at Gemini with a bemused expression. Why is your focus so peculiar? It's obviously because I'm the one financing this endeavor. Gemini scoffed, but all the members of this team are mine. The one who funds it is the boss. Tony retorted confidently. Then I, representing my employees, choose to decline. Gemini asserted firmly. Tony, at a loss, asked, Must you be so resolute? Gemini remained silent, her gaze steady upon him. You know, as captain, one must first engage with national leaders, consider post-war repercussions, and manage salaries. Oh, and let's not forget negotiating with the dark-haired one. Tony elaborated, casually outlining the responsibilities that came with leadership. Upon hearing this, Gemini was immediately disheartened. Such a hassle? Never mind. I shall yield the leadership to you, but you cannot command me. Tony shot her a glance. When have I ever commanded you? Have a little self-awareness. Will you? Who can compel you to do something you are unwilling to? Gemini lifted her cup, taking a sip to mask her discomfort. So, is this visit solely to convey that? Certainly not. If you observe closely, I have established this website. Jarvis will assist us in filtering suitable tasks, ranging from preventing wars to rescuing cats from trees, assigning appropriate tasks to each member. For tasks manageable by ordinary citizens, Jarvis will notify the authorities. Only those beyond the capabilities of the common folk will summon the guardians. What do you think of this? Gemini curiously browsed the webpage, noting its minimalist design. Clear and straightforward, devoid of chaotic advertisements, making it comprehensible even to the elderly who are not well-versed in technology. Is a website solely reliant on Jarvis efficient? Gemini inquired with curiosity. Tony chuckled. Of course, it cannot rely solely on Jarvis. Our team comprises not only individuals with special abilities, but also discerning ordinary people. These individuals will serve as peripheral members of the Guardians, responsible for follow-up or verifying the accuracy of incidents. By the way, do you remember that distress call from before? That Baron Zemo. I discovered he has quite a remarkable talent, so I promptly recruited him. He is now our spokesperson, liaising with the government and shaping public opinion. Tony boasted proudly. Gemini immediately sensed something amiss. Did you not say this was the captain's responsibility? Tony, feeling guilty, glanced out the window. It is indeed the captain's responsibility, but I've delegated the tasks, which is also part of the captain's duties. Gemini, exasperated, found herself amused by his wordplay. Tony hastily shifted the topic. Oh, and the twins have also decided to join our Guardians Alliance. I feel Stark Tower is becoming insufficient. Could you please contact Sun Xiao and have them dispatch an engineering team? I have a plot of land in upstate New York where I plan to build a Guardian's base. Gemini regarded him coldly. You can contact him yourself, Captain. Tony sheepishly scratched his head. Don't be like that. Dear, let us communicate amiably. Gemini glared at Tony in indignation, yet picked up the phone, sealing the deal in a few brief exchanges. Sun Xiao indicated that a team would be dispatched from the mainland. By the way, Gemini hung up the phone and pointed at the flashing red exclamation mark on the virtual screen. I've always wanted to ask, what does this symbol signify? Following Gemini's gesture, Tony looked over. Jarvis? Why didn't you remind me? Sir, you instructed me to remain silent upon entering the hub. Jarvis replied monotonously. Tony hastily opened his phone, and in the next moment, the phone rang. Tony? You finally answered. I apologize, I was in a location with no signal. What is it? Zemo? What task is it? Tony responded composedly. The situation is as follows. Zemo briefly recounted the situation and inquired, shall we take on this task? If so, I require information regarding the candidates and their approximate capabilities, as I need to liaise with government officials. Tony pondered for a moment and replied, let me reach out to the Guardians first to ascertain suitable candidates and their availability. I will get back to you shortly. After ending the call, Tony turned to Gemini and asked, so are you interested? Gemini, intrigued, perused the task details projected by Jarvis. Of course, I've never encountered a scenario quite like this. I am in. Tony nodded. Well then, it's time for you to choose a codename. Also, do you wish to conceal your identity or reveal it? After some contemplation, Gemini decided, let's go with the manager for the codename, and it's best to keep my identity hidden. After all, my background is rather complicated. Tony stood up, understood. Jarvis will notify you of the assembly time. Prepare an outfit suitable for your debut, Miss Manager. As Gemini observed Tony striding toward the fireplace to contact the tailor, she realized she indeed required an ensemble that would obscure her features. Custom-made attire would be preferable. She hesitated to align with Tony's taste. Just as Gemini received her outfit, Jarvis's message arrived, instructing her to reach the top floor of Stark Tower by 9 p.m. for the team assembly. They were to depart for the mission that night, with the actual event scheduled for the following day. The operation would last for 2 weeks, and Jarvis specifically reminded Gemini to bring her medication. After packing a small suitcase, Gemini donned her combat attire, a long black suit adorned with golden magical patterns, complemented by an ankle-length pleated skirt and dragon hide boots with modest heels. She completed her look with a lacy golden half mask. Using her wand, she enchanted her hair, transforming her naturally wavy black locks into sleek, straight tresses of black and gold, secured by a pure black headband. This new appearance rendered her unrecognizable. Who could imagine that the girl fond of puffy skirts, appearing no older than 15 or 16, could metamorphose into a mature and sophisticated beauty? Upon arriving at the top floor of Stark Tower, Gemini surveyed the room, noting she was the last to arrive. Steve sat on the sofa, quietly polishing his shield, while the twins conversed softly across from him. Ethan, clad in a specially designed fireproof suit, stood by the window, gazing outside. Tony and Rhodes were engaged in conversation at the bar, while Natasha and Barton dazzled with their mixology skills. "Ah, everyone is here. Let's get underway," Tony announced, clapping his hands to draw attention as Gemini emerged from the fireplace. "I trust you are all aware of the mission details," he reiterated. "To clarify once more, this UN conference involves the situation in Africa, and there is a possibility of terrorist interference. Our objective is to ensure the smooth conduct of this meeting. Now, let's allocate tasks." Tony spoke as he distributed miniature earpieces to everyone, instructing them to wear them properly. Steve and Ethan stationed themselves around the periphery of the venue, vigilant for any suspicious individuals exhibiting unusual behavior. They nodded in acknowledgement. Natasha, having undergone extensive training as an agent, was to infiltrate the inner circle disguised as a conference attendee, remaining alert to any developments. Tony gestured affirmatively at Natasha. "Clint, take the high ground and leverage your advantages." The twins were assigned as a secondary line of defense, tasked with assisting Natasha in the inner area, ready to heed her commands. "Gemini, ensure the venue security. Can your magic sigils be temporary? After all, they haven't paid for anything permanent," Tony inquired, surveying the group. Gemini nodded, assuring him it was manageable with a simple adjustment of her magical input. "Thus, we embark on the Guardian's inaugural major mission," Tony proclaimed, leading the charge onto the terrace. With each step, components of his armor soared to him, and by the time he boarded the Quinjet, he was fully equipped. The jet's doors slowly sealed, ascending vertically towards the conference in Washington. Upon arrival, Zemo awaited them on the tarmac. Earlier, Tony had briefed Zemo on their assignments while still in the air. By the time they landed, all necessary items, such as badges and identification, had been arranged. Everything was set, awaiting the commencement of the conference the following day. "This is Hawkeye. No irregularities detected," reported Barton, perched atop a nearby skyscraper, surveying the surroundings from his vantage point. "No abnormalities inside." Natasha's voice came through, lowered yet clear. "The exterior is secure," Steve reported steadily, signaling to Ethan, both having observed nothing amiss. "Excellent. Maintain your positions," Tony instructed, utilizing his illusion spell to conceal himself on the top floor, meticulously monitoring the nearby surveillance footage filtered by Jarvis. Gemini sat idly on a support beam above the venue, cloaked in Harry's invisibility garment, nibbling on snacks provided by Kobe, while listening to representatives from various nations deliver speeches in their native tongues, or in English, which felt monotonous. "By the way, Tony, who is the black man on the right side of the podium?" Gemini asked, her gaze sweeping across the venue, suddenly noticing something of interest. "What is it? Do they pose a threat?" "Let me see," Tony replied, his demeanor shifting to seriousness. "They are representatives from Wakanda. The two are the king of Wakanda and the heir apparent," he clarified. Gemini swung her legs playfully, inquiring, "Does their nation have any intriguing legends? They don't seem like ordinary individuals. I get a peculiar vibe from them." Data flowed rapidly before Tony's eyes until he finally responded. "Wakanda primarily worships the Panther god. Legend has it that upon death, they return to the plains of the Panther goddess, transforming into a black panther. Does that count?" Gemini took a bite of her cookie, musing, that seems plausible, especially with that young man. He exudes a powerful aura. Your words resonate with me. It must be divine. Is power really that straightforward these days? I'm now going to worship the leopard god. Do you think I will make it in time?" Barton inquired curiously. Gemini rolled her eyes. "Do you think those deities are commonplace? Stop joking. Gentlemen, let us refrain from arguing. There's a situation at hand," Steve interjected suddenly, silencing the entire channel. "Big guy, report your location," Tony calmly requested. "Sector 23, approximately 10 meters ahead. The individual wearing a hat appears suspicious," Steve replied, stealthily advancing towards the person in question. "Allow me to scan," Tony promptly instructed, and nearby cameras captured the individual Steve mentioned, while Jarvis commenced its analysis. "Sir, the weapon disassembled within his backpack has a 40 accuracy rate, the rocket launcher an 80 accuracy rate, and the remaining small arms a 30 accuracy rate." In a short while, Jarvis concluded its assessment. "Big guy, apprehend him," Tony commanded decisively. Steve, having approached the dubious figure, swiftly brought his shield down upon the person's face at the command, sending him crashing to the ground. Steve followed up, restraining the individual as nearby guards quickly subdued him. Grabbing the backpack, Steve opened it, a cold sweat instantly forming on his brow. It contained smoke bombs. The attacker was someone else entirely. The backpack was filled with metallic components, merely resembling a rocket launcher, yet devoid of any ammunition. Unfortunately, Steve's warning came too late. Approximately 100 meters away, within the crowd, a cacophony of gasps erupted as a projectile was launched towards the venue. Tony immediately began to intercept, but the distance was alarmingly short. He managed to intercept the projectile right before the glass wall behind the podium, resulting in a violent explosion that enveloped the area in smoke. "Gemini, how is everything inside?" Tony inquired urgently, already dispatching surrounding robots to encircle the venue. No issues here. The representatives merely witnessed a fireworks display," Gemini replied, glancing at the intact glass wall, unable to resist commenting. Why on earth would they install such glass walls knowing they are unsafe? It's practically a target. Standing at the podium was none other than Chaka, the king of Wakanda, whose heir hastily ascended the stage to steady the shaken monarch. The crowd looked on in shock at the explosion outside, discussing the quality of the glass. After all, given the magnitude of the blast, ordinary glass would have shattered long ago, and the attendees would undoubtedly have been harmed. "Zemo, it is your turn to act. Arrange for all representatives to evacuate," Tony instructed, as the team gathered to escort the delegates out in an orderly fashion. Steve, frustrated, gazed at the crowd, lamenting, "I failed to apprehend him. That person escaped while I was obstructed by the throng. Do not worry, Captain. I have him in my sights." With his eyes slightly narrowed, Barton fixated intently on the silhouette of an individual clad in a black jacket and hood, periodically reporting the position while the surrounding cameras followed his instructions to track the person. However, Barton lacked the agility for swift movement and, in a secluded alley devoid of surveillance, ultimately lost sight of his target. Chapter 137. Wakanda, a nation of agricultural poverty under Zemo's orchestration. All representatives were safely escorted by bodyguards back to their respective embassies, leaving only the king and prince of Wakanda surrounded by a contingent of female guards, expressing their desire to converse with the head of security. Upon hearing news from Zemo, Tony hurriedly arrived, recalling Gemini's mention of the energy signatures emanating from the two individuals, suggesting they might possess hidden abilities. "Greetings, Your Majesty. I am Tony Stark, the head of security for this event. It is a pleasure to meet you. Firstly, I must extend my sincerest apologies for your experience here. It was a lapse on our part that nearly resulted in your injury." Tony, having shed his armor to don a suit, engaged in pleasantries with Chaka. Chaka smiled warmly. "There is no need for apologies, Mr. Stark. We owe you our gratitude for saving my life. Had it not been for your preemptive defenses, I might have returned to the savannah to meet the Panther God. Let's not linger here. This location has just witnessed an attack. Perhaps we could converse elsewhere?" Tony suggested, his vigilance scanning the surroundings. "Of course. Do you have any recommendations?" Chaka gently patted his son's hand and earnestly regarded Tony. "Wakanda has come with sincerity, since this conference cannot proceed. We do not wish our visit to be in vain. We cannot trust others at this moment, yet you saved my life, and I am willing to collaborate with you." Tony nodded dismissively. What could Wakanda possibly offer? As an impoverished agricultural nation, what was there to gain from collaboration? Though whispers of their vibranium production floated around, the quantity was hardly sufficient. It could barely suffice to craft a shield for Steve. "Manager, come down. It's time for us to return." Tony called out to the rooftop. Gemini dusted off the crumbs from her hands and removed her invisibility cloak, revealing herself. The Wakandan delegation regarded her with peculiar expressions, unaware that a person had been above them all along, even as Wakandan technology had scanned the entire venue without detecting her presence. Amidst their scrutiny, Gemini carefully folded her flowing cloak and stowed it in a small bag, then gracefully descended. The onlookers gasped in unison as her figure vanished midair, only to reappear beside Tony, softly stating, "Let us go." This entrance left the Wakandans in awe. Was this the magic of legend? I had thought it merely a ruse. The youthful Prince T'Challa gazed at Gemini with astonishment. Tony chuckled. "Indeed, it is magic. We have lingered long enough. The aircraft awaits outside. Let us retreat to my tower for further discussions. There, we shall be absolutely secure." Chaka harbored no objections, accompanied by his entourage and son, as they followed Tony out of the conference hall. Throughout the flight, T'Challa found himself yearning to engage with Gamina, eager to witness the legendary magic once more. It was only when Gamina shot a fierce glare at Tony that he reluctantly pulled Chala closer, personally demonstrating the wonders of magic. Tony felt a twinge of melancholy, pondering why he was required to take matters into his own hands. It was only after Chaka sternly reprimanded Chala that he settled quietly into his seat, offering Tony an apologetic smile. Before long, the aircraft touched down atop Star Tower, where Tony guided the group into the conference room, instructing Bog to serve refreshments as the formal discussions commenced. "What did you say?" Tony exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at Chaka. "Are you certain? This is impossible. Are you not a poverty-stricken agricultural nation?" Chaka looked at Tony apologetically, explaining that this was merely a facade to evade the ravages of war. "You know well the consequences of possessing something unique. To ensure the survival of our nation, we had no choice but to conceal our true selves." Tony's mouth fell agape, feeling profoundly struck. He had always believed he stood at the pinnacle of technological achievement on Earth. Yet here emerged a seemingly impoverished agricultural nation claiming to have outpaced him by nearly a century. How could he possibly accept this? Chala produced a chip, inquiring, "Can you analyze this? It contains what we intended to present at the United Nations meeting, but our demonstration was interrupted and the playback device was left behind." As Tony examined the chip, which bore no resemblance to any model on the market, he found himself convinced to a significant extent. "I can give it a try. Jarvis, please analyze it." "Certainly, sir," Jarvis responded, and a virtual screen began to rise from the conference table, streams of data flickering across it. Soon, Jarvis completed the analysis, and the virtual screen began to display the contents of the chip. What unfolded was a vision of a future city, one that existed within the dreams of many: towering edifices, various vehicles suspended in the air, and a virtual phone for every individual. As Tony gazed at the virtual screen, he took a sip of tea to steady himself, astounded that satellites had failed to detect such a futuristic city on Earth. "That is because we possess a protective shield that cloaks our entire nation in a guise," Chaka explained, tapping a spot on the virtual screen. The image shifted to reveal Wakanda as visible from satellites, lush with verdant grass and clustered woodlands. "I must admit, Mr. Stark, you are truly deserving of the title of the world's smartest man. Was it your intelligent assistant just now? Remarkable." Chaka marveled at Tony, fully aware that Wakanda's current state was merely a result of their vibranium resources, while Tony, through his own efforts, had nearly bridged the technological divide. With a resigned sigh, Tony set down his cup. "No, please do not say that. I am self-aware. There are areas in which I cannot match your prowess. However, given the opportunity, I could undoubtedly surpass you. That said, what do you wish to exchange?" Chaka gazed at Tony, urging him not to underestimate himself. "What we seek to exchange are certain potions with extraordinary effects, such as hair growth elixirs, truth serums, and luck potions." Tony squinted, pondering whether such items would be worth the exchange given your technological prowess. "What, precisely, is your intention? If you cannot elucidate, I shall have no choice but to express my apologies." Chaka chuckled. "Do not be anxious, Mr. Stark. Our purpose in attending this meeting is to showcase Wakanda. We have remained secluded for far too long. It is time to emerge. The world has been experiencing turmoil in recent years, and even from our isolated Wakanda, we are aware of it. The Black Panther guides me. We can no longer remain insular. We must step forward, for a war that will affect all humanity is looming, and we cannot stand idly by. If we can fortify nations, our chances of victory in this impending conflict will be greatly enhanced. This is our aim." Tony fell silent, and after a considerable pause, nodded in understanding. "Very well, what exactly do you propose? By the way, I have heard that you produce vibranium. Is it true that your yield is as limited as rumored? Having seen your city, I find that hard to believe." Chaka glanced at his son, who nodded in comprehension and rose to stand beside Tony. He removed his coat and shirt, revealing a tight-fitting undershirt. Grasping the hem of the garment, he presented it to Tony, saying, "Feel this material." Tony's lips twitched. Could he not have brought more than one sample? Reluctantly, he extended his hand to touch the undershirt worn by another man, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Upon further inspection, he realized something was amiss. The texture was unlike any known material. Connecting this with the earlier inquiry, Tony's eyes widened in astonishment as he firmly grasped Chalia's undershirt. "Is this made of vibranium?" Chaka laughed heartily, impressed by Tony Stark's quick wit. "Indeed, this is vibranium. Our technology relies heavily on it. I can share a truth with you. This does not factor into our dealings with other nations. Our reserves of vibranium are beyond your imagination. We have utilized it for millennia, yet have barely tapped into 1,000th of its potential. Tony opened his mouth, gripping Chala's garment tightly. For a fleeting moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to rush to Wakanda and witness what these people had accomplished. To craft clothing from vibranium, worth $100,000 per gram? Such extravagance was unimaginable. Even the wealthiest in New York would not dare to be so wasteful. With great effort, Chala eventually reclaimed his undershirt, donning it with a hint of trepidation, as Tony's gaze seemed to wish to strip him bare. So how about this? We can provide your guardians with ample vibranium. We require your assistance in negotiating with various nations to establish mutually beneficial agreements. For our goal is to enhance the strength of the earth, not to instigate war. Moreover, my son, Chala, as the new generation of the Black Panther, will join the Guardians. Chaka articulated his intentions. Tony began to ponder, how much vibranium can you provide? Chaka responded with a subtle smile. Each Guardian will receive 4 tailored vibranium suits annually, complete with weaponry, in addition to an extra 10 kilograms of vibranium for research purposes. Furthermore, we shall share with you our insights into the creation of the Black Panther suit. Tony immediately slammed his hand on the table. 20 kilograms. Each individual requires 8 suits. After all, they need to be laundered, right? Chaka extended his hand. It's a deal. Tony, taken aback, realized he had been hasty. He had set the price too low. With their agreement finalized, Tony and Chaka emerged from the conference room, both wearing broad smiles. From this moment forth, Wakanda would be a friendly nation to the Guardians. Tony promptly summoned Zemo, knowing that this was precisely the sort of task he excelled in, especially after having recently hosted various world leaders. Entrusting this to him was most fitting. Chaka understood Tony's eagerness to explore vibranium, considering he had a genius daughter at home whose intelligence rivaled that of Tony. He promptly shared Shuri's contact information with Tony. When two geniuses collide, inspiration flows abundantly. Tony let J.A.R.V. Ice escort their king and prince on a tour while he retreated to the laboratory. J.A.R.V.'s, lacking a physical form, expressed his inability to fulfill that role and sought out Gemini instead. Using Tony's funds to arrange a tour for the Wakandan representatives of the legendary magical town and Stark Tower, Gemini remarked that the offer was quite enticing, and the price was simply irresistible. Having spent a considerable sum, J.A.R.V. Ice was content, pondering why women always enjoyed shopping. The thrill of spending was indeed delightful, especially when it wasn't his own money. Oblivious to the significant dent in his personal finances, Tony immersed himself in the conceptualization of a new suit. Shuri's development of a necklace-style Black Panther suit perfectly aligned with the ideas he had generated when witnessing Gemini transform her attire. The two exchanged thoughts endlessly over the network. It seemed that before long, Tony's suit would debut alongside the new Black Panther attire. After hosting the father-son duo from Wakanda, Gemini received a small gift from the king, a vibranium-made pendant. Once she bid farewell to the pair, Gemini examined the remarkable metal that Tony revered, discovering with astonishment that its magical conductivity rivaled that of mithril, while its durability was comparable to orichalcum. This revelation filled her with anticipation for the 8 suits Tony had mentioned, imagining herself adorned in alchemical gear with the garments bearing injury-repairing magic runes. Just the thought of it brought her immense joy. While Zemo assisted Wakanda in negotiations with various nations, military personnel approached Stark Tower. This is impossible. Tony furrowed his brow as he gazed at the individual in the photograph. Steve was summoned by Tony, who gazed at the photograph in astonishment. There was no way Bucky could have committed such an act. At the time of the attack during the event, Bucky was imprisoned in S.H.L.D., with hundreds of witnesses ready to testify on his behalf. The military representative looked down at Tony with an air of arrogance, declaring that their assertions held no weight as evidence. He advised them to be sensible and surrender the individual in question to avoid a public spectacle. Tony, bemused yet infuriated, dialed Rhodes immediately. What is happening? Who is this person with such bravado? Is he the next Secretary of Defense? Rhodes, bewildered, requested that Tony send him a photograph. Upon seeing the individual in the picture, whose chin seemed to reach for the heavens, Rhodes adopted the expression of an elderly man on the subway engrossed in his phone. Well, you didn't call me about this person. I don't recognize him. He is probably an imposter. This is on you, buddy. After hanging up, Tony smiled at the military representative, his armor swiftly assembling around him. With his palm glowing ominously, he asked, "Will you leave on your own, or shall I escort you? You ought to remember that addressing me demands a measure of courtesy. Who do you think you are?" Should I become enraged, I might just take my leave with my associates. How will you explain that? Yes, it would be your doing. Can you fathom the consequences? The military representative, flustered, exited Stark Tower, casting a resentful glare at the security personnel at the entrance. Tony stood at the doorway, waving with his armored hand. "Farewell, and may we never meet again, fool." Chapter 138. The Heavens Disconnection. Gemini sets out after the military representative's departure. Tony stroked his chin, turning to Steve. "Are you certain your close friend is indeed in prison?" Steve's expression was grave. "Of course. Apart from our joint missions, he is held captive in the depths of S.H.I.E.L.D., monitored by hundreds of agents. If he were to escape, Fury would notify me immediately." "Then it seems we're dealing with remnants of Hydra," Tony replied. "As this concerns your comrade, I entrust this matter to you." "Yea, ARVIS. Will assist you." Steve nodded and promptly exited the building, heading toward S.H.I.L.D. Meanwhile, Gemini received an unexpected visitor. Elder Sun sat silently on the sofa, taking a moment before revealing his purpose. He was there to place an order. Gemini looked at him curiously, wondering what tasks could possibly challenge someone as formidable as Elder Sunday. "You must have heard of the legendary Heavenly Realm?" Elder Sun inquired. Gemini nodded in understanding. "I've heard that the Heavenly Realm does not reside on Earth, but rather in a subspace, correct?" Elder Sun affirmed, "Indeed. In our Chinese cultivation system, reaching a certain level triggers natural trials known as heavenly tribulations. Those who successfully navigate these tribulations ascend to the heavenly realm and cannot return to the mortal world under normal circumstances. Conversely, those who fail to pass the tribulations are likewise barred from entry. Surely, many cultivators have ascended throughout history. Isn't the heavenly realm still accepting souls?" Gemini asked, astonished. Elder Sun glanced out the window at the sky. What if those beings continue to be consumed? Gemini furrowed her brow, pondering the implications of consumption. Could it be related to war? Elder Sun nodded, explaining that the Celestial Court had long been engaged in a struggle against what we refer to as the extraterrestrial demons, enemies from beyond our realm, or, as you might say, dimensional foes. Throughout history, the position of Huaxia has served as a conduit, persistently besieged by these formidable invaders. In ancient times, our ancestors engaged in monumental battles to repel these demons, only to discover that their numbers never dwindled. New ones would emerge with time. Consequently, our forebears established the Celestial Court, utilizing rifts in the fabric of space to seal off these breaches, with all members of the court continually battling on the front lines. Gemini dared not utter a word. This was a secret within a secret. The mere fact that she could hear such confidential matters felt like a stroke of fortune. She diligently took notes, determined not to miss a single punctuation mark. No wonder Huaxia's long-standing civilization had been embroiled in internal strife. This elucidation made perfect sense. Yet, even immortals face mortality. They are still human, albeit with cultivation that surpasses that of us mere mortals. Before long, the Celestial Court found itself dwindling in numbers. In desperation, they transmitted the teachings of various immortals into the mortal realm, allowing common folk to begin their own cultivation. Once they reached a certain level and passed the trials, they would gain entry into the Celestial Court, thereby replenishing the ranks on the battlefield against the extraterrestrial demons, a site that had long since become the final resting place for countless ancestors of Huaxia. Elder Sun's gaze grew dim. Does no one wish to withdraw? Gemini could not help but inquire. Withdraw? We Waxians hold dear the values of gratitude and loyalty, having inherited the teachings of the immortals. We have commanded respect in a mortal realm for countless years. How can we falter when called upon? Such cowardice would earn us the scorn of our descendants. Elder Sun smiled as he gazed skyward. Gemini admired the way Elder Sun looked at the heavens. After a moment of silence, he tapped his forehead and continued. Where were we? Ah, yes, the battlefield. The Celestial Court has never been at full capacity, yet it has never been devoid of personnel either. Naturally, we are not the sole defenders on Earth. Beyond the Himalayas, there exists a cadre of secretive mages who also engage in battle against myriad dimensions. However, they have opted for a more passive approach, erecting a protective barrier around the Earth, with their leader stationed here to repel would-be invaders. Initially, our collaboration was fruitful, with one force advancing while the other safeguarded the rear. Yet recently, that leader approached our Taoist sect, signaling her intent to retire soon. This impending transition may incite some turmoil, and we must prepare ourselves. However, the Celestial Court has been unable to make contact with her, Elder Sun lamented. Gemini was taken aback. Unable to make contact? I recall hearing whispers of similar circumstances during the Second World War when Huaxia was invaded. Elder Sun nodded solemnly. Indeed, while the Celestial Court rarely intervenes in the mortal realm unless absolutely necessary, how could they remain passive when the survival of the nation was at stake? During that tumultuous period, the Celestial Court faced dire challenges, being assaulted by two formidable dimensions, leaving them unable to attend to the mortal conflict and resulting in a dark chapter in Huaxia's history. Jamie remained silent. Although she was not yet born at that time, she felt a pang of guilt knowing her homeland had participated. It was disheartening to think that while others were banding together to fend off foreign invaders, her own home was being plundered by a band of ungrateful rascals. Anyone would feel outraged. Fortunately, our great nation, Huaxia, proved resilient and has weathered the storm. We have also made contact with the Celestial Court. Elder Sun, noticing Jamie's unease, cheerfully shifted the topic. So, what brings you here this time? Jamie asked tentatively. Elder Sun chuckled awkwardly. The Celestial Court has once again lost contact, and we, unfortunately, are powerless to act, as our cultivation levels are insufficient for a forced breakthrough. A sense of foreboding crept into Jamie's heart as she looked at Elder Sun. Are you implying that I? Elder Sun blinked and burst into laughter. Ah, this young lady is quite astute. No wonder I've taken a liking to you. Jamie laughed along. You are too kind, truly flattered. What delightful jest. They both shared an awkward laugh for a while, but then Jamie's expression turned serious. Are you certain? Am I the only one? Elder Sun rubbed his hands together awkwardly. Well, we have no choice. Our cultivation levels are inadequate, and we must seek external assistance. I have observed your cultivation system. It can bypass the rules of the Celestial Court to gain entry. This is a rare opportunity. Others may never catch a glimpse of the Celestial Court in their lifetimes. Jamie's lips twitched, but I just graduated a few years ago. Is it truly appropriate to involve me in such a significant matter? Perhaps I could recommend a few reliable sorcerers? Elder Sun chuckled. Oh, I am aware. As for divination, we also possess that skill, but you are the best outcome. Jamie felt overwhelmed. Divination again. Are you certain it is me? Elder Sun quietly retrieved his phone. This was not originally intended for you, until we saw this. On the screen was a photo of Jamie clad in the combat uniform of the Guardian, codenamed Shopkeeper. The image was undoubtedly taken from the Guardian's website. While unfamiliar eyes would not recognize her, those who knew her would certainly make the connection. Initially, we sought another person, so different from your usual self. We scoured the magical communities across nations until my granddaughter stumbled upon the Guardian's website and showed me the screenshot. That is when we realized the person we were looking for is indeed you, Elder Sun said softly. Jamie stared at the photo and sighed. It seems there is no avoiding this. Prophecies and divination, no matter how much one resists, what is destined to come will arrive. The more one fights against it, the more unpredictable the consequences. So what must I do? Jamie returned the phone to Elder Sun, resigned. Elder Sun gazed at her with delight. You have agreed? Truly. Thank you. Rest assured, we will do everything in our power to ensure your safety. You will merely be delivering a message for us. Even if we were to perish, we would not allow you to suffer the slightest harm. As for the matter of remuneration, within the realm of cultivation in Huaxia, you may choose whatever you desire. Elder Sun assured, thumping his chest. I wish for a flying sword. Gemini's eyes sparkled. She had long coveted it and was determined to obtain it. No problem. However, the flying sword requires cultivation for mastery, Elder Sun cautioned. You must return to cultivate. Otherwise, you shall not gain entry into the celestial realm. Gemini nodded in understanding. The flying sword was already half in her grasp. Elder Sun rubbed his hands together once more, inquiring when they would embark. Gemini, exasperated by the eager Elder Sun, replied, Do not rush. Let's wait a few more days. After all, we are venturing into an alternate dimension. I must properly prepare and pack my belongings. After bidding farewell to the grateful Elder Sun, Gemini sighed and began writing letters to everyone, having to close the shop again. The Parker couple, now with time on their hands, had started seeking a place of their own to sell Huaxia delicacies. Gemini swiftly organized her luggage and arranged for Kirby to stay with Tony, as this journey was not for leisure. The rules sounded quite cumbersome, and if Kirby could not return, where would she find such a considerate little sprite again? Upon hearing of her upcoming journey, Tony went out of his way to deliver the garments he had crafted from Wakanda for Gemini. These were designed according to her specifications, perfectly aligning with her aesthetic. Once donned, they felt light and breathable while also offering protective capabilities. Tony had spent an entire day weaving intricate magical patterns into the fabric. Gemini was thoroughly satisfied with this ensemble. After contacting Elder Sun to confirm their departure time, Gemini surveyed the empty establishment of Wan Sherwu, a gentle smile gracing her lips. She wondered when Banner would return and when she would come back herself. Hopefully, the duration would not be excessively long. Just before her departure, Gemini sent off all her letters to prevent any unexpected confrontations from Harry. She was not adept at handling tearful farewells. Stepping out of the shop, Gemini tapped her wand against the unyielding roll-up door, which clanged down with a resounding thud. A sign on the door read, "Store manager away. Return date uncertain." Donning a hat, Gemini was about to leave when she spotted Tony leaning against the wall across the street. "Well, I shall refrain from saying much, but remember to return. Also, here is a cheese hamburger I prepared for you. It is my favorite, preserved with magic, and can last at least a month without spoiling." Tony adjusted his glasses and handed Gemini a picnic basket. Upon seeing it, Gemini burst into laughter. It was indeed the same basket she had taken to the cave years ago, still intact. "How did you know?" Gemini inquired as she accepted the picnic basket. Tony patted his chest, stating, "Although I do not wish to betray you, old Jarvis, I have no desire to deceive Gemini either. Jarvis informed me." "Sir, I sincerely appreciate your honesty. I shall remember it." Jarvis's voice resonated from Tony's chest. Gemini beamed as she observed Tony bickering with his intelligent assistant. "Well then, I shall refrain from saying goodbye. I hope that by the time I return, you will have placed a ring on Pepper's finger. Of course, it would be splendid to save the wedding for me. I have yet to attend a Muggle wedding." Tony's expression darkened. "I'm no longer a Muggle." Gemini laughed heartily, turned on her heel, and waved her right hand nonchalantly. "See you later, Mr. Billionaire." Tony watched a retreating figure, shrugged, and replied, "Goodbye, Miss Wizard. Jarvis, let us return. There are many matters to attend to. I hope that when Gemini comes back, she will witness a more beautiful world. By the way, have you been in contact with Huaxia? Have they confirmed there is no danger?" Tony inquired as he walked. "Yes, sir. However, traversing through space may result in temporal turbulence. So it is merely a matter of time. There are no safety concerns, as assured by the Huaxia side," Jarvis responded. "The picnic basket is equipped with a vibranium locator, ensuring a safe arrival at the heavenly realm." "Well done, old Jarvis. Although we will not seek out the heavenly realm, if anything were to happen to Gemini, we must retrieve her," Tony asserted firmly, removing his glasses and tapping the pendant around his neck. In an instant, his sleek armor enveloped him, and the next moment, Iron Man soared into the sky. As Gemini rounded a corner, she was swiftly picked up by Sun Xiao Xiao, aboard a specially sanctioned flying vessel renowned as the most luxurious and fastest in existence. So rapid was their journey that Gemini barely had time to finish her refreshments before they arrived. Upon disembarking, Gemini stood astonished before a group of elderly individuals, each with flowing white hair and beards, standing gracefully in the square. They all performed a bow in unison, causing Gemini to nearly stumble and fall from the vessel in surprise. "What's going on here?" she exclaimed, hastily descending the craft and grasping the arm of the leading Elder Sun, her heart racing as she regarded the elderly assembly. Elder Sun chuckled. "After all, we are here to trouble you, and although we guaranteed your safety, your agreement is a favor, and we must express our gratitude." "But didn't we agree on compensation?" Gemini queried. "That is different." Elder Sun interrupted, gesturing for her to follow. "Come, everything is prepared over there." Gemini could only awkwardly nod and smile at the lined-up elders. "Here we are," Elder Sun announced as they arrived at their destination. "Initially, we intended to hold some ceremony for you, but that girl Xiao Xiao intervened. Alas, we have neglected you." Gemini turned to glance at the embarrassed Sun Xiao Xiao, discreetly giving her a thumbs up. "Well done, my good friend." Elder Sun produced a palm-sized jade token. "This is the letter you need to carry. Anyone may read it." Chapter 139, Ascending the Heavenly Ladder. Entering the celestial realm Gemini, cautiously accepted the jade token and placed it in her pocket. Any person may present this to the heavenly realm, even the gatekeeper? Elder Sun nodded affirmatively. Indeed, even the gatekeeper. And look, this is the entrance. You may walk directly through. Jemina followed Elder Sun's pointed finger and beheld an archway crafted from pristine white jade, standing resolutely at the end of the square. Through this archway, she could faintly discern the steps ascending behind it, with two ancient characters, heavenly ladder, elegantly engraved upon its surface. At first glance, this archway resembled those she had encountered during her travels in Huaxia, presenting no immediate indication of anything extraordinary. Elder Sun positioned himself beside Jemini at the archway's entrance. As she gazed upward at the seemingly endless steps beyond the arch, a sense of trepidation began to stir within her. Could one truly ascend the structure? Sensing her apprehension, Elder Sun spoke, dispelling her doubts. This heavenly ladder, he explained, can only be traversed through one's own efforts, step by step. No shortcuts will suffice, and it is best not to entertain any clever tricks. Moreover, descending this ladder yields benefits, as it is said to refine your magical powers and enhance your mental fortitude. Jemina nodded earnestly, proclaiming her resolve to ascend. Elder Sun smiled with satisfaction. Ah, to demonstrate that we are not willfully avoiding this challenge by seeking you out, I shall provide you with a demonstration. Jemina blinked in confusion, pondering the need for a demonstration. Was there a particular stance required for entry? In the gaze of the assembled onlookers, Elder Sun adjusted his robes and glanced behind him, ensuring the path was clear before striding boldly toward the archway. Jemina dared not blink, fearful of missing a crucial moment. In the next instant, as Elder Sun's foot crossed the threshold, he was seemingly struck by an unseen force, bending into a bow shape and vanishing like a cannonball before the astonished crowd. A gust of wind swept past Jemini, and in an instant, Elder Sun was gone, prompting the elderly Taoist priests to recoil in shock. Jemina stood frozen, her mind racing, until 5 minutes later when several priests returned, carrying the coughing Elder Sun on a stretcher. Cough, cough, did you see that? He wheezed. This is the consequence of insufficient training, cough, cough, and recklessly attempting to breach the door. He coughed intermittently, occasionally spitting blood for dramatic effect. Jemina swallowed hard, acknowledging, I saw it. You truly had no choice. As Elder Sun was taken away, another elder, wielding a whisk, offered an apologetic glance toward Jemini. It seems the burden falls upon you, Miss Blake. Rest assured, we shall await your return. With an awkward smile, Jemini turned away from the group of Taoist priests, carefully studying the archway. She hesitantly extended a trembling hand toward it, vividly recalling Elder Sun's recent plight. Her outstretched hand safely passed through the archway, and she felt as if she had traversed a curtain of water. Retrieving her hand, she inspected it for any signs of dampness, finding none. A protective barrier, she surmised. After confirming that all remained well, she turned back and declared, Then I shall embark. The elderly priests bowed deeply, intoning Wuliang Tianzuan before settling into a meditative posture on the ground. Gemini forced a smile, an expression she had seldom worn before, as if she were bidding farewell to something dear. Regaining her composure, she no longer hesitated. She lifted her chin and strode confidently through the archway, ascending the stone steps one by one. Once past the arch, she glanced back, only to find the door had vanished from view, replaced by an infinite expanse of steps. It seemed that even if she wished to retreat now, there would be no turning back. With a self-deprecating smile, Gemini pondered how, having come this far, she could still entertain thoughts of retreat. The commitments made by the Blake family were to be fulfilled without fail. With resolute steps, she continued her ascent, unaware of how long she had been walking. The lush greenery that had flanked her was gradually replaced by billowing white clouds. As she walked, she marveled at the changing scenery, grateful for the research she had conducted prior to her journey. This truly resembled the celestial realms depicted in Chinese mythology. The path seemed endless, and whenever fatigue set in, she would pause to rest on the steps, indulging in the cheeseburger Tony had given her before his departure. Although Tony had assured her it could last a month, Gemini remained skeptical and decided it was wiser to consume it sooner rather than later, lest unforeseen circumstances necessitate medication. Her journey was marked by intermittent stops, yet the illumination around her remained unchanged, perpetually bright as day. The magic she had summoned to manipulate time proved ineffective here. She could only rest when weary and resume her journey afterward. Just as Gemini felt her resolve wavering, she reached the end of the steps. Before her stood a magnificent archway of white marble, inscribed with the words Southern Heavenly Gate. Elation surged through her. She felt she might faint after such a taxing ascent. Quickening her pace, Gemini nearly sprinted over the last few steps, breathless as she stood beneath the plaque of the Southern Heavenly Gate. Surrounding her was a swirling mist that obscured her vision, but faint outlines of palace rooftops emerged from the haze, appearing as though they were perched atop the clouds. Cautiously, she peered out from the Southern Heavenly Gate, expecting to find a sentinel to guard such a location. Yet, after a thorough search, she discerned no one in sight. Gripping her wand tightly, she advanced with caution. After a short while, Gemini patted her head, realizing she was no longer on the heavenly ladder. Swiftly, she retrieved her broomstick from her bag, placing it on the ground. Up, the broom obediently soared into her palm, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. It appeared that using a broom was permissible here. With confidence, she mounted the broom and set her course for the nearest palace, all the while observing the ethereal clouds below. Were it not for the few rooftops peeking through the fog, she would have feared falling into an unseen abyss. Despite the rooftop appearing close, Gemini flew for nearly an hour before finally beholding the full splendor of the palace. The first thing that caught the eye was a series of robust dragon columns, their dark red bodies entwined with golden Chinese dragons, seemingly alive and poised for action. The golden glazed roof shimmered under an unknown light, while the vermilion wooden doors and windows were draped with sheer fabric, obscuring the interior of the hall. Gemini turned around, managing to locate the entrance, and, as she descended from a distance, she composed herself, tucked away her broom, and briskly approached. Before she could raise her hand to knock, the grand door creaked open. Startled, Gemini cautiously peered inside. The dimly lit hall was devoid of any lamps, let alone people. Gripping her wand tightly, she cast various protective spells around herself and slowly edged into the hall. The echo of her footsteps resonated in the vast palace, and suddenly, with a creak, the door she had entered through closed behind her. "Who is there? Step forward," Gemini demanded, standing her ground as she enveloped herself in layer upon layer of protective shields. How intriguing, an entirely different system. A voice, neither distinctly male nor female, reverberated throughout the hall. Gemini pressed her lips together, vigilantly scanning her surroundings. The voice echoed, impossible to discern its source. "Who are you? Why have you descended from the heavenly ladder? And why do you lack the cultivation of our esteemed China? Has my homeland perished?" The tone shifted to one of authority, growing increasingly thunderous, akin to a storm rumbling in her ears. Without time for rebuttal, Gemini swiftly retrieved a jade token from her pocket, raising it high. "I come as a messenger from the Taoist sect of Central China. Please, esteemed elders, come forth and see for yourselves." "Oh, it seems genuine," came a voice. "Someone, brighten the lights a bit and take a closer look. Do you see it clearly now?" Indeed, it is true. Various voices arose around her, and cold sweat began to bead on Gemini's brow as she dared not lower the jade token. Before long, the illumination around her intensified, as if a veil had been lifted from the entire hall, enveloped in mist and ethereal melodies. Standing at the center of the grand hall, Gemini noticed 2 rows of perfectly aligned figures gazing at her with curiosity. Glancing back, she saw armored soldiers stationed along her path. Realizing she had been under observation since she stepped through the Southern Heavenly Gate, Gemini stood dumbfounded, oblivious to the presence of others around her. Had any of these celestial beings harbored ill intent, she would have already met her fate. Ahem, enough staring. Quickly, receive the message. The figure seated at the highest position, presumably the leader, gestured with his eyes, prompting a white-haired, white-bearded Taoist in white robes to step forward. In an instant, he appeared before her, as if her previously erected protective barrier had ceased to exist. "Young lady, hand it over," the old Taoist said with a smile, extending his hand. Gemini gently placed the jade token into the old Taoist's hand. In the next moment, he found himself beside the leader, presenting the token. The leader, grasping the jade token, delved into contemplation, and after a brief while, he finished reading the message. With a genial expression, he regarded Gemini and expressed his gratitude. "Ah, I see now. Thank you, young friend, for delivering this message. I apologize for my previous lack of hospitality. I hope you can forgive me." Gemini exhaled slowly, lifted the hem of her skirt, and performed a courteous bow, replying modestly, "I am unworthy of such thanks. If I may inquire, how shall I return?" There is no need for haste. It is not customary to send a guest away immediately upon arrival, replied the Jade Emperor, seated regally upon the high dais. Tai, please assist in escorting our guest to the Yaoqi so that the Queen Mother may accommodate her. Faced with the Jade Emperor's authoritative demeanor, Gemini could only maintain a polite smile as she followed the old Taoist, known as Tai, out of the Grand Hall. Upon exiting, Tai waved his sleeve, and a white cloud materialized beneath their feet, lifting them gracefully into the air and swiftly propelling them toward the rear of the hall. Gemini's eyes sparkled with wonder. Could this be the legendary ability to ride the clouds? It was far more impressive than flying on a sword. The white cloud traveled at a commendable speed, soon halting at the entrance of the garden. Tai stepped forward, slightly bowing and murmuring something inaudible. Moments later, a group of youthful and beautiful fairies emerged, chattering excitedly as they ushered the bewildered Gemini into the garden, leaving her no time to bid farewell to Tai. The fairies led Gemini to an exquisite two-story pavilion, where she encountered the Queen Mother, said to be the leader of the Celestial Maidens. To Gemini's surprise, instead of the mature and dignified lady she had imagined, she found a young woman who appeared to be of a similar age, dressed in a yellow robe embroidered with phoenixes and a flowing pink gauze skirt. With a delicate peony flower adorning her elegantly arranged hair, she possessed a captivating beauty that hardly resembled the formidable leader of celestial maidens one might expect. Gemini was momentarily speechless in astonishment until the Queen Mother chuckled lightly and gestured to a chair, inviting her to sit. Regaining her composure, Gemini shyly took her seat, and immediately a serving girl presented her with tea. "You are not from our realm of cultivation. You may simply call me Yaoqi," the Queen Mother said with a warm smile. "I imagine you have not had a chance to rest since ascending the heavenly ladder. I shall arrange for you to stay in a separate residence so you may recuperate. Once you are refreshed, we can converse further, for I am quite curious about the current mortal realm." Gemini, having no objections, soon found several rather stiff-looking serving girls approaching her. The Queen Mother explained, "These are crafted automatons, designed to attend to the mundane affairs of our celestial guests, as they must combat the heavenly demons and cannot afford to be burdened with domestic chores." Gemini nodded in understanding. This was akin to a simplified version of house elves, though they appeared far more enchanting. Accompanied by a maid, Gemini arrived at a secluded courtyard not far from the Queen Mother's residence. This traditional Sihuan featured a main hall and east and west wing rooms, with the main hall serving as a reception area and study, rendering it uninhabitable. Understanding the arrangement, Gemini entered the east wing, where she discovered a traditional wooden bed reminiscent of those she had seen during her travels in Huaxia. Behind the bed, a small partitioned area served as a bathing space, complete with a large tub. Observing it, Gemini pressed her lips together. Realizing it had been quite some time since her last bath, she felt a sudden awareness of her own scent and eagerly sent the maid away, expressing her desire for a wash. Once the maid had departed, Gemini retrieved her change of clothes and was about to head to the bathing area when she noticed several maids entering in succession. They waved their hands over the tub, filling it with water at the perfect temperature. Another maid scattered a basket of flower petals and added various herbs, transforming the tub into a fragrant oasis of warm water before her eyes. The maids gracefully exited the room, and Gemini reached out to test the water's warmth. At that moment, she felt that these maids were somewhat superior to fairies. Though recalling her home, SKB, she begrudgingly conceded it was only a minor difference. In the following days, Gemini's routine settled into a pleasant rhythm of dining, strolling through the gardens, dining again, taking afternoon naps, engaging in conversation, dining once more, bathing, and finally sleeping. Although this was the front line against dimensional foes, she perceived no signs of conflict. It was only when she could no longer contain her curiosity that the Queen Mother used a water mirror technique to reveal the grim realities of battle at the front lines. Countless celestial soldiers stood guard behind a barrier, while on the other side lay an endless expanse of darkness, where grotesque enemies with glowing red eyes relentlessly assaulted the barrier. Periodically, the barrier would open to admit a horde of monsters, which the celestial soldiers would swiftly dispatch, with the injured being carried away and replacement stepping in. Continuing this grim cycle, it was then that Gemini truly grasped the peril of the heavenly realm. Should the celestial soldiers falter, A multitude of monsters would breach the defenses and invade Earth. From what she witnessed in the water mirror, she believed that even if everyone united, they might not withstand such a monstrous onslaught, which would undoubtedly spell the end of the world. After an indeterminate number of days, news finally arrived from the Jade Emperor. Conveyed by Tai-Bai, the Queen Mother bid a reluctant farewell to Gemini, gifting her several sets of the legendary celestial garments, designed to counteract Earth's gravity and allow her to float, albeit for a limited time and at a slow pace. Riding upon the clouds conjured by Tai-Bai, Gemini returned to the Grand Hall where her journey had first begun. My dear friend, we are well aware of the situation. However, the celestial realm remains unable to establish communication with the mortal world. Originally, our channels of contact were facilitated through those enigmatic sorcerers, but unforeseen circumstances have arisen on their end. They persistently proclaim that fate is immutable, resulting in a severance of our connection. Although we have learned from our previous missteps and have been preparing our own communication channels, our experience is still lacking, particularly in the crucial aspect of transporting this device to the mortal realm. The Jade Emperor gestured towards a palm-sized compass, addressing Gemini. Initially, we intended to forcefully breach the spatial divide to return it, but given the significance of the celestial realm's front lines, it would be imprudent to leave an entry point for those celestial demons solely for this passage. Thus, we must maintain our disconnection and hope that the mortal world can endure this period. At this juncture, the Jade Emperor paused, and Gemini nodded in understanding. The Taoist sects in the central lands of Huaxia were alarmed by the repercussions of our previous disconnection and were reluctant to remain passive. They explored numerous methods and ultimately discovered the ability of their sorcerers to circumvent the rules of the heavenly ladder by leveraging their own bloodlines. Fortunately, Gemini had sufficient interactions with them, and her divinations revealed her presence, thus bringing her to this place. Of course, we shall not let your journey be in vain, the Jade Emperor said gently, waving his sleeve to reveal a list before Gemini. This compilation consists of various gifts prepared for you. Feel free to peruse it. Should it prove insufficient, I can certainly augment it. Gemini gazed at the list, which was nearly her height, adorned with an array of elixirs, magical artifacts, and weapons. She swallowed hard, turning her head away in resistance. No, I cannot accept this. It is far too extravagant. Elder Son and the others have already promised me a reward. I cannot accept compensation from both sides, as it would be unethical. The Jade Emperor chuckled, reassuring her, worry not. What they offer is your reward for delivering the message, while our provision is compensation for your role in transporting the compass. This is entirely reasonable. Gemini wavered, yet as she scrutinized the lengthy list, she resolutely met the Jade Emperor's gaze. I will take only a few items. Anything more would be excessive. There is a saying, no merit, no reward, and I find it quite fitting. The Jade Emperor scrutinized Gemini with a steady gaze. May I inquire, what reward does the mortal realm offer you? Flying on a sword, Gemini exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The Jade Emperor erupted in hearty laughter. I thought it might be something of that nature. You are welcome to accept everything on this list as a substitute for what those ungrateful descendants ought to have given you. Gemini appeared bewildered. Surely not. Is Elder Son deceiving me? Perceiving Gemini's confusion, the Jade Emperor continued, they would not mislead you about flying on a sword. It is not a closely guarded secret. However, you seem to have overlooked one crucial detail, time. Setting aside the fact that practitioners require specific innate talents, even if your aptitude is exceptional starting from scratch, it would take several years of cultivation to reach the level required for sword flight. Are you certain you can wait that long? Gemini sighed in frustration. Alas, I have erred, fixating on how splendid flying swords appear while neglecting this vital consideration. But that is my own oversight and cannot. The Jade Emperor raised his hand to halt Gemini's words. If you find it excessive, take it all with you and distribute it among our descendants as compensation. I shall ask the old lord to forge a unique magical artifact for you. What do you say? Gemini blinked, of course. The Jade Emperor nodded in satisfaction and presented her with a bracelet. This is a Chinquan bracelet used for transporting supplies in our heavenly realm, akin to your little bag. Take it and make do. Gemini gazed at the exquisite jade bracelet in her hand, then glanced at her leather bag. Make do. Receiving a command token, she followed Tai-Bai to the old lord's palace, where they began discussing the magical artifact she desired. In Gemini's eyes, it simply needed to look impressive. However, the old lord remarked that such triviality would tarnish his reputation. After much deliberation, both the old lord and Gemini wore smiles of satisfaction at the final product. It was a ring with a silver band engraved with intricate formations, resembling a miniature sword. Once Gemini activated the ring, it would expand into a genuine flying sword. To accommodate Gemini's uniqueness, the old lord infused her blood into the blade, allowing it to be wielded not through cultivation, but through her inherent magical prowess. This reminded Gemini of Tony's arc reactor, and she requested the old lord to leave a groove for it, enabling her to operate it with minimal magical energy. This sword was not merely a means of transportation. It would also heed Gemini's commands. When not in use as a vehicle, she could direct it to achieve the purpose of sword control. Moreover, the old lord endowed the sword with sharpness, penetrating attributes, and various unpredictable qualities, even leaving Gemini uncertain of what would occur upon impact. To fulfill Gemini's quest for elegance, the old lord also imbued the sword with transformation spells, allowing her to generate clouds beneath her feet without the need for sword control if she wished. Though the magical energy required for this was greater than direct sword control, it offered convenience, enabling her to float amid the clouds like a mobile artillery platform during confrontations. After acquiring everything, Gemini followed Tai-Bai to a high platform, where a sea of clouds loomed ominously below. What is this? A sense of foreboding crept into Gemini's mind. Tai-Bai smiled apologetically. This is the only passage to the mortal realm. Aside from forcibly opening the barrier, this is the only way. However, for cultivators like us, descending here would mean forfeiting all our cultivation. Therefore, it is a path seldom traversed unless absolutely necessary. You, however, are different. Your abilities stem entirely from your bloodline, allowing you to disregard the rules here. Gemini cautiously stood at the edge, peering into the swirling clouds, covering her face. Can I use a broom? Tai-Bai blinked, quietly standing behind Gemini, brushing his hand over her bag. I'm afraid it's much like the heavenly ladder. It won't work here. Well then, farewell. As a form of recompense, I have upgraded your backpack. My sincerest apologies. With a gentle push, Gemini gazed in terror at Tai-Bai's apologetic smile. As she traversed layer upon layer of mist, free-falling for a duration of 10 minutes, Gemini completely surrendered to the descent, oblivious to her ultimate landing spot. With the presence of the ring, she was assured that she would not meet her demise, so there was nothing to worry about. Bored by the monotonous expanse of white fog before her, Gemini let out a yawn. It was said that due to the peculiarities of celestial latitude, time in the heavenly realm often diverged from that on Earth. At times, an entire year could pass in the heavens while merely a month elapsed on Earth. Conversely, there were occasions when just an hour in the heavenly realm translated to several years on Earth. Having spent an extended period in the heavenly realm, she pondered whether more than a decade had elapsed on Earth in her absence. Unbeknownst to Gemini, what lay behind her was no longer a succession of clouds, but an abyss of darkness. It was only when she began counting the passage of time through the clouds that she sensed something amiss. She found herself enveloped in darkness, as if a heavy blow had struck her head, causing her to lose consciousness in an instant. Meanwhile, light years away aboard a spacecraft, the Guardians of the Galaxy had just acquired the nebula from Suvlin and were soaring through the cosmos. As Peter Quill and Gamora engaged in conversation, a black hole suddenly materialized in the ceiling of their ship, and a figure plummeted from it, crashing violently before the three of them and nearly shattering the table. Drax silently stuffed food into his mouth, moving as if under the influence of a spell that slowed time. You still haven't forgotten to eat. Gamora contemplated whether she had boarded the wrong ship. Star-Lord leapt up to inspect the top of his vessel, exclaiming, "Where did this person come from? What on earth have we encountered?" Gamora cautiously examined the figure, noting that it was a female of human appearance, with dark hair and pale skin. Devoid of any insignia, she carried only a small bag, adorned with a ring and a bracelet, and the material of her clothing was unfamiliar, certainly not hailing from any planet she recognized. Moreover, they were in space. How could a human simply fall into a spacecraft, navigating the cosmos? She appeared to pose no threat. Should we awaken her? Gamora inquired, glancing at the other two. I defer to your judgment, Drax replied, discarding the empty bag and stepping back. Star-Lord continued to inspect the ship's ceiling, waving his hand dismissively. "It's your call, Gamora." With ease, Gamora lifted the unconscious figure and unceremoniously placed her into the medical bay. After confirming that the only issue was the impact-induced unconsciousness, she unhesitatingly retrieved her. Slinging her over her shoulder and depositing her onto an empty cot, she produced a spray and administered it before the woman's nose. In the next moment, Gemini was jolted awake by a potent scent. The scene before her left her utterly bewildered. How many years had she been gone? Why had everyone turned green? "Hello, can you understand me?" Considering that her attire was not protective gear, Gamora speculated about which remote planet this individual might hail from and attempted to inquire in the universal tongue. Gemini, on high alert, swiftly rose and drew her wand from her bracelet, aiming it at Gamora. "Who are you? Where is this? And what year is it?" Gamora regarded the small wooden stick in Gemini's hand with curiosity. "Is that a weapon from your planet?" "Quite. Peculiar." Without advancing recklessly, Gamora took a step back, raising her hands in a gesture of non-aggression. "This is our spaceship, situated on the outskirts of Sovereign, about to depart. You suddenly appeared aboard our vessel, and we are equally intrigued as to how you arrived here." Gemini stood dumbfounded. "Space. Is it the space I think it is? Evidence." It took her a moment to regain her voice. "Prove to me that I am in space." Gamora quickly deduced that Gemini must be from a backward planet, one that had never ventured into space. Otherwise, she would have recognized the stark difference between the surrounding environment and that of her home planet. With a shrug, Gamora pressed a button beside her, causing a section of the wall to slowly reveal a window that offered a view of the external cosmos. The dark expanse was adorned with countless stars, and not far off, the golden Sovereign planet could be seen, so utterly different from Earth. Gemini rushed to the window, gazing intently at the view, and eventually sank to the floor in disbelief. "And no one thought to inform me? Just tossing me into the cosmos upon my return? How am I supposed to get home now? No wonder the Jade Emperor provided such an extensive list. Did they already know? You still haven't told me which planet you are from. If you can afford the fare, we can arrange for your return, though the price must meet our standards." Gamora remarked, crossing her arms against the wall, interrupting Gemini's thoughts. "I am Gemini Blake, a human from Earth. Have you heard of it? What kind of payment do you accept? Gold? Gems?" Gemini collected herself, striving to remain calm as she fiddled with her ring. Ensuring her self-preservation seemed manageable. But finding a way home had become a significant dilemma. "What did you say your origin is?" Gamora asked, astonished as she straightened her posture. "Earth. Have you heard of it? Earth has not yet ventured into space. Is it truly that renowned?" Gemini squinted, asking, "What year is it? Has Earth entered the space age?" Gamora remained silent, abruptly pressing the button on her right, shouting into the communicator by the door, "Peter, come quickly. She is your fellow countrywoman." "A human." Gemini's eyes brightened. "A fellow countrywoman? Does that mean I can return home soon?" Before long, the door swung open, revealing a motley crew of peculiar beings. Gemini stared in confusion at a raccoon clutching a wooden figurine, a heavily tattooed giant with bare arms, and a brown-haired man sporting a mustache, who was dragging a bound blue robotic female. "Are you from Earth?" "Really? My name is Peter. Peter Quill, an American. And you?" "I've been traveling the cosmos for decades and haven't encountered a fellow countryman until now," Star-Lord exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Gemini. "Just look at that hair, that complexion, and the style of your attire. Undoubtedly a terrestrial being." I am Gemini Blake, a Brit currently residing in America," Gemini replied cautiously, aware that this group appeared rather formidable. "By the way, I was swept into a spatial anomaly. Do you happen to know what year it is on Earth now?" Star-Lord scratched his head thoughtfully. "Let me see the year I left plus the time spent in the cosmos. If I'm not mistaken, it should be around 2015 or 2016. "Yes, that's right." Gemini exhaled a sigh of relief. It was a comfort to know she hadn't been lost for decades. Just a year at most, a tolerable discrepancy. "Could you tell me what Earth is like now?" "I left when I was quite young and haven't returned in many years." Star-Lord eagerly responded while nudging Nebula towards Drax before casually taking a seat on a chair secured by the door. Gamora placed her palm against her forehead and delivered a light slap to the back of Star-Lord's head. "Is now really the time for this? Your fellow countryman has just traversed a spatial anomaly. Shouldn't we allow her to rest?" Afterward, Gamora turned to Gemini with a warm smile. "Hello. We are the Guardians of the Galaxy. I am Gamora, Zeaberii. That large gentleman over there is Drax. He is rather reluctant to disclose which planet he hails from. The raccoon is named Rocket, an escapee from a laboratory, and the wooden figure is a member of the Flora Colossi. The blue one is my sister, a cyborg. And the last one, as you know, is your compatriot, Peter Quill, who calls himself Star-Lord. Ignoring Rocket's protests, Gamora firmly introduced everyone. You mentioned wanting to hire us to return you to Earth? We accept energy as payment. Any form of energy. Gamora smiled. Or some peculiar items, if you have any. We can help you appraise them, and for Star-Lord's sake, we promise not to swindle you. Gemini fell silent for a moment, realizing she had no other options. Even though she could eliminate everyone here, she had no means of returning home. For the sake of that fellow countryman, she could only temporarily place her trust in this group. With that thought, Gemini glanced around the cramped room. Are we discussing matters here? If you believe rest is unnecessary, then follow me. We can speak in a larger area up front, which will also provide you a more direct view of the universe. Gamora said with a smile, grabbing Rocket and Star-Lord while casting a stern look at Drax. The group obediently followed her outside. Gemini rose from the bed, adjusted her clothing, and trailed behind. Arriving at the cockpit of the ship, gazing out at the scenery beyond the window, Gemini completely abandoned her intention to seize these individuals and coerce them. Although the soul-snatching spell was quite effective, returning would not be a matter of mere moments. Prolonged use of such a spell could indeed foster a degree of resistance. Moreover, regarding the appearance of these extraterrestrials, it remained uncertain whether the spell would even be effective. Thus, she resolved to proceed with a conventional transaction. Seated at the table, Gemini retrieved a box from her bag and opened it to reveal an array of colorful potions, instantly captivating the attention of all present. What are these? Viruses? Rocket observed the vial-like potions with trepidation, recalling the torment he endured when he himself was subjected to experimentation. Gemini glanced at him, explaining, "These are magical potions. You may consider them a specialty from Earth. Here, we have potions for healing physical injuries, mending souls, and even a truth serum. Just 3 drops will compel anyone to divulge their innermost secrets." Gamora cast a disparaging glance at Star-Lord, questioning why he possessed none of Earth's specialties. Star-Lord, equally perplexed, wondered aloud, "Why have I never heard of these before?" Gemini stifled a smile, realizing he was unaware that they belonged to a select few on Earth known as wizards, who typically maintained little contact with ordinary folk. Star-Lord's expression twisted in horror. Wizards ride brooms. The kind that consumes children. Gemini's expression darkened instantly. You're the one who consumes children. Your entire family consumes children. Gamora interjected. Where did you hear that wizards eat children? Star-Lord retreated a step, exclaiming, fairy tales. Since I was a child, every fairy tale I've encountered says that wizards eat children. Gamora turned away, choosing to ignore Star-Lord further. We cannot ascertain the effects of your potions. How can we validate them? Gemini frowned as well, realizing that to heal physical injuries, one must possess actual injuries, and to mend souls, there must be soul damage. At present, everyone appeared to be in fine condition. How could she demonstrate the efficacy of her potions? I believe this should qualify as a physical injury. Nebula quietly extended her hand, revealing a raw abrasion on her wrist caused by restraints. Gemini examined the wound, her lips twitching. Truthfully, if Nebula had not mentioned it, she feared it would have healed completely within moments. Regrettably, she had no alternatives, so she settled for extracting a drop of the white essence and applied it to Nebula's wrist. A plume of white smoke ascended, and Nebula merely furrowed her brow. Everyone leaned closer to observe her wrist, and as the smoke dissipated, the abrasion appeared to vanish entirely. Gamora rubbed the area vigorously, confirming its complete healing, and only then did she express her satisfaction. This can be used for trade. How much do you possess? Gamora inquired. Gemini silently revealed the remaining white essence from her bag. This is all I have for now, but upon returning to Earth, I can concoct many more, enough for all of you to bathe without issue. Gamora began to project a virtual screen to calculate costs. The healing potion for wounds was valued at 200 universal credits, and transporting it to Earth would require nearly 100 spatial jump points, amounting to approximately 1 million credits, if not more. After completing her calculations, Gamora turned the virtual screen towards Gamini. Can you provide a potion worth 1 million credits? Gamini sighed. It's so expensive to return home. No wonder the Jade Emperor provided so much. It seems he prepared the travel expenses in advance. I possess more than just this potion. I also have this. Gamini produced a test tube, within which a golden liquid swirled with starlight. This vial contains a single dose, known as the elixir of fortune. Just one sip grants you the favor of the goddess of luck for an entire day. Gamini gazed at Gamora on Earth. This vial could purchase nearly 100 bottles of that healing potion. Are you certain? Gamora squinted. Gamini shrugged. Indeed, but this elixir is quite rare. The production process requires 6 months, and my stock is limited. After a moment's thought, she added, I understand your skepticism. Therefore, I will consume this vial myself. You can observe the results. Once I drink this, I shall be under the goddess's protection. With that, Gamini uncapped the vial and tilted her head back, draining the golden potion. Immediately, she shivered. Then, noticing the curious gazes around her, she seized Groot and tucked him into her pocket, finding a seat amidst the astonished onlookers. Please fasten my seatbelt. Thank you, Gamini stated calmly. Gamora approached to assist with the seatbelt, hesitating to ask, is there something wrong with your potion? Given our trajectory, we should reach the jump point in about 30 minutes. Gamini looked at her. I suggest you all take your seats quickly. No sooner had she spoken than alarms blared throughout the spacecraft. Everyone rushed to their designated spots. Star-Lord glanced at the radar. Why are the Sovereign ships pursuing us? Drax shrugged. Perhaps it's because Rocket stole their batteries? Rocket protested immediately. Hey, what are you talking about? Drax quickly corrected himself. Right, that's not true. He didn't steal the batteries. It's strange, though. Why would they chase us? Well, now everyone was aware that Rocket had indeed stolen the batteries. Before Star-Lord and the others could respond, the Sovereign ships launched their attack, compelling them to maneuver the spacecraft to escape swiftly. As the Guardians of the Galaxy dodged their pursuers, they engaged in a heated debate. Meanwhile, Gamini remained quietly clutching Groot, sitting silently in a chair against the wall. It was not until they traversed the quantum asteroid belt, executed an interstellar leap, and the ship was engulfed in flames, on the brink of a catastrophic descent, that Gemini resolutely unfastened her safety belt. With a flourish of her wand, she summoned Drax from outside the cabin, channeling her entire magical essence to activate the ring on her finger. In an instant, a swirling mist enveloped the vessel, gently guiding it to a landing amidst the trees. Immediately thereafter, Gemini consumed a potion of magical potency and commenced extinguishing the flames. Soon, everyone stood safely before the now half-destroyed ship. Just as accusations began to fly among them, Gemini deftly bound them all, silencing their protests, and concealed them beneath an invisibility cloak. She too cast a charm of illusion, retrieving a jade pendant from her bracelet to hang around her neck. Hush, not a sound, she cautioned. The Guardians of the Galaxy fell silent as they beheld the rapidly approaching ship in the sky. Gemini had proven her luck potion's efficacy through her unscathed condition, and they knew it was prudent to obey her. Before long, the oval-shaped vessel that had aided them against the Sovereign fleet landed beside their wrecked ship. The door opened, revealing 2 figures. Were they? The elder man, resembling Star-Lord, but with more age, furrowed his brow as he surveyed the surroundings. Beside him stood a girl adorned with antennae, who seemed startled as she glanced towards Gemini. I suppose they must have departed? It appeared that my perfect form would have to wait a while longer. They surely had not left this planet. Search for them, good girl. I shall await your news aboard the ship. Do not disappoint me. The man patted her shoulder with a grin before returning to the ship, which soon departed, leaving the girl timidly standing there. After a while, a beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping the girl. It seemed they truly were absent. A small craft for you. Traverse this planet and locate them. Yes, Ego. The girl maintained her timid demeanor as a motorcycle-sized vessel gently descended to the ground, restoring tranquility to the sky. Gemini dispelled her illusion, rummaged through her belongings, and folded away the invisibility cloak before unbinding the now entangled Guardians of the Galaxy. Hey, what's going on? Star-Lord inquired, perplexed. Gemini shrugged. That individual gave me a bad feeling. My instincts warned me not to let him discover you. As for that girl, although they stand together, my intuition tells me she may be an asset. Me? What could I possibly possess that would interest someone capable of annihilating a fleet with a mere gesture? Star-Lord replied, bewildered. Gemini began to sift through her items. You can inquire with that girl. I believe she may possess some insights. The girl appeared increasingly frightened, shrinking into herself, yet remaining silently rooted in place. Star-Lord coughed twice, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he approached. However, before he could utter a word, the girl began to sob, startling Star-Lord, who retreated to the edge of the spaceship, resolute in his refusal to approach her further. It was Gamora who stepped in, leading the girl aside for a conversation. After much rummaging, Gemini finally unearthed what she had been searching for, the long-lost flying carpet. Yet, upon surveying the number of people, she sighed in resignation and retrieved her broom, tying the carpet and broom together with a rope. Gamora's discussion had concluded, and her green skin appeared even more vibrant than usual. Without waiting for her to share intelligence with the others, Gemini called out for everyone to gather, insisting that they must depart from this place. Observing the unprotected carpet floating at calf height, the group's lips twitched, but seeing Gemini's determination, they cautiously climbed aboard, gingerly situating themselves and gripping the tassels at the edges of the carpet. Gemini mounted her broom and turned to the bewildered girl, saying, "You have your own flying device. Just follow me." Without waiting for a response, she pushed off the ground, soaring into the sky amidst a chorus of screams. Chapter 142. The Mantis Girl's Abilities. Preparations for the plan. After what felt like an eternity in flight, the light on the planet began to dim, prompting Gemini to halt at the edge of a lake. She wandered about until she found a clearing, then produced her tent, and, with a flick of her wand, the familiar white tent began to assemble itself. The Guardians of the Galaxy watched in astonishment. Despite their years traversing the cosmos, they had never witnessed such a remarkable ability. Indeed, it was quite impressive. Before long, the tent was fully erected, and Gemini beckoned everyone inside, including the girl with antennae. Inside, the tent revealed an unexpectedly spacious interior, causing Rocket's eyes to sparkle. "Does this thing sell? This could fetch 100,000. I swear." Gamora did not contest his claim. Although they had a spaceship, it paled in comparison to the comfort and expanse of this tent. "If you can get me to Earth, I can find someone to modify your ship, expanding the living quarters without altering any essential components," Gemini remarked casually as she opened the kitchen door. The food, preserved by magic, remained as fresh as when it had been placed inside. With a flourish of her wand, Gemini demonstrated that her domestic spells were indeed effective. It had simply been that in the past, with Quill around, she and T had the opportunity to showcase her skills. As darkness enveloped the land, a sumptuous earthly dinner was laid out on the table. Star-Lord, tears streaming down his face, stuffed his mouth, exclaiming, "ISNT, this a million times better than that gooey nutritional paste. Earth cuisine is far superior." The others indulged joyfully, hardly finding the time to speak. It was not until the plates were nearly licked clean that they slumped by the fireplace, gazing at the flickering flames, feeling drowsy. Gemini shivered as the effects of the elixir faded away. Letting out a long sigh of relief, she silently thanked her foresight in consuming the potion beforehand. Otherwise, given her petite stature, there was no way she could have safely accompanied the Guardians of the Galaxy to this planet. "Pray tell, what is your name? Who is the one that brought you here?" Gamora struggled to sit upright, gazing at the girl who was burping contentedly. "I am called Mantis," the girl replied softly. "Since I can remember, I have followed him, living on his planet, never having seen another soul besides myself. His name is Ego, and he is said to be searching for his son, Star-Lord, Peter Quill, who hails from Earth. But why do I feel a sense of malice and danger from him?" Gemini inquired. Mantis looked at her in surprise. "Do you possess this ability as well? The capacity to sense the emotions of others?" Gemini squinted her eyes. "No, I do not. I merely have the intuition of a seer." Mantis nodded, seemingly understanding. "Although I have always resided on his planet, my purpose is to alleviate his insomnia. I am akin to a flea dwelling on a dog, a useful flea." "Wait, did you say dog? A dog the size of a planet? But you mean him?" "Ego is the planet," Gamora exclaimed incredulously as she stood up. This was truly astonishing. The others had already gaped in silence, utterly at a loss for words. Mantis cast a fearful glance at Gamora. "That is all I know." Gemini raised an eyebrow. "I suggest you be forthright. I possess an elixir that compels honesty. You would not wish to involuntarily reveal your deepest secrets, would you?" Mantis shrank back into her chair, her antennae curling in trepidation. "My ability allows me to sense the emotions of those I touch." "Mind reading?" Gemini asked with keen interest. "Is it an innate talent for extracting thoughts? Must one touch? That sounds rather underwhelming." No, it is not mind reading, it is empathy. I can perceive emotions and soothe them, as well as induce sleep, Mantis stated earnestly, glancing at Star-Lord beside her. May I demonstrate? Star-Lord shrugged. Of course. Mantis gently placed her hand on the back of his hand, closed her eyes, and her antennae began to glow faintly. I sense love. Star-Lord felt an unsettling premonition. Well, everyone is love. I love all life in the galaxy. No. Why senses your love for her? A romantic love, Mantis exclaimed suddenly, her finger pointing directly at Gamora. Drax and Rocket burst into laughter, unable to contain themselves, while Star-Lord, flustered and enraged, stood up. Impossible. You must be mistaken. Mantis gazed at him in disbelief. I cannot be mistaken, and I faintly sense. Mantis reached toward Gamora's hand. If you touch me, the next moment you will experience the sensation of your shattered jaw, Gamora said with a blank expression. The Mantis sheepishly withdrew her hand. My most valuable ability regarding ego is to lull him to sleep as he lies awake each night, consumed by thoughts of his offspring. Drax, laughing heartily, gestured animatedly. Bring me that. I need this. Obediently, the Mantis placed her hand upon Drax's head, whispering, sleep now. Drax collapsed in response, his snoring echoing through the air. Cool. Rocket couldn't help but whistle. So, he truly cares for his children? Star-Lord felt a stirring of emotion. Gamora blinked in surprise. Children? Isn't Star-Lord the only one? Does he have other offspring? The Mantis nodded, explaining that all of his children reside on Ego's planet. Wait, I recall you mentioning that you had never seen anyone else on Ego's planet besides yourself. What about his children? Gamora immediately sensed the inconsistency. The Mantis shrank back. Only skeletons. Before I arrived on that planet, there were only skeletons. All the children never grew up. They remained mere children. He should be the only one. And he does not reside on Ego's planet, and he has matured. What? Star-Lord was utterly astonished, overwhelmed by the revelations. First, they had barely escaped from Sovereign only to be pursued, their ship reduced to half its size. Then he learned of his father's malicious intentions, which was too much for him to bear. I do not know how those children became skeletons. They existed before I arrived. The Mantis shrank further, wishing she could disappear. Ah, so we have a formidable enemy and an entire planet against us. Rocket scoffed sarcastically. Star-Lord retorted with a bitter laugh. We have forged a deadly enmity with a planet. All because of you. The two, one a man and the other a raccoon, stood in a tense standoff, bickering fiercely. Unfazed, Gamora retrieved Groot from her pocket, feeding him a green potion with a small spoon. What are you giving him? She inquired, observing Groot's enthusiastic consumption. This is a specially concocted nutrient to promote plant growth, Gamora replied excitedly. I've even added some unique earth materials, thinking he might benefit since he is a plant. To my surprise, he seems to enjoy it. Gamora paid little attention to the squabbling duo, as their disputes were nothing new, and watched with interest as Gamora continued to feed Groot spoonful after spoonful. It was evident that Groot had visibly grown, sprouting tender green leaves atop his head. Just as they were pointing at Groot's budding leaves, Rocket's loud shouts startled them. Enough. I will fix it. I will repair that damned ship. Is that satisfactory? You. Go deal with your enemy now. Rocket bellowed angrily, grabbing his belongings and storming out, with Groot hurriedly jumping off the table to follow him. I advise you not to go there just yet. Something is surely amiss, Gamora remarked, as she swiftly sealed the door. Rocket turned around, baring his teeth in anger. What are you doing? Do you intend to imprison me? Gamora approached, gently lifting the worried Groot onto her shoulder, and playfully flicked Rocket's forehead, urging him to calm down. Reluctantly, Rocket dropped his backpack and squatted silently by the door. Gamora nodded toward Gamini, who waved her hand in response. Through their earlier interaction, a subtle understanding had formed between them. Gamini exited the tent and began casting protective spells around the perimeter. After a moment's thought, she decided to include the Muggle banishing charm. Who knows whether these extraterrestrials could be considered Muggles? It might come in handy. Upon returning to the tent, Gamora had successfully diffused the quarrel between Star-Lord and Rocket, while Drax's thunderous snoring continued unabated, completely oblivious to the commotion. Now, we must devise a viable plan. There is a planetary consciousness outside that is watching us intently, and we also capture its pet. Not to mention, our spaceship is damaged, and repairs will not be accomplished in a day or two, Gamora stated with composure. Gamini, do you have any suggestions? She inquired. Gamini spread her hands in exasperation. Please clarify what kind of assistance you require. I can see if I am capable, but I have no experience with either of the two matters you mentioned and am utterly at a loss. Could you render Rocket undetectable? That way, he could quietly repair the spaceship, Gamora suggested tentatively. After pondering for a moment, Gamini retrieved the jade pendant she had used earlier and placed it in Rocket's hands, tapping her wand against his head. Hey, why are you cracking eggs on my head? Rocket exclaimed irritably, swatting at his own head, feeling nothing amiss. Upon closer inspection of his hands, he realized he could see the floor through them. Am I invisible? Rocket bounded to the mirror, confirming his suspicion. He was indeed nowhere to be seen. This spell is called the Disillusionment Charm. Without my counter charm, it should last for about 8 hours. The pendant is designed to mask your presence. After all, the Disillusionment Charm merely renders you invisible, while this pendant can conceal your body heat and scent, making it undetectable even by instruments, Gamini explained. This is incredibly useful. Rocket's voice echoed from beside Drax, and everyone could clearly see an impression on the sofa where he sat, yet there was no visible figure. Gamora instructed Rocket to keep quiet and hide, and even after searching, they could not locate him. Only then did she feel reassured. So it's settled. When Rocket goes out, he should consult Gamini for the Disillusionment Charm and must return before it wears off. After all, we have quite a few enemies. We can't afford for him to be captured, Gamora said, looking intently at Rocket to ensure he understood before straightening up. Now let's all rest. With that, she leaned back on the sofa, unfurling a blanket to prepare for a nap. Wait, are you all going to sleep here? Gamini gazed incredulously at the others. Star-Lord, while playfully striking his pillow upon the carpet, scoffed. What else can you offer us, miss? Are you capable of conjuring a few more bedrooms? This tent, resembling a living room, is already the finest accommodation we've experienced in years of wilderness. Gemini placed a hand on her forehead. I assumed you noticed that we have a staircase. Star-Lord paused, suddenly leaping to his feet. Is there really a staircase? I thought it was merely decorative. Gemini shrugged her shoulders. Go ahead and choose your rooms. Although there aren't too many, there are at least 3 or 4, sufficient for your needs. Star-Lord and Gamora exchanged glances, and in unison, dashed towards the staircase. They quickly ascended to the second floor, inspecting each room with satisfied smiles. Gemini levitated the unconscious Drax and the bound Nebula, accompanied by Mantis as they made their way upstairs. Have you made your selections? Who will share quarters with the captives and the Mantis? Gemini waved her wand, signaling them to settle their belongings. Star-Lord glanced at Gamora, then at the remaining members. Oh, don't mind me. My room is on the 3rd floor. I refuse to share it with anyone. Gemini offered a polite smile. Star-Lord shrugged. Drax can have the room at the end of the hall. Rocket can bunk with Groot and keep an eye on Nebula. Gamora, how about this insect woman shares with you? Nebula shot an irate glare at Star-Lord before turning to glare at Gamora, clearly indicating that should Gamora agree, she would not hesitate to retaliate. Gamora turned to Gemini. Is there anything that can restrain her? Gemini hesitated, glancing at the half-machine Nebula. I'm uncertain if my potion would be effective on a cyborg. Gamora shrugged. No matter. Let us try it. If it fails, you can help me secure her to a post. Suppressing a laugh, Gemini retrieved her modified elixir of sleep from her bag, waving it beneath Nebula's nose. Before Nebula could launch a retort, her head drooped, followed by the sound of gentle snores. Gemini cast a spell to check her condition, pondered for a moment, then laid Nebula flat, dripping 3 drops in her mouth before handing the vial to Gamora. Typically, a human can sleep for 8 hours. However, given her mechanical half, 3 drops should suffice, Gemini remarked. Gamora blinked. Didn't I mention? Her digestive system is organic. Yemeno chakil softly, no wedis. 3 drops will only grant her 3 days of slumber, with no side effects. Chapter 143. The Journey Home. Encountering familiar faces, Gamora cheerfully stowed away the potion. This will be immensely helpful. After selecting her room, Gemini disregarded their boisterous chatter and proceeded directly to her own room on the 3rd floor. In the stillness of the night, Gemini gazed out at the 4 moons, longing for Earth more than ever. Just as she finally drifted off to sleep, a distant explosion jolted her awake. Without time to compose herself, she hastily donned a coat and rushed downstairs. The members of the Guardians of the Galaxy had long since taken their positions at the entrance, each armed and vigilant, for the door sealed by Gemini prevented their escape, compelling them to peer cautiously through the silken cracks. "What has transpired?" Gemini inquired. Star-Lord, recharging his weapon with a decisive click, replied, "I am uncertain. It appears that the raiders have arrived, considering the bounty on my head is rather substantial." With a determined tug, Gemini cleared the obstruction of her companions and, tapping her wand against the door, boldly pushed it open and stepped outside. "Hey, what are you doing?" Star-Lord exclaimed in astonishment, extending his hand in an attempt to pull her back. Gemini deftly sidestepped his grasp, declaring, "Come forth. I have cast a spell nearby, rendering us invisible to them. They are likely engaged in conflict with ego." Gamora cautiously stepped from the tent, her gaze fixed upon the distant scene of flames and turmoil. "How did this battle erupt here?" she queried. "I cannot say, as this is my first venture into the cosmos," Gemini responded with a furrowed brow. Star-Lord, holstering his energy weapon, staggered out, suggesting, "It is quite probable they are all seeking to capture me. Their failure to locate me may have ignited this conflict. Is there a way to ascertain the situation over there?" Gamora asked, casting a glance at Star-Lord before turning her attention to Gemini. Gemini's fingers grazed her bracelet, recalling that the Jade Emperor had bestowed upon her some disposable water mirror talismans, which should suffice. After a brief search, she retrieved a sheet of yellow paper, adorned with enigmatic red sigils, and, following the instructions, pinched the talisman between her fingers. Channeling her magic, she pointed towards the distance and commanded, "Go." The talisman transformed into an inconspicuous stream of light, soaring towards the site of the battle. Gemini, using a stone at her feet, fashioned it into a basin, filling it with water from a nearby spring, and stood silently before it. In a short while, the water within the basin began to levitate, forming a shimmering curtain, upon which images and sounds materialized, drawing the attention of the group. Within the water mirror, a bizarre assembly of extraterrestrial beings besieged Ego, the man who had appeared alongside the mantis. Ego stood there, a serene smile gracing his lips, as the attacks struck him, leaving even the hem of his garment unscathed. "Vortex, we are friends, are we not? Remember the joy we share in our collaboration. Why then do you turn against me?" Ego exclaimed, arms outstretched, addressing the blue figure brandishing weapons against him. Vortex, having depleted his weapon's energy, swiftly replaced the power cell and retorted, "Silence. Thanks to you, I have been exiled by the raiders. I have elevated myself beyond your reach." Ego laughed heartily. "Oh, my friend, do not be like that. I have yet to confront you about your failure to deliver. You were supposed to bring me the child from Earth. Why did you not? What of your raider's honor?" In a fit of rage, Vortex produced a crimson arrow, shouting, "To hell with your honor. Who would have thought you would slay your own child? I am fully aware of your actions. I can never entrust another child to you. Even if I am cast out, I remain a plundering rogue of integrity. I shall rectify my transgressions forthwith. A new wave of assault is about to commence." Jamie and her companions gasped in astonishment. "He truly intends to slay you, Star-Lord. Is he indeed your father?" Rocket commented with a sardonic tone. Star-Lord was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Yondu had not merely kept him for thievery, but had saved his life instead. The pressing concern now is that Ego appears utterly unfazed. "I fear that Blue Fellow is doomed," Jamie stated matter-of-factly. After a brief silence, Star-Lord's gaze firmed, declaring, "I have a plan." 2 months later, Jamie expertly navigated the ship toward the nearest interstellar jump point, setting it on autopilot before vacating her seat. "By the way, has it been so long that you two have not grown weary of each other?" Jamie remarked, casting a disapproving glance at the entangled Star-Lord and Gamora. The startled duo quickly separated, with Gamora delivering a punch that sent Star-Lord flying, instantly vanishing from sight. "Ahem, so where are we now?" "You learn remarkably quickly." A deep green flush appeared on Gamora's cheeks. Jamie pondered, "Is that what it means to blush?" "We have reached the outskirts of the neighboring star system, approximately 3 hours from the nearest interstellar jump point," Jamie announced. Gamora stepped forward to check, confirming Jamie's settings were entirely accurate. "Thus, we still need to make 49 jumps to reach Earth, so we've made it halfway. I must thank you for saving Yondu. Otherwise, Star-Lord would be in a much worse predicament." Jamie smiled. "No, I should thank you for escorting me back." Gamora shrugged. "You paid for it, after all. The customer is paramount." "Crot, put down that game console." Rocket rushed in pursuit of the tree-like creature, now towering at his height. "I am Groot. Croat replied disdainfully, spitting to the side. Croat, no foul language. Gamora's expression turned serious. And do not spit indiscriminately. Have you entered a rebellious phase? Groot angrily smashed the game console to the ground and stormed away in fury. Gamora sighed in exasperation. Where did he learn such behavior? How do you Earthlings handle rebellious children? Jamie smiled. Typically, we deliver a good thrashing. If that doesn't suffice, we continue until they learn their lesson. Gamora stroked her chin thoughtfully. Is that so? Rocket looked at them in horror. Are you serious? Gamora blinked. Of course, I am contemplating the feasibility of this approach. Observing Rocket's growing alarm, Gamora burst into laughter. Rest assured, we certainly want to break him. No, look, Rocket screamed, pointing behind them as he dashed toward the pilot's seat like a fire was at his rear. As Gamora and Jiminy turned around, their expressions shifted dramatically. They had unknowingly approached a pitch-black opening along their journey, with their spacecraft hurtling towards it. With no time to explain, they hastily took their seats. Gamora alerted everyone aboard to fasten their seatbelts, while Rocket struggled to escape the pull of the gaping void. By the time Star-Lord and the others realized something was amiss and rushed to the cockpit, it was too late. They were irrevocably drawn into the abyss. Only Gamora, Jiminy, and Rocket remained securely seated, albeit slightly dizzy from the spinning, while the others fared poorly, left disoriented and bruised. Time lost all meaning as everyone aboard succumbed to unconsciousness. When Jiminy regained awareness, she instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes from the light. With great effort, she unbuckled her seatbelt and staggered to her feet. Clutching her throbbing head, "Is anyone awake?" A groan answered her, and upon shaking her head to clear her vision, she saw Gamora still in her seat. Once both were alert, they quickly sought out their scattered companions. Jiminy produced a healing potion to tend to their injuries before turning her gaze to the outside of the ship. Mountains of debris surrounded them, and their vessel had landed atop one such hill. In the distance, a towering structure could be discerned. After Rocket confirmed the air quality and radiation levels on the planet, they donned protective masks and descended from the ship, marveling at their surroundings. "Where on Earth are we?" Jiminy inquired, her confusion palpable. For her time in space had been brief, and she had never encountered a planet composed entirely of refuse. Star-Lord emerged from the ship with a star chart device in hand. "Our star map is malfunctioning and requires some parts. We cannot ascertain our exact location for now. The presence of a building in the distance suggests habitation. We should investigate," Drax remarked, lowering his binoculars with a somber tone. Rocket inspected the spacecraft, declaring it operational. "We are indeed fortunate. To emerge from such a spatial wormhole unscathed is a stroke of luck." Gamora took the lead, urging them to move. "What are we waiting for? Let us hurry. The air quality in this place is abysmal." As the ship swayed atop the mountain of trash, it ascended smoothly, dislodging a hilltop as it soared toward the imposing edifice. Indeed, they discovered signs of life, albeit in a state of disarray. Rocket and Star-Lord navigated the chaos with ease, swiftly repairing the star map. We are on Sakaar, ruled by the Grandmaster. He hosts a gladiatorial arena, and there's a performance tonight. We have tickets. Would you like to attend?" Star-Lord waved an electronic ticket in the air. Gamora expressed keen interest in the arena, and after a brief discussion, they all agreed to go. Rocket even found a betting establishment, placing a wager on a past champion, reportedly risking his entire stash. Gemini indifferently followed the crowd into the bustling arena, a grand coliseum reminiscent of ancient Rome, featuring a circular arena surrounded by tiered seating. Star-Lord had secured front-row tickets, and he and Drax maneuvered through the throng, protecting two ladies until they finally reached their seats. The arena was alive with raucous cheers, and Gemini felt a twinge of regret for coming. The atmosphere was too wild for her taste. Soon, a holographic image of the High Sovereign materialized above the arena, delivering a speech that only intensified the uproar. After announcing the commencement of the match, the hologram vanished, and the gates on both sides swung open. Gemini rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Was that Hulk? She snatched Drax's binoculars and focused intently on the green figure, noting its size and expression. It was indeed him. Sensing Gemini's unease, Gamora quietly inquired, "What is wrong? Do you know him?" Gemini nodded gravely. He was her employee, once caught in a space-time anomaly. And who would have thought he'd end up here? Gamora, observing the match that had already begun, covered her head and muttered, "Guys, I think we might need to start fleeing again." The brutal contest stirred the bloodlust in everyone, and naturally, Hulk emerged victorious. The chaos was overwhelming, leaving Hulk oblivious to Gemini as presence nearby. As Hulk was led away, Gemini felt a surge of anxiety and instinctively reached for her wand to rush forward, only to be restrained by Gamora. Don't rush. We need to assess the situation first. If others are captured, we must tread carefully. Taking a deep breath, Gemini endeavored to calm herself. Back aboard the ship, Rocket was gleefully tallying his winnings, having placed successful bets that day. Meeting the champion was simple, but taking him away would prove challenging. After gathering information, Star-Lord and the others convened to discuss their next steps, ultimately deciding to seek an audience with Hulk first. They struck up a conversation with a bounty hunter, a boozy woman. Gemini offered her a jar of celestial wine, and Valkyrie, being an acquaintance of Hulk's, readily agreed to arrange their meeting. Following Valkyrie into the High Sovereign's tower, they navigated through various security checkpoints before finally encountering Hulk. Gemini presented another jar of exquisite wine to Valkyrie, proposing, "We'd like to speak with Hulk, if that's agreeable." Valkyrie weighed the jar, satisfied, and stepped outside to share a drink with the guards. Gemini gazed at Hulk, who sat by the window, and removed her mask. "Hold!" He turned abruptly, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Gemini, are you here to take us home?" Confirming it was indeed Hulk, Gemini smiled. "Yes, I'm here to bring you home." Elated, Hulk leapt to his feet, bouncing around the room. "Hulk is going home. Hulk Mrs. Newt. Hulk Mrs. Hagrid. Hulk wants to go home. Hulk wants Banner to tell you." As the Hulk closed his eyes, his colossal form began to diminish, revealing a disheveled Banner clad in tattered shorts before Gamora. Rocket couldn't help but whistle, exclaiming how cool it was to witness such a transformation. In the next moment, however, Gamora covered his mouth, warning him to be cautious lest Gamora turn him into a toad. "Gamora!" Banner exclaimed with delight as he approached, having witnessed everything in the soul space. It took him a couple of steps to realize he was without clothing, leaving him awkwardly standing in place as he turned to find something to cover himself. With a smile, Gamora produced a set of garments and handed them to him. "Wear this, Banner. It is a gift I brought from the heavens, and it is perfectly suited for you." Banner grinned as he accepted the clothing from Gamora's hands. "I thought I wouldn't see you for a while. We've been relying on Hulk to earn money through competitions. We are nearly able to afford a spacecraft." After changing behind a screen, Banner emerged and inquired, "Are these your friends? By the way, how did you come to Sakaar?" Gamora sighed. "That is a long story. Are you free to move about?" "I am," Banner replied with a smile. "The Grandmaster is quite particular about rules. As long as I meet his requirements, I can move freely. However, due to my own frailty, I usually let the Hulk take over. When we arrived here, chaos ensued, and the Grandmaster took us in. If we win the championship, we can gain our freedom. To save up for a spacecraft, we voluntarily entered the arena, so we are free to leave at any time." Gamora and the Guardians of the Galaxy breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness. I thought we were about to gain another enemy." Once they understood the situation, Gamora and the others followed Banner to find the Grandmaster. Although he appeared somewhat displeased, he agreed to Banner's request to leave, settled his wages, and warmly invited him to return any time, guiding them through the largest black hole to reach the nearest jump point to Earth. Before departing, Banner, glancing at the money in his hand, decided to purchase a substantial quantity of civilian technology on the black market, reasoning that these universal currencies would be of no use upon his return. Embarking once more on the journey home, Gamora felt elated, having found the long-lost shopkeeper. A delightful surprise indeed. As they traversed the black hole, filled with trepidation, they were greeted by a familiar starfield. Gamora and Banner stood excitedly at the window, gazing at the distant blue that represented their homeland. Just before entering the atmosphere, their spacecraft was intercepted by a peculiar satellite. Upon recognizing its familiar coloration and shape-shifting capabilities, Gamora blinked in astonishment. Establishing a connection through her phone, Tony's languid voice resonated within the spacecraft. "Halt. Please state your intentions. If you are merely tourists, kindly proceed to the designated area for registration. Familiarize yourselves with Earth's laws. Violations will incur the Guardian's wrath. No objections will be entertained. If you harbor malicious intent, it is best you do not enter Earth." Gemini burst into laughter. "Tony, have your tentacles reached the cosmos?" A peculiar silence lingered on the other end of the call. "What planet do you hail from? You can mimic others? It seems your intentions are rather sinister." Cannons began to emerge from the satellite, all aimed at the Guardians of the Galaxy's ship. Star-Lord excitedly interjected, Hey, stay calm. We have identification. We are not the villains. Inquire within the galaxy. We are merely hired to escort Gemini Black home. Calm down, brother. Gemini? Really? But you are not. A cacophony of sounds crackled from Tony's end, indicating he had likely knocked something off his workbench. I never anticipated being cast into the universe upon leaving the celestial realm. Thankfully, I encountered Star-Lord, or I would still be adrift in space. Gemini retorted, Can we enter Earth now? The satellite retracted its cannons. Of course. Follow the guidance to land. I'll notify the nations to refrain from shooting you down. Tony said, sending them a location before ending the call. Following the map's directions, they landed outside a base in northern New York. Gazing at the imposing letters spelling Guardians, Gemini raised an eyebrow, seemingly pleased that everyone had fared well during her absence. Tony, clad in his armor, welcomed them alongside Chala on the lawn. Upon seeing Banner, Tony was utterly delighted. Where did you encounter him? Tony exclaimed, embracing Banner. It's a long story. Could we first get our friend some food? We've been flying in space for ages, Gemini replied. Is my shop still open? I'd like to see it. Tony smiled mysteriously. Let's head inside the base first. There's a surprise. Observing the furious expressions of Harry and Draco, Gemini felt an urge to throttle Tony. What kind of absurd surprise was this? After countless promises, Harry and Draco finally calmed down. After all, what else could they do? Gemini was now an adult. Could they really drag her back and give her a beating? Once Harry and Draco stepped aside, a group of elderly Taoist priests awkwardly approached. Led by none other than Elder Sunday, Gemini said little, handing over the compass to them. As for the bracelet and its contents, she regrettably informed them that it had been appropriated as travel expenses. There would be no share for them. Under Tony's arrangement, the Guardians of the Galaxy embarked on a tour across Earth. It was rumored that they became ensnared in a snack street while in Huaxia and could not extricate themselves, declaring they would consume every delicacy before returning to the cosmos. Gemini shrugged, indicating that they might have to settle on Earth. The last person to say such a thing remained in Tianfu, yet to emerge. The Taoist sect received the compass and established contact with the heavenly realm, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. They were also aware that their actions were somewhat unscrupulous, so they meticulously prepared a revised gift list for Gemini, promising her the option to settle in Huaxia at her convenience. Gemini, overjoyed, accepted it, planning to pack her belongings and flee when life in America became unbearable. One evening, Gemini decided to regale everyone with tales from her journey to the heavenly realm and back to Earth, captivating Tony with her narratives. Is the universe truly so vast beyond Earth? He mused. Did you never consider bringing something back? What if I were to fund a research expedition with Star-Lord to study spacecraft? Banner cleared his throat, drawing the attention of the group. On that note, I brought back a gift. After sharing his story, he produced a chip and an antiquated device. Don't look at me like that, Tony. This is the best I could find that is suitable for Earth. You must understand, such ancient instruments are considered antiques in the universe and are exceedingly valuable. As Banner inserted the chip, a virtual screen began displaying his gift, information that was at least 50 years ahead of current civilian technology. A mischievous grin spread across Tony's face. Jarvis, quickly, archive this and commence analysis. Leave no detail unexamined. Banner chuckled good-naturedly. I hope this can be utilized for the benefit of the general populace. The profits could contribute to your post-war recovery fund. Maintaining a good reputation is crucial. Wouldn't you agree? The group erupted in playful jeers. Oh my, Banner. Who would have thought you were a saint? Tony quipped, and laughter filled the room. Banner, feeling bashful, scratched his head. After all, he had a vested interest in the matter, and he lacked the resources for research. Better to lean on a sturdy tree for shade. After a brief discussion, Tony and Banner finalized their agreement, with Jarvis astutely preparing and printing the contract. Oh, by the way, there's something I need to tell you, Tony said, turning to Gemini. That kid in your shop, Peter? What about him? Gemini inquired. He graduated from Hogwarts, Tony replied, raising his hands in surrender. What? Gemini sprang to her feet. What on earth? I thought he was only in the 5th grade. Tony took 2 steps back, confirming yes, indeed, 5th grade. Well, he passed his exams, encountered a minor issue, and wanted to return to high school, aspiring to attend MIT in the future, so he came back. Fuming, Gemini stormed out. Couldn't he wait until graduation? How old is he? A minor issue? What could possibly outweigh his education? He mutated, Tony blurted, quickly retreating to the window, ready to make a hasty exit. I didn't hear you clearly. What did you say? Gemini turned back, astonished. Say that again. He mutated. He possesses spider-like abilities. Besides web-slinging, Tony hastily explained, already poised on the windowsill. Tony Stark, what on earth happened? You assured me you would keep an eye on my staff while I was away. Why is it that I've only been gone for a short while, and you tell me that the child in the store has mutated? Gemini exclaimed, astonished. A spider? An 8-eyed giant spider? Tony hastily waved his hands. No, it's not that dramatic. An 8-eyed giant spider would be deadly. Clarify, Gemini said with a serious expression. Tony maintained his position perched on the windowsill and began to explain. So, you know Ned, right? That boy from Huaxia? They had plans to visit a tech exhibition during summer vacation. You see, Peter got bitten by one of the genetically engineered spiders there. It was the only one of its kind. After biting Peter, the spider died. When he returned home, Peter realized something was off and called me. Upon examining him, I discovered that his genes had mutated. And then, Gemini felt an ominous premonition creeping in. He can no longer use magic. I researched this, and the power of wizards is rooted in their bloodline. After his genetic mutation, his lineage altered, resulting in him becoming a mute, Tony said nervously, sensing that Gemini at the door was beginning to emit smoke. Is there no way to resolve this? Gemini remained silent for a moment before inquiring. Tony scratched his head. I don't know much about genetics, but for now, there really isn't a solution. He just finished his studies as a regular wizard, so he chose to temporarily leave Hogwarts and return to the States. I arranged for him to attend middle school, and he is now going to school with Ned every day. Oh, and you needn't worry about his self-defense. While he may have lost his magic, he has gained a spider. Gemini rubbed her temples. Is he in school now? Tony smirked, of course. What else would students be doing at this hour? Sir, I must bring this to your attention. I found something online. Jarvis's voice chimed in at a timely moment. A virtual screen appeared in the center of the conference room, displaying a figure clad in a red and blue costume, emblazoned with a spider emblem on both the front and back. The figure was leaping between buildings using webs, racing towards a burning edifice. Not far from him was a chubby boy with half a mask, holding a yellow talisman, gazing sternly at the flames engulfing the opposite building. Tony hadn't anticipated the slap of reality to come so swiftly. He had just stated that they were in class when Jarvis immediately shared the video. Is their curriculum centered around firefighting? Gemini asked expressionlessly. Tony began to sweat nervously. Wait, let me explain. In downtown New York, amidst the burning building, cries for help echoed everywhere. Peter swung through the air using his web, swiftly locating trapped individuals, and then bringing them back to safety. He then returned to the walls to continue his rescue. Ned, how many more people are there? Peter inquired. Ned's calm voice came through the earpiece. There are 2 responses on the 24th floor and 1 on the 22nd, very faint. Wait, let me check with the nearby good fellows. The one on the 22nd is a cat. Let us prioritize the humans. Ned quickly provided his assessment. I don't have enough strength. Leave the cat to me. And you handle those 2? Absolutely. Peter swiftly entered the building through the window, following Ned's guidance in search of the trapped individuals. Ned retrieved a sheet of white paper from his pocket, deftly tore it into the shape of a human figure, and muttered an incantation, tossing the paper figure towards the opposite side. Good brother, lend a hand. The paper figure floated gracefully, soaring directly to the 22nd floor, mysteriously traversing the raging flames, and found a mewing kitten. It lifted the kitten by the scruff of its neck and floated back out through a fire-free area, placing the kitten gently into Ned's hands. Thank you, good brother. I'll treat you to a grand feast later. A splendid Chinese banquet. Ned gave a thumbs up to the sky, a broad smile illuminating his face. Peter set the individual down on the ground and climbed the wall of the building where Ned was, confirming, is everyone accounted for? Of course, all confirmed. It's likely just cockroaches and rats left inside. Ned replied confidently, petting the kitten. Phew, finally done. What time is it? Shouldn't we be heading back to school? Peter approached the edge of the rooftop, observing the firefighters organizing a ladder to extinguish the blaze. I believe school must have already dismissed by now. Came a calm voice from behind Peter. He instinctively nodded. You're right. Shall we head to the base? Let your good brother give us a ride. We need some more training before we can join the Guardians. Good brother? A feminine voice queried. Peter instantly sensed something amiss and turned around. Ned stood innocently beside him, cradling the kitten, while Iron Man hovered nearby, alongside Jamie. "Jamie, you're back," Peter exclaimed, eager to rush forward. Jamie extended her palm, commanding, "Stop right there. First, explain what on earth you are wearing. I don't recall teaching you such a sense of style." Peter sheepishly glanced at his form-fitting suit. "I think it looks fine. I had it custom-made by Tofin. It should be acceptable, right?" Jamie scoffed. "Tofin will make anything for money, even if you request a custom-made rag. Now, explain why you two are here instead of attending class." "Peter, I want to blame you for being bitten by a spider and undergoing genetic mutation. That was an accident. However, your presence here is not an accident, is it?" Peter chuckled awkwardly. "It's south quite close to our school. We saw the news and felt we could do something. So we came." Jamie shot him a glance. "Is this outfit also a last-minute creation?" Chapter 145. Peter's Physical Examination. Tony proposes. Peter bashfully rubbed his mask, uncertain of what to say. "All right, let us head back. This is not the place for a conversation," Jamie declared, leaping off her flying sword, which automatically shrank and fitted onto her finger. She reached out, pulling Peter and Ned along as they vanished in a flash. Tony looked helplessly at the deserted rooftop. "Well, this is my due punishment, but can I truly be blamed?" "Sir, I believe it would be wise for you to return promptly," Jarvis gently advised. "After all, Miss Jamie has already begun Peter's physical examination." "Silence, Jarvis. You're the only one who ever speaks." Tony rolled his eyes and argued with Jarvis. Ever since Jarvis developed emotions, he had grown increasingly arrogant. He shouldn't think that he was oblivious to the small gifts Wanda had recently been receiving. Upon returning to the Guardian's base, the glow surrounding Peter was just dissipating, and Gemini furrowed her brow. Peter sat optimistically in a chair, reassuring Gemini's, "It's all right. I believe this is quite fine. I simply can't use magic anymore, but I can still utilize those tools. It's not such a loss, especially since I've grown stronger now. I can protect you." Gemini scoffed. "What can a school dropout like you do to protect me? Focus on your studies instead." "What's the situation?" Tony interjected. Gemini's brow furrowed once more. "It's complicated. In terms of magic, his powers are suppressed by the spider nature within him, rendering him unable to wield magic. However, the bond between this spider essence and his being is so profound that reversing it is nearly impossible. If we forcefully remove it, Peter could end up as a mere shell, devoid of magic and special abilities." "I refuse. I don't want that," Peter exclaimed, startled, leaping to the ceiling and clinging there, terrified that Gemini might cast a spell on him at any moment. "Come down. Were you a monkey? Have you not fully evolved? Where are your manners?" Gemini shouted angrily. Peter sheepishly descended and sat back down, his head lowered, too intimidated to utter a word. In this predicament, one option would be to augment Peter's magical essence, perhaps by replacing his human lineage to restore his ability to cast spells. However, that would constitute dark magic. The last individual who attempted such a thing transformed into a noseless, bald creature. Gemini stated matter-of-factly. Peter shook his head in sheer terror, casting a pleading glance at Tony. He was quite satisfied with his nose and hair and had no desire to lose them. Tony waved his hand, signaling him to remain calm. "What's the other option?" Gemini looked at Peter with a mischievous glint. "The alternative would be to enhance his spider nature. No matter how mutated or cultivated, that spider remains within the realm of ordinary biology. We could find a way to infuse his spider essence with magical biological factors, thus maintaining a balance between magic and genetics, allowing both traits to coexist." Tony observed Gemini smile and cast a sympathetic look toward Peter. "What are the drawbacks?" "Drawbacks? The only known magical spider creatures are the eight-eyed giant spiders from the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts," Gemini replied with a kind smile. The sole issue now was how to ensure that Peter could absorb the magical essence of the eight-eyed giant spider without being poisoned. Peter's face paled as his spider instincts constantly reminded him that Gemini was serious. Clearing his throat softly, Tony suggested, "I think it would be best to put this matter on hold for a while. After all, he is still a minor. His body has not yet reached its peak. Perhaps it would be best to allow him to learn in a regular school for a while. Once his skills mature, then we can give him a try." Peter gazed at Tony with gratitude. The melancholy of being unable to wield magic transformed into a sense of relief at being alive in that moment. When compared to merely existing, what did it matter that he could not cast spells? Furthermore, he was no longer an ordinary person. Even if a sorcerer aimed to strike him, it would be quite a challenge. With this thought, Peter felt a weight lift from his shoulders. "I know they won't experiment on him. What are you worried about? Jamie shot a sharp look at Tony. Where am I staying? Tony quickly responded. Your place with Kobe has been well maintained. Of course, you can return home. A smile graced Jamie's face as she proudly lifted her chin. Kobe, take me home. At your service, miss. Kobe's choked voice echoed, and in the next moment, Jamie vanished from the room. Peter let out a profound sigh of relief. The spider sense warnings finally ceased. He slumped in his chair, staring at the ceiling with an expression of someone who had survived a catastrophe. Are you all right, brother? Ned cautiously patted Peter's arm. Peter beamed. I'm fine. I narrowly escaped, brother. By the way, why didn't you speak up for me earlier? Ned innocently shrugged. What could I say? I was just delivering vegetables. Tony rubbed his temples, finding the chatter of teenage boys quite bothersome. I must have a daughter someday. All right, gentlemen, you can head back now. Peter, I must warn you to keep a low profile lately. Do not let Jamie discover you. Otherwise, I might find you on her experimentation table. Tony clapped his hands, halting the playful banter. Now, off you go, it's getting late. Remember to inform May and Ben that Jamie is back, and they can come visit. The two exited the Guardian's base with their heads lowered, playfully shoving each other as they left. Sir, the voice of Jarvis chimed in as Ned departed with Peter on his flying sword. Tony nodded in acknowledgement, sighing off, the burdens of life. Let us go see Jamie at the workshop. Upon returning to the familiar surroundings, Jamie delicately brushed her fingers over the items in the living room, everything gleaming as if she had never left. Her usual spot on the balcony was perfectly bathed in warm sunlight. A cup of red tea emanating wisps of steam in its accustomed place, the sweet aroma filling the air. Jamie sighed contentedly. There's south truly no place like home. Not long after she settled in, Tony arrived. Jamie was sipping her tea on the balcony. Had they returned home? Indeed, you certainly frightened Peter today. Who knew you had such a mad scientist streak? You nearly sent him straight to the experimentation table. Tony teased. Jamie casually pinched a piece of osmanthus cake. What if you suddenly lost the ability to cast magic, possessing immense power, yet being unable to wield it? How would you feel? Oh no, don't jest. That would be absolutely dreadful. Tony shivered, refusing to delve into his thoughts, until a sudden realization dawned upon him. It became evident that despite the child's outward cheerfulness, the loss of magic could not be so swiftly reconciled. It was indeed his oversight. Tony offered an apology to Gemini. She waved her hand dismissively, assuring him that it was not his fault, for Peter's demeanor did indeed suggest a lack of concern. Is the method you mentioned feasible? Tony pondered, suddenly questioning whether it was merely a fabrication to deceive him. Gemini shot him a skeptical glance. Do you truly find me so unreliable? Of course it is genuine, though the inherent risks are equally authentic. For now, let Peter continue as a spider boy. Tony shrugged. Very well. I shall keep a watchful eye on them, rest assured. At that moment, Gemini gazed at him with newfound curiosity. Have you yet proposed to Pepper? Tony instantly began to look around nervously. Oh, it's still early, after all. You haven't returned yet. I'm merely concerned for you. Gemini huffed, coward. Tony, flustered, retorted, how can you unjustly accuse me? Who is the coward? I have a ring all prepared. With that, he produced a box from his pocket, revealing a diamond engagement ring. I crafted this myself. I even mined the diamond. I just thought such an occasion should be shared with friends. Tony proclaimed with conviction. Gemini blinked in curiosity. Really? I didn't see that coming. You're quite thoughtful. Tony laughed heartily indeed. Who am I? I am Iron Man. Gemini beamed sweetly. So now you may propose. Tony stared at Gemini in confusion as she smiled brightly and gestured behind him. Like a rusted automaton, he creaked around to face the direction she indicated. There stood Pepper not far behind him, and behind her, a jubilant crowd was cheering. Is that not the Guardians? Tony stuttered, struggling to articulate a coherent sentence, until Gemini softly muttered a levitation spell, causing the ring box to float between them. It was then that Tony resolved himself, retrieving the ring and kneeling before a tearful Pepper. The cheers from the doorway grew louder as Pepper eagerly extended her hand for him to place the ring upon. Gemini waved her wand vigorously, causing large roses and cascading petals to fall from the ceiling, while outside, the sounds of fireworks erupted. As Tony beheld this spectacle, he embraced Pepper tightly, a smile gracing his face. Jarvis, remember to transfer the funds. It's been ages since I've had a grand opening, Gemini said. Her spirits lifted. Tony was taken aback. What? It turned out that shortly after Gemini returned home, she received a report from Jarvis. Tony's ring in his pocket had not escaped Jarvis's notice, and witnessing his creator, at 40, still without a partner, had Jarvis deeply concerned. Gemini received a small report and promptly summoned her nearby friends, who coaxed and deceived Pepper into arriving at the appointed time. It was only upon hearing the commotion downstairs that Gemini abruptly shifted the topic of conversation. "Miss Gemini, the payment has been deposited into your account. Please check." Jarvis's voice rang with a hint of mirth. Tony stared at Gemini in shock. "You made a deal? You tricked me out of money." Gemini chuckled coldly. "Trick you out of money and gifted you a wife? Be grateful. By yourself? If it weren't for Pepper's amiable nature, you'd have no wife at all." Pepper beamed at the compliment, gazing tenderly at Tony. Any objections Tony might have had at that moment were swiftly swallowed. "Jarvis cannot remain. We must hasten to create a body to expel him," Tony silently resolved. Gemini, pleased to see her assembled companions, immediately instructed Kobe to prepare a feast. Fortunately, Kobe had anticipated this and arranged everything impeccably. As the evening banquet concluded, Gemini glanced around, sensing that something was amiss. "Tony, what are you searching for?" he inquired curiously. Gemini blinked. "Where is Steve?" Tony suddenly faltered. Well, I'm going to help Kobe clean up." With that, he turned and departed. Pepper chuckled softly. "Steve is in Wakanda." Gemini appeared puzzled. "What is he doing there?" It was due to Sergeant Barnes, having accrued merit through his commendable attitude and task completion. He was released earlier in the year. Tony expressed his disdain for Sergeant Barnes, finding him irksome and refusing to allow him into the Guardians. Steve had no choice. Coincidentally, Wakanda sought a permanent Guardian presence, given the allure of its resources, so Steve took Barnes along. Pepper elaborated. Although Tony claims he dislikes him, he still commissioned a custom arm for Sergeant Barnes, crafted for vibranium allocated for the Guardians. Gemini observed Tony, who was playfully competing with Kobe for a dish. With a kind smile, truly, he is a man of contradictions. Pepper stood beside her. "Indeed. By the way, when is your wedding planned?" Gemini casually inquired. Pepper smiled at Tony. "There's no rush. His proposal was already a delightful surprise. We should pressure him too much." Gemini shrugged, pondering what more could be said. Tony is indeed fortunate to have such a wonderful woman willing to indulge him. The following afternoon, the Parker family arrived in full. Originally, May intended to come in the morning, but Peter had classes, so they had to wait until after his lessons to arrive together. Although Peter was an academically gifted student, having been away from the ordinary world for quite some time meant he needed to relearn much of that knowledge. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, Peter seldom skipped classes. After conversing with the Parker couple, both of whom now own their own shops, Gemini expressed her intention to impose certain restrictions on her all-purpose store. With the magical town of Grelic now open, the existence of her establishment had become somewhat awkward. It seemed prudent to limit its operations and allow it to exist as a mere urban legend. In this scenario, it would suffice for only Kirby to remain, reminiscent of their initial days, enabling the Parker couple to focus securely on their own ventures. Once the matters concerning the Parkers were settled, Gemini dismissed them and turned her attention to Peter, whose discomfort was palpable under her scrutinizing gaze. "I'm quite curious about your aesthetic," Gemini remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Peter's face flushed crimson as he defended himself. "I think it's rather nice. The tight suit allows for mobility. Red is Tony's color. Blue is Steve's. That spider represents me. What is not to like?" Chapter 146. Odin's Retirement. Jarvis's physical form. Gemini gazed at him in disbelief. "Didn't the fashion house provide you with their design sketches?" Peter was taken aback. "They offer that service?" Gemini covered her face. "I told you. As long as you pay, they can create anything." With that, she stood up and beckoned him to follow. Peter obediently trailed behind Gemini as they traversed through the fireplace directly to the magical town at the foot of Grelic Mountain, where a branch of the fashion house was located. Upon entering the ready-to-wear store, a salesperson promptly approached them. "Good day. How may I assist you?" Gemini surveyed the garments around her. "I need to speak with the designer," presenting her Gringotts card. They were soon escorted to a VIP room on the second floor, where tea and snacks were served. Peter, feeling anxious, asked, "If my clothes were ordered from the UK, won't everyone here know who I am?" Gemini shot him a withering glance. "Do you think that the fashion house has become the preferred choice for those pure-blooded aristocrats by mere chance? Their lips are far tighter than yours. They wouldn't divulge a single word of what is not meant to be shared." Peter suddenly understood. Although the Parker family was not lacking in funds, Peter's upbringing adhered to traditional American values. He received a fixed allowance weekly and was expected to purchase any additional items with his own money or find part-time work if necessary. Thus, he was oblivious to the intricacies of such matters. After a brief wait, a young witch entered, clad in a pastel yellow, redesigned robe, wearing exaggerated green-framed glasses, and holding a leather notebook. Peter instinctively edged back on the sofa, suddenly feeling quite fond of his custom outfit. "Hello, I am the designer from the fashion house. My name is Jones. What type of clothing would you like to have customized?" Jones greeted them with a smile, attentively observing the two. Gemini gestured with her chin. "Please customize it for ease of movement, with a mask, spider motifs, a blue base, and red and black accents." Jones nodded in understanding and immediately drew a soft measuring tape from his sleeve. "Stand up, young man. I need to take your measurements." Peter promptly stood at attention while Jones wielded the tape around his form, releasing it to record the various metrics in his notebook. The tape seemed to dance with exuberance as it measured Peter's physique, but when it attempted to gauge an indescribable area, Peter swiftly seized it in his hand. Unperturbed, Jones took back the tape. It's just a bit overzealous. After all, a physique like yours is quite rare. What do you usually eat? How do you train?" Coughing slightly, Jamie couldn't help but notice Peter's flushed cheeks and cleared her throat. Jones immediately withdrew his heated gaze. "Don't be like that. He is still just a child," Jamie remarked softly, concealing her smirk behind her teacup. Jones shrugged. No wonder he looked so youthful. "Well, what do you think of this design?" Receiving the paper from Jones, Jamie and Peter examined it closely. After discussing the finer details, they finally settled on the style Peter desired, a two-piece dual outfit. Deep navy blue adorned with golden spider motifs, complemented by bright red patterns on the trousers and cuffs, along with a half mask covering the eyes and nose. After agreeing on the delivery time, Jamie paid with her card, and they exited the clothing store. "I'll work hard to earn my share. I'll save up for the outfit soon," Peter said, his face flushed as he followed Jamie out. Jamie waved her hand dismissively. "I've already covered your Christmas gifts for the past 2 years, so don't say I didn't prepare anything for you when I leave." Peter smiled shyly. "Thank you." Back in the shop, Peter hesitated for a long moment before asking, "Could you not tell my uncle and aunt about what I'm doing?" Jamie looked at him quizzically. "Are they against it?" Peter shook his head. "Not really. I just don't want them to worry." Jamie pondered for a moment. "I won't bring it up unless they ask, but I think it's best you communicate with them." Peter scratched his head. "I'll wait a bit longer. Thanks. I need to get to work." Jamie watched as Peter bounced out of the store, shaking her head in exasperation, before Jamie could enjoy a few days of peace. Sun Xiao Xiao returned once more. "What now? What do you want this time?" Jamie asked, alarmed as she observed Sun Xiao Xiao's awkward smile. "Oh, it's not about us. I just wanted to know what the heavenly court is like. I came personally to ask." Sun Xiao Xiao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Jamie stared at her expressionlessly. "Just watch your journey to the west. I think aside from the characters' appearances, everything else aligns quite well." Sun Xiao Xiao's eyes widened. "Really?" Jamie rolled her eyes. "Indeed. It's filled with clouds and mist, adorned with jade-carved railings." Sun Xiao Xiao's expression radiated longing. "Really? Oh dear. Did you encounter those legendary immortals? Was it the old man with the white beard, or someone else?" Gemini couldn't help but reminisce. There weren't many old men with white beards, and most appeared quite youthful. Particularly the Queen Mother. She looked to be around our age, beautiful and gentle. At this point, Gemini suddenly recalled that the Queen Mother had gifted her several sets of clothing and eagerly retrieved them to share with Sun Xiao Xiao. Sun Xiao Xiao gazed in awe, nearly drooling. Before parting, Gemini generously gifted Sun Xiao Xiao an outfit, deciding not to pursue the matter of her bringing a listening charm to visit. Given that Huaxia had consistently supported the Guardians, it was likely a case of bureaucratic absurdity, who would brazenly stick a listening charm on their forehead before entering. Playing the role of a zombie? It was as if they were afraid she wouldn't notice. Dismissing such trivialities, Gemini acquired a batch of venom, silk, and blood from 8-eyed giant spiders from Hagrid, embarking on a lengthy series of experiments. For a time, tranquility reigned, until the Guardians of the Galaxy announced their challenge had failed, returning to their ship lamenting the 10 extra pounds they had gained, declaring their intent to continue their adventures. Before departing, they presented gifts to the Taoist sect in Huaxia, who had warmly entertained them, various obsolete technologies from the cosmos, which delighted the recipients. who reciprocated with an abundance of vacuum-sealed delicacies, leaving both parties thoroughly satisfied with their exchanges. After bidding farewell to the guardians of the galaxy, Gemini was engrossed in her experiments in the cellar when the shop door abruptly swung open and someone entered. The alarm triggered by the intrusion diverted her attention, causing her cauldron to emit a pungent odor. Gemini sighed in exasperation. Who could it be now? Anger flaring, she ascended the stairs with her wand in hand. Her senses heightened. Seated in the shop was a white-haired, one-eyed elder, while KB trembled beside him, offering tea with a gaze filled with desperation. May I inquire who you are? If you have any requests, please state them, but kindly release our servant. Gemini spoke with displeasure. The one-eyed elder turned to her, a smile breaking across his face. Ah, a pleasure to meet you. I am Odin. My apologies for frightening your servant. It was my lack of restraint. Upon concluding his statement, Odin's demeanor shifted dramatically. Where Gemini had previously perceived a battle-hardened warrior, he now appeared as an ordinary old man. KB let out a loud gasp and hurriedly vanished. Gemini narrowed her eyes. Odin? Is it the one I think it is? Seeing the elder nod, she felt a wave of apprehension. What business did the king of Asgard have in her shop? Pray tell, what brings you here? Gemini inquired. Odin cradled his cup with both hands and sipped cautiously. You see, my son believes I've grown too old. Thus he sent me to Earth for retirement, and I am not well acquainted with the current state of the world. He deposited me at your doorstep. Gemini's lips twitched in disbelief. Is that what you call being old? Only to impress his foolish son, Loki. So, has Loki already departed? Gemini inquired, seated opposite Odin. Odin nodded with a smile. By the way, is a reward necessary? How about this? With that, Odin revealed a luminescent blue cube to Gemini. Even Gemini, who had witnessed grand spectacles, could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. Was this not the very device Loki used to open portals? The scepter had created a demigod named Fred, and Gemini was certain that this blue object contained a stone of identical nature. Gemini retrieved her phone. Would you mind if I made a call? Odin chuckled and shook his head. Without hesitation, Gemini dialed Tony's number. Now, immediately come to my shop. Bring your most luxurious vehicle. We have a significant client. The physical manifestation of Jarvis is within reach. Upon receiving the notification, Tony wasted no time and began organizing a convoy. The concept of Jarvis's physical embodiment was straightforward. Yet even with the inclusion of vibranium, the immense data flow and calculations posed a challenge. Material limitations had perpetually hindered Jarvis's materialization. Thus, after 2 years, Jarvis remained an array of data. Within moments, Tony burst through the door, his gaze landing on the cosmic cube resting on the table, striving to maintain a smile. This is Thor's father, seeking to retire on Earth. You know, I don't have this line of business, and his compensation is this. I believe you can handle this task splendidly, Gemini said with a beaming smile. Odin regarded Tony with keen interest. Tony confidently thumped his chest. No problem. Leave this to me. I guarantee it will be far more entertaining than Asgard. Odin stood, grasping the cosmic cube. Splendid. After thousands of years as a king of gods, I must uphold my dignity, and I have missed out on so much joy. Do you need assistance extracting the contents within? Tony eagerly nodded. If it's not too much trouble. With a flick of his wrist, Odin made the cosmic cube vanish from sight. Very well. Inform me when you're ready, and I shall assist you in unlocking it. Tony, with a flattering gesture, directed Odin out of the shop, observing the long line of luxury cars outside, where Odin seated himself in the central vehicle. Jarvis can finally retire. My new butler has been prepared for years. Tony beamed at Gemini. Sir, I did not realize I had caused you such distress. How about I resign now? Jarvis's voice floated softly from the phone. Tony cleared his throat awkwardly. Don't be foolish. Old Jarvis, you'll soon have a body and can date young ladies. What do you think? Should we postpone? Jarvis fell silent. A retirement team was arranged for Odin, and all his demands would be met. Upon returning home, Tony immediately contacted Dr. Zhao Hailuan to order a regeneration cradle and began preparing for Jarvis's physical form. They had only one prior experience, so they could only enlist Fred to assist in overseeing the process. Although Fred is a demigod, he is truly ignorant in this regard. Fortunately, Odin was present, and at the critical moment, he sent a bolt of lightning to propel the gem into the cradle of regeneration, which intensified Jarvis's awakening. The hatch of the cradle burst open, revealing a blonde-haired, blue-eyed British gentleman, elegantly attired in a deep blue suit, his gaze gentle. In the next moment, he teleported to the window, extending his hand to gently caress the glass. "Jarvis?" Tony attempted to call out. "Sir?" Jarvis instinctively responded, turning his head. Tony couldn't help but smile. "So, you've chosen a name for yourself, have you? Jarvis?" Jarvis chuckled in return. "Indeed, sir. I am called Jarvis, Edwin Jarvis." Tony's expression softened with nostalgia. "Well then, I suppose I'll have to take care of my own identification now, old friend." Odin stood by, chuckling. "So, is everything settled here? May I return to my leisurely retirement?" "Of course." Tony hastily expressed his gratitude. "I am so grateful for your presence today. Otherwise, I shudder to think what might have transpired." Odin waved dismissively, exiting the door only to be immediately supported by two blonde ladies, cheerfully boarding a camper van. "I plan to travel the world in this camper. Don't bother me unless it's urgent." Tony couldn't help but wince. That old man certainly knew how to enjoy life, though it seemed a tad unfair to Thor. Jarvis had inherited the cube's powers, enabling him to open portals at will, and he possessed teleportation abilities as well. The precise distance of his teleportation had yet to be tested to its limits, but reaching the other side of the earth was effortless. Tony marveled, pondering the possibility of teleporting to the cosmos. Suppressing the impulse for cosmic travel, Tony hurriedly delved into the technology that Banner had brought back, realizing that the opportunity to explore the universe hinged on his own efforts. Once Jarvis had finalized his identification, he promptly stepped out to purchase flowers. After adorning himself handsomely with Tony as a secondary card, he knocked on the Maximoff siblings' door. In the piercing gaze of Peter, Jarvis smiled and embraced Wanda. After bidding farewell to Odin, Gemini was once again approached by Elder Sunday. This time, however, it was not regarding any trivial matters, but concerning the situation of a retired sorcerer. Due to certain manipulations, the successor was quite resistant to his current predicament, leading to delays in his retirement, necessitating the search for external assistance. Chapter 147. The Tale of Camartage, but what use is it to seek my help in such matters? Gemini inquired, puzzled. Elder Sun mirrored her confusion. They only conveyed a desire to meet you, so I was sent to deliver an invitation. Whether you choose to attend is of little concern to us. Gemini rubbed her temples in frustration. What on earth is this about? Is it yet another prophecy, or something of that nature? Elder Sun placed an envelope upon the table, the particulars of which elude me. I am merely a messenger. Furthermore, as you have already acquired a flying sword, the compensation I previously requested for your errand is no longer applicable. I suggest you contemplate your desires, for we may reach an amicable agreement. Gemini nodded in acknowledgement, and without further delay, Elder Sun vanished from the room. Gemini tapped her fingers lightly upon the envelope, gazing at the address inscribed upon it. A sudden smile graced her lips. How intriguing, given that her recent experiments had not gone as smoothly as hoped. A visit might prove beneficial. She rose to change her attire in preparation for departure, as sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the envelope on the table, which clearly bore the address, 177 Brick Street, Manhattan, New York. Gemini strolled down the street, shielding herself with a parasol. Upon reaching the entrance of 165, she paused momentarily, observing the chaotic remnants of battle, yet chose to disregard them and continued onward. Soon, an ancient edifice came into view, its rooftop adorned with a circular glass window. Confirming her destination with the envelope, Gemini stowed her parasol and approached the grand entrance. Before she could knock, the door creaked open, and without a glance, she stepped through into the building. The wooden floorboards creaked beneath her feet, and upon entering, she beheld a wide staircase. With a good-natured disposition, she stood at the base of the stairs, awaiting the appearance of the proprietor. In a short while, a cascade of golden sparks twirled before her, swiftly coalescing into a circular portal. The scenery beyond the portal contrasted starkly with the grandeur of the hall, revealing a figure clad in a yellow robe seated behind the door. Unfazed, Gemini stepped through the portal to stand before the monk. "Welcome to Camartage. I am the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One." The monk spoke gently, pouring a cup of clear tea for Gemini. It was at this moment that Gemini realized the Ancient One was a woman. Surprised for an instant, she quickly regained her composure and sat upright across from her. "Greetings. I am Gemini Black. Please feel free to call me Gemini." After an amiable exchange, the details of their conversation remained a mystery to onlookers. However, it was evident as Gemini contentedly set down her cup that she was directed to seek her successor, who, it was said, had sequestered himself in his chamber for a week. Standing before an ancient door, Gemini knocked gently. "Hello, may I enter?" After a prolonged silence, a hoarse voice replied, "Go away. I have nothing to say." Gemini, momentarily taken aback, found amusement in the situation. Was her purpose merely to be met with such dismissal? She stepped back, deftly brandishing her wand, for no ordinary door could withstand her enchantment. With a resounding crash, the door vanished entirely, releasing an unpleasant odor from within. Gemini cast a whirlwind spell, and instantly, a tempest surged through the room, sweeping away the air of despondency that had permeated the space. Jamie entered with an expression of disdain, her gaze falling upon the astonished Strange in the corner. "Have we met before?" she inquired, a hint of familiarity stirring within her. Stephen Strange pondered briefly, then recalled an encounter from years past. "It's you, the girl who accompanied Iron Man to assist the patients." Jamie's eyes widened in realization. "Ah, so it is you. Doctor, what has happened to you?" Stephen lowered his head in despair, his gaze fixating on his scarred hands. "I can no longer be a doctor." Jamie surveyed the room, her wand gently tapping the air, summoning the litter to animate and scurry towards the trash bin, while a cloth twisted and leaped into the awaiting bucket of water, joyfully scrubbing away. With a shard of wood, Jamie magically propped up the vanished door, then produced an assortment of snacks and beverages. Seated on a chair she had repositioned, her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she declared, "I am ready. We can begin the story." Stephen found himself momentarily taken aback by her actions, uncertain whether to critique or comply with her narrative request. Wait, a story? Comparing their respective prowess, he felt a wave of defeat wash over him as he began to recount his tale. His hands, ravaged by a car accident, had led him on a relentless quest for healing, exploring both scientific and mystical avenues. Even in the realm of magic, he had sought remedies, only to be met with the harsh reality of waiting lists. After all, his condition did not pose an immediate threat to life. It was not until he arrived at Kamar Taj, confronting an alternate reality through rigorous trials, that he learned the arcane arts. Just when he had resigned himself to fate, the Ancient One approached him, revealing that she had intervened to prevent other mystical forces from healing him, intending instead for him to learn the ways of the sorcerer. And then? Jamie asked eagerly, munching on her snacks. Stephen's heart sank. Was she merely a spectator in this unfolding drama? "I feel deceived. If she hadn't intervened." He trailed off. "Was she responsible for your accident?" Jamie countered. Stephen shook his head. "Did she deliberately cause your injury?" She pressed again. Once more he shook his head. Jamie brushed the remnants from her hands. "She may have erred, yet she owes you nothing." The explanations from the magical realm were neither dismissive nor excuses. They were the truth. The magic community cannot bend rules for a single individual. Otherwise, how would St. Mungo's justify its existence? She taught you spells and unveiled the world's truths. I cannot fathom why you wallow in self-pity here. Stephen gazed at Jamie in confusion, yet, before Jamie could continue, Gemini interjected, stating that her only wrongdoing was in revealing her prior attempts to deter you from seeking medical assistance. Had she remained silent, would you not still be happily employing your spells? Pausing for a moment, Gemini continued, asserting that she could heal your hand, and she believed you were capable of self-healing now. So, dear doctor, why not confront your own heart and mend your hand yourself? Return to the realm of ordinary individuals. Reclaim your dignity as a respected physician, and earn what most can only dream of throughout their lives. Stephen was utterly taken aback, at a loss for words. Gemini then stood up, waved her wand at the debris she had created, causing it to vanish, and transformed the closed door back into splintered wood. "Upon this, doctor, please send me the bill for the damages I caused. Rest assured, I shall compensate you." With that, Gemini gracefully exited, leaving a bewildered Stephen seated on the bed. Upon visiting the Ancient One again, Gemini expressed that she had done all she could, and now it was up to him. The Ancient One acknowledged her sentiment, organizing some of her cherished ancient tomes for Gemini to take along. He personally opened a portal, which led directly to the entrance of Gemini's eclectic shop. Gemini gazed enviously at the spell. Were it not for the differing systems, she would have loved to learn it, as a portal was undeniably more comfortable than apparition. Back in her shop, Gemini began transcribing the texts she had brought from the Ancient One. Although the systems differed, they were still rooted in mystical methodologies, offering her considerable inspiration. 2 weeks later, Gemini came across a news article reporting that a monk clad in yellow had fallen from a high building, with attempts at resuscitation proving futile. Sighing, Gemini organized the borrowed books and personally returned them to the sanctum in New York, where Stephen Strange greeted her, draped in a red cloak. Without exchanging a word, Gemini returned the books and turned to leave. In the following months, Gemini sequestered herself at home, tirelessly conducting experiments and poring over the transcribed texts of the Comitage magic. It was not until she received a letter from Harry that she realized Christmas was approaching. Quickly packing her belongings, she set off for home. Emerging from the Ministry of Magic's fireplace, Gemini angrily performed a cleansing charm on herself, exclaiming, "How many times must I say it? Can't this thing be cleaned up properly?" Suddenly, a thought struck her. Wasn't there still a payment owed to her from the other side? Their flying vessel would indeed serve as an excellent means of transportation. Standing on the bustling streets of London after leaving the ministry, Gemini promptly called Sun Xiao Xiao. After articulating her request, she was met with enthusiastic agreement, as the value of what Gemini had assisted them with far surpassed that of a flying vessel. Satisfied, she tucked her phone away and apparat to Potter Cottage. After enjoying a heartwarming Christmas, Ginny gazed at Ginny holding her second son, Albus Severus Potter, with a complex expression, uncertain whether Professor Snape was aware of this matter. Resolute in her decision to feign ignorance, Ginny bid farewell to Harry and returned to her quaint little shop. Since she ceased operations, Banner had been spending his days at Newt and Hagrid's, having arranged a schedule with Hulk for alternating days. Ethan had already moved to the Guardian's base, where he established a laboratory funded by Tony, allowing him to pursue his research interests freely. Occasionally, Ginny would visit the Parker Small Eatery, where May had invited a renowned Chinese chef to offer authentic Chinese cuisine, which attracted nearly all the local Chinese and some Americans who appreciated such delicacies. The place was quite popular. However, this tranquil existence did not last long, as Ginny soon found herself once again exploding her cauldron. Observing Peter entering through the window, Ginny frowned, thinking that at this hour, a diligent student ought to be snuggled in bed, not wandering about in peculiar attire. Peter shrank back, explaining, "Ginny, it's not that I'm seeking trouble. It's just that we genuinely cannot handle this." Ginny shot him a sidelong glance, demanding to know what was happening. Peter began to recount his recent discoveries. He and Ned had thwarted a bank robbery on their way home from school, but the robbers' weaponry had nearly cost them dearly. Following the trail of the criminals, they discovered a warehouse filled with such weapons. Peter had managed to steal a weapon core, intending to deliver it to the Guardian's base, only to be pulled away to participate in a knowledge competition in Washington. The core became unstable under exposure to light, resulting in an explosion that damaged the elevator. Had he not hastily changed clothes to secure the elevator, the students inside would not have survived. Now, with the evidence gone, he had informed Tony, but Tony dismissed it as not their concern and was quite indifferent. As Ginny listened to Peter's lengthy discourse, she felt her eyelids grow heavy. After all, it was 3 a.m, and she could not fathom where Peter found such vitality. If Tony feels this way, then let him handle it. You're just a student. Ginny yawned. Peter looked at her with fervor. That one do. They nearly kill my classmates. Tony is being dismissive. He thinks we've only discovered minor issues. He simply doesn't want to help us. Observing Peter's animated demeanor, Ginny found it curious. After all, Peter was a devoted fan of Iron Man. What had Tony done to provoke such a reaction? With this thought in mind, Ginny inquired, causing Peter to falter, stammering and at a loss for words. Ginny, feeling a headache coming on, covered her forehead. Why did she have to play the role of a counselor for this adolescent boy? She hadn't been this challenging during her own teenage years. In front of Peter, Ginny dialed Tony's number, activating the speakerphone so Peter could listen to their conversation. Tony harbored unspoken concerns regarding Jamie. He simply wished for these children to remain untouched by such matters. They ought to enjoy a carefree academic life, rather than being prematurely entangled in the complexities of adult affairs, an intricacy they neither comprehend nor should be burdened with at such an early age. Of course, Jamie was an exception, having not been sheltered in a gilded cage. After ending the call, Jamie leisurely regarded Peter. Do you understand now? Can you still claim he does not value this? Peter scratched his head sheepishly, acknowledging, we simply know too little. I realize my mistake. Jamie playfully tapped Peter's head. It's getting late. Hurry back to sleep. If you inadvertently uncover anything, You could directly inform Tony. Remember, with his disposition, he would armor the earth if he could. He takes any irregularities seriously. Peter nodded vigorously and leapt out of the window. Chapter 148. A new member joins the Guardians days later. Jamie received a call from Tony, who was exuberantly boasting about how the two children had apprehended a gang involved in stealing Sherita technology to manufacture weapons. They thwarted the gang just as they were about to attack the Guardians' aircraft. Although one plane was lost, the supplies on board remained intact, much to Tony's delight, and he subsequently inducted the two into the Guardians' reserves. However, Jamie also received a call from Peter, who was distressed to learn that the captured criminals were the fathers of his classmates. Following Ned's revelations, Peter developed feelings for that classmate, which led him to pursue the matter in a fit of anger. Observing Peter's reaction, Jamie shrugged. It seemed to have little impact on him. Based on the results of previous experiments, it was concluded that the silk of the eight-eyed giant spider contained a unique substance capable of effectively neutralizing Peter's spider traits and magical powers. I am now commencing the 47th extraction, Banner. Are you prepared? Jamie donned her dragon skin gloves and delicately picked up a nearly transparent strand of silk. Banner, also wearing similar gloves, fiddled with a collection of vials in front of him, gesturing for readiness. Jamie carefully placed the silk into a test tube filled with solution, initiating the magical decomposition and extraction process. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, causing Jamie to flinch and inadvertently drop the test tube. Kobe, did I not instruct you not to disturb me during my experiments? Banner cautiously gathered his materials to avoid incurring her wrath. Their experiment had been ongoing for over 6 months, and they had finally begun to find some direction. The current challenge lay in extracting the necessary components from the silk, a task that had resulted in failure numerous times, leading Jamie to grow increasingly irritable. Sorta. Miss, it's all Kobe's fault. Yet, Kobe had already silenced the doorbell. How could Kobe, unaware of the doorbell's deactivation, cause it to ring? Tearfully, Kobe appeared in the laboratory, banging against the wall in despair. Jamie seized Kobe by the collar, preventing him from knocking himself out in his haste to investigate the commotion. If it were something trivial, she would ensure he faced the consequences. KB, in a fluster, vanished only to reappear shortly, exclaiming, "Miss, it's a peculiar figure clad in blue, draped in a red cloak." Instantly, Jamie recognized the identity of the intruder. Furious, she removed her gloves and ascended the stairs, wand in hand. Banner hurriedly followed, anxious to prevent Jamie from inflicting serious harm. Upon reaching the parlor, before Stephen could even greet them, a spell struck him squarely in the face. Despite his efforts to withstand it, Jamie finally vented her frustration. Stephen, seated on the sofa with a bucket in his lap, uttered a few words only to regurgitate a slug. Banner, feeling nauseated, chose to sit as far away as possible. Honestly, can't you reverse this spell? Ugh, Stephen lamented, despondent. Jamie, reveling in his misfortune, chuckled. I can't, for I've forgotten which incantation I used to conjure such a delightful effect. It could be a concoction of several spells. Ugh, are all spells this revolting? Stephen groaned, relieved he hadn't eaten, lest he expel more than just slugs. Jamie shot him a glance. Consider yourself fortunate that I refrained from employing dark magic against you. Stephen rolled his eyes, expelling another slug. This is serious. Jamie spread her hands. Speak, I'm listening. Amidst Stephen's explanations, punctuated by bouts of vomiting, he finally conveyed his purpose. The sorcerers had established protective formations at 3 sanctuaries on Earth to fend off myriad dimensional foes, located in Hong Kong, London, and New York. Previously, when Ancient One had stepped down, the sanctuaries in Hong Kong and London had been destroyed, although he had restored them with the Eye of Agamotto. Some adversaries from other dimensions had managed to infiltrate. Had they remained compliant, Stephen would not have learned of their existence so swiftly. Unfortunately, they were anything but docile. Recently, a dimensional portal had inexplicably emerged in Japan, alarmingly close to China. The sorcerers had an agreement with the Taoist sect in China, rendering them unable to intervene with ease. Wait, ISNT Japan? Why does it involve the Taoist sect? Jamie impatiently dispelled the spell, ceasing Stephen's retching before inquiring. Stephen, incredulous, stared at the bucket in his hands. Didn't you just say you couldn't lift the spell? Jamie smirked mischievously. I couldn't before, but now I can. You still haven't explained how it all connects. Stephen suppressed the urge to hurl the bucket at Jamie's face. It was well known that the territory had historically belonged to China. The celestial realm had erected a barrier around it while heading to the front lines, only for it to now be classified as another nation, with no celestial beings available to adjust the barrier's position. So what is your plan? For matters like these, you should consult the Taoist sect. Why involve me? Jamie inquired. Stephen twitched his lips, realizing that Ancient One had left in haste without providing me with the contact details for the Taoist sect. Jamie couldn't help but stifle a laugh. How eager was he to retire? The handover was not even properly executed. Fine, I shall assist you in contacting the members of the Taoist sect. You may discuss matters with them. However, should you require my assistance, compensation will be necessary, Jamie declared, promptly retrieving her phone and dialing Elder Son's number. Stephen expressed his gratitude, took the phone, and stepped onto the balcony. Once their negotiations concluded, he returned to Jamie, awkwardly handing her back the phone with a troubled glance. Jamie sensed an ominous premonition. Why was he looking at her like that? Stephen managed an awkward smile, flipping his pants pocket inside out for her to see. They are agreeable to my presence, but I must persuade you to accompany me. They fear I might inadvertently destroy the barrier. Only by your consent to monitor me will I be granted passage through the barrier. Jamie scoffed. You wish for me to work for free, but this concerns the fate of the world. Stephen urged. What does the world concern me? I have never held a favorable impression of that small island nation. Besides, the barrier is in place. They cannot escape, and the Taoist sect possesses ample means to protect themselves. So why should I be involved? Jamie retorted defiantly. Banner cleared his throat gently, tapping his wristwatch, which remained illuminated. Stephen found himself in a difficult position. Jamie had already perused the text of Camartage, and he was at a loss for suitable compensation. As for money, he had only $5 left, which he had set aside for Wong to purchase a sandwich. I can offer you a reward to persuade Jamie, but you must agree to support a few mages entering the Guardians Alliance. Tony's voice suddenly rang out from outside. Jamie immediately turned to glance at Banner, who awkwardly smiled at her, gesturing towards his watch. Jamie rolled her eyes, saying nothing. She would wait for them to finalize their discussions. After all, she was reluctantly a member of the Guardians, and while the secret mages seemed unimpressive, their portal abilities were incredibly enticing. Ultimately, under Tony's relentless persuasion, Stephen reluctantly acquiesced. The current era was different. Camartage was nearly destitute, barely able to sustain itself. Expanding the 3 great sanctuaries into 4 was a reasonable proposition. Deploying some mages to guard the Guardians was also sensible. They could take turns. Tony's face lit up with a triumphant grin as he exchanged a knowing glance with Banner. He had sensed that something would emerge from Jamie's side. Having an insider felt splendid. Ever since Jarvis had begun his romantic pursuits, he had changed, no longer relaying information about Jamie, and the new AI, Friday, lacked the same confidence to communicate with Jamie as Jarvis once had. After much negotiation, Gemini cunningly swindled a substantial sum of money. Yet both she and Tony were acutely aware that, for them, the allure of dollars held little significance. However, Stephen remained oblivious, his envy almost spilling forth in tears at the thought of such a fortune, sufficient to sustain Camartage internet expenses for centuries while ensuring that their sorcerers want for nothing. Tony, with a twinge of sympathy, glanced at the pocket Stephen had just rummaged through and not yet returned, clearing his throat. Since we are all collaborators, please provide me with a detailed account later. Your expenditures can be included in the Guardian's ledger. After all, we are all protectors of Earth. Stephen readily agreed, promising to prepare the details upon his return, and after coordinating a departure time with Gemini, he left in high spirits. Tony, filled with self-satisfaction, regarded Gemini with a smug expression. Accepting investment is merely the first step. Those arcane sorcerers will inevitably join the Guardians. Gemini could not help but retort, the insatiable capitalists. After a brief conversation with Elder Son, she began to gather supplies, mindful of the unknown dangers lurking in that ominous land. Soon, the appointed time arrived. With her newly acquired bracelet, Gemini found it easier to venture out, carrying only a small satchel that hardly suggested a long journey, more akin to a casual shopping trip. Golden sparks flickered as Stephen emerged, a backpack slung beneath his cloak. Shall we? Gemini handed him a jade talisman, instructing him to wear it. This talisman, recognized by the Taoist sect of Huaxia, signified his belonging to their ranks, free from constraints. Should it be lost, even in fragments, he must retrieve it. With a slight grimace, Stephen accepted the talisman, fastening it around his neck and tucking it under his clothing. He brushed aside the edge of his cloak, inquiring, "How do we get there?" Without hesitation, Gemini strode forward. "Don't you have a portal? Just teleport us." Stephen touched the jade talisman on his chest, shrugged, and followed her to the first floor. Opening a fist-sized portal, he cautiously peered through to confirm it was unoccupied before enlarging the opening. Gemini boldly stepped through, and Stephen hurried to keep pace. In an instant, they transitioned from sunlit New York to the starry expanse of Japan. "What is our plan?" Gemini inquired, turning to face him. "First, we need to find a place to stay, and then I need to attune myself," Stephen replied, surveying their surroundings with caution. Gemini rolled her eyes. "Kobe, set up the tent." "Yes, Miss Gemini." Kobe cheerfully responded, appearing with a small pack. In the midst of Stephen's astonishment, Kobe quickly located a suitable spot and erected a tent, surrounding it with protective enchantments. "Is it really that easy?" Stephen exclaimed, his mouth agape. Gemini shot him an exasperated glance. "Don't act so bewildered. Didn't the Ancient One ever enlighten you about our magical system?" Stephen shook his head in silence, leaving me with a pile of books that contained nothing of value. Gemini suppressed her urge to laugh and hurried into the tent, a newly customized one, as the previous had been gifted to the guardians of the galaxy. The night passed swiftly, and, as dawn broke, Gemini stood by the window, finally perceiving their surroundings. Outside lay a quaint village, with a small mountain range in the distance, fields spread out at the foot of the hills, and the sea glimmering far off. "Did you sense anything?" Gemini inquired, watching Stephen emerge from the room. He nodded, confirming his sensations, deducing that their location was likely in Tokyo. "If we infiltrate nearby, I can close that dimensional rift." Gemini looked at him in astonishment. "Is it truly that simple? Then why summon me?" With an innocent expression, Stephen replied, "It was the order that requested you to keep an eye on me." Gemini was momentarily speechless, realizing she had been brought along merely as a companion for sightseeing. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Gemini swiftly blocked Stephen, drawing her wand. Logically, since Kobe had used a spell, this place was concealed from ordinary eyes. Thus, the one knocking must be affiliated with Japanese magic. Cautiously, she opened the door, revealing a palanquin draped in white gauze, lifted by several paper figures, floating a meter above the ground. The wind gently stirred the gauze, revealing a woman clad in a traditional kimono adorned with 12 layers. "May I inquire the origin of this esteemed guest? I kindly request you accompany me to the official department for registration, as your arrival is somewhat clandestine." The woman spoke fluent English, causing Gemini to squint in surprise. The locals were remarkably swift. They had arrived the previous night, and these individuals had already confirmed their presence by morning. Using English indicated that their identities were likely verified. Gemini urged Stephen to conceal himself, for this matter was beyond the expertise of the sorcerers. "Kobe, open the door and welcome our guest." Gemini raised her chin, commanding imperiously, then turned and seated herself on the sofa by the fireplace. Stephen, shrouded by her invisibility cloak, could only stand against the wall, pretending to be a pillar. "Since the esteemed guest has made an invitation, I shall not be rude." The palanquin gently descended to the ground, the paper figures shrinking and returning inside. The woman, clad in her heavy kimono, carefully stood and approached Gemini with delicate steps, her trailing outer garment floating gracefully above the ground, untouched by dirt.